Chen Mo, let's break up. In a dim and cramped rental room, a scruffy man sits among scattered beer bottles. He frantically searched around, but could not find a single unopened bottle. Helpless rage surged within him. He grabbed an empty bottle and smashed it against the furniture that could barely be called a cabinet, making it creak and groan. His name is Chen Mo, a complete failure. As a child, his mother died in an accident. His father was a gambling addict, and when he couldn't pay his debts, he pawned Chen Mo off. Seeing that Chen Mo was clever, those people tried to train him as a pickpocket. Fortunately, before he could be taken to the streets, the den of iniquity was raided, and he was rescued. Chen Mo did not return to the gambling addict's side. Instead, he was sent to a private welfare institution. There he met a girl who was like a beam of light illuminating his dark world. In high school, the parent company of the welfare institution went bankrupt. Without financial support, continuing to study peacefully was very difficult. Chen Mo decisively chose to drop out and take on all the responsibilities for Ling Cici. He carried bricks, delivered food, handed out flyers, worked as a waiter, and washed dishes. In short, he tried almost any job that paid and was willing to hire him, even working double shifts day and night, just to give Ling Cici a sufficiently comfortable life. But what did all this bring? That beam of light was now nestled in the arms of a portly man wearing luxury goods she had never had a chance to touch, radiant and dazzling. But in Chen Mo's eyes, Ling Cici had become so unfamiliar. Anger surged in an instant. If he had not been good enough, or if Ling Cici wanted to pursue a better life, Chen Mo asked himself, although he would definitely be sad, he should have felt more blessing than anger. In modern terms, this behavior is called being a hopeless romantic. But facing Ling Cici, who was like his salvation, Chen Mo could not muster any other feelings. Yet what was Ling Cici's choice? A middle-aged man in his 40s, pot-bellied, and even married. All emotions instantly merged into a viscous mass, surging through his limbs, almost crushing his heart. Then he swung his fist, but before it could land on the man, he was immediately knocked away by the driver beside him. The middle-aged man almost condescendingly forgave him and took off his watch, throwing it at Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo lay on the ground like a discarded dog. The two of them snuggled together and drove away in a luxury car. To this day, he still cannot believe what happened. He tries to numb himself with alcohol, but no matter how many bottles he drinks, how many times he vomits, Ling Cici's smile becomes clearer. He reaches out to tear everything apart, but only ends up cutting his hand on a beer bottle. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks. Chen Mo ignored them. These days people often knocked. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew louder, endless noise enveloping him. Chen Mo's face twisted, his whole body trembling. Finally the knocking stopped, but then came the thud of the door being rammed. The cheap wooden door had only a flimsy metal latch. After 2 blows the door was easily forced open. Chen Mo looked up, and in his blurred vision a familiar man appeared. The moment they locked eyes, the man's expression froze. He couldn't believe that the person before him, with a twisted face, red eyes, and covered in vomit, was his good brother who always faced injustice with optimism and never complained. But this was probably to be expected. Yuan Jie silently began to pick up the scattered beer bottles, put them in a bag, and threw them into the trash bin outside the basement. Then he cleaned up the foul-smelling vomit bit by bit. During this time, Chen Mo sat on the ground, dazed and silent. When he finished, Yuan Jie sat down directly beside Chen Mo. Neither of them spoke, just staring at the wall covered in stains. On the wall hung a painting. The technique was poor, more like a child's scribble, vaguely showing a little boy and a little girl holding hands. After a long while, Yuan Jie suddenly stood up, tore the painting off the wall, and ripped it into pieces that scattered in the air. Chen Mo's lips twitched, but in the end he said nothing. You can't go on like this. Yuan Jie knelt on one knee in front of Chen Mo, grabbing his shoulders with both hands. But in response he received only a pair of hollow, vacant eyes. They stared at each other. Chen Mo somehow produced another bottle of beer and mechanically poured it into his mouth. Stop drinking, Yuan Jie said. Chen Mo ignored him. I said stop drinking. Yuan Jie raised his voice. Chen Mo still ignored him. I said. Yuan Jie almost shouted the 2 words, and he knocked the bottle away heavily. Stop drinking. Chen Mo's mouth hung open, then slowly closed, then opened again. Looking at Yuan Jie, whose veins seemed about to burst with anger, the emotions in Chen Mo's eyes suddenly melted. Tears streamed down shamelessly, hysterically. This cowardly and helpless scene lasted for 5 minutes. Whether from extreme mental stimulation or lack of rest, he eventually cried himself unconscious. Yuan Jie helped Chen Mo remove his vomit-stained clothes, carried him to the bed, then looked at the neighbors and landlord who had been attracted by the noise and the dilapidated door. Sorry, you'll pay for the door. Please find someone to fix it, Yuan Jie said softly. It's okay, this door needed replacing anyway, the landlord replied. The landlord, who usually liked to make things difficult, surprisingly, said nothing more. He made a phone call and found a slightly newer door from the storage room to replace the old one. When Chen Mo woke from his deep sleep, everything around was terrifyingly dark. The only half window in the basement showed a few stars. His consciousness slowly returned, and he gradually recalled the events of the past few days. Heh. Chen Mo gave a low, bitter laugh, bleak and helpless. He moved his body, all his bones aching terribly, his head pounding. He reached out to support himself on the table. In the dark, he touched something, a rectangular box. He picked it up, a box of steamed buns. Beside it were a note and water. He strained to read by the moonlight. It was a note left by Yuan Jie, basically telling Chen Mo to take care of himself, and that he would come find him after work in the evening. Chen Mo supported himself on the table and stood up. He groped in the dark toward the bathroom, but after 2 steps, he tripped over something and fell heavily to the ground. Must be a beer bottle, Chen Mo thought. He let out a few heavy breaths, tried to push himself up with his hands, but after several attempts his weak body couldn't get up. Then he'll just lie here a little longer. Chen Mo closed his eyes. At that moment a soft touch came from beneath him, and then a force lifted him up. Chen Mo opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw what was in front of him, his pupils contracted sharply, and he fell back to the ground involuntarily. What the hell is this? In the darkness, black-purple tentacles slowly writhed. A large fleshy mass sat in the center of the room. It was those strange tentacles that had lifted him up. Squeak. With a strange sound, the tentacles began to surge toward Chen Mo. He wanted to flee, but his whole body was frozen with fear. Master. At that moment, a feeling of intimacy and dependence transmitted into his mind like a baby, seeing its mother or a dog raised for years. Watching the approaching tentacles, Chen Mo swallowed a few times and inexplicably raised his calloused hand, slowly touching the tentacle. Suddenly floods of information poured into his mind, accompanied by excruciating pain churning in his brain, turning everything into mush. Chen Mo writhed on the ground in agony. It took nearly half an hour for him to accept all the information. Then he sat there dumbfounded for 5 minutes, staring at the tentacles, muttering in disbelief. Insectoid hive. 7 years ago, a game called Universe War swept across the entire Kerfing federal state. Among its races, there was one named Kron, whose soldiers resembled insects, and were thus also called the Zerg. The monster that appeared in Chen Mo's room was a crucial building of the entire Zerg race, the Zerg hive. According to the information, this hive possessed all the abilities from the game. It could infect buildings, convert resources, and produce soldiers. The only difference from the game was that it could not produce the game's units, because there was insufficient genetic material. Producing units required 2 conditions. The first was sufficient and suitable genes, which could be obtained by devouring animals and plants. The second was sufficient resources and energy. Devouring animals and plants could also provide this, but it was not limited. Minerals, soil, water, even various organic and inorganic substances. Everything in the world could provide energy for the hive. The only difference was the conversion efficiency of different materials. So far the hive had only devoured some soil, the trash in the room, and a few cockroaches and other insects. If it wanted to produce Zerg soldiers now, it could only rearrange and combine the genes of these types of insects. Gulp. Since a moment ago Chen Mo had been swallowing saliva. The Zerg hive called him Dominator, and the supreme commander above the entire Zerg race was also called Dominator. Even the Dominator was the Zerg itself. Could it be? Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Mozi, are you awake? Before Chen Mo could think further, Yuan Jie's voice came from outside. Chen Mo subconsciously responded, but just as he was about to open the door, his hand froze in midair. Damn, I almost forgot. The hive is still in the room. What should I do? Their friendship was strong, but reason told him that for now he should not tell anyone about the Zerg hive. He wanted to tell Yuan Jie to go back, but given his situation, the more he tried to keep Yuan Jie out, the more worried the other would become. What's taking so long? Open up, I'm carrying a bunch of stuff, it's heavy. Oh, coming. Chen Mo trudged towards the door, his legs feeling like lead, his mind racing for a solution. If I cover the window so no light comes in, maybe he won't see. No, the hallway has lights. Looks like I have to open the door, step out immediately, and then close the door right away. He turned back to check the hive's status, but it had mysteriously disappeared, as if it were all an illusion. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a hole in the floor at the corner. The hive was hiding inside. As he watched, the remaining tentacles retracted, and finally the nearby floor cloth was pulled over to cover it. Chen Mo felt relieved, then opened the door. Yuan Jie was carrying 2 heavy shopping bags. He first gave Chen Mo a concerned once-over, and seeing that he seemed okay, he scolded with a laugh in his usual tone, "What took you so long? Tired your dad out?" Yuan Jie knew about Chen Mo's childhood experiences. In the past, when joking, he would avoid words like dad or father even in normal banter, but he once noticed Chen Mo didn't care, so he stopped avoiding it. "Nothing, my legs are a bit heavy, I walked slowly," Chen Mo said uncomfortably. It was the first time he had lied to Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie put the things inside the room, saw the untouched steamed buns on the table, and frowned. "Why haven't you eaten?" "Haven't had time to eat." "Then let's go out to eat, you should get some fresh air." Yuan Jie patted his shoulder, pointed at the bags on the floor, and said, "Treat yourself, better stop using those cheap things." The bags contained shampoo, face wash, and other daily necessities. The other bag had some food. Chen Mo was touched again in his heart. Since long ago Yuan Jia had taken care of him like this, even though he himself didn't have much money. Chen Mo always felt that meeting these two people was the greatest luck of his life. One was that already dirty beam of light, the other was Yuan Jia. The two were middle school classmates. Back then Chen Mo was very withdrawn, his clothes were not brand name like the other students, he was silent all day, and because he was close to the very cute Ling Cici since childhood, he naturally became the target of bullying. Everyone turned a blind eye to this behavior. Only Yuan Jia stepped forward, helping him fight back fiercely. As a result, the two were beaten even harder outside school, but their friendship was forged. Yuan Jia's family was not well off, but he still took care of Chen Mo in a seemingly casual way, taking him out to play, introducing him to new friends. Yuan Jia went to high school, but the two didn't drift apart, because Chen Mo dropped out, they often got together. Chen Mo often thought that perhaps the misery of his childhood was only to accumulate enough luck to meet these two beams of light. But now, what thanks? Come on, Dad is taking you to eat something good. Chen Mo locked the door, and the two left the basement. Seeing the dark, narrow corridor, Yuan Jia wanted to persuade Chen Mo to move to a slightly better place. After all, he no longer had to support others, he had plenty of money, and it wasn't hard to live a better life. But the words stuck in his throat. Bringing up such a thing now would be like reopening Chen Mo's unhealed wounds. On the bright street, pedestrians passed by shoulder to shoulder, injecting vitality into the city. This was Yanyue City in the Kerfing Federal State, the city where Chen Mo was born, and also the city where he lived. But he was out of place with its prosperity like a fly on a cake, extremely conspicuous and annoying. The road they walked was very familiar. It led to a cheap hot pot restaurant they occasionally visited, and of course with Ling Cici. Yuan Jia suddenly stopped. He clearly realized this too, so he scratched his head and said, I forgot I can't eat hot pot lately. Let's go somewhere else. Hearing Yuan Jia's lame excuse, Chen Mo nodded. The two walked in another direction. Along the way, Yuan Jia pretended to be his usual self, trying to keep Chen Mo's mood stable. When they arrived at a barbecue restaurant, looking at the familiar sign, he wanted to slap himself. Damn these two legs, how did they unconsciously walk here? Like that hot pot restaurant, this barbecue place was also a frequent haunt for the three of them. On second thought, the intersections in their lives were too many, so many that all the familiar places had Ling Cici's shadow. Better find a place we've never been before. Yuan Jia thought, and was about to make up an excuse when Chen Mo had already walked to the door. This one is fine. I'm okay, I can't keep living in her shadow. After much thought along the way, Chen Mo came to understand many things. Giving up on himself would solve nothing, he was only punishing himself out of cowardice. In this city there was not only Ling Cici, but also a good brother who had always taken care of him. At the very least he had to repay that kindness. After the two sat down, the landlady came out cheerfully to serve them. Seeing only the two of them, she casually asked, the little girl who always came with you, why didn't she come this time? Chen Mo forced a somewhat ugly smile. She's busy with something. Seeing both their expressions change, the landlady understood that something had happened, so she said, no alcohol today. 2 bottles of cola, cold ones. Yuan Jia stopped Chen Mo, who was about to order drinks. Still want a drink? Drink any more, and you'll drink yourself to death. Chen Mo resignedly agreed. What's the point of barbecue without beer? Skewers came up batch after batch. They ate one by one, chatting idly. Our current boss is a total idiot. He doesn't know a damn thing, yet he comes and micromanages. If it weren't for him, would I have to work so much overtime? One of these days he'll fire him. Watching the indignant Yuan Jia, Chen Mo knew he was just venting. The company had plenty of work, but the pay was decent enough to cover household expenses, rent, and still leave some for Yuan Jia. At least he didn't have to walk nearly an hour just to save bus fare. Life is really exhausting now, unlike before. Yuan Jia lit a cheap cigarette and took a heavy drag. Remember when we used to play Universe War at the internet cafe? You always liked using the Zerg, but you could never rush properly. I always beat you so badly you'd run away with your tail between your legs. That's because I was still learning. By the time we were about to graduate, you couldn't beat me anymore. Chen Mo's tone was strange. To him, Universe War was no longer just a game. They ate their fill, but it was never as satisfying as before. Yuan Jia paid the bill, and they walked out of the barbecue shop. Directly across the street was a luxurious-looking restaurant, a famous chain known for its high prices. Once during a barbecue, Chen Mo had said he wanted to take Ling Cici to eat there, but he never saved enough money. There were too many expenses in daily life. Just Ling Cici's living expenses and tuition were a heavy burden. That person. Yuan Jia froze, staring at the two people walking out of the restaurant, his eyes fixed. Who? Chen Mo followed Yuan Jia's gaze. Yuan Jia immediately blocked with his hand. No one, let's go. Come on. Chen Mo pushed Yuan Jia's hand away, but Yuan Jia blocked again. They flailed about, looking from a distance as if they were fighting, naturally catching the attention of the two across the street. That young man over there, isn't he your old school friend? The pot-bellied man chuckled. Honey, you must be mistaken. Let's go. Aren't we going to sing karaoke? Ling Cici nestled in the man's arms, speaking in a syrupy voice. She had naturally recognized him, but she didn't want to face Chen Mo again. She didn't know why. Was it a sense of owing? It certainly wasn't guilt. Ling Cece didn't think she was wrong. She had seen a broader world. Oh, what was wrong with pursuing a higher sky? She shouldn't be limited by Chen Mo's cheap emotions. The man she was clinging to was disgusting. She had to constantly suppress the urge to vomit, and she knew he was just playing around. But he could give her better conditions, a pair of wings strong enough to soar into the sky. Your tuition was paid by that young man. We should give him some compensation, the man said with a smile. Oh, you already gave him a watch, didn't you? That's enough for him to work for over a decade. Ling Cece said, slightly flustered. How can that be? Let's go. The man put his arm around Ling Cece's shoulder. The driver and bodyguard stood nearby, and the four of them crossed the street together. Ling Cece didn't want to go, but she didn't dare object. Under the man's urging, she slowly approached her ex-boyfriend. The man sensed her resistance, but his eyes grew more excited. With his wealth, if he just wanted to have fun, he wouldn't need to snatch someone else's girl. But he loved this feeling. The pleasure of humiliating others, more direct and satisfying than anything else. How could he miss another chance to insult? That young man over there is Chen Mo, right? Damn it. Yuan Jie's body stiffened. He closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. Turning around, he watched the two approaching arm in arm, his anger surging uncontrollably. Can I help you? Chen Mo, on the other hand, was much calmer than a few days ago. This greatly displeased the man. The reaction was far from what he had imagined. So he pushed Ling Cece forward with his arm and said with a smile, Cece tells me you've had a hard time all these years. I thought I'd give you some compensation. Right, Cece? The man's gaze was like needles. Ling Cece clenched her teeth, suppressing her churning emotions. She knew the man's purpose and she needed to satisfy him. Chen Mo, that watch was already enough compensation, but my dear is merciful. How much more money do you want? Ling Cece put on an arrogant air, speaking from a Ling Cece. Yuan Jie glared at her. Ling Cece's expression remained unchanged, but she thought to herself, ask for more. From now on we'll be even. Huh. Chen Mo lowered his head, shaking it, and let out two laughs. Just as I thought. Just as you thought what? Ling Cece frowned. He lifted his head and said in a tone utterly unfamiliar to Ling Cece. I was right to misjudge you, Ling Cece. But it's fine. You can go. Chen Mo, what do you mean? Ling Cece let out a shriek. She felt the man's gaze growing sharper. If she left like this, those unattained wings would fly away. What do I mean? You're dirty, truly damn cheap. And that fat pig over there. He can even like a piece of trash like you. He's a blind scavenger. Yuan Jie cursed out loud. Before Ling Cece could speak, the man stepped forward, squinting his small eyes, his words icy. Young man, you'd better watch your mouth. What if I don't? Huh. Yuan Jie was also riled up. Against someone who was clearly not ordinary, he would usually have nothing much. The man gave a cold glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard and driver understood and walked over to Yuan Jie and Chen Mo. The two tried to resist, but they were no match for the trained men. In the moment of being obscured, they took a heavy punch to the stomach. Over there. The man gestured with his eyes. The bodyguard and driver dragged Chen Mo and Yuan Jie into a nearby alley. There were too many surveillance cameras outside. If someone posted it online, it would be troublesome. Times had certainly progressed. If it were the old days had. The man sighed at the change of times, then turned his gaze to Ling Cece. Ling Cece understood the man's hint. She walked up to the two and slapped Yuan Jie's face. Fuck. Ling Cece. Chen Mo's eyes widened like an enraged beast, but under the bodyguard's restraint, he couldn't even struggle. Ling Cece didn't continue hitting Yuan Jie. She knew the man didn't care about Yuan Jie, so she turned and slapped Chen Mo. She stopped, but the man's gaze didn't shift. She gritted her teeth. Her once pure face was replaced by ferocity. She kept slapping, leaving Chen Mo's face bruised and swollen, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. But she showed no sign of stopping. She didn't dare look into Chen Mo's eyes. She just kept swinging her hand, as if that could shatter the inexplicable emotion. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's Yuan Jie's fault for running his mouth. It's Chen Mo's fault for putting on that attitude. If they had just accepted the humiliation and taken the charity, everything would be fine. This wasn't her fault. By the time the man was satisfied, Chen Mo's face was swollen and bruised with a gash at the corner of his mouth from which blood slowly seeped. The man raised his hand, and the bodyguard and driver released their grip on Chen Mo's arms, causing him and Yuan Jie to collapse onto the rain-soaked ground. The man wrapped his arm around Ling Cece, who was panting heavily, and put on a feigned look of concern. Baby, does your hand hurt? Ling Cece's breath caught for a moment, then she forced out a sweet smile. How could it hurt to vent for my darling? They're the ones who don't know their place. Let's go. Seeing them is annoying. All right. The man laughed heartily, then led Ling Cece out of the alley. As the footsteps of the four faded away, Chen Mo strained to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on their retreating figures, every muscle in his body trembling. He wanted revenge. No, he would have revenge. In the past, it would have been the fury of a common man, a life for a life at best. But now he possessed countless methods. The hive had appeared strangely and was fraught with danger, Yet, when he suffered humiliation, once more especially, seeing Yuan Jie badly injured, rage shattered reason in that moment. Damn him. He hits like a bastard. Yuan Jie coughed a couple of times, holding his stomach as he slowly stood up, then laboriously propped up. Chen Mo, you okay? Cough, I'm fine. Chen Mo temporarily suppressed his murderous intent. The two supported each other to the hospital. Though they looked terrible, it was all superficial injuries. The doctor prescribed some simple medicine and sent them home, saying they could come back for a checkup in the morning when all the doctors were on duty. On the way back, Yuan Jie cursed nonstop. But more than his personal anger, he worried about Chen Mo's mental state. This was not just the shock of Ling Cece willingly being a plaything, it was a slap in the face. Come stay at my place. My mom just came to visit us. She said she hasn't seen you in a long time. It's fine, don't worry about me. I've caused a lot of trouble for my landlord and neighbors lately. I need to go back and apologize first. Chen Mo put on a carefree expression, the same cheerful smile as always on his lips. Then let me go back with you. Yuan Jie still couldn't rest easy. Chen Mo might be strong-willed, but after suffering so many blows in a row, it was hard to say whether he might do something rash. I'm really fine. Torturing myself for that bastard isn't worth it at all. Don't worry, you have work tomorrow, go home early. Chen Mo patted Yuan Jie on the shoulder. Seeing that Chen Mo insisted and seemed emotionally stable, Yuan Jie hesitated. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. When did you become such a worrywart? Hurry up and go home. Chen Mo said with a wry smile. Hey, I care about you, and now I'm the one in the wrong. You little rascal. Yuan Jie laughed and scolded, but seeing that Chen Mo really seemed fine, he left reassured. Watching Yuan Jie's retreating back, Chen Mo slowly let his smile fade, and an icy chilling light emerged in his eyes. Indifferent. Unconcerned. Not taking it seriously. How could that be? He wished he could tear that pair of dogs limb from limb, eat their flesh, drink their blood, and crush their bones. Go back now. It was only a 5-minute walk, but it felt interminable to Chen Mo. He ran home, almost madly. When he opened the door, he ran into a neighbor coming off the night shift. The man tried to greet him, but when he saw Chen Mo's appearance, the words stuck in his throat. His hair was matted with sewage, his bruised face still bore traces of blood, and his eyes were bloodshot like a beast. Chen Mo glanced at him, then returned to his room, without a word, closing the door tightly. Come out. Under his gaze, the hive slowly emerged. Chen Mo thrust his hand into the fleshy mass. A white light flashed before his eyes, and then he found himself in a space composed of black-purple blood vessels. This was the very foundation of the insect race. At the same time, a more meticulous and reasonable plan slowly took shape. In the following days, Chen Mo acted as if nothing had happened. He continued delivering food during the day, and as if the pressure had eased, he quit his night shift. Yuan Jie was completely relieved, and often invited Chen Mo out for drinks and meals. Every Wednesday, Huang Renjing meets Ling Cece. After they go out, they spend the night at the villa in Galpa district. That's the best opportunity. Chen Mo bit into a flatbread, crouching in his rented room and drawing a route map. Huang Renjing, that bastard, was a bit high profile, making it inconvenient to follow him. But Ling Cece, who lived on campus, was easy to track. Over the past, while he had pretended to deliver food while actually stalking her. Afraid of being discovered, he couldn't tail her for long, so it took him this long to confirm their routine. Swish. He drew an X through both names. Chen Mo then touched the empty space beside him, and a creature resembling a cross between a mantis and a lizard materialized out of thin air. This was a pseudo-insecticide created from the genes of 3 chameleons and dozens of mantises, over 100 pounds of soil, dozens of pounds of scrap metal plus various junk, and production resources converted from rare gases the hive absorbed from the air. Tests showed that the pseudo-insecticide's sharp forelimbs could easily cut through pig bones. It was nearly half a meter in size, yet could cling to walls. Most importantly, thanks to the hive's modification, the genes extracted from the chameleon allowed for maximum camouflage, not just simple color change, but merging with the environment. It was more like becoming transparent than changing color. Extracting the chameleon's genes was the result of careful deliberation by Chen Mo. Although its combat power might be somewhat weaker, the neutralization with mantis genes ensured overall combat effectiveness. The key point was that once a murder occurred, especially involving a wealthy businessman, the investigation would be extremely thorough. Chen Mo could not let anyone know he was connected to this, nor could he let anyone discover the existence of the insect hive. The small window covered with newspaper was opened. The night was frightfully overcast with no moon or stars, only dense black clouds. Go, he said. At the boundary between darkness and light, something seemed to flicker and vanish. Chen Mo had run the route to the villa many times, so he was very familiar with it. To avoid being implicated in any post-incident investigation, he had not gone there for over a week. His consciousness descended upon the pseudo-insecticide, and after about 2 hours he arrived at a rather upscale villa area. Chen Mo bypassed the villas and precisely located their residence. A week ago, he had controlled the pseudo-insecticide to cling to the back of the man's car and followed him here. At that moment, the lights on the first and second floors were off, but the third floor was lit. Chen Mo looked around and found a small window in the garden open. He guided the pseudo-insecticide inside all the way up to the third floor. Even through the door, he could hear the licentious sounds from within. Back in the rented room, Chen Mo clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his fists. For over a decade, he had supported Ling Cece, without complaint, never once touching her. Creak. Tentacles coiled around him. Chen Mo regained his composure, gently stroking the tentacles. His consciousness descended again, and through the pseudo-insecticide, the hive's unique magnetic field enveloped the entire villa. Instantly, the lights on the third floor flickered, and all surveillance equipment malfunctioned. The pseudo-insecticide would not be detected by cameras, but if it acted, the cameras would capture traces. With all preparations complete, Chen Mo took a deep breath and raised the pseudo-insecticide's forelimb. Knock, knock, knock. 3 rhythmic knocks slowly spread through the dark corridor. This was a lavishly decorated room, though its taste left something to be desired. Yet whether it was the vast expanse of pure hand-woven silk carpet, the sofa crafted from rare natural wood and fully upholstered in leather, or the ornaments adorning the walls, everything exuded the scent of wealth. At the very center of the room stood a circular bed, its presence jarringly out of place amidst the overall layout and style. A man, his body thick with flab, was entwined with a young woman in an intimate embrace. The man squinted, occasionally glancing at a camera hidden within the nearby decorations. His name was Huang Renjing. He believed himself to be profoundly unlucky, unfortunate in childhood and youth, and even in his prime. He had married a shrewish, sallow-faced woman. If not for her modest wealth, did she truly think he would have endured it? Fortunately, years of humiliation had not been in vain. Through drugs and collaboration with his wife's younger sister, he had successfully committed her to a mental institution and seized her assets. Money was truly a wonderful thing. He often mused this way. Even though he was unattractive, pot-bellied, and plagued by a persistent body odor from his youth, he could still toy with countless beautiful women and demean those beneath him. What use was a good temper, unwavering will, or a handsome face? He could easily make Ling Cece assault Chen Mo. This pleasure pierced his very soul. He knew full well what Ling Cece was plotting. Did she truly believe his money was so easily spent? Beyond using women to humiliate men, he relished guiding them step by step into the abyss of depravity. Yet Ling Cece was special and required a more unique approach. That night, facing her frenzied state, Huang Renjing had been startled himself, but that was precisely what made it so intriguing. He swung his hand, and with a sharp crack, a red handprint bloomed on Ling Cece's fair skin. Ling Cece let out a muffled cry of pain. Huang Renjing paid her no heed, his large hands gripping her thighs with brutal force. Though her flesh was lean, his excessive pressure caused the pale skin to bulge between his fingers. Crack! Suddenly, the bright lights flickered and died, plunging the room into an impenetrable darkness. Bereft of sensory stimulation, he was deeply irritated. Damn it! The curse slipped out, but the ensuing knock on the door turned his annoyance into astonishment. Who could it be? This villa was highly secluded, known only to his driver and bodyguard. Both had served him for years and never disturbed him. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more rhythmic knocks. Staring at the door crafted from precious wood, a chill seeped in through the gap. Huang Renjing grabbed his phone to message the bodyguard and driver downstairs, but both the Wi-Fi and mobile signals were dead. Sizzle. Sizzle. Bang. The crystal chandelier above flickered a few times before exploding, raining shards down upon them, eliciting screams from Ling Cece. Shut the hell up. Huang Renjing slammed a fist into Ling Cece, sending her sprawling to the floor with her hair in disarray. She gritted her teeth, daring not to make another sound. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside was patient, knocking once more. Huang Renjing's eyelid twitched. He crept out of bed, using his fingerprint to open a nearby drawer, revealing a pistol within. Go open the door. Gun in hand, Huang Renjing commanded Ling Cece in a low voice. In the darkness, her body seemed to tremble, but she obediently climbed off the bed. She knew that while danger lurked outside, if she remained still, Huang Renjing would bare his fangs before the stranger made a move. Ling Cece stumbled toward the wooden door, her pale, delicate hand gripping the handle. An icy cold seeped into her limbs, and a shudder of primal terror. In that moment, regret flooded her. She regretted making such a choice. Not only losing her dignity, but now seeing her most precious life itself hanging by a thread. Open the damn door. Huang Renjing's suppressed roar echoed again in the room. Ling Cece flinched. In her daze, the wooden door seemed to warp, transforming into a gaping-mouthed demon, mocking the woman with one foot already in hell. Click! The wooden door swung inward. Huang Renjing's finger rested on the trigger, his beady rat-like eyes fixed on the entrance. At last, the door stood fully open. Under the flickering light from the corridor, the two saw what lay beyond. Nothing. Ling Cece exhaled in relief. She couldn't fathom why the door was empty despite the knocking, but as she turned back, she beheld a sight that froze her blood. Like a cascade of rose petals, a blood-colored dawn bloomed in the faint light. In an instant the dawn vanished into darkness, and simultaneously a pig-like shriek shattered the villa's silence. Ah, my hand, my hand. Huang Renjing's entire body of flab quivered, his tyrant's not-straight face twisted in agony. His arm was severed clean at the shoulder, blood spraying forth and forming a canopy-like shape a step away. No. More accurately, something invisible to them had been there all along, its outline revealed only by the blood drenching it. Ling Cece had no idea what it was. She retreated, trembling, her hands touching the doorframe. If she could just escape, perhaps she would be safe. That was her thought as she stepped out with her right leg naked. But a sudden immense force yanked her waist, shattering her last hope. Thump! Ling Cece crashed onto the expensive silk carpet. Before she could lift her head, a familiar voice slowly crept into her ears. Long time no see, Ling Cece. Who are you? Ling Cece stared in terror at the blood-covered protrusion. She couldn't fathom why she was connected to such a bizarre and horrifying entity. So it's you wretched woman. Huang Renjing roared in agony. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, smashing his head against the floor. Sir, if you have a grudge against this bitch, I have nothing to do with her. We have no. Ag. Huang Renjing's words were cut short, replaced by even more harrowing screams. The corridor light flickered on, and Ling Cece saw his other arm bent backward at an unnatural angle, white bone jutting through the flesh. Have you forgotten my voice so quickly, Ling Cece? The chill in that voice made her shiver uncontrollably. Ling Cece racked her memory, and finally a name struck her mind like a thunderbolt. Chen Mo. You're Chen Mo. Ling Cece's pupils dilated in terror, losing focus. Her body trembled as she refused to believe the answer. Have finally remembered. A soft laugh, and then the monster emerged from beneath the blood. Ling Cece's mouth fell open, a scream caught in her throat, strangled by sheer horror into silence. What in the world was this thing? A lizard-like lower body topped with a beetle-like torso, forelimbs like mantis blades, and a massive tongue lashing out from its mouth to coil tightly around her waist. Then those forelimbs slowly rose. No. Chen Mo, I was wrong. I don't know why I did this, but believe me, I still love you. Yes, that's it. It was that fat pig who forced me. I beg you, please, you used to love me so much, forgive me just this once. All right. The voice in her ears made Ling Cece fall silent instantly. Staring at the grotesque creature, she asked incredulously, really? Of course. Say, do you remember what happened in that alley that day? That was all. It's fine. I'm not petty. You hit me once, I'll hit you back once. Fair, isn't it? So. One. Crack. A sharp pain shot through Ling Cece's finger. Her right pinky was crushed completely in an instant. Before she could react, Chen Mo calmly uttered the next word too. This time it was her ring finger. Ling Cece finally understood the meaning of fairness. Then amidst her anguished wails and pleas, that flat voice sounded again. 3. Phew, it's really cold today. Pushing open the door, Li Lifeng immediately shrugged his shoulders and took off his soaked jacket. The dark clouds that had shrouded the city for over a week finally could no longer hold back, unleashing a torrential downpour. On such a rainy day, it would have been pure bliss to lie at home, invite a couple of friends over, and feast on a hot pot. He had intended to do just that, but a gruesome murder case of unspeakable cruelty shattered all his plans. How's it going? Xiaowan, buried in case files, looked up and said casually, the hot water's just boiled. Help yourself. Li Lifeng shook his head and poured himself a cup of hot water. I've been in this line of work for years, read through countless major case files, but the brutality of this one. It's beyond words. Tell me about it. Xiaowan became intrigued, setting down the stapler and pen. There are 4 victims in total. After investigation, one is the villa owner Huang Renjing, nicknamed Yellow Tiger. Another is Ling Cece, a third-year student at Yangda University. The 2 in the hallway are Huang Renjing's bodyguard and driver. Their deaths were simple, cut open by a sharp weapon through the abdomen and neck. As for Huang Renjing and Ling Cece, Li Lifeng paused, first taking a sip of hot water, as if to dispel the chill from his heart, then continued. All their bones were shattered, and then the bodies were chopped into countless pieces of minced flesh. Hiss. That must be some serious hatred for those 2. Any clues? Xiaowan gasped, unable to imagine the horrific scene. The perpetrator left no fingerprints or footprints. We found many hidden cameras in the house. Checking the victims' computers and phones, we discovered numerous indecent videos of him with young women. Li Lifeng sighed and continued, but on the night of the crime, all the cameras that were originally working malfunctioned. No footage, and the audio was just static, impossible to make out. Seems like the perpetrator planned this for a long time. But the neighbors around that area should have outdoor cameras. Did any of them catch? Xiaowan asked. We checked. Except for one empty house with no power, we reviewed all the footage from the other 5 residences. Nothing was captured. From the time of the crime to a month prior, no one entered the villa except the 4 victims and 2 cleaners. The last time the cleaners were there was 7 days ago. They discovered the scene and reported it. The first to discover the scene often They were hired by Huang Renjing to clean on a fixed schedule every week. Could there be any blind spots in the surveillance? It's all here. Li Lifeng pulled a portable hard drive from his pocket. All the footage is copied here. The rest of the team is still at the scene. Captain Qian told me to come back and review it carefully. 5 houses a month's worth of footage. How long will that take you? What else can I do? Whatever the boss says goes. Maybe there's some overlooked evidence at the scene and the case might be solved before I even find anything. By the way, your husband Lao Wang is doing the autopsy. Want to go take a look at the bodies? They're like minced meat. I've never seen anything chopped that fine. No thanks, I'll have nightmares. You really don't wish me well. I'm sorting through the case files anyway, so it'll work over time with you. Have you eaten? I'm too nauseated to eat. Li Lifeng said, clutching his still twitching stomach. Just at the scene, he had vomited 2 or 3 times. The appetite was the last thing he had. You need to toughen up your mental resilience. You can't go without food, you'll collapse. Choose between chicken mushroom stew and braised beef. Sis, can you get me some vegetables? Are you thinking too much? There are only 2 boxes left. Pick one. Xiaowan took 2 round containers from the drawer under her desk. Li Lifeng looked closely and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Instant noodles? What else? Hurry up and soak them. I haven't eaten. Got it on it. Li Lifeng quickly prepared the instant noodles. He claimed to have no appetite, but when the aroma hit him, his empty stomach let out a couple of growls. He ate the noodles while watching the sped-up surveillance footage from the beginning. Not long after, the office door was pushed open. Lao Wang, are you done over there? Li Lifeng lifted his eyelids. Li Lifeng raised his eyes. For now, yes. The 2 dismembered bodies have been confirmed as Huang Renjing and Ling Cici, consistent with the IDs at the scene. Time of death is about 20 hours ago, matching the time the cameras malfunctioned. Additionally, we found several drug components in the victims' bodies, 2 types of aphrodisiacs, and unknown substances with hemostatic and deep nerve sedative effects. In the office, only Li Lifeng and Xiaowan were present. The former was his high school classmate, the latter his girlfriend, so there was no need to hide anything. Hemostatic and deep sedation. Yes. The exact components haven't been analyzed yet, but that's the effect. In short, the killer used these drugs to prolong the victim's suffering during the dismemberment and bone crushing, making them endure greater agony. Lao Wang rubbed his temples and said to Xiaowan, "He'll continue analyzing later. You can go home once you're done here." With that, Lao Wang left the office. Li Lifeng reconstructed the crime scene in his mind. The killer injecting drugs, torturing the victims bit by bit, and couldn't help but shiver, grinding his teeth in dread. After going through something like that, can the killer still sleep? Eat. Boss, 2 more plates of lamb. In a simply decorated hot pot restaurant, Chen Mo and Yuan Jie sat in a corner. On the rack beside the table, more than a dozen plates were stacked. Given their appetites, they would have been stuffed long ago, and Yuan Jie indeed was, but Chen Mo showed no signs of stopping. You're eating too much. Can your stomach handle it? Yuan Jie asked worriedly. I don't know. I'm just really hungry. Can't get full. Chen Mo said 9 words while stuffing 2 more bites of meat into his mouth, looking like a starving ghost reborn. Probably the effect of the hive. A few days ago, his appetite had started to grow. If he ate to his fill, he could consume 3 or 4 people's portions. He didn't plan to eat his fill at the hot pot place. That would be too expensive. Slow down, nobody's fighting you for it. By the way, why the sudden treat? Do you have enough money? Yuan Jie lit a cigarette. The citywide smoking ban in public places had been in effect for a while, but in a small shop like this, no one cared. I'm spending money alone now, so it's enough. Chen Mo smiled. You're over it? Yuan Jie asked cautiously. Chen Mo's smile didn't seem forced. Before, though he claimed not to care, there was a constant gloom around him. This time, it was truly genuine. Over what? I can't stop living because of something like that. Chen Mo lowered his head and ate ravenously, hiding the gleam in his eyes. That's right. Yuan Jie raised his glass, clinked it with Chen Mo's, and downed it in one go. He admitted that this self-deception was suffocating, but they were just ordinary people. What could they do but seethe in anger? You can't just kill the scumbag and his mistress, can you? After a hearty meal, the 2 parted ways at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. The pouring rain had turned into a light drizzle, too trivial to warrant an umbrella, yet enough to dampen clothes. If they waited a little longer, perhaps it would stop. Light rain always gives people this illusion. Chen Mo glanced at the weather forecast. The rain would likely continue until around 3 in the morning. So he gave up waiting at the hot pot restaurant entrance and stepped into the rain. There were not many pedestrians on the street. A few small stalls set up large umbrellas waiting for customers. Following the familiar path back to the basement, Chen Mo observed for a while at the door, confirming no one was nearby. He opened the door, slipped inside, and closed it behind him. Several tentacles immediately reached out like a dog that sticks out its tongue when its owner comes home. The room was pitch black, and the only small window that let in light was also pasted over with newspaper. Chen Mo walked to the bed where the tentacles coiled and lay down without any hesitation. An extremely soft sensation immediately came from his back. The hive was not as hard as it appeared. Its texture was actually very good, far more comfortable than the cheap hard mattress before. His consciousness entered the hive's interior, and Chen Mo began to check resources as usual. The cockroach genes have increased a little. Since the hive appeared in the room, Chen Mo had never seen the cockroaches that were previously impossible to kill cleanly. With the current amount of cockroach genes, he could already improve them, producing cockroaches with stronger reproductive ability, larger size, faster flight speed, and more tenacious vitality. If anyone ever offended him, he would throw a few modified cockroaches into that person's room. Chen Mo couldn't help but conjure up a fool and malicious idea. Guji. At this moment, some movement came from beside him. Chen Mo opened his eyes and saw that it was the pseudo-insect lying beside him. With one hand, he easily lifted the nearly 50-kilogram pseudo-insect and placed it on his body, stroking its ferocious little head. In recent days, many changes had occurred in Chen Mo's body, not to mention the increased appetite. The pseudo-insect, which appeared extremely ferocious in others' eyes, seemed somewhat cute in his eyes. A mother never thinks her child is ugly. Chen Mo inexplicably thought of this saying. If it was really in terms of race, this little creature could barely be considered his child, or perhaps an avatar. Besides the willpower issue, the most obvious change was his physical fitness. Chen Mo, who had been doing manual labor for years, had decent physical fitness, but it was only decent. Systematically trained bodyguards outperformed him in every aspect. However, ever since he had the hive, he felt his strength growing, and all the minor ailments he used to have disappeared. Chen Mo raised his hand into the air, touching the void of darkness. An unknown fear loomed over the ceiling. Lost, afraid, panicked. What will I become in the end? Chen Mo murmured to himself. The hive's language ability was almost non-existent, and biological signals could only convey simple information. This was destined to be a question without an answer. But Chen Mo clenched his fist tightly. He didn't want to give up this opportunity. Completely entrusting himself to the hive might bring disaster, but the worst outcome was just death. Having experienced recent events, Chen Mo deeply understood that poverty was more terrifying than death. He was like a lowly caterpillar. Now that he had the chance to pupate, how could he give up? In any case, I have to find a way to make money. Chen Mo lowered his hand, placed it on his forehead, and stared blankly into the darkness. When it comes to the Zerg in the cosmic, or anyone slightly familiar could immediately list a few big labels. The endless sea of Zerg, numbering in the hundreds of billions, extremely fast reproduction, and army building speed, gene integration, and evolution that seem to have no limits, constantly breaking through biological ceilings, a cosmic-level calamity. However, for the current Chen Mo, the Zerg needed to shed all those labels. He had fantasized about becoming a hegemon of the universe, but all of that was too far away. Genes needed to be collected, resources needed to be collected, and army building was out of the question. Gene collection required consuming a large number of plants and animals. Although resources were relatively easy to obtain, if he consumed a large area of surrounding land, it would quickly attract the attention of relevant authorities. Chen Mo hadn't delusionally thought that he could fight against humanity with the current Zerg. Make money, still make money. But where to make money? With the pseudo-insect. According to its characteristics, it could be a killer or a burglar without any problem, but he had no channels or platforms. If he could drop the hive into the seabed, consuming seawater and marine life, it would certainly not be discovered in a short time. On the surface, it seemed like a good idea, but the reality was difficult. Yanghua City was an inland city. There was no sea nearby, not even a river. The nearest river was nearly 30 kilometers from Chen Mo's residence. The hive's actual size was much larger than it appeared. It just hid most of its body underground. If he dug a tunnel all the way, not to mention the speed issue, the leftover tunnel would be a potential hazard that couldn't be ignored. If he relied on a vehicle, even large trucks couldn't hold it, let alone ordinary vehicles. Alas, Chen Mo sighed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the messy matters. Soon waves of drowsiness surged up, quickly drowning him in dreamland. Squeak, squeak. The pseudo-insect suddenly screeched twice, but Chen Mo didn't hear it. The insect slowly crawled off the bed, replaced by more tentacles. Like a person shivering, the tentacles trembled, and tiny hair-like buds emerged densely on their surface. The tentacles wrapped around Chen Mo, and the buds pierced into his skin along with them. Buzz. The tentacles glowed with a dim, purple light. As they writhed, the special genes stored within the hive slowly infused into Chen Mo's body. Boss, 4 baskets of beef buns, 2 to go, and a bowl of porridge. Chen Mo lifted the curtain of the bun shop and called out to the owner, who was kneading dough. Sure, coming right up. Chen Mo sat by the door, pouring some dipping sauce into a small dish. This was his usual bun shop. The taste wasn't exceptional, but it was cheap and generous in portion. The owner soon brought over 2 steaming baskets of small buns and set 2 more boxes aside. Chen Mo stuffed buns into his mouth while flipping through job listings sent by an agency on his phone. He had no steady job. Given his education and circumstances, landing a stable, high-paying position was nearly impossible, and his personality wasn't suited for sales. Most of the time he took day labor gigs, and when there were none he delivered food. Flexible, convenient, and quick cash, especially for jobs that took only 6 or 7 hours, allowing him to work double. Chen Mo wolfed down the buns in a few mouthfuls, paid the bill, and left with the other 2 boxes. Outside, he finished those quickly as well, tossing the empty containers into the trash bin. Given his appetite, even the 2 baskets he ate inside, plus the 2 boxes, weren't enough to fill him. He didn't eat more at the shop simply because he worried his enormous appetite might draw attention. As the saying goes, the more guilty one feels, the more paranoid one becomes. If it were just a matter of a big appetite, Chen Mo would have no reason to hide it, but now he instinctively kept it under wraps. On his way to the day labor job, he bought a few more steamed buns and a large bottle of water, squatting by the roadside to eat, ignoring the stares of passers-by. Why is it so itchy? Chen Mo scratched his lower back. Since waking up that morning, a persistent itch had been bothering him. He checked in the mirror at home, but saw nothing unusual. He scratched harder a few times, and the itch subsided. Discarding the empty water bottle, he arrived at the worksite. Today's job was loading and unloading goods. The pay for loading work was directly proportional to the amount done. After 3 hours of heavy lifting, he had a boxed lunch for midday, then bought 5 large steamed buns from a stall to barely fill his stomach. The afternoon shift was much lighter than the morning, though the pay was correspondingly lower. By the time he collected his wages, dusk had fallen. Due to the heavy rain a few days earlier, a chilly wind swept from the ground. Chen Mo didn't feel cold, but he still instinctively tightened his clothes. Just then someone brushed past and accidentally bumped into him. Sorry. The man quickly apologized and tried to leave without waiting for a response. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the man's hand and pulled it out. Inside was Chen Mo's phone. In his youth, Chen Mo had undergone similar training. Though he never put it into practice, no one could pick his pocket that easily. Bro, big bro, it's all a misunderstanding. The man kept his head down, babbling incessantly to lull Chen Mo into letting his guard down so he could break free. If it were the old Chen Mo, the man might have escaped. But after his physical abilities had been enhanced, running away was nothing short of a pipe dream. Feeling Chen Mo's grip tighten, the man muttered a curse, glanced around, and soon several people closed in. Give back your phone, let go, and pretend this never happened. Emboldened by his accomplices, the man threatened in a low voice. His voice was peculiar. Even through the mask, it was extremely shrill, and the last syllable rose in pitch, which struck Chen Mo as oddly familiar. Looking at the few strands of hair curling forward on the back of the man's head, a long-forgotten nickname surfaced in Chen Mo's mind, Weimauer. Hearing his nickname, Weimauer jerked his head up, scrutinized Chen Mo for a long moment, and said incredulously, monkey. Chen Mo shrugged in acknowledgement. Back then the criminal den was raided and the ringleaders were sentenced to death. But many children like Chen Mo remained. Those too young to have committed crimes were sent to welfare institutions, while those slightly older, who had already stolen on the streets, were sent to reform schools, locked up for a few years before release. Some turned over a new leaf, others fell back into their old ways. Weimauer was 5 years older than Chen Mo. In the den he had been Chen Mo's squad leader. The last time they met was when Weimauer was being shoved into a police car. For his more serious offenses, he was reportedly sentenced to 5 years. What the hell is this? Weimauer slapped his forehead in astonishment. Didn't you leave Yanhua City long ago? I never left. But you still in this line of work? Chen Mo took the phone Weimauer handed him. It's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. Weimauer looked up, and the few men silently dispersed back into the crowd, searching for their next target. He led Chen Mo to a nearby alley. Hey, look at you now. So muscular, nothing like before. Weimauer said, marveling. Have you been doing this ever since you left that place? Chen Mo asked. No choice, I've got no other skills. Weimauer admitted without hesitation. Aren't you afraid he'll rat you out to the cops? You know this trade. Even if I get caught, they won't keep me long. Besides, it's practically my second home. If you're not afraid of future trouble, go ahead and spill. Weimauer pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and Chen Mo's eyebrow twitched. That pack cost nearly 200 yuan, more than a week's living expenses for him. Stole a phone yesterday and swiped a pack of cigarettes. That guy was loaded. Want one? Weimauer raised the pack. No thanks, bro. I'm not used to those. Chen Mo refused and took out his own cigarettes. He wouldn't dare smoke anything from these people. There was no telling what might be in them. Suit yourself. Weimauer didn't insist. He lit a cigarette and began blowing smoke rings. What have you been doing for work lately? Just manual labor. I didn't finish high school, so no one wants me. Chen Mo said with a self-deprecating laugh. Honestly, if this were ancient times, with your talent, you'd be at least a master thief. What a waste. Weimauer clicked his tongue. He wasn't joking. Back then, among more than 20 kids and some old hands, Chen Mo had the highest aptitude. That's why Weimauer remembered him so vividly. But it's not the right path. Chen Mo shook his head. Right path, wrong path. Who cares how you earn your money in this society? Why not come back? They'll take you under my wing again. Weimauer said. Bro, let's talk later. Chen Mo sighed and stubbed out his cigarette. Fine, take your time to think it over. Weimauer didn't press further, but finally added, "Hey, race the deal if you decide come find me here. If you happen to pick up anything valuable, I can handle it too. Don't overthink it. You're killing yourself with this manual labor, and how much can you really make?" After leaving the alley, Chen Mo did not take Weimauer's words to heart. Indeed, with the pseudo-insecticide's capabilities and the magnetic field barrier of the mother nest, engaging in acts like theft would almost certainly go undetected, but he could not trust Weimauer. If that fellow were ever caught and implicated him, it would become exceedingly troublesome. Chen Mo bought another basket of steamed buns and a lottery ticket before returning home. As usual, he soothed the mother nest, checked the resource status, sat on a sofa woven from tentacles, and munched on a bun while pondering his next move. In truth, Chen Mo had already abandoned the so-called conquest of the universe. A dream too unrealistic, even more improbable than winning the lottery. The mother nest could not produce the miraculous units from the game. Both genes and resources were in dire shortage. Moreover, if Chen Mo had power and influence to easily acquire resources, it would be one thing, but his starting point was far too low. With the universe conquest plan shelved, the question returned to the original one. Could he use the existence of the mother nest to improve his living conditions? If there were a way to open a waste treatment plant, it would likely save a lot of costs. After all, the mother nest was indiscriminate, devouring anything, which would be to her own benefit. But with the meager money in his pocket, it was still a fantasy. Sigh, why is it getting itchier? Chen Mo scratched his lower back vigorously. This time the strange sensation under his fingertips made his entire body stiffen. It was nothing like human skin, more like cracked scales. Cold, slippery, and hard. Chen Mo's fingers moved downward, touching the edge of the scales, and he pried at them forcefully. The scales remained firmly adhered to his skin. He rushed to the bathroom in panic, and when he took off his shirt and saw his back in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed by uncontrollable fear and dread. It was the same substance as the skin of the mother nest's tentacles, about the size of 2 palms, tightly attached to the lower back. A flat tentacle clung to his spine, slowly writhing. What was happening? Fear and horror intertwined, surging wildly in Chen Mo's mind. He was certain that this damned thing was related to the mother nest, but what exactly was it? He threw himself onto the mother nest like a madman, immersing his consciousness into it, trying to find out what was attached to him. But after searching thoroughly, he found no clue. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden urgent knock on the door. Chen Mo turned his head, his face still bearing traces of madness and terror. "Hide," Chen Mo said softly, and the mother nest immediately retracted all its tentacles, which slightly eased his nerves. At least it still obeyed his commands. He opened the door to find 2 police officers outside. They first showed their badges to Chen Mo, then said, "Are you Mr. Chen Mo?" "Yes, that's me. What's the matter?" Chen Mo replied in as steady a voice as he could manage. He was not surprised by the police's arrival. "We need to ask you some questions. Please cooperate." "Okay. Please come to the station with us for a statement." Can I ask what happened?" Chen Mo put on a look of concern and fear. It required no pretense, because the mysterious creature clinging to his body was the truest source of his psychological turmoil at that moment. "Don't worry, it's just a minor matter. Come with us first." "Okay, wait a moment. He'll grab a jacket." The police car was parked outside. It was rush hour with many people lingering nearby. Chen Mo was taken into the car and driven to the police station, which was located near the bustling downtown area. At the entrance, he saw Yuan Jie, whose expression was complicated but clearly showed relief. Chen Mo got out of the car, and they exchanged glances. Yuan Jie shrugged and mouthed that he would wait outside. The statement was taken in a very simple room with only 3 chairs and a table. The 2 officers who brought Chen Mo in left. Inside the room, 2 other officers motioned for Chen Mo to sit in the chair opposite them. After verifying his basic information, they produced 2 photographs. "Do you recognize these 2? The questioner was a middle-aged policeman with messy hair and an unkempt beard. During the questioning, his eyelids would slowly close, then snap open sharply, as if he hadn't slept well for days. Chen Mo's gaze fell on the photos. Unsurprisingly, they were Huang Renjing and Ling Cixi. "I do." Chen Mo clenched his fists. Seeing this, the man immediately pressed on the 6th. "Did you have a conflict with them?" Chen Mo closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and responded with a nasal The 2 officers did not resent Chen Mo's attitude. They had already investigated the matter thoroughly, and the relationship between the 3 was quite clear. Putting themselves in his shoes, they reckoned their own behavior would not be much better. "What did you do after that?" "Worked, earned money," Chen Mo replied sullenly. "Between the 7th and the 26th, while delivering food, you followed Ling Cixi every day." "What were you trying to do?" the younger officer asked loudly. "Nothing. Coincidence." Chen Mo turned his head away, looking impatient. Chen Mo knew he was suspicious. He had plenty of motive and had actually carried out stalking, but so what? Although the police had gathered much evidence, he had stopped following after the 26th. The deaths occurred on the 11th of the following month, a long gap. Moreover, on the day of the incident, Chen Mo had no time to go to the villa area. Finally, Chen Mo left the police station. Holding the statement, the young officer said, "Bro, are we just letting him go? He has a clear motive." According to the evidence, Chen Mo has a solid alibi. For now, we can only conclude that he might have had the idea of killing them, but it was just an idea. Even if we nail him for stalking as preparation for a crime, it's at most criminal preparation. And there are far too many people who wanted to kill Huang Renjing. The middle-aged policeman said helplessly, "Bring in the next person." Yes. Outside the police station, Yuan Jia was squatting across the street, holding a cigarette. When he saw Chen Mo come out, he immediately waved. Yuan Jia massaged his numb leg, limped over, and asked excitedly, "Did they ask you about Huang Renjing and Ling Si? You too, huh?" "Yeah. Don't know what happened, but from what they said, they probably kicked the bucket." "Serves them right." Yuan Jia, "Alright, whether they're dead or not doesn't matter much to us." Chen Mo smiled. "That's not right. Anyway, are you still doing day labor?" Chen Mo nodded. "Why don't you come work with me? Our company is hiring. Lots of work. The boss is an idiot, but the pay is..." Yuan Jia said. "Does your company hire people with only a middle school education?" Chen Mo pointed at himself. "It's fine. Just put down some ordinary university on your resume. HR is my buddy, and I know him. Unless it's a high-level position or a real talent, they won't do a background check for small fry like us. Just come directly tomorrow." Yuan Jia patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. "Stop doing day labor. It's okay now, but when you get a bit older, all the problems will catch up. You're just trading your body for money. Find a stable job." Seeing the concern in Yuan Jia's eyes, Chen Mo felt a warmth in his heart. Yuan Jia always tried to lend him a hand whenever he was slightly better off. They were not related originally, just classmates, and even once when they were playing in the river, if not for Yuan Jia, Chen Mo would have been 6 feet under long ago. This debt of gratitude was too heavy to repay. The two casually found an open-air stall and had some beer, but Yuan Jia could clearly sense that Chen Mo was not in high spirits, somewhat distracted. He assumed it was because of Ling Sisi and didn't think much of it. After a few bottles of beer, he urged Chen Mo to definitely come for the interview, and then they parted ways. Yuan Jia walked back to his rented apartment. It was a one-bedroom, one-living-room unit with a very small living room. In the corner stood a single spring bed, quite worn out with rust stains visible on the parts not covered by the bedding. Whenever his mother came to visit him in the city, he would sleep on the small bed in the living room. Yuan's mother wanted him to stay in the more comfortable bedroom, but Yuan's mother was in poor health. Just like Chen Mo, Yuan Jia also had a tragic childhood. He often asked himself whether his constant care for Chen Mo was because he saw his own reflection in him. He couldn't remember his father's face. When he was 1 year old, his father was swindled out of his entire fortune and drunkenly fell into a river, leaving behind a mountain of debt before passing away. His mother had always been frail, but she still shouldered the burden of the family with all her might, which only worsened her health. Yuan Jia's dream was to settle down in the city and then bring his mother over to enjoy a comfortable life. "You're back." A woman in her late 40s sat on a chair dressed in simple clothes. Time had left its marks on her face, but one could still discern traces of her former beauty, as she must have been a great beauty in her youth. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?" "I told you it's nothing. I just ran into Xiao Mo, so I came back a bit late." Yuan Jia couldn't help complaining. "It's hard for old people to fall asleep." Yuan's mother smiled, then handed him a bowl of hot soup. "Drink this before you sleep." "It's fine, Mom, don't worry about me. I have another freelance job to finish. Gil sleep after I'm done." Yuan Jia took off his coat and shoes and turned on the computer in the living room. Relying solely on his salary, buying a house was far too distant. Yuan Jia often took on side jobs. As long as it didn't affect his work, his boss didn't mind much. This was the main reason he tolerated his boss. Yuan's mother walked over to Yuan Jia, watching him work with a sense of awe, then looked at his graying hair and sighed. "It's all my fault. I'm old and useless." "Mom, please don't say that. If it weren't for me, your illness wouldn't have." "All right, let's not talk about that. What exactly happened at the police station?" Yuan's mother changed the subject. "Speaking of that, it makes me angry. You already know about what happened between Xiao Mo and that Ling Sisi. Who knows what happened this time?" Yuan Jia cursed first, then repeated the details of his visit to the police station. Yuan's mother sighed repeatedly. "Xiao Mo is also... The road ahead is long, things will get better," Yuan Jia said with a complex tone, unsure whether he was referring to Chen Mo or himself. "Mom, go back to sleep. They'll be done soon. Get some rest early." Yuan's mother returned to her room. In the cramped living room, only the sound of keyboard clacking. The next morning when Yuan Jia opened his eyes, his mother had already prepared breakfast. Glancing at the bank balance, he clenched his fist. After breakfast, he walked his mother to the park downstairs for a stroll, then squeezed onto the morning bus, took half an hour to get to work, poured a cup of hot water, sent a message to Chen Mo reminding him not to forget the interview, and began his busy day. The entire morning passed. Yuan Jia finally took a break from his busy work and realized that Chen Mo hadn't replied to his message. Yuan Jia sent another message, put his phone in his pocket, and went to the public cafeteria downstairs for lunch. Yuan Jia worked at a small company that shared an office floor with 2 other companies. The cafeteria downstairs wasn't owned by any company, It was a private contractor with reasonable prices. Many people had their meals there. At the next table, a few colleagues were talking loudly about national affairs and policies. Yuan Jie sneered and didn't bother to join in. He glanced at the unread message on his phone, growing increasingly puzzled. Chen Mo was never one to sleep in. Although they had drunk a bit last night, those few bottles were nothing for Chen Mo. Had something happen? Buzz. Just then his phone vibrated. Chen Mo had replied, "My phone broke, just got it fixed." So that was it. Yuan Jie breathed a sigh of relief and typed, "Are you coming for the interview this afternoon?" "Something came up. Let's do it another time." "What happened?" "Need my help." "No, it's nothing serious. I need to go out for a while. They'll treat you to drinks when I'm back." "All right, take care." Yuan Jie finished his meal in a few bites and went back upstairs. While the other two companies were still on lunch break, he plunged back in a heavy lunch break. "Break my ass. Work." Yuan Jie suppressed his bitterness, brewed a cup of free instant coffee, and buried himself in hard labor. 3 days later, staring at the read but no triplet messages on his phone, Yuan Jie frowned deeply. He had a nagging feeling something was wrong. He checked Chen Mo's social account. The IP address was still in Yanhua City, and the daily step count was only a few. Wasn't he supposed to be out? So I'll go check on him after work. Drip, drip, drip. In a dark, damp basement, Chen Mo wrapped himself in tentacles, staring blankly at his phone. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, it's Happiness Steamed Bun Shop. Leave it at the door." Hearing the extremely hoarse voice from inside, the girl responded, placed the steamed buns at the door, then ran to the edge of the corridor, secretly observing the situation. The owner of this room ordered 50 steamed buns every day by phone. Her shop's buns were particularly large. An ordinary person would be full after one. But this person ordered 3 times a day, and it had been going on for 3 days, always asking to leave them at the door. She was extremely curious about what was inside. After a few minutes, the door creaked open. A pale-faced man poked his head out, looked around, and reached out to grab the plastic bag of buns. Were those tattoos? The man's entire arm, as well as his neck and chest, were covered in black-purple patterns. Just then the man suddenly looked her way. The girl's heart tightened, and she ran off without looking back. She vaguely saw that the man's tattoos seemed to move. Had he noticed her? Chen Mo pressed his lips together. It couldn't be helped. Buying over 100 buns every day from an ordinary family would arouse anyone's curiosity. But he had no choice. This was the only steamed bun shop nearby. If he switched to other food, he couldn't afford it. Chen Mo leaned against the door, looking at the pitch-black room, and suddenly 2 streams of clear tears fell. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Knock, knock, knock. Just then the knocking came again. Strange, could I have guessed wrong? Yuan Jie stood outside the door, knocking several times, but there was no response from inside. Ring, ring. At that moment the phone rang. Yuan Jie took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. What did you say? Yuan Jie's pupils constricted and his breathing became rapid. Which hospital? Okay, I understand. Thank you, I'll head over now. Thank you. Before he could even hang up, Yuan Jie rushed out of the corridor. The closed door creaked open and the fake insecticide that had been following the girl from the steamed bun shop sneaked in. The girl was merely curious and didn't realize anything was wrong, so Chen Mo didn't act, and thus overheard the conversation between Yuan Jie and the person on the phone. Kilo University Medical School. Chen Mo muttered to himself twice, then looked at the extended-length coat he had bought online. Kilo University Medical School, directly affiliated with Kilo University, boasts a strong faculty and is one of the top hospitals in all of Yanhua City and even across the entire province. Yuan Jie got out of the taxi, carelessly tossed a bill, and for the first time said, "Keep the change," before rushing frantically into the hospital. Outside the emergency room, a woman about his age was sitting on a chair waiting. Seeing Yuan Jie run in, she stood up and asked, "Yuan Jie?" "Yes, it's me." Thank you so much." Yuan Jie panted breathlessly. Don't worry. Auntie is already in the emergency room. She was brought in very quickly, so there shouldn't be any problems." The woman comforted him. "May I ask what happened?" Yuan Jie finally caught his breath. "Okay, but let me make it clear first. I didn't knock her down. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I just want to know what happened." Seeing the woman suddenly become wary, even though he was extremely anxious, Yuan Jie couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. The woman recounted the general situation. She was on her way to buy groceries after work when Yuan Jie's mother, who was walking ahead, suddenly collapsed. She immediately called an ambulance. Afraid that Yuan Jie wouldn't believe her, she emphasized, "There are surveillance cameras in the grocery store. I'm not lying. I know, don't worry." Yuan Jie asked for the woman's name. Coincidentally, she also had the surname Yuan, named Yuan Yuyu. After expressing his gratitude again, Yuan Jie returned the money she had advanced and insisted on getting her phone number, intending to properly thank her later. "All right, then I'll be going now. Hey, thank you so much for this." After Yuan Yuyu left, Yuan Jie paced restlessly in the corridor. After a long while, the emergency room door opened and a doctor came out. Yuan Jie immediately rushed over, extremely anxious. "Doctor, are you a family member of the patient?" Her son, come with me. The doctor led Yuan Jie to his office, gestured for him to sit, and then said, your mother is temporarily out of life-threatening danger. She will likely wake up in about half an hour. Yuan Jie's heart, which had been in his throat, relaxed a little, but then tightened again. Doctor, what do you mean by temporarily? Your mother's condition is fulminant myocarditis, which is not very common in this age group. She was brought in very timely, so she is temporarily out of danger. However, she requires ongoing treatment. This episode has also triggered other complications and organ failure, so she needs to be observed for some time. Most importantly, we have also detected cancerous symptoms in the patient's lungs. The doctor said, cancer. Yuan Jie stood up abruptly. The patient doesn't smoke, does she? Has she been exposed to dust over a long period? Shouldn't have. Yuan Jie was about to say no, but suddenly paused and muttered, when I was in high school, Mom secretly went to work at a small cement factory without telling me. But it was only for 4 months. Later that factory was shut down. That was 4 or 5 years ago. Doctor, could it be a mistake? The doctor shook his head. Yuan Jie's eyes stung, and he lowered his head, clenching his fists. After a long while, he asked in a hoarse voice, Doctor, if I get timely treatment, will there be serious aftereffects? I can only say there is a possibility. Your mother's body is in very poor condition. She should have come for a checkup earlier. As for the cancer, we need to confirm it further. Doctor, roughly how much will it cost? Does your mother have medical insurance? Yes, but just the basic kind. You should go ahead and handle the admission procedures. Although the insurance will cover some, your mother has too many conditions to treat. Preliminary estimates suggest at least several $100,000. In short, the more you prepare, the better. I understand. Yuan Jie stumbled out of the office. Yuan's mother was wheeled out of the emergency room, still unconscious, and taken to the ICU. Looking at his mother's face, Yuan Jie's eyes and nose burned with sorrow. He didn't remember how he managed to go downstairs to handle the admission. After everything was done, he sat on the steps outside the hospital, blowing in the cold wind, his gaze vacant. Several $100,000. Where could he get that much money? All his savings were kept with his mother, amounting to less than $100,000. Although there was a house in his hometown, it was in a remote rural area worth very little. Selling it could bring at most a few tens of thousands. At best, even if he borrowed from colleagues, he could scrape together just over $200,000. But according to the doctor, that was far from enough. Yuan Jie tore at his hair, feeling utterly hopeless. Why did a bolt from the blue have to strike just when everything was heading in the right direction? He couldn't accept his mother's death. He couldn't even bear to imagine it. His mother had worked hard for half her life and had never enjoyed a single day of comfort. If it weren't for him, the debts would have been paid off much earlier, and she wouldn't have had to secretly work at the cement factory for a meager bonus, knowing it was unsafe. Yuan Jie sat on the steps and smoked half a pack of cigarettes, then returned to the hospital like a walking corpse. Crack, crack, crack. No one noticed the faint sounds descending the steps until they reached the hospital wall outside, where Chen Mo, fully covered in clothing, sat on the ground. Several $100,000. Just as Yuan Jie knew Chen Mo also knew Yuan Jie well. A huge sum like that was enough to crush this already miserable family. Chen Mo extended his hand, staring silently at the strange creature covering it. Perhaps becoming like this was the opportunity heaven had given him to repay a debt of gratitude. Chen Mo, do you have any money? Even through the phone, Chen Mo could detect the tremor in Yuan Jie's voice. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Yuan Jie would never have turned to him. How much do you need? I don't know. How much? How much do you still have? A few thousand. They'll transfer it to you now. Thanks, buddy. No big deal. Chen Mo hung up, sent the money, and recalling what had seen at the hospital that day, a pang of regret struck him. Back then, Huang Renjing had tossed a watch at him to humiliate him. Crushed by the blow, Chen Mo hadn't picked it up. If he had selling it cheap, would have covered a sizable chunk of the medical bills, wouldn't it? But this should be enough for now. Chen Mo looked at the travel bag in his hand. After that day, he had thought long and hard about how to raise money for Yuan. Chen Mo had no friends, no family, no assets. A man with nothing could do nothing. So he turned his gaze toward the Zerg hive. The hive had transformed him into this inhuman form, and he had been terrified for a long time. But at this moment, fear no longer gripped him. Spending 3 days, Chen Mo produced several more pseudo-insectoids and scouted the wealthy households nearby. Though modern homes rarely kept cash, there were still plenty of valuables. In truth, Chen Mo had a better target: the villa where Huang Renjing had died. The decorations alone on the walls were worth a fortune, and there were several safes inside. But as a crime scene, every corner had been photographed. Missing items would inevitably draw intense scrutiny. Brother, you're here, quick. Weimauer's voice rang out. Watching the man swagger toward him, Chen Mo simply tossed the bag. Weimauer didn't think much of it at first, but when he unzipped the travel bag and saw its contents, even his 30-plus years of experience couldn't prevent his throat from going dry with shock. Holy shit, brother, where did you get this? I can't handle this much. You're fucking insane. The bag contained many jewels and diamonds which would lose a lot of value when fenced. What truly stunned Weimauer were the gold bricks stacked on top of one another, each stamped with its weight. Most were 500 grams a dozen or so of them mixed with a few 1 kilogram bricks. If they were real, the gold plus the jewelry would easily be worth several million. Wei Mao's eyes reddened with greed. He couldn't help regretting not calling more men. Who knew Chen Mo would keep quiet until now, then drop such a bombshell? Brother Wei Mao, I know you've got a crew. All of this together. I only want 1,500,000. But it's got to be all cash, the sooner the better. Can you handle it? Wei Mao's eyelids twitched. He crouched down, staring at the gold and jewelry gleaming under the moonlight, and the lust for blood surged straight to his brain. Are you sure this is all real? I'm sure. Alright, take it back for now. Come back tomorrow, and I'll talk to my boss. Okay. Chen Mo picked up the bag and left the alley. Wei Mao spat, lit a cigarette, pulled out another phone, and dialed a number. He addressed the man on the other end as Brother Snake. After recounting the situation, the line was silent for a long time. Are you sure about the kid's situation? Brother Snake, no doubt about it. The kid's got a father who might as well be dead. He's practically an orphan. His girlfriend cheated on him. He's only got one friend left, no real connections. Handling him would be a piece of cake. If this goes through, you'll get your share. Thanks, Brother Snake. Tell him to come back in 2 hours. If he contacts anyone else tonight, the bird in hand will fly away. Yes, I'll call him right now. In a brightly lit room, the man hung up. A scar ran across his face, starting from his forehead and winding down to his jaw, making him look utterly terrifying. Who's how much cash do we have left? Brother Snake, the shipment we were supposed to buy had a problem, so the money we withdrew never got spent. There's still over 2 million. Take out 1.5 million. Actually, take a bit more. Brother Snake, are we really going to pay the kid, eh? Huzi gestured with his hand across his throat, the meaning clear. A guy who can pull out this much gold and jewelry in one go. Wei Mao's info might not be accurate. Keep your guard up. Have our men investigate immediately. If it's really like Wei Mao said, we can always take it back later. They'll take care of it. On the other side, Chen Mo got another call. He tightened his collar, decided not to go back, and sat nearby for a while. 2 hours later, he picked up the bag and returned to the alley. Wei Mao was still waiting anxiously in the alley. When he saw Chen Mo, he immediately put on a fawning smile. Where's your boss? Chen Mo kept his head down. It was already dark, and he wore a cap and mask, so Wei Mao couldn't see a thing. He only noticed that Chen Mo seemed a bit plumper than a few days ago. Soon the roar of a car engine echoed from outside the alley. The vehicle stopped, and 7 or 8 men walked in, led by a middle-aged man. Wei Mao immediately scurried over, bowing and scraping obsequiously. Brother Snake exchanged a few pleasantries, then said, Brother, can we take a look at the goods first? Chen Mo nodded and simply tossed the bag. Brother Snake raised an eyebrow, throwing the goods around so casually. Was this naivety, or did he have something to back it up? Looking at Chen Mo wrapped up head to toe, he figured the former was unlikely. Brother Snake glanced at the men behind him. They took out the gold and jewelry, inspected them carefully, and nodded to Brother Snake. Brother, you're good. If you have more goods in the future, you can contact me directly. Hey, raise the 1.5 million you asked for, and I'll throw in another 200,000 from my own pocket. Total of 1,700,000. Huzi. At that, Huzi handed over a suitcase. Brother, check it. Chen Mo opened the suitcase, gave it a cursory glance to confirm it was all money, closed it, and said flatly, Thanks, Brother Snake. No problem, brother. Let's do business again. Sure. Chen Mo replied, briefly picked up the suitcase, and walked out of the alley. Watching his figure dissolve into the darkness, Brother Snake's smile vanished, and he led his men back to the car. Tell them to speed up the investigation. Got it, Brother Snake. We'll have results by tomorrow. 2 of our best guys are tailing. Good. I trust you to handle it. The car drove off into the distance. What Brother Snake and his men didn't know was that above them, on the seemingly empty roof of the car, 4 killing machines were clinging to it. The saying, better safe than sorry, never fails. In another alley not far from the deal site, Chen Mo had a man by the throat. The man watched in terror as his companion was being devoured, struggling desperately. Goodbye. Under the moonlight, Chen Mo's shadow suddenly stretched out, swallowing the man in an instant. In the general ward of Kilo University Medical School, the beds were not overly scarce, but neither were they abundant. Yuan's mother was placed in a 4-bedroom, sharing it with another patient and a family member. During the day, the other patient was surrounded by many visitors offering warmth and care, while Yuan Jia was the only one by his mother's side. By nightfall, all the visitors had left, and only one companion remained for the other patient. They went for a walk outside, leaving Yuan Jia and his mother alone in the room. Son, Yuan's mother called softly. Mom, what's wrong? Yuan Jia, sweating profusely from his busy tasks, set down his things and hurried over. Tell me the truth, son. What illness do I really have? Mom, I've told you several times it's just a minor ailment. It's inevitable at your age. Don't overthink it. The doctor said it can be cured soon. Yuan Jia forced a smile, but his heart grew heavier. His mother's condition was not optimistic. The chances of a full recovery were very slim. Yuan's mother stared at the ceiling light. A month ago, the hotel where she worked had offered free comprehensive medical checkups. How could she not know her own condition? The reason she quit was not because her boss and colleagues were terrible, as she had claimed, They were all genuinely good people. Yuan's mother simply wanted to spend the remaining days of her life with her son. Since it's a minor ailment, let's not treat it, she said. Even if they treated it, what then? She had consulted many times. Patients like her, even with active treatment, had little chance of recovery. The most likely outcome was prolonging life at a great cost. She knew well that her illness could not be cured with just a few thousand yuan. If it required draining the family's savings, it would burden the family that had just freed itself from debt with immense pressure. Yuan's mother thought it was not worth it. Yuan Jie had just started working, he had a long road ahead, and everything was heading in a good direction. How could she allow her old bones to become a barrier blocking the light of hope? At this moment, she felt no fear of death nor any attachment to life, only reluctance to part with her son. From now on, he would have to walk the path alone. Mom, what are you saying? How can we not treat it? I told you it's really just a minor issue. Yuan Jie struggled to suppress his emotions, his eyes burning. He dared not meet his mother's gaze, afraid she would see something amiss. Yuan's mother slowly extended a hand from under the blanket. It was rough, covered in calluses, each finger deformed from years of labor. Even when she tried, she could not straighten them fully. Yuan Jie remembered the hands of the other patient. Though also elderly, even older than his mother, those hands were well-maintained with only a few wrinkles, looking almost like a young girl's. These rough hands had supported Yuan Jie's entire life, ensuring his well-being as much as possible. Even without a father, he never felt he lacked anything. Mom. Yuan Jie grasped that hand, tightly resting his head upon it, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He knelt on the floor, never having felt more bitter about his own helplessness than at this moment. Yuan's mother reached out her other hand and gently stroked her son's graying hair, her voice full of heartache. It's all my fault. Mom, please don't say that. I beg you don't. Yuan Jie trembled, sobbing, unable to hold back his tears any longer. They streamed down his face. Listen to me, son. Let's not treat it. Yuan Jie did not answer. He closed his eyes in pain and shook his head desperately. Just then the door opened. The roommate patient, supported by her daughter, returned to the ward. Hearing the sound, Yuan Jie squeezed his eyes shut, sniffled, and rose from the floor. The two said nothing. The daughter helped her mother to the bed and carefully tucked in the blanket. Mom, take a rest. They'll get your dinner. Go ahead. Mom will get your dinner too. Don't say foolish things anymore. It's just a minor illness, a minor illness. Yuan Jie rubbed his eyes vigorously and followed the girl out of the ward. The moment he stepped outside, he could no longer contain the outburst of emotions. He slumped against the wall, slowly sinking to the floor, ignoring the stares of others, biting his finger as tears gushed forth once more. A doctor stood nearby. He had seen countless people like Yuan Jie and witnessed such scenes many times. He was no longer as sentimental as before, but he would wait a little longer. Yuan Jie needed to vent now. Inside the room, the two elderly women began chatting. Sister, you look really well, said Yuan's mother sincerely. Oh, not at all. You don't look bad either. Is that your son who just went out? The old woman asked. Yes, he just started working. He's very successful, Yuan's mother said happily. He's young and handsome. You'll have a life of ease and comfort, the old woman laughed. Yes, a life of ease, Yuan's mother echoed softly. If you don't mind me asking, what illness do you have? I saw your son earlier. The old woman's words trailed off hesitantly. Nothing serious, just a minor problem. My son worries too much. He weeps at the slightest discomfort. He's not strong enough, Yuan's mother said with a smile. Don't say that, little sister. It's wonderful that your child cares for you. Look at mine. They've been hospitalized for days before they even came to visit. All they know is how to spend money. What's the use of that? A child's concern shows they weren't raised in vain, the old woman said indignantly. Take it easy, Yuan's mother comforted her. The two chatted for a while, and then the old woman's daughter returned first. Soon after, Yuan Jie came back. As the day shift doctor was about to leave, he called Yuan Jie out. Your mother's medical fees need to be gathered as soon as possible. Although her condition is already deteriorating, the earlier we start treatment, the greater the chance of a cure, the doctor said. I understand. I will raise the money quickly and not delay my mother's treatment, Yuan Jie replied immediately. Good. I'm glad you understand. Thank you for your trouble. Yuan Jie was about to return to the ward when the doctor hesitated and called him back. If we opt for palliative care, the cost will be much lower, but it won't cure her. It can only prolong her life as much as possible. Yuan Jie froze, a flood of emotions surging inside him. He opened his mouth again and again, finally managing a thank you. Then, like an old dog that had lost a fight, he hunched over and shuffled back to the ward, one step at a time. Later that evening, Yuan Jie left the hospital. Since his mother had only just been moved from the emergency ward, he needed to go home to fetch some daily necessities. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered the stairwell, a person wrapped tightly from head to toe had been waiting outside the residential compound for a long time. Toothbrush, toothpaste, jacket, bedsheets. What else? In the living room, Yuan Jie paced back and forth, incessantly cramming everything into a large bag. Clatter! A toothbrush cup squeezed out from the side and fell to the floor. Yuan Jie bent down to pick it up. The bag was slightly overstuffed. He pulled at the zipper, trying several times without success to close it. Clenching his fist, he shoved the cup in more violently and yanked the zipper with force. Snap! The zipper burst open in the middle. Staring at the broken zipper, a trivial matter, yet it suddenly shattered Yuan Jie's composure. He hurled the bag to the ground in fury, crouched down, and covered his head with his hands. His mother's condition was grim. The hospital urged payment daily. 10,000 yuan deposited into the card vanished like flowing water disappearing in a stream. He had already transferred all his money, but it wouldn't last long. Though she had been moved out of the emergency ward in the afternoon, slowing the spending rate surgery was still needed. Setting aside other complications, the cost of treating lung cancer alone was an astronomical sum for this family. Yuan Jie rubbed his eyes vigorously, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the tears. The house in his hometown had been listed for sale, but it wouldn't sell quickly. Few people bought houses there. He had borrowed from every friend around, but in the end he hadn't gathered much. As for those few relatives, the moment they heard it was a loan, they vanished without a trace. Yuan Jie didn't blame them. He knew his own situation well. He couldn't even guarantee he could repay the money, so why would anyone lend to him? Yuan Jie thought about borrowing money online and even considered selling a kidney if necessary, but he couldn't find a channel. He had always maintained an optimistic mindset, believing hard work could change everything, but this sudden misfortune forced Yuan Jie to acknowledge his own helplessness. It took him about 10 minutes to barely calm his emotions. With reddened eyes, he packed his belongings for the next period he would be staying at the hospital to accompany his mother. Click! Opening the door, a travel bag lay before his eyes. What was this? The bag was surprisingly heavy. Yuan Jie quickly noticed a note attached to it. Use it. The handwriting was crooked like crawling insects. Yuan Jie immediately recognized the owner of the writing. Such distinctive script was undoubtedly from Chen Mo. When had he returned? And what was this about using it? Filled with doubt, he opened the bag and saw neatly stacked money inside. He stood frozen in place. How much money was this? 500,000. 1 million. Or more. Where on earth did Chen Mo get so much money? Yuan Jie pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. The ringtone lasted dozens of seconds before it connected. He immediately shouted, "Where the hell did you get so much money?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then a steady voice said, "Auntie needs the money, doesn't she?" "How did you know?" "Never mind. Go pay the medical bills first, then prepare for the surgery." "Damn it, how can I not mind? This is over 1 million. You couldn't sell yourself for that much. Where the hell did you get it?" "Don't worry about it. You where are you now? They'll come find you." Yuan Jie's hand trembled as he held the phone. "Don't worry about it. Really. Go pay the bills for Auntie. You?" Before Yuan Jie could finish, the call was abruptly ended. He tried calling back, but couldn't get through no matter what. What had Chen Mo done? Staring at the money in the bag, Yuan Jie slowly leaned against the wall, two emotions warring fiercely within him. After a moment, he staggered, picked up the heavy bag, and stumbled out of the hallway. In a small alley not far from the neighborhood, Chen Mo turned off his phone, holding the suitcase Snake had given him in his other hand. A black-purple substance covered it, devouring it at an alarming speed. Crackle, crackle. Chen Mo looked to his right. For pseudo-insectoids had returned. As for the gold and jewelry, they remained at Snake's hideout. If it weren't for the fact that dying outside would cause panic and that a sudden disappearance would lead Snake's people to trace him, Chen Mo wouldn't have had to go through such trouble. He needed to eliminate all complications, ensuring the money truly belonged to Yuan Jie. Looking at his hand covered in the black creature, a grim smile spread across Chen Mo's pale face. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Ugh. The thought had barely surfaced when a searing pain erupted in Chen Mo's brain, as if a steel needle had been driven into his skull and was rapidly stirring inside. The bizarre creature clinging to his skin like asphalt grew unusually excited. Ugh. Oh. Chen Mo let out a low roar of suppressed agony. His eyes bulged, veins filling their whites. Small lumps swelled beneath his skin, as if tiny mice were scurrying underneath. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mo coughed heavily, pressing his head with both hands. Black tentacles seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Was it because he had eaten someone that it had become so agitated? Since its discovery in just a few short days, the asphalt-like creature had multiplied many times over. Chen Mo had no idea what this infernal thing was. He couldn't find anything like it in any game. Originally, by sheer force of will, he had managed to reduce the asphalt covering his body. If he had another half-month, perhaps he could have cleansed it all. Indeed, coming out now was still too much of a stretch. Chen Mo's features twisted in pain. In just a few seconds, the asphalt had once again engulfed his entire body, even burrowing inward. Or perhaps it had already burrowed inside. Duh. Damn it, I have to go back. Chen Mo staggered to his feet, driven by the last shred of rationality, and stumbled home without a second thought. The asphalt was undoubtedly something brought by the hive nest. There was no question about that. Relying on the hive nest to suppress the asphalt was a temporary fix, one that could easily lead to deterioration and mutation. But he had no other choice. He stumbled all the way back home and threw himself directly into the hive nest. He tried to suppress the asphalt monster as before, but this time upon contact with the hive nest and Chen Mo's, the asphalt not only failed to quiet down, but grew even more frenzied. Ugh! Aya! Chen Mo could no longer contain the pain. A roar that shook the entire building erupted. All around was pitch black. The air was filled with the sound of tentacles thrashing. Pain racked his entire body, bringing back memories of that night. The night not long after his mother's death, when his drunken father beat him bloody with a belt. The same pitch-black darkness, the same things thrashing in the air, the same bone-deep pain. Amidst the agony, consciousness gradually slipped away. Chen Mo felt as if he were submerged in an ocean, a tentacle wrapping around his ankle, pulling him deeper and deeper. Wah! The hive nest enveloping Chen Mo suddenly burst into a wail. Tentacles shattered through the room, plunging the entire building into violent tremors. People screamed and ran out of their rooms only to be ensnared by tentacles, the next moment transformed into delicious meals. Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Sinking to the bottom of the sea, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on his father still swinging the belt and shrieked as he lunged forward. Wah! The hive nest let out another scream. The building collapsed into rubble. Under the moonlight, the 100 turtle hive nest stood like a prehistoric beast, brazenly revealing its magnificent form to the world. Year Larson, May 16, 2026. This was a day none could forget, a day when humanity learned of its own insignificance and the terror of the insects. They appeared without warning, descending on an ordinary night. At first, people only felt the ground tremble. A few dismissed it as an illusion, while most assumed it was an earthquake. As it was already nighttime, many had retired to bed. Clad in pajamas and slippers, clutching children and pets, they rushed downstairs in a frenzy. Compared to those who slept naked, they were fortunate to be wearing at least decent clothing. Yet at that moment, faced with handsome men and beautiful women barely covered by thin cloth or hastily donning clothes in public, they had no mind for appreciation or curiosity. For a colossal creature abruptly rose from the ground, and before anyone could discern the tentacled behemoth, ruthless and efficient killers charged forth. The first to fall were those nearest the monster. The killers lurked in the shadows, and by the time they were noticed, their blades were already raised. In the murderous haze of darkness and moonlight, a vast expanse of eerie roses bloomed, then slowly faded, leaving only the scent of blood lingering in the air. Panicked people fled. With poor night vision, collisions occurred, and some were knocked off balance. In that moment of lost equilibrium, the scales of life tipped as well. Transport bugs fused with genes of ants and other creatures emerged, dragging victims back to the nest. They were tossed onto bubbling swamp-like black-purple liquid from which tiny tentacles extended, devouring the prey along with their overwhelming terror. The mother nest lashed out with its tentacles, shattering towering buildings, voraciously consuming everything within sight. White cocoons spread across the incubation chamber. With a chilling crack, creatures with insectoid forelimbs and human bodies emerged, shrieking as they pounced on their former kin. Ring. Since early morning, the phone on the desk had been ringing incessantly. The man, reedied with disheveled hair plastered to his scalp and an unkempt beard, had been urgently summoned from his sleep the night before. 6 hours had passed, yet he had no time even to use the restroom, let alone groom himself. The man did not answer the phone. Though no one in the room could overstep his authority while he sat at the desk, he lacked the energy. A clerk, also summoned, picked up the call. Sir, the general requests your presence in conference room 2. Understood. The man rubbed his face and donned his coat. The epaulets on his shoulders revealed his rank, a senior colonel. He was young, and not merely in appearance. His birthday was in 5 days. Even after that, he would be only 31. In the current military system, a senior colonel around 30 was rare, but not unheard of. Yet this man was exceptional. Ning Mingjuan, senior colonel, commander of the 9th Infantry Division. This was no empty title. He truly commanded troops, capable and resolute. Such ordinary adjectives failed to capture Ning Mingjun's brilliance. He had joined the military through the formal system and achieved remarkable feats in wars against other nations. Had it not been for his youth, his rank would surely have been elevated further. Conference room 2 was not far from Ning Mingjun's office. As he pushed open the door, his step faltered. Many people were seated inside. Over half were military officers, all of a rank higher than his. Had the 9th Infantry Division not been stationed nearby and already deployed to protect the city, he as its commander might not have qualified to attend the meeting. The rest were unfamiliar, but Ning Mingjun caught a familiar scent, one unique to researchers. He often smelled it on an old friend who was among them. Yet what truly drew his attention were the 20 or 30 foreigners, military personnel and researchers alike. Notably, many were familiar to him, especially those near the left who belonged to the Kingdom of Vanx and Clyte Union, a nation at war with the Core Federation a year ago. The two nations' enmity traced back 20 years, marked by friction until a major war erupted 8 years ago. Ning Mingjun had distinguished himself in that conflict, solidifying his position. The war lasted 7 years before a peace treaty was signed, yielding no benefits for either side. As the war had ended not long ago, lingering resentment remained. The major general glaring at Ning Mingjun, for instance, had nearly been killed in an encirclement battle. Only luck saved him. Even so, Ning Mingjun had almost reduced his command to a skeleton crew. He must be cursing me inwardly, right? A major general from the Core Federation noticed Ning Mingjun and gestured for him. This was his former superior. After sitting down, Ning Mingjun asked quietly, "Old commander, what's going on? Why so many researchers?" "I've only heard rumors. The general will announce the details shortly. Just listen and refrain from speaking." "Yes, sir," Ning Mingjun said, lowering his head. Soon everyone had arrived. The general was the last to enter, and the Conference Room 2's construction was identical to other important meeting rooms, featuring soundproofing. Additionally, the Core Federation's latest anti-eavesdropping devices were installed here, rendering current surveillance equipment ineffective, though newer devices might exist. Before the meeting officially began, identical document folders were distributed to each person. Ning Mingjun pulled out the papers. He couldn't grasp the profound content, especially the specialized terms, so he picked out a few key words, such as biomaterials, aerospace, genetic evolution, genetic fusion, and so on. What did this mean? Gathering so many military and research personnel at such a time. Could it be related to the monsters in the city? Ning Mingjun felt an urgent need to know. Though residents had been evacuated and the monsters spread, halted by modern firepower, every minute of delay heightened public fear. Then the meeting is now officially in session. In the field, any officer could be called a general, but when all were gathered, the title general, without a name, referred to only Yan Yunji, the active duty admiral, commander-in-chief, and supreme military commander of the Kalfeng Federal State, announced the commencement of the meeting and then took his seat, allowing a lieutenant general to preside on his behalf. 6.5 hours ago, the city of Yangwei was suddenly attacked by mysterious monsters. The preliminary data we have gathered has been distributed to everyone. To confirm the next specific actions, this meeting is convened. It is open to the global public, and the video will be sent to leaders of all nations. Sent to leaders of all nations. The lieutenant general's final remark puzzled Ning Mingjun. When had these people ever gathered for a meeting that was shared globally? Moreover, according to past protocols, in the event of a crisis threatening the safety and property of the populace, the priority should be to eliminate the source of the threat, not to waste time in meetings. As the meeting proceeded, Ning Mingjun's bewilderment gave way to astonishment, then shock, and finally, he even wondered if everyone, including Yan Yunji, had gone mad. He admitted his own academic shortcomings, but he was not so ignorant as to be unable to understand the proceedings. Faced with the dangerous, mysterious creatures, the lieutenant general's proposal, no, not exactly a proposal, but a directive, caused unease among some officers while igniting fervor and excitement in all the researchers. In response to this incident, a joint multinational operation codenamed Bug Catcher prioritized containment of the monsters. Capture them alive. Are they insane? If the major general had not swiftly restrained him, Ning Mingjun would have leaped from his chair. Yes, he admitted the monsters were dangerous, but they had not yet reached the point of threatening all of humanity. Still, that did not mean it was feasible to capture them alive while incapacitating them. If they couldn't even determine what those things were, how could they capture them alive? How? Was it like drugging wild beasts? Mingjun calmed down a little. The major general, as everyone was murmuring, their low conversation was not inappropriate. "Commander, have these people lost their minds?" And the general allowed foreign troops into our country, including the recently truce-bound Vanks and Clettery United Kingdom and the still warring Steel United States. Ning Mingjun struggled to contain his surging emotions, unable to listen to a single word from the podium. Because this matter has become so severe that it requires a joint effort from all nations, the major general sighed. "I don't think we need to borrow foreign troops," Ning Mingjun retorted immediately. "It's not that the monsters are so powerful we need foreign aid, but that the benefits to be gained from them are enough to covet any capable nation. That we are leading now is only because the monsters appeared in our country, otherwise you and I would be among those foreign officers," the major general said, nodding toward the foreign officers in discussion. "But why is this?" Ning Mingjun was still utterly perplexed. "I only know a little. Perhaps the latter part of the meeting will explain. Let me give you a rough idea," the major general said, opening the document folder to the 10th page, which showed a photo of several differently shaped insects confined together. On closer inspection, they shared many common features. "These are the small monsters produced by the big one. We managed to capture a few. You're aware of this," the major general said. Ning Mingjun nodded. 4 of them had been captured by his subordinates and immediately sent to the lab. From the very first insect to the last, the capture intervals were short, but they evolved 3 times. If that's the case, shouldn't we eliminate the source of the crisis as soon as possible before it causes real disaster? From a security perspective, naturally, but from another angle, the bugs can bring us unexpected gains, the major general said. Ning Mingjun vaguely guessed the truth, muttering "madman" under his breath. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and said with a complex tone, "But this is irresponsible to the public. So this operation will mobilize the strength of all humanity, the Major General sighed. No one paid attention to their low conversation. The meeting continued as scheduled. Ning Mingjun remained in a state of passive listening, and as for the final joint command with so many senior officers present, it naturally did not fall to him. After the meeting, Ning Mingjun stood in the corridor waiting. General. He saluted without saying much. He was not waiting to vie for command with Yen Yunji. That would be too presumptuous. About 5 minutes later, the last group emerged from the meeting room, several researchers from the Kalfang Federal State. Ning Mingjun's gaze fell on one young man, his close friend, a rising star in the scientific community of the Kalfang Federal State. At only 28, his achievements surpassed many of his elders. Ning Mingjun believed he could get the answers he sought from him. We can't let other nations gain the upper hand. Even though intelligence is shared, we are not one entity. When they can solve a problem on their own, they will inevitably conceal if they discussed future matters. Feeling Ning Mingjun's gaze when Ziguang glanced over and said, "Teacher, go ahead to the lab. I have something to attend to. Come back early." Got it. The researchers departed. When Ziguang smoothed his hair, musing whether he should shave his head to save time on haircuts, then looked at Ning Mingjun and tilted his head toward the side. The two walked to the window in the corridor where no one was nearby except the guard on duty 50 meters away. "So what do you want?" "I'm very busy right now," when Ziguang said. "Is it worth putting the public at risk for all this?" Ning Mingjun's tone was flat, but when Ziguang, who knew him well, detected the underlying anger. How could he not be angry? When Ziguang understood Ning Mingjun too well, he sighed. "I won't preach to you. I know you won't listen. So I'm supposed to just accept it." "Probably. It's the nation's order and the general's command. You can't disobey that," when Ziguang said with a smile. "I'm not joking," Ning Mingjun said angrily. All right. When Ziguang shrugged, took his hands out of his pockets and placed them on the windowsill, gazing outside. "What do you think of the current pace of technological advancement?" "Very fast. When I'm at war, I'm away for years, and when I come back, I feel like I've fallen behind the times." Indeed, the world's technology is developing at breakneck speed. For us, since birth, we've experienced this rapid progress. But what about 100 years ago, or 200, or 300? Humans have existed on this planet for millions of years, civilization for thousands. There has always been progress, but never such a period of explosive growth. Changing with each passing day doesn't even capture it. Yet this state cannot last forever. When Ziguang took a matchbox from his pocket, he had a habit of smoking, but could never get used to convenient lighters. Like this matchbox, if unlit, it can last a long time. But once it ignites, it releases a tremendous amount of heat, yet only briefly. To keep the flame going, you must constantly add fuel. Are you saying that the bugs are the combustible material? Ning Mingjun frowned deeply. More or less. The specifics still require research. Only a few hours have passed since the discovery, and we have limited samples. Researchers from other countries haven't arrived yet, and many of our own scientists haven't finished their current tasks. For now, it's just speculation. When Ziguang replied, "Just a few hours and all countries can come so quickly. They sure acquire intelligence fast," Ning Mingjun said with a hint of sarcasm. The commotion was so huge, satellites captured it immediately. "We've always been under close surveillance by other nations." "I know, but based on your speculation, is all this really worth it?" "It is worth it." When Ziguang said without any hesitation, very seriously, "Even just a speculation is enough to warrant this. You don't quite understand this field. In fact, although technology is still advancing in a positive direction, the pace has slowed considerably. For example, you can understand this. Well, in medicine, many difficult diseases have been studied, but progress is minimal. Another example is new materials. You probably don't have the latest intelligence. Those bugs were very fragile at first, but now they can even block small caliber bullets at medium to long range. The exoskeletons stripped off are tough and lightweight, and the bugs keep evolving. They will eventually surpass all currently developed materials. That's what truly concerns me. You should understand how important new materials are, whether in production, manufacturing, heavy industry, light industry, aerospace, or weaponry, they all factor in." When Ziguang paused, he had been talking continuously in the meeting room just now, and after coming out he had said so much more. His throat was inevitably dry. This alone is enough to drive people wild. Moreover, this is just a part of the bugs. If we can unravel the secrets of genetic evolution and fusion, humanity will usher in a brand new evolution. The bugs are not a disaster. On the contrary, they hold the potential to bring humanity into a new era. Then how do we ensure controllability? Ning Mingjun's focus had always been on safety. Since you said the bugs will keep evolving, how can we guarantee controllability? If there truly is no, in one day, they will bring disaster to humanity. This is a gamble that stakes everything. Mingjun discoveries that can change humanity can never guarantee safety and controllability. A single thought can lead to heaven or hell. Even if there is absolute danger, people will dive in without hesitation. Every ruler does not consider themselves a gambler, but what if the return on a successful gamble is 1,000%, 10,000%, or even 100,000, a million, or more? You cannot change this, and neither can I. What we can do is participate using our abilities to try to ensure that things don't go in a bad direction. Alright, think it over. Don't be foolish. When Ziguang left, Ning Mingjun stood still for a while. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, stepped on the soft carpet, and walked slowly. At this moment, the familiar corridor became somewhat strange and distant. When he walked out of the building, Ning Mingjun, who had excellent physique, actually panted for a while. He looked up at the clear sky, listening to the sound of gunfire in the distance. He hoped that humanity had once again made the right choice, just like those in history. Ning Mingjun silently prayed in his heart. The 11th hour of the insect swarm outbreak, Yanghua City. A2 Street clearing complete, captured samples 17. C6 Street clearing complete, captured samples 11. D4 Street. Reports came in like snowflakes. General Lu Shihu, the overall commander, remained expressionless and ordered, "Tally the casualties, keep the streets sealed." The evolution speed of the bugs was terrifying. This was an indisputable fact. If given enough time to grow wildly, they might one day leave humanity helpless and become the most terrible disaster in history. However, the starting point of the insect race was too low. If they started running from the same starting point, humanity would be overtaken in an instant. It was not just the gap between an athlete and an ordinary person, but between a fighter jet speeding at high speed and a crawling infant. From an evolutionary perspective, even the most extreme humanist had to admit this fact. Fortunately, humanity had been running for millions of years and had recently boarded a carriage. For the insect race that had just started, humanity not only stood far ahead, but could also turn around, break the bug's legs, snap their wings, and stop their running. After the high-level meeting ended, researchers immediately plunged into work. Nearby countries successively sent more researchers and a small number of military forces. They would have liked to send as many as possible, but this was the Qirfeng Federation, one of the 4 most powerful nations today. It naturally refused with a firm attitude, only allowing a small number of troops to be stationed. The countries were only now beginning cooperation. Before this, some were allies, some friendly, but there were also enemies at war. How could nations that had just signed peace treaties cooperate without reservation? If not for the Qirfeng Federation being pressured by the global community, even such a small force would not have been allowed to enter. Yanghua City, along with all residents of nearby towns, were evacuated and relocated to other cities. Soldiers were stationed nearby, deploying heavy firepower units. This was a measure to be used only if the situation deteriorated to an uncontrollable level, bombing the entire Yanghua City with heavy firepower. As for more powerful strategic weapons, since it was a large city, they would not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. General, we need samples of the mother bug. That strange creature waving its tentacles. The researchers' curiosity about it surpassed that for all other bugs. Anyone could see that this largest monster was the top priority. After killing prey, the bugs would drag the prey over or scavenge resources from around and pile them. Soil, buildings, vehicles. Everything within sight became nourishment for the monster. General, there is also that slime-like mucus. It is dangerous. Although its decomposition ability is not strong and a person can break free with effort, it is covered with known and unknown mutant viruses. Even a simple touch can cause infection and death within a short time. We need samples of the mucus. If conditions permit, we hope to obtain some. The one speaking with Lu Shihu was an old professor of great importance in the Qirfeng Federation who had brought tremendous help to the nation's development. But don't misunderstand. He was not a research side commander like Lu Shihu. If the military could only send a few troops under restrictions, then thousands of researchers could not be stopped. Doing so would provoke hostility from all countries, which even the Qirfeng Federation could not bear. In this situation, no one could win the heartfelt submission of all researchers. Science has no borders, but scientists do. In the end, each of the 4 great powers nominated one representative, each responsible for a different direction, while the other countries jointly nominated 20. For major decisions, these 24 people would vote together. The 4 representatives from the 4 great powers each had 5 votes, while the remaining 20 each had 1 vote. Abstention was not allowed. If the 4 agreed on a decision, while the other 20 rejected it, the vote would be 20-20, but the decision of the 4 great powers would still prevail, and vice versa. If only 3 agreed, plus 5 members from other countries, it would still be 20-20, and the decision would be shelved. In all other cases, the outcome would be determined by the vote count. Even for this elite group of highly skilled researchers who had never truly been on the front lines, they understood the immense difficulty of obtaining such living samples and knew how outrageous the demand was. Thus, they pushed Bu Jiangwen forward, hoping that as a fellow citizen of the Qirfeng Federation, his chances of success might be slightly greater. Professor Bu, I cannot give you a definitive answer. I can only say I will do my utmost. Lu Shihu chose his words carefully. The researcher's assumption was correct. Had anyone else made such a request, Lu Shihu, known for his explosive temper, would have likely erupted in fury long ago. However, faced with the esteemed Professor Bu, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. General Lu, that is more than enough. Thank you for your trouble. Bu Jiangwen sighed, knowing that the researchers' demands would likely cost a considerable number of soldiers their lives. It is all for the nation. Such lofty words seemed intangible and elusive to the younger generation. Yet for Lu Shihu and Bu Jiangwen, this phrase was far more than a mere slogan. In the long years past, countless comrades had sacrificed themselves for this very ideal, fighting until their last breath. Lu Shihu and Bu Jiangwen were among them. Bu Jiangwen departed, leaving Lu Shihu seated in silence for a long while. Though he had agreed to the sample request, the question of how to obtain them remained critical. They only needed a minuscule portion, and given the mother insect size, there were many ways to tear off a piece. However, the consequences had to be considered. So far, the mother insect had not moved since its emergence, but that did not mean it lacked mobility. According to the researchers' hypotheses, there were two possibilities for its arrival. One was that it had long been hidden underground, emerging only when the time was ripe. The other, more sci-fi and terrifying explanation, was that something had opened a door for the mother insect. Like in animated shows, it could be spatial teleportation or some unknown method that transferred a creature from another planet to the one inhabited by humans. People leaned towards the former explanation, claiming it better matched the residents' descriptions of the mother insect's appearance. In truth, everyone knew they were in denial, fearing the second possibility. If spatial transfer was indeed the case, who, or which civilization, had moved the mother insect? From a single glimpse, one could infer the whole. Based on humanity's own development, if a civilization possessed the ability for spatial transfer, its level would far surpass human imagination. Confronting such a civilization would render all efforts futile. Thus, humanity could not accept the second possibility. Proceeding from the first hypothesis, if the mother insect could emerge from underground, it could also burrow back down. If provoked, it might retreat to an unknown depth, complicating matters immensely. Is the video ready? Lu Shihu looked at the chief of staff beside him. Still processing. Although the Xian satellite captured some footage, it was night, compounded by thin cloud cover, making the video and photos extremely blurry. However, the main issue is currently believed to be widespread magnetic field disturbance. The chief of staff replied. The Zhuyun was a spy satellite recently launched by the Coalphone Federation, still in its testing phase. On the day the mother insect appeared, the Zhuyun happened to be monitoring Yanhua City. Naturally, people pinned their hopes on the spy satellite, but the photos and videos it captured were of little value for now. As darkness fell, the area surrounding the mother insect was illuminated brightly. The military set up an inescapable net, sealing off the vicinity completely. Bang! Beneath a burst of brilliant fireworks, a bullet left the chamber, streaking through the air like a meteor, piercing through the body of a pseudo-insect at incredible speed. Lucky shot. The man whistled, reloading his rifle as he scanned the street under his scope. Initially, these invisible little creatures posed a great threat. Eventually, clogging the drainage system and using artificial rain to flood the streets, combined with thermal imaging, allowed for timely detection of the pseudo-insect's positions. Now the real trouble came not from the pseudo-insects, but from the speed-type insect soldiers they named Lightning. In short bursts, lightning could match a car's speed, making them nearly impossible to aim at manually. Fortunately, their numbers were limited. Splash! Splash! Heavy footsteps sounded as two soldiers in reinforced protective suits approached. To maximize safety, the suits had been extra thickened, making them incredibly heavy. Even these burly men, accustomed to weighted endurance training, felt fatigued after just a few hundred meters. The man's rifle tracked their movements. Their mission was to collect samples of the purple swamp, while his team's task was to ensure their safety to the greatest extent. The purple swamp had appeared 5 hours earlier. As its name suggested, it looked like a purple marsh where insects placed their prey and materials for rapid decomposition and digestion. Initially, the purple swamp was only a few dozen meters from the mother insect, within reach of its tentacles. But it had now expanded to a radius of nearly 500 meters, making sample collection slightly easier. Huff, huff, huff. As they drew closer, their breathing grew heavier. They were veterans of war with solid psychological fortitude, but now they carried more than just their own lives. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past, slamming into the ground, splashing water mixed with blue-green blood as a pseudo-insect was shattered. Under the cover of gunfire, the two men reached the purple swamp. Pressing a button on their chests loosened their shoulder straps, allowing them to set down the heavy metal cases. Considering the swamp's corrosive and viral nature, the collection cases had been reinforced with 5 layers weighing 25 kilograms empty. The materials were chosen based on those that the purple swamp decomposed the slowest. They pulled out canisters of liquid nitrogen and sprayed the purple swamp, instantly vaporizing and absorbing massive amounts of heat. The swamp visibly slowed until it froze. Just as they were about to use small cutters, a swarm of insect soldiers poured from the black-purple, flesh-covered buildings on both sides. Open fire. At the squad leader's command, artillery fire rained down on the area. The two men steadied their breathing and hands, cutting along the frozen outline. The process was simpler than expected. The purple swamp was only a palm's thickness and, contrary to predictions, had not decomposed downward. Soon 2 pieces, frozen at the edges but still active at the core, were cut out, carefully placed into the metal cases, the lids sealed, and the cases re-shouldered as they retraced their steps. The purple swamp samples were rushed to Laboratory 1 at top speed, where dozens of the world's top biologists and other scientists stood ready. The 2 soldiers who retrieved the purple swamp underwent rigorous decontamination procedures before being placed in isolation rooms. It seemed somewhat excessive, but when faced with an unknown life form, the utmost caution was necessary. The 2 samples were divided into 8 portions and placed in different observation rooms. Soon the researchers' initial excitement and curiosity transformed into terror and horror. This creature, no, they couldn't even determine whether the purple swamp could be called a living being, simply should not exist. So these things form a whole when combined, but become independent individuals when separated. Correct? But this is different from the organisms we know. We've seen creatures that can survive after being split in 2, but the purple swamp is far more efficient and miraculous. The key issue now is that we can't classify it. The purple swamp has no organs, not even cells, yet it is undeniably alive. Additionally, there are viruses inside it, diverse in type, yet they coexist peacefully without attacking each other. It's like people living in a pigeonhole building. They are confined by walls made of the purple swamp, so despite being closed, they cannot directly contact each other. If these viruses spread, they would cause the collapse of human civilization in a short time. These viruses can clearly be transmitted through many pathways, but they are confined within the purple swamp. Only by falling into it would one become infected. Decomposition ability. Initially we speculated it was some kind of microorganism, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Further experimental research, the purple swamp alone holds so many mysteries. I'm increasingly curious about the secrets of the mother insect. The laboratory worked intensively, replacing containers every 2 hours. The purple swamp could devour and decompose every substance they knew. People worked around the clock, employing all the technologies of human civilization. But when the results emerged, no one could accept. There were no results. Aside from grasping some basic principles of the purple swamp, they had analyzed nothing. The mysteries of the purple swamp. How decomposition worked, how the energy from decomposition was consumed, whether it was a life form or an object. None of these were unveiled through research. Instead, deeper investigation only thickened the veil of enigmas surrounding it. The more seasoned the scientists, the more helpless they felt. They could see more than ordinary people, and accordingly they understood how vast the mysteries were. With human power, they could destroy the purple swamp, but could not understand it. It was like a 2-year-old child who could use a flame to burn a piece of paper, easily destroying it, yet unable to comprehend the knowledge written on it. Then on the 3rd day, a turning point occurred. It wasn't that they had unraveled the secrets of the purple swamp, but that new progress had been made with the photos and videos captured by the Zhiyun. The moment the mother insect burst from the ground, the video and photos were still blurry. However, during processing, a restoration specialist noticed something else. In a location far from the mother insect area, 1 hour before the insect swarm erupted, there was a fleeting moment. Because it was only a flash, there was no video, only a relatively clear photo after processing. It showed a person in thick clothing holding 2 men with his hands. He looked up, his mask corroded with large holes. Through facial recognition, cross-referencing populations and locations, the person's identity was finally confirmed. Chen Mo from Yangyue, age 23. This is all his information. The relevant documents were placed on the table, copied many times. There was no need to wait. The content was pitifully simple. Aside from a tragic life story, he was completely ordinary. So what is he? A superpowered person. Reality does not have superpowered people. Then what do you call him? In the meeting room, officers and researchers sat together again. The man speaking was burly with a fierce look and an extremely loud voice. His rank, surprisingly, was Major General. No matter how you look at it, this isn't a normal human. Maybe he's some kind of shadow ability user. Major General Chen, superpowered people do not exist in reality. That violates common scientific sense. The researcher across from him said, does the purple swamp violate common scientific sense? Does the mother insect violate common scientific sense? Chen Huaiji slapped the documents and asked loudly, This. The young researcher's face flushed red, stammering without completing a sentence. Huaiji. Finally, Lu Shihu intervened to defuse the situation. Chen Huaiji curled his lips through the documents onto the table and muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. Chen Huaizi's naturally thunderous voice made his mutterings clearly audible to everyone. All present were helpless. As a Major General, Chen Huaiji was notoriously frivolous in his speech, having been criticized for it many times, but he could never change. The meeting continued. The Lieutenant General looked at the documents and said, according to the photos taken by the Zhiyun 1 minute before the insect swarm erupted, a vaguely silhouetted man entered that building. Now it seems that man is Chen Mo. The clothing is largely consistent, it should be the same person. So what is the connection between Chen Mo and the mother insect? Is there a possibility that the mother insect is controlled by a human? Based on current intelligence, we cannot rule out that probability. However, we believe it is more likely that Chen Mo is controlled by the insect, similar to parasitic control of the host's brain, or perhaps a more efficient method. The mother insect holds too many mysteries for us to confirm. After all that talk, it's like saying nothing at all. Qin Huaiji muttered again, drawing angry glares from the researchers. He stiffened his neck and responded with a roguelike posture. Major General Qin, we have had the samples for less than 24 hours, and we have yet to obtain live samples of the mother insect. Every hypothesis needs experimental support. How would you like us to analyze? A researcher from the United States of Stare asked, enunciating each word with a serious expression. How should I know? Qin Huaiji rolled his eyes. All right, Huaiji, say less. Mr. Clay, please don't take it to heart. General Liu, I won't, but please ask Major General Qin not to question us. Of course. Liu Huaihu nodded and shot Qin Huaiji a stern look. Chen Mo's friend is named Yuan Jie, right? Where is he? He has been brought to the next room and is being interrogated by Minister Wang. The lieutenant general took out a remote, pressed a button, and a screen descended. In the brightly lit room, Yuan Jie sat on the chair, fidgeting uneasily. His hands alternated between resting on the table and retreating beneath it, his anxiety palpable. It was only natural. Yuan Jie had never met any important figures, let alone been in close proximity to one. Yet just moments ago, 2 soldiers had arrived at the hospital where his mother was staying, asked for his name, and brought him here. He only realized where he was upon arrival. The 2 soldiers led him to this room, and then left just as they had done when they picked him up from the hospital, without a word. This mysterious air had already made Yuan Jie restless, and the person who walked in through the door next made him a colonel. Young man, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Answer them truthfully, that's all. Wang Yingyu spoke gently. He was around 30 years old, and even in his stern military uniform, he exuded an air of refined elegance. With his rimless glasses, he carried none of the oppressive weight of high office. Yuan Jie's tense heart relaxed slightly. He had to admit that people were creatures of the senses. If it had been a fierce-looking officer, even with the same gentle tone, he wouldn't have felt at ease. Do you need a cigarette? Wang Yingyu pushed the ashtray forward. No, please go ahead. Yuan Jie had steeled himself. Seeing Yuan Jie relax a bit, Wang Yingyu continued in a gentle tone. Chen Mo, Mr. Chen is your friend, right? Xiao Mo. Yuan Jie's nerves, which had just loosened, tightened again. Ever since the hive went berserk and all residents of Yanhua City were evacuated, he had called countless times, but every single call went unanswered. Did something happen to him? Is he still alive? Yuan Jie asked anxiously. Please answer my question step by step, all right? Wang Yingyu still wore a smile, yet an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him. Oh, okay. Has your friend Chen Mo exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Wang Yingyu asked. Unusual? Yuan Jie immediately thought of the over 1 million yuan left at his doorstep. For Chen Mo and him, this was undoubtedly a huge sum. If there was anything unusual, it had to be this. But just over 1 million yuan, a fortune to them, was merely a drop in the ocean for the state. Even if it was investigated, could it warrant a colonel coming to ask questions in person? Nothing unusual. Yuan Jie decided to hide the truth. Not only because the money was crucial for his mother's treatment, but also because he didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Mo. They were good brothers. Whatever Chen Mo had done, he had gathered the money to help Yuan's mother. How could Yuan Jie betray him? Yuan Jie was lying. As the head of a subdepartment within the intelligence division, Wang Yingyu had extensive interrogation experience. He could extract useful information even from well-trained enemies just by reading their expressions. How could Yuan Jie possibly fool him? Your friend is in grave danger. We need to understand the situation thoroughly to carry out a rescue. Your honesty or dishonesty will determine your friend's safety. So I hope you won't lie. Wang Yingyu easily hit one of Yuan Jie's weak points. After a fierce internal struggle, Yuan Jie sighed. All right, I'll tell you everything. But I really don't know many details. So Yuan Jie recounted the chain of events. Wang Yingyu nodded. Chen Mo suddenly left the money at your doorstep with no warning beforehand. Because I had borrowed money from Xiao Mo before, and he only lent me a few thousand yuan. So at that time he probably didn't have that over 1 million. Yuan Jie said with certainty. He believed that if Chen Mo had sufficient funds, he would have been generous even without knowing the reason for the loan. I see. Next question, have you ever noticed anything extraordinary about Chen Mo's behavior? Wang Yingyu pressed. Extraordinary? Wasn't the last question. No, I just want to know if Chen Mo has any habits that differ from normal people. Yuan Jie was about to say no, but then a thought struck him. He hesitated, does suddenly becoming a big eater count? Becoming a big eater. The last few times I ate out with Xiao Mo, his appetite was noticeably larger than before. Yuan Jie thought for a moment, then truly couldn't recall anything else. That's it. All right, one last question. I'd like to know about Chen Mo's girlfriend Ling Cici. Hearing the name Wang Yingyu uttered, Yuan Jie, even under the current circumstances, became furious. Suppressing his anger, he said through gritted teeth, "What aspect would you like to know? Did Chen Mo and Ling Cece break up recently?" "Yes, that gold digger Ling Cece. She looked down on Xiao Mo for being poor, became someone's mistress, and then beat us up." "Beat you up?" "A few days after the breakup, we ran into her while eating out at night in a small alley." Yuan Jie felt a bit embarrassed talking about it, but more than anything he was still furious. "Alright, I understand. Now please try to recall as much as you can about your past experiences with Chen Mo." Over the next hour, Yuan Jie recalled as much as he could, mostly trivial matters of little value. Around an hour later, Wang Yingyu stood up. "Thank you for your cooperation. We'll escort you back to the hospital." "Oh, no problem." Yuan Jie stood up, his expression hesitant. "Is there something else?" "Well, about the over 1,000,000 yuan Xiao Mo gave me, I've spent some of it." Yuan Jie said hesitantly. "We're aware of that. You used it for your mother's medical bills, right? That's fine. I wish your mother a speedy recovery." Wang Yingyu smiled kindly, then called in the soldiers stationed at the door and ordered them to escort Yuan Jie back. Walking through the heavily guarded corridor, Yuan Jie desperately wanted to ask what had happened to Chen Mo, but he knew they wouldn't tell him. With worry and unease weighing on his heart, he followed the soldiers away. Wang Yingyu took off his glasses, wiped them, then went to the adjacent meeting room and returned to his seat. Lu Huaihu nodded, and the lieutenant general pressed the remote, bringing up several urgently retrieved documents on the screen. Ling Cece and Huang Renjing died on the 11th of this month at Huang Renjing's villa. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. The crime scene yielded no clues, and all surveillance cameras at the site failed simultaneously. Evidence suggests that Chen Mo had been following the two from the 7th to the 26th. The case remains unsolved. Within the 3 days before the insect swarm outbreak, the Yanhua police station received several reports of stolen valuables, all occurring at night. The only clue was that glass was cut cleanly with no other traces. Surveillance also failed in those cases. There is a hidden criminal organization in Yanhua City called the Snake Gang. The gang's leader, nicknamed Old Snake, had 9 bodies found in their hideout when we deployed personnel to evacuate residents. At the scene, there were also large amounts of gold and silver jewelry matching the stolen items. According to the gang's accountant, Old Snake left with 1.7 million yuan in cash that night and returned carrying the bag of jewelry. The 1.7 million yuan matches the amount that appeared at Yuan Jie's doorstep. It's quite simple. If that kid named Chen Mo can truly control insects, everything becomes plausible. Qin Huaiji declared in his characteristic booming voice. Everyone had a profound understanding of the pseudo-killer insect's peculiarities. They had even captured 2 live specimens, and biologists were working day and night. If they could unravel the mystery of the pseudo-killer insect's invisibility, humanity would achieve a quantum leap both in military and civilian applications. The queen insect can distort magnetic fields, which explains the surveillance failure. Combined with the invisible insects killing without leaving a trace is child's play. Qin Huaiji crossed his arms, showing no anger over the death of his compatriot. Huang Renjing's sordid deeds were all exposed the moment the state machinery decided to investigate. He was already dead, but if he weren't, he would have been executed in a few days anyway. At least it saved a bullet. As for Ling Cece, to be honest, when Qin Huaiji learned the details, especially what happened in the alley, he was nearly furious. Hearing that the two had kicked the bucket, he didn't applaud. That was already the height of restraint. Did they expect him to defend them? The 1.7 million yuan Jie received was definitely obtained by Chen Mo from Old Snake in exchange for stolen valuables. As for why Chen Mo killed Old Snake, it was likely fear of Old Snake being caught, wanting to eliminate the threat once and for all. A major general with a missing left eye and severe burns on his neck interjected. The question is, if Chen Mo is indeed connected to the queen insect, what is the purpose of creating this catastrophe? Could it be mere revenge on society? Another person wondered. Given his tragic childhood and the blows he suffered, it's not impossible for such thoughts to arise. Another added. But the doubt lies in the fact that the queen insect is not a low-level life form. There's no reason for it to obey human commands. Amid the heated discussion, the door suddenly burst open. A short-statured officer rushed in and whispered a few words into Lu Xiu's ear. Share it with everyone. There's no need for secrecy. The room fell silent as all eyes fixed on the officer, who then relayed the newly acquired intelligence. During the investigation into Chen Mo's social circle, esteemed bun shop owner's daughter near his home said that in recent days, Chen Mo bought 150 buns daily, leaving them at the door. Once, out of curiosity, she peeked and saw that Chen Mo's body was covered in extensive black-purple tattoos. Tattoos? The group was startled. The lieutenant general pressed the remote to display various photos of Chen Mo. Clearly not long ago, he only bore scars. She also added that on her last glance, the tattoos seemed to move. Those tattoos are likely what clamped down on the 2 Snake Gang members in the photos, the so-called shadow ability user. The researcher emphasized his words with a pointed look at Qin Huaiji. Hey you, Huaiji. Well, they'll keep quiet. Qin Huaiji sat back down, clearly displeased. The meeting continued with the focus still on Chen Mo's relationship with the queen insect and how to obtain live samples from it. This was the researchers' primary concern. As time passed, the arguments grew louder, turning the conference room into a chaotic marketplace. Everyone spoke at once, raising their voices to drown out others until the noise merged into a deafening roar. Even those sitting side by side could barely hear each other, relying on lip movements and facial expressions to guess what was being said. The meeting ended when Lu Huihu called it to a halt. Clearly little of value had been gleaned. Though they now knew Chen Mo was extraordinary, they could neither locate him nor determine the exact relationship between him and the queen insect. Their only hope lay in more detailed investigation. As everyone filed out, Lu Shihu called Qin Huaiji back. With no outsiders left except Lu Shihu's guard, the room fell quiet. "Chief, what do you need me for?" The two were from the same hometown and had joined the army together in their early years. Their private relationship was close, lacking the stern hierarchy of superior and subordinate, more like brothers. "I've noticed you've been increasingly hostile toward the researchers lately. Haven't I warned you many times that national development depends on them, and you must get along?" Lu Shihu demanded. "I know, but wasn't it you who told me to target them this time?" Qin Huaiji was dumbfounded. "When did I tell you that?" Now it was Lu Shihu's turn to be stunned. "Huh. When we entered the meeting, that guy was droning on, and you gave me a look." Qin Huaiji scratched his head. "That was because my eye was irritated." Lu Shihu took a deep breath, his head throbbing. "If you don't have the brains, don't try to read others' minds. Just focus on your battles. This isn't entirely my fault." Qin Huaiji couldn't stop complaining. "Stop your whining and get out. If you run into them, apologize." Lu Shihu rubbed his forehead. "All right, fine, I'll apologize." Reluctant but helpless, Qin Huaiji trudged out. Lu Shihu reviewed the documents and videos several times before falling asleep without realizing it. When he opened his eyes, seeing the dawn outside the window, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I really am getting old. During the war, I could go 3 days without sleep. Now a single night is too much." "General, you're still young. You could lead us for another 30 years without issue," the guard said with a smile. 30 years? Are you really trying to work this old bones to death?" Lu Shihu laughed heartily. "Not just 30, General. If you don't mind, 40 years wouldn't be a problem. Enough, you and your silver tongue. You've been on guard all night, hungry, right? Come on, let's eat." Lu Shihu threw on his coat and stood up. As he opened the door, a clerk rushed past with documents, nearly colliding with him. "General, I'm so sorry, the person stammered. "It's fine. Be careful next time." "What's the rush?" Lu Shihu asked casually. "It's about resettling the residents of Yanghua City. There's so much to do." "All right, go ahead." After the clerk hurried away, Lu Shihu turned to his guard and emphasized, "If they need our cooperation, do everything possible to assist. Yanghua City is a major city, and resettling so many residents in a short time is a huge task. Livelihood issues are paramount. No mistakes. Rest assured." The two had a meal at the camp's mess hall, during which 2 people came for Lu Shihu to sign documents regarding the next military operation. At noon, Lu Shihu convened the group again, but with far fewer people than last time. He had no desire to endure another chaotic meeting like a marketplace. This time the meeting focused on how to obtain a live sample of the queen insect. The meeting dragged on from noon until near nightfall with no results. Just as Lu Shihu was about to adjourn, news that shocked everyone arrived. A live sample of the queen insect had been obtained. When the news arrived, the group, who had been discussing all afternoon, were about to grab a quick bite, but upon seeing the urgently delivered sample, they immediately forgot about food. Over a dozen researchers in the conference room hurried to the lab, which was already packed with people. Compared to them, Lu Huihu was more concerned about how the sample had been obtained. "You ordered us to acquire more Zizhao samples, since we had succeeded before we used the same method. But during this cutting process, the queen bug unexpectedly extended its tentacles about twice as long as before. As a result, a large portion was sliced off by the barrage. Most of it was decomposed by the Zizhao, but our soldiers risked their lives to retrieve 2 pieces. Listening to the combat team leader's account, Lu Huihu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had been racking their brains day and night discussing how to obtain a live sample of the queen bug with no results to show. And now it had been obtained so simply. How is the queen bug now? Still the same as before, no change. Good, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Go get some rest. Yes, sir. The colonel saluted and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the lab after Division of Labor, numerous researchers and scholars had begun exploring the secrets of the queen bug. They discovered that to some extent the queen bug's life characteristics were similar to those of Zizhao, but manifested in a more advanced manner. Snap! The severed tentacle was still moving, wriggling in the glass tank. But unlike Zizhao, the queen bug's tentacle did not possess decomposing ability. They tentatively placed the queen bug and Zizhao together and witnessed a miraculous sight. The Zizhao wrapped around the tentacle like a protective mother, continuously providing nutrients. "My God," a biologist from the United Kingdom of Fankisi and Kelaterui exclaimed in his mind, eyes wide. It took them 2 hours to confirm that the queen bug's tentacle was different from Zizhao. The severed part could not form an independent entity, yet it had undoubtedly not lost its vitality due to cutting. And now it could somehow absorb nutrients from a Zizhao. Using the human body as an analogy, the queen bug situation was akin to a severed finger that could still bend and exert force remaining alive. If the mystery behind this could be unraveled and applied to the medical field, it might elevate human limb reattachment technology to a new level. Even without delving into the deeper mysteries, the mere surface phenomena are enough to leave one dumbfounded. Another person said with a bitter smile. The more they understood, the more they realized how terrifying the insectoid race truly was. First, separate the queen bug sample from the Zizhao sample. As he spoke, he manipulated the joystick to operate the machine to separate them. A clicking sound was heard, and the gripper snapped off, falling into the Zizhao. The decomposition rate is faster than before. At the beginning, the gripper could last 110 minutes. Now it only lasts 100. We'll have to replace it again. This is already the third one today. It's adapting to the gripper's material. This is just a sample, a tiny fraction of the Zizhao covering Yanghua City. How terrifying must the whole be? Next time, let's try a gripper made of a different material. The experiments proceeded in an orderly fashion. With only 2 small samples available, no one dared to cut them. Thus, despite the large number of people, experiments had to be conducted one by one, scheduled by date. Some researchers' experimental plans were even scheduled half a year later. Watching others experiment on the unknown species while being forced to spectate was truly frustrating. It was bearable for a short while, but as time passed, their restlessness grew. Finally, one afternoon, a group of scholars collectively petitioned for more experimental samples. In fact, it wasn't just them. The nation also hoped to capture the queen bug as soon as possible. Although it was a global coalition, many confidential intelligence reports could not be disclosed to the public, which led to panic spreading rapidly. Within half a month, various theories about the apocalypse, alien invasion, and global catastrophe became widespread, causing widespread anxiety. This posed a significant challenge to national stability. Have the experimental results been confirmed? Lu Huaihe's voice was full of exhaustion. His desk was piled high with documents. Although the queen bug had been confined to Yanghua City, as long as it remained uncontained, he, as the chief commander, could not rest easy. Confirmed. The anesthetic worked on the queen bug's experimental sample, but it has high drug resistance. A dose sufficient to knock out an adult elephant barely induced hibernation. In the second experiment, the anesthetic's effect was significantly weaker. We had to change the composition for it to work again. We also conducted a freezing experiment. Like Zizhao, even when frozen, the queen bug can restore its activity once the temperature rises. Bu Jiangwen's aged eyes could not conceal his fervor. If the combat plan could proceed smoothly, it meant they would soon obtain the entire queen bug and no longer have to fight over experimental samples. Professor Bu, thank you for your hard work. This matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the general, Lu Huaihu. Although Lu Huaihu and Yan Yunji were both generals, Yan Yunji, as the commander-in-chief and supreme military commander, held a higher position. For such a major military operation, discussion with him was necessary. Alright, I'll head back first. He'll wait for your good news. Professor Bu, remember to rest more. Your health is the foundation for the nation's progress. There will be plenty of experimental opportunities. Don't let urgency affect your health. Lu Huaihu specifically reminded him. As he aged, he had lost the impetuousness of his youth. After Bu Jiangwan left, Lu Huaihu immediately went to Yan Yunji's office. Although Yan had relinquished command, he had not left and remained stationed there. When the 2 old veterans met, a round of pleasantries was inevitable. Lu Huaihu reported the experimental results. In the final confirmation stage, both knew that the upcoming decision would affect all of humanity. The situation was unclear, and they could not predict the outcome. Both men, known for their decisive nature, now hesitated. Even at such high positions, they could not bear the consequences of failure. Half an hour later, they contacted the national leaders and initiated a global meeting. The final vote showed that the number of votes in favor of immediately capturing the queen bug was 3 times that of those advocating a wait-and-see approach. Clearly, they were not the only ones who could not wait any longer. Day 18 of the insect swarm outbreak, Yanghua City. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of propellers churning the air echoed across the entire sky. Hundreds of armed transport helicopters hovered at an altitude of 500 meters, while at a higher position 20 bombers trailed swirling air currents. 10 kilometers away, 200 truck-mounted artillery pieces stood in neat formation, their large-caliber barrels exuding an aura of death. Within the city, few soldiers were visible, and those present wore heavy protective suits. Steel barriers blocked every road, enclosing a zone 2 kilometers in diameter. Thousands of elite snipers crouched atop distant high-rises, constantly scanning the streets. Yan Yunji personally oversaw the battlefield, while an observation group composed of representatives from various nations also surveyed the scene. As they watched the pilot's reports and contemplated the 20 bombers circling overhead, the spectators felt a mix of gnashing fury and lingering dread. Those were not the conventional combat aircraft of the Core Federation, but seventh-generation fighters that nations were still developing and had yet to produce. Fifth-generation fighters already represented the pinnacle of military aviation for most countries, with some still relying on obsolete fourth-generation models. Yet the Core Federation had unveiled seventh-generation fighters, and a full 20 of them at that, likely developed years ago, but never deployed. The recently war-weary United Kingdom of Vanks and Clattery, along with the still combative Steer Union, watched the roaring seventh-generation fighters and felt a chill run down their spines. The Core Federation's air power was already among the top echelons. Adding seventh-generation fighters would grant them complete air dominance. If the Federation had deployed these during previous conflicts, the balance of power would have shifted catastrophically. Yin Yunji glanced at everyone's reactions and couldn't help sneering inwardly. Did they really think he was an easygoing person? Though global pressure forced him to allow other nations a foothold, he needed to make it clear who was truly in charge lest they engage in constant behind-the-scenes scheming. They had hesitated over whether to reveal the seventh-generation fighters. Designed 2 years ago, these were intended to deliver a devastating surprise to other nations. The operation against the mother insect didn't require such advanced technology. Even outdated fifth-generation fighters could handle the task. But the lure of controlling the mother insect forced them to expose their hand prematurely. All units prepare, Yin Yunji commanded in a low voice. Everyone snapped to attention, shaking off the shock of the seventh-generation fighters, and fixed their eyes on the screens. Commence the operation. Yes, sir. The team leaders responsible for each section responded in unison. The transport helicopters opened their hatches, revealing 2 sturdy launchers. With a thunderous roar, hundreds of brilliant flares tore through the darkness, carrying blazing red light, like shooting stars piercing into the mother nest. The next moment, hundreds of shells detonated simultaneously, but surprisingly their power was minimal. The reason was simple: these were not lethal shells. The first phase of the operation aimed to reduce the mother nest's activity. Each shell contained a massive dose of anesthetic designed to breach the nest's armored skin and inject the anesthetic directly into its body. Then the helicopters climbed higher while moving outward, and the bombers descended, locking onto their target. Coordinates confirmed. Open fire. The mounted munitions were expended in an instant. As hundreds of shells neared the mother nest, the magnetic field distorted their trajectory, disabling electronic signals and triggering the specially designed cryogenic bombs. In an instant, pale mist enveloped the entire encirclement. The temperature plummeted at a terrifying rate, and even from a great distance people could feel the bone-chilling cold. When the mist dissipated and lights illuminated the area, the mother nest's massive body was covered in frost. I never thought they'd actually succeed in developing this. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the observers' eyelids twitched uncontrollably. But at this moment, Yin Yunji paid them no mind. He was focused on the final step to capture the mother insect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of helicopters descended to a lower altitude, and the operators switched to using modified launchers. These launchers were fixed to the helicopters on one end, while the other end resembled oversized harpoons with rows of barbed spikes that contracted, ready to spring out once they pierced the target. The ropes connecting the helicopters and harpoons were made of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, further reinforced to be much stronger than steel cables. With a loud bang, hundreds of harpoons fired simultaneously, easily piercing the frozen body of the mother nest. All helicopters ascend to 400. Yes, sir. The helicopters rose together. When they reached 300 meters, the ropes suddenly went taut, slightly restricting the ascent. However, with coordinated effort, the mother nest was eventually torn from the ground. Watching the mother nest being lifted and transported away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So far, the plan had proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents or errors. Collection team, enter. Trucks and cranes filled with soldiers in protective suits drove in. Although the mother nest had been removed, a radius of purple bog extending to 700 meters remained on the ground. These substances wouldn't die from the cold, and it would be a waste to simply leave them to be obliterated by artillery fire. With rigorous protection and remote support, they evenly cut the purple bog and loaded it into reinforced transport vehicles. These materials would be sent to numerous hastily established laboratories. Soldiers and tanks patrolled the city, trying to capture some insect samples. As for the 200 truck-mounted artillery pieces, they were already itching for action. Coordinates confirmed. Coordinates confirmed. Artillery prepare. Fire for annihilation. Open fire. At the command, the 200 truck-mounted artillery pieces opened their maws, and the deafening roar of launches merged into one, tearing a gap through the clouds above. When the shells landed, it was as if a blazing sun had risen, instantly filling the world with yellow and white. A super high-temperature heat source erupted, melting everything in sight. After the dazzling yellow and white faded, all nearby high-rises had collapsed as if struck by a massive earthquake. The city's core area lay in ruins. This was an unavoidable measure. As a major city of the core Federation, Yanyunji would not have resorted to such means unless absolutely necessary. The virus load in the purple bog was terrifying if any residue remained in the soil once the people of Yangwei returned to their homes and the virus erupted. It could destroy human civilization in a short time. The consequences were so severe that even destroying the entire city of Yangwei and rebuilding it with immense effort and resources was a price worth paying. Where is this place? Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still in a daze. He felt as if he were in a vast ocean so dark that not a shred of light could penetrate, yet he did not feel cold. Instead, it was as warm as being in his mother's embrace. What kind of feeling was that? Chen Mo tried hard to recall, but he could no longer remember his mother's warm smile. She had passed away too early, so early that he couldn't even remember things clearly, only able to piece together and imagine based on the haziest of images. What a long dream, Chen Mo thought. His consciousness finally broke free from that sea, and a blinding white light pierced his eyes, making it impossible to open them. He raised his hand to his forehead and tried to observe his surroundings. This was a very large room, giving the feeling of being in a stadium, but there were no seats around, nor any extra items in the room. The walls were a silvery white, seemingly made of some kind of metal. Looking further up, dozens of meters above the ground, there was a transparent pane of glass behind, which stood several stern-faced people. What exactly had happened? He only remembered that the thing attached to his body had gone out of control, and then he had rushed back to the hive without stopping. Then, what happened next? The harder he tried to think, the more his brain throbbed with pain. Gurgle. At that moment, he finally felt something squirming behind him. Turning his head slightly, he saw it was the Zerg hive. So it had gone out of control, and he had been captured. Chen Mo immediately realized the most plausible scenario. Ever since he had obtained the hive, he had been considering all possible situations every day. Being discovered and captured was within his expectations, but he hadn't expected it to happen through a loss of control. Mr. Chen. A steady male voice came from the loudspeaker. Chen Mo looked up and saw that the people behind the glass. Chen Mo nodded. He hadn't yet figured out his situation, and being cooperative couldn't hurt. When they saw Chen Mo nod in response, those people showed varying degrees of surprise. After all, according to their speculation, Chen Mo might have been parasitized and controlled, likely in an unconscious state. Or was it actually the hive that was responding now? Can you answer questions? Please say yes or no. The man pressed again, his tone quite polite. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Yes. The man asked many questions. After confirming that Chen Mo was still capable of thought, those people disappeared. Chen Mo moved his wrists, forced himself to stand up, and looked at the hive behind him. He had many questions. His consciousness sank into the hive space, and seeing the vast amounts of additional resources and genes, Chen Mo remained silent for a long time. This alone was enough to guess the truth. So what should he do next? The matter of the hive had been exposed, and he would no longer be regarded as a fellow human. Moreover, even if he fully cooperated, could humanity really? Chen Mo leaned against the hive. He dared not move recklessly. The ceiling over 300 meters high, and the surrounding walls were lined with heavy firepower. If he made a wrong move, bullets would likely rain down in the next moment. Over the course of several days, Chen Mo and the hive remained in this room. Occasionally someone would come to ask questions, and through these conversations he learned a few things. First, what had happened in Yanyue City during the days he had lost consciousness. Second, there was the intelligence issue. People had not yet connected the Zerg hive with the game's space war. The hive's overall appearance had expanded and differed considerably from the game's version. Moreover, without the game's insect soldiers, the secret was still well hidden. They called the hive the mother insect. Chen Mo also learned the identity of the person who came to question him every day, a highly respected old professor. He hoped that Chen Mo would cooperate with human research. Chen Mo's instinct was to resist being treated like a lab rat was unpleasant for anyone. That was until the other party proposed a trade-off. Your good friend Yuan Jie, his mother is very ill. With conventional treatment, the cure rate is very low. We can get the best doctors for her, provide the best medical conditions, and your friend won't have to worry about making a living. Oh, you probably don't know yet, but because of this disaster, Yuan Jie has met a girl. Don't you want to consider them? When they said this, they actually didn't have much hope. They had only analyzed from Chen Mo's behavior that he valued the other person highly, otherwise he wouldn't have made a deal with Brother Snake under those circumstances. So they were just trying their luck. What surprised and delighted everyone was that after hearing the conditions offered by humanity, Chen Mo didn't hesitate for long. He only had one request before cooperating. He wanted to see Yuan Jie. This wasn't a big problem. That afternoon, Yuan Jie was brought to the large observation room. Before seeing Chen Mo, Yuan Jie was still somewhat dazed. Just like last time, several officers came, but this time with much higher ranks. Several doctors also came along. They told Yuan Jie that his mother would receive the best medical care and that everything would be handled by them. Then the bewildered Yuan Jie was brought over. Is it like the last interrogation? What exactly is going on with my mother? Yuan Jie seemed to have endless questions along the way until he stood in front of the observation room and saw through the glass the person standing before the monster. No, that's not right. Yuan Jie even doubted whether that was a person. A black-purple substance like asphalt covered every inch of his skin. It writhed and rampaged, emitting strange cries, and under the light it gave off a terrifying purpler glow. The huge hive loomed behind him like a living mountain of flesh. Mr. Chen, your friend has been brought here, the officer said into the broadcast microphone. Mr. Chen. Yuan Jie felt as if struck by lightning. He threw himself against the glass like a madman. Mo. You're Mo. Chen Mo slowly raised his head. The asphalt spread outward, revealing a pale face. You're here. What happened to you? What happened to you? Actually, I don't know either, but it's not a bad thing. Has Auntie been taken away? Chen Mo showed a smile. What do you mean? You could it be? What exactly happened to you? Yuan Jie asked urgently. I told you I don't know. They'll probably be staying here for a long time, cooperating with research and stuff. Hearing this, Yuan Jie immediately turned to the officer beside him. He angrily grabbed the officer's collar, disregarding the difference in status, and roared, Did you do something to Mo? Are you conducting human experiments? Xiao Jie, calm down. If that were the case, they wouldn't have allowed you to see me. Chen Mo slowly stood up, as if wanting to move closer. Click. At the slightest movement, the guns arranged nearby immediately swiveled their muzzles. Chen Mo could only smile bitterly and sit back down. Why are you looking so dejected? Cheer up a bit. I'm not dead, you know. Chen Mo took it lightly and even joked with Yuan Jie. By the way, I heard you got a girlfriend. What's the story? Not really a girlfriend, we're not at that stage yet. Besides, she might not even be interested in me. What exactly happened? Tell me about it. You still have the energy to care about this. Oh, there's nothing to worry about with my situation. Rest assured, since I'm idle anyway, go ahead and tell me. Chen Mo asked with great interest. Helpless Yuan Jie had to suppress his anxiety and reluctantly recounted the story. It was quite a coincidence. The hospital ward where Yuan Jie's mother was staying was very crowded, so she was in a multi-bedroom. The patient in the next bed turned out to be Yuan Yu, the very person who had saved his mother earlier. She had fallen from a height while fleeing and broken her leg. Her family lived in a distant city and hadn't arrived yet, so Yuan Jie took on the responsibility of caring for both of them. Over time, feelings began to develop between them. Chen Mo paid special attention to the timing of their acquaintance. When he heard that they had met during his mother's hospitalization, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Chen Mo had worried that Yuan Jie's girlfriend might actually be a mole sent by the state to better control him through Yuan Jie. Now it seemed his worry was unnecessary. They chatted for a while longer, about 20 minutes before the officer stopped them. Mr. Chen, your time to talk with your friend is up. When can I come again? Before Chen Mo could respond, Yuan Jie immediately asked. I'm sorry, I can't give an exact answer. If there is an opportunity, we will contact you. The officer replied. Before leaving, Yuan Jie took one last look at Chen Mo. Seeing his old friend in such inexplicable danger while he could do nothing, that feeling was heartbreaking. Oh, by the way, just then Chen Mo suddenly called out to Yuan Jie, who was about to leave. If you need anything, just tell them. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I think they'll do their best to accommodate you. Hearing this, Yuan Jie turned halfway and stared at Chen Mo in astonishment. Don't look at me like that. It might sound strange given my situation, but I am at least their partner. So if you're in any trouble, whether it's money or anything else, just bring it up with them. Chen Mo said with a low laugh. Yuan Jie dumbly looked at the officer beside him, who responded with an expression that brooked no. Shortly after Yuan Jie left, the second person entered. He was a researcher in his 30s, followed by an officer of similar age. Chen Mo knew both their names, Wen Ziguang and Ning Mingjun. Initially, the ones in charge of communicating with Chen Mo were several senior researchers and officers. But the day before yesterday, they were replaced by these two, probably because they thought similar ages would make communication easier. Chen Mo didn't think much about it. He didn't care. Mr. Chen, just call me Chen Mo. Okay, Chen Mo. We fulfilled your conditions. Yuan Jie's mother has received the best treatment. According to the doctor's feedback, she will fully recover in 6 months. As for Yuan Jie, well, arrange a well-paid sinecure for him. Now it's time for you to keep your promise. When Ziguang said, What do you need? Asked Chen Mo. We want to examine the creature attached to you. While you were unconscious, we tried to examine it, but it was very uncooperative. You should be able to control it. When Ziguang asked, I can do basic control, but I can't take it off, Chen Mo replied. We don't need to take it off. We once cut off a part, but once separated from you, the sample immediately lost its activity. It only recovered when brought close. When Ziguang shook his head, How should I cooperate? Just some basic examinations. You'll need to enter various instruments. You just need to keep the creature from attacking. No problem. But if you get results, I need a copy of the data. I can't guarantee that. This requires. I don't need a very detailed report. I just want to know what this thing is. You don't know what it is, eh? No, I woke up one day, and it was inexplicably stuck to me. Chen Mo shrugged with slight. When Ziguang looked at the camera, a voice of affirmation came through his earpiece, so he said, "If that's all I can agree to." Chen Mo was different from the Zi Zhao, which had not yet shown intelligence. If too many people gathered around it might cause resistance. Since they had enough samples of Zi Zhao and the mother insect, there was no need for a collective observation. It was enough to let Wen Ziguang operate, and they could watch the process through monitors and get the final results. When Ziguang pressed a button, the floor not far away opened and several instruments rose up. Chen Mo entered them one by one as instructed. The creature attached to his skin was a bit uneasy, but fortunately, with Chen Mo's reassurance, it remained relatively calm. Except that it couldn't be taken off at will. This creature was very obedient in other aspects. The examination took about half an hour. When Ziguang said they would come back to inform him of the results. Before leaving, he asked Chen Mo to produce several types of insect soldiers. As a trade-off, Chen Mo asked for a computer and made demands for the quality of his future meals. Since he had the conditions for comfort, Chen Mo naturally wanted to make his life a bit better. Chen Mo's reasonable demands were readily approved by the leaders of various departments. An hour later, a small, unmanned transport vehicle delivered a computer. It had high specifications, but no internet access. As requested, it was loaded with many games, movies, and TV series to pass the time. Additionally, they gave him several packs of cigarettes. Chen Mo didn't ask for a chair. The tentacles of the mother nest were more comfortable than any chair. He sat cross-legged on them, watching a newly released web series. Though it hadn't even finished airing online, he had already obtained the complete series sent to the review department, and it was the uncensored version. Smoking a cigarette, eating snacks, and watching a web series that no one else could see. To be honest, Chen Mo still recognized himself as human for the time being. Cooperating with humans to study advanced technology, as long as he could set aside the feeling of being a lab rat, he wasn't as resistant as one might think. Moreover, this way Yuan Jie could have a good life. Chen Mo was not an ambitious person. He had fantasized about conquering the universe, but that was just a way to entertain himself when he couldn't sleep. It's just that you've been wronged. He turned around and stroked the mother nest. This creature was destined to conquer the universe, yet now, because of him, it was confined to this place. Parasitic. You mean this thing is actually a parasite? Chen Mo frowned as he looked at Wen Ziguang, standing behind the glass. More than 5 days had passed since the examination, and Chen Mo had to undergo checks every single day. Today, Wen Ziguang finally brought the definitive experimental results. Based on the manifestations, that seems to be the case. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeper. Although he had speculated in this direction before the results came out, hearing the definite answer still sent a chill through his heart. If this thing was a parasite, then what exactly was he? Was he truly the Zerg overlord? As the supreme existence among the Zerg, how could anything within the swarm dare to parasitize him? But it's not what you think. The so-called parasite, isn't it? It's you, Wen Ziguang said startlingly. Me? Chen Mo pointed at himself in disbelief. In the parasite. It's just a crude analogy. On the surface, it does attach itself to you actively and resists leaving your body. You've also mentioned it can go out of control, influencing your will. Based on these behaviors, it indeed exhibits parasitic traits. Then that means. But, just as Chen Mo was about to speak, Wen Ziguang interrupted him before he could finish. But this thing hasn't drawn any nutrients from you. On the contrary, it's continuously supplying you with nourishment. When you're in danger, it triggers a protective mechanism. From this perspective, you seem more like the parasite. Of course, that's an imperfect example. So it's like a living battle armor. Chen Mo recalled a movie he had seen recently where the protagonist had a living suit of armor. That interpretation works too. When Ziguang shrugged. They discussed for a while, and when Ziguang collected the data, as usual, before leaving. After he was gone, lunch was delivered. The meal was lavish, featuring dishes Chen Mo could never afford and had never even heard of. After feasting heartily, he lay lazily on the mother nest, looking forward to the next Sunday, the day when the nations allowed the two to meet. Later that day, when Ziguang returned to the lab, bringing several rare species from remote small countries for the mother nest to devour and reproduce into Zerg soldiers bearing their genes. Chen Mo complied, but he exaggerated the genes and resources needed to produce Zerg soldiers by 5 times. In other words, for every 1 soldier he produced, he could secretly create 4 more. Chen Mo didn't know why he did this. He had intended to cooperate fully, but a voice in his heart kept telling him not to trust them completely. Heeding that inner voice, he secretly amassed a small Zerg squad. In the suppression battle of Yanhua City days ago, even though the military had searched as thoroughly as possible, a few stray Zerg soldiers evaded capture. The Core Federation ultimately lacked the resolve to completely destroy Yanhua City. After awakening, Chen Mo ordered the surviving bugs carrying the remnants of the incubation chamber to tunnel toward the nearest coast. When Sunday arrived, Yuan Jie came as promised. Having achieved his life's goals, he didn't look particularly happy. I don't know what's happened to you. I asked them, but no one would tell me. Yuan Jie said sorrowfully. Whether it was the doctor treating his mother or his own job, Yuan Jie knew Chen Mo had made some sacrifice to secure these things. He didn't want this. He would rather live in hardship than have his good brother bear suffering he couldn't understand. Chen Mo didn't want to dwell on the topic, so he changed the subject, asking about Yuan Jie's progress with Yuan Yu. At that, Yuan Jie felt both embarrassed and ashamed. While his good brother was confined in a lab, he was out finding love. Every day Yuan Jie endured mental torment. Chen Mo didn't know how to console him. He knew that the more magnanimous he acted, the more oppressed Yuan Jie would feel. Besides, he was never good with words. After Yuan Jie left, Chen Mo wanted to sleep for a while, but a man he hadn't seen in a long time stood behind the glass. He was burly with an unkempt beard, messy hair, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Despite his rough appearance, he wore a major general's epaulets. Brotherly bonds. Looking at the gaunt figure before the mother nest, Qin Huaiji took a deep drag, consuming half the cigarette in one go. Instead of exhaling smoke, he swallowed it directly. As a soldier of his era, he was no stranger to such feelings. Once upon a time, he too had many good brothers willing to sacrifice themselves so others could live better. I can give you some privileges, no strings attached. Hearing Qin Huaizi's words, Chen Mo was surprised. He recognized that face. He had seen him trailing behind several generals during inspections, never speaking. He didn't expect him to speak up now. What? You remind me of someone. Qin Huaiji lit another cigarette. I want to see the sun. Kid, you know that's impossible, at least not now. I want a piano and a piano teacher, Chen Mo said. Piano. Qin Huaiji bit the cigarette filter, his tone dismissive. What's so good about that? They'll get you a badass era teacher. But that's different, isn't it? Chen Mo said helplessly. They both make sounds. Fine, I'll apply for one for you. Qin Huaiji scratched his beard, finished his cigarette, and left. Chen Mo leaned against the mother nest, staring at the silver-white ceiling, a vague image slowly forming before his eyes. It was an intellectual woman playing the piano, the image Chen Mo believed to be his mother. His mother had left no photos, only a diary and a piano. But when Chen Mo was 3, his father sold the piano for gambling money. Qin Huaiji moved quickly. In less than 2 hours, a brand new piano was delivered. The teacher wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. A very renowned teacher, so famous that even those who didn't follow music would feel a strong familiarity upon hearing the name. Before the teacher arrived, Chen Mo tried playing on his own. He clearly hadn't inherited his mother's musical talent. In the surveillance room, Qin Huaiji winced, his already messy hair becoming even more disheveled. How do you think he plays? Facing the old general's question, Qin Huaiji put down his cigarette and answered frankly and seriously. Like dog crap. The once quiet observation room had recently been filled with the clattering sounds of a piano. A man sat on a seat made of piled flesh, his slender fingers moving across the keys with fluid grace. If one looked only at the picture, it had a certain grotesque beauty. Of course, that was only if the chaotic noise of the piano was ignored. Chen Mo's posture as he played was indeed elegant, but the sound was always like a 3-year-old child randomly banging on the keys. All right, that's enough for today, a man said in a magnetic voice. His name was Yinij Isen, a name that resounded powerfully in the music world. Yet this very figure was now being extremely cautious. Facing such chaotic piano sounds, if it were his student, he would have long since slapped them. 5 days ago, several military officers found him while he was preparing for his next global tour, urgently halted all his schedules, and after signing a series of confidentiality agreements, brought him here. Looking at the writhing mountain of flesh, even though he had been with it for several days, Yinij still couldn't stop his heart from pounding. But compared to the first time he saw it, when he was so shocked he couldn't speak, he was much better now. Mr. S, and I would like to know when I will be qualified to play that piece. Mr. Chen, even a student who has studied piano since childhood would need a long time to learn this score upon first contact, let alone a beginner. I'm sorry, I was too impatient. If one ignored the bitumen-like substance on Chen Mo's body and the restless mother nest always clinging to his back, Yinij did not dislike Chen Mo. Although the latter lacked sufficient talent, he possessed a sufficiently humble attitude. After the 3-hour lesson ended, Yinij Isen left the observation room. No one else entered the room until bedtime, which made Chen Mo somewhat puzzled. In fact, it wasn't just today. The observers who used to appear every day had not shown up for 4 days. Even when they did come, they only asked for some insect soldiers and then left in a hurry. Chen Mo could sense that several insect soldiers were quite far away from him. Through the insect network, he transferred his consciousness, and what came into view was a world mixed with blackness and light. Withdrawing his consciousness, Chen Mo silently stared at the ceiling for a long time. What exactly were these people doing? The second laboratory extraterrestrial combat unit. A dozen laboratory personnel gathered around 2 large instruments, staring intently at the data. Having not slept for a day and a night, they felt no drowsiness. As the data scrolled rapidly, their excitement gradually reached its peak. A young student pushed open the door carrying hot chocolate and food, hoping to help his elderly teacher replenish energy in time. Get away, don't disturb me. The old man pushed him away, staring at the screen and muttering, We are witnessing the wonder and greatness of cosmic species. Standing nearby, when Ziguang gestured to his junior to put the things down. After another half an hour, the quiet crowd burst into chaotic cheers. They raised their arms high as excited as believers who had seen God. The old man clutched his chest. Having not slept for a day and night, coupled with the immense mental stimulation his aging body could barely hold up, when Ziguang immediately handed him the hot chocolate. The old man drank it in one gulp, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then recovered a bit. Ziguang, it's done, it's done. The old man pointed at the screen, his beard trembling incessantly. Yes, teacher, you have succeeded. When Ziguang echoed loudly, which was inconsistent with his usual calmness, but at this moment anyone standing here would likely find it hard to remain composed. For days ago they sent the mother insect's tentacles into space. In outer space the tentacles not only remained active, but also survived well. According to instrument readings, the moment they entered space, the purple swamp wrapping the tentacles rapidly expanded, continuously generating nutrients to ensure the survival of the insect soldiers that entered space at the same time. These creatures, completely devoid of technology, had actually achieved survival in outer space through their own racial abilities. It wasn't until the next day that this old professor, who had become accustomed to winning scientific research awards, gradually calmed down. This discovery was not that remarkable. While the insect race could survive in space, the crucial point was how to transfer this trait to other species and ultimately benefit humanity. From that day on, the old professor spent all day with a small notebook scribbling and calculating data. When fatigue hit him again, he realized he had not slept for over 50 hours. After an examination, he was diagnosed with severe insomnia. Eventually, he drank a herbal decoction and managed to sleep for a short while. The old professor's condition appeared in every laboratory. Insomnia spread like a plague, infecting everyone. The shock brought by the insect race made it impossible for them to sleep. One of the most terrifying things was the cell experiment on Chen Mo. According to the results, Chen Mo's lifespan had been extended almost indefinitely. They couldn't even calculate when his life might end. They did not aspire to live for thousands or tens of thousands of years like Chen Mo. As long as they could extend their lifespan to 200 years, even with great costs, and even if not everyone could benefit, it would still bring endless advantages to humanity as a whole. To give the simplest example, if the lifespan of top scientific researchers could be extended, they would surely repay humanity with greater contributions in those extra years. Not to mention the evolutionary potential of insect genes. These things drove all the researchers nearly mad. The first thing the old professor did when he woke up was not to drink or eat, even though his throat was terribly dry and his stomach felt a burning contraction. He still asked when Ziguang for the latest experimental data. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. Although when Ziguang and others tried many methods, no other creature could survive even a minute under the purple swamp's envelopment except the insect race. Spring passed, and autumn came. Half a year flew by. Although each laboratory had made some progress compared to the ultimate goal, it was truly insignificant. Chen Mo had completely grown accustomed to his imprisoned life. After more than half a year of cooperation, mutual trust had increased. At least without carrying the mother entity, Chen Mo was allowed to breathe fresh air in the courtyard. Of course, he was still under strict surveillance with heavy firepower. That day, Chen Mo ended his piano practice as usual. Yuan Jie arrived as promised, and the two chatted for a long time, mostly about Yuan Jie's recent situation. Yuan Jie's mother had fully recovered. Although she was still a bit weak, she was out of danger. His feelings for Yuan Yu were also growing deeper. Although they had not officially started dating, they were already just like ordinary young couples, only needing to find an opportunity to confirm their relationship. After the conversation, Yuan Jie left the observation room. Walking down the heavily guarded corridor, he no longer felt the same tension as before. Habit was indeed a terrifying thing. Having visited once a week for over half a year, he no longer grew nervous even at the sight of major generals and lieutenant generals. After all, there were so many officers here that if you threw a brick, you'd hit at least 3 colonels and 2 major generals. At the solemn entrance of the building, a car with a special license plate had been waiting for some time. Yuan Jie got in with practiced ease. Without a word, the driver stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle merged into the street. In the beginning, Yuan Jie had repeatedly declined, insisting he could go home on his own without wasting the nation's resources. The driver politely refused his requests. After persistent efforts, however, he no longer had escorts for daily commutes, but whenever he visited Chen Mo, he was still chauffeured. Sitting in the back seat, Yuan Jie took a small notebook from his pocket and flipped it open. It was filled with various records, a part of his work. Initially, the government had assigned Yuan Jie a sinecure. No real work, no responsibilities. All he had to do was read newspapers and drink coffee at the office, and he would receive a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan along with various additional benefits. Faced with such effortless fortune, Yuan Jie could have enjoyed it with a clear conscience if it were earned through his own efforts. But knowing that Chen Mo had obtained it all through some kind of exchange, how could he allow himself to be a burden? After half a year of hard work, Yuan Jie's abilities gradually earned the recognition of his superiors. Last month he was transferred to the Judicial Investigation Bureau, a position he had long desired. As an ordinary investigator, having come from a poor background himself, he wanted to use his newfound privileges to serve that very class. Even so, he still enjoyed a salary equivalent to that of a senior investigator. About 20 minutes later, Yuan Jie returned to his current residence, a high-end neighborhood he had once never dared to imagine. Yet whenever he thought about what had made this possible, his heart grew heavier. Watching Yuan Jie's figure disappear into the neighborhood, the driver leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. Removing his oversized sunglasses, he revealed himself to be Ning Mingjun. This young and accomplished division commander was now acting as a chauffeur for an investigator. If word got out, how many jaws would drop? Commander, he's been delivered. Any incidents? None. Everything's normal. Good. Though there've never been any accidents, stay vigilant. You know how important Yuan Jie is. Understood, Commander. Of course I know. Ning Mingjun smiled bitterly. He was personally driving Yuan Jie around. How could he not grasp the importance? After hanging up, Ning Mingjun put his sunglasses back on and drove back the same way. As for Yuan Jie's safety, there were others keeping a covert watch. Yuan Jie's new home was on the 8th floor, one apartment per floor. Though he still lived there with his mother, the environment was incomparable to before. The living room was spacious and elegant. The decor wasn't excessively luxurious, but every detail was impeccably done. There were 3 standard-sized bedrooms, as well as a study and a recreation room. Hearing the door open, Yuan Jie's mother emerged from the guest room, dragging a mop. A faint smile appeared on her pale face. You're back. Her health was still in the recovery phase, and the doctor had advised plenty of rest. Yuan Jie agreed. Even without hiring a maid, the housework could wait until he returned from work. Yet stubborn as she was, his mother insisted on doing what she could. Yuan Jie understood this mindset well. Living in a home far beyond their means and enjoying privileges beyond their station naturally bred unease. So she tried to compensate by doing something. As usual, Yuan Jie's mother asked about Chen Mo's condition, then sat gloomily in the living room. Normally this mood would persist until the next day. But today was different. Before dinner, Yuan Yu's sudden arrival brought a touch of cheer to the somber atmosphere. Since both families were rather traditional, Yuan Yu didn't stay overnight despite the spare room. That night, lying on the soft, comfortable bed, Yuan Jie tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It wasn't just Chen Mo's situation on his mind, but also the problems he faced at work. He was handling a case that on the surface appeared to be a simple accident. But as he dug deeper, Yuan Jie felt an inexplicable force interfering with his investigation, obstructing his search for the truth. Something must be hidden behind it all. Yuan Jie was absolutely certain of this. Recalling the widow who had lost her husband and the child who had lost their father, their helpless eyes drove him to vow that he would uncover the truth. Still wide awake in the early hours, he decided to sit at his computer and review the clues he had gathered, planning to request a higher-level investigation warrant from the bureau chief the next day. So before dawn had fully broken, Yuan Jie left home, had soy milk and fried dough sticks nearby, and rode his bicycle to work. Yuan Jie hadn't been overly concerned about requesting a higher-level investigation warrant. He didn't think it would fail. But to his surprise, his immediate superior, the current director of the bureau, flatly refused without hesitation. Yuan Jie, this case is closed. You don't need to follow it anymore. But there are still many doubts. That's because you lack experience. Those aren't doubts, just your own assumptions. The usually amiable director was uncharacteristically stern. If you have too much time and energy, put them into cases that need attention. Get out. Standing outside the director's office, Yuan Jie couldn't understand why asking for a higher-level warrant had provoked such an extreme reaction. Behind the door, the stout director sat in his office chair, his bulk seeming to merge with the leather. He pulled open a drawer and took out a case file, the very one Yuan Jie was investigating. I don't know who's backing you, but no background is bigger than theirs. Drop it while you still can, the director muttered to himself. Having worked together for this period, he had grown to genuinely appreciate Yuan Jie, a young man with an unknown and formidable background, yet never one to abuse his power. He completed every task diligently and maintained good relationships with colleagues. If it were possible, the director truly wished he wouldn't fall into this quagmire. If he had known the connections earlier, he would never have let Yuan Jie take the case. The people involved were far too terrifying. The director found a new job for Yuan Jie, which involved a series of theft cases led by a highly experienced senior investigator. The two headed to the crime scene after. Whether it was taking photographs or recording the testimonies of the victims, Yuan Jie performed impeccably. Since he had joined the investigation bureau through connections, he wanted to avoid being labeled as a useless person who relied solely on his background. Moreover, that so-called background was not something to be proud of, so he exerted double the effort and hard work. We're done for the day, little brother. The rest can be handled tomorrow, Luya called out and organized the notes. Before heading back, let's grab a bite. Sure, brother, Yuan Jie replied, driving towards a familiar restaurant. Due to their long-term need to be on the move, their knowledge of which restaurants were the best in town was second only to that of taxi drivers and delivery boys. It wasn't peak hours yet, and there weren't many customers in the restaurant. The two had come without the official car, so they changed back into casual clothes in the vehicle. They casually found a table, ordered 3 stir-fried dishes and 2 bottles of white wine. Noticing that Yuan Jia had been somewhat absent-minded all day, Luya took only a couple of bites before starting to drink heavily. Yuan Jia had a rather average tolerance for alcohol, and after consuming half a bottle of white wine, he started to feel lightheaded, his words inevitably increasing. After Luya asked a few questions, he poured out all his concerns. Brother, I'm joining our bureau to uphold justice. Why is the director doing this? There are still so many doubts about this. Yuan Jia said, his face flushed and his tightly clenched fists showing veins. Luya lit a cigarette and replied, listen to the director, a case is closed when it's closed. Brother, are you going to deceive me too? Yuan Jia gave a bitter smile. You? Never mind. Yuan Jia, having a sense of responsibility is a good thing, but you must remember one principle. Luya held the cigarette in his mouth, pointing to the shadow cast by the wine bottle under the light. This world is not just black and white. Besides light and shadow, there are other things. Luya had a habit of peeling off the packaging of the white wine bottles until they were spotless. When the light shone through, it was almost unobstructed, illuminating the table with a soft glow where shadows and light could be seen. The world is like this. There will always be entities that seem to be light, yet appear to be shadow. They form their own. Luya squinted, fixated on a small wobbling fly. At the instant it crossed the boundary of light and shadow, a large hand descended, crushing the fly on the table. Luya did not say another word, believing that Yuan Jia should understand. In fact, people had been speculating about Yuan Jia's mysterious background, and if that weren't the case, he wouldn't have said so much. Seeing Yuan Jia staring blankly, without responding, Luya chuckled softly, then raised his glass, shouting that he was drunk, and continued to down glass after glass of liquor, soon humming nonsense. Yuan Jia took a deep breath. He was not foolish. If he could sense some hints from the director's unusual actions, then Lu Ya's words were almost akin to revealing the truth. The case had its doubts, but it involved too many people. For them, the prosecutor was just a bug that could be easily crushed. Yuan Jia smoked 2 cigarettes, then drank heavily like Luya. By the end, he completely lost consciousness and couldn't even remember how he got home. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying on his soft bed in the bedroom with detox tea and warm water on the bedside table. His head throbbed painfully, and his consciousness was quite hazy. He stared at the seemingly swaying ceiling, and the image of Luya crushing the insect was vividly imprinted in his mind. The steadfast belief and the impact of reality clashed in his mind, pressing down on him so tightly that he could hardly breathe. After nearly half an hour, the tumultuous emotions in Yuan Jia's mind gradually calmed down. He checked the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. Unable to sleep, he decided to go for a morning run to clear his thoughts. It was the end of autumn, and in the pale blue dawn the leaves had fallen. The cool breeze wrapped around him, shaking him slightly, while that complex emotion was carried away considerably. Yuan Jia started running within the community, pushing himself until he felt like his lungs would burst before stopping. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath like a bellows. The physical exhaustion alleviated some of his psychological torment. Let's go eat something, Yuan Jia said, putting on his jacket and walking to the community gate, but he was stunned by the scene before him. It was a mother and daughter pair dressed simply. In the cold wind of dawn, they huddled together like 2 pitiful stray cats. Seeing Yuan Jia walk out, the two moved, kneeling before him, their red-rimmed eyes pleading. Just last night, they had received the notification that the case of the murdered man had been closed as an accident. This news was like a thunderclap for them. They couldn't believe the outcome. But what could they do? Who could they rely on? Yuan Jia was unsure of the emotions with which he sent the two back home. He parked the car downstairs and smoked half a pack of cigarettes while watching the gradually brightening sky. He made up his mind and dialed a number. Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Yuan Jia? Yes, it's me. Yuan Jia hurriedly replied. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone. It was a phone number given to him by an accompanying officer after a routine meeting, with Chen Mo stating that he could call anytime if he faced any difficulties. Though he said so, this was Yuan Jia's first time dialing it, uncertain whether it would be effective. He explained his intention to continue investigating the case. The other party didn't hesitate much and readily agreed, leaving Yuan Jia questioning whether it would truly work. Upon returning to the prosecutor's office facing the director, who had a complete turnaround in attitude, Yuan Jia began to ponder in shock about who the person behind that phone number really was. When Yuan Jia excitedly left with the search warrant in hand, the director couldn't help but rub his head. What kind of background does this kid have to make the military department call? Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. When great powers clash, the small fry should stay as far away as possible. Damn it, when did this director become a small fry? He couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity, yet thinking of the situation, it was indeed not a laughing matter. In 3 years he could retire, and he just hoped nothing would escalate too much and that he would not be dragged into this mess. With the support of the Bureau and the mysterious figure behind it, Yuan Jia immediately began an enthusiastic investigation. It was one thing to investigate, but once he did, he indeed uncovered many hidden issues. Staring at the case laid out before him, Yuan Jia felt a twinge of fear from deep within. The sudden gust of wind that swept into the room swirled across every face, jolting people awake from their dreams. They looked at the stern-faced young man standing at the doorway. A man casually grabbed a bottle from the cluttered array of liquor bottles on the coffee table and mumbled, "Come on, let's have another drink." "Drink nothing, sober up." The man, who bore distinct features of the Echelon United Nations, shouted loudly. A few sharp shouts later, the others rubbed their eyes and sat up. "What's wrong?" "A mad dog is investigating old cases." The man slammed a stack of documents onto the table. One person casually picked it up, glanced at it, and tossed it back with disinterest. "What's the big deal? We've been investigated before. Just suppress it like before. This time is different. I've checked. This guy has a military background in your country," the man said with a headache. Hearing this, the man who had been lounging on the sofa sprang up like a fish leaping. His face bore a resemblance to Yan Yunji's, and indeed, he was Yan Yunji's most worthless grandson, Yan Kaikai. A somewhat cute name, but those who truly knew Yan Kaikai would give a completely opposite assessment. This kid was a demon. He disguised himself well in front of his family, but bared his fangs before others. Relying on his background and the fact that someone would clean up after him, he committed every conceivable evil. Since Yan Yunji had never had any expectations for Yan Kaikai, he naturally paid little attention, which gave him immense convenience. Not just him, but everyone in this room was the offspring of high-ranking officials from various countries. Beyond that, they shared one common trait: they were unloved. Even if they struggled tirelessly, nothing would ever improve. Such people, some found other interests, while the remaining few descended into the deeper abyss of depravity. 10 months ago, the joint military operations among nations and the joint scientific research over these 10 months brought these bastards together. Small pieces of trash assembled into a greater evil. Not just in this city. Because of the strength of the Corvus federal state, they dared not go too far. Whenever they decided to travel to a nearby small country, it was a disaster for the locals. "Who wants to investigate us?" Yan Kaikai frowned. He didn't think it was just an investigator. The targeting was too specific, but it had to be someone in the military making a move. As a three-party-ruled state, the Corvus federal state had a complex political landscape. It was possible that someone from a certain party wanted to catch his slip and use it to topple Yan Yunji. "It's from your country's military system. I'm lucky to have gotten this much intel. Probably someone who wants to use you to bring down old man Yan. It's not the first time." He shrugged. Yan Kaikai grabbed his hair, overwhelmed with frustration. This matter was troublesome. The things he had done must never be known by his grandfather. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just punishment. Yan Yunji's character would definitely lead him to sacrifice his own kin for justice. They had left too many traces. If the military really launched an investigation, they would be stripped bare in no time. Yuan Jia right. They'll look into it. As long as grandfather isn't the one making a move, the worst-case scenario is finding a scapegoat and staging an accident. Prepare in advance. "Hey, give me a car that can't be traced back to us. Should be easy for you, right?" Yan Kaikai's eyes flashed with cold light. He was not the type to surrender without a fight. Yuan's mother sat on a chair in the living room, her gaze passing through the open bathroom door to Yuan Jia, who was shaving and tidying his hair. Their attire was no longer simple, but formal. Yuan Jia hummed a cheerful tune as he wiped the foam from his chin. It had been over 3 months since he obtained the investigation permit, but his joy came not just from gathering more evidence, but more from Yuan Yuyu. The two had confirmed their relationship 2 months ago, their feelings rapidly warming, and now they were at the stage of discussing marriage. Today was the day for both families to meet. Looking at her tall, increasingly manly son, Yuan's mother couldn't help but sigh at her own aging. "You're just like your father. You're an adult now." She smiled with relief. "Mom, let's go." Yuan Jia dressed neatly, holding his mother's aged hand. A warm feeling flowed through his palm. Once Yuan Jia had feared the darkness, but holding this hand would dispel everything. Just as when he hesitated to probe the truth of the case, holding this hand made him fearless. Yuan Jia drove out of the basement, taking his mother to the booked hotel. He didn't forget to bring the video camera. He wanted to record this moment and share it with Chen Mo. He didn't want Chen Mo to miss this major event in his life. Along the way, Yuan Jia nervously talked about what might happen. He was like a primary school student about to go on a spring outing, nervous, yet brimming with eager anticipation. "Son, relax." Yuan's mother smiled and comforted him. Because Yuan Yuyu and Yuan's mother had once been in the same hospital ward, the two families were not meeting for the first time. They had been in touch privately. Today's meeting was more of a formality than a negotiation, so there was no need to be nervous. The two chatted and laughed along the way. Yuan Jia looked ahead, unaware of any anomaly, and stepped on the accelerator. Finally here. On the other side of the intersection, a man in his 40s driving a truck spotted the target. Having already drunk heavily, he took another gulp in front of the camera, then floored the accelerator. The truck roared, charging through the red light. The incident happened so suddenly that Yuan Jie, driving normally, had no time to dodge. He could only jerk the steering wheel as much as possible to make his mother's side safer. In the next moment his vision blurred, his ears felt sealed by water, and a strange sense of weightlessness washed over him, as if he were flying in midair. The airbags deployed instantly, their sudden force smashing blood across Yuan Jie's face. He lay wedged between the steering wheel and the door, completely numb. Mom. Mom. He struggled to open his eyes, but could see nothing. He felt his soul gradually fading, drifting toward another world. Warm currents gushed from his chest, coating his entire body, followed by bone-chilling cold. In the black world, a white halo appeared. Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie. In his hazy consciousness, he heard someone calling his name, but he could no longer see their face. He felt the door open, and someone began tearing at his limbs and soul. Damn it. Someone hurry. At the crash scene, the trackers, disguised as ordinary people, all jumped out. They frantically tried to pull Yuan Jie from the car, but the mangled front end tightly pinned his body. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. They couldn't help but curse loudly. Cursing the driver, cursing the vehicle, and cursing themselves. Where's that damn driver? Captain, he's dead. A piece of the windshield pierced his chest. Fuck. The news of Yuan Jie's car accident swept across the globe like a tempest within an hour, causing all who knew of the connection between Yuan Jie and Chen Mo to tighten their hearts in unison. Are you useless? Huh? Lu Shihu's eyes blazed with fury, his flushed face bulging with veins as he roared, cowing the several officers present, none daring to lift their heads. Yan Yunji sat to the side, his face dark as a storm cloud, his oppressive aura seemingly freezing the very moisture in the air into ice. The remaining officers and government personnel also wore grim expressions. Enough, Shihu. Yan Yunji finally spoke, first halting the furious Lu Shihu, then sweeping his piercing gaze across the assembly. In a low, hoarse voice, he said, Mingzhu, this matter was entrusted to you, signifying our trust. You are not one to commit such errors. What exactly happened? Chief, we have investigated. The monitoring instruments aiding us malfunctioned for 10 minutes at that critical moment, preventing us from detecting the truck's anomaly in time. Ning Mingjun spoke with his head bowed. Instrument malfunction. Then what are you here for? Hearing Ning Mingjun's excuse, the barely calmed Lu Shihu erupted again. Ning Mingjun opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. Yet glancing at the foreign officers and government personnel nearby, he chose to remain silent. If there's something to say, say it without hesitation. What exactly caused the 10-minute instrument failure? Did you only notice it when the accident occurred? Yan Yunji's voice was cold. Hearing this, Ning Mingjun gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and spoke bluntly. Chief, if it were a normal anomaly, we would certainly have detected it. But this time it was a deliberate interference attack, presenting no outward signs of abnormality, which is why we missed it. Nonsense. The systems you use are the latest versions. What level of interference could escape your notice unless? Lu Shihu stopped mid-sentence, frozen in place. His eyes wide, the mustache on his lips trembling. Unless someone from our own terminal deliberately interfered. We have already detained the individuals awaiting orders for arrest. Ning Mingjun clenched his fists, his answer effectively confirming Lu Shihu's conjecture. No matter what methods you use, you must extract the truth. Yan Yunji struggled to keep his voice steady, but inside his mind churned like a tempest. Shock and rage intertwined, making his very soul tremble. If it were merely a simple instrument failure, it would be manageable. But if someone was indeed pulling strings, what was their intention? This was a global coalition. What organization did that person belong to? Ning Mingjun accepted the order and departed. This was his best chance to atone for his mistakes. Yet, even if the investigation concluded a severe punishment was likely unavoidable, he channeled his fury into motivation, swiftly arresting all involved personnel. In these extraordinary times, they could not afford to be concerned with the legality of their interrogation methods. But the actual interrogation process was far simpler than Ning Mingjun had anticipated. Seeing the formidable lineup, especially the irate Yan Yunji and Lu Shihu in the interrogation room, the two saboteurs realized the gravity of the situation and without waiting to be questioned spilled the truth like a torrent. When the full story unfolded, especially the identity of the one who gave the orders, everyone involuntarily turned to Yan Yunji. His already dark face now turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The two men were not traitors. In fact, they were quite wronged, having merely followed orders. The one who issued the command was a deputy division commander under Yan Yunji, renowned for his valor and loyalty, deeply favored by Yan Yunji. Had he not been simple-minded, a mere deputy division commander would not have been his limit. Because of Yan Yunji's affection, he held significant sway within Yan Yunji's faction, and ordinary people would show him some respect. Call him here. No, arrest him. Yes. In the dead of night, Meng Weichuan, still asleep, was yanked from his bed by Ning Mingjun and dragged before Yan Yunji. Looking at his once beloved subordinate, Yan Yunji wished he could shoot the wretched fool on the spot. Speak. What exactly happened with Yuan Jia? Yan Yunji thundered. Meng Weichuan initially tried to deny, but when he saw that Yan Yunji was truly livid, he finally confessed the truth. First came the familiar factional political struggle. Meng Weichuan did not explain it too clearly, but it was not difficult for everyone to understand. The focus then shifted to what followed. The day before yesterday, Kai came to me and said there was a lunatic investigating them, trying to use it to bring you down. So you found a way to eliminate Yuan Jia. Yan Yunji gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with rage. The idea was Kai's. I just had those two guys interfere with the instruments. Meng Weichuan's voice grew softer and softer. Even if he was simple-minded, unless he was a complete fool, anyone could see something was wrong. Such a gathering of military and government high-ranking officials could not be about a mere political struggle. You. Yan Yunji's finger trembled as he uttered 3 U's without completing a sentence. Having suffered from a heart condition for years, the excessive shock nearly triggered an acute heart attack. Thus the truth was laid bare. The root cause was Yan Yunji's young grandson, Yan Kai, who had targeted Yuan Jia. Moreover, since Yuan Jia had previously received assistance from other military departments, Yan Kai mistakenly believed it was a conspiracy from another faction. He then sought help from Meng Weichuan, who was loyal to Yan Yunji and had his interests intertwined with his, so he was happy to oblige. Due to Yuan Jia's special status, the relationship between him and Chen Mo was not known to everyone. This intelligence was limited to a portion of the military and government's true high echelons, along with a very few researchers. Among division-level officers, only Ning Mingjun was aware of this. As for why Yan Kai targeted Yuan Jia, that required further investigation, presumably not taking too long. Yan Yunji sat in his seat, his hand over his heart, trembling incessantly, his vision darkening. After all his calculations, he never expected the problem to originate from his own household. General, please calm down. A lieutenant general beside him nervously held heart medication, continuously soothing him. The doctors said there's a high chance Yuan Jia can be resuscitated. Don't be too upset. As long as Yuan Jia is safe, everything can still be salvaged. I hope so. I have let you all down. Yan Yunji said, deeply ashamed. Not at all. Everyone sought to comfort Yan Yunji, not only due to his venerable status and real power, but also because, as the lieutenant general said, Yuan Jia's final condition was still unknown. There was no need to rush into assigning blame to Yan Yunji. As everyone waited with bated breath, the officer in charge of liaising with the hospital received a phone call. Seeing his expression of utter despair, no words were needed. Everyone knew the Chief Yuan Jia has completely lost all vital signs. Will he not be coming for a while? The next day, Chen Mo, who had been waiting punctually outside the observation room, was informed by Wen Ziguang that Yuan Jia would not be able to visit for the time being. Of course, they did not directly disclose the unfortunate news about Yuan Jia. Instead, they fabricated an excuse. Yuan Jia had successfully gotten engaged, needed to consider his upcoming marriage in the coming days, and had a short-term business trip for work, so he would not be able to come in the near future. Chen Mo expressed his understanding. He was not a resentful recluse who needed his best friend to visit him every week. He hoped Yuan Jia would lead a good life, get on the right track, and he was genuinely happy for Yuan Jia. But why do you look a bit nervous today? Chen Mo asked suspiciously. The two had known each other for over a year and had collaborated hundreds of times. Chen Mo had a decent understanding of Wen Ziguang. They had even become good friends, occasionally chatting about their own affairs. In Chen Mo's impression, Wen Ziguang had always been the embodiment of calmness and intelligence, and it was rare to see him display such anxiety and unease. It's because of the recent experiment. The direction might have gone wrong, causing significant losses. I'm afraid he'll have to take the main responsibility, Wen Ziguang said with a bitter smile. This shouldn't be a big problem, right? Experimental failures are not uncommon. Chen Mo had picked up some basic knowledge about experiments during this time. But this time it's serious. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Do you need anything? When Ziguang changed the subject, his spirits. I don't need anything. Good luck, my friend. Chen Mo smiled slightly, turned around, and returned to his nest. He still had 2 new TV series to watch. When Ziguang left the observation room, the moment the door closed, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Outside the door stood officers with equally tense expressions. Although they had seen through the surveillance that Chen Mo had returned quietly, they still wanted to get a definite answer from Wen Ziguang. It wasn't until Wen Ziguang nodded firmly that everyone relaxed. The heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. Chen Mo could always easily read others' emotions. Wen Ziguang didn't know whether Chen Mo's ability stemmed from his childhood experiences or was one of the powers granted by the living armor. But he knew clearly that lying to Chen Mo was extremely difficult. So instead of pretending nothing had happened, he preferred to use another matter to cover up the inevitable emotions. Now it seemed the plan was quite successful. Now it's up to you all, Wen Ziguang said gravely. Regarding Yan Kai, the group had thoroughly investigated. Even if there were no obvious clues left, with the full power of the nation, Yin Kaikai could not hide anything. All the heinous misdeeds and demonic paths were laid bare before them. Yin Yunji was so enraged that he fainted on the spot. After a flurry of emergency first aid, he regained consciousness. Afterwards, Yin Yunji wanted to resign from his position as Supreme Military Commander, but was temporarily persuaded to stay. Although the other two factions would have welcomed it, now was not the time to assign blame. The most critical priority was how to appease Chen Mo. As for Yin Kaikai, he was locked up with his unsavory friends awaiting judgment. The group had considered telling Chen Mo the whole truth, but immediately dismissed the idea. Not to mention whether Yin Yunji and the others could place righteousness above family loyalty. Even if they let Chen Mo vent his anger, would he ever forgive and trust humanity again? The trust between them was built on Yuan Jie's foundation. Destroy it once, and rebuilding it would be 100 times more difficult. The experiment was at a critical juncture. If Chen Mo stopped cooperating, everything would be in vain, and no one could bear the consequences. So rather than telling the truth, they preferred to deceive Chen Mo and keep him in the dark. But deception was not a long-term solution. It would work in the short term, but if Yuan Jie didn't appear for a long time, Chen Mo would eventually become suspicious. That was the most crucial step of the plan. They needed someone to impersonate Yuan Jie, not a superficial disguise, but to completely become Yuan Jie. Thanks to the rapid development of the plastic surgery industry, there could be people in the world whose appearances were even more identical than twins. They first searched for suitable candidates from various countries. Besides needing a foundation similar to Yuan Jie's, the candidates also had to possess the most unwavering loyalty and faith in the nation and humanity. After a period of searching, they finally settled on 4 people. They were very close to Yuan Jie in height and appearance. Although their voices were quite different, fortunately, they didn't need to speak face-to-face with Chen Mo. They would communicate through a speaker behind a glass pane where a voice changer could be used. These 4 would undergo plastic surgery to look like Yuan Jie. Finally, during this period, they needed to imitate everything about Yuan Jie, both behavioral and linguistic habits, to perfection. The best of the 4 would be selected. Because Yuan Jie had been under surveillance for the past year, a large amount of video footage was available. Coupled with the weekly conversations in the observation room, his language and behavioral habits were not a problem. Additionally, they collected all the details of Yuan Jie's life experiences and every small incident between him and Chen Mo for the 4 to memorize. The 4 were not under extreme time pressure, but neither were they very relaxed. The sooner they appeared, the sooner Chen Mo's side would stabilize. During this time, the group held a rather grand funeral for Yuan Jie and his mother. However, the news of their deaths had been kept from Yuan Yuyu and her parents. They simply told them that Yuan Jie was seriously injured and being treated in a hospital abroad. There was no need to hide the truth from Yuan Yuyu. Whether she knew or not didn't matter. But after deciding to create an artificial Yuan Jie, she became the best litmus test. Having been in a romantic relationship with Yuan Jie for a year only, if they could fool Yuan Yuyu, would they dare to let the impersonator contact Chen Mo? For such extensive plastic surgery, it would take several months to recover to the most natural state. Fortunately, given Yuan Jie's job, some parts could still be bandaged without raising suspicion. They would tell Chen Mo that Yuan Jie was injured while apprehending a criminal. After more than a month of intense preparation, one of the 4 was exceptionally outstanding. Occasionally, when Ziguang and the others even had the illusion that Yuan Jie was still alive. Thus, this person became the perfect replacement for Yuan Jie. Under the group's arrangement, he lay in a hospital bed with part of the bandages removed and met Yuan Yuyu several times. The results were successful. Yuan Yuyu did not notice anything amiss. After another half-month of consolidation, Chen Mo had not seen Yuan Jie for 2 months. He had already been somewhat suspicious last time, but they barely managed to fob him off with the excuse that Yuan Jie was investigating a case in another province. If they waited any longer, it would be hard to say whether they could continue to deceive him. Yao Chun, I believe you understand the difficulty and importance of this mission, but I hope you don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just act as you normally would. Go ahead. Yes, rest assured, Chief. Bai Yao Chun saluted, took a few deep breaths, and pushed open the door to the observation room. The corridor leading to the observation room was of moderate temperature, yet Bai Yao Chun felt a chill permeating his entire body. That ordinary white metal door now appeared to emit wisps of black mist in his eyes. Behind the door lay a monster, yet also the hope of humanity. Bai Yao Chun made his final emotional adjustments. Stepping in here, there would be no one to accompany him anymore. The more people, the greater the chance of exposure. However, he was not fighting alone. To prevent Bai Yao Chun from failing to memorize the information, a special team of over 100 people held various materials and could provide reminders through his earpiece at any moment. Phew. Bai Yao Chun took a deep breath, verified his identity, and the metal door slowly opened. He stepped into the observation room and looked at the massive hive coiled inside. Even though he had watched videos many times, seeing it with his own eyes brought a tremor from the depths of his soul that no video could erase. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you. Whatever you do, don't show a fearful expression. A reminder came through the earpiece. Bai Yaochun struggled to calm the surging emotions within him, walked with steady steps to the glass, and looked at the gaunt man, standing extremely close. He put on a nonchalant grin, and said, "Yo little Mo, 2 months without seeing me, Mr. Daddy." The sound entered the microphone and through the special frequency band and voice-changing software designated by the team over the past 2 months was precisely switched to Yuan Jie's voice. "Like hell I did. I thought you croaked," Chen Mo said with a scolding laugh, little knowing that as soon as these words were uttered, everyone who heard them felt a jolt in their hearts. "Croak my ass. I've done good deeds all my life, and my luck's huge," Bai Yaochun retorted. "What's up with the wound on your—" Chen Mo squinted. "A couple of days ago I was chasing a thief, didn't watch my step, took a fall. Face first," Bai Yaochun said, covering his face. "Be careful. Oh, by the way, I saw your proposal video. Honestly, every time I see sister-in-law, I wonder how you managed it. All the good cabbage gets rooted by pigs." Chen Mo laughed. "Can't you show some mercy with that mouth?" Bai Yaochun said helplessly. The so-called proposal video was created by the team with a month of post-production special effects. To prevent any details from leaking, they deliberately lowered the video's clarity, and Chen Mo indeed did not notice the flaw. "When is the wedding set?" "Set for next year. We found someone to calculate an auspicious date." "I said the sooner the better, but Yu is more superstitious about this, can't help it." Bai Yaochun shrugged. "Better to believe it exists than to assume it doesn't. Waiting a bit is fine. Pity I can't be the best man. They definitely won't let me out." Chen Mo sighed, then said, "Time flies so fast. You're about to get married. Back in school we used to bet on who would marry first. I thought it would be me, but you're the one." Bai Yaochun's heart tightened. There was no such detail in the files. Should he go along with the conversation? "Don't hesitate. Chen Mo probably hasn't realized you're not Yuan Jie. The reason he thought he would marry first back then must be Ling Cici. Go along with it." Bai Yaochun's expression darkened, and he said in a complex tone, "It should have been yours." "Why sigh? I stopped caring." Chen Mo made a speechless face, then changed the subject. "Oh, do you remember that fried skewer stall next to the internet cafe from middle school? The owner was an old man. You loved it. What kind of meat was that? I've had them try several times, but can't replicate the taste." Bai Yaochun did not answer immediately. The team of over 100 began searching through materials. One of them found a record about the fried skewer stall near the internet cafe and the data provided by Yuan Jie's middle school classmates, and immediately said there is such a thing, but the owner wasn't an old man, it was an old woman. A test. Or did Chen Mo simply misremember? The group became alert. No matter what, correct him first. "Lucia, are you misremembering? It was an old lady. When did it become an old man?" Bai Yaochun said. "Ah, is that so? My memory's been a bit muddled lately, can't recall clearly. Do you remember what meat it was? You liked it so much." "I don't remember. How would I? It's been so many years." Hearing that, Chen Mo put on a regretful expression. "Well, it might not even be that good. We didn't have many choices back then. You've been eating delicacies this past year. Even if you had the same thing, you might not find it tasty." Bai Yaochun comforted. "True," Chen Mo replied. The two chatted for a long time. When Ning Mingjun walked in, Chen Mo said helplessly, "Time's up. All right, go back early. Don't let sister-in-law worry. When you have a kid, don't forget to let the child call me godfather. We haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, and you're already thinking about kids. I'm heading back. They'll come again in a few days. If you really want to eat it, go check if the grandma is still there. It's fine, I just mentioned it casually." "All right, I'm going back." Bai Yaochun followed Ning Mingjun out. The moment he stepped out of the observation room, his legs gave way. If Ning Mingjun hadn't been quick to catch him, he would have fallen flat on his face. "General Ning. Yaochun, you did well. Let's go." Ning Mingjun supported Bai Yaochun as they left. Lu Shihu and the others were still observing Chen Mo through the monitors. He watched a movie as usual, had dinner, read a bit, and when it was time to sleep, the hive's tentacles wrapped around him. Only then did the group finally cheer, little knowing that the moment the tentacles blocked his view, Chen Mo's expression instantly. "Something's off. There's a problem." The living armor did not grant Chen Mo the ability to read minds, but it could distinguish friend from foe very well. Chen Mo acknowledged Yuan Jie, and the living armor had always been affectionate toward Yuan Jie. However, from the moment of their meeting, the living armor conveyed a sense of wariness, a signal that should not have appeared. If it were due to 2 months of not seeing each other, that would be too far-fetched. So Chen Mo probed a little, and sure enough, there was indeed something fishy. First, the initial question: the two of them had never made a bet on who would marry first. If that could be attributed to Yuan Jie's fuzzy memory, then the second question sufficiently indicated Yuan Jie's anomaly. There was indeed a fried skewer stall near the internet cafe, and the stall owner was indeed an old woman. Although Yuan Jie corrected that point, the question had 2 layers of traps. Yuan Jie had never liked the fried skewers from that stall. In fact, he detested them. Once he forced himself to eat them, and ended up with a stomachache for 3 days. There was no way he could forget. Chen Mo even asked twice, but Yuan Jie didn't realize the problem. But then again, whether in behavior or speech habits, the person who appeared in the observation room was definitely Yuan Jie, yet there were such obvious doubts. What was going on? This was too important to pretend not to notice. He had to investigate. Chen Mo closed his eyes. A biological signal undetectable by humans transmitted outward. On a distant seabed, the insect soldiers that had been sleeping for a long time opened their eyes. Pseudo-stealth insect. The first type of insect soldier Chen Mo created after a year of evolution and secondary restructuring now possessed even more superior genes. Not just chameleon genes, Chen Mo had absorbed genes from various animals capable of camouflage. This was a simple matter. Many species were automatically sent by the lab unless they were rare, generally in large quantities. Coupled with the animals Chen Mo specifically requested, the hive's gene library had become as vast as an ocean. Under these circumstances, Chen Mo recombined multiple genes and let them settle for a full year. The fully evolved pseudo-stealth insects became even harder to detect and possessed superior bodies. Chen Mo dispatched dozens of them at once. The tiny creatures, unnoticed by anyone, hitched rides on several vehicles and arrived at the city where Yuan Jie lived by noon on the third day. When Yuan Jie moved, it was to an upscale neighborhood. He had come specifically to tell Chen Mo, hesitating for a long time. Relying on his memory, Chen Mo directed the pseudo-stealth insects to slip into the compound, identify the building and unit number, and find Yuan Jie's home. The windows were open. Chen Mo guided the insects to climb up and peer through the screens. No one was home. He tried several other windows, all empty. Chen Mo initially planned to send some insects to where Yuan Jie worked, but just as he was about to leave, he noticed something wrong. The windowsills inside Yuan Jie's house were thick with dust. Many other places in the house were the same. This was completely unlike Yuan Jie's mother. Though they lived frugally, she was extremely tidy. That elderly woman would never allow her home to become like this. Something's definitely happened. The thickness of dust on the windowsill suggested it had accumulated over a long period, not just a few days. Chen Mo immediately directed the pseudo-stealth insects to Yuan Jie's workplace. He had considered looking for Yuan Yu, but he didn't know her address. The insects sped to the procuratorate as fast as they could. Although the procuratorate had equipment that could detect pseudo-stealth insects, it was unlikely anyone would be wearing or using it during normal hours. Dozens of insects spread across different areas of the building, searching for any clues. Not there, not there, not there. Chen Mo searched every room, but found no trace of Yuan Jie. Though he could have interrogated Yuan Jie's colleagues, he didn't want to reveal the existence of insect soldiers outside. Relax, maybe he's just out on a mission. Chen Mo comforted himself. He left one pseudo-stealth insect at the procuratorate, one at Yuan Jie's home, and scattered the rest to places Yuan Jie had mentioned. One day passed quickly, then a second, a third, a fourth. Until the seventh day, Yuan Jie came to the observation room again. During this time, whether at home or at work, Chen Mo had seen neither Yuan Jie nor his mother. Chen Mo pretended to know nothing and chatted as usual. How's work lately? Busy, he asked casually. Not bad, but you know this line of work. It's hard to stay idle. Every day I step into the office and have to go out right away, Bai Yaochun said with a weary expression and tone. He had long memorized this response. The team had conducted dialogue simulations predicting many questions Chen Mo might ask, and based on Yuan Jie's personality, they came up with several answers and selected from them. The process was tedious. Even the most trivial question would be agonized over. But it wasn't excessive. Chen Mo was too important. How's Auntie's recovery? Though she's been out of the hospital for a while, she shouldn't go out too much. The weather hasn't been good lately. You know my mom's personality. She can't sit still. As soon as she wakes up, she wants to go out. I'll try my best to keep her in, Bai Yaochun replied smoothly. How's the neighborhood you're living in now? If it's no good, I'll have them change it for you. I can pull some strings for you. No, it's already good enough. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. This is plenty. Bai Yaochun quickly waved his hand. Seeing Chen Mo's normal expression, both Bai Yaochun and the people behind the monitors felt reassured. But they didn't know that beneath his smiling face, Chen Mo's fists were clenched tight. Something's definitely happened. Either the person in front of me isn't Yuan Jie, or Yuan Jie is under some kind of restriction. The flaw in the last conversation, only these two possibilities. But how to confirm? Should I just ask directly? No, Yuan Jie's mother's situation is unknown. Even if I get an answer, I wouldn't have a good way to handle it. I can't act rashly. He needed to know where Yuan Jie went after leaving the observation room. He had to take a risk. The observation room was built in the very center of the entire research base. Chen Mo had confirmed this during his walks. Outside the observation room were heavily armed guards. The middle ring housed the research area and staff quarters, then another ring of defense, and the outermost layer held second-tier employees and the final perimeter guards. Security was extremely tight. Various instruments scanned constantly. If a pseudo-stealth insect dared to approach, it would be discovered immediately. But it wasn't impossible. If he consumed the resources accumulated in the hive, he could create a special biological field to shield against the instrument's detection. Not the simple field used to infiltrate the villa earlier, but a newly developed ability. He had never mentioned this to anyone, and now it was time to put it to use. Chen Mo didn't rush. The research base was built outside the city. The pseudo-stealth insects were too far away to arrive in time. He needed to have them hidden around the base beforehand, and during the next meeting activate the biological field to escort them inside. The 10-minute conversation ended. Though his mind was churning under the emotion-suppressing effect of the living armor, no one noticed anything amiss. 7 days later, Bai Yaochun arrived punctually at the observation room. Chen Mo immediately activated the biological field. He could have delayed activation to save resources, but he didn't. If he only had resources accumulated from experiments, he might have held back. But don't forget, he still had a piece of purple marsh spreading on the deep seabed, devouring marine resources continuously for a year. The accumulated resources had reached a terrifying level. The consumption of the biological field was nothing to worry about. 2 dormant pseudo-stealth insects awakened, and under the field's cover quickly approached the observation room. When the conversation reached the 7th minute, the 2 insects arrived at the outermost layer of the building housing Chen Mo and the hive. To avoid arousing suspicion, Chen Mo didn't end the conversation abruptly, but patiently waited a few more minutes. That's enough for today. Ning Mingjun finally appeared. Chen Mo waved as usual, then curled up next to the hive to watch a movie. Bai Yaochun and Ning Mingjun left the observation room. Chen Mo waited patiently for 10 minutes until the 2 walked out of the outermost gate. The pseudo-stealth insects immediately followed. The 2 barely chatted and took a car to a building in the middle ring. 30 minutes later, Ning Mingjun and Bai Yaochun came out accompanied by another person. The man was a middle-aged with a firm face. Chen Mo had seen him twice before. Yaochun and I have a meeting later, so I want to see you off. Go back with old Neo. He'll brief you on some newly compiled intel, and you can practice together, Ning Mingjun said. I understand, Bai Yaochun nodded. He and old Neo got into another car and drove toward the residential area in the middle ring. Yaochun. Who is Yaochun? Chen Mo's eyes widened. So this guy really isn't Yuan Jie? Where is Yuan Jie then? Recalling the 2 months when he hadn't come, had something truly happened? His mind, shaken, the hive began to stir uneasily. Hearing the sound of gears turning and seeing the pitch-black barrels of weapons protruding from the ceiling, Chen Mo calmed the hive and continued tracking the 2. Protected by the biological field, the 2 didn't notice the pseudo-stealth insects. They went to the residential area, entered an empty restroom, and took out the materials they needed to practice. The more Chen Mo watched, the more alarmed he became. They were clearly simulating his conversations with Yuan Jie. 10 minutes passed. Bai Yaochun sighed, lit a cigarette, and said wearily, Brother Neo, when will this end? I can't play Yuan Jie for the rest of my life, can I? Who knows? No one can give you a definite answer now. Old Neo lit a cigarette as well and took out another piece of paper. Yuan Jie is dead. You have to take his place. Maybe it'll be over when the research is done. Yuan Jie is dead. Huh? What's so surprising up? Old Neo's words caught in his throat. His pupils dilated sharply. Bai Yaochun was right in front of him, but the voice came from behind. Who is it? Old Neo spun around abruptly. What met his eyes was an extremely hideous insect. It writhed its limbs wildly, slammed into old Neo like a cannonball, drove sharp spines deep into his skin, opened its drooling mouth, and let out a piercing, frenzied shriek. Boom. The piercing alarm siren instantly erupted throughout the entire research base, sending people scrambling out of their rooms in disarray. Some knew this was a signal of an attack, but who would dare to be so audacious? This place was not only heavily guarded, but also the core zone of the core federal state, one of the 4 great powers. What kind of person could sneak weapons into the core federal state and brazenly launch a sudden assault on the research base? 10 seconds later, the answer was revealed. Accompanied by an earthquake-like tremor, a colossal creature rose from the very center of the research base. Tentacles 300 meters long and dozens of meters thick writhed through the air like towering black waves that blotted out the sky. Pop, pop, pop. Though the sound was that of bursting bubbles, it was now ear-splitting like bombs. The huge swelling bulge at the base of the hive was breaking apart at an alarming speed, splattering large pools of dark purple liquid that converged into a bubbling purple swamp. So this was how the purple swamp was born. The researchers stared wide-eyed, not from excitement at understanding the origin of the purple swamp, but because they clearly knew what this scene signified. That thing. Yes, that very thing. Through their in-depth studies, they had long stopped regarding Chen Mo as human. And now this nightmare-level calamity had gone berserk for some unknown reason. Moreover, it had grown larger and even more terrifying. They had no idea how the hive size could expand from less than 200 meters to nearly 500 meters in an instant. Had Chen Mo been hiding his true power all along? Fire! Fire! Even the most disciplined soldiers couldn't help but let out miserable screams in the face of the rampaging calamity. Bang! Someone fired the first shot. In that moment of extreme tension, the gunfire was like a spark igniting a powder keg. Instantly, a dense barrage of gunfire and artillery roared out, ignoring the researchers' attempts to stop them and their desperate shouts. Only when the last bullet was spent did the exhausted soldiers gradually regain their composure. You madmen! You bunch of madmen! Who ordered you to fire? Who ordered you to fire? Several elderly professors howled in anguish, grabbing the soldiers by their collars and roaring furiously, "You've destroyed humanity's hope for evolution. You've destroyed the possibility of human evolution." They slumped to the ground looking as if they had aged decades in an instant. Based on their year-long research on the mother insect and Chen Mo, it was impossible for it to withstand such firepower. It was over. Everything was over. Professor! 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 Suddenly the students erupted in horrified screams. The old professors raised their heads, and when they saw what was before them they froze. Then their lips trembled, and their bodies shook uncontrollably. Through the smoke a dark silhouette waved its massive tentacles and let out a sharp infant-like cry. Completely unscathed. The mother insect that had taken the full brunt of the artillery fire was completely unscathed. Impossible. Screams churned in their throats as pages of experimental data flashed before their eyes. This was absolutely impossible. Unless Chen Mo had already obtained such power long ago, but had been hiding it all along. Tap tap tap. With hurried footsteps the military commanders finally arrived. But before they could speak the hive's tentacles spread outward, and a monster covered in black pitch-like substance stepped out. Had he not lost his mind? When they saw the hive go berserk, they had thought Chen Mo's consciousness had finally been completely taken over, triggering the disaster. But now it seemed otherwise. Chen Mo. Hearing the officers roar, Chen Mo stopped. The living armor writhed around him, revealing a face with twisted features. Sensing the fury that shook the entire research base, the officers' shouts abruptly ceased. "Are you surprised by this situation?" Surprisingly, Chen Mo's voice was calm, so calm, it was devoid of any emotion. "I will give you the answer." Just then a slight commotion arose from the back of the crowd. Dozens of insects surged in, with a person hanging from the spikes on the back of the leading one. Chen Mo looked over, and the insects stopped abruptly. The person was thrown forward by inertia, rolling several times on the ground like a discarded sack, finally stopping at Chen Mo's feet. "You've gone mad. Yuan Jie was your best friend. Yuan Jie was indeed my best friend." Chen Mo raised his foot and stomped heavily on Yuan Jie's head, his face covered in frost. "Then explain to me, who is Yao Chun? Who is Yao Chun?" Upon hearing the question, people couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. How could Chen Mo possibly know that name? If he had merely seen through a flaw, it would be understandable, but how could he accurately call out the name by Yao Chun? "Not talking. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested anyway." Chen Mo pressed down harder with his foot, as by Yao Chun struggled weakly. "Stop!" Bang! At the furious shout, by Yao Chun's head exploded like a watermelon. The murky fluid splattered onto Chen Mo, but was quickly absorbed by the living armor and converted into nutrients. When you tried to deceive me, you should have known this day would come." Chen Mo stared coldly at Yin Yunji and the others, then swept his gaze over the other officers and researchers. A heavy oppressive aura radiated outward, suffocating everyone. They were not delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse. Which of the officers and soldiers present hadn't crawled through piles of corpses? Feeling suffocated from just a glance was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet this unbelievable thing was now happening. It wasn't a matter of aura or killing intent, it was a threat stemming from race, from the depths of the soul. After a long moment, Yin Yunji took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Chen Mo, this is just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Still trying to deceive me even now?" Chen Mo stepped forward, and a shadow suddenly shot out from his right hand. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out simultaneously. In an instant, 3 high-caliber sniper rounds of immense power pierced Chen Mo's chest. The force bent his body backward 180 degrees, folding him in half. Dead? Of course not that easily. How rude. Chen Mo slowly straightened up. 3 flattened metal discs from the bullets were embedded in his chest, and the black pitch-like substance writhed to cover them. Impossible. How could mere living armor withstand sniper rounds of this power? "You can't even block a pistol." The researchers shouted in horror. "Naive fools. Since you've given me a gift, I'll return the favor." Chen Mo raised his right hand, and the hive lifted dozens of tentacles. With a strange gurgling sound, countless huge tumors grew on the tentacles, then burst like before. But this time, instead of purple swamp, a purple gas rapidly dissolved into the air. "What have you done?" "Nothing, just some viruses. They will spread to the nearby cities through all means in a very short time." Chen Mo burst out laughing, his madness causing the air to tremble. Do you know what you've done, you bastard, you?" Chen Mo stopped laughing. He slowly lowered his head, his emotions no longer containable. Flames of twisted fury shot from his eyes as he roared in, "One person. Just one person. You couldn't even protect one person. Was my request too much? And not only that, you dared to use my best friend, the most important thing to me, to deceive me. You son of a bitch. Of course I know what I've done. How many will die this time? 100,000? 1,000,000? 10 million? Or more? Who gives a damn? I'm telling you, 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. 3 days from now, I want to see everyone responsible for Xiao Jie's death, right here. If I don't, I will release the virus across the entire globe, you damn scumbags. As the roar faded, the earth trembled again. Countless insect soldiers burrowed out shrieking as they charged at the crowd. The soldiers nearest to the hive nest were the first to suffer, having exhausted their ammunition without replenishment. Roars erupted from the crowd. As seasoned warriors tempered by blood and fire, they quickly organized into formations after a brief moment of panic, shielding the officers and researchers within their ranks. Heavy firepower intersected, and they methodically broke out of the encirclement. Activate the defense system. The research base's standard firepower was immediately activated. During installation, 2 contingency plans had been programmed into the system, one for attacks from other organizations, the other for an insectoid uprising. Thus no adjustments were needed. The system scanned the enemies, and the cannon barrels unleashed their roar. Amid the hail of gunfire, Chen Mo stood motionless before the hive nest, observing coldly. Whenever bullets or shells approached, the hive nest would whip out its tentacles to block them. Any stray remnants were deflected by the living armor, which appeared more fragile than the hive nest, but was in fact far sturdier. This was not Chen Mo's subjective choice. The living armor autonomously consumed genes and energy to evolve. Perhaps because the living armor was the ultimate defense line protecting the overlord, its priority was exceptionally high. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of gunfire grew increasingly distant. Watching the people gradually break out of the encirclement, Chen Mo chose not to intervene. Otherwise, from the very beginning, they would never have had a chance to escape. After a year of sedimentation and evolution, having acquired vast amounts of genes and resources, the insectoid race had reached a terrifying level of strength. Though still far from the civilization-slaughtering entities that roamed the cosmos in the game, the insectoids were no longer the disposable trash that had been easily suppressed a year ago, given humanity's current technology. Indeed, Chen Mo had deliberately let them go. Yuan Jie's death was nothing short of a cataclysm for Chen Mo. To let the last light live a life of happiness and fulfillment, he had willingly confined himself to this corner of the world, playing the role of a lab rat in the cold experimental chambers. The overlord was the insectoid race itself. Accordingly, every experience of each insect was faithfully transmitted to Chen Mo. Over the course of a year, he had been dissected countless times, force-fed innumerable poisons, roasted in fire, and endured freezing temperatures in liquid nitrogen. Electrocuted, drowned, starved, poisoned. He had endured every conceivable death, yet he bore it all without complaint, silently suffering the mental torment. Even so, humanity had failed to protect that simple wish of his. Yes, he still did not know how Yuan Jie had passed away, but that was irrelevant. Regardless of the details, Yuan Jie's death was an indisputable fact. He wanted retaliation. He wanted revenge. His frenzied rage seemed capable of scorching the very sky. He would make every person endure endless torment, just like the new compound virus he had unleashed. It was not lethal. Even the frailest could linger on under its ravages, but the cost was perpetual suffering. Everyone who had escaped from the research base, including those who were directly at the epicenter of the virus spread, could not possibly evade it. His revenge had only just begun, and now infest. With a single command, the hive nest rumbled into the ground. Instantly, vast swaths of black-purple flesh spread outward, covering all the structures. Chen Mo did not believe humanity would quietly endure the threat. Therefore, he had to ensure that at the very least, if humanity resorted to indiscriminate bombardment, he and the hive nest could survive strategic-level weapons. Transforming the research base became an urgent priority. He would turn the entire base into a sturdy fortress for deception, while the core hive nest would sink underground, relying on the Earth's natural barrier for protection. So what will you choose? Chen Mo looked in the direction where the crowd had fled, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. In the distance, armored transport vehicles and jeeps sped along. Inside, people were frantically performing first aid. Due to the research base's importance, the garrison had been equipped with ample heavy firepower, so the breakout was not difficult. However, no sooner had they breathed a sigh of relief than several old generals and old professors collapsed as they boarded the transport vehicles. With minimal medical equipment on board, only the most basic resuscitation was possible. But soon the younger ones with weaker constitutions also fell, and within half an hour more than half had collapsed. Cough, cough, cough. Yan Yunji lay on a makeshift bed, feeling as if he had fallen into a pit of fire, only to be plunged into an ice cellar just as he was about to be roasted. Weakness and helplessness intertwined in every part of his body. His mind was unbearably dizzy, and vertigo surged in waves. Seeing the fallen soldiers, Yan Yunji shakily sat up, hugging his arms as he shivered. Even the physically stronger soldiers had collapsed, which meant that ordinary residents in nearby cities were surely doomed. At this thought, an abyss of guilt momentarily suppressed even his pain. Old friend, don't overthink it. Lu Shihu turned his head. He did not have a fever or feel cold, but every cell in his body screamed with pain. Back in the harsh days, he had undergone bullet removal, without anesthesia, without flinching, yet now Marshall, who was grimacing in agony. If it weren't for my worthless grandson, this wouldn't have happened, Yin Yunji sighed. That's a superficial cause, not the real one. Chen Mo never fully cooperated. Today shows he had too many hidden cards. That's why I suggested from the start that after obtaining enough samples, it would be safest to eliminate him and the mother bug. Lu Shihu carefully shifted his arm, accidentally brushing against the armrest, and immediately sucking in a sharp breath. The temptation was far too great. Anyone who heard Lao Sun and the others describe the future couldn't resist. Yin Yunji coughed twice. Yes, just this year alone we've made rapid progress in research on new materials and various difficult diseases, even starting to develop controllable biotype space exploration vehicles, and so much more. If we could study steadily for decades, humanity's progress would be unimaginable. Lu Shihu shook his head. Now it's all become flowers in a mirror, moons in the water. I am the center of all humanity. Yin Yunji closed his eyes. This is no time for lamentation. The urgent matter is how to counter Chen Mo. I know. Notify all nations, convene an emergency meeting. If there's truly no other way, after evacuating residents, carry out a full-scale bombardment. We cannot let Chen Mo go unchecked. His destructive power is too terrifying. If that's the only option. Alas. When the group arrived at the nearby military base and received simple first aid and treatment, a video conference involving military and political leaders from various countries was swiftly convened. Nearly 400 people participated. Since it was an emergency meeting, it was not uncommon to see some attendees handling government affairs while joining the conference. After Yin Yunji gave his account of the proceedings, a long silence fell over the assembly. They were well aware of Yuan Jie's death and had jointly approved the plan to create a fake Yuan Jie, so they could not entirely shift the blame for Chen Mo's rampage onto Yin Yunji. At most, it was a failure in supervision. General, Yin, are you saying that Chen Mo's rampage occurred without any warning? A strange language rang out, spoken by the president of a small country. Yin Yunji did not answer immediately, but waited for the country's translator to render the words into the international lingua franca before responding. Correct. Not only his rampage, but also the swarm of insect soldiers that surged forth. By Yao Chun, the child disguised as Yuan Jie, was captured by several pseudo-killer insects when we arrived. Our latest monitoring equipment, which was functioning without any malfunction, failed to detect them. Yin Yunji replied. I reviewed the experiment logs. 3 days ago, Laboratory 5 conducted a repeat experiment on the pseudo-killer insects, which proved they could not evade the new monitoring equipment. So did the pseudo-killer insects evolve again within 3 days? A young man with a melancholic expression asked. The evolution speed of insects is terrifying. In the early stages, they could evolve up to 8 times a day. But that was early on. The pseudo-killer insects have existed for over a year, and their evolution rate has slowed significantly. Their last evolution was half a month ago, and according to inference, they would need at least another half month to evolve again. This is supported by sufficient experimental data. So there are only 2 possibilities. The man crossed his arms and said with a grave expression. 1. Chen Mo had been deliberately suppressing the pseudo-killer insects' evolution rate, leading us to miscalculate, enabling them to evolve again in a short time. 2. Each evolution of the pseudo-killer insects is actually stronger than what we observed, but the insects Chen Mo gave us were defective, so the experimental results were inaccurate. So according to you, Chen Mo was never fully cooperative from the start. Then the claim that he wanted Yuan Jie to live a better life was also false. Another person asked. I don't think so. I have studied the whole affair thoroughly. Regardless of Chen Mo's true intentions, his feelings for Yuan Jie are beyond doubt. Concealing his power was probably just a means to break free from human control in the future. Yuan Jie is an ordinary human, while Chen Mo's lifespan has been vastly extended. He certainly would not want to remain perpetually subjugated by humanity. Another person interjected. This logic was easy to grasp. If Chen Mo's lifespan were normal, he might have endured for Yuan Jie's sake. But knowing that his life had been multiplied countless times, any intelligent thinking being would inevitably consider a way out. After all, Chen Mo only acknowledged Yuan Jie. Once Yuan Jie died of old age, what would they, the rest of humanity, mean to him? Over the past year, they had repeatedly and subtly tested Chen Mo's attitude toward other humans, and whether they could use the greater good of mankind to hold this insect leader hostage. The answer was no. Chen Mo's identification with humanity was extremely low. No, that was not accurate. Based on the tests, his sense of identification with everything was extremely low, as if nothing held any meaning for him. Moreover, the little identification he had was visibly decreasing over time. For a long time, Chen Mo's mental state was deeply concerning, leading people to believe that he might be consumed by the mother insect at any moment. Having anticipated this, they had naturally taken precautions against Chen Mo. Otherwise, the security forces at the research base would not have been steadily increased, especially with the constant upgrading of monitoring equipment. Chen Mo's rampage was entirely expected. What truly caught them off guard were two other things. First, the rampage occurred too early. Yuan Jie's death was far too sudden. Second, Chen Mo's counterattack was overwhelmingly fierce. So what about the most important virus? What is the actual situation on your end? The virus was the primary concern for everyone. Although the insect swarms were powerful, they did not believe insects could withstand steel and artillery. The insects were a disaster-level threat, but not enough to exterminate humanity. The virus was different, especially the one hidden in the purple swamp. It was a demon that countless virologists and researchers found utterly helpless and believed could destroy human civilization in a short time. Our blood sample results are in. There are two types of viruses with high transmissibility. Even in airtight protective suits, if the viral concentration in the air reaches a certain level, infection is still possible. The good news is that they are not fatal. The bad news is that we currently cannot develop any medication to alleviate the symptoms. Yin Yunji said in a low voice. Possessing a virus capable of destroying human civilization, yet not using it. Instead deploying one that spreads quickly, but has low lethality. That Chen Mo is truly arrogant. One person said. He has the right to be arrogant. Or perhaps he does not want to completely sever ties with us. This is both an opportunity and a warning. Didn't he say he wants to see the culprit in 3 days? Another person said. I suggest we completely eradicate Chen Mo before he releases the lethal virus. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Vanks and Clutchery said. So you want to bomb our territory? Yin Yunji's tone turned icy. Don't misunderstand. I bear no grudge against your country. It is a matter of necessity. Chen Mo poses too great a threat to humanity, and he is located in your country. That is the premise. I also suggested transferring him to our country before, but you rejected it. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Vanks said calmly. I oppose this proposal. I prefer to keep him under control with even stricter and higher standard containment than before. The President of the United States of Stare cast a dissenting vote. Indeed, Chen Mo, or rather the insects, still hold many secrets. They could even usher humanity into a new era. Many people have mentioned this to me, so I also oppose destroying Chen Mo and the insects. The leader of the last of the 4 great powers said likewise. Then let's vote. General Yin, what are your and your president's views? Yin Yunji and the president exchanged glances, then the president spoke. We disagree with the decision to destroy Chen Mo and the insects, but we also cannot allow them to run unchecked. He is wreaking havoc in our country, and we must impose restrictions in the shortest possible time. Of course, we also do not want Chen Mo to release a lethal virus. That would be a disaster not only for your country, but for all of humanity. So what do we do now? First observe. See what Chen Mo's true intentions are. As for this point, I believe you all won't mind handing over your own descendants. Though they are family, they are also criminals against humanity. Even if we don't hand them over to Chen Mo, they will face trial. Of course. This was a spacious cell, yet it felt cramped as it held nearly 20 people. A few individuals occupied the only wall-mounted bench in the room, while the rest were forced to sit on the cold floor. Among those seated was Yin Kaikai. When the scheme first came to light, Yin Kaikai felt fear, but not despair. After all, he was a scion of the Yin family, and he was not alone in his transgression. There were over a dozen descendants of high-ranking officials from various nations. Surely they wouldn't be wiped out in one fell swoop. With this mindset, Yin Kaikai prepared to kneel and confess, expecting at most a few years of house arrest. However, when he knelt before his father, the response was a heavy, resounding slap. He was then kicked out of the room. No matter how he wept and pleaded even before his doting mother, it was to no avail. His father ordered the guards to throw him into prison. There Yin Kaikai encountered the other descendants of high-ranking officials. Within less than a day of their separation, they were all rounded up together again. From that day on, they had been imprisoned for 3 full months. During this time, they were only allowed to use the restroom at designated hours and were not permitted to leave the cell, not even for a bath. The once relatively fresh air had become foul, permeated with a lingering stench. Yin Kaikai's hair was a tangled mess, his beard as wild as overgrown weeds. His luxury garments clashed grotesquely with his appearance, making him look like a savage in modern attire. His complexion was pale, his gaze vacant, with thick clumps of dried rheum in the corners of his eyes. His face was severely swollen, and his once robust muscles had withered away over the 3 months. Heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, distinct from the guard's leather shoes. The newcomer was a stern-faced, middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Kaikai. As he looked at the man standing before the cell door, Yin Kaikai lifted his head slightly, a glimmer of light quickly filling his dull eyes. Dad. He opened his mouth, and a hoarse cry squeezed out from his parched throat. Hot tears streamed down his face. Like a madman, he scrambled to the cell door, fell to his knees, and wailed loudly. Dad, save me. I know I was wrong. Dad, please save me. Yin Heng's gaze lowered slightly. Faced with his son's tearful pleas, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Yin Heng. Suddenly, one of the men seated on the bench erupted in a furious scream. How dare you imprison me? Do you know who I am? I will report you to the International Alliance. You have no right to detain me. Of course I know who you are, a noble from the kingdom of Vanks, the youngest son of a duke, Yin Hung said. Since you know, then quickly release me. Russell. Carol's words were cut short by the object Yin Hung threw down, a roll of parchment. In modern society, animal hide was rarely used for any written documentation, but the nobles of the kingdom of Vanks still adhered to tradition. You are no longer affiliated with the kingdom of Vanks. Your noble status has been revoked, and your bloodline will no longer be recognized by anyone. Yin Hung stated the facts in a calm tone. Impossible. You're lying. Carol shrieked, his body trembling uncontrollably. A suffocating terror crawled across his skin. The 3 months of imprisonment had been agonizing, but Carol had not been panicked. His identity was his greatest shield. He had been certain his family would come to his rescue. Yet in an instant, everything had become a delusion. He could not accept it. He dared not accept it. I am merely here to deliver a notification on behalf of the nations. Believe it or not, aside from him, all of you have been stripped of your identities. From today onward, your families no longer acknowledge you. Having said this, Yin Hung prepared to leave. Yin Kai, unwilling to give up, reached out from under the cell door and grabbed Yin Hung's trouser leg tightly. Dad, I really know I was wrong. Please save me. Please save me. Seeing no reaction from Yin Hung, Yin Kai played his final card. Dad, think of Mom. She loves me so much, as she'll be heartbroken. If something happens to me, Mom will be devastated. I beg you, Dad, I beg you. At the mention of his wife, the cold, Yin Hung finally reacted. He turned back, looked at the hand gripping his pant leg, and suddenly kicked hard against the door. A sharp crack sounded, followed by Yin Kai's pig-like squeal of agony. How dare you mention your mother, you beast? If you weren't of some use, I would shoot you myself. Yin Hung's face darkened. After speaking, he turned and left without looking. The cell fell silent. Everyone sat slumped on the floor, stunned. In an instant, they had lost everything. At noon, the guards brought abundant food. After they ate, they were thoughtfully led to the bathhouse to clean up, had a barber attend to them, and were finally provided with clean clothes. They were to be allowed to end their lives with dignity. They guessed the outcome, their faces ashen. The guards did not take them back to the cell, but led them outside where 2 military transport vehicles had been waiting. Seeing the man standing between the 2 vehicles, Carol's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Second brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I knew that bastard Yin Hung was lying. I knew it. I knew it. Carol wept bitterly as he spoke. After 3 months of hunger and deprivation, suddenly enjoying a lavish meal, a bath, and a change of clothes combined with Yin Hung's words, he had thought it was his last meal. Thankfully, there was still hope. But in the next moment, the man shattered that hope, turning the ecstasy in Carol's eyes back into numbness. Carol, you are still father's son. I am here on behalf of the family to see you one last time. No, this is a lie. Second brother, you must be lying to me. Carol, stop this madness. The man's roar silenced Carol. He placed a hand on Carol's shoulder. Even though your noble status has been revoked, if you still possess even a shred of pride, then shut your mouth, hold your head high, and walk on. Don't disappoint me again. From that moment on, Carol made no more sound. Though his legs still trembled with fear in these final moments, he finally reclaimed the pride he had long abandoned. 5 minutes later, soldiers herded them onto the vehicles. The soldiers' attire puzzled many. They were clad head to toe in thick protective suits, though they had not yet donned gas masks and helmets. Where were they being taken? Throughout the entire afternoon, the crowd remained silent, still processing the fact that their identities had been stripped away. Until starlight flickered outside the vehicle, and as they watched the darkness seeping through the gaps at the rear, their emotions gradually transformed into dread and unease. By the early hours of dawn, their fear reached its peak. Where exactly were these people taking them? Cough, cough. A person near the rear of the carriage suddenly began to cough violently. He knelt on the ground in agony, his coughing growing more and more intense, until at last he coughed up streaks of blood. Pamek, what's wrong with you? A person nearby asked anxiously, but before Pamek could answer, the questioner also knelt down in pain. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, within a few minutes, everyone in the carriage felt suffocating agony. As time passed, the pain not only did not diminish, but grew even stronger. Yin Kai weakly pounded on the metal partition that separated the carriage from the driver's cab. He suddenly recalled the strange equipment the soldiers had worn before boarding. They must have known something. But whether it was due to the loud noise of the vehicle, or because those people simply had no intention of caring about their lives despite their desperate pleas for help, the transport truck showed no sign of stopping. Yin Kai was knocked unconscious by the pain 3 times. By the time the vehicle stopped, he could not even estimate the approach. The officer opened the carriage door. Looking at the group suffering horribly from the virus, he mercilessly grabbed them by the hair and threw them outside. If it weren't for these reckless bastards, how could humanity have suffered such a calamity? Yin Kai lay on the ground. Even though he was groggy from the torment, a surge of anger rose within him. As a descendant of the Yin family, when had he ever been treated like this? But when he saw the surroundings and realized what kind of environment he was in, that anger instantly vanished without a trace. Vast expanses of still writhing black-purple flesh, towering tumorous tentacles that blotted out the sky, and air shimmering with black light mingled with a nauseating stench. Yin Kaikai recalled the photos that had circulated online last year. They symbolized destruction and disaster. Could the insect swarm have erupted again? But why were they brought here? I've brought the people. These are all the masterminds behind Yuan Jie's death. Hearing the officers shout, Yin Kaikai's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Yuan Jie, a name that sounded ordinary, yet it left a certain impression on him. Could Yuan Jie be related to the insect swarm? What exactly was going on? Yin Kaikai swallowed frantically, his pale face filled with terror. You really kept your word, delivering them in less than 2 days. At this moment, a voice that sounded very young rang out. Yin Kaikai and the others tremblingly looked up. The black-purple flesh surged like a tide to both sides, making way for a person covered in asphalt-like substance to walk out. We deeply regret Yuan Jie's death. This was not what we hoped for, the officer said. Isn't it too late to say this now? Chen Mo looked around. Apart from the 2 transport trucks and a few guards, there seemed to be no other troops nearby. He had thought that during the handover of these bastards, humanity would attempt a surprise attack, but it seemed he had overthought it. Perhaps it was the shocking scene of him deflecting 3 sniper bullets at close range that had made humanity abandon the idea. Of course, the most important reason should be the so-called research value. A faint smile curled on Chen Mo's lips. Of course, we bear responsibility for Yuan Jie's death, but please consider our sincerity in wanting to repair the relationship. Now I've brought the people. According to the agreement, you need to withdraw the virus. After saying this, the officer fixed his sharp eyes on Chen Mo. As the officer in charge of guarding these people, he naturally bore the mission. A video is ultimately not as good as being there in person. He needed to confirm through face-to-face communication whether Chen Mo could be reasoned with, and whether his emotions were stable. If Chen Mo was on the verge of mental collapse, or went back on his word even at the cost of destroying nearby cities, they would not hesitate to launch an attack. Of course, there's no need to worry. Once I've confirmed, the virus will naturally dissipate. As a gesture of sincerity, I can go this far. Chen Mo clapped his hands, and the tentacles that had been spewing mist retracted. All right, well, wait. They're yours, do with them as you please. The officer wiped the dust off his protective mask, nodded, and turned to leave. Yin Kaikai suddenly came to his senses. He grabbed the officer's leg and wailed loudly. A look of intense disgust flashed in the officer's eyes. He slammed the rifle but into Yin Kaikai's back, but Yin Kaikai's hands still clung tightly to the officer's pants leg. Don't go. Save me. I don't want to die like this. Yin Kaikai screamed shrilly. Chen Mo stood behind, watching the scene with interest. Let go. The officer hit him again with a heavy rifle, but this time directly on the head. Yin Kaikai weakly released his grip. The officer silently cursed his bad luck, then immediately got into the vehicle and closed the door. Yin Kaikai lay on the ground covered in black carapace. Fine tendrils of flesh sprouted from the cracks, greedily absorbing the blood flowing from Yin Kaikai's head. As he watched the vehicle speeding away, a deep venom filled his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps brought Yin Kaikai back to reality. Seeing Chen Mo approaching, he trembled and curled into a ball, his face terrified. What are you going to do? Don't be nervous. You won't die, at least not now. Chen Mo patted Yin Kaikai's face. With a thought, several tentacles grew from the ground, bound Yin Kaikai and the others, and then sank into the earth. Chen Mo, on the other hand, returned the same way. The flesh surged and sealed again. The carapace beneath Chen Mo's feet became soft, and as if stepping on a marsh, he slowly sank. After an unknown amount of time, his feet once again felt a hard surface. In the pitch-black darkness, Chen Mo's eyes shifted, transforming into countless compound eyes that flickered with green light, revealing the surrounding scene. Even without doing this, he could detect the surroundings with his perception field, but he deemed it necessary to see clearly, because the one living at the end of the passage was the entity to which he had sworn unconditional loyalty since birth. To merely use his perception field would be too disrespectful. In the passageway built of flesh and carapace, bug soldiers occasionally walked along the edges. This was only a small part. Although there were also incubation chambers underground, they were mostly for hatching experimental types, not large in scale. The real incubation chambers were located elsewhere. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mo reached the end. He inserted his right hand into a hole, and after a creaking sound, a bone door slowly opened. What met his eyes was a spacious room with a tall chair raised high. If anyone else stood here, the scene inside would surely leave them utterly stunned. Sitting on the chair was actually another Chen Mo. Ugh! The Chen Mo that had entered from outside suddenly groaned. With a strange squelching sound, it quickly transformed into a large insect covered in slime. It knelt down with extreme reverence and called out, "Lord Dominator." As a civilization of calamity level, the endless swarm of insects is one of the most distinctive features of the Zerg, and mentioning this leads to an inevitable discussion of their social structure. an extremely peculiar form of totalitarianism. The Zerg are Chen Mo, and Chen Mo is the Zerg themselves. This is precisely what makes them so unique. Throughout human civilization, totalitarianism has existed, but no matter what, even the lowliest beings still possess the ability to think independently at certain times. The Zerg, however, are not like that. All insect soldiers, regardless of their attributes, follow a single ideology. When Chen Mo does not intervene, they are left with nothing but instinct devoid of any intelligence. The advantage of this is that it maximizes the stability of the sovereign's position within the swarm. The disadvantage is equally obvious. The Zerg lack the ability to handle unexpected events, or more precisely, Chen Mo lacks that ability, and thus the Zerg reflect this deficiency. When the numbers are small, it's manageable. But once the decision is made to ramp up production and the insect soldiers reach millions, tens of millions, or even more, many things need to be handled simultaneously. Chen Mo is not like the sovereign in a game who can multitask with multiple cores and threads. Chen Mo can think about many things at once, but when it comes to actually taking action, he can only do one thing at a time, which results in a lack of precious timeliness. He needed helpers. Thus, a type of insect soldier modified from human genes came into being. They possess the ability to think independently and can multitask, handling many things simultaneously. With the authority granted by Chen Mo, they act as secondary commanders of the Zerg, effectively relieving Chen Mo of some command pressure. Moreover, due to the nature of the Zerg, they are instilled with absolute loyalty from birth. Chen Mo can at any time probe their consciousness and thoughts and decide their life or death. The insect currently disguised as Chen Mo is exactly such a creature. It possesses high intelligence and is currently responsible for commanding the entire swarm. Chen Mo named it Sure. For a long time to come, whenever appearing before humans, Chen Mo would be impersonated by Sure, while he himself would hide underground together with the hive nest to protect the very foundation of the Zerg to the greatest extent. My lord, those humans have been delivered to the flesh prison. Sure knelt on the ground, speaking with utmost reverence. Good work. You may leave. Chen Mo said calmly. Yes. After Sure withdrew from the room, Chen Mo sat in his place for a long while before standing up with a hint of irritability. Too fast. The speed at which the murderer was delivered was far too fast. Chen Mo had roared that he would only give 3 days. Besides genuine anger, this was also a ploy to give humanity a false impression. Having experienced so much since childhood, Chen Mo's character was not arrogant. Although the potential of the Zerg was formidable, a mere year of accumulation was far from sufficient, not only due to the limitations of genetic evolution, but also resource constraints. For a year, Zizhao mostly devoured the seabed seawater and some deep-sea creatures, most of which were low-quality resources with very low conversion efficiency. Moreover, to prevent detection of changes in the ocean, the area of Zizhao had not been expanded too much. The Zerg's available resources were not as abundant as imagined, and for the moment, they could not support mindless mass production. Therefore, at the first moment of the uprising, Chen Mo ordered Zizhao in the ocean to expand to the maximum extent and urgently produced insect soldiers capable of surviving in the deep sea to hunt, thereby accumulating more resources. Chen Mo allocated most of these resources to the construction of surface fortresses. According to estimates, even with the disruption of biological fields that could interfere with electronic instruments and restrict some missile guidance methods, there was currently no good way to intercept missiles delivered by the most primitive methods. Chen Mo needed time. Whether it was demanding the murderer from humanity or deliberately spreading a non-lethal virus, the purpose was to send a false signal to humanity that he did not want to completely sever ties. Combined with the research value of himself and the Zerg, he gambled that humanity would not launch a devastating strike immediately. The result proved that Chen Mo's gamble was correct. After weighing the risks and benefits, humanity chose a moderate approach. However, the bad news was that humanity's high efficiency put him in a difficult position. Chen Mo did not yet have the confidence to completely overturn the table. To maintain the current delicate relationship, he would need to fulfill his promise to withdraw the virus, but he did not have that ability. At best, he could stop actively spreading the virus, but he had no way to command the virus that had already spread. Humanity would soon realize this, and time would only become more pressing. Speed up production of transport insects and collect resources to the maximum extent. Chen Mo's mental command was transmitted through the hive nest network to Sure, who was mobilizing the ocean insect soldiers in an instant. Yes. Sure's voice rang out, and the next second Chen Mo saw through the hive nest network the changes in the insect soldiers on the ground. They rushed out of the fortresses, bringing back everything in sight. The incubation chambers spread out thousands of cocoons, and dozens of commands were issued in an instant. Watching the content of each command, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. If he had to do this himself, just sorting through them would take a while. With Sure's help, Chen Mo was able to set aside all the trivial matters of the Zerg and focus on devising the next countermeasures. The framework was already in place. The hardest part was to survive these few days. Once the plan was officially set in motion, humanity would never have a chance to turn the tables. While pondering things, Chen Mo walked out of the room and arrived at the other end of the corridor. This was the flesh prison that Shur had mentioned. It was not part of the hive nest, but an independent one. The gate was composed of two robust muscle masses pressed together, covered with a thick layer of chitinous shell. The gate opened, and Chen Mo stepped inside. Deep underground, the room had no sunlight, but it was filled with an eerie red glow. This did not help one see anything clearly. The view was always a hazy red, adding to the fear. With the help of the Hive Nest Network, Chen Mo was not troubled by the obstruction of vision. The Hive Nest Network transmitted information into his mind, converting the data into scenes to simulate the effect of human eyes. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Chen Mo looked toward the source of the voice. It was Yin Kai and the others who had been imprisoned. Their clothes had been completely corroded away, leaving them stark naked. Vein-like tentacles bound them to the walls of the prison. Looking at them, Chen Mo was surprisingly calm. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Mo. Yuan Jie is my only and best friend. Yin Kai could not see anything, he could only locate the source by sound. Panicked, he began to beg loudly for mercy. The noise annoyed Chen Mo, so the tentacles tightened inward. The immense force caused Yin Kai's muscles to cave in, and his bones let out a mournful creak, as if about to break. He could no longer beg for mercy. Pain rendered him unable to form complete sentences. You should be grateful that you came early enough. After you were injured, I still cannot use magical means to heal you. As he finished speaking, clusters of black insects surged forward, crawling along the walls onto each person's body. I thought about using insects with cockroach genes to burrow into your bodies and devour your internal organs. But then I thought that would make you too happy. I won't let you die easily. Chen Mo's face was expressionless, as if he were describing a story unrelated to anyone. You? What do you want? From the trembling voice, it was not hard to hear the fear of its owner. You won't die anytime soon. Even if you don't eat or drink, I will inject you with nutrients to keep you alive. Also, don't think about suicide. Chen Mo looked at the man to his left who had just attempted to bite his tongue to commit suicide. But the prison detected it immediately, and his mouth was pried open, unable to close again. For you, I created a brand new breed of soldier. Each the size of an ordinary cockroach, can hold 100,000 gnawing insects. I will inject 1,000 into each of you. They will burrow into your bodies and slowly devour your flesh. Because of your suicide attempt, I will only inject 100 gnawing insects into you. Rejoice, you will live 10 times longer than them. So, amid the terrified and trembling screams, Chen Mo smiled slightly. Enjoy it well. That afternoon, the global conference convened once more. Compared to the previous session, this one was far more targeted. Learning that Chen Mo had ceased the spread of the virus, people breathed a faint sigh of relief. Communication was the best possible outcome. The research base occupied by Chen Mo was engulfed in twisted magnetic fields, rendering conventional military surveillance utterly useless. Human monitoring proved woefully inefficient, leaving every nation utterly blind to the situation within the base. According to estimates, we could obliterate the research base in an instant, but Chen Mo's condition remains unclear. However, judging from the strategy games he played during his year of surveillance, he is not one to place all his eggs in one basket. Beyond the base, he must have contingencies in place, just like the fake insecticide that surged from outside. If we fail to uncover them the moment we launch an attack, I am certain Chen Mo will activate his backup plans, leaving us with a shattered net and a broken fish. A man spoke thus. During his year of imprisonment, Chen Mo, to pass the time, had watched TV dramas and variety shows, and played numerous games, with strategy games occupying a significant portion. Through gaming habits, one could sometimes analyze a person's character. Chen Mo was not exceptionally intelligent, though often he was far from a qualified commander. Yet he was exceedingly cautious, and leaving backup plans was a habit etched into his bones. Even the phrase "a wily hare has 3 burrows" fell short of describing him. But we cannot rely entirely on Chen Mo to keep his word. So I maintain my previous proposal, another person said. As usual, the two sides once again engaged in discussions on how to deal with Chen Mo. The meeting lasted 2 hours, yet ultimately no conclusion was reached. After the global conference ended, Yin Yunji and the president convened an internal meeting of the Core Federation. At the outset of the meeting, the two announced a monumental piece of news. Yin Yunji would step back behind the scenes, with the supreme military commander temporarily replaced by Lu Shihu. This result did not surprise many. First, Yin Yunji's age had long since reached the point for retirement, delayed only by years of continuous warfare. Second, the disastrous consequences caused by Yin Kai and the fall of the research base under Yin Yunji's command would have led anyone else to be court-martialed, let alone allowed a dignified retirement. After the shocking opening, the handling of Chen Mo and the 3 neighboring cities became the main agenda. The 3 cities were under emergency quarantine, their residents enduring suffering while growing increasingly restless. Thanks to the modern and developed internet, panic gradually spread across the entire nation. Fortunately, the death toll remained negligible, so the situation was still under control. The meeting lasted late into the night. Ning Mingjun shut down his computer, took a deep breath, walked to the window, and as one of the officers stationed at the research base, Ning Mingjun naturally did not escape infection. From that day on, he lived in a daze, his head as heavy as if he hadn't slept for days, struggling to stay lucid. He was currently staying in a military-provided isolation room, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Only when the cigarette burned to the filter did he come back to his senses. To be honest, he did not hate Chen Mo. If pressed, there were plenty of reasons to hate Chen Mo. Endangering the public alone was enough to nail him. But as one of the few who knew the full story, it was hard for him to feel resentment toward Chen Mo, especially since protecting Yuan Jie's safety was his mission and he had failed. The one who should be most resentful was himself. The disciplinary penalty had been handed down a month ago. He was no longer the commander of the 9th Armored Division, his position temporarily revoked. Ning Mingjun fully understood the punishment, even considering it too lenient, for once this period passed, he could be reinstated. Compared to the consequences he had triggered, this was hardly a punishment. What would the future become? He did not know the answer, but he always felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. I hope it's just an illusion, he murmured, then felt a wave of drowsiness. Thus the night passed. The next day, Chen Mo proactively sent a message he wished to converse with the nation. After brief negotiations, the Core Federation dispatched several representatives who held talks with Chen Mo at a location 10 kilometers from the research base. This was an unfinished military outpost. By the time the group arrived, Chen Mo had been waiting in a cleared room for some time. A large round metal table stood at the center, surrounded by 12 chairs, 11 on one side, and a single chair occupying the opposite half circle. Chen Mo sat in the solitary chair nearby, black-purple flesh covering the vacant space, a grotesque tentacle draped over his shoulder, writhing nauseatingly. Don't worry, this child is a bit shy, but means no harm. Seeing the crowd, Chen Mo stood up as a sign of respect. This child, faced with the disgusting tentacle, the group found it impossible to associate the thing with a child. Please have a seat. Chen Mo sat down generously. Accepting the invitation, the others did not hesitate long. After taking their seats, the highest-ranking officer produced a recording device and said bluntly, "We will record this meeting in the most basic manner. Please forgive us." "No problem, you're not hiding it from me," Chen Mo replied indifferently. Having obtained the desired response, the tension among the group eased slightly. At least for now, Chen Mo appeared capable of communication. "Our most urgent concern is the virus that has already ravaged several cities. According to the previous agreement, you are supposed to recall the virus," the officer said. "You know that's impossible," Chen Mo replied without concealment. Just as expected. The officer was not surprised by this result. They had studied numerous possibilities, all indicating that Chen Mo had no way to retract the virus. "So we are to understand this as a unilateral deception?" the officer asked, breathing heavily. "The heavy protective suit?" "Of course not. Although I cannot recall the virus, I can provide a method to cure it. That depends on whether you trust me. For example, the secretions of this child can effectively neutralize the virus," Chen Mo said, pointing to the flesh clinging to the wall. "How can we trust that?" the officer frowned. "You must have death row inmates." "You can try it," Chen Mo replied. The officer did not answer immediately. The two sides stared at each other for a long while before he finally conceded, shifting the topic. "Then another issue, the recent abnormal behavior of the insect swarms. We expect a reasonable explanation. Are you trying to start a war?" Human surveillance was inefficient, yet with such a massive scale of resource collection by the bug swarm, the possibility of concealing it was virtually non-existent. Chen Mo simply did not bother to hide it, and being discovered was only to be expected. "You know, I don't feel safe," Chen Mo said, spreading one hand. "Not feeling safe? I once trusted you deeply, but what did that trust bring? You all know the answer. I need the confidence to ensure my own safety. This hasn't caused you too much trouble, has it? I'm only collecting resources nearby, not disturbing human settlements," Chen Mo said. "Can't the trust between us be repaired? Rebuilding trust after its collapse takes time. You should understand this simple truth, shouldn't you?" Chen Mo said. "Then how long will it take? Or what can accelerate the restoration of trust? You know we don't want this stalemate. Cooperation benefits both sides." The officer adjusted his gas mask once again, but his gaze never left Chen Mo. "I'm not sure." Chen Mo pondered for a moment and gave an answer that left the officer at a loss for words. "To be honest, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation, especially facing humanity as a whole. I was once human myself until not long ago. I believed I still was. So I don't know how to handle the relationship between us. But at least when you have missiles and snipers aimed at me, I cannot trust you." "Missiles? Snipers? Could he really detect all that?" The officer's pupils dilated slightly. The missiles might be a bluff, but the snipers had arrived here simultaneously with them, stationed over a kilometer away, yet they had been discovered so easily. Previously, Chen Mo had easily withstood 3 sniper bullets, but those were from ordinary sniper rifles and ammunition. If more powerful types were used, they might be able to severely injure him. Thus the snipers had accompanied the team as a means of restraint should Chen Mo act abnormally. Yet they were discovered so easily. They had known that the mother bug possessed some kind of biological field that could detect many things, but was it really this sensitive? This is just basic precaution, and we hope it doesn't offend you. After saying this, the officer felt somewhat embarrassed. Having missiles and snipers aimed at the other's head, it would be strange if he wasn't offended. I understand, but as I said, trust takes time. My bugs will not stop collecting resources, but they will be restrained. As for the virus issue, this child is the solution. You can conduct experiments first. Chen Mo took out a cup. A tentacle extended from the wall, its tip opened a small orifice and injected some green liquid into the cup. Drink it directly, the officer asked. Of course not. This substance is quite harmful to the human body, so it needs to be diluted and neutralized with some other ingredients. Your researchers have done similar experiments before, they should be well versed, and it won't take too much time. Chen Mo continued, you can get a large truck to transport this child. The diluted amount will be enough to save the people of 3. Let's stop discussing trust. You have no other choice, and you can experiment. It will only take a few days to get results. Chen Mo added. Alright, we can accept this plan. But if it leads to worse consequences, that would be an outcome neither of us wants. The officer paused for a moment after speaking, then said, we'd like to ask what happened to the few people sent to you. Their fate was always only one, wasn't it? Chen Mo broke into a smile. A very warm and harmonious one. If it appeared on someone else's face, it would draw people closer, but on Chen Mo, given the context, it had the exact opposite effect. Huff. The officer panted, fogging up his gas mask visor. Since the recording of the conversation would be transmitted globally, he dared not voice his opinion lightly. Those few people were indeed despicable, but to some families and nations it was a trivial matter. They had handed over the children so easily only because of pressure. If he boasted negative comments, someone might come to cause trouble later. Then let's conclude this detailed discussion. Until you confirm that the thing is useful, there isn't much more we can say. Chen Mo suggested. Alright, thank you for your cooperation this time. I hope we can gradually restore our previous relationship. The officer stood up. I hope so too. I'll leave this child here. You can come pick it up anytime. Chen Mo stood up, and his living armor surged backward, revealing a bony hand. After the handshake, both parties departed. Chen Mo stood on the head of a transport bug and rode back to the research base, sinking into the ground, as before, and waited outside the flesh prison. In no time the door opened, and Chen Mo's true self walked out. Lord Dominator, you've worked hard, leaving everything. Chen Mo said indifferently. You flatter me. It's my honor. Sure said with extreme respect. Lin has been busy lately. Go check on him. Chen Mo uttered another single character name, just like Sure. Lin was also a command bug of the same rank, but most of its command ability had been stripped away and compensated in gene integration. Lin had merged more chaotic genes, enabling it to analyze the evolutionary potential of each biological gene, devise combination plans, and analyze the efficiency of resource conversion. Relatively speaking, Sure was a frontline commander, while Lin leaned more toward logistics. Yes. Sure withdrew. It did not convey the meeting content, because Chen Mo didn't need it to. During the negotiation, Chen Mo had already obtained all the information through Sure's biological network. As expected, the plan was very successful. His ultimate goal was simple: to buy precious time. That was why he had Sure go straight to the point, stating that the virus could not be controlled, but there was a solution, and verifying that solution would take some time. To be honest, the bug soldier specifically produced for this plan indeed had the ability to suppress the virus, but the mechanism was completely different from what humans imagined. Inside this bug soldier was another virus. Once it entered a living organism, it would immediately eliminate the 2 previous viruses. This process usually took about a week. During this time, the new virus was completely harmless to the organism. However, once the 2 viruses were completely eradicated, the new virus would show its fangs and cause death within a short time. Chen Mo proactively proposed that they could verify through experiments precisely to ensure at least a 1-week window. He was confident that humanity would agree to this plan. After all, it was only a few days. If one were not fully aware of the bug race's potential and future plans, even Chen Mo would not think 7 days were significant. On one side, a seemingly insignificant few days, on the other, the safety of residents in several cities. It was a multiple-choice question with an easy answer. Experiment No. 01. Species Manhwaedit monkey. Sex male. Age 8 months. Injected agent 150 diluted original solution. Experiment No. 02. Species Manhwaedit monkey. Sex male. Age 8 months. Injected agent 1100 diluted original solution. Experiment No. 03. Species Manhwaedit monkey. Sex male. Age 7 months. Injected agent 1150 diluted original solution. Experiment No. 04. Species Manhwaedit monkey. Sex. Humanity acted swiftly. On the very day they received the confirmed news, they dispatched troops to transport the insect soldiers left behind by Chen Mo back to the laboratory. Because the research personnel were collectively afflicted by the virus, the nations reassembled a new group of virologists and biologists along with a few original research base members who exhibited milder symptoms and immediately began the experiments with great urgency. They did not start with human experiments, instead they used animals such as monkeys. The experiments were divided into many batches grouped by age, sex, species, and severity of disease. They injected different dilutions of the original solution as well as reagents neutralized with other substances and then regrouped them. At present, a total of 200 experimental subjects are undergoing the experiments simultaneously. If it were the effort of a single person, it would be impossible to monitor the data of 200 experimental subjects in detail and respond in a timely manner. However, this is the combined research power of all nations. If not for the fact that the personnel were temporarily reassigned, that many more researchers were still on their way, and that a large number of previous researchers had fallen ill, this number could have been multiplied several times over. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory, a global conference that was normally difficult to convene was now being held with extreme frequency. Many leaders had grown accustomed to this routine, so most of them would discuss matters while handling administrative affairs that did not require communication with others, since a single meeting often lasted several hours, and their time was extremely precious. If that's the case, Chen Mo's condition is much better than we imagined, said one person glancing up while flipping through his country's administrative documents and scribbling notes. At least there is a possibility of communication. The situation won't deteriorate to the worst extent, said another, handing a document to his secretary before taking. But that doesn't mean Chen Mo is not dangerous. He is still in an uncontrolled state, said a third person. The key now is whether what he said is true and what our plan for him should be. We can't just leave him there looking so dangerous. The first result from the experiment is out. The so-called original solution, when diluted 100 times, can indeed kill the other two viruses without harming the organism. However, the process is somewhat slow and the final outcome cannot be confirmed. Moreover, it was only tested on monkeys. The situation with humans remains to be seen. So I suggested, why not skip the animals and use humans directly? The prisons in many countries are under pressure. Those who should have been sentenced to death are now protected by the new code and are sentenced to life imprisonment, costing the state money to sustain them. It wouldn't be a pity to lose a batch of them. That's inhumane. Humane. Come on now, all the nations are united and ordinary people have no way of knowing. No one will criticize this. Compared to that kind of intangible thing, isn't timeliness the most important? I'm going crazy from these endless meetings with you all. I still have to deal with the rebellion in my country. Speaking of which, can you help me out with some weapons and equipment? At least let me feel secure enough to attend these meetings here. Damn it. A rough-looking middle-aged man shouted angrily. He had a scar on his face that nearly blinded one eye. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and half of one ear was sliced off. He was from a country in a backward region plagued by rebel forces, pirates, bandits, and various armed groups, putting immense pressure on the government. Just a few days ago during the meeting, he was in a city near the front lines, and every now and then he could hear the roar of fierce artillery fire. We can extend a helping hand, said the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Vanks with a smile. You? Forget it. There's more than one country that has been harassed by you. You're even worse than those damn rebel forces. The middle-aged man grumbled. This time we genuinely want to help. Your country has nothing valuable anyway with scarce resources. The Prime Minister was indifferent to the middle-aged man's attitude. After all, the United Kingdom of Vanks did have a poor reputation. If he got angry over such remarks, he would have been dead long ago. This time he wanted to help simply because he couldn't stand seeing others profit. The United States of Style had been secretly selling equipment and even selling to both sides, making a fortune while they couldn't get a foothold. As the saying goes, compared to one's own losses, seeing others, especially enemies, make money is the most infuriating thing. The Prime Minister would rather have his own country suffer some military expenses than let the United States of Style continue doing business. Although the nations were currently united, and according to the vision, if humanity could continue to evolve from the insect race, it would eventually enter a society of commonality. However, the habit of forming power blocks has been passed down since ancient times and cannot be changed overnight. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated. In fact, he was well aware of the United States of Style's practice of selling weapons to both sides, but he had no choice. He couldn't watch the rebel forces grow stronger while his own remained stagnant. If the United Kingdom of Vanks could resolve the predicament, it might not be a bad idea. Alright, if you dare to promise in front of all these people that after dealing with the rebellion, you will not interfere with our government and territory, then I will accept your help. Of course, we can discuss the details privately, the Prime Minister said with a hearty laugh, especially when he saw the ashen face of the leader of the United States of Style. He couldn't help but laugh even more joyfully. In front of so many people, even if the United States of Style wanted to stop this, they couldn't voice their objection. After all, it was a deal that couldn't be brought to light. Then let's move to the final agenda: how to negotiate with Chen Mo next. Even if we can restore the trust of the past without Yuan Jia as a bridge, our mutual trust is very fragile. If we could forcibly capture and detain him using coercive measures, we wouldn't need to worry about this. So how can we ensure that Chen Mo won't release a large amount of virus before being captured? Evacuate all residents of nearby cities. The previous time the nearby city was quickly affected because the wind was strong that day and the viral mist traveled with the wind. The research base is surrounded by an endless wilderness. If we pick a day with calm and clear weather, it should be much easier to control him. There is still risk. But this is the only way I can think of unless you can come up with another idea. That's because you are too foolish. Then come up with an idea yourself, you talkative fool. If it weren't for your luck, you would have been wiped out by us 10 years ago, and now you dare to keep blabbing here. What did you say? Watching the leaders of various nations start arguing again, the leading heads of state couldn't help but sigh. It seemed this would be another endless meeting. Within 5 days, Chen Mo had established 12 incubation chambers in total, with insect soldiers continuously emerging from their hatching state. During this period, the hive nest had sunk over 20,000 meters, its position shifting considerably. Such rapid movement of the hive nest consumed vast resources, yet the rewards were equally gratifying. At this depth, humans could scarcely mount any effective attack, and as time passed, the numbers would continue to grow. This method appeared clumsy and wasteful of resources, but Chen Mo held a unique perspective. Given the characteristics of the insect race and humanity's current technological level, victory was merely a matter of time, thus ensuring security took paramount precedence. He had once played a strategy game where his borders were heavily fortified while the interior lay vulnerable, ultimately allowing the enemy to strike his home base directly. This had cost him 3 sleepless nights. The mentor remained stationed within the hive nest while the one on the surface at the research base appeared publicly each day and even contacted the military again. All of this was orchestrated to create the illusion that Chen Mo was still above ground. Chen Mo harbored no concern over the mentor's death. As a special intelligent commander, all of the mentor's genetic sequences, memories, and the fundamental biological signals of the insect race were stored within the hive nest. The mentor, the hive nest, Chen Mo. The 3 were linked through a special biological network. Every backup of the mentor was updated multiple times each second. Should the mentor perish, Chen Mo could immediately hatch a brand new mentor complete with all the former's memories. Though not a resurrection, it made little practical difference, for Chen Mo cared not whether the being before him was a replica or the original. Tomorrow will be a windy day. Chen Mo sat upon a throne woven from flesh and blood, one hand propping up his cheek, while the other tapped slowly on the armrest. Before him, Yin Kai and the others were lined up. Even after enduring such prolonged torment, they still howled in maddening agony, but their ruined throats could no longer produce sharp screams. Without effective healing methods at his disposal, Chen Mo found the experience bereft of much amusement. Pain could become numb. Human adaptability was remarkably strong. Subjected to unending suffering, they would eventually adapt and grow accustomed to it. This would render the torture meaningless. Whether 50 days or 100, once numbness set in, they would become mere numbers. To prevent Yin Kai and the others from adapting, Chen Mo chose intermittent torment, sessions lasting half an hour at irregular intervals. Kill me. Please. Kill me. Yin Kai's head hung limply, blood still seeping from his nose and mouth. The temperature within the flesh prison was scorching. Under prolonged, sweltering heat, their skin took on a faint red hue, and sweat poured like a waterfall over wounds crusted with dried blood. Chen Mo thoughtfully created a type of insect soldier to replenish their fluids, preventing any issues arising from. I told you I would keep you alive until the last day of humanity's extinction, letting you witness the fall of this world with your own eyes. Chen Mo grabbed a handful of salt he had found in the research base and scattered it over Yin Kai's wound-covered body. Accompanied by a searing, burning pain, Yin Kai let out a shattering scream as tears and snot gushed forth uncontrollably. Chen Mo returned to his seat smiling. It's time again. As his words fell, the others, who had been momentarily calm, erupted into heart-wrenching screams. Countdown 30 minutes. Enjoy yourselves, everyone. We must trust the country. Leaving these words on social media, Yin Hai shut down his computer. He had been infected for a week now, and his life had undergone a drastic transformation. The entire city had ground to a halt, streets were empty, and the occasional passerby moved with hurried steps. His luck was relatively good. His symptoms were mild, just some general weakness and a cough akin to a severe cold. Yin Hai poured himself a glass of hot water and set it aside. From the bookshelf above the cup, he pulled out a masterpiece from the United States of Steel, and then retrieved a thick notebook filled with dense, meticulous handwriting. Translating foreign literary classics was his hobby, one that kept his spirits serene. Especially for works nearing or exceeding 1,000,000 words, completing a translation brought an exhilarating sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Yin Hai did not turn on the study's main light. Instead, he relied on a desk lamp. Though it strained his eyes somewhat, he cherished this ambience. Combined with the gentle breeze drifting in through the window, it all coalesced into a beautiful night. After growing accustomed to it, Yin Hai actually preferred his current state of life. Though his physical condition was somewhat worrying, there was no longer any noise outside his window. No need to close the windows at dusk to block out blaring music, nor worry about cars racing by in the quiet of night. Thus, despite his mild physical discomfort, Yin Hai's efficiency actually improved. By the time he finished translating a major chapter, it was already deep into the night. Standing before the open window, he lit a cigarette, gazing at the moonlight, a strange melancholy washing over him. What would the future truly become? Though he spoke of trusting the country, recent events still filled him with unease. The increasingly sharp arguments online and the inevitable panic among the city's residents were hardly surprising. Thump. At that moment, the sound of a heavy object falling came from upstairs. Yin Hai's brow twitched slightly. When the upstairs neighbors had been an elderly couple, it was very quiet. But ever since a young couple with a child moved in not long ago, the child would run around at all hours, driving Yin Hai to thump. Another sound followed by the noise of something breaking. How irritating. Yin Hai checked the time. It was almost 1 a.m. Surely some consideration for noise was in order. If it makes another sound, I'll go up and knock on their door, Yin Hai thought to himself. He casually stubbed out his cigarette and walked into the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon began. No one lived downstairs, so he didn't need to worry about disturbing neighbors with a late-night shower. Click, clack. At that moment, faint scraping sounds entered the room. Yin Hai, showering, was completely unaware that a deadly assassin had entered. It arrived at the bathroom door, raised its razor-sharp forelimbs high, and burst into the room. After a few panicked screams, silence reclaimed the space. A transport insect dragged the bisected prey to the windowsill and forcefully hurled it down. The street had been silently covered by purple swamp. People were thrown from the surrounding high-rises one after another, followed by various belongings raining down like a downpour. Several thick tentacles burst through the purple swamp. Deformed tumors exploded, releasing a foul mist that mingled with the air. Then a gale howled, carrying death's invitation to some distant, unknown place. The true insect calamity. The curtain rises. The moment the insect swarm erupted, the news crossed the borders of the ocean, spreading to every corner of the planet. Whether they were still asleep or handling state affairs, everyone immediately set aside whatever they were doing. Chen Mo launched a sudden attack, unilaterally tearing up the agreement. Within just a few hours, 4 cities had become dead zones. The footage relayed from surveillance satellites was enough to ignite an unparalleled fury in every soul. Although the Corvus Federation bore the brunt of the catastrophe, the sheer horror of such mass slaughter made others shudder, imagining the devastation should the swarm spread to their own lands. So you're telling us we can't even determine how Chen Mo managed to strike those cities? One man demanded angrily. Surveillance satellites have been monitoring the research base's perimeter constantly. We're certain it wasn't a ground assault. Either he came from underground or he had already tampered with those cities beforehand. Regardless of the method, our priority now is to halt the swarm's expansion. General Lu, Mr. President, I hope you will permit us to deploy troops into your nation. No problem. Lu Shihu agreed without hesitation. The situation had escalated to a point where no single country could bear the burden alone. Also, we request authorization to bomb the research base, another person added. Our missiles can level the facility. This time Lu Shihu did not consent. But doing so would mean losing the most precious research samples, a weaker voice. That's true, Lu Shihu said angrily. If we could avoid it, we would. But this is no time for research. War has begun. I mean, the war between humanity and monsters. Of course, even a fool can see what's more important. As for the samples, well, salvage whatever remains after the war. Friends, the war has begun. After the meeting, Lu Shihu issued one order after another. Soldiers geared up and mobilized toward the 4 cities. Humanity had not overlooked the possibility of Chen Mo breaking the agreement, and contingency plans were already in place. Yet they had never expected it to happen so abruptly, erupting without anyone noticing. The research base had long been surveyed, not merely for its dimensions, but to calculate the precise yield of missiles needed to obliterate the fortress Chen Mo. Prepare. A silo opened with a rumble, revealing the nuclear missile standing upright within. To ensure a lethal strike, the Corvus Federation decided to deploy 2 high-yield nuclear missiles simultaneously. Although this would cause severe environmental contamination, neutralizing it for a considerable time, the bugs could burrow underground. The nukes would clear all surface obstacles, followed by subterranean strikes. Coordinates confirmed. Target Chen Mo confirmed. 01 and 02, launch. The operator entered the complex codes. After a brief countdown, the rocket boosters erupted with fierce flames, the scorching gases rapidly heating the surrounding air. As he gazed at the final launch button, the operator's hand trembled involuntarily. This was one of the most powerful weapons in human history, a demon capable of annihilating humanity itself, having once created hell on Earth, yet subsequently brought peace to much of the world. Since its development, aside from test detonations, it had been used only rarely. Even though the target was humanity's enemy, the operator's heart could not easily find calm. Fire. Hearing the command once more, the operator swallowed hard, hesitated no longer, entered the final code, and pressed. High-pressure gas burst forth, intertwining with flames to unleash a surge of propulsion. A massive fireball exploded and the two armed rockets shot into the sky, then ignited again, midair changing course as they hurtled toward the research base. Just before impact, all connections between the control room and the missiles were abruptly severed. Yet neither the operators nor Lu Shihu showed any panic. The mother insect possessed a unique biological magnetic field capable of disrupting all electronic instruments. This was no secret. Before launch, they had accounted for this scenario, equipping the missiles with two detonation methods. The first was conventional. The second activated the detonation sequence the moment the link to the control room was lost. The timing from disconnection to detonation was calculated with extreme precision. Go to hell. As the words fell, a deafening roar that seemed to silence the world erupted. Two spheres of white light expanded abruptly like twin blazing suns, radiating heat without restraint. The blinding light bleached everything white. The intense heat source first contracted inward, then expanded unstoppably, greedily, consuming all matter it touched. The earth trembled, raising 100-meter waves of gray ash, which then melted away in the next instant, vanishing without a trace. Every living being and object within sight was mercilessly erased. When the dazzling brilliance subsided, the site of the former research base was replaced by a veritable land of death. Everything was reduced to scorched earth. Tentacles that could withstand bullets without damage were utterly destroyed. A thick mushroom cloud gathered overhead, lingering for a long time, while vast amounts of radioactive material and debris filled the surroundings, causing continuous contamination. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors traveled through the soil. Inside the flesh prison, Chen Mo allowed a smile to spread across his face. Just as I thought. Faced with another alien creature launching an attack, humanity would prefer to destroy it rather than capture it for study, especially when it posed a threat of annihilating the species. He had deliberately allowed the mother to be killed by the nuke under human surveillance. This way, humanity would not immediately rally all its forces to investigate the ruins of the research base, instead diverting most of its attention to the insect swarm still ravaging the cities. Thus, Chen Mo gained precious time once more. Whether to hatch new insect soldiers or spread the virus, both were viable options. Of course, before that he needed to resurrect the deceased mother, otherwise with the current scale of the swarm, even with a mind burning with effort, he could not manage precise control. Oh, they're fast. Chen Mo paused for a moment, then an amused expression crossed his face. Through the insect race's perception network, he could easily see the troops assembling a few cities away. Chen Mo glanced at the giant insect soldier, still moving beneath the deep sea, estimated the approximate time, and then shifted his attention back. Since I've got nothing better to do, I might as well have some fun with you before they arrive. Xuanzhou City. A renowned commercial metropolis of the Qifeng federal state, legend has it that 1,000 years ago the emperor of that time worshipped the sun, hence the name Xian. At this moment, a force of nearly 6,000 troops was assembled here. Excluding the uncounted logistics personnel, it was a modern mechanized infantry division, slightly under strength. Due to the need to guard against the virus, everyone had to wear expensive combat protective suits. Even though production had begun a year ago, they could not guarantee one set per person. Although the insect swarm had the potential to resist or even annihilate humanity, what truly troubled human minds was not the swarm itself. It required vast amounts of time and resources to evolve, but the virus was a different matter. Over the course of a year, researchers classified the viruses contained in the purple swamp based on criteria such as infectivity and lethality. More than 20 types alone surpassed the most threatening viruses in human history. Once they spread, the entire planet would be reduced to a viral paradise in a very short time, and then not only humans, but all flora and fauna would face the lethal threat of extinction. Repeat, retrieve the data, do not engage in prolonged combat. Yes. After inspection, Xuanzhou City had completely become a dead city, with purple swamp containing massive amounts of virus everywhere, and corners even harboring millions of insect swarms. Xuanzhou City was no longer worth rescuing. Although it was a pity to lose such a great city, compared to the cost of gradual cleanup, directly destroying the entire city with missiles was the optimal solution. The reason they had gathered here was the extremely important data in the Xuanzhou City research base. As a long-established research base, the Xuanzhou City research base stored a massive amount of data, not on the order of a few gigabytes or terabytes that could be transmitted casually. Normally, to move such data, it was faster to transport hard drives by truck than to transfer over the internet. A week ago, someone had suggested transferring the data, but it was shelved for various reasons. Now it had become a major headache for the Qifeng federal state. The troops had thus assembled. Amid the roar of engines, modern armored vehicles on both sides slowly drove into the city, followed by fully armed personnel. In the sky, dozens of bombers carved chaotic contrails. If it were 2 years ago, we could have swaggered in with bombers like this. I would have been much happier than now. The co-pilot let out a sigh. This medium bomber had 5 crew members: the pilot, co-pilot, navigator, bombardier, and mission commander. Without exception, they were soldiers of the Fankisi United Kingdom, hastily dispatched from the naval fleet. In the campaign 2 years ago, they had dispatched countless ground and air forces with the aim of crushing the Kirfeng federal state, but despite countless sacrifices, they had failed to breach the defenses. Now they had entered easily, and they were about to bomb Shuanzhou City. Although they knew the specific reasons, their feelings were inevitably complicated. Don't overthink it. If we consider the worst-case scenario, perhaps there will be no concept of nations in the future, the pilot sighed. I never thought our generation would experience something like this. It's driving me crazy, the navigator said with a grim face. Guys, look at those buildings. The bombardier looked down and couldn't help letting out a slightly startled voice. Although I've watched the satellite surveillance videos many times, seeing it with my own eyes, this thing is truly terrifying. Looking around, everywhere were nauseating black-purple flesh, wriggling purple swamp, bubbling high-rise walls covered with creeper-like dark red veins, terrifying red light flickering in the air, and dense swarms of insects filling the city. This once prosperous city had in less than a day completely become a paradise for the insect swarm. By the way, the leader of the insect swarm died in the nuclear blast. On the bright side, if we just clean up these 3 cities, it should be fine, right? The co-pilot said in as light a tone as possible. You were at the previous meeting, weren't you? The key has never been these insects, but the lethality of the viruses they carry, the navigator said. But according to the understanding of viruses, doesn't a more lethal virus have lower transmissibility? The co-pilot asked. The situation is different. The mission commander interjected. The situation you described often occurs when the virus main transmission route is through living hosts. The viruses carried by the insect swarm can mostly be transmitted through air and water, or even ordinary contact, and even soil. Most importantly, the viruses can survive for a long time outside living organisms. Damn, it's even more terrifying than demons from hell. Yeah, that's why there's talk about the imminent collapse of human society and the realization of a community. It's terrifying. The thought of having to live with those people. The pilot said with a headache. I hope this ends soon. I still want to watch a football match. It was supposed to start tomorrow, but now I don't know how long it will be postponed. The navigator grumbled. Isn't your son training in football? I heard a youth academy of some team has taken an interest in him, the co-pilot chimed in. But it's just a small team, so I'm planning to turn it down, the navigator said. All right, enough chit-chat. At this moment, the mission commander interrupted their idle talk, looked at the target below, and reported 03 has reached coordinates. Coordinates confirmed. Coordinates confirmed, ready to bomb at any time. Bomb. All right, guys, start bombing. Okay. The crew operated in sequence. For a team that had worked together for 5 years, it was all muscle memory. They didn't need to care whether there was a target on the coordinates. Locking the coordinates was enough. The bombs were dropped in one go, then they switched to another position and dropped another magazine's munitions. A violent explosion was heard. The ruins were completely overturned. Whether flesh, insects, buildings, or streets, everything was blown to pieces under the powerful missiles. 03 mission complete. Requesting return for resupply. Return resupply request granted. Please return to the designated berth. The mission commander closed his notebook and gave the order, return. The 2 pilots pushed the control sticks. The bomber executed a loop in the sky, drawing chaotic air trails, ignoring the roaring insect swarm on the ground, and returned along the same route. Just as I thought. The current insect swarm, trying to fight the human forces heat-in, is completely wishful thinking. If there were simple air interception, the pressure would be much lighter. In the distance, Chen Mo through the hive network watched everything happening in Shuanzhou City as expected. He had the devouring insects consume the organs of Yan Kai and others, while amidst the screams, he began his next deployment. Advance. Under the cover of overwhelming artillery fire, the group advanced slowly. Due to the peculiar nature of the Z swamp, even fully clad in protective gear, they dared not tread lightly, opting instead for a violent approach, clearing the path with cannon fire. Bang, bang, bang. The guns roared unceasingly, sending large-caliber bullets, each capable of severing a human in half, sweeping into the insect swarm. In an instant, blood and severed limbs filled the world before their eyes. Hiss! A speed-type insect soldier shrieked, dashing from afar like a meteor. But the next moment, a bullet precisely pierced its head, tearing a massive wound. The buildings lining the streets were filled with insects, their eyes fixed on the troops below, waiting for the prey to enter their range. But before that, high-yield shells rained down from the sky. Sturdy buildings collapsed in an instant, the insects either killed or maimed. A creature fused with cheetah genes was trapped under the rubble of steel and concrete. As the approaching troops neared, it let out a long howl at the sky. Bang! The soldier calmly sent it to its doom. With a single bullet, scanned the surroundings and continued advancing with the unit. Boom! At that moment, a violent tremor shook the ground. The soldiers halted immediately, scanning their surroundings warily. But the shaking did not stop. Instead, it grew more intense. Wait, that thing is under our feet. As if to confirm the soldier's words, countless thick tentacles burst from the ground. Nearly 4 meters in diameter, they lashed down like whips. Several soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were crushed into pulp. Open fire. The still-hot gun barrels roared once more, but this time the weapons met their match. Due to the tentacles' diameter, ordinary assault rifles could not inflict effective damage in an instant. Before the tentacles were severed, they claimed another batch of lives. Boom. The tank fired a precise shell, blasting the tentacle in two. But before the barrel could be aimed at the next target, an even thicker tentacle burst through the soil, tightly coiled around the tank, and hurled the 70-ton vehicle into the sky like a toy. A sea monster. A mythical creature with countless legends in the ocean. Of course, it has nothing to do with fantasy. According to modern speculation, its prototype was probably a giant squid, which ancient people rumored as a sea monster. Some researchers believe it to be the giant squid Architeuthis that lives in the deep sea during the day and forages in shallow waters at night, or more precisely, the colossal squid. The insect swarm distributed in the sea naturally captured many supersized squids, including the giant squid. Combining their genes with those of other creatures, a type of supersized insect soldier was born, capable of slow movement on land and accelerated movement in the sea swamp. Due to its size, hatching this creature consumed an extraordinary amount of resources. In comparison, the resources needed for one land squid could hatch 800 pseudo-killer insects. Fortunately, the effect was still satisfactory. Chen Mo had considered directly hatching powerful ground units, but the genes stored in the hive nest gene bank were too weak. One of the foundations for the Zerg's ability to dominate the universe in the game was their powerful genes. Although they had undergone long periods of accumulation and evolution, the excellence of the genes themselves could not be denied. Many times when the insect swarm attacked a planet, besides resources, their goal was to obtain an excellent gene and then continue evolving based on it. Compared to the vast universe, a single planet's genes were simply incomparable. Chen Mo had tried to increase the defense of ground units, but even at the maximum, they still could not withstand artillery fire. Helpless, he had to take a trick and choose this unit capable of surprise attacks. Now it seemed the effect was quite good. Boom. Watching the tank fall, even the most disciplined soldiers could not help but feel panic. Before entering the city, they had been briefed on the enemies they would face, but no matter how you looked at it, this had already exceeded the scope of what a living creature should be. Damn it. The officers couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, they were not mere showpieces who had never undergone the test of blood and fire. As one of the main frontline units, despite some panic, they quickly regained control of the situation. Due to the heavy protective suits and oxygen tanks, the soldiers' mobility was significantly reduced. In the end, at the cost of twice the expected casualties, they managed to sever all the tentacles. That damn thing got away. Sensing the fading tremors, the officer felt both anger and a wave of helplessness. During the insect tide outbreak a year ago, although their brother units were the main force, they had also watched countless recordings. In comparison, the insect tide a year ago and the current one could not be considered the same species. Such terrifying potential. No, not quite. Rather, it was precisely because of such terrifying potential that even without the virus, it was still hailed as a double-edged sword for humanity, either ushering in a new era or becoming an alien creature capable of destroying humanity. The officer composed himself. The remaining road became much easier with no more special insect soldiers like the land squid appearing. They quickly advanced to the predetermined target point. Facing the towering experimental building, the soldiers did not choose to enter lightly. The fact that they could easily eliminate the insect tide along the way did not mean the insects were weak. On the contrary, the insects were stronger than any known creature. The real reason was that the terrain outside was relatively open, allowing them to spot enemies from a distance, and with the help of bombers clearing the way, the troops could pass through. Indoors, the situation would change drastically. Due to the preciousness of the data, the troops could not use the previous method of bombing. The confined indoor spaces were also ideal for the insects to hide, waiting for the soldiers to enter their range before striking. This would inevitably cause heavy casualties. Fortunately, this was not the era of 100 years ago when only crude firearms were available. They possessed more sophisticated modern equipment. For armored vehicles, each unloaded 2 metal boxes. The red lights on them flickered, and the boxes opened automatically, revealing the modern weapons stored inside. The latest ground unmanned armed vehicle of the Kafung Federated States, equipped with a remote operation module, could achieve remote control over a distance of more than 4 kilometers. Its width and height were both within 2 meters, making it very suitable for entering the research base. The vehicle was equipped with medium-caliber autocannons, howitzers, anti-tank guns, and other weapons. 4 of the models were even equipped with individual thermobaric warheads and various modern electronic devices. 8 operators took out devices resembling tablet computers about the thickness of a fist. They performed simple connections and tests. Confirming everything was in order under the commander's order, the 8 unmanned vehicles drove in through the main gate. Facing the stuck door, they simply and brutally blasted it open with a cannon shot. I had planned to make things harder for you, but I didn't expect you to have such things. I overlooked that. Chen Mo sighed. He was not a member of the military system, so he was not very familiar with the equipment used by the military. But it was no big deal. The data that needed to be destroyed had already been destroyed. Although he didn't know what use it was, as long as it could annoy them, Chen Mo would feel pleased. Finally, it's time. I'm done playing with you. Chen Mo shifted his attention, looking at the insects crawling onto the shore, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Manhwaedit, a sprawling coastal metropolis with a population perpetually hovering around 15 million, situated in the southeastern region of the United States. The city boasts one of the world's top 10 ports and a renowned international airport, alongside numerous celebrated tourist attractions. Here one can encounter tourists from nearly every nation, speaking diverse tongues and bearing different complexions, who typically linger for about a fortnight before returning to their homelands. In a city with such immense population mobility, what would be the outcome if a virus with a certain incubation period, extremely high contagiousness, and rapid fatality upon onset were to be unleashed? Chen Mo was profoundly grateful for the marvels of modern technology. Despite the severe damage to the research facility, some instruments powered by backup generators still functioned. Though the internet was inaccessible, he managed to unearth a wealth of useful information from the stored archives, including details about this very city. Far out at sea, a whale with a belly entwined in dark red veins emerged from the depths. It surfaced, arching its back, and violently expelled a thick mist of water. Within this mist lurked countless invisible entities. They alighted upon the shore, briefly oriented themselves, and then surged towards various corners of the city. Finally off work, Rael let out a heavy sigh, walking down the street with a look of exhaustion etched on his face. For tourists, Manhwaedit was undeniably a beautiful city. It boasted bustling streets, autumn leaves, winter's first snow, breathtakingly serene beaches, a dazzling harbor, and joy carried on the breeze. One could explore a different scenic spot each day for a fortnight without repetition. Yet for those who lived there, reality was far less idyllic, at least not for Rael. His hometown was an inland city. Frankly, just adapting to the coastal climate had drained him. Coupled with an intensely competitive job market and a set of draconian municipal laws, life here was far from easy. 5 more years of hard work, and I can return home to enjoy a comfortable retirement. Rael thought to himself. He wasn't particularly ambitious. The sole reason he remained was the exorbitant salary, which would allow him to save enough in 10 years to last a lifetime. I could really use a cigarette. Rael smacked his lips, his hand instinctively reaching for the pocket containing his pack of cigarettes. But this was forbidden. Manhwaedit prohibited smoking in public places. While other cities had similar regulations, violations rarely incurred substantial penalties. Manhwaedit was different. Being caught smoking in public meant a fine hefty enough to cause real pain. Rael yearned to rush home, where he could smoke to his heart's content. But before that, he needed to deal with dinner. Given the city's status as a tourist destination and its inherently high cost of living, Rael was forced to venture further afield in search of smaller, more affordable eateries. Of course, no matter how shabby or rundown the place, tipping was an unavoidable expense. Damn tips, Rael cursed under his breath, then said aloud, "Another Coke, please. With ice. 1 moment, please." The attendant turned around. Due to the shop's layout, the soda machine was placed further back. Noticing the lid was open, the attendant let out a puzzled sound. He glanced towards his colleagues busy elsewhere. Had someone opened it without his notice? "Excuse me, could you hurry it up?" Rael urged impatiently. "Right away." The attendant closed the lid, dispensed a cup of soda, and handed it to Rael. "Better get back quickly. Take a few long, deep drags." Rael's mind was consumed with thoughts of smoking. As he pushed open the door to leave, he stumbled over something. Staring at the empty ground before him, he was filled with confusion. Strange. Oh well, better hurry back. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Rael, shortly after he left, a tiny creature emerged in the grimy alley beside the burger joint. A half shoe print was still visible on its back. Observing the bustling burger shop, the creature turned invisible once more and stealthily infiltrated another establishment. Rael didn't notice anything amiss until a week later. While brushing his teeth one morning, he coughed up blood and his teeth began to fall out. At first it was just a little blood, which he attributed to his gums. But before he could finish brushing, his condition deteriorated and 4 teeth fell out in quick succession. Panicked, Rael rushed outside, intending to go to the hospital, only to find the streets in utter chaos. Thud! Rael collapsed on the street. He felt his life force draining away rapidly, his eyelids growing heavier. A warm sensation surged from the lower part of his body, finally erupting as a torrent of blood from his mouth and nose. The apocalypse had begun. Initially, only a few cities were severely affected, with sporadic cases elsewhere. Nations immediately issued joint statements. But before the public outcry could subside, over 40% of the global population had perished within the following week. Hospitals were overflowing, yet no doctors were available to treat patients, as the physicians themselves were equally afflicted. Then in the second week, nearly half of the remaining population began showing symptoms. God, please bless us. An elderly woman knelt on the floor weeping. Her daughter lay on the hospital bed, clinging to life by a thread. Outside the window, a man slumped against the street wall. In his left hand, he held a bottle of liquor. With his right, he continuously pulled cigarettes from his pocket. After a gulp of alcohol, what he spat out was a mixture of vomit, teeth, and blood. Fuck it all. The man burst into raucous laughter. He raised his middle finger towards the sky, spewing a torrent of incoherent curses. Within less than a minute, he had spat out all his teeth and lost every strand of hair, curling up like a starved cat. Crash. A full pane of glass was shattered. The shop owner sat outside, vacanted, indifferent to the looting. He clutched a photograph. In the span of a single week, he had buried his parents, his wife, and his daughter. Now it was his turn. In a mere fortnight, the entire world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Could things possibly get any worse? The answer was a resounding no. Hordes of insects emerged from unknown origins. They brandished grotesque mouthparts, issued terrifying screeches, and raised their hideous forelimbs high. Like demons crawling forth from the abyss, they scattered suffering across the entire world. That day would be known as Cataclysm Day. From that moment on, humanity was toppled from its throne as the dominant species replaced by endless legions of fiends. The world underwent a drastic transformation in an extremely short time. As speculated, viruses were the most terrifying demons, far more than the insect swarms. They were pervasive and silent. Up to now, governments of various countries had no idea how many of their citizens had died, and most governments had long collapsed. Unlike viruses that could incubate for a week, when the outbreak was most severe, a variant emerged. It would strike within an hour of infecting an organism. Corpses were everywhere on the streets. Since most microorganisms were also killed by the deadly virus, the rate of decay was noticeably slowed, and there were no animals to destroy the bodies. They lay like tragic paintings, adding strokes to this ruined world. In the dark environment, a woman was boiling water. It was now extremely difficult to find clean water sources. There might be some in stores, but that would require crossing the perilous streets, which was no different from suicide. According to experiments, water droplets condensed from boiled steam seemed not to carry the virus, or the viral load was reduced. They didn't understand the scientific principles, and who would care? They only knew that this way they could drink water and not get sick in a short time, and that was enough. It didn't take long to boil water, but to evaporate it all required a long time. The woman kept adding firewood, praying for it to finish quickly, while carefully managing the smoke. The space was very cramped, likely an abandoned small shelter. There was only one entrance, and the room was about a dozen square meters. Against the wall was a simple stove built from cement and red bricks. About a step away were several beds made of wooden planks, taking up about half the room. Being underground, there was a damp, cold feeling, but reptiles and insects were rarely seen. There were 9 people in the shelter, 4 men and 5 women. In the farthest corner, a girl had been lying motionless on the bed since yesterday. She refused to eat anything, just crying incessantly. Her clothes were very expensive, but in this disaster, whether rich or ordinary, there was no difference. It had nothing to do with medical conditions. Among the men was a foreigner. No one knew his homeland because they couldn't understand his language. After a few attempts at communication, they formed a tacit agreement not to disturb each other. He always sat on the steps in the faintest light, flipping through his Bible over and over, muttering words no one could understand. The woman finally finished boiling the water. She divided it evenly into several portions and handed 1 cup to each person. Ugh! A young girl who had just drunk suddenly vomited, and everyone's eyes turned to her in terror. The woman swallowed, bent down, and groped. After a moment, her body stiffened. She straightened up, pale-faced, with 2 bloody teeth pinched between. Oh my God! The girl couldn't help crying. Damn it, a man cursed. He slammed his fist heavily onto the rotten wooden board. With a crack, the fragile board snapped in 2. No one stopped the furious man, nor did anyone drive away the obviously infected girl. They had learned from blood and tears the terrible contagiousness of the virus. In such a cramped space, since the girl had already fallen ill, everyone was 100% infected. There was no difference between driving the girl away and not driving her away. Several men sat on the steps looking at the entrance that let in faint light. One man suddenly stood up and walked out without looking back. Where are you going? To find food. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well live well before dying. I don't want to die in wretchedness. The man pushed open the heavy iron cover of the shelter and walked out resolutely. The apocalypse came too suddenly, and many were unprepared. But does that mean if one were prepared, the apocalypse would be just a minor issue? The answer is no. Buddy, I'm completely handing over the military command to you. That was the last sentence Yan Yunji said to Lu Shihu. He had shown symptoms 6 hours ago. Because the viruses were so mixed, people couldn't even identify the virus type in a short time. In this state, Yan Yunji made the final transfer of military command. He lay on the clean white bed, facing the withering of life. His emotions were calmer than expected. He had joined the army at the age of 14 during the nation's turmoil, climbing from the most ordinary soldier to the highest point of military authority. Yin Yunji had experienced much. Since his first step onto the battlefield, death had been chasing him, and it had been over 50 years now. Yin Yunji began to recall his life. If it came to the country, he believed he owed nothing, having been diligent all his life. What was it that made him leave home in anger and choose to join the army? National turmoil. It didn't seem to be that. Right, it was family neglect. No matter what he did, his family didn't see it. This made Yin Yunji feel bitter. But when he became a parent himself, he also neglected his children somewhat, and he barely cared for his grandchildren. Was this retribution? If he had raised his grandchildren well, none of this would have happened. Yin Yunji's body felt terribly heavy, just like the heaviness after his first training session. So tired. Sorry, this time I'm going to be a deserter. Leave everything to you, Commander. Amid the mournful cries of the crowd, the old general who had devoted almost his entire life finally closed his eyes. He did not fall on a battlefield of bullets and rain, but after retirement, he fell in an isolation room in the most tragic way. The first to stop crying was Yin Yunji's most outstanding eldest son, Yin Shun, who was also one of the root causes. As the father of Yin Kaikai, Yin Shun had been blaming himself for a long time. He had never imagined that his failed family education would lead to such severe consequences. Staring at the thin corpse inside the isolation room, he felt a sense of bewilderment. When did his father, who had always seemed indomitable, become an old man? Everyone, now is not the time to cry. Yin Shun lowered his head and shouted loudly, "The war has begun." Lu Shi, who with red eyes had been an old comrade of Yin Yunji for decades. Although they had always been in conflict over faction issues, that didn't negate their friendship. Looking at Yin Shun's face, he suddenly recalled the scene 40 years ago when Yin Yunji, holding a hospital report, ran through the military camp like a madman. Father entrusted everything to us in his final moments. How can we stand here crying all the time? General Lu, give the order. Whether to attack or retreat, at least we are still alive, and that means hope. Yin Shun glared, looking like a volcano about to erupt. He raised his hand high and shouted with all his strength, "Long live the cuffing Federation." A man walked along the desolate street, his steps light, but agonizingly slow, creating a discordant absurdity. Kara, kara, kara. Thousands of insects scurried past him on either side, paying him no heed. The reason was simple: the man symbolized the pinnacle of the entire insect race, so these little creatures naturally would not. Chen Mo, or rather Chen Mo, whose will had descended upon the body of Shi, had not chosen to appear in his true form, even though the planet had already become what it was for the sake of safety. Gazing at the surroundings, Chen Mo marveled at how the city had aged so drastically in just over half a month, as if no living thing had existed for years. The insect tide had corrupted not only the living, but everything on this planet. Tap. Chen Mo halted. To his left sat a flashy sports car with an ostentatious design. He couldn't identify the exact model, but anything from this brand started at least $1 million. When I'm rich, I'll get one of these and take you for a ride to show off. Chen Mo ran his hand over the dust and blood-stained car, recalling his youth, when he and Yuan Jie couldn't even scrape together a single yuan. Sitting at the internet cafe entrance watching the traffic, they had glimpsed a sports car, and Yuan Jie's grinning face had appeared. Chen Mo knew clearly that what he was doing was not born of madness or insanity. Because of the mistakes of certain people, he used his own pain to implicate everyone, even strangers he had never met. This behavior was unequivocally wrong. If Yuan Jie were resurrected, Chen Mo could already imagine his expression. Perhaps it would be anger, perhaps sorrow, perhaps self-reproach, but never gratitude for Chen Mo dragging the entire world into hell. But Chen Mo could not control himself. He was not a noble man, nor a magnanimous one. Long ago he had stood at the bottom of an abyss, gazing at the sky above. Beyond the endless darkness there had been the light of the sun and the moon. Then the sun died out, and afterward the moon also hid its radiance. Before that he had exhausted every means, hoping only to keep the moon hanging high in the sky. He had even willingly become a lab rat, knowing his lifespan would be extended almost indefinitely, yet he had not resisted. Even if it meant being a lab rat for 100 years, Chen Mo would not hesitate. He only wanted to see the moon forever emit its pure light, and after 100 years, when the moon vanished, to leave this abyss forever. But this small wish, this seemingly simple request, was destroyed by those who wanted to take something from him. How could he not hate, and how could he control his emotions? Thus, even when witnessing others' weeping families torn apart, the world crumbling, Chen Mo felt no stir in it. He harbored a hatred incomprehensible to the world, and he mercilessly slaughtered his former compatriots. Chen Mo continued walking down the street. In the distance, a staggering figure appeared on the opposite side. Through Shi's body, Chen Mo's excellent vision discerned the situation. It was a man around 40 years old, clad in thin clothes with large patches of blood on his chest and chin. On his right leg below the shorts, there was a large festering sore, not the effect of a virus, but perhaps due to lack of proper treatment after injury. The two passed each other. The man suddenly stopped and asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother, got a cigarette?" He spoke an obscure minority language, probably a tourist. Chen Mo paused. He understood it. During his year of imprisonment, one of the researchers had spoken this language. Chen Mo smashed the window of a nearby car and retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Thanks. The man took the cigarette, his trembling hand struggling to open the pack. He placed the cigarette in his mouth, revealing only bare gums. After lighting it and taking a puff, he hesitated for a moment, then offered it back. No need. Chen Mo shook his head. Thanks, the man said again, then limped away. Chen Mo stood in the street, hesitated, then returned to the sports car. He saw the key fob lying on the seat. Chen Mo's driving skills were terrible. He didn't even have a license. Fortunately, the streets were now empty, and even if he crashed, no one would come to demand compensation. Sure enough, after just 5 minutes, Chen Mo failed to turn the steering wheel in time and drove the car straight into a clothing. If he were a normal human, that crash would have been fatal. Chen Mo twisted his body, forcibly pried open the deformed driver's seat, tore off the airbag, and walked out unscathed. Though Sure was a commander, it did not mean his combat ability was weak. He possessed numerous excellent genes coupled with a portion of living armor enough to withstand impact of this magnitude. Chen Mo changed cars 3 times before finally reaching the city limits. On the passenger seat lay a phone with a magnified map. Though there was no internet, the map had been cached and was still usable. The highways were wider and had fewer curves, so Chen Mo managed to avoid further accidents. Because the journey was long, he had to change cars every few hours, and it took him 2 days to reach a small town. This was Yuan Jie's hometown. Chen Mo had been there a few times. Though remote, the situation was no better than in the big cities. This was not ancient times with poor transportation. Even the most secluded town could not escape the disaster. The only difference was that the town was free of the insect tide. Following his memory, Chen Mo found a dilapidated bungalow. The yard was small, overgrown with withered weeds. A rusty lock hung symbolically on the door. In this sparsely populated town, as long as there were no valuables inside, there was no need to worry about locks. Even if someone broke in, they would gain nothing. Chen Mo pulled the lock off with a little force and stepped inside. The dusty smell was strong, as if the little house had not changed in years. Peeling paint on the chairs and table, cracked cheap tiles that had never been replaced, a washboard nearly extinct in modern cities placed in the corner, and a few cardboard boxes on the old refrigerator from which Yuan's mother used to take out pieces of smoked meat to treat the 2 children. Chen Mo entered the room that could barely be called a bedroom. It held 2 cheap spring beds, a desk covered in graffiti near the window, and an old bulky TV. Stepping into this place gave one a sense of returning to the past. Yuan's mother and Yuan Jie had lived in such an environment. Chen Mo sat on the spring bed, staring at the cobweb-covered wall. His shoulders trembled, and he bowed his head in pain, but no tears fell. I'm sorry. He repeated it over and over. If only he hadn't taken it upon himself, arrogantly trying to give Yuan Jie a better life, perhaps none of this would have happened. Laniak was the first to feel the emptiness. His trigger finger had grown numb, and as he watched the shattered insects fall one by one, he could find no meaning in it. He had served in the army for 5 years, evolving from a green recruit into a reliable man. He had fought in 12 battles of varying scale and narrowly escaped the sickle of death on multiple occasions. In the past, whether reclaiming national territory or resisting enemy bombardments, he had always found purpose in combat. But this time was different. What was the meaning of his desperate struggle? To save humanity. Yet even if he killed countless insects, could humanity truly be redeemed? It was not that simple. Laniak took a deep breath, the stifling gas mask making him dizzy. God, please save us. Laniak prayed in his heart. Compared to the grotesque insects, the insidious virus was far more terrifying. The aggressive campaign to eradicate the swarm, in his view, was merely an act of venting rage. He entered a passage within the ruins where soldiers rested against the walls on both sides. Finding an empty spot, he wiped the dust from his mask and began his daily prayers. Despite the harsh conditions, Laniak tried to complete the entire ritual as best he could, which took about half an hour. 2 soldiers sat nearby, chatting in a language he could not understand. Laniak had been seconded to assist the Korfeng Federation. His comrades had almost all perished from the virus. In a densely populated military camp, once one was infected, they fell like dominoes. Fortunate enough to be wounded and thus spared, Laniak could not return to his homeland and naturally joined the Korfeng Federation's forces. Only 2 or 3 years ago, the 2 sides were fiercely opposed. Laniak himself had taken over 100 lives from the Korfeng Federation and vice versa. His 2 brothers and father had died at the hands of Korfeng soldiers. Now the situation had turned into this, leaving him with a complex, bittersweet feeling. God said, love your enemies. Perhaps this was it. After resting for a while, a fully armed man entered. Laniak recognized him as Yan Yan's son of Yan Yunji. Yan Yan had always been a key target for intelligence agencies worldwide, a political figure who had now taken command of an army. Laniak struggled to understand Yan Yan's words due to the language barrier, but he seemed to be a competent commander, earning the trust of his soldiers. Sometimes the measure of a man's excellence is not seen in himself alone, but in the conduct of his subordinates. Yin held a tablet-like electronic device displaying a 3D map of the city with every street meticulously marked. 20 minutes ago, he had convened a brief meeting with all squad leaders. The objective was simple: they needed to reclaim a biological research base. Make no mistake, the core of this operation was not for data. This research base was one of 5 built by the Corfing Federation 5 years ago. Due to certain reasons, the other bases had been operational for 2 years, but this one remained sealed. A month ago, base instruments were tested. As a biological and viral research facility, it was equipped with the most advanced air purification system. According to scientists, this system could effectively isolate airborne viruses. Moreover, with wind and solar power generation, even if the entire world experienced a blackout, the base could still operate at minimum efficiency. Under ideal conditions, it could accommodate at least 30,000 people. Everyone urgently needed a sufficiently safe refuge. Not just the military, but also the surviving civilians. Over the past week, they had found several thousand survivors. They could not rely on gas masks forever. They needed a place where people could rest without. So let me repeat the mission: be extremely careful not to damage the air purification units inside the base, or everything will be meaningless. Yin said loudly. Yes, the men replied in unison. Over the next half hour, they replenished water and necessary food, then boarded armed transport aircraft. From above, they could clearly see the research base. Due to its remote location, it had not yet been attacked by the insect swarm, a welcome piece of news. Land. Dozens of armed transports found a suitable clearing and descended vertically. Report. An insect swarm is 5 kilometers away and heading toward the base. The observer brought bad news, but Yan's expression remained unchanged. Before departure, they had anticipated multiple scenarios. The swarm's appearance was entirely within expectations. Proceed according to the original plan. Yes. The transports continued downward as the troops quickly set up field fortifications. For bombers swept overhead, arriving above the swarm, without hesitation releasing several large-yield thermobaric bombs. According to research, most insects in the swarm were highly susceptible to fire, and their locust-like density meant that even in open terrain, thermobaric bombs could achieve excellent results. 20 bombs were launched in different directions. The moment they reached directly above the swarm, the outer layer detonated first, mixing the fuel agent rapidly with air. The fog-like mixture enveloped the swarm like a giant umbrella. Sensors flickered, and the bombs underwent secondary detonations simultaneously. In an instant, an artificial sun appeared in the sky. A fireball at 2500 degrees Celsius expanded at over 2,000 meters per second. The crackling sound of burning limbs filled the air, and several storms formed, ravaging everything around them without mercy. When the devastation subsided, the swarm had been reduced to blackened, scorched earth with only a handful of survivors, too few to pose a threat. Even in this situation, a direct assault is impossible. Chen Mo observed the scene before the research base through the insect network, his expression unchanged. Master, if you command, I will annihilate them in the shortest time, Sure said, bowing. Chen Mo did not answer directly. He looked at Yin Kai and the others who were emotionally broken and asked instead, how long will it take to convert this planet? A rough estimate by human time would be about 3 years, Sure replied. 3 years. If there's nothing to do, it would be very... Chen Mo chuckled softly, then commanded, don't concern yourself with the humans. Focus on converting the planet and assist Lin in gene integration and mutation. As you command. The Zerg's ultimate goal is the vast expanse of stars and seas, and a single planet is far from sufficient to sustain their ever-growing swarm. Chen Mo's initial goal was to leave this planet after Yuan Jie's death, and his current objective has not deviated from that. However, aside from this, the desires that have been lingering around him are the true driving force behind his decisions. Hunger and evolution, or rather the craving for resources and the hatred of weakness. These are the desires that have echoed in his heart ever since the day he truly connected with the hive. At first, because the number of bugs was relatively small, Chen Mo could still suppress them. But as the swarm grew, this desire became increasingly intense. Chen Mo was grateful for the human experiments. Although the main reason for imprisoning him was that humans could gain substantial benefits, it also allowed Chen Mo to understand the Zerg race itself more deeply. The ability of the hive and the living battle armor to survive in the cosmos made interstellar migration for the Zerg no longer a fantasy. The only thing Chen Mo needed to consider was how to break free from the sun's gravitational pull and venture into the farther reaches of the universe. This task was entrusted to Lin, and Lin lived up to expectations, presenting a feasible plan. As long as they could consolidate all the planet's resources, devour everything, and then abandon the vast majority of the insect soldiers using the hive as the core and consuming massive resources, they could generate enough thrust to break free from the sun shackles. This process would inevitably be slow, but fortunately the Zerg had an insatiable appetite and accepted everything that came their way. Whether it was other lifeless planets or passing meteorites, all could serve as supplies along the way. I understand. Rest assured our supplies are still adequate. Inside the vast laboratory, only a dim light was lit. To conserve electricity, as much as possible people had removed all the connected lamps. All right, please rest assured. You've worked hard. Yin hung up the satellite phone and stared blankly at the wall. The actual situation of the research base was not as optimistic as he had said, but at least they still had a research base. Many others were in even harsher conditions. The country was under immense pressure, and if they could solve problems on their own, they should try to do so. Yin stood still for a moment, then turned and left the laboratory. Outside the door was a corridor connecting various rooms. Anyone visiting for the first time would surely be astonished by the sight before them. As a laboratory that had been held in high regard, even the most ordinary corridor was wide and bright, but now it was packed with people, leaving only a narrow path that could accommodate one person at a time. There were more survivors than expected. Of course, this did not mean that a single city had so many survivors, rather it was based on the entire province. Whenever survivors were found, they would be sent to the research base. Some were sleeping, some were listlessly leaning against the walls, and a small group were whispering to each other. When they saw Yin, everyone stopped their idle chatter and cast their eyes upon him, filled with profound respect and reliance. Humans are resilient creatures, yet at times they are excessively fragile. In the apocalypse where the normal social system had collapsed, people needed a leader. As the highest commander of the research base, Yin naturally took on the role without hesitation. He bore too many burdens, yet his back never bent. Compared to what his father had carried in the past, this was truly insignificant. Commander Yin. People greeted him softly. Yin nodded with a smile, moving forward through the narrow passage and crossing the corridor. Directly ahead was another laboratory. The instruments had been moved outside, and this room accommodated even more people. It was not yet dark, but to save electricity, the laboratory was dimly lit. People had been living in such conditions for nearly 2 months. Most had lost track of time, their expressions becoming dazed as they endured one day after another. Yin moved through the crowd, learning about the most urgent needs of the people. This task could have been easily delegated to the administrative staff below, but he found that by coming personally to understand, he could bring confidence to the people. Oh, Granny, hang in there. Commander Yin. Commander Yin. At that moment, a flurry of panicked shouts erupted from the crowd. Yin immediately rushed over. She was an elderly woman of short stature with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. Yin had a vague impression of her. She was one of the few survivors who had not lost their vitality, always trying her best to help others. But now she lay on a makeshift bed, her right hand clutching her heart, her features twisted in agony. Seeing this, Yin immediately called for the military medic via radio. After a quick check on the elderly woman's condition, without any delay, he lifted her up and rushed out. Mom, will the old lady be okay? The little girl lay in her mother's arms, her big, watery eyes full of worry. Commander Yin is here. Grandma will be fine, the mother comforted her. The little girl turned her head, left her mother's embrace, and stood timidly in front of Yin. Her small hands clutched her skirt as she asked in a childish voice, Commander, will Grandma be okay? Don't worry, she'll be fine. Yin patted the girl's head. Were you scared just now? The girl shook her head, putting on a mature little air. Yin is not afraid. Yin smiled softly. Children symbolized the continuation of the race, the flame of the future. Looking at the surviving child, he always felt a sense of relief in his heart. So he took out a candy from his pocket. Yin, you're so brave. Thank you, Commander. Yin ran back, happily unwrapped the candy, hesitated for a few seconds, and then offered it to her mother. Mom, you eat it. Mom won't eat it. You eat it, Yin. They pushed the candy back and forth for a long time, and finally Yin ate it. Yin showed an innocent expression. Seeing this, Yin's eyes felt sore. It was just an ordinary candy, nothing more. When he walked out of the laboratory, Yin received a report from the military medic. The elderly woman's fate had not changed despite everyone's prayers. Although the military had medics and the research base had a medical room, it had not been officially put into use, so medicines were not fully stocked. For minor ailments it was manageable, but for sudden geriatric diseases. Yin rubbed his nose bridge wearily and walked into the office. The space was not very large, but it was crammed with desks. To save space, almost all the administrative staff worked here. Yin's desk was piled high with documents. Although there were fewer than 20,000 survivors, when everyone was squeezed together, the number of incidents, big and small, that erupted every day was overwhelming. Yin pulled out a document concerning the future of the research base. A week ago, soldiers brought back soil samples from the vicinity. After testing, it was found that the soil contained 5 types of viruses and their variants, making it impossible to grow crops. In other words, the research base could not be self-sufficient. They could only periodically send soldiers to risk their lives scavenging for pre-apocalyptic food in the cities, but this was not a long-term solution. Yin finished up the tasks at hand and gathered the heads of each department for a brief meeting. He barely had a moment to catch his breath before the supplies expedition team returned, and he hurried off to inspect the situation. Unexpectedly, besides supplies, the team had also brought back a survivor. A month ago, bringing back a survivor would have been normal, but now that over 2 months had passed since the apocalypse began, with the threat of insect swarms and deadly viruses, how could an ordinary person have survived for more than 2 months in such conditions? Yanxing's doubt was answered. The survivor had believed in doomsday theories online, moved into a basement, and stocked up on supplies and oxygen tanks, thus managing. Yanxing welcomed the new survivor. Although the research base's resources were already stretched thin, one more or one less made no difference. Before officially entering the base, Yanxing temporarily placed the survivor in quarantine. It was a wise move. If the survivor carried any virus, it would be catastrophic for the entire research base. The quarantine would last half a month. Only if the survivor showed no symptoms would they be granted residence in the base. Looking at the new survivor, whose mental state seemed relatively healthy, a spark of hope ignited in Yanxing's heart. Even in such harsh conditions, humanity clung tenaciously to life. This survivor undoubtedly served as a shot of adrenaline for everyone else. Yanxing nodded, but just as he was about to leave, his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed limply. People hurriedly called for the military doctor. After an examination, it turned out to be an old ailment. Yanxing suffered from mild hypoglycemia. Normally, as long as he paid attention, it wouldn't be a problem. But because he had been staying up late handling affairs, he occasionally fainted. "Oh dear, why didn't you eat some candy?" The orderly brought some candy and fed it to Yanxing. The sweetness spread across his tongue, mixing with saliva as he swallowed, and gradually, he regained his strength. Facing the orderly's question, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying nothing. He had thought that as long as he ate meals on time, he would be fine, so he had given away the candy. But because he had to arrange for the new survivor, he missed his meal. Just this much. He was still far from his father's level. Yanxing silently cursed his own incompetence. After a brief rest, the orderly brought over food. He picked up the expedition team's report and ate while reading. Night fell quickly. A soldier brought bedding for the new survivor. To save electricity, the research base couldn't use air conditioning. During the day it was fine, but at night there was a slight chill. "Thank you." A faint smile appeared on the man's pale face. He looked about 20 years old with long, unkempt hair. But it wasn't that he preferred long hair. In the apocalypse, resources were limited. Who could care about their hair? He had a fair complexion and delicate features. He seemed unaffected by the apocalypse, always wearing a light smile. The man was fortunate. During the half-month, he showed no symptoms. After passing the examination, he was given a bed near the mother and daughter. The man sat against the wall all day, hands clasped behind his head, silently watching everyone. As evening approached, soldiers distributed dinner: a few slices of bread and dried mango. The bread was the plainest kind, without any fillings, so it would last longer. Bread with various fillings for flavor had long. Inine quickly finished her portion. She couldn't bear to eat the dried mango. Such a treat was rare. Her mother was unwell, and she wanted to save it for her. Inine clutched the dried mango in her hand. There had been a riot before, with people fighting for more food. Though it was suppressed, it left a deep psychological scar on everyone. She lay in her mother's arms, staring at the man with wide eyes. Unlike the other survivors, he ate very slowly and only ate a small portion before stopping, leaving the mango and bread aside and continuing to stare into space. Sensing her gaze, the man looked over, then followed Yinyan's eyes to the mango and bread. Inine felt like she had been caught doing something wrong and shyly buried her face in her mother's chest. "Want some?" A very gentle voice sounded. Inine opened her little mouth, staring at the warm man, then buried her head again, leaving only half an eye visible. Jiang Xiaoling, her mother, was still trying to understand the situation when the man set down the bread and mango, returned to his bed, and resumed his silent observation of everyone. Jiang Xiaoling and Inine exchanged glances, growing curious about the man. So before sleep, Inine left Jiang Xiaoling's arms and raised her hands high. "Brother, have some water." Hearing the childish voice, the man glanced over, saw Inine holding a cup, and a smile spread across his lips. "Thank you." He thanked her, and as he took the cup, he accidentally touched her little hand. Inine shivered from the cold. So cold. It wasn't normal coldness. Inine felt like she had touched a block of ice. She sat beside him, and in a grown-up manner thanked him for sharing food, which was both amusing and endearing. "I'm just not very hungry, so no need to thank me," he said. "But no one else has ever shared extra food with me and my mom." Inine said seriously. "If this counts as being a good person, then being one is too easy," the man said with a wry smile. Thus they became acquainted. Children are always full of curiosity, and Inine kept asking the survivor from outside all sorts of questions. Through their chat, Inine learned the man's name: Baijio. "Baijio, my dad loves drinking it." Inine excitedly raised her hand, but then remembering the situation, she lowered her head sadly. "I don't know when Dad will come back." "He'll definitely come back." Baijio dipped his finger in water and wrote his name on the ground: Baijio. "Oh, it's the Jio, meaning long-lasting. Our teacher taught us that, long-lasting forever." Inine perked up again. That's right, Inin is so smart. But you should go back to sleep now. Bai Jiao ruffled Yinyan's hair. Brother's hand is cold. Inin covered her head and dodged away. Cold. Bai Jiao's hand paused in midair. He looked at his bony fingers, squinted slightly, and the pale bloodless hand regained a hint of color, then became as warm as a normal person's. That was a careless mistake. Bai Jiao smiled faintly. Yinheng had recently noticed that the shelter had become much livelier. Although most rooms remained lifeless, one laboratory was bustling with activity. Through observation, he discovered that this change originated from a survivor named Bai Jiao who had been brought in from outside not long ago. His character was exceptionally resilient. He never uttered a single complaint and always wore an optimistic and cheerful demeanor. He was like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Though its light was exceedingly dim, it existed nonetheless. Yinheng specifically sought out Bai Jiao to express his approval, stating that if he needed any support, he only had to ask. But Bai Jiao merely smiled faintly. He required no special privileges. Returning to the laboratory-turned-shelter, no sooner had he sat down than a few men pulled Bai Jiao to his feet. Weighing a deck of cards in their hands, they chuckled, "Brother, by a few rounds." "Sure." Bai Jiao raised an eyebrow, crossed his legs, and began shuffling the cards with a crisp rustle. As the situation in the research base gradually stabilized, Yinheng found the energy to focus on everyone's mental state. Maintaining the current lifeless atmosphere would inevitably lead to trouble, so he dispatched soldiers to gather whatever recreational items they could find, disinfect them, and distribute them to the people. He owed this realization to Bai Jiao, who had crafted a simple deck of cards from scrap paper. When Yinheng saw the crowd gathered around watching with keen interest, he finally understood. A3. Bai Jiao tossed out a card. The man across from him pondered for a moment before laying down a jack. His forehead was already red and swollen. In the apocalypse, money had lost its meaning and food was distributed, leaving nothing to wager, so they resorted to flicking each other's foreheads. "What rotten luck do you have today?" the man hissed as he sucked in cold air, his head dizzy from the flicks. As he spoke, waves of foul odor spread, but those nearby paid it no mind. They had no means to brush their teeth, let alone bathe or wash clothes. With disheveled hair, scruffy beards, and reeking bodies, if someone from normal society stumbled in here, they'd likely think they'd wandered into a vagrant's den. Always losing before. Can a guy win for a day? Bai Jiao cheerfully tossed out another card. Only 3 were playing, but dozens watched their chatter, merging into a loud uproar. As they listened to Bai Jiao's eloquent speech, the crowd nodded along, while inwardly marveling. This young man seemed to know everything. From his demeanor and speech, Bai Jiao didn't appear to be an ordinary person's child, yet he understood so much. He could talk endlessly about day labor, knew which jobs paid best, discussed military matters with ease, and occasionally dropped highly academic terms. The crowd couldn't help but wonder about his pre-apocalyptic background, but no one asked. The reason was simple: nearly everyone here had lost their families and couldn't return to the past. Asking about bygone days would only stir up unnecessary sorrow. Young by the clothes are mended. Take a look. A kindly old woman approached, holding a white hoodie stained with many marks. "Thank you, Grandma." Bai Jiao politely expressed his gratitude. The old woman gently shook her head and returned to her somewhat musty bedboard. She was among the first survivors to arrive here. Because she braided her snow-white hair with a black cloth strip, people called her Granny Hay. Granny Hay was a pitiful soul. A man in the shelter had been her former neighbor. She originally had 2 sons, both of whom died from high fevers due to a hereditary family condition. After that, she was driven out of her home. She built a small shack in an abandoned recycling station on the town's outskirts, scraping by collecting scraps. From then on, Granny Hay had become withdrawn and indifferent to everything around her, only muttering to herself late at night. But the moment she saw Bai Jiao, she seemed to regain a vitality she hadn't felt in 50 years, like a desert wanderer stumbling upon an oasis. She began trying to interact with others, yet her gaze never strayed from Bai Jiao. Some said Bai Jiao's optimism had awakened Granny Hay, others thought Bai Jiao resembled her son. "Since you want to chat with Bai Jiao, why not talk a bit longer?" Jiang Shaoling sat nearby, deftly manipulating scraps of cloth as she crafted a doll for her daughter. "Who would like an old woman like me? Better let the youngsters stick together." Granny Hay's voice was muffled as she suppressed a cough, her throat feeling sticky. Gazing at Bai Jiao's beaming face, she murmured, "This is enough." Their game ended with the man fleeing, clutching his head, and the crowd burst into hearty laughter. In truth, the man's predicament alone wasn't enough to spark such merriment. Everyone was simply using this chance to vent months of fear. Later, a group gathered in an empty corner of the laboratory where a sheet was spread and a nail hung on the wall. The leader pulled a portrait from his chest, carefully smoothed it, and hung it up. Though dozens were covered in grime and reeked, they now radiated a sacred aura as they knelt in unison and began to pray devoutly. The priest stood at the front, going through the rituals methodically. Having received relevant education since childhood, even in these harsh conditions, without proper items, everyone could still sense his heartfelt devotion. After they finished praying and retrieved the portrait, another group stepped forward and produced a different image. 5 faiths coexisted in the research base. Believers who would once have fought to the death had become unprecedentedly harmonious, politely exchanging insights and discussing the gods they worshipped. Yanheng did not stop this behavior. Though an atheist himself, he deeply understood that people needed faith, especially in times of hardship. Carrying the hopes of tens of thousands alone was an immense burden, and the gods undoubtedly alleviated much of his pressure. As usual, Yanheng contacted the government, confirmed their respective situations, and hung up the phone. He calculated the days, planning to harness the fervent mood to let everyone fully vent their anxieties. New Year. Rationally speaking, the so-called year is merely the planet orbiting the sun, once with no essential distinction, yet humanity has bestowed upon this moment a special significance. Different countries have their own ways of celebration, which presented a splendid opportunity. Yanyan decided to organize a spring festival gala to uplift people's spirits. This decision received unanimous approval from the national leadership, who offered to send a group of survivors from other shelters who had previously been performers to assist Yan with the plan to decide whether other shelters should follow suit based on his report. Yan agreed to observe before promoting the idea, but he declined the offer of performers. He believed that having survivors from the shelter itself perform would better stir people's emotions than relying on unfamiliar strangers. Yan announced the news the next day, expecting only a small fraction to respond. To his surprise, over 90% of the people actively participated, and in an instant the entire research base became a whirlwind of activity. Yan dispatched several teams specifically to find some beer and snacks, items that had been routinely overlooked in the past. Whether by divine intervention or sheer luck, the team's missions proceeded smoothly this time. None of them encountered the insect swarms hidden, and the one team that accidentally stumbled upon them managed to evade through sheer fortune. In the former third laboratory, survivors sat in a circle holding makeshift instruments. Some struck lunchboxes with metal spoons, others pounded on chairs covered with clothes. A man shook a mineral water bottle filled with sand, while a woman beside him clapped her hands until they turned red. People hummed in unison, and at the center of the crowd a woman danced with abandon. She was hardly beautiful. Short as a 10-year-old child, sallow skin, sharp features, a large black mole beneath her nose. Her bare feet were dirty, yet she moved to the rhythm like a butterfly in the wind. No one mocked her appearance, instead they cheered her with approval. Before the apocalypse they might not have been good people, and seeing such a woman would likely have invited ridicule and unbridled insults. But at this moment they had become a family, sharing sorrow and joy together. A well-dressed man stepped out from the crowd. Though his clothes bore stains, they were neatly pressed. He gallantly invited the woman to dance, and the two shared a dance together. Baiju leaned against the wall in the back, silently observing this scene. Unnoticed, he slipped to the outskirts of the research base, where many soldiers were stationed. Thick glass walls sealed off the virus. Baiju found a spot to sit down and stared blankly into the distance. "What are you doing here?" A voice came from behind. Baiju looked up to see a woman of similar age standing there looking at him. She had a lovely face and a kind heart. Even with dirt on her cheeks, her beauty couldn't be concealed. "Nothing, just thinking about." Baiju smiled. "The past." The woman wanted to follow up, curious about his history, but she swallowed the words. "Let's go back. It's almost time for dinner." Let's go." The two returned to the lab where the short woman had finished her dance and was resting on a chair, panting heavily. She laughed heartily at the praise, showing no shyness. "I've never shone like this before," she declared loudly, then watched the next performer take the stage, offering applause and cheers without reserve. The people's enthusiasm persisted undiminished by the passage of time. Instead it grew more intense, peaking on New Year's Day. The research base was unusually brightly lit, having accumulated enough electricity to squander freely for one night. People gathered in different rooms with large monitors hanging on the walls. These devices, once used for video conferences during busy lab work, now broadcasted the performances from Laboratory 1. People sat cross-legged on the floor, their lunchboxes filled with steaming noodles. There were no fancy toppings, just plain boiled noodles with a pinch of salt, but in the apocalypse it was a precious treat. Beside the noodles lay a bottle of beer and a small handful of snacks. Yan did not have the soldiers bring back cigarettes, not because they couldn't be found, but because the smoke from tens of thousands of people would place an extra burden on the air purification system. No one dared to gamble. Adequate defensive forces were stationed at the research base's perimeter. The rest of the soldiers, like the survivors, gathered before screens, the only difference being that they had no alcohol. Though the city's insects were few, caution was still necessary. A single bottle of beer seemed little, but these people had gone months without a drop. Even a single bottle might induce mild dizziness, and as the base's defense line, Yan needed to ensure all soldiers were in optimal condition. The first to perform was the short woman. Facing the gaze of tens of thousands, the usually thick-skinned woman felt unusually nervous. Just as the atmosphere began to stiffen, the man who had danced with her stepped forward. People cheered and clapped rhythmically, and the two danced with abandon. Their movements were not graceful, their dance awkward, and the makeshift instruments produced harsh, grating notes. But who cared? People cheered loudly, unable to hear what anyone else was saying. No one minded, they simply wanted to cheer to shout. Lord Dominator. At that moment a voice only Bai Jiu could hear sounded. He watched the dance, cupping his hands around his mouth like a makeshift horn, while asking coldly in his mind. Ready? Yes. Remember, leave no one alive. Understood. The evening party remained lively throughout, eventually sparking a frenzy among over 10,000 people. They danced with abandon to the low-quality music blaring from the loudspeakers, lost in ecstasy, until everything returned to calm in the early hours of the morning. The New Year's Eve gala turned out unexpectedly well. Yanxing found it hard to calm his excitement before sleep. In the apocalypse, amidst the grave dangers of viruses and insect swarms, the will to survive was equally crucial. If everyone became lifeless zombies, this race would reach its end. Now through this gala, it was as if humanity was shouting loudly that there was still a future. Early the next morning, Yanxing summoned several clerks to draft a report on the previous night's events for the state. It was not a difficult task, for the clerks such work was routine. Within 2 hours they had produced 3 drafts for Yanxing to choose from. With excitement, Yanxing dialed the satellite phone to headquarters, but this simple daily routine for months now encountered an unexpected problem. At first, Yanxing did not pay much attention. Since the appearance of the insect swarms, the magnetic field had been occasionally disturbed, and there had been times when calls could not go through. He waited until noon, then afternoon, then night. Until midnight 3 days later, the satellite phone still could not connect. Finally, Yanxing realized something was wrong. During this period, he tried calling other survivor bases, but all attempts failed. It was as if the entire world had been reduced to just their survivor base. An intangible fear quietly enveloped him. It took Yanxing 5 minutes to overcome it, and then 10 seconds to issue a new order. He could not be too hasty. The satellite phone failure might be due to a satellite malfunction. He dispatched pilots to the headquarters and other survivor bases to confirm the situation. Given the fighter jet's speed, a round trip could be completed before nightfall. Yanxing tried to distract himself with official duties, but he could not calm his mind. After enduring until evening, none of the 8 pilots returned as scheduled. He could still find excuses to comfort himself, but when the next day arrived with the same silent sky, Yanxing could no longer suppress his panic. Something must have gone wrong. It was not just a matter of the satellite phone being unreachable. Normally, if a communication loss occurred, the state would have sent people to check long before Yanxing dispatched his own. Yet there had been no activity, and the 8 pilots were confirmed missing. Yanxing could think of no other explanation. A profound fear enveloped Yanxing. Even in the past, the state could not provide much support, but as long as he knew that a nation and other survivor bases existed far away, he felt motivation and hope. If the past was like an archipelago, the research base now resembled a solitary boat on the vast ocean, lonely and helpless. Except for a few officers who could not be kept in the dark, Yanxing kept the news under wraps. During the day, he handled official duties as usual, caring for the survivors' lives, pretending everything was normal. But when night fell, he endured the torment of fear alone. He dared not show any abnormality. If the highest commander appeared panicked, what would become of the others? Hey, look at this. That day the survivors made a new discovery. Behind a metal rack, they found a metal door. Opening it, they saw thousands of pieces of clothing, brand new sheets and pillowcases, and various odds and ends. Yanxing took the supplies. Looking at Bai Jiu, who was maintaining order among the crowd, a hint of surprise crossed his mind. Although he knew Bai Jiu mingled well with the survivors, it was only to a decent extent. Recently, due to being unable to contact other survivor bases, he had not paid much attention to individuals. In just 2 or 3 months, Bai Jiu had almost become a little leader. This Bai Jiu has been very active lately. He hasn't spread any improper remarks, but has helped us solve many problems. If it weren't for Bai Jiu's timely intervention, the clothes and sheets would have sparked a small riot. The adjutant said. Yanxing nodded. Clothes and sheets were not urgent necessities, but after months the survivors' clothing and bedding had become filthy. When they had none they could endure, but suddenly seeing clean replacements a scramble was understandable. This Bai Jiu was somewhat extraordinary. Not only that inexplicable leadership aura, but also the issue of vision and psychological quality. Although Yanxing was a good man, he usually appeared stern. Yet from the first meeting, he had not seen a trace of nervousness in Bai Jiu's eyes. That was not the behavior of an ordinary person. Yanxing recalled the situation of senior officials considering surnames and ages, but none matched any family. He had also indirectly asked Bai Jiu, who replied that he came from an ordinary small business family. In any case, it was not a bad thing. He should focus on the matters at hand. In the past, Yanxing would have investigated thoroughly, but now there were too many things to handle, so much so that Bai Jiu's identity was not important. Check whose clothes and sheets are already unusable and distribute the new ones. Yes, sir. The soldiers were highly efficient, and the clothes and sheets were quickly distributed. This caused dissatisfaction among many survivors whose clothes were not torn but still filthy. Fortunately, it was only a minor commotion and did not escalate into a major problem. People found a new pastime. They rolled the discarded clothes and sheets into balls, formed groups of dozens, tossed the balls high, and cooperated to keep them from falling. Different groups competed to see who could last the longest. It was an utterly childish ball-tossing game, yet everyone played with great delight. Beep. When the whistle sounded, soldiers distributed dinner, as usual. Not long ago they had found a warehouse of a distribution station, filled with long shelf-life canned meat, so the evening meal had some meat. Ineen finished her meal, quickly wiped her mouth, and bounced over to Chen Mo, squeezing into the crowd to listen to the adults' chatter. Chen Mo took out some leftover dried fruit from lunch and looked at the man who had been writing incessantly since earlier. Ineen finished her meal, quickly wiped her mouth, and bounced over to Chen Mo, squeezing into the crowd to listen to the adults' chatter. Chen Mo took out some leftover dried fruit from lunch and looked at the man who had been writing incessantly since earlier. His name was Gufinjerdi, from a small country in the southern hemisphere. He had settled in the Kirfeng federal state for many years. Usually taciturn, he was always writing something in a corner. The research base was not short of paper and pens. Originally intended for official use, one storage room contained dozens of boxes filled with pens and paper. What have you been writing since last month? Bai Jiu tore the dried fruit into small pieces, handed them to Ineen, and asked Gufinjerdi. Gufinjerdi adjusted his glasses, which were held together with tape, and said, "I'm recording everyone's behavior. If we are lucky enough to survive and rebuild human society, this will be a precious literary treasure for future generations." Gufinjerdi opened the first page of the book, where the title was written hastily, Chapter of Calamity, Enlightenment. Gufinjerdi. If human society is doomed to perish and we will die in this disaster, I will change the title to The Last Humans. Gufinjerdi said in a low voice, and a wave of sadness spread through the crowd. Come on, you're the last human. The man sitting opposite him raised his voice, pointed at Ineen, who was stuffing dried fruit into her mouth like a hamster, and shouted, "By age, no matter what, this girl will outlive you." The man's words made everyone laugh heartily. Gufinjerdi did not retort. He knew his words were inappropriate, so he let the teasing pass. One afternoon the men discovered a new game. They paired up to play a two-person three-legged race, but not the ordinary kind. The research base had two long special corridors where the floor was not made of seamless marble, but of large tiles joined together. The men competed in pairs, each step forced to land on a seam. Whoever missed a seam first lost the game, and the wager was a small piece of canned meat saved for dinner. You stepped on it. You're dead. No, that was a mistake. It doesn't count, just a trial run. This one doesn't count. Hey, are you guys sore losers? Who said we're sore losers? That was just a trial run. If you've got the guts, let's go again. If you're scared, just say so. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? The two groups bickered and returned to the starting line, leaving the onlookers exasperated, especially the women. Grown men, yet they act like children. Several women were doing needlework. Although they had found new clothes and sheets, it was far from enough for everyone. So they tore some apart and sewed them onto old bedding and garments. Yan had ordered the soldiers to scout warehouses in the city for clothing and supplies. If that failed, taking from uninhabited homes was also acceptable. The remnants of a city could sustain tens of thousands, even with part of it eroded by the purple swamp. The pressure was still manageable. As for disinfection, all food and external items were boiled in water inside the lab's high-pressure chamber before being brought in. According to the researchers, this effectively killed the virus, though they were unsure if it worked against mutated strains. So far, no one in the building had fallen ill. Being lively isn't a bad thing, said Granny Hay with a chuckle. Another woman worked in silence, her brow furrowing from time. Child, what's wrong? Not feeling well? Granny Hay asked with concern. I really want a cigarette, Xiaohe groaned. Haven't quit after all these months, someone remarked helplessly. More than addiction, it's habit. I used to smoke while doing these things. Xiaohe ran his fingers through his hair in irritation. No help for it. Chief Yin could probably get cigarettes, but he won't hand them out. They're not necessities, and rebuilding habits would be a hassle, the woman said. If I'd known the apocalypse was really coming, I'd have bought more luxury goods. All that savings now worthless, the woman said. Xiaohe sighed. Speaking of which, I always wanted to travel, but never did, someone nearby interjected. Soon more people were drawn into the conversation, each confessing their regrets. Some had never mustered the courage to confess their feelings. Others, like the woman, had hoarded money uselessly. The regrets were varied and strange. Eventually, they began to imagine how they would feel if they had fulfilled those regrets before the end. Gufinger sat in a corner listening to the others while occasionally jotting down notes. Gradually, everyone's attention turned to Bai Jiu. Brother Bai, do you have any regrets? At the question, Chen Mo's eyes filled with complexity in an instant. He shook his head, 1,000 words dissolving into a deep sigh. Seeing his desolate expression, someone quickly changed the subject, talking about the girl he liked. Is she pretty? Someone asked. It's not about looks. The stirrings of young love and school days come suddenly, and the memories are especially vivid, the man said, shaking his head theatrically. Oh, give it a rest. A little kid playing the philosopher. The man pursed his lips and mimicked the boy's words, provoking a burst of laughter. The frozen atmosphere thawed into liveliness, until a scream shattered all the joy. Someone fainted. The one who fainted was a believer. They had been holding their usual prayer service, but the old man never lifted his head after bowing. The military doctor rushed over. Despite exhausting every method, he could not halt the old man's deterioration. Cerebral hemorrhage caused by arteriosclerosis. His symptoms didn't appear suddenly. His body must have been warning him. If only we had known sooner. The doctor's voice faltered, and he sank to his knees, weakly unable to stop his tears. Once hailed as a prodigy in the medical field, he had resolutely joined the army during the nation's turmoil, becoming a proud military doctor. In his youth, he believed no disease was insurmountable. Yet now, in just the time spent at the research base, he had seen over 100 patients die and saved only a handful. Everything led him to doubt his own abilities. Every sleepless night, he remembered the deceased. The unrelenting mental torment aged him prematurely. Though under 30, he looked over 40. "This isn't your fault," the regiment commander said, placing a hand on the doctor's shoulder. He then turned to the old man, who was in a brief moment of clarity. "Sir, why didn't you tell us you were unwell? I'm 89, riddled with ailments. Even if you cured me, something else would come. I can't burden you any further." The old man's wrinkled face forced a smile. He looked at the people gathered around, his cloudy eyes glimmering. "They are the future's hope. I'm useless now. I've eaten so much of your food. I'm sorry. I wanted to die decades ago, but now I'm reluctant. What a coward I am." "No, that's not true. You've helped us so much. You. The regiment commander choked up. In over half a year, he had seen too many people smile as they faced death, and that only made the sorrow more unbearable. Like those others, the old man felt no fear of death. The moment he sensed his body failing, he had already made peace. "Child, don't cry. My lord says death is unavoidable. If there are no regrets, there is nothing to fear," the old man said with a smile, and that expression became his final one. People bowed, their heads overcome with grief. Though they had been strangers before, over time, they had grown fond of this mischievous old man, treating him as their elder. He was unlucky. He lost all his family, Granny Hay said, stepping out from the crowd. With her rough hands, she closed the old man's eyes. "But he was also lucky, because at the end of his life he found you all." Granny Hay and the old man were old acquaintances. Both had suffered tragic fates, and both had been saved by the people in this outpost. She understood why he left with a smile. Like her, he had always possessed the courage to face death calmly. Before, life had no meaning to continue. Now life was fulfilled, and even death left no regrets. The old man was finally buried outside the research base. Because of the virus, only 3 soldiers tasked with digging and covering the grave were present. The rest could only watch from behind the thick glass wall. The old man was lowered into the pit, and soon a small mound of earth was raised. A simple wooden plaque with his name was planted. The old man and his entire life were thus hastily laid to rest. Grief is always fleeting. After a few days, the shelter regained its usual lively atmosphere, except that people had grown accustomed to burying their sorrow deep within their hearts. Moreover, an event occurred that greatly dissipated the sadness. A wedding was about to take place in the shelter. The bride was the short woman who had displayed herself freely at the previous party. The groom was a survivor from Lab 6, tall and handsome. Truth be told, they did not match well when standing together, but it was not the less attractive short woman who made the first move. It was the gentleman. "I like you. Please marry me." The man confessed to the short woman in front of everyone. The result was an expected rejection. The short woman did not want to consider marriage, as she had been ridiculed for her appearance many times and had long stopped dreaming of love, let alone in the apocalypse, where marriage was utterly meaningless. "He'll come again. I will make you see my sincerity." The departing man left these words. "You'll rarely meet such a good man in the future." Others were trying to persuade the short woman. "That's exactly why. Who knows what he likes about me? Let's just forget it. I'm fine as I am." The short woman expressed her refusal very clearly. "I don't have to get married." The short woman's words soon reached the man's ears. He merely smiled faintly, then came over every day for a long time afterward. Even though the short woman explicitly refused, he persisted relentlessly, which eventually angered her. "If you truly love me, join the material search team. If you come back alive, I'll consider it." Initially, there were 20,000 soldiers stationed at the research base. Now only over 12,000 remain. The insects evolved and could strike from unexpected places. Although the soldiers were well trained, they could still be injured inadvertently. Even if the wound was not fatal, the pervasive virus would kill them within a very short time. To ensure the safety of the entire research base, a certain number of soldiers had to be maintained. Helpless Yin Hung could only turn his attention to the survivors. However, so far, even when they accompanied the soldiers into the city, they were mostly limited to doing some manual labor. Reality is not a game. With a few keystrokes and mouse clicks, a character can hit every shot. To become a qualified soldier, one must undergo long-term training. Due to logistical issues, every bullet was precious, so Yin Hung could not provide training conditions. Thus, it was still the soldiers who fought against the insect hordes. Currently, the search team formed by survivors consisted of over 200 people. It wasn't that only 200 had courage, there were certain thresholds to join the team. First, sufficient strength and excellent endurance. These two conditions alone eliminated most people. The woman had intended to make the man back down, but unexpectedly he declared that very day that he would join the material search team. His physical fitness was excellent, so he passed the test easily and was then brought before the team leader. "You're really going to join the material search team?" Looking at the man standing before him, Chen Mo, the team leader, couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had already heard the whole story. A month ago he had invited the man, but was rejected. Now for this reason, he wanted to join voluntarily. "Well, it just ended up this way. I hope you don't mind," Dai Yongyuan said a bit sheepishly. He had been eating the food brought back by the search team and enjoying the protection of the soldiers, but when they needed him, he didn't help. Now he was joining the search team for this reason, so it was only natural that people would go. "Not at all. It's good that you're here to help. The reason doesn't matter at all. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions." Chen Mo's words put Dai Yongyuan's worries to rest. He had a very good personality, and with Chen Mo's introduction, he quickly integrated into the small team of 200. "By Geo, get your team ready." Not long after, a regiment commander came to find Chen Mo. After a brief conversation, Chen Mo had everyone put on heavy protective suits. Since there was no logistics support, damaged suits couldn't be replaced, they could only patch the holes with thicker materials, which made the already heavy suits even heavier. The group followed the soldiers through the perilous city, arriving at a warehouse not yet eroded by the purple swamp. Dai Yongyuan felt deeply exhausted. Completely sealed in, he felt his body burning. "You'll be a bit uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it gradually. Take your time to adapt, don't carry anything too heavy," Chen Mo said. Thanks." Dai Yongyuan carried a small box and returned to the research base with the others under the soldiers' protection. Watching Chen Mo, who carried a large box and still had energy to encourage others, Dai Yongyuan grew increasingly puzzled about this man. From him, he could see no desire. No matter what humans do, they are always driven by something. But by Geo, whether leading the many survivors or risking danger to join the search and rescue team, never demanded any special treatment. If all this was not driven by material needs, but by spiritual satisfaction, Dai Yongyuan could not perceive such emotions from him. On the contrary, most of the time he regarded everything with indifference, as if nothing had value, a personality completely opposite to what he was doing. From the first time Dai Yongyuan met this man, he sensed a faint dissonance. He had tried hard to see through him, but the little experience he had accumulated in the workplace was utterly useless. This doubt haunted Dai Yongyuan until the wedding day, but the question remained unanswered. Yes, the short woman eventually agreed to give Dai Yongyuan a try. Since this man was willing to risk his life for her, she was willing to give him a chance. After 2 months of getting along, they finally decided to spend the rest of their lives in a more intimate relationship. Tens of thousands of people offered congratulations and helped prepare the wedding. Ingenious women made a wedding dress from white sheets and silk curtains. People painted petal shapes with red pens on paper and cut them out. Yen Hung, the supreme commander, was willing to spare plenty of time, and members of 5 religions were willing to bless the couple. On a peaceful evening, Dai Yongyuan set out from Lab 6 and went to Lab 3 to pick up the bride. They walked on crudely hand-painted petals and held the ceremony on a makeshift altar in Lab 1. The guests at this wedding were tens of thousands of unrelated family members. At the end of the ceremony, the two embraced and kissed deeply. This ordinary and insignificant short woman at this moment shone brilliantly in Dai Yongyuan's eyes. Chen Mo left Laboratory No. 1 during the latter half of the wedding ceremony. He walked to the periphery of the research base where moonlight streamed through the glass and bathed him in its glow, adding a touch of irritability to his cold expression. Marriage. Chen Mo gazed at the star-studded sky, where the constellations faintly traced a familiar face. He furrowed his brow and clawed at the air before his eyes, and the nauseating silhouette finally dissipated. How utterly useless he was. Chen Mo berated himself incessantly. For 2 years the memories of the past had tormented him relentlessly. If the recollections tied to Yuan Jia were steeped in regret, and pain those associated with Ling Sisi were nothing short of spiritual torture. It was precisely for this reason that he had crafted an entirely new body and come to this survivor shelter, hoping to drown himself in a deluge of new memories. Yet it had scarcely made a difference. The more agonizing the memory, the deeper it etched itself, and the harder it was to erode or replace. My sovereign. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Mo initially intended to converse as he was, but his restless mood compelled him to transfer his consciousness back to his original body. His vision flickered for an instant, and when it returned, the scene had shifted dramatically. Chen Mo opened his eyes and moved his body, which had remained utterly still. There was no stiffness or ache, transformed by the living battle armor. His physique, beyond its outward appearance, was no longer human. Shi and Lin knelt before the throne, woven from flesh and blood, their once proud heads bowed deeply. They had undergone a profound metamorphosis since their creation, evolving from an initial insectoid composite form into something far more human-like. Delving into their wills, Chen Mo understood the reason for the change. Chen Mo was originally human and still retained a human form. The two intelligent commanders deemed this the most perfect biological shape, not out of admiration for humanity, but out of loyalty to their sovereign. They believed that emulating this form would bring them closer to him, considering it a supreme honor. Altering their forms would significantly reduce their combat effectiveness, but who cared about such things? One was an experimentalist, the other a commander. Neither was meant for direct combat. Sure reported on the current state of resource integration. Without human constraints, everything proceeded smoothly, though the insectoid race had paid a grievous price to achieve this. Sure had sacrificed half of his forces to destroy various strongholds or their purification systems, then another 40% in bitter struggles. Despite this, pockets of human resistance remained. Yet the true nature of the insectoid swarm became evident under full-scale incubation. Sure restored his forces within mere weeks. In contrast, humanity's recovery would take decades. Under these circumstances, humanity's doom was inevitable. After that decisive battle, there was no longer any way to curb the swarm on this planet. According to Scher's estimates, fully integrating the remaining resources, including land, oceans, and air, would take about 17 months. By the fourth month, relentless consumption would trigger severe natural disasters, causing some losses to the swarm, though the situation would remain largely manageable. If they prioritized consuming oceanic resources before the air, the onset of natural disasters could be delayed, but not by much. The disappearance of the seas would fundamentally destabilize the planet's ecosystem, affecting pressure and temperature. For the planet itself, this would be a minor catastrophe, but for the life dwelling upon it, such as the research base where Chen Mo temporarily lingered, it would be an apocalyptic calamity. Then proceed, Chen Mo said, rising with an icy tone. Don't concern yourself with anything. Yes. Sure bowed his head once more while Lin raised his to report on recent achievements. Though Chen Mo could examine them himself, Lin seized this rare opportunity to speak face-to-face. Lin had developed 3 new types of insectoid soldiers with evolutionary potential and direction. One of them had transcended the realm of ordinary biology, incorporating electric eel genes to discharge powerful currents. Lin envisioned evolving this strain towards something akin to the plasma cannons of science fiction. Impossible with current genetics, but the swarm would eventually venture into the cosmos, where useful genes might be found. The report concluded, and Scher and Lin returned to their duties. Chen Mo went to the flesh prison where 11 of the original captives. Chen Mo wished to keep them alive until the very end, subjecting them to unending torment. It was a fine aspiration, but difficult to realize. The swarm had not yet evolved in that direction, and even if they possessed self-healing genes, those were for self-repair. Transforming Yen Kaikai and the others into insectoid soldiers might work, but it would cause their souls to perish utterly. Yen Kaikai was still alive, possessing an astonishing vitality. In the past, this would have been the greatest fortune, but under present circumstances, it was surely the greatest misfortune. Gazing at a face worn beyond expression by torture, Chen Mo had no intention of sparing this man. He commanded the devourer insects as always, but whether it was organ pain or salt rubbed into wounds, the flesh prison no longer echoed with anguished screams. Half an hour later, Chen Mo remanifested his consciousness at the research base. Opening his eyes, he was met with a delicate, lively face. His sudden awakening startled the woman. She quickly sat up straight, covering her embarrassment with a cough. You're awake. I rarely see you sleeping at this hour. Just a bit tired. Chen Mo shifted, folding his hands behind his head. You seem to really like watching the stars, Qin Mengxiao said, sitting beside him with her arms wrapped around her knees. I once had a friend who loved the stars. She said they were like love, too many to count. As he spoke, Qin Mengxiao glimpsed a whirlwind of complex emotions on Chen Mo's face, reminiscence, nostalgia, and a bone-deep hatred. They were certainly more than just friends. How was the wedding? Chen Mo changed the subject. It's over. Officer Yin partitioned a small room with panels for them since beds aren't as scarce as before. Qin Mengxiao's voice dropped low. Every empty space in the research base meant a new mound outside. Yet compared to the initial grief, she had grown numb. People always do in every way. Hey, by Geo, you two lovebirds chatting here. A teasing voice interrupted. Qin Mengxiao blushed and lowered her head, while Chen Mo turned toward the source. 2 soldiers were escorting a middle-aged man. Lovebirds. Don't talk nonsense. A girl's reputation matters. What did this guy do? Chen Mo asked. Got out of line. Took advantage of the wedding chaos to grope a girl. Got pinned down by a big brother on the spot. The soldier smacked the man's head. Plenty of women here too. If you've got the guts, find one like Dai Yongyuan did. Damn pervert groping young girls. We need to go out for more clothes the day after tomorrow. Make sure to tell the search team, said another soldier. Got it. Go on with your work. The 2 soldiers led the man deeper into the base. With extra space available, Yin had carved out a small area as a prison. Those who broke the law were thrown and tasked with heavy labor. Punishments varied with the severity of the crime. The harshest was expulsion from the research base, almost a death sentence. Of course, due to the scarcity of human resources, this measure was rarely invoked unless the offense was egregious. The increasingly stable situation of the shelter was nearly disrupted by an unexpected incident. During his patrol, Yin Heng was accidentally struck by a heavy cloth ball. This would normally be of little consequence. Even a child could rise immediately after being hit. But Yin Heng collapsed and did not get up. Blood was seen flowing from his mouth and nose. As the pillar of nearly everyone, Yin Heng's fall directly triggered panic among the survivors and soldiers. It was only when Yin Heng reappeared that the fear was calmed. The cloth ball had hit his nose and his teeth had bitten his tongue. Yin Heng gave this explanation for the bleeding from his mouth and nose. His spirited demeanor convinced people, and the shelter returned to its usual state. Yin Heng inspected every room, then returned to his rest chamber. The moment the door closed, he slumped down heavily, too exhausted to catch his breath. In fact, a month before being hit by the cloth ball, Yin Heng had already experienced symptoms such as shortness of breath, palpitations, chest tightness, and lethargy. He was now 56 years old. He was the eldest son of Yin Yunji, demonstrating exceptional military aptitude from a young age. Given such a family background, joining the military would have been natural, yet he had entered the political arena. Everything was attributed to his frail constitution since childhood. Yin Heng might have become a commander who could steady the rear, but his ailing body did not permit him to stay on the front lines for long. He thus abandoned the battlefield and chose another way to serve his homeland. Since becoming the supreme commander of the shelter, especially after losing contact with the nation, Yin Heng had taken the liberty of adding a vast amount of work to his own shoulders. Despite the military doctor's best efforts to regulate his health, he was no longer young, and his already weak body had become even more prone to illness. The cloth ball was merely a breeze that fanned the flames. Yin Heng rested for a while until his chest was no longer tight. Then he called 2 secretaries into the room to handle work. Yin Heng had stopped working in his office 20 days ago. His physical condition was poor, and he could faint at any moment. He did not wish too many people to know about this for now, as it could trigger events detrimental to the shelter. The 2 secretaries had been with Yin Heng for a long time. One had followed him since his first day in politics, and the other for over 20 years. The former was an assistant cultivated by the Yin family. The latter was won over by Yin Heng's charisma, willingly giving up the possibility of further advancement. Watching Yin Heng, who was already panting after just half an hour of work, he could not help but feel sorrow. Yin Heng noticed this. He set the documents aside on the table, took a sip of hot water, and said in a light-hearted tone, "When I was 10, a highly respected doctor said I would not live past 20. My father was furious. He who had always respected doctors drove that man away. Father said I would surely live to 50. I am now 56. If you count it, I have come out ahead. You should be happy for me. But chief, if you leave, what should we do?" The secretary had been worrying about this question for a long time and had yet to find a solution. "We have other excellent commanders. They possess the same qualities as I do. I have never worried about the situation after I am gone. In this final period, it is enough to do what I can." Yin Heng knew the secretary's grief was not only about the situation, but he could not offer consolation. Yin Heng worked hard for another half hour, leaving him utterly exhausted. The 2 secretaries chose to leave, giving the old man some time to rest. "What should we do?" The secretary seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps asking another. "Do our duty," the other secretary said. Yin Heng insisted on visiting the survivors at a fixed time every day. Even when tortured by pain to the point of sleeplessness, he still stood straight, providing the greatest sense of security to all survivors and soldiers as always. Yin Heng used all his strength to tell everyone he was fine, but in the end his ruse was seen through. Illness strikes like a landslide. Within a month, Yin Heng visibly aged, and his weight dropped rapidly. Formerly well-fitting clothes became loose and empty, and every step he took made him tremble incessantly. Conditions here were harsh. No matter how skillful the military doctor, he could not change the fact of missing instruments and medicine. Yet even under these circumstances, Yin Heng still refused to rest and stubbornly continued working. He found a suitable successor and completed the handover without causing panic among the survivors. Yin Heng also sought out Chen Mo, a special figure who was almost the spokesperson for the survivors. "Why do we need your help?" Yin Heng regarded Chen Mo as an equal. This was not an order, but a request. Even though Chen Mo was just an ordinary person without power, the fact that he had gained the recognition of so many survivors in such a short time showed that Bai Jiu's abilities were extraordinary. If such a person could lend his full support, the situation would likely see no major upheaval. "I am very willing to help, but chief, you seem to have painted too bleak a picture." Chen Mo's words puzzled Yin Heng. It took him 3 days to fully understand the meaning of this sentence. Just as he had thought, the survivors inevitably felt sorrow. But when they saw Yin Heng, who was critically ill, yet still giving his all, their worry and panic turned into respect and determination. Facing the unknown future, people possessed enough courage. Yin Heng no longer worried. He worked hard on the aftermath. This state lasted for 5 days, after which he developed severe memory impairment and aphasia. He could only stay awake for 2 hours a day, sometimes even less. He could barely handle official duties. Most of his time was spent sitting in front of the mirror, staring blankly. During his rare moments of clarity, he pondered one thing: whether he had fulfilled the promise of his youth. I swear as a citizen of the Kerfing federal state that I will do my utmost and dedicate everything I have so that the people may live in peace and prosperity, and my homeland may become strong with none daring to covet it. At that time, Yin Heng was only 7 years old. Faced with a question from his uncle, he gave this answer. That day, Yin Yunji laughed happily for a long time. It was the first time in Yin Heng's memory that his stern father had shown a smile. Although he had not completed this task, Yin Heng felt no regret. He had passed the torch with all his might, and the remaining young people were excellent enough to be trusted. Thus Yin Heng closed his eyes forever. His funeral was held the next day. People crowded the outer perimeter of the research base, showing the highest respect for this dedicated old man. The funeral was very simple. This was Yin Heng's final command. He did not wish to waste precious resources after he was dead. He even wanted to omit the gun salute, but this idea was unanimously opposed by everyone. Finally, it was decided that only 2 people would fire, each firing 3 shots. He deserved a much grander funeral, not this humble mound of earth. The 2 secretaries stood before the grave, raised their guns high, suppressed their sobs, and shouted in resonant voices, "Fire!" No matter how many arrangements Yin He had made before his death, or how long people had prepared themselves, mentally witnessing the amiable old man reduced to a humble mound of earth brought overwhelming sorrow to all. It was like a thick, heavy cloud pressing down on everyone's hearts. Fortunately, the newly appointed Supreme Commander was also an officer of fine character. He showed no arrogance from gaining power, nor did he issue dictatorial orders. Like Yin, he did his utmost to maintain the shelter. When he learned that contact with other humans had been lost long ago, the officer felt a fear that surpassed all others. Facing Yin, he who radiated a deep twilight, he truly understood the immense burden the old man had been carrying all along. Xiaonan, I don't know what other outposts have experienced, but considering the worst-case scenario, we may be the last surviving humans. Every order you issue from now on, every action you take will affect the fate of a species that has existed for millions of years. Yin He's final words still rang loudly in his ears, even 2 months later. Under this suffocating pressure, Mo Xiaonan dared not slacken in the slightest. Chen Mo maintained stability among the survivors as usual. After dinner, he sat in his familiar spot, gazing at the twinkling stars, yet his heart no longer ached as it had during the wedding. To be honest, this was the proper state of being. Chen Mo had felt puzzled more than once. As the Zerg overlord, he could clearly sense his will changing. Apart from the influence of the Zerg's unique social structure, the swarm network was the main culprit. As the supreme commander of the Zerg, Chen Mo had a mental link with every single insect. Everything they experienced would be faithfully fed back to the overlord, the nexus that gathered all information from the Zerg. Even though due to the existence of Lin and Shi, Chen Mo had actively severed many mental links and re-established them on those two, this could only reduce the volume of feedback, not completely eliminate it. Since truly becoming the overlord, he had experienced countless deaths. His soul, shattered and fragmented under such torment, had been haphazardly pieced back together, no longer its original form. He should have become numb and callous, and indeed that was the case. He had lost nearly all emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. He could feel these human emotions fading away, and he had almost lost the ability to express them. During his time in the shelter, whether it was happiness, sadness, grief, or excitement, everything Chen Mo displayed was merely a change in the skin and muscles of his body. The soul hidden within the shell looked upon everything in the world with cold indifference. So did that mean he had lost all his emotions? If it had been before, Chen Mo would have firmly admitted it. But the bitterness brought by that wedding cried out loudly to Chen Mo, declaring that no matter how many times the soul shattered, intact memories remained buried deep within. These were the things Chen Mo most wanted to discard, yet also the hardest to let go. He couldn't help but feel sorrow for this, yet at the same time, he clearly sensed his heart rejoicing that he could still retain the most precious memories. A great rift appeared in his heart, torturing him deeply. Fortunately, those memories did not surface, often remaining obediently hidden in the unfathomable depths of his soul. Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned to the survivors' living area. Compared to the tens of thousands, initially less than half remained. This was due to an accident. A tiny gap appeared in a room's seam just as it rained, and virus-laden raindrops dripped into the mouth of a sleeping survivor. He became a carrier in an instant, and the infection spread rapidly. Yin He promptly sealed off several laboratories and corridors, but even so, nearly half of the survivors perished in that accident. To be safe, he ordered the doors to those laboratories and corridors to be sealed with concrete, layering it repeatedly before he was satisfied. Every survivor was busy with their own tasks. Under prolonged isolation, the shelter had formed a unique social structure. People found their place within it and contributed their due efforts. You have no idea how abundant the supplies in that warehouse are. We should really thank God it was still intact. As soon as he stepped into the room, Chen Mo heard the noisy shouts of men. About 20 robust men were gathered together, members of the supply search team. Compared to the early days when they could only simply move supplies as soldier casualties increased, they gradually took up arms. Naturally, as those who ventured outside, they stood at the top of this microsociety's food chain. They could shout loudly while others were sleeping without fear of punishment or hostility. This was a privilege they deserved. Besides this, they also mocked some people, viewing themselves as warriors, and those others as cowards surviving by the skin of their teeth. Finally, a man who could no longer endure the search team's mockery approached Chen Mo, wanting to shed the label of coward and join the supply search team. Chen Mo had a vague impression of this man. He was a notorious coward in the shelter, often crying alone in the dead of night. During the Zerg attack on the research base, even though he was in the lab and couldn't see the outside, he was still so terrified that he wept and even wet his pants, drawing everyone's ridicule. All right, if you can pass the test. Chen Mo didn't care much. He casually found a team member to administer the test. Unexpectedly, the seemingly frail coward passed smoothly and was honorably inducted into the supply search team. However, this did not stop the voices of doubt. Kid, we're going out to look for supplies tomorrow morning. Don't you wet your pants again from fear. After his taunt, the man went back to bed to sleep. And just as he said, the coward was tortured by fear all night. The next day, he did not leave the shelter with the others, which only provoked more mockery. He huddled alone in a corner, cursing his own cowardice, crying bitterly, and vowing to change. The next time the search for supplies was announced, Chen Mo didn't even call his name, choosing to ignore him with a very natural attitude. But at the rendezvous point for the search team, people saw the coward clutching a set of protective gear. I am coming with you. I'm a member of the supply search team too. Upon hearing the deafening shouts, the team members were stunned for a few seconds before waving their hands in disdain. Cowards don't come here to cause trouble. Exactly, it's dangerous enough as it is. Are we supposed to take this crybaby on an adventure? Facing the team's disdain, the coward clumsily put on his protective suit and stubbornly shouted, I am also a member of the supply search team. Thus he followed the group as they left the research base. When they reached the entrance, the man who had led the mockery called him back. You should go back. We won't mock you anymore. I admit you have enough courage. The coward's steps did not falter. Go any further and you'll die. So be it. The coward replied without looking back, stepping forward. Brotherly, what do the team member beside him was troubled. What else can we do? Let it be. Chen Mo was left behind by Mo Xiaonan to handle matters. The man called Brotherly, the temporary leader of the search team, decided to ignore it. But seeing the coward unable to walk properly from fear, he sighed and chose to lend a hand. I told you to go back. This isn't a place you can enter on a whim. The coward was astonished by Brotherly's attitude, but fear clouded his thoughts. What is that thing? He pointed at the dark sky. Though it was daytime, the distant sky was pitch black, as if thick, dark fog shrouded everything. Insects, Brotherly replied casually. Insects? The coward was horrified by the answer. It started a few months ago. The sky turned like this, and the insects in the city have multiplied. Why do you think our casualty rate is so high? Brotherly surveyed the surroundings. A soldier waved his hand, and the group immediately followed. 20 minutes later, they encountered the first wave of the insect swarm. The shells they carried were long gone, and the bombers were in worse shape. No ammunition, neglected maintenance, and overuse had reduced them to scrap. As engineering marvels of modern technology, both 6th-generation fighters and the more sophisticated 7th-generation ones demanded rigorous maintenance. The coward was not assigned a weapon. Untrained and inexperienced, if he picked one up, he would more likely harm his comrades than kill the swarm. Their advance was arduous. Even though Chen Mo's presence meant the nearby insect soldiers were outdated models from long ago, long-range rifles still struggled to inflict damage. The coward watched as an insect flipped by a grenade righted itself after a few rolls and rose again. He trembled in fear, unable to look at the battlefield. Only when Brotherly pulled him up did he follow the crowd, his legs weak. Thanks to their long experience in combat, they exploited the swarm's weakness and reached the warehouse found yesterday at the cost of 2 scouts' lives. Inside, there was a small amount of expired food. They had no room to be picky and quickly began moving the boxes. The coward did the same, but soon grew tired. One person taught him the most efficient way to carry, easing his burden. Watching the others nervously scan their surroundings, the coward began to understand why he had been ridiculed so harshly, while others who were also afraid were not. Beyond his cowardice, he lacked responsibility and had done nothing beneficial for the shelter. He gave up on everything halfway, exuded negativity, and yet he had always enjoyed the supplies the others risked their lives to bring back. The coward felt a pang of sorrow. He had never realized his actions were so egregious. "Hey, coward." Several men approached, and even through their gas masks their awkwardness was palpable. What is it? "We're sorry for what we did before." They said words that stunned the coward. The speaker turned his face away, seemingly embarrassed. "We were angry at your inaction. But that's not the main reason. We used mockery to vent our own stress. You know we can't provoke others. It would cause conflict. You're different. You don't fight back, you just cry and hide. So next time we mock you, curse us back. We wanted to stop, but by the time we realized it was wrong, we couldn't. We don't expect your forgiveness. That's all." The men quickly left, seemingly ashamed of their apology. The coward stared at them, unable to believe his ears. He had come outside on a stubborn impulse, never expecting recognition to come so easily. His spirits lifted like never before. He had never experienced approval in any aspect of his life. In his excitement, he didn't notice the crack forming on the ground and stepped right into it. Those nearby immediately grabbed him, but before they could pull him up, the crack widened rapidly. The entire city trembled in an instant, the earth cracking visibly layer by layer. They were swallowed by a cloud of dust in a flash. Like the descent of a swarm, this calamity struck the inhabitants of the shelter without any warning. One moment all was calm, the next the entire world plunged into violent tremors. People looked up in terror, unaware of what was happening, until someone screamed in horror, "Earthquake." Instantly, the once stable shelter descended into chaos. Some huddled under protection against falling debris, but many realized that if the shelter was breached by the quake, the fatal threat would come not only from collapsing ruins, but also from the virus-laden air. Thus a new pandemonium erupted as people scrambled for protective suits with the frenzy of the possessed. Boom, boom, boom. What is that? The sudden rising shadow left those on the periphery dumbfounded. They witnessed the earth heave up, a wave hundreds of meters high, lava and toxic gases spewing from fissures, countless insects mixed within the soil, and then it crashed down like a true tsunami. Amid the deafening roar, the research base was swept by waves of mud. The shaking intensified, and the survivors trembled, weeping and laughing in despair, like deranged men. The surrounding walls emitted strange thumping sounds, then visibly began to deform. In the eyes of the survivors, dilated nearly to the point of losing focus, a sliver of light shone through. Something that should have been impossible. The laboratory was at the heart of the research base, surrounded by rooms on all sides and above. For this to happen, it could only mean that the surrounding rooms had been utterly destroyed. "This is a dream, it must be a dream, it has to be a dream." A man frantically shook his companion, roaring in denial. He refused to accept the truth, but reality doused him with a bucket of cold water, showing him what was real. Several deformed insects landed heavily around the cracks, widening them further. Then, under the immense pressure of the soil, the severely deformed room could no longer bear the weight, and collapsed with a thunderous roar, mud pouring in instantly. It swallowed the man first, then the praying believer, then the woman holding her daughter, and finally the survivors huddled in the corner. Whether soldier or officer, man or woman, elderly or child, the mud in an extremely short span engulfed everything with brutal force. And this was merely the beginning. This catastrophe had never targeted the shelter alone. In this event, the shelter was like a small boat before a tsunami. The tsunami does not vanish just because it swallows a boat. Within mere tens of minutes, vast stretches of land cracked and rapidly collapsed. Storms swept through the sky, whipping up billions of flying insects. Black tornadoes recklessly destroyed everything. Magma was hurled into the air. Fireballs soared high before shattering into scattered stones that rained down. This apocalyptic scene lasted for 3 full days. When it finally subsided, chaotic weather followed. Massive amounts of dust floated high in the sky, tightly blocking the sunlight. The temperature first plummeted, then rapidly soared, leaving the entire planet in utter silence. Boom, boom, boom. The long quiet earth trembled once more as thick tentacles burst forth from the ground. No, thick was no longer sufficient to describe them. They were like skyscrapers piercing the clouds, their tumor-ridden roots about 150 meters in diameter, covered in black-purple mucus that swiftly consumed the air as they lashed about. A patch of land 5 kilometers in diameter began to rise, slowly revealing a colossal creature. Compared to its initial form, the hive mother, having absorbed vast resources, had expanded dozens of times in size, even after thorough compression and refinement of those resources. Worker insects surged forth like an ocean, devouring everything in sight, tirelessly transporting resources onto the spread-out purple swamp. Just then, the thickest tentacle suddenly split open, forming a passageway through the ground, and a person stepped out. Lin Husher appeared, kneeling respectfully on either side. Chen Mo lifted his head, gazing at the silent apocalypse, then slowly lowered it. The earth churned like a swamp before spitting out a broken corpse, the body named by Geo he had been using during this time. Insect soldiers carried by Geo to the purple swamp, and tentacles pulled the corpse into the depths. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and looked at the ground again. This time a well-preserved corpse emerged. Its body was curled up like a snail without a shell. Chen Mo found a thick book clutched in its arms, protected so well by the man that even in death the book remained intact. Chen Mo opened the book, its cover wrapped in several layers of paper revealing scrawled handwriting, chapter of catastrophe, enlightenment by Gufinjerdi. Chen Mo found a nearly spent pen, erased enlightenment, and wrote a new line of small characters, the last human. Respected sovereign, as per your instructions, I have gathered detailed data and now present my report. Since that day, we have collected over 500 million cubic kilometers of seawater containing remnants of marine organisms and 1.3 billion cubic kilometers of gas. This data is from 4 months ago. We have since ceased gas collection to focus on other resources. 36.7 billion cubic kilometers of soil and minerals. Vegetation and life forms have been fully assimilated. In the deep soil, we discovered vast fossil deposits from which certain extracted genes were deemed barely acceptable by Lin, leading to the birth of new kin. Regarding propulsion in the cosmos, based on our current technology and evolutionary level, we still rely on converting resources into fuel. Although this results in some waste, we are absolutely certain we can reach other planets before resources are exhausted. We have been attempting more efficient methods of resource conversion, but have yet to find the correct approach. A portion of this planet's resources will be discarded. Calculations suggest we may sound the trumpet for cosmic conquest within 6 months. Regarding troop selection, after thorough deliberation, we have eliminated redundant and complex genes, retaining the following units. Decomposers, they harbor the most genes and complete genetic chains, serving roles in transporting and breaking down resources. When needed, they can rapidly evolve into various insect soldiers. However, since they are not hatched from spawning pools, their combat efficiency is reduced to about 70%. They possess multiple organ systems, but are vulnerable to high temperatures, unable to function above 500 degrees Celsius. Superior genes are required to overcome this limitation. Plasma bugs, they discharge up to 1500 volts of electricity through close-range contact. This is still far from our evolutionary goals. Radiation bugs, we have neutralized substantial nuclear material. Their bodies store radioactive elements and viruses, enabling explosive attacks. This indiscriminate method poses no concern, as we have adapted to radiation and most units possess excellent resistance. Pseudo-cloaking bugs, they exhibit significant flaws. Their stealth capabilities are imperfect and ineffective against civilizations with higher technological tiers. However, they hold potential for evolution. Additionally, as the first insect soldiers you hatched, we deem them of commemorative value. Parasites, existing as eggs, they require other insect units to inject them into targets. Before entering a host, they are no larger than a grain of sand, with over 50 eggs injected at once. From entry to hatching, reading the host's genes and controlling its actions takes approximately 30 hours. As we remain unfamiliar with extraterrestrial life forms, their ability to manipulate hosts remains uncertain. Razor swarms, formed into units of over 100,000 individuals, they launch suicidal assaults. Equipped with sharp forelimbs and mandibles, they penetrate enemies and inflict damage through self-destruction and radiation, while also carrying 1 unit of parasites. Fortress bugs, they possess sturdy chitinous shells reinforced with metals comprising over 10 composite layers. Hollow inside, they can accommodate multiple insect soldiers. Their shells withstand atmospheric friction and absorb impact damage during descent. Deployers, aerial deployment units capable of surviving in space. They share the same propulsion system as the hive and can carry 20 units of fortress bugs. Behemoths, the largest ground forces. Their genes partially derive from ancient mammoths and triceratops extracted from deep-sea ice layers. As these genes originate from fossils, we are still integrating optimal genetic sequences. They bear thick shells akin to fortress bugs, but projections suggest they may prove ineffective against advanced civilizations. Blade scorpions, capable of low-altitude flight, they possess sharp forelimbs and excellent running speed. With low production costs, they are currently the most well-rounded ground unit in terms of overall data. Monkey-eye gulls, capable of space survival and movement, they serve as escort-type swarm units. Mimic bugs, they possess complex genetic chains allowing them to simulate any form. Regrettably, they only produce illusory appearances. We hope to achieve perfect mimicry in the near future. The above constitutes all retained units, each subject to evolution, replacement, or elimination. Our primary objectives remain resource collection, gene integration, and mutation. Additionally, per your directive, we will hatch a 3rd commander-level insect soldier designed for direct combat with exceptional leadership abilities. This concludes the current report. The next report will be delivered in 30 days. May you find contentment, respected sovereign. Chen Mo had returned to the Hive Mother since the day he received the aforementioned report. Although he no longer needed to worry about the threat of humanity and could move freely in his true form, facing a planet filled with desolation held no meaning. The Hive Mother had grown even larger. According to Lin's estimation, by the day the swarm prepared to migrate, it would reach 1/3 the size of the moon. However, the usable space inside would not increase proportionally as most of the expanded volume was reserved for storing compressed resources. Currently, the Hive Mother's main tasks aside from incubating decomposers and purple swamps were resource conversion. Due to the terrifying magnitude of resources, the conversion process was not easy. Fortunately, though the Hive Mother was a biological entity, it was not plagued by fatigue or negative emotions. It functioned like a machine operating 24 hours a day, flawlessly executing Chen Mo's commands. According to the analysis by Schur and Lin, the most suitable method for the swarm's cosmic movement was similar to the propulsion system of human spacecraft. The Hive Mother would modify its structure to create organ-like thrusters and ignite fuel produced from converted resources to achieve space navigation. The travel speed would not be fast, destined to be a long and inefficient process. Yet Chen Mo had no other choice. He wished he could open a wormhole or perform a spacefold, but the swarm did not yet possess such advanced technology. Similarly, humanity's technological database offered no reference he could borrow. Of course, it was not entirely absent. At least in many science fiction works, Chen Mo had found numerous related hypotheses. Unfortunately, the methods that could be simulated yielded no results, and the remaining ones, even if effective, were beyond his ability to attempt. As resource collection grew ever more extensive, the planet once again triggered apocalyptic disasters. From then on, Chen Mo never set foot outside the. As for Yin Kai and his group, the last one died 3 months ago. Most of his internal organs had been devoured to the point where even full-force medical treatment could not save his life. Chen Mo felt little turmoil over this. To be honest, in the latter half of the process, he could no longer derive vengeful pleasure from torturing these individuals. His nerves had grown increasingly numb, and the torment was more a retained habit. In the 5th month, resource collection neared its end. Overall, the planet still held many resources, enough to consume for another year without depletion, but it was meaningless. Once capable of space navigation, low-level resources like soil and minerals would never be scarce. The swarm now needed to depart, quickly seeking out new cosmic civilizations to acquire genes or technology for its own evolution. This was the fundamental desire running through the entire swarm, one that even Chen Mo could not avoid. The true call to enter the cosmos sounded in the 7th month, later than Schur's estimate. The latest generation of bugs returned to the Hive Mother or road mongooses, while the remaining bugs went to the purple swamps following Chen Mo's order to self-destruct and reclaim resources. Additionally, Chen Mo left an incubation chamber deep within the planet. The interstellar journey would be long, at least until the swarm acquired a new mode of travel. If during this time a new civilization emerged on this planet, it might be possible to gain technology from them. Chen Mo's throne, woven from flesh and blood, now resembled an activated massage chair more than before. Protruding nodules locked him tightly in place, with the living battle armor assisting in securing him. For interstellar travel, the Hive Mother employed a rather primitive and crude method, directly resulting in a bumpy liftoff. If he had to describe it, Chen Mo felt as though he was sitting in an old tractor. Once it finally stabilized, Chen Mo experienced noticeable weightlessness. He connected his consciousness to the Hive Mother and then beheld the true spectacle of the cosmos. First, the sunlight was 100 times more dazzling. Without the atmosphere's obstruction, this ruler of planets revealed its true form. The Hive Mother's trajectory was directly aligned with the sun. As the nearest star, it held abundant resources. However, setting aside the aforementioned resource issue, another critical problem was that the swarm was not yet capable of consuming the sun. To draw an analogy, it was like a human attempting to swallow a red-hot iron ball that never cooled. The result would be the body ravaged beyond repair until death. Chen Mo dared not say when the swarm could lay claim to stars like the sun, but it was an inevitable path for the swarm's development. Due to the slow travel speed, Chen Mo was soon overcome by boredom. Even though his spirit had grown numb, facing monotonous scenery for decades, centuries, or even longer would weary anyone. Finally, after the Hive Mother was struck by a meteorite during the jolting, Chen Mo could no longer bear it. He granted considerable authority to Schur and Lin and chose to sleep. Through special substances injected by the Hive Mother, he could freely weave his own dreams. Chen Mo left a mechanism to wake him swiftly in case of emergencies, then fell into deep slumber until a respectful hiss sounded in his chamber. Master Dominator. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, having maintained the same posture for who knew how many years. The first thing he saw was a creature that could be described as sharp and efficient. It stood about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a clean, neat suit. If not for its twisted and hideous head, it might have been mistaken for a corporate. Its name was Schur. To show the utmost reverence to the Dominator, the commanders tried to approximate each other's postures, but did not imitate them identically. The head became the best distinguishing feature. Chen Mo fully opened his eyes and rapidly absorbed all the information from this period. During the long years, the swarm had devoured countless planets while traveling. A very few of these harbored life, but none had developed civilization. Lin analyzed the genes, extracted the most valuable parts, and integrated them into the original gene chains of various units, leading to new evolutions for some. Then recently came the discovery that prompted Sure to wake him. Master Dominator, we have found a planet with civilization. How utterly tedious. Korat walked along the pristine street, recalling the group of protesters at the company, and a mix of scorn and helplessness welled up within him. They demand the abolition of artificial intelligence, calling for corporations to provide more jobs for people. Korat curled the sixth tentacle of his right hand, his diamond-shaped head quivered, and a slit tore open on his smooth face, its ends curling upward. He stood about 1.70 meters in height, though his back was perpetually hunched. If he straightened up, he might be a bit taller. But this height was sufficient, marking him as a standard handsome man on the planet Mansplen. Artificial intelligence had been a fully perfected technology for a century. Its emergence had changed many things. First, positions that once required a combination of machinery and human labor were completely replaced by AI. Most jobs now left only 1 or 2 mechanical repairmen, or in the case of smart AI purchased by large corporations with an additional after-sales service contract, not a single employee needed to remain. Initially, many held an optimistic attitude. After all, they weren't the ones unemployed. But as smart AI grew increasingly sophisticated and replaced more and more positions, even some creative roles, over 80% of people lost their jobs. Korat didn't care about such matters. He had enough confidence to ensure he wouldn't lose his job, as he was a mid-level engineer at one of the major AI manufacturers. Thus, more than the protests, he felt primarily annoyance. The coalition government had already allocated funds to give the unemployed a monthly stipend. It wasn't much, but enough to maintain daily life. Wasn't being able to laze around as a carefree parasite enough. A bunch of rabble. Korat suddenly recalled this archaic term and found it surprisingly fitting. Just dealing with the new ideas handed down by the company each day was enough to drive one frantic. He had no spare energy to deal with the rabble. Fortunately, he wasn't in public relations or customer service. Thinking of the new young man who had just joined the floor below, a look of pity crossed Korat's face. He soon arrived home. It was a uniquely shaped building, like a retro work of art, its entire body shimmering with a silver glow. This was a very expensive special coating, not only exceptionally sturdy, but also capable of absorbing solar energy. Of course, the so-called expense was a thing of the past. It was now ubiquitous. Relatively speaking, solar energy had become a very inefficient way to harvest power, but that was no reason for waste. Especially since the coating was cheap to produce, the collected solar energy would be transmitted through ducts embedded in the building to the underground, undergo energy conversion, and then be uniformly sent to the Energy Management Bureau. Korat's home was on the 247th floor. It took him 3 units of time to get from the first floor to this one. Regarding Korat had wanted to complain countless times. It was a concept of time, but the standard kept changing, leading to frequent misunderstandings in communication. The same sentence could be interpreted with completely different time frames. Considering speed compared to antique elevators, taking into account safety and human tolerance, the speed had increased nearly 6-fold. Standing before his door, just as entering the elevator required pressing no buttons to be taken to the correct floor, a microinstrument installed on the door scanned and identified him automatically, swinging inward. Entering the room, the adjacent wall immediately transformed into a display screen. After Korat adjusted the humidity and temperature, a milky white robot slid over. Initially, robots were designed to mimic the appearance of Mansplen natives, but after causing quite a few blunders, household robots gradually became sleek cylindrical shapes with mechanical arms hidden inside, only extending from open hatches when needed. With a swipe of his hand, Korat turned the robot bright yellow. Since tomorrow was his day off, he postponed the robot's working hours. After doing all this, he finally looked out the window at the scenery. Filthy, gloomy, repulsive. A series of such words surfaced in Korat's mind. Due to a war within Mansplen, the planet had suffered severe pollution far exceeding its natural ability to cleanse itself. The planet had become uninhabitable. The awkward part was that they hadn't yet mastered interstellar migration technology, nor could they make other planets habitable. Long ago, they had formulated a long-term plan for cosmic migration, but it was halted in its early stages due to various circumstances. Eventually, the concept of nations vanished, and everyone became residents of a single alliance. From then on, the living environment was divided into 3 zones. The innermost zone was reserved for wealthy merchants, officials, officers, and others with high status or riches, the most habitable area. The middle zone, where Korat lived, had pollution levels similar to before the Great Contamination. Korat resided on the outermost edge of this middle zone. The outer zone was what Korat saw from his window. It was where people with no assets and no jobs lived. Not only was the environment harsh, but resources were also scarce. 3 different purification domes separated 3 distinct worlds. There were over 1,000 such divisions worldwide, representing the entire population of Mansplen, roughly 300 million. Why did my video transmission stop? Korat asked the robot. Due to a rate adjustment, your balance is insufficient. Please recharge as soon as possible, the robot replied in a calm voice. Another price increase. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Korat said with displeasure. I have reminded you many times, the robot's voice remained unchanged. Hearing this, Korat vaguely recalled that there might have been such a thing, but with too many matters on his mind recently, he had subconsciously chosen to ignore it. Sigh. He tapped the glass, and an interface floated out. Korat found a recharge portal. The next moment the glass rippled like layers of water. The scenery shifted from a dilapidated city to a beautiful sandy beach and ocean. The environmental simulator on the glass activated blowing gusts of sea breeze accompanied by the roar of the waves. After adjusting the sound, Korat went to the dining table. There were 2 ways to eat now. One was relatively traditional dishes, and the other was nutritional capsules. 2 capsules a day provided all necessary nutrients and a clear feeling of fullness. The latter was cheap and time-saving, making it the ideal choice for working people. Korat was no exception. In the current environment, vegetables and meat had become precious, especially those grown and raised using ancient methods. He occasionally chose the former, but due to cost he could only buy vegetables and meat produced by technology, which lacked somewhat in taste and texture. Korat ordered vegetables and meat. Shortly after, a small transport aircraft stopped outside the glass. The household robot took the package and went into the... Korat tapped the table, and a virtual blue screen appeared scrolling through recent hot topics and news. He selected the voice broadcast mode. Some people had chips implanted in their bodies to access information directly, but the technology was still imperfect and carried certain risks, so few had undergone the implantation. As the news items were broadcast one by one, Korat grew bored. Just as he was about to switch to a variety show, a piece of news: the large asteroid observed 2 years ago and named Tin Shard has disappeared. According to expert speculation, it was attracted by the nearest Loriman star system. Following its normal trajectory, Tin Shard was originally set to impact our planet in 267 units. The Ruopulent site asteroid belt lies between 2 galaxies. According to the cosmogonic studies of the manhwaedit star beings, it was determined that 38 billion Puma ago with the Kaming galaxy, the galaxy where they resided, as the coordinate there existed 2 other galaxies nearby. The 3 galaxies gravitationally interacted, eventually triggering a colossal collision. After 200 million Puma of stabilization, they gradually formed the 2 galaxies that exist today. The debris from the collision now floats between the 2 galaxies, creating a magnificent asteroid belt and meteorite belt. They reflect the light emitted by the 2 stars like glistening gems. The sheer beauty of this star region alone has inspired countless literary works on manhwaedit star. Now in this region renowned for its beauty, danger lurks silently, like a leopard crouching in the grass, its amber eyes fixed on an unsuspecting prey. A sphere with a diameter of 814 kilometers drifted silently amid the chaotic asteroid belt. Whenever a meteor or planet approached, it encountered an invisible force that deflected it or shattered it before it could draw near. Its entire surface was a dark crimson. If one ignored the equally massive tentacles, it might have been mistaken for a planet rich in certain metals. The tentacles coiled around the sphere itself, while some of astonishing length clung to nearby planets, using them to obscure prying eyes. Although the mother nest's field was sufficient to nullify most forms of detection, caution was still paramount. Compared to the time when it first ventured into space, the mother nest had shrunk by 1/4 in volume. Yet this did not indicate a depletion of resources within. On the contrary, during the voyage, the swarm discovered several planets rich in rare metals and a gas giant abundant in noble gases. These new resources were far more efficient than the previously collected ones. Sure spent 5 years replacing the resources, and although the mother nest had shrunk, its total resource reserves had more than doubled. The most core and secure location of the entire mother nest was Chen Mo's sanctuary. Gone were the vast expanses of flesh and blood vessels. Sure had studied considerable architectural knowledge and transformed this place into a space of imposing majesty. The floor consisted of whole slabs of chitinous carapace. Bioluminescent insects within the space emitted a brilliant, resplendent glow, not merely decorative, for they could shift their positions on command, transforming into a living map of the galaxy. The room was excessively wide, and even more excessive was its ceiling height of over 500 meters. If it were a human palace, mere daily cleaning would be a task of utter despair. The overall style leaned toward the classical, with numerous ornaments and furnishings that appeared to be made of wood. Naturally, these were not genuine wooden products. A monolithic silver throne was built atop a grand staircase. The sovereign who ruled the entire swarm sat there in silence, his eyes half closed as if weary. 3 commanders knelt quietly at the foot of the steps. Sure, resembling a corporate elite, knelt in the middle. On the left was Lin, clad entirely in white, far more slender than Sure, but with a head 3 times larger, by human aesthetic standards a grotesquely malformed body. On the right was a burly man of imposing stature, whose massive chest could easily accommodate both Sure and Lin. His thick neck was concealed by a ferocious jaw, and he possessed 3 pairs of compound eyes. He was bare-chested, revealing dark purple skin, with a row of sharp bone spurs starting from the nape of his neck and extending all the way to a tumtor-long tail. He lowered his head, exuding a chilling aura. His name was Samair, a demon from mythology. Chen Mo held great expectations for this commander who had been fused with various combat genes. To live up to those expectations, Samair became the vanguard of the assault on Manhwaedit star. Before this, Shur had conducted a macroscopic reconnaissance of Manhwaedit star. Although he had not grasped the specific level of their technology based on the space fleet hovering around Manhwaedit star and the conditions on nearby planets, Shur reached a gratifying conclusion. The technological level of Manhwaedit star surpassed that of the blue planet they had left behind, but it was not yet of a transcendent magnitude. If the swarm had been at the early stage of its voyage, the odds of a frontal victory would have been only about 40%. But now the odds had risen to a staggering 100%. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes fully. A neural signal transmitted through the swarm network formed an image in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Mengju vessels had approached extremely close to Manhwaedit star, concealed by the mother nest field. For the Manhwaedit star beings who still relied on space telescopes and radar detection, such a method of concealment was virtually undetectable. At the same time, Samair rippled like a lake stirred by a breeze, vanishing within seconds. In truth, he had left the mother nest 300 days ago. What had been kneeling here was merely a projection. Although the swarm had acquired many useful genes and new materials during the voyage, travel speed remained a significant drawback. Even after replacing the propulsion fuel and altering the biological drive mechanisms of both the mother nest and the Mengju, the maximum speed stabilized at around 1,000th of the speed of light. If gravitational slingshots from planets were employed, the speed could be slightly increased. In truth, the swarm currently possessed the technology to enable faster travel. Yes, technology. The swarm primarily focused on biological evolution, but technology was also an indispensable component, at least to ensure the overall baseline of the swarm and to break through higher ceilings. Lin had mastered nuclear fusion technology. This was not a particularly difficult feat. Humanity had already taken a significant step in this technology. Lin merely borrowed their achievements and then spent a long time refining it. However, as of now, this technology had not yet been put into practical use. It lacked sufficient heat-resistant materials. The mother nest could create stable high-pressure or low-pressure environments, but compared to a real star, the degree was still quite limited. Under such circumstances, the extreme heat generated during nuclear fusion was unbearable for the mother nest. Lin had been integrating metals and minerals obtained from various planets, attempting to synthesize a material capable of withstanding extreme heat. If this could be achieved, the swarm's interstellar travel speed would increase 100-fold. Nevertheless, nuclear fusion technology was still applied to the Mengju in a self-destructive manner. When approaching the target planet, it would suddenly switch to nuclear fusion drive, a process lasting 0.2 seconds, though after which the genetically enhanced Mengju would completely self-destruct. But before self-destruction, it would launch all the Chongbao stored with. This was precisely the method of attack. Hundreds of thousands of Mengju closed to the extreme range, targeting the gaps between the space fleets. The tails of the Mengju gradually turned bright yellow, emitting a dazzling radiance. Under such intense energy reactions, the concealment of the mother nest field failed. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of high-energy signatures appeared on the radars of the Manhwaedit star fleet. In the instant they failed to react, hundreds of thousands of fireballs broke through the fleet's blockade. Compared to the sluggish Manhwaedit star people, the military AI system of the space fleet was far more astute, reacting within 5 milliseconds of the Mengji fleet losing the cover of the hive nest's power. Ordinarily, the fleet's AI system merely served an auxiliary role, but in the event of an emergency, the AI's original authority would be elevated instantly, and it would fully assume control of the fleet's operating system to minimize losses to the greatest extent possible. A vast net woven from high-energy particle beams was released immediately, sufficient to strike the Mengji fleet, yet they were less than 50 kilometers from the space fleet. In the fleeting span of 5 milliseconds, the Mengji, which had not yet reached full speed, surged nearly 100 kilometers, breaking through the blockade before the particle net could be fully woven. The AI immediately linked to the ground defense forces and applied to another AI system for interception within 100 milliseconds. The counterpart took 50 milliseconds to make a judgment, activating the long-dormant air defense system, but just as the shells left the barrels, the AI lost its target. No. To be precise, the number of targets multiplied. Countless black chunks of flesh burst from the fireball, the high-temperature flames, and air friction, causing them to disintegrate, revealing chitinous shells mixed with composite metals. The people on the ground felt the sky suddenly brighten, then instantly darken before they could lift their heads. They stared dumbly at the approaching bug forts, unable to comprehend what this scene portended. As a frigate rather than a transport vessel, the Mengji could carry up to 30 bug forts at its limit. However, due to the need to activate a self-destructive propulsion method during the breakthrough, each Mengji carried only 15 bug forts. In an instant, 28000 Munji dropped a total of 2 million bug forts, each 20 meters in diameter. If viewed as meteorites, what catastrophe would the simultaneous fall of 2 million meteorites bring? The answer was simple. Even without the creatures hidden inside revealing themselves, the sheer impact force of the bug forts falling was a natural disaster for the Manspulin Star people, whose defensive measures were still limited. Crack. The purification shield protecting the city from environmental pollution shattered into countless fragments upon first contact. Millions of bug forts tearing through the sky triggered a massive explosion upon landing, the shockwave lifting hot winds and sandy rain, leveling everything in its path, and then destroying the entire city. The Munji had broken through the blockade from a single direction, making the bug fort's landing points highly concentrated, directly leading to the annihilation of the Manspulin Star people in the nearby region. Crack, crack, crack. The bug forts peeled open and swarms of sharpened insects flew out, blocking out the sky. They howled as they dove toward the city ruins like a black canopy. Low-flying blade scorpions raised their forelimbs, which had been fused with a creature from a barren planet. Those creatures fed on the planet's metallic minerals, evolving razor-sharp forelimbs capable of easily cutting through composite metals. Radiation bugs, wild beasts, and several newly developed insect soldiers also emerged, but the majority were decomposers acting as material transporters. The moment they appeared, they fell to the ground and burrowed downward at top speed. Then a colossal creature tore through the smoke, standing nearly 50 meters tall. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, as if in an earthquake. Its form was grotesque and eerie, covered in sharp bone spikes. Its massive tail whipped around, generating a series of sonic booms, and the searing breath from its mouth was like an active volcano about to erupt. This was Samuel's combat form, a killing machine that had fused the advantages of various cosmic creatures. At that moment, an overwhelming roar erupted from above, illuminating the land. Spaceships flashed with blazing white light as they tore through the atmosphere, their special coatings catching fire. Samuel raised its head, its 3 pairs of compound eyes gleaming with cold light. It longed to confront them heat-in, but even if it were sacrificed, it mattered little. The hive nest retained its genetic code for resurrection. However, the Dominator was watching, and it could not allow itself to die in such a disgraceful manner. See you later, Manspulin Star people. Dust mixed with distorted magnetic fields swept past, and Samuel vanished from sight. Only then did the ion beams finally descend. Is it because they have never been attacked by an extraterrestrial civilization that their response is so full of loopholes? Watching the Manspulin Star people immediately recall the warships surrounding their mother planet Shur, who had been observing the battle, revealed a smile. This was not only Samuel's first battle against the civilization, but also the first time the insect race had struck another civilization since they began space travel. Naturally, it had to be thorough. With sufficient resources, given the insect race's spawning capability, they would not have sent merely 28000 Munji. In the other cardinal directions of the Manspulin Star, millions of droppers were stationed as aerial deployment units. They could carry more troops than the Munji frigates, but because of their expanded cargo capacity, they were far more fragile and lacked biological nuclear fusion drives, unable to force a breakthrough with speed. But now it was different. The Manspulin Star people voluntarily withdrew part of their fleet, weakening the originally tight perimeter. Millions of droppers under the cover of the hive nest's field slipped in quietly. Samuel led the entire army underground for 3 purposes: to infect the entire planet, to use the billions of insect soldiers deployed by the swarm as cover, and the least significant being to survey the resources of Manspulin Star. This constituted the entirety of the invasion plan. So simple, it was almost absurd, yet it was the most suitable method for the insect race. In truth, these 3 objectives could be seen as a single process. If the hive lacked effective defensive measures beyond its most basic field, even facing a civilization of Manspulin Star's level would not require such complexity. Simply dragging the hive near Manspulin Star, incubating insect soldiers at maximum speed, and dropping them onto the planet would be enough to overwhelm this civilization, which had clearly not yet reached the stellar level by sheer numbers. The space fleet of Manspulin Star was indeed formidable, at least compared to the Mengjiao. It possessed effective attack methods and decent speed. Yet one must remember, even if the Mengjiao could not destroy the fleet once warships were deployed, parts would inevitably wear down, especially with prolonged continuous fire. Even exchanging 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 Mengjiao for a single warship was worthwhile. The swarm was inexhaustible, while weaponry and equipment suffered constant attrition. At full operational capacity, the hive alone could incubate over 1 million Mengjiao within a single day. With multiple hatcheries, the number would increase without bound until energy was depleted. Currently, Manspulin Star possessed fewer than 3,000 space warships of all classes. How long did it take them to construct a single new vessel? Not to mention material acquisition and synthesis, the assembly and installation of weaponry was a relatively lengthy process, let alone the training of personnel. Military AI lacked the computational capacity to command the fleet for extended periods. Such was the tragedy of low-level civilizations. Among them, Manhwaedit Star, afflicted by a series of negative consequences from internal strife, suffered even more. If they possessed sufficiently powerful anti-air systems, a stronger space fleet, and more advanced detection systems, none of this would have happened. But reality had no ifs. For a civilization with an uneven, even somewhat distorted technological level, like Manhwaedit Star, the current insect swarm could rightfully be called a celestial calamity. Facing the endless tide of insects, the people of Manhwaedit Star experienced the full, spine-chilling despair. As a civilization that had developed spacecraft capable of reaching 80 light speed, they had not been unprepared for the possibility of attack from other civilizations. The deeper their understanding of technology, the greater their reverence for the cosmos. Especially many years ago when an extrasolar civilization launched a probe toward them. Just a single probe, yet the technology applied to it was beyond their comprehension. Whether it was because their technological level was too primitive, or because the Kai Ming star system held nothing of interest to the civilization, the probe vanished in an instant. The people of Manhwaedit Star worried whether that civilization might launch an extrasolar strike. This concern was not unreasonable if the probe was seen as a scout from ancient times. Having detected an enemy retreating was perfectly logical. That was why 80 years ago they began placing greater emphasis on upgrading their space fleet. And indeed, they had suffered an attack from another civilization, but in a manner completely different from what they had imagined. It was not an imperceptible extrasolar strike, nor a fleet deployment for a pitched battle in space. What they faced was an ocean of insect swarms capable of drowning everything. Within just a few days, the insect tide had swallowed over 30% of the land despite their desperate resistance. For biological creatures, even mindless wolves and tigers would feel fear upon seeing their kin die in droves, would be paralyzed by pain if their bodies were torn apart, would they not? Would sweeping particle beams not relieve the tense situation? For biological beings, this was a matter of course. But what did they face? Even after particle beams annihilated hundreds of thousands of enemies, the insects, just one step away from death, showed no trace of cowardice. Even when crushed, as long as life had not entirely ended, they still brandished the remnants of their bodies to attack. Even after eliminating hundreds of millions of foes, the insects kept pouring forth without end. This overwhelming sense of futility gave the Manhwaedit people a feeling akin to that of their ancestors facing the ocean. Back when technology was extremely underdeveloped, and they could only sail wooden boats to challenge the sea facing the towering waves, their ancestors must have felt this way. Reality dealt a harsh slap to all Manhwaedit people, awakening them from their illusions, loudly proclaiming how cruel true inter-civilization warfare could be. For the Manhwaedit Star people, this period was undoubtedly the darkest moment in history, not even comparable to the era of the Great Civil War. Children born in the Gongadi period who had enjoyed peace and felt war was far away learned the cruelty of war in just a few days. The fleet that once floated outside the planet had all returned, including the main vessels. This was done to shorten the fleet's resupply time and allow supply drones to reach the fleet's positions as quickly as possible. In that tiny instant, they could fire particle beams to alleviate the pressure on the ground forces. Apart from the fleet, the AI-controlled drone swarms performed admirably as well. Fortunately, the weapons carried by these little ones were effective. They had attempted to deploy troops deep into the ground, but that was the bug's main battlefield. A tide far more ferocious than the surface repelled all invaders. Clearing the underground bugs was not difficult. The key issue was that they could not initiate interstellar migration. This already battered mother planet had to be preserved. Under various constraints, some unconventional high-power weapons could not be used at all. The swarm was mostly composed of ground forces, and attacking them would inflict the same damage on the mother planet. They could only delay the swarm's advance as much as possible, placing all hope in the laboratories, expecting the researchers to produce useful results, at least to understand why this race could continuously generate new individuals, especially mature ones. This was an extremely demanding task. Scientific research, especially on alien species, is inherently not a short-term project. Everyone knew the reality, but the terrifying pressure of the insect tide forced them to pin all hopes on the labs. Meanwhile, research bases worldwide, regardless of the project or field, had all researchers set aside their current tasks and focus entirely on unraveling the secrets of the insect race. At a depth of 5600 meters in the deep sea, a vast research base was located. This deep-sea laboratory was built considering the possibility that an invading civilization might have the capability to rapidly strike the surface. Correspondingly, they had also considered the possibility of deep-sea cities, but in terms of area, the larger the scale, the greater the difficulty. Currently, city-level deep-sea structures were impossible, and building in shallow seas would defeat the purpose. The laboratory was brightly lit with light emitted from the walls, ensuring ample illumination. Two researchers were busy at the instruments. There were also dozens of intelligent robots in the room programmed with complex algorithms to perfectly execute the researchers' routine needs, the best lab assistants. The research base contained 226 such laboratories, all running at full capacity, attempting to study the mysteries of the insect race from various angles. Thanks to the sheer number of the insect tide, capturing live specimens was incredibly easy, so easy that specimens could easily fill the entire research base. Bang! A researcher suddenly lost control of his emotions and slammed his tentacle onto the instrument. Staring at the specimens in the observation room, all the knowledge he had once learned surfaced, then quickly faded, bringing him a deep sense of dejection. Since contacting the insect samples sent in, he felt as if he had stepped into a void space woven from stupidity and insignificance. He could not find words to describe how bizarre the creature before him was. The extremely unstable gene sequence would normally cause the organism to disintegrate and collapse, yet this creature was undoubtedly extremely stable. More importantly, he could discern no clues from it. All right, calm down. Another person advised him, taking out a vial of reagent and injecting it into his chest. This could temporarily free him from the shackles of fatigue and drowsiness. Since the first day, he had used 4 doses consecutively, a practice that was extremely harmful to the body and violated usage regulations, but he had no choice. Look how ugly this thing is. Even cut into pieces, it possesses tenacious vitality. More importantly, there is a deep-seated hostility, as if it were created solely to destroy us. The man said, "Does a creature like this even have a soul?" Perhaps, although everyone believes it doesn't exist, not in the sense of a ghostly soul, but self-awareness or something. This thing's mind is even worse than that of an ordinary bug, but no one can accept that. I can't either. It's too humiliating to be brought to the brink of civilization's destruction by something without a mind. The man sighed and continued, so currently everyone leans toward the idea that this thing has a commander. For example, it's somewhat like an extinct creature called Bima, which went extinct before you and I were born, but you should have some understanding of it. A type with only a single will for the entire population, or there might be multiple. No one dares to conclude whether what is invading us is an entire race or just a part of it. The conversation ended, their suffocating despair cutting off communication. Indeed, was it an entire race invading them, or just a vanguard or a small branch? If they annihilated them, would they soon face even more frenzied retaliation from the entire race? This was a possibility that froze their minds, too terrifying to contemplate. Boom. At that moment, a faint tremor and rumble came from above the research base. It must be Zika. Those creatures always ram the research base, though no one knows what attracts them. Zika were mutated creatures born after the Great Civil War due to severe ocean pollution. They lived in the deep sea with massive bodies and often rammed the research base's protective shield. Fortunately, their strength was not great. Normally, deep-sea fleets would drive them away, but now all fleets had surfaced to deal with the bugs. Boom. Another impact. Before the two could react, a third impact followed immediately. They finally realized something was wrong. This impact's force was clearly greater than that of a Zika. As if to confirm their suspicion, the alarm blared in an instant. There is an intruder. The AI took control of the research base's authority and activated all defensive weapon systems, but it was too late. Several huge bone spikes easily pierced the laboratory. Accompanied by a chilling biological signal, a ferocious giant creature tore the lab apart completely. "We found you, Mampuzelin Star people." In District 9, at a temporary garrison outpost, 4 young people sat together. Among them, 3 were raw recruits who had never handled firearms, while the remaining 1 was a veteran with 4 years of military service. They held oddly shaped rifles in their arms, the most widely issued weapon type in service, boasting the advantages of easy mass production and simple operation. Even recruits who had never touched a gun could become competent marksmen with the help of the arm-mounted exoskeleton device and AI assistance. In fact, had it not been for a severe civil war that accelerated global unification, their military equipment would not have remained at this level. War is often the catalyst for accelerating technological evolution. Of course, it would have been tolerable if it were only that. Additionally, in the era that had just stabilized, they had brushed past a far more advanced civilization, and this hypothetical adversary directly caused a severe distortion in the direction of technological development. The possibility of powerful starships and interstellar colonization. To achieve these 2 goals, even though the latter was already shelved, they devoted almost all their energy. If compared to a barrel, one plank was extremely long while the others were so short as to be nearly invisible. Even if there were improvements, they were basically byproducts of the Starship project. Their population was not large. For such dangerous ground combat, military robots should have been deployed. However, embarrassingly, they did not have enough military robots, and it was too late to manufacture them on the spot, so people had to take up arms to defend their homeland. The group was very nervous, including the veteran. Whether one had served 4 years or 40, they had only ever fought the enemy in AI-simulated battles, mostly space combat simulations. This was the first time they had actually set foot on the battlefield with guns in hand. They tried to ease their tension with jokes, but it didn't work. Then they chatted about trivialities of life, which completely backfired. One of them lived in the outermost ring, the lowest level of the entire planet. Another also lived in the outer ring, but had recently obtained a job and was expected to enter the second ring. The third person was a native of the middle ring, never having experienced the hardships of the outer ring. The veteran's father was a servant to a wealthy family in the central ring. To display his benevolence, the rich man allowed the servant's children to move into the central ring as well. For people, 4 different worlds. There were no common topics among them. Moreover, not long ago there had been huge social contradictions between these 4 types of people. In the silent environment, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Boom. At that moment, the temporary garrison outpost suddenly trembled. The veteran stood up, put on his weapons and equipment, reminded the others to use suppressants in time, if injured, then rushed out, without looking back. One of the 3, the one from the lowest outer ring, besides tension and fear, felt an indescribable excitement. From the day of his birth, Tello had lived in the most polluted outer ring. Although the pollution was not as severe as outside the wall without any protection, it was not much better. The most direct evidence was that their lifespan was only a quarter of others. He had been resentful, he had struggled, but due to his physical deformity from living in a contaminated environment since childhood, no company was willing to give him a chance. Tello had thought about taking revenge on society, but since birth every outer ring person had been implanted with an imperfect chip connected to an AI program that monitored their actions every moment. Once a crime was committed, the chip would immediately explode. Occasionally erroneous explosions also occurred, taking innocent lives, but who cared? Tello could no longer bear such humiliation. He wept bitterly over his disgusting fate, then locked himself in his filthy nest, surviving on relief nutrient paste every day. A tough old man kept saying it tasted like tree bark, but Tello had never even seen a tree. He lost his spirit and just wanted to live out his life in despair. Under such circumstances, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. That day he saw the sky ignited by falling fire. A crisis that could destroy the planet Mampulin erupted. He opened a book from ancient times, and all the words twisted and gathered into the same sentence. Military merits could be a channel for class mobility. Staying in the outer ring meant death. The worst outcome of joining the battle was also death. If he survived and won, he would no longer be that lowly piece of trash. Let's go to the battlefield. Tello checked his exoskeleton, confirmed it was fine, and walked out after coldly dropping that sentence. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, starships rumbled continuously. Ion beams intersected, cutting off the bug swarm like a canopy. But as in past battles, the bugs bypassed by burrowing underground. A small starship descended to a very close range to reduce the loss of ion beams in the air. A massive creature suddenly leaped up. The energy shield capable of protecting against a small starship collision was completely useless and was instantly pierced by a huge bone spur. Boom. The monster did not pause for a moment. After shooting down one ship, it landed and burrowed down again, forcing the other starships to choose to climb higher. Witnessing this scene, Tello's firm heart cracked. What kind of thing were they facing? Rustle, rustle. From underground came a dense rustling sound, then the ground collapsed. Tello's small backpack jetpack activated immediately, but a black ocean had already surged before him. Is it expressing dissatisfaction? Chen Mo murmured softly, observing from the mother nest, as Samuel leaped from underground to shatter a warship. You know, neither Samuel nor any of us could ever harbor feelings of discontent toward you, Shur immediately responded. I'm not questioning your loyalty. This mission was indeed somewhat challenging for it. A rare smile crossed Chen Mo's lips. Sure, Lin Samuel. They were the few intelligent units within the entire swarm sharing the same core genetic chain. Yet due to divergent specializations, they had incorporated numerous other genes, resulting in distinct abilities and personalities. First, as the secondary commander, Sure possessed no superfluous abilities and had even sacrificed its own combat capabilities, becoming a purely composed behind Thessine's commander. It could single-handedly control nearly 2 billion swarm soldiers, and when managing simple operations in small groups, that number rose to 5 billion. In contrast, Lin's role was to precisely allocate resources and analyze the evolutionary potential of genes, occasionally learning the technologies of other civilizations. The price of this was relinquishing control over the swarm tide. It could only manage less than 300 million swarm soldiers. As for the last Samuel, its situation was even more dire. It could control at most around 100 million. The majority of the swarm soldiers rampaging on Manhwaedit Star were actually being commanded by Shur. Samuel was never born as a commander. It possessed many powerful combat genes, and under Lin's research these genes were arranged and combined in an extremely marginal manner. This was originally impossible, but Samuel miraculously came into existence. Before it, Lin had failed tens of thousands of times. From the moment of its birth, Samuel was infused with a bellicose nature. As the most powerful individual in the swarm, it was sufficiently savage. The strategy for manhwaedit star essentially contradicted Samuel's nature and role. It was best suited to lead an elite force of about 50 million swarm soldiers invading a civilization hidden with overwhelming force. Enduring underground for so many days, it was hardly surprising that it couldn't resist leaping out to strike the warship. It won't be long now. Chen Mo tapped the armrest lightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the void, glimpsing a distant future. In truth, the invasion of manhwaedit star was far from blind. Though resources were scarce here and useful genes were unobtainable, the planet possessed something crucial to the current swarm. Stable nuclear fusion drive technology, or rather the material synthesis technology, capable of withstanding the extreme heat generated during fusion. Before the invasion truly began, Sure had conducted a comprehensive assessment of the planet. It had to be said this was the most suitable civilization to invade. First, its military strength was not particularly formidable, ensuring the swarm's ultimate victory. Second, there was the material technology mentioned above. They possessed spacecraft capable of reaching 80% light speed, a precise figure obtained by Samuel after infiltrating the laboratory. Along with it came the material synthesis technology. The raw materials for this composite metal were not scarce, with abundant reserves on both manhwaedit star and another planet within the star system. Lin was currently delving into this technology, and it was believed that before long the targets and the fleet would achieve equality. Additionally, among the laboratory records, there was a highly intriguing document. This file had been encrypted with multiple layers, and Samuel successfully deceived the AI to obtain it by using a modified parasite to infest several high-ranking researchers. Manhwaedit star had encountered another civilization, though only a probe. Still, there was a possibility that the other side might dispatch a fleet. According to their reports, that civilization possessed technology beyond imagination. This piqued Chen Mo's immense interest. The very essence of the swarm was ceaseless plunder and acquisition to accelerate its own evolution. Chen Mo was not a rigid traditionalist. Though the swarm relied on genetic evolution to achieve transcendence, he welcomed the opportunity to ride the wave of technology, such as the nuclear fusion drive and composite materials currently under analysis. The ultimate evolutionary direction was certainly biological nuclear fusion. But until that was truly realized, wouldn't it be better to use their technology? After obtaining this document, Chen Mo changed his strategy. He would not only annex all the technology of manhwaedit star, but also turn the planet into a massive trap waiting for potential prey. If the prey proved too powerful, Chen Mo would abandon it without hesitation. If there was a possibility of hunting, the swarm would once again ascend the ladder of advancement. Samuel, accelerate. Chen Mo's command traveled through the mother nest network, transmitted as a biological signal to Samuel. Samuel responded, holding nothing back, and accelerated the pace of consumption. The direct manifestation of all this was to add another stroke of pitch-black despair to the already hopeless manhwaedit. Granada slumped in his chair, the military chip embedded in his forehead, constantly receiving information. If this were an ancient era where reports had to be written on physical objects rather than the modern age of technological advancement, a single day's battle reports from the front line would be enough to burst this room. He was a child born during the white-hot phase of the war. After the United Government was established, he took up the banner and spent his entire life waving it in support. No matter how dire the predicament, even when standing on a perilous road shrouded in thick fog with no clear path ahead, he never showed the slightest discouragement. With an almost fanatical stubbornness, he led the people through. He admitted that the current manhwaedit star was far from ideal, but he was also certain that if anyone else were in command, they would not do 100% better than he had. Granada's glorious achievements were celebrated by all. He was hailed as the savior of civilization, the navigator of manhwaedit star. He possessed a discerning eye that could see through everything, guiding people through the mist. But this time that discerning eye had grown dim. He had lost his way, and no matter which path he took, he encountered an insurmountable barrier. As the navigator, all he could do was choose a slightly shorter wall and pray for a smooth crossing. The office door opened, and a well-dressed man walked in. He was the executive officer appointed by Granada himself. "Are you ready?" Granada asked wearily. "Your orders have been executed. As of now, we have 345 warships capable of long-term space navigation, accommodating at most 2 million residents. The selection has been made based on comprehensive criteria, including position, age, and physical condition." The man replied. Yes, this was the short wall Granada had chosen. According to the analysis of each laboratory, there was no way to eliminate the bugs unless they destroyed manhwaedit star itself. They had no hope of reclaiming manhwaedit star, leaving only the path of forced interstellar migration. Now manhwaedit star still had 70 million people. From these 70 million, they had to select 2 million for migration. A probability of 1 in 35, a cruel number. And even that 1 in 35 was not safe. In previous years they had launched countless probes, yet no habitable planet had been found. This decision was a massive gamble filled with uncertainty, danger, unpredictability, and cruelty toward the remaining 68 million people. These people did not even have the right to participate in the gamble. From the very beginning, they were abandoned, destined to die at the same time. With the inevitable loss of manhwaedit star, Granada decided to destroy the planet that had been their home since the dawn of civilization, taking all the bugs on manhwaedit star with it. This was a matter of the entire civilization, far surpassing any decision in history. When this horrifying decision was first proposed, it was unsurprisingly met with universal opposition, but faced with the unshakable truth, they all fell silent. They had no choice, no retreat. These 68 million people and manhwaedit star were doomed to be abandoned. Better to destroy it outright than to leave it to the bugs. Boom. The roar came from outside as warships descended one after another. The bugs did not have particularly strong aerial forces. This was a rare piece of good news. The selected 2 million people gathered at various boarding points, embarking on an unknown path from this moment. All high-ranking officials and researchers boarded the ships except for one person, the executive officer appointed as the ultimate weapon capable of destroying the entire planet. The activation process was extremely cumbersome. It required the keys of over 20 high-level officials, and the final confirmation had to be manually operated. AI did not have that authority. Originally, the candidate was not the executive officer, but he convinced Granada and became the one to personally destroy them. During the boarding time, the executive officer went to the control room of the ultimate weapon and with the assistance of AI completed all the preliminary procedures. The 345 warships carrying all hope lifted off. As they broke through the atmosphere, they were unsurprisingly intercepted by the Mangju fleet. The 345 warships did not slow down. Surrounding them were the remaining short-range small warships which sacrificed themselves by self-destructing, blasting open a path of survival. Let's begin. When they reached the predicted safe distance, Granada spoke the first key, and then the other high-ranking officials followed in order. They widened their eyes, ready to witness the destruction of their mother planet. But nothing happened. manhwaedit star floated in space, as always, with no sign of destruction. Loda, Granada shouted, but it was futile. The executive officer had unilaterally cut off communication beforehand. So these are all the keys. The executive officer stood before the console, and a bug emerged from the back of his neck. Parasite. After fully analyzing the genes of the manhwaedit star people, Lin gave the parasites the ability to parasitize them. During the earlier bug invasion of the laboratories, nearly every lab had researchers who escaped. How could such luck be possible? Every researcher who left was implanted with a parasite, and through them many officials, including the executive officer, were parasitized. As the executor of the interstellar migration plan, when arranging the boarding, the executive officer placed a large number of parasitized individuals in every warship. Thus, in the inescapable void of space within the sealed warships, if a bug outbreak occurred from within, their fate was sealed. Respected Overlord, I am sure. Regarding the situation of the manhwaedit civilization, I have compiled the following report, which will be submitted to you through the Hive network. From the moment the first Mangju set foot on manhwaedit to the destruction of this civilization, it took us 18 days. If the preliminary preparations are included, the timeline extends to 5 months. Here we have acquired new technologies, including, but not limited to, the following. Mature plasma technology. I am pleased to announce that our plasma worms have lived up to their name. By installing them on the Mangju and the droppers, we have gained effective long-range strike capabilities. To enhance their power, we attempted to synthesize larger plasma worms. The progress is very promising. For a long time to come, this may become our most powerful long-range strike method. Regarding the synthesis technology for heat-resistant and pressure-resistant materials, we have fully mastered it. By assimilating the data obtained from manhwaedit spacecraft, we have modified the Mangju and the droppers. Nuclear fusion spacecraft capable of reaching 80% of the speed of light can now be mass-produced. Currently, we are moving toward biological nuclear fusion and fully controllable cold fusion. We have also rewritten the genetic codes of all the young ones, making them more superior. This is obviously a time-consuming task, but the rewards are substantial. Based on some fossil remains on the manhwaedit planet, we found a biological fossil from an ancient era. Their eggs spread in the form of spores. We have attempted to synthesize them using similar genes, but never succeeded. Now we have filled the gap, and the infection speed of the swarm will see an improvement. Furthermore, to meet the upcoming plans, we have added more gene chains to the decomposers. Now 3 of them can be combined into one incubator mother. Even at extremely distant locations, the incubator mother can plunder resources, infect structures, and spread the incubation grounds at the cost of its own sacrifice. We have added new composite metals to the chitinous shells of the beasts and installed a certain number of plasma worms and radiation worms. They are evolving in the direction of mobile fortress. A nuclear fusion device has been installed inside Samair, which can greatly enhance its aggression in a short period. Although the activation process brings immense pain, fortunately Samair has no pain nerves. Lin is facing the issue of gene integration. This is a planet that has existed for over 6 billion years and once harbored various miraculous creatures. Unfortunately, the remaining fossils are almost all incomplete. Lin is attempting to repair the gene chains to obtain complete and valuable genes. The older generation of young ones has been recycled, which has replenished the consumed resources to a certain extent. The remaining resources are supplemented by devouring the asteroid belt. The mineral extraction progress on the Manhwaedit planet has reached 40%, which is the maximum limit to maintain the planet's stability. The extraction progress on another asteroid has reached 70%. There is also another gratifying piece of news. In the neighboring Loriman galaxy, which is adjacent to our home galaxy, we found a gas giant planet. On it we discovered the gas resource that we have been lacking. The Manhwaedit people also discovered this planet, but they did not seem to utilize this type of gas effectively. According to your orders, we reinforced the Manhwaedit planet before evacuation and left a certain number of decomposers as bait. The above is the full content of this report. The Overlord is immortal, and the swarm endures forever. Shi's report was transmitted to Chen Mo's thought system through the Hive network. As the Overlord, whose will permeates the entire civilization, in fact these matters do not require Shi to compile and report. Chen Mo can instantly receive the dynamics of the entire swarm and extract useful information from them. This does not take much time, but since he chose to hibernate in the early stages of the voyage, Shi's semi-annual routine reports and special reports for incidents have become a tradition. Shi always handles things thoroughly. Chen Mo trusts it deeply. This trust stems from the unique social model of the swarm. The relationship between them is not that of an ancient emperor and a chancellor. No matter the reason or the situation, Shi will never have any selfish motives. Even if it requires sacrificing itself and the entire group, it will unhesitatingly carry out the Overlord's will. Chen Mo opened his eyes. The distant wall blazed with intense light as billions of fireflies gathered together. At Chen Mo's thought, they each arrived at predetermined positions, forming different patterns. This was not a vague command for attack or collection, but a much more specific and precise manipulation. In comparison, if Shi were to handle the same billions of individuals, it would never be able to achieve this level. This was a game Chen Mo invented to pass the time. On one hand, it served as entertainment, on the other it trained his micromanagement ability. Compared to the beginning, it showed a leap-forward improvement. But strangely, Chen Mo felt no sense of accomplishment. Even though he had lost his emotions, he was not yet so indifferent because an indescribable emotion still echoed in his mind. That was definitely not a sense of achievement or satisfaction. To describe it, naturalness would be more appropriate. He had a feeling that he was not evolving from a weakling to a strong one, but rather a strong one gradually recovering his original strength. This was a very strange feeling. Besides this, another matter troubled him. Why did the swarm hive appear on his previous planet, and why did it regard him as its master? Chen Mo had conducted experiments in which organisms were directly evolved into overlords. Of course, this overlord was not an overlord in the true sense, but an intelligent unit one level lower than Shi. However, whether through the hive or the living armor, the experiments all ended in failure. They simply could not withstand the massive injection of gene chains. The birth of intelligent units must go through the incubation step. The only exception was Chen Mo himself. He seemed to be the most special existence in the universe. A spacecraft of peculiar design hurtled through the void at nearly half the speed of light, 23 light-years from the Manhwaedit star. Within the craft, the control console flickered with myriad lights, yet no operator was present. An advanced AI program had assumed the task. The two life forms aboard lay in suspended animation, and when they were finally awakened, 4 years had elapsed. The vessel had entered the Kaixing star system 2 years prior, now a mere 0.2 light-years from the Manhwaedit star. The two were roused from their cryogenic chambers, their forms as unconventional as the ship itself. One being had no eyes, no ears, no mouth. Its head like a smooth egg, its body resembling a hard-shelled octopus tentacle. From beneath the head sprouted 10 rigid appendages, each splitting into 3 finer tendrils. The other was 3 times smaller, its entire form a metallic gray with a shimmering luster. A gem-like object of amethyst crystal was embedded in its front, surrounded by a ring of feelers beneath, which countless tiny bristles spread. A tube roughly the thickness of a pencil holder connected one part of its body to a disc that dragged along the ground, reminiscent, if one insisted, of a floor lamp. With the AI's assistance, the two restored their bodily functions, inspected the ship, and partook of their first meal in 20 years, a black viscous substance akin to softened asphalt rich in nutrients. They could also opt for nutrient injections which would sustain them for a month without food, but time was ample, so such measures were unnecessary. The octopus plunged its tentacles into the mucus, and a golden ring-shaped object dropped from the junction with its head. This was its mouth. The other being used the feelers beneath its head to break down the food. The two were utterly dissimilar, seemingly not of the same species. In truth, the disparity went beyond biology. They were life forms from different star systems, their distinct appearances shaped by divergent environments. Yet they now belong to a single civilization. Though ancient, irreconcilable enmity once existed between them, when faced with a mightier foe, they had chosen unity. Through the erosion of endless ages, they had become an inseparable collective. 120 years ago, their probes encountered a weak civilization, which puzzled them. For this region had been surveyed long ago, and no civilization of value had been detected then. Perhaps they were too feeble back then, too insignificant for the probes to notice. Now let us establish diplomatic relations with. 40 years ago, the two embarked on this mission, departing in a small spacecraft. It was not a difficult task, and they understood its true purpose. Over a long stretch of time, they had established diplomacy with more than 10 weak civilizations, imparting technology and fostering their growth. Not out of altruism, but as a stratagem to evade 7 strikes from a superior civilization. Damn it. At the thought of this, the octopus pounded the table in fury, a humiliation none could forget. For tens of millennia, they had been forced to skulk and hide all because of the lethal threat from a single civilization. Anger accomplishes nothing. Has your emotion inhibitor malfunctioned? Asked the floor lamp. It's not activated. Forget it. We've already set on the right path. Even if we cannot achieve it in our lifetime, future generations will one day reclaim the disgrace. The octopus gazed into the cosmos, aided by instruments. Even without eyes, he could perceive a dim, lusterless planet, their destination. Months later, as the spacecraft approached the manhwaedit star, they beheld the ravaged planet barely maintaining stability, and doubt crept in. They even wondered if they had arrived at the wrong place. This was utterly different from the data transmitted by the probes. Though the planet had been in a dilapidated state, even then it would not have become like this for millions of years. Scan. The spacecraft ascended above the planet, releasing a magnetic field that enveloped the entire globe. Data streamed into. According to the assessment, the manhwaedit star had only 50 years of life remaining. What happened here? At that moment of confusion, the craft detected a biological signal on the planet. Without hesitation, they ordered the vessel to descend. They took out a foil-like sheet roughly the size of a palm, which unfurled to wrap them tightly. The most basic protective suit for the manhwaedit star had lost its atmosphere. The spacecraft landed. The two opened the hatch, an ordinary action, yet one that subtly reflected the civilization's sophistication. The vessel had no airlock. When the door opened, the interior was directly exposed to the external environment, yet the cabin's conditions remained unchanged. Setting foot on the barren planet, the same words surfaced in both minds. Bare. This place is as clean as your head. The lamp communicated to the octopus via biological signal. This was not an insult about the octopus being empty-headed, but a literal description. Just like the octopus' smooth, featureless head, the manhwaedit star was excessively clean. Aside from the earth beneath their feet, all resources had been stripped away. Because the civilization's development had been extremely rapid and the planet's resources were scarce, they had long since plunged. Let's dig out that life form quickly. This was merely a figure of speech. They had no need for actual shovels. The craft's scanning system precisely pinpointed the target, and the entire block of soil rose up. They sent the captured life form into the examination room. A creature without intelligence, no value, said the octopus. No, it possesses an extraordinarily complex genetic chain. We have yet to encounter a similar life form. It is worth taking back. The civilization on this planet has either perished or departed. We have gained nothing else. This can be our harvest. The lamp convinced the octopus. The two took the decomposer with them, conducted half a year of observation, confirmed its living habits, then programmed the AI system, and entered suspended animation once more. Little did they know that everything within the ship was transmitted through the decomposer's eyes to the king of the Zerg civilization, who sat on a blood-soaked throne watching the sleeping pair with cold indifference. Chen Mo had always maintained a proper reverence for the cosmos and harbored sufficient vigilance toward other civilizations. Given the size of the spacecraft, it was likely only a small vessel, yet it integrated multiple technologies surpassing those of the manhwaedit star. What then would the civilization itself be like? Chen Mo did not know the answer. It might be a tough nut to crack, but it was worth a try. The civilization's strength had not yet reached a level that would force the Zerg to retreat. The Overlord is immortal. The Zerg shall endure. As long as the Overlord remained unharmed, any loss was acceptable to the Zerg. And Chen Mo was located 5 light-years from the manhwaedit star, far more distant from the civilization of the lamp and the octopus. From the spacecraft's class and the decoded biological signals of the two over the past 6 months, Chen Mo could conclude that this civilization lacked the ability to deliver instantaneous strikes across dozens of light-years. That was his confidence. The decomposer metamorphosed into an incubator mother at the most opportune moment. The lamp and the octopus had made a fatal mistake, perhaps because of the overly harmonious behavior among the decomposers. They had confined them all together. This saved the decomposers much trouble. Had they been housed separately, they could not have transformed into an incubator mother. The AI program awakened the two immediately and activated the spacecraft's defensive measures. But this was a low-specification vessel with limited internal defenses. Once the spacecraft was destroyed and a stable incubator established, Sure and Samayer chose self-destruction without hesitation. The incubation chamber using stored genetic codes resurrected both dozens of light-years away. The development of civilization requires peace and stability, while war may be the best catalyst. Excessive burning turns everything to ash. However, this theorem holds no validity for the insect race. Endless warfare and plunder are the essence of the insect race. From the very beginning, they embarked on an evolutionary path entirely opposite to that of other civilizations. In preparation for the potential emergence of advanced civilizations, Chen Mo made all necessary arrangements. He gathered ample resources and restructured the gene chain of the incubation chamber, enabling faster hatching speeds, and then it was done. Indeed, only these two actions. No strategies, no schemes, no scouting. Faced with civilizations far superior to the insect race, Chen Mo could rely not on cunning, but on the very means by which the insect race survives. In the asteroid belt which the civilization had carelessly overlooked, numerous incubation chambers were constructed, allowing for the rapid hatching of enough forces that even 3 commanders and several lesser intelligent units could not fully command. Their target was a new colonization planet, one that was unsuitable for biological life, yet the civilization had somehow breathed life into it. According to information gathered from the spacecraft, the civilization's home planet and main activity zone were not located within this star system, resulting in a relatively low defensive strength. This was the primary reason the insect race could remain hidden in the chaotic asteroid belt without detection. They had not invested the necessary military defenses on this planet. Leading the charge was Samuel, one of the 3 commanders who under Chen Mo's remote control commanded an insect tide numbering 800 billion, marking the grand opening of the civilization's invasion. 5 million Menki eagles spread out, each equipped with hundreds of mutated plasma worms. They emitted chaotic biological signals, and the plasma orbs heated to over 1,000,000 degrees, briefly charged, trailing magnificent tails, as if divine retribution was suddenly descending. Such an assault would send shivers down the spines of lower civilizations. However, for this powerful civilization that had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg, even an improving planet still under construction could hardly be affected by such an attack. At the moment the plasma orbs were fired, the planet's atmosphere was instantly filled with densely packed robots, standard black spheres equipped with 64 energy emitters and receivers. It took them merely 18 milliseconds from their appearance to forming a protective energy field. In the next moment, the plasma orbs finally arrived, and the 2 streams of energy collided, scattering luminous points across the sky, like falling stars quickly vanishing into the cosmos. Regarding this outcome, all commanders observing the battlefield displayed no emotional fluctuations. If a mere 500 million plasma worms could capture this planet, even if it were on the fringes of civilization in a state of unpreparedness, it would hardly reflect the stature of an advanced civilization. The plasma worms recharged, and 30 million deployers floated out from behind them. Their abdomens heaved, and the composite metals within retracted into their bodies, halting all power output. The fusion reactors unleashed maximum power, converting all energy into propulsion to hurl the insect fortresses toward the planet at nearly 25% of the speed of light. The reinforced insect fortresses fell like a torrential rain, and the pressure on the protective energy shield surged explosively. In response to this situation, the robots simultaneously emitted red light, and a medium-sized warship emerged from the other side, surrounded by dozens of escort ships and hundreds of spacecraft. Samuel glanced over, leaping off the Menki Eagle. Metal spikes shot out from his feet, unfolding into 2 composite thrusters with blue flames mixed with bright white spouting forth. Using the chaotic stream of insect fortresses as cover, he sneakily approached above an escort ship, and with a strike of his front limbs made of mixed composite metal pierced through the protective energy field of the escort ship, causing a liquefied plasma stream to explode and create a large hole in the ship's armor. Seeing the horrified pilot within, Samuel grinned wickedly and fired an expanding plasma projectile. In the explosion's fiery embrace, a high-energy beam surged towards Samuel. He immediately raised his arm to block, but the next moment he saw the composite metal melting away. Indeed, one cannot underestimate you. Samuel's shoulder opened to reveal a jet propelling him away from the path of the high-energy beam, while simultaneously tending to his injuries and rallying insect soldiers, not aiming to stop the fleet, but merely to buy time. Under the impact of the insect fortresses, this planet had yet to install large energy devices. The energy consumed by the robots could not be replenished in time, and the defenses of the energy field had clearly weakened. The fleet evidently realized this, as well, turning their cannons to target the deployers. The accumulated energy caused the space around the cannon muzzles to expand. In the next moment, a high-temperature beam entwining radioactive materials and liquid ions tore through the darkness. It was the strongest attack method of this warship. However, was it stopped? The captain stared in shock at the beam that had only partially fired. According to predictions, the beam should have carved a massive gap, alleviating the defense of the deployed protective units. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, and the subsequent enlarged image left them trembling and forever etched in their memories. Insects, countless insects. They used themselves as shields, recklessly charging into the path of the beam. Even if millions, hundreds of millions, or billions of their kind turned to cosmic dust, the remaining individuals showed no signs of wavering. They staunchly intercepted the beam with their lives. At that moment, the energy field which had been continuously bearing the impacts finally shattered, and the falling insect fortresses were engulfed in flames. Time 4:06. Location: Renard Galaxy, Planet Vanter. Type: Military Report. Insect. Sender: Captain Tina of the Destroyer. Respected leader, based on our observations of Planet Vanter, we are facing entirely unknown organisms. No similar race or civilization exists in our database. They possess an indomitable will and reproduce at an alarming rate. Since the first battle report, they have completely overrun Planet Vanter, making purification impossible. We attempted to capture live specimens, but upon successful capture, the insects self-destruct. They communicate via biological signals. We used instruments to block these signals, yet it proved futile. During their occupation of Planet Vanter, they have been continuously mining resources, yet without using any fleet to transport them outward. This perplexes us. Do they intend to use Planet Vanter as a permanent stronghold? Threat assessment: moderate. Recommendation: extermination strike. End of report. A man lay within a complex apparatus as 16 mechanical arms descended from the ceiling to replace parts of his body. Leader, please deactivate the transmission system, the operator at the console said softly. The man nodded. The azure holographic screen displaying the report retracted into his eyes. The next moment, a mechanical arm plucked out his eyes while another installed a new mechanical eye in its place. Aside from his brain, which controlled everything, his entire body was forged from machinery. 2 reactors served as his energy source. During routine operations, only the controlled cold fusion reactor was active. For combat, the unstable antimatter reactor would be briefly activated, causing immense pain that even high-spec pain suppressors could barely mitigate. Upon activation, all mechanical components would be damaged, requiring full replacement, and there was always the risk of self-annihilation. Routine maintenance complete. I will now apply the condensation outer skin, the operator announced. The man lay within another apparatus. The operator infused liquid condensation material, using the machine to shape the man's exterior. Step by step, the man's form gradually emerged. His physique was exceptionally robust, far more so than the average being in their civilization, standing approximately 35 meters tall. This was the necessary price to accommodate the antimatter reactor. As typical beings in their civilization measured around 5 meters, this caused inconveniences in daily life. His overall form resembled a retro robot, with a complete torso, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Thank you for your... The man flexed his wrists. The cold fusion reactor within him began to operate, emitting an oppressive aura that even the complex insulation systems could not fully suppress. It is my duty, the operator said with a slight bow, reminding the man of his next maintenance schedule before he left. The man waved a hand. Along his path, everyone he encountered showed their respect, addressing him as leader. This was his name, or rather his title. From the day of his birth, he was called leader and raised accordingly. The most significant influence, however, came from the knowledge directly implanted during the embryonic stage. The civilization needed a leader, and so he was born. For the Lorford civilization, this was perfectly normal. To begin his work, he went to the incubation chamber, as usual. It was a bright, spacious room housing 327 incubation pods, each containing an embryo with its own label. Even before birth, their lifelong professions were predetermined. This was how he came into being. The leader's gaze swept across the pods. Several contained embryos destined for simple professions that AI could fully replace. In the past, the Lorford civilization had done exactly that, rarely birthing new life. With the extreme advancement of AI, people uploaded their consciousness to virtual worlds to find themselves, while AI managed everything in the civilization. Then the birth of the intelligent machine civilization made them taste the bitter fruit they had sown, an impact that lingers to this day. Since then, while the Lorford civilization still valued AI development and use, they no longer relied on it entirely. Many positions were filled by humans themselves whenever possible. The 327 embryos here were all destined for government positions. Otherwise, embryos were typically cultivated on other planets. Children born this way exhibited excellence in various aspects from a young age, but their potential was capped from the start. To ensure the civilization's stability, each individual's excellence was tailored only to their designated role, with no room for further growth. Here, one's birth truly determined their entire life. After his routine inspection, the leader went to his office. A room 5 times larger than the incubation chamber, sparsely furnished with only a symbolic desk and a chair with a special magnetic field. Since his entire body was mechanical, this field effectively relaxed him. He began handling state affairs as usual, starting with the orbital issues of 2 planets. The empty room lit up as beams of light interwove to form a nearly tangible galaxy. After making simple adjustments to the positions, the leader issued commands and opened a past report. They had sent a spacecraft to contact a nascent civilization. According to the report, the civilization on that planet had vanished. The 2 envoys sent out brought back an unrecorded new species. Shortly after, they received another message. The ship's destruction report with the AI recording the entire process. Insects hop. The leader reopened Captain Tina's report and all the footage of the initial assault on planet Vanter. A certain level of technology, an indomitable will, and terrifying numbers. Any other civilization would surely find. The leader had no intention of allowing the insects to develop on planet Vanter. Not only had they attacked a planet belonging to the Lorford civilization, but more importantly, they posed a threat. Though they seemed weak now, their behavior revealed a biological civilization brimming with danger. He raised the threat assessment 1 level above Captain Tina's evaluation and issued the order to destroy planet Vanter. A warship hovered silently above the rings of the planet Vanter, a massive carrier class, main vessel 3 kilometers in length, the Tianji Hao. A main vessel of great significance to the Lower Fu civilization. This was the first large main vessel developed after the AI revolution caused a rupture in the civilization's technological advancement. Though time had passed and more vessels of the same or even higher classes had emerged, the people of the Lower Fu civilization still considered it a great honor to serve aboard the Tianji Hao. The 47th captain of the Tianji Hao issued commands in the operations room. He was a stern-faced man, and like the rest of the crew, he considered it a tremendous privilege to serve on the Tianji Hao, even though this destiny had been decided before his birth. The ship's crew collected planetary data, as usual, a task they had performed countless times. The Tianji Hao was now among the trailing vessels of the first echelon, but a first echelon vessel was still a first echelon vessel. The Tianji Hao remained the unstoppable blade it had always been, and thus the task of probing dangerous star systems had always fallen upon it, though this time was slightly different. This planet, not long ago belonging to the Lower Fu civilization, was now claimed by a civilization they had never seen before, or rather a biological swarm. The criteria for whether a swarm could be deemed a civilization had always been ambiguous. If the captain were to analyze it, he would not consider these insects a civilization. They had built no structures, exhibited no clear class stratification, and possessed no individual self-awareness. They were like soulless husks toiling ceaselessly, and when their bodies were on the verge of decay, they decomposed themselves to offer the swarm one final value. Rather than a civilization, the captain preferred to call the insects a weapon, or perhaps an AI program under remote control, much like the AIs once controlled by the Lower Fu civilization. At this thought, the captain's emotions slipped slightly out of control, but the emotion suppressor quickly took effect, restoring his calm. Do not blame him. It was not a lack of self-control, but the impact of that event that still afflicted the entire civilization to this day. He gazed at the solid light screen, where streams of data rapidly appeared. Velocity confirmed. Coordinates confirmed. Target lock. Hull reinforcement enhanced, standard level I. Authorization confirmed. Energy units normal. Ready to fire. All units monitor closely. The crew operated every part of the Tianji Hao with practiced ease, for familiarity bred fluidity. Yet if they were truly at war with a civilization of equal standing, they wasted far too much time. A fatal flaw. With a fully functional AI, the entire process could be shortened by at least 30-fold. The AI aboard the Tianji Hao, and indeed the military AIs of all fleets, could only serve in the most superficial auxiliary roles. Some had once proposed restarting AI research, but even the idea of creating an AI far weaker than the apocalypse was met with unanimous opposition. They would rather slow the pace of civilization's progress than endure the pain of the past again. Energy accumulated, ready to fire. The main cannon, long charged, radiated a blinding light. In the instant the charge was complete, all light vanished, replaced by a terrifying, suffocating dread that spread with astonishing speed. On the Tianji Hao's detection panel, the energy concentrated at the tip of the main cannon was displayed in terrifying numbers. With the captain's command, a beam of superheated light erupted, instantly piercing the planet Fanti. Under the monstrous heat, soil, minerals, and the insects hidden within, everything that had not yet touched the energy column was vaporized. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet was punched through. Launch antimatter payload. Yes, sir. A black container was propelled by a thruster through the breach into the planet's core. The captain pressed the activation button, and then the planet Fantier vanished. In an extraordinarily short time, it first experienced an unprecedented earthquake, rapidly collapsing inward. The planet shrank like a deflated balloon, its volume diminishing swiftly. Just as it seemed about to stabilize, it reached a critical threshold, and the collapsing Fantier abruptly disintegrated into countless fragments floating in space. Target destroyed. Inspect Tianji house status. Main cannon's forward section damaged, hull integrity compromised by 5%. Begin repairs. Estimated repair time. Reports poured in like snowflakes. The captain efficiently handled each matter, then dispatched shuttles and floating robots to clear the battlefield. Looking at the insect corpses drifting among the debris, he felt a pang of headache. It seems ITLL take a while to clean up. Capable of destroying a planet. No, with that level of power, even a star should be within their means. Chen Mo replayed the footage of the Tianji how destroying the planet. To be honest, it was not unexpected. After all, even the Manhwaedit star had planet-destroying devices. It would have been strange if the Laorfu civilization could not do the same. Overlord, the research on the Laorfu civilization's biological genes is complete. The parasitic spores and parasite genes have been optimized. Lin's message came through the Hive network. Good work. Chen Mo stood up, and before him floated the images of 5-star systems. These were the coordinates obtained from the escort ships infected during the invasion of planet Fanta, a mere fraction of the Laorfu civilization's domain. They possessed a vast number of star systems, each separated by immense distances. Strangely, the Laorfu civilization clearly had not yet mastered space-folding technology. With such distances, even routine travel would take decades, a behavior inconsistent with a normal civilization. Between the 2-star systems, there were many habitable planets that should have been colonized. Though puzzled, Chen Mo saw this as an opportunity. Against the full might of the Laorfu civilization, victory was impossible, but against a fragmented Laorfu civilization, the odds improved significantly. Due to the distances, the overall strategy would take considerable time, but time was the one thing he had in abundance. There is plenty of time. Chen Mo's voice faded into the void, and in the dark space, hundreds of millions of fluorescent insects danced gracefully. The Tiziel civilization, located 139 light-years from the Fanier planet, was one of the colonized planets of the Laorfu civilization, yet it differed from traditional colonization. The Laorfu civilization preserved the original civilization of this star system and supported its vigorous development, even constructing laboratories there to enable the Tiziel civilization to make a leap forward. In their eyes, the Laorfu civilization symbolized strength and benevolence, offering help without expecting anything in return, allowing them to experience the rare warmth between cosmic civilizations. Phew! A rather harsh panting sound echoed in the laboratory. Watching his colleague, who had suddenly awakened with red and blue light flickering on his body, Audiobooks continued his work and asked with a flat bio signal, "Nightmare." Yes. Even though I used the dream regulator and suppressor, they still couldn't work. Bray tried to suppress the lingering fear. He had dreamed of being in a void of darkness with countless knowledge flooding into his mind, then drilling out like bullets. He couldn't move or speak. He possessed everything, yet it vanished in an instant, tormenting him until he was utterly exhausted before escaping the darkness. This state had persisted for a long time. The more frequent this phenomenon, the more it proves we are on the right path, Audiobooks consoled. I know, but it's unbearable. Damn the Tianchi, Bray cursed. Is there really no way out of this situation? We've already missed the best opportunity. Everything we do now is just to ensure future generations don't have to live in fear. Audiobooks said. Damn it, I have no idea what level our scientific research once reached. The Tianchi, which we fully inherited, can actually block our technological development. It's a curse. Bray kept muttering. At least we're better off than our predecessors. We only suffer unavoidable deviations just as we're about to succeed, and our spirit is frequently depleted. But the ancestors who were downgraded to a planetary civilization had to endure so much hardship to climb back to our current level. I heard that back then merely having a relatively correct thought would drive one mad. Audiobooks shuddered. For a civilization, nothing is more despairing than having the path of technological progress cut off. Fortunately, they had countless ancestors who sacrificed everything for ideals and faith, carving a difficult path through the thorns. Let's not talk about that. We're almost there, and we won't be limited to light speed and sublight speed anymore, Bray said. If it weren't for the Zeki's restrictions, we would have succeeded with mere warp drive long ago. Audiobooks sighed. At least we have hope now. To achieve space folding, 3 of our research star systems were destroyed, and we're still less than 50% done. Speaking of which, the research on space folding has produced quite a few byproducts. Otherwise, we wouldn't have attracted the Zeki's attention, Bray said sorrowfully. The progress of science should be a joy for the entire civilization, and researchers should receive more recognition and self-fulfillment. But in the Laorfu civilization, it was completely impossible. The moment a scientific goal was achieved, the Zeki's strike would inevitably follow, and the researchers would be destroyed along with their star system. This was also the main reason they kept colonizing remote star systems, to protect the home system from being implicated. Bray said sorrowfully. The progress of science should be a joy for the entire civilization, and researchers should receive more recognition and self-fulfillment. But in the Laorfu civilization, it was completely impossible. The moment a scientific goal was achieved, the Zeki strike would inevitably follow, and the researchers would be destroyed along with their star system. This was also the main reason they kept colonizing remote star systems, to protect the home system from being implicated. Anyway, we have time now. Let's discuss what method does the Zeki use. I have absolutely no clue. Not only does it restrict our technological development, but it also becomes alert when technology advances. We've extracted biological genes from other civilizations and created beings completely different from us, but even then we are still restricted. What kind of method is this? Oriidia grew more and more agitated, finally lowering his head in silent grief. Oriidia grew more and more agitated, finally lowering his head in silent grief. The more terrifying the Zeki, the more it demonstrated how powerful the Laorfu civilization once was. In contrast, now mere warp drive and space-folding technology had trapped them for countless years. If only we could hide the information that spreads at the moment of technological breakthrough. The signal from using the technology can be shielded, but the moment of the breakthrough itself cannot. If so, our sacrifices would be greatly reduced, Bray said. At least we won't see it. Oriidia sent a biosignal, as light as possible to mask his sorrow. At least we won't see it. Oriidia sent a biosignal, as light as possible to mask his sorrow. Both of them, and indeed all the Laorfu in the research base, knew exactly what the growing proximity to the warp drive signal. The Laorfu civilization would take a step forward, while they would become the ashes that helped the civilization burn brighter. Sorrow flickered and vanished from the moment they set foot here. They had been prepared to sacrifice. Buzz. The door slid open, and a floor lamp floated in. You're late. I've been teaching the Tziel people about nuclear fusion lately. Geddes said, floating unsteadily to the console. Care to guess, based on your teaching progress, whether they will master controlled nuclear fusion first, or the Zeki strike will come first? Bray said. If there's a bet, I'd bet they master controlled nuclear fusion first. If there's no bet, then the Zeki strike will come first, Geddes said. After all, I can decide their progress. But they actually believe a foreign civilization is benevolent. How naive, Oriidia said. Oriidia said. It's their cultural environment that shapes their character. The entire race is like that. If it weren't for making them substitutes, they'd make a fine colony. Such a character is perfect for enslavement, and their artistic taste suits us, Geddes joked. Slaves that continuously produce art. Sounds nice, Bray chimed in. There was not a trace of mercy in their words, let alone any apology for destroying other civilizations in order to advance. After countless eras spent returning to the right track, the sacrifice of their ancestors was not meant for them to empathize with weaker civilizations. If they were weak, they had only themselves to blame. All three shared this view. Later, the head of the research base gathered everyone. They left the laboratory and soon came upon a steep corridor that twisted and turned, stretching a few hundred meters into a full 2 kilometers. At every node, a large hourglass-like device was installed, filled with countless particles moving at light speed, each with a different trajectory, interwoven, yet never touching. Macroscopically, the hourglass contained a huge vortex of particles which was further divided into hundreds of smaller vortices, existing in a delicate state between stability and instability. This was an isolator used to shield research signals. Without it, the Zeki strike would never wait until the moment the technology was fully formed. Squeak. Suddenly, a sharp biosignal swept through the entire laboratory. Everyone froze and panic spread in an instant. An elder cried out in despair, impossible. How could the Zeki strike at this time? They were not afraid of sacrifice, but meaningless sacrifice was something no one could accept. Yet the next moment they fell into a confused calm. What was attacking them did not seem to be the Zeki. It never gave people time to collapse. The war erupted without warning. The boundless insect tide, like a colossal black hole, left nothing behind in its wake. How many of them were there? 1 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion, or even more. Simple numbers had become inadequate to measure. If not abbreviated, the entire sequence would trail a string of endless zeros. The swarm had journeyed from the planet Fantine, and even with increasingly sophisticated biological technology, it still took 500 years. Chen Mo should have felt grateful that the Laorfu civilization was constrained by the Zeki civilization. Otherwise a span of 500 years would have been enough for the civilization to ascend to a higher plane. The few insects that escaped from the planet Fantine devoured everything in their path, laying purple swamps and incubation chambers, consuming all before moving on. Once they reached a certain threshold, the swarm began self-replication. Bearing genes of various reproductive types, each could produce at least 500 eggs in just a few days. Each egg hatched into a decomposer, which took a month to grow from larva to adult. This behavior persisted for several centuries, the insect tide continuing unabated. Such immense numbers eventually became a serious burden to Chen Mo. Even as a sovereign, he could not control so many insects individually. Thus, instead of commanding each one, he issued orders at the group level, and additionally hatched many intelligent units one rank lower than the master as assistants. Even so, in the last 200 years, he dared not allow the swarm to continue its unchecked breeding, as it had already verged on chaos. To regain control, he culled many of the older insects. Because of their enormous numbers, the swarm could not conceal itself and was detected before entering the star system. At this moment, the insect tide was still 5-6 light-years away from the Teslair civilization. The swarm's maximum speed had reached 30% of the speed of light. At this rate, it would take at most 18.6 years to arrive. Inside the base, the staff had already seen the dense sea of insects through transmitted information. It's the insects that destroyed the planet Fantine hundreds of years ago. After a brief silence, a voice exclaimed in horror. Those centuries had passed. The almost tangible madness of the insects had left an indelible impression on everyone. But why had the insects come here? Hadn't they all been eradicated back then? The Luorfu civilization had conducted thorough scans with detectors and remained on guard for over 100 years. When the insects never reappeared, they dismissed the incident as an attack by some cosmic creature. Such events, though rare, had been recorded in Luorfu's history, though none had been as destructive as the insects. Where is the nearest fleet? The second spiral arm of the Kaluz star system. In the oppressive atmosphere, a question and answer were exchanged, then the entire research base fell silent once more. The Kaluz star system was another colonial system located 23.7 light-years away. The fleet's maximum speed was near light speed, meaning it would take about 24 years for reinforcements to arrive. They would have to hold out alone for 5 years. This was an impossible task. If it had been 50 years ago, they could have confidently declared that the invincible fleet and true cutting-edge weapons would easily annihilate the insect tide. But because the warp drive and its auxiliary components were nearing completion, and to avoid being destroyed together with the all-important equipment by the Jichi civilization, the main fleet had departed 50 years ago. Only the most basic defensive fleet remained here. Of course, they could still flee aboard ships now, but the already constructed apparatus could not be moved. Transporting it would undo all their progress. Should they stay and gamble, or abandon everything and waste even more time restarting research? Even with accumulated experience, what could have been solved in a few decades would be stretched to 10 times the duration. Everyone, if you are afraid, you may take the fleet and leave first. The head of the research base emitted a heavy biological signal. The crowd did not move. They looked at each other, then broke into the same smile. This was not a difficult choice. The civilization was constantly threatened by others. Every moment was precious beyond measure. How could they waste it in vain? Even if they were to sacrifice themselves here, their knowledge and thoughts had long been copied and could be injected directly into the genetic level of newborns. Staking a few lives on the gamble, if they won, the entire civilization would ascend to the step of superluminal travel a century early. If they lost, they would merely die. What are you talking about? Time is tight. Let's go. Don't call me unless it's important. If you're not in your right mind, go back and sleep some more. A light laughter rippled through the crowd as they shuffled toward the door. The head watched them in silence long without a word. He picked up the communicator, then set it down again. The mental inhibitor took effect, and with a biological signal devoid of all fluctuation, he left the final message to the civilization. Leader, this is the Teslair system, the Warp Drive Research Institute. We are facing a crisis. The head paused, then slowly filled in the details. No matter when you receive this message, please do not send reinforcements. Our sacrifice may be ordinary, or it may influence the entire civilization. We deeply regret that we cannot witness the rise of Luorfu with our own eyes. If we fail, please protect our knowledge and ensure it is passed down intact to the next generation. Before the insect tide arrives, or before the warp drive is completed, we will send a fleet to escort the new knowledge to a predetermined location. Please be prepared to receive it. The head slowly raised his head. He had 1,000 words left unsaid. At the end of the call, he blocked the biological signal and chose a real primal way of speaking. Because he had not used his true voice for so long, his voice was hoarse, yet utterly sincere. May Luorfu shine resplendently. Gedesi had departed early in the morning. The swarm of Zergs surged like an ocean, and even the enhanced Teslair, let alone the original Teslair, could easily observe conditions several light-years away. The Zerg assault was impossible to conceal. The reason Teslair could still hold its ground was the presence of Luorfu. They needed to perform their usual duties, quelling the people's fear, otherwise chaos would engulf the planet's civilization, bringing them no peace. Even though Luorfu could obliterate Teslair with ease, the stability of the experiment now outweighed everything else. They could not allow the risk to escalate. Inside the laboratory, one group operated instruments to observe the changes between space and particles, while another group performed calculations with the aid of AI. Thump! A researcher suddenly collapsed upright. The others acted as if they hadn't seen it, and an AI robot carried the person to a nearby restroom. As the experiment grew more refined and success loomed closer, the frequency of their episodes increased. Everyone understood this was the curse of the intelligent artifact civilization. They could not comprehend the nature of this means, thus attributing it to metaphysics. Yet the more they suffered, the more furious and resolute they became in pursuing the experiment. Luorfu's radiance could not be completely concealed by a mere lid. Arg. Damn it. Damn it. A researcher clutched his head screaming and cursing profanities as if possessed. Another person trembled uncontrollably, his biological signals so chaotic that no one could extract any useful information. This was a severe affliction, yet the two were not defeated. After a brief rest, and injecting themselves with a large dose of sedative, they resumed the experiment. These two were the most outstanding scientists in the laboratory, and thus bore the greatest torment. They bore the hopes of the entire Lorfu civilization, faced the curse of the intelligent artifact, and raced against both the swarm and time. The two entered a strange state. Once they began the experiment, even without falling into the void of darkness, they would tremble uncontrollably, often unable to speak a complete sentence. Yet their fervor for the experiment grew ever stronger, and the progress of the curvature engine advanced at a staggering pace. The final divine revelation. The other researchers had anticipated this. Given their brilliance, it was only natural, yet also a cause for sorrow. The so-called final divine revelation was the last miracle a researcher of the Lorfu civilization could enjoy. In this state, they would find the knowledge they needed in that void of nothingness and bring it back to reality. Unable to communicate with others, they would become a dazed mechanical research machine. People recorded the brilliance emanating from the two. Every time a node was perfected, they ordered the fleet to deliver it to a designated star system. No one, not even the fleet or the destination, was allowed to view the data before the intelligent artifact strike arrived. The intelligent artifact would annihilate all who knew the relevant knowledge. For 30,000 years it had persisted in this. As time passed, the two became increasingly disoriented. They spent their days either sinking into the void or performing calculations, while others injected them with the nutrients needed for basic bodily functions. Watching the delirious pair, the others felt no joy at the impending success, only profound sorrow. Those who could successfully retrieve knowledge from the void were unparalleled geniuses. In a normal civilization, such individuals would allow it to ascend step by step like a star in its prime, radiating light and heat. But under the oppression of the intelligent artifact civilization, they could only shine once like a fleeting meteor. This was the tragedy of an entire civilization. The last batch of data has been sent. Our next task is to perfect the curvature engine and bear the disaster for those who come after. The Lorfu civilization could not collect complete data. Once the curvature engine was developed, the intelligent artifact strike would arrive before the data could leave the star system. They could only ensure the maximum integrity of the data, sealing it along with their own knowledge for the next generation. Relying on the wisdom preserved by their predecessors, the gaps would soon be filled. This was the Lorfu civilization's way of survival, cruel yet tenacious. Yet like other intelligent civilizations, the Lorfu could not escape the law of biological self-preservation. Whenever one person retreated, more would step in to take their place, repeating the cycle, falling into the same trap. They had staked almost everything, but reality was not a fairy tale. Effort did not always move the world. On a pitch-black night, the Zerg army arrived first. The support satellites and frigates floating outside were devoured almost in the blink of an eye. Despite their superior capabilities, the sheer numerical disparity determined everything. Even the saying, "ants kill an elephant," could not describe what was happening outside the planet. Activate the black hole device. Maximum power. Suddenly, several void-like black dots appeared outside the planet. They were called void because the holes could not be directly observed. This was a byproduct of conquering space-fold technology, the black hole device. A black hole is a celestial body from which even light cannot escape. There is also something called a wormhole or space-time tunnel, which people often confuse with the former. The former is a weapon, the latter is one of the foundations for achieving space-fold. They usually appear in pairs. Entering one hole would allow you to emerge from the other at a speed countless times faster than light. Besides this, they had also conceived a second method, space-folding technology. To put it simply, if the universe is seen as a piece of paper, the starting point and the destination are two dots randomly placed on it. The former method involves disappearing at one point, passing through the paper from another dimension, and teleporting to the location of the other point. Space folding technology, on the other hand, involves folding the paper so that the 2 points meet, then detaching from the first point and adhering to the target point. These two were the most recognized methods of the Lorfu civilization. The black hole device was a product of the former. They had not managed to create a stable wormhole that could be opened at will, but accidentally created a device that could open a black hole anytime, which was then regarded as a high-power weapon and continued to be researched. Outside the planet, the void-like dots expanded at an alarming rate. The gravitational force indiscriminately swallowed all nearby matter. This was only the beginning. One black hole after another opened their gravity so immense that even the star could no longer hold on to its planets. Following this trend, Tesla would eventually be devoured entirely. Inside the laboratory, people performed the final calculations at breakneck speed. Even with the artificial black holes deployed, the situation remained grim. The swarm was too vast for a single small black hole to consume at once, and they could not cover the entire planet's exterior with black holes. All this was merely buying a little time. This is wrong. Here is wrong. And here too. Hurry. Solve this calculation quickly. This is the most. People alternated between soft murmurs and explosive outbursts. The proximity of the Zergs drove almost everyone to the brink of madness. They were so close. Why couldn't they break through the final barrier? We've done it. At that moment, a voice so ecstatic it could lift the roof exploded. All heads turned. A researcher was dancing with excitement, his body flashing with the red light that only appeared during racial euphoria, and even the active mental suppressor could not contain it. No, this is not the time for celebration. We need to piece together the actual curvature engine as soon as possible. Yes. Hurry. The intelligent artifact civilization only struck when a technology was born for the first time. The Zerg army had already descended. They had no escape. They must assemble the curvature engine before the swarm broke through. With the hardest node unlocked, everything else became smooth. Just press the start button, and it will all be done. The two who had entered the divine revelation regained clarity in the final moment. This was the last redemption, allowing them to see their child, the curvature engine, born with clear minds. You bugs, let us die together. Without hesitation, the two pressed the button simultaneously. But just as their fingers were about to touch it, their hands froze in midair. At the same time, a spine-chilling biological signal rippled through the entire research base. After all you've done, you must be exhausted, huh? Chen Mo was not a clever man. This belief even now remained deeply etched into the depths of Chen Mo's soul. He was acutely aware that his intellect was insufficient to devise solutions on the spot when encountering unexpected events. Rather than cramming at the last moment, it was far better to consider all possibilities in advance, formulate approximate solutions, and then launch his offensive. He was the proactive aggressor, not the passive defender. This difference in identity granted Chen Mo ample preparation time and the upper hand. He had contemplated many possibilities, naturally not overlooking the chance that the vast insect horde might be discovered years or even decades in advance. But shifting perspectives, could the horde's conspicuousness and presence be used to conceal smaller targets? Two insect fortresses hidden within meteorites set foot on Tesselar star half a year before the insect tide's arrival. Chen Mo did not order the insects to attack. Instead, he parasitized the Tellarians by spreading spores, then used them to parasitize the Lorf researchers who came to teach, eventually spreading this to the entire research base. Due to the concealment of the parasitic spores and the lack of intelligence on insect swarms in the Lorf database, the alarm system failed to detect the spores. Chen Mo originally intended to eliminate everyone immediately. However, the existence of the warp drive made him stay his hand. The warp drive was not only of great significance to Lorf, but also immensely important to the insect race. He preserved all the incubating eggs without controlling them after hatching. This would cause severe physical discomfort in the hosts normally bound to attract attention. Yet the instrument civilization's suppression of scientific research made such discomfort a normal phenomenon which people ignored. Thus, Chen Mo slightly slowed the insect tide, while having Lin manipulate the researchers to participate in experiments, silently recording the experimental details without sharing memories. As for the dreaded instrument civilization, Chen Mo did not charge headlong into it. Since Lorf could inherit wisdom by copying knowledge, Chen Mo could have Lin record all experimental details and data in the genetic gene pool. Just as Lorf would prevent more people from accessing knowledge, Chen Mo would temporarily shield Lin's uploaded genes and pheromones. Besides the warp drive, Chen Mo was also keenly interested in the device capable of creating black holes in the laboratory. Although it was mature technology that Lin couldn't comprehend in a short time, at least the finished product provided ideas for Lin and its assistants. Lin lurked silently until the moment Chen Mo's biosignal descended. Then the people's shells were possessed by parasites, their consciousness seized, and their souls erased. The hero of a moment becomes the accomplice to a civilization's destruction the next. The world is always filled with such morbid irony. The vast insect army descended instantly, surrounding the laboratory and obliterating the weak Tellarian civilization at breakneck speed. Lin had memorized the verification process of the warp drive. Its task was to integrate all the methods for manufacturing parts and materials related to the warp drive. Meanwhile, Chen Mo found himself somewhat troubled by the endless sea of insects. Due to their immense numbers, the insect tide had become a burden. This batch of Mengju moved at a pitifully slow pace. Turning their guns to attack other star systems would only waste much time. If they were all self-disassembled and absorbed as resources, it was possible, but due to the vast distance between the mother nest and the incubation chamber's resource, energy couldn't be transferred and could only be digested locally. This was equally pointless. Instead of manufacturing insect soldiers here to rush to the battlefield, it was better to activate decomposers dormant near other star systems, spread incubation chambers, devour resources, and achieve rapid battlefield transition. If they were all left here waiting for Lin to painstakingly manufacture the warp drive using this body from start to finish, then summon the instrument strike to destroy everything together, it would certainly achieve instant burden relief. However, the drawback was clear: these insects would be completely wasted. Out with the old, in with the new. After brief hesitation, Chen Mo hardened his heart and decided on a third method that no other civilization would accept: actively sacrificing a large number of civilization members. But the insect race's unique social structure meant Chen Mo didn't need to worry about the number of warriors. Besides, he wasn't destroying everything. He left 100 million of each unit type that couldn't evolve in a short time, having them leave the star system ahead of time to lie dormant in nearby systems as hidden landmines ready to strike prey at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin had reassembled a warp drive which took over 30 years. Of course, this slowness wasn't due to Lin's dullness. While reassembling the warp drive, it also had to analyze and manufacture the instruments and materials for each part, along with corresponding composite techniques and a myriad of other tasks. Just the materials alone involved over 100 technologies and matching processes. To give a simple example, if a car were thrown into the cold weapon era, even if they witnessed how it was made, asking them to rebuild one from existing materials would be an extremely difficult, if not entirely impossible, excessive demand. A mere 30-odd years was nothing. Lin's performance was already outstanding. Great Overlord, I have uploaded the final gene chain sequence and pheromone record. We can begin at any time. Lin manipulated the researcher to stand before the instrument. Only pressing the button remained. Over these 30 years, Lin's main body had also traveled alone to a place far from the mother nest. Whether the instrument would merely destroy Stellaris or also affect the main body hundreds of light years away remained a mystery. Begin, Chen Mo said indifferently, then severed the biosignal. He needed to avoid the enemy tracking him through it. The researcher, manipulated by Lin, pressed the button and looked up through the broken ceiling. It wanted to witness the enemy's attack method firsthand. Far away in the star system, other insects were also observing. Due to distance, it would take at least a dozen years to observe Stellaris' destruction, but Chen Mo was not short on time. What form would the attack take? An energy beam, creating a black hole, or tearing apart spacetime? Lin, based on its knowledge, considered many attack methods. But when the attack truly descended, Lin had no ability to observe it. It shattered before even detecting it, including its main body 100 light years away. And only a minute had passed since pressing that button. Years later, the observing insects finally saw the entire scene. The details were indescribable. Chen Mo couldn't fathom this attack method. To use the simplest analogy, the universe became a crumpled ball of paper. Not the entire universe, but a region with a 9 light-year radius centered on Stellaris' star instantly compressed into a crumpled mass. Stellaris and the numerous planets were like bugs on a piece of paper crushed into a ball by an external force before they could react, needed repeatedly until the bugs were utterly shattered, then flattened out again. If the universe were viewed as a whole, it wasn't the entire sheet that was crumpled, but only a part. Under this violent stretching, the universe wasn't torn open. Instead, after being flattened, the wrinkles were smoothed out at an incredible speed. So this is the instrument civilization. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed, his throat as parched as if he hadn't drunk water in a lifetime. Even though he quickly regained his composure, the lingering fear showed that he, the insect overlord, had experienced a fleeting emotion called terror from the instrument civilization strike. Chen Mo was unafraid to confront higher civilizations, just as on the planet Mansplins, where he dared to covet the clearly superior Lorpho civilization before fully mastering nuclear fusion technology. But everything has a limit, or rather a threshold. Whether it was opening a black hole, unleashing energy beams, or even warping in to deliver divine punishment, all of these were within Chen Mo's imagination. What was happening now? Without any reason, a part of the universe was crumpled into a ball, and only a minute had passed since the button was pressed. What could 1 minute achieve? If it were the fastest manju, it would be enough to travel back and forth between this planet and its nearest moon 6 times. But it took him centuries to come from the planet Vanter, while the intelligence managed to launch an attack that erased an entire galaxy within a minute, even wiping out Lin, who was hundreds of light years away. Things beyond the limits of understanding often bring the utmost fear. Chen Mo took a couple of gentle breaths. Though he no longer needed to breathe, he used this method to ease the pressure. After calming down, aside from lingering shock, a hint of doubt arose. Since the intelligent civilization had cross-light-year attack methods, and was so desperate to destroy the Lorpho civilization, why didn't it directly destroy an entire region of the universe, or warp here, using unimaginable means to scan areas within hundreds of light years? If so, how could the Lorpho civilization have hidden for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that even civilizations like the intelligence are bound by some unseen restrictions? The deeper one delves into the mysteries of the universe, the more one feels terror and one's own insignificance. What had this universe, born over 10 billion years ago, brought forth? Chen Mo took another gentle breath, then looked down at Lin, standing below. Lin had successfully resurrected half a month after death with his gene chain and pheromones intact, preserving all memories from before the final upload. He knew nothing of what happened afterward, so he only now learned how he had died. How terrifying the intelligent civilization, or more precisely the former Lorfo civilization. Lin said slowly, as if pondering how to accurately express his thoughts. Chen Mo tapped the armrest, lost in thought. Lin could not fathom the sovereign's thoughts, and could only stand silently below, waiting. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mo's eyes regained focus. He no longer mentioned the intelligence, and instead asked, "How is the replication of the curvature engine progressing?" On that point, technology is no longer an issue. Even for instruments we cannot yet manufacture, we can temporarily simulate the required environment through biological modifications to the mother nest. The current problem is a lack of a certain mineral material which exists only on a planet within one of Lorfo's colonial star systems. Of course, if we obtain enough quantity and analyze it, we can produce it ourselves based on the results. Lin replied. So an attack was still necessary. Several star systems emerged in Chen Mo's information network, all of them Lorfo colonial star systems. Although attacking the Lorfo civilization would involve the intelligence civilization, the intelligence was in a deathly hostile relationship with it. Moreover, experiments on Stellaris had proven that even when plundering knowledge, Chen Mo had ways to avoid being affected. This was an unfair gamble. Chen Mo was only betting time and resources while Lorfo was staking its very existence. He had no reason to leave the table. To relieve pressure, launching wars on several star systems simultaneously is the best choice. I need to increase the incubation of secondary intelligent units, Chen Mo thought to himself. During the swarm's march to Stellaris, Chen Mo also sent a few bugs to lurk outside 4-star systems. Additionally, there was a coordinate star system obtained from the lab, but it was too far to send bugs there for now. Among these 4-star systems, 3 were colonial with essentially the same purpose. The 4th was Lorfo's main system. Not the home system, but still extremely important, heavily fortified with military defenses. This system had to be attacked to draw the most attention. Chen Mo was not arrogant enough to wage war on 4-star systems simultaneously. His most urgent need was to improve the swarm's mobility, or rather its speed for long-distance travel. Thus, 3 of the 4 systems were feints to attract fire, while only the system containing the needed mineral was the primary target. As expected of the sovereign. Thinking back to the praise from the master during the strategic discussion, Chen Mo felt a deep sense of embarrassment. It wasn't a brilliant strategy, and the master wasn't being sarcastic. Even if Chen Mo said he was in a good mood today, the master would casually compliment him. It was merely a habit ingrained in their genes. Go attend to your duties. And make sure to thoroughly study the black hole device. Understood. Lin bowed and slowly exited the throne room. Outside the flesh and blood door mixed with chitin and metal alloys, several bugs floated silently in midair. They were somewhat similar to Lin in form, all with shrunken torsos and large heads like giant lollipops floating in the air. This description wasn't entirely inaccurate. The cerebrospinal fluid they occasionally secreted did taste somewhat sweet. Lin walked along the corridor followed by several bugs. They were assistants assigned to Lin by Chen Mo, also serving as an experiment. Since ordinary bugs evolved over time, but were hindered by short lifespans, could these nearly immortal little ones eventually evolve into commanders on par with Lin? Chen Mo launched an offensive in the dust nebula, mixing the bugs among the meteors about to crash into the planet. A common tactic when the drop speed was too slow, but this time it didn't work. Because of the fall of Stellaris, Lorfu clearly understood that the bugs had returned. The first planet destroyed was Fantier, and the second Stellaris was hundreds of light years away. Upon receiving the news, every galaxy felt endangered. For key galaxies, the Lorfu civilization even dispatched main fleets for defense. No one knew when the insect tide would strike, or in what form. It was precisely this caution born of crisis that saved this colonized star system. The detectors orbiting the planet immediately spotted the insect fortress within the meteor swarm, and artillery fire followed swiftly. With the ambush plan foiled, Chen Mo ceased to hide, and directly ordered the insect tide to launch a frontal assault. This was how he had always conducted invasions against civilizations, but this time the well-prepared Lorfu truly demonstrated what the foundation of a higher-tier civilization meant. Defensive devices released a force field enveloping the entire planet. One by one, black holes opened along the inevitable path of the insect tide, like demonic mouths devouring everything in their grasp. The insect's ground combat strength was formidable, incredibly so. According to Lorfu's assessment, if the insect tide descended and caused widespread infection, the planet would be beyond purification. Thus the battle plan was clear: intercept the bugs outside the planet, even outside the star system. As for the current situation, Chen Mo was not surprised. He had not been intoxicated by previous victories. As for why he chose such a straightforward and brutal method, it came down to several elements of victory. The number of soldiers, the will of the soldiers and commanders, excellent leadership, logistical support, technological parity, and so the characteristics of the insect race made the first 2 points worry-free. As for logistics, relatively speaking, the insect race's logistics were the easiest to maintain among all civilizations. The phrase sustain war by war was perfectly embodied by the insect race. In terms of technological parity, the insect race was still at a disadvantage. That being the case, they needed the support of other factors and to leverage their own strengths. To defeat a stronger enemy, many times one needs a sufficiently excellent leader to devise strategies or to strike with lightning speed, leaving the enemy no time to react. First, regarding the latter, before possessing warp technology, the effect of a surprise attack was minimal because the enemy could detect the target years or even decades in advance. This was a flaw that relatively low-level civilizations could not avoid in cosmic warfare. As for the former, Chen Mo had a clear understanding of himself. He was not a person of extraordinary intelligence. He could not conceive of brilliant strategies or schemes to deceive an entire civilization. What he was prepared to do, and the only thing he could do, was to rely on the essence of the insect race, to wear them down with endless numbers. Chen Mo could accept casualties of 10 billion and would not even blink at 100 billion. There was no need to worry that the massive deaths of their comrades would cause other insects to become timid or rebellious. These crazy little creatures would resolutely carry out Chen Mo's will and never stop their plundering advance. Even if this approach stretched the timeline to thousands of years, Chen Mo was undaunted. This method was crude, exuding a deep sense of foolishness. Civilization's progress. 1,000 years is enough for a civilization to undergo several complete transformations. But for Luorfu, whose technological development had been cut off, there was no more suitable method. They could not achieve a technological explosion within 1,000 years. Of course, Chen Mo did not devote all his energy to the Luorfu civilization. He also dispatched tens of thousands of squads to search for other star systems, trying to find the materials he needed so that he could later catch them off guard. With a boom, amid the energy storm of plasma and fire, Samel, who had just destroyed a small frigate, leaped high into the air. Its body was larger than before, with 2 additional nuclear fusion reactors. However, compared to the past, when it relied more on transplanting entire devices into its body through Lin's specialized research, there was now a way to simulate a similar environment through biological modification. Currently, it was a hybrid of mechanical and biological components. Samel did not need to command. With its ability to control only a few tens of millions of units, it was negligible compared to the truly organized insectoid army. It had only one task, relying on its individual excellent combat power to destroy as many Luorfu warships as possible. At that moment, Samel suddenly felt a palpitation. It possessed multiple excellent biological genes, giving it a more advanced reaction ability to approaching deadly threats than any other insect soldier. 16 blood holes instantly opened on its back, unleashing immense thrust that propelled it downward. But before it could fully escape the attack range, a black hole abruptly opened the distorted space, grasping half its body. The overwhelming gravitational pull kept increasing, and even the maximum thrust of its boosters was helpless. In the critical moment, Samel had no choice but to sever half its body quickly, leaving the region affected by the gravitational pull before the black hole expanded. But before it could stabilize, an antimatter beam tore through the darkness, where matter and antimatter particles collided violently, unleashing terrifying energy and heat. Samel raised its arm to block, but within an instant the arm was vaporized. It decisively detonated the small nuclear fusion device on its shoulder, using the explosion to escape the attack. That was dangerous, Samel said. It casually grabbed a plasma bug, opened its mouth like a snake, and swallowed it in a few bites. Then its injuries healed at a visible speed. Samel possessed multiple regenerative genes. If not for the chain reaction triggered by detonating the nuclear fusion device, it could have easily supplied the energy needed for recovery through the fusion device alone. But there were no nearby resource points, so it had to resort to local replenishment. It ate several hundred bugs before barely recovering its wounds, but its combat power could not be restored immediately. The detonated nuclear fusion device could not be repaired, it had to be transplanted again. This was one of the drawbacks of the technological side. Although it could quickly grant insect soldiers combat power, for creatures like Samel with self-healing abilities, once a technological weapon was damaged, it could not be repaired by regeneration factors. This was the main reason why Chen Mo, despite being able to glimpse warp engine technology, still had Lin focus on developing biological side nuclear fusion. After his wounds healed, Samel tore open a Mengju, retrieved a nuclear fusion device, and amidst the surging of flesh and carapace integrated it into its body, forcibly restoring its combat power. Let's continue, Luorfu people. In the 3rd year of the full-scale invasion of the insect tied the home planet of the new Luorfu civilization, the leader walked along a lengthy corridor with walls on both sides, continually displaying various streams of information. Though he had assumed office not long ago, he still handled each matter with practiced proficiency. With the aid of modern technology, the lower few people had forcibly extended their original lifespan of 2 centuries to a millennium, pushing to the very limit of their biology. Even if they replaced every part of their body with machinery, the brain would still lose its vitality after 1,000 years. The only solution was to upload consciousness into a database and exist in a virtual form. That was how the lower few had once achieved a semblance of immortality, until the Great Revolution following the birth of self-aware AI. Since then, all such methods were strictly forbidden. Since consciousness could not be preserved, they instead endeavored to retain as much wisdom from the previous leader as possible. During the growth of the next leader, portions of that wisdom would be infused at intervals until the successor was thoroughly qualified, at which point the previous leader would abdicate. He had grown up under such circumstances. Recalling the handover ceremony a decade ago, everything seemed as if it were. The moment the baton passed into his hands, the young leader felt not the intoxicating lure of power, but a weighty responsibility. The burden of an entire... The leader halted before a wall. A ring of red light flickered, verifying his identity. The wall faded into illusory nothingness, and he stepped through. Once he was inside, the wall solidified again. The room was not large, and 2 people were already seated inside. Leader, they both rose to greet him. The leader walked to his seat and sat down. Biological signals connected to the instruments, and the 4 empty seats in the room surged with light, eventually coalescing into 4 figures. They were representatives of the Council of Elders. The lower few had climbed from an ordinary civilization to the pinnacle, then collapsed, and managed to survive until now. Their social structure had constantly evolved, and after much deliberation, a model best suited to their current circumstances was established. A governance system was formed with the leader as the dominant force, the Council of Elders as advisors, and the garrisons outside the Homestar system granted high autonomy. The first generation of leaders emerged under this framework. Ordinarily, whether in matters of civil affairs, military, or scientific research, all decisions followed the leader's command. If the Council of Elders judged a decision erroneous and the leader failed to persuade them, the council had the authority to temporarily suspend the order and initiate a civilization-wide vote. Civil affairs were voted on by all inhabitants, military matters by all soldiers, and so on. Of course, after years of refinement, the original model had undergone numerous adjustments, but the framework remained essentially unchanged. The 7 exchanged glances. Their mechanical eyes glowed faintly, and the situation of several star systems manifested in their minds. This was the common map engine, not merely viewing a video but allowing them to rotate the perspective and observe every angle of the assembled scene. Due to the inherent limitations of information transmission speed, the news of the attacks on several star systems had only just... This was an unavoidable problem. They had to construct laboratories at a great distance from the main star systems, which was why the garrisons were granted such high autonomy. And whenever a meeting was convened due to similar incidents, the issue of information transmission never escaped complaint. This time was no exception. When will we finally be able to transmit information in real time regardless of distance? Said a virtual figure. We are already far better than the beginning. By exploiting the correlation between particles, we have created instantaneous communication devices. Though we cannot receive information from the periphery immediately, the delay has been greatly shortened. It just requires countless relay stations. In the past, news of an insect-tide attack would have arrived much later. This technology is still being perfected, said another voice. Damn it. This is a technology we once possessed. Now we are merely trying to reclaim it, yet it is so difficult. Damn those Jichi. The physical entities sitting to the leader's left cursed. Then, hatred toward the Jichi civilization. Hatred toward the Jichi civilization. This was also a topic that could never be avoided in every meeting. No matter which aspect was discussed, it always circled back to the Jichi civilization. And precisely because of this, the generations that inherited the legacy still harbored the most extreme hatred. Even if a colony star system had been destroyed and several others were under attack by the insect tide, if a vote were held on who was most hated, the Jichi civilization would undoubtedly win by an overwhelming majority. Although the insect tide was the current enemy, it had not yet truly invaded the lower few civilization, only attacking a few colony star systems and 1 industrial system. Compared to the hatred deeply engraved in the genetic memory of the entire civilization, it was far from significant. Enough. Now is not the time for this. How to deal with the insect tide is the priority. The leader's words interrupted the indignant curses. According to existing data, although some disagree with calling them a civilization, there is no doubt that they possess a considerable level of technology. Moreover, compared to the fancier planet, the insect tide has clearly undergone 1 or more comprehensive evolutions. Their threat level should be raised to the highest, said the physical entity to the leader's right. They communicate through biological signals. Can we trace the source of those signals? We have conducted tests. We can capture a portion, but the signal is blocked before we can detect the source. They possess shielding devices of a higher specification than our detectors. But from a purely technological standpoint, they should not have such advanced devices. What if they are biological devices? Can biology really reach such a level? The universe is vast. Even the former us dared not claim to understand its entirety. The limits of biological evolution are only within the range we have observed. We cannot draw hasty conclusions. There are two primary issues we need to resolve now. First, find the source, otherwise we will be worn down by constant attacks. Second, the method of the insect tide's reproduction. Their birth rate defies biological norms. Most individuals of the insect tide lack intelligence. So far we have discovered only one intelligent individual. As he spoke, the image of Samura appeared in everyone's mind. This is a composite life form. In addition to its main body, it carries insects that can emit plasma groups. Based on observations of its combat process, it contains multiple nuclear fusion devices within its body and possesses a powerful regenerative ability. It has sent biological signals to our fleet, clearly indicating it is a higher-order individual. What is the probability of capture? We have not yet analyzed the results. But even if capture were possible, the final outcome would likely be the same as with other individuals: self-destruction before capture. We tried to block its biological signals. A small portion of the insect tide immediately went berserk, but soon returned to normal. We suspect that besides it, there are many other individuals of the same level within the insect tide commanding the swarm. Without them, the threat level of the insect tide would drop sharply. People made continuous inferences based on the available intelligence. At the end of the meeting, the young leader proposed going to the front line himself, but this decision was unanimously opposed by the 6 members of the Council of Elders. Since he had only recently taken over, and the next leader had not yet been trained, it was truly unsuitable to take such risks. As for the personnel to be sent to the front line for support, they had already drawn up a list. The leader only needed to make selection. Year 17 of the full-scale Bug Invasion Frontline Support Unit TNG. This was the 17th year of the bug invasion across several galaxies. As the famed battle-class main ship, and also the closest one, TNG took the priority support mission. As an old model main ship, it should have been retired, but due to its special significance, people had put extra effort into multiple optimizations of TNG. Limited by its model, its maximum speed was only 70 of light speed. At this moment, the distance to the nearest coordinate point was left 0.63 light years. Captain, based on the results from the detector feedback, we have formulated the following strategy. The 49th captain of TNG stood before the control console receiving various data while discussing the next countermeasures with the ship's executive officer. In fact, this was TNG's first time participating in a brutal war of civilizations. Of course, this did not mean TNG had never performed similar missions. It was just that the civilizations encountered before were relatively weak, and one-sided slaughter could hardly be called a war of civilizations. However, neither the captain, the executive officer, nor the other soldiers showed any sign of fear. Apart from their conviction, more importantly, they stood on TNG, a symbol of honor. Cowardice and fear would taint this inherited glory. Buzz. A beam of light emanated from the console, coalescing into models of various bugs with detailed data floating beside them. Although no live specimens had been captured, yet many valuable pieces of information could be obtained from observations during the engagements. TNG's mission this time, besides providing fire support, was to try to capture live bugs, or capture the only intelligent individual that had appeared. Regarding the bug's self-destruct mechanism, they believed it was controlled by an intelligent unit. If they used an isolator to block biological signals just before capture, they might be able to capture a live specimen. And TNG happened to be equipped with the most advanced signal jammer. But what the hell is this? How can such bizarre creatures exist? Can they even be considered living things? Sidam, the executive officer kept muttering. He was over 600 years old, and according to regulations he had long reached retirement age. However, an accident had occurred during the training of his successor, and TNG could not just find a replacement casually, so he had to continue temporarily for a few more years. Due to his age, his consciousness often became confused, requiring stimulation from instruments to stay alert. Occasionally, he would repeat such muttering. Who knows? The captain casually replied, looking at the data analysis concerning Meyer growing more and more. A monster that was already beyond imagination from a biological perspective, yet it also had technological devices inside its body. What the hell was this? The captain had never seen such a bizarre creature. Even though transplanting machinery and devices into organisms was common in Luo Urfu, this was a completely different concept, because their organisms were weak and fragile, and had to rely on technology to become strong. Approaching the asteroid belt, requesting launch of probe No. 3. Launch. The so-called probe No. 3 did not refer to a specific one, but a model designation. Typically, a fleet would carry 4 to 5 of such retrievable probes per specification. 3 of them were carried by the main ship TNG, and the other 2 by the escort ships. With the launch of the probe, detailed data within a radius of 27 million kilometers appeared on the console one by one. This was not the probe's maximum radius. Because it was an asteroid belt, in order to probe even the interior of asteroids clearly, they had to suppress the probe's maximum range to enhance detection intensity within the small area. At a critical time for rescue, this seemed like a huge waste of time, but the sudden alarm told everyone that it was definitely not a waste of time. Almost the moment the probe entered the planets at the outer edge of the asteroid belt began to tremble. Gravity lost its effect in an instant, and large amounts of mineral dust drifted in all directions, revealing dense clusters of bugs. These creatures had been hiding here from the start like hunters with shotguns, setting traps on the prey's path. But the cunning prey had discovered this, so the hunter had only two choices: either give up the hunt or pull the trigger before the prey escapes. Chen Mo's choice was clearly the latter. In an instant the planets shattered and dense swarms of manhwa surged from the debris. They were more numerous than shotgun pellets, but relatively speaking, comparing bullets and prey, they would take much longer to catch their prey than a bullet that hits instantly. From the asteroid belt to Tianji, it would take at least 5 hours. Even accounting for signal transmission delays, Tianji had plenty of preparation time. Avoid the vanguard or engage the enemy. The captain gave his answer with a firm biosignal. All hands prepare for battle. Aye, sir. As Tianji still a first-tier main ship, and with the planet requesting support still able to hold out for a long time, there was no reason to retreat. The front of Tianji expanded outward, revealing 2 dark main cannons. Due to distance issues, antimatter beams would suffer significant loss, so Tianji opted for ion beams, which had lower energy loss in space. Activate the black hole device. Several openings appeared on the top of Tianji, and a twisted force began to accumulate energy. They did not rush to launch it to maximize its power. They needed to wait for the bug swarm to get closer. Open permissions. Release drone swarm. Adjust field energy supply. Escort ships prepare for battle. The captain issued orders methodically. Beneath his stern expression, hot blood was hidden. Facing the swarm, he felt no fear, only an increasingly excited emotion. After many years, Tianji finally stepped onto a real battlefield again. This will mark the beginning of the counterattack against the bug civilization. Watching the swarm drawing closer, the captain's hand, which had been hovering in the air for a long time, fell heavily. Boom! The ion beam was instantly fired. Any creature would be vaporized by the high temperature. The captain could already envision the swarm being torn open, but since Chen Mo was the one setting the ambush, how could he be unprepared? The bug race had no biological warship matching Tianji, nor any particle cannon matching Tianji's power. In the end, the bug race's advantage had always been their overwhelming numbers. If 1 doesn't work, use 10. If 10 don't work, use 100. If 100 don't work, Chen Mo doesn't mind adding a 10,000 to the millions of plasma bugs. After a brief charge, simultaneously fired maximum power plasma ion clusters. 2 beams, each capable of penetrating a small planet, collided with a thunderous impact. At first, Tianji clearly held the greater advantage, but as more and more ion plasma balls were fired, the situation reversed. Seeing that the ion beam was being suppressed, the captain no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the operator to activate the black hole device. The 4 black hole devices simultaneously unleashed collapsing clusters, dragging ethereal trails. With the energy beam as the core, they tore open a small black hole at each of the 4 corners. The surrounding plasma bugs were instantly devoured, and the 2 beams returned to a stalemate. Yet this was no tug-of war. The next moment, both beams detonated simultaneously, triggering a massive vortex of gas explosions and cosmic storms. The 4 black holes remained unmoved, devouring everything that approached, and under the influence of the devices, their volume rapidly expanded. Full speed ahead. Chen Mo gave the order, and the entire swarm charged straight ahead, as if oblivious to the black holes. The direct consequence of this action was that the swarm was torn into 4 massive gaps. What? The captain's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that the enemy would break through in this manner. A limitation of biological habitual thinking. This is the simplest solution imaginable. Since this was not a chance encounter, but an ambush, how could Chen Mo not have considered all possibilities? He had even speculated about technologies Luo Erfu had yet to reveal, so how could he have overlooked the already demonstrated black hole creation devices? For the current swarm, black holes were an insurmountable existence. They had no means to destroy them, and once drawn into the gravitational range, there was no way to evade. Samarer had managed to escape the black hole only because sheer luck had placed not his entire body within its pull. However, black holes have a flaw that is not quite a flaw: the issue of size. Because they were artificially created at the moment of creation, the black holes were extremely small, with a limited gravitational range. Seizing this opportunity, sacrificing a portion of the bugs, and charging straight out was the best way to break the deadlock. Such an approach was tantamount to sending countless bugs to their deaths, so naturally any normal civilization would never consider it. Accordingly, the captain's subconscious oversight was to be expected. By the time he reacted, a vast number of bugs had already escaped the black hole's range. The plasma bugs clinging to Mengjiu recharged their energy, And as the glaring plasma spheres blazed, the captain immediately issued the order all units disperse and engage independently. The Skyline activate full power energy shield. The frigates and battlecruisers accompanied by drone swarms scattered. The massive energy shield expanded, absorbing all the plasma ion cannons. The next moment, thousands of energy cannons on the hull deployed, mixed with small ion beams, clearing the swarm at tremendous speed, yet compared to the sheer number of the swarm, it was like a drop in the ocean. Release the drone swarm. The Skyline opened its 4 rear hatches, and drone swarms flew out. Tens of thousands of drones formed a circle, simultaneously unleashing nearly viscous plasma. The frigates and battlecruisers also seized the opportunity to show their might. Though their weapon systems were inferior to the Skylines, they were far superior to the drones. No matter how the swarm surged, it could not advance another step. With sufficient preparation, the Skyline fleet at the tail of the first echelon finally demonstrated the formidable power befitting a high-level civilization like Luo Erfu. Hundreds of light years away, Chen Mo observed the battlefield through the information network. He was not surprised by the current spectacle. In fact, it was only to be expected. He had never underestimated the Luo Erfu civilization. Even after suffering several major setbacks, they were still distinct from the civilizations encountered before. Luo Erfu was a truly powerful civilization, capable of facing the swarm heathen. If not for the hive's interference, Luo Erfu might have traced the source and found them. But how could Chen Mo wage a battle without preparation? Black hole devices are not exclusive to you. Using your own spear against your shield. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Meanwhile, despite the favorable situation, the captain began to feel a strong sense of dissonance. The Skyline holding back the swarm was expected, but it was all too easy now. The captain pulled up all past records of swarm invasions, but found nothing useful. He tried to console himself that he was overthinking, but the deep-seated unease and sense of crisis grew ever stronger. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he gave the order to retreat. Watching the fleet begin to pull back, Chen Mo offered a faint smile, sensed it have you. Quite perceptive, but unfortunately too late. The moment the words fell at a point 10,000 kilometers from the fleet, where the largest accumulation of dead bugs lay, space collapsed rapidly from a point outward. A massive number of bugs perished in the black hole, along with dozens of frigates and battlecruisers, and even the Skyline was caught in the gravitational pull. In Teslier, besides the warp drive, Chen Mo had obtained many weapons, including the black hole creation device. However, due to industrial disparities and the fact that he had only acquired a complete device for research, progress was naturally slower than with the warp drive in which he had participated in the development process. The technological immaturity necessitated a longer preparation time and greater activation cost. Detonate the side aft engines. Boom. An explosion erupted from the right rear of the Skyline, and with that force the ship lurched forward a short distance, but still not enough to escape the black hole's pull. The captain pulled up the Skyline's real-time data. If he detonated the rear antimatter stacks, the reaction thrust would be sufficient to break free, but at the cost of the Skyline likely disintegrating. Detonate engines 3, 6, and 7. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more explosions sent violent tremors through the entire Skyline. Fortunately, the ship finally escaped the gravitational range. Assess the damage. Weapon Base 2 and 3 are severely damaged. Hull damage exceeds 40%. Main cannon power source destroyed. Antimatter propulsion module destroyed. Warning system destroyed. Propulsion damage 63%. The chief operations officer rapidly reported the Skyline's damage status. Before the report could finish, an endless swarm surged forward. Due to the severe damage to the weapon systems, firepower was critically insufficient. The captain tried to activate the energy shield, but it flickered a few times and vanished. Shield module damaged. The observer reported in a terrified tone. Boom. Hundreds of bug nests plunged into the Skyline through the breached gaps. Thousands of bugs poured out, ignoring the activated defense systems, trampling through plasma and high-speed particles, emitting frenzied biological signals, and charging toward the crew with murderous intent. Zzz. Plasma blazed with dazzling light. Bugs fell one after another, their charred bodies becoming stepping stones for those behind. Thick layers of flesh spread across the hull. Amidst the searing gas of evaporated acid, a colossal creature crashed down. Summoner impaled the captain with a bone spike and burst into viscous, frenzied laughter. Now this place belongs to a preliminary note. Rest assured there will be no fantastical elements in this story. The shadow the protagonist sees in his dreams. I cannot explain it now, as that would spoil the plot. It is tied to the narrative's later developments, and the protagonist himself is intrinsically linked to it. The alarm light flickered frantically within the crimson acidic mist, only to be smothered the next instant by thick layers of flesh. Dark red mucus splattered everywhere, solidifying into a hard chitinous shell. Complex biological signals enveloped the entire Skylark, while a silvery white radiance drifted through the vessel. Infected units. Back when he was on the first planet, Chen Mo had possessed a similar ability, but it was a completely different concept then compared to now. Back then, infected structures were merely a simple overlay of flesh and shell, essentially large hatcheries built upon the building's framework. But now the infection had evolved to preserve the original functions of buildings and weapons, forming specialized structural or weapon units. And all of this did not stem from Chen Mo acquiring new genes or some technological power. It was a power that came naturally as his spiritual energy grew stronger over time. It was like a toddler learning to run naturally when the time comes without the need for special practice. This was akin to an innate power merely waiting to be unlocked after growth. This was also why Chen Mo felt it was not about transforming from a weakling into a strong one, but rather a strong individual reclaiming the power he inherently possessed. In a daze, he fell into a pure white world, boundless and empty all around, with a shadowy figure of indistinct outline standing before him. Ever since he ventured into the cosmos, Chen Mo had often experienced similar dreams. The first time he saw it, he felt a strange sensation, both familiar and alien. At first, Chen Mo would worry and occasionally fear, but now only a profound curiosity remained. Continue onward, and in time you shall know everything. As the words faded, the pure white space shattered. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He did not need sleep to replenish his energy, but he would occasionally fall into a deep slumber like this, lasting anywhere from tens of minutes to several months. During this time, the Skylark had been fully repaired by Lin using biotechnology, becoming the most formidable warship under Chen Mo's command. The repaired Skylark traveled at 65% the speed of light, slightly slower than its normal state. This was unavoidable as some of the Skylark's technology could not yet be replicated with biotechnology. Still, it was considerably faster than the 30% light speed of the mongoose, and their target was naturally the colony planet, still holding on. Chen Mo urgently needed to perfect the warp drive. If he could achieve this before the Lolth civilization did, the swarm could for a time rely on its high mobility to exhaust the Lolth civilization in a war of attrition. Of course, if his only aim was to breach the planet's defenses, he wouldn't need the Skylark. His reason for doing so was primarily to preserve resources to the greatest extent possible. Just as a black hole had been used to tear apart the Skylark's protective force field, the power of a black hole could also be used to breach a planet's large-scale force field. However, unlike other forms of attack, even the user could not cancel or limit the expansion of a black hole. It would completely devour the planet in an extremely short time. Analyzing minerals and developing conversion and production methods required a large quantity of raw minerals as a foundation. As far as he knew, only one planet possessed such minerals. Otherwise, given the distance between the planet and the main Lolth star system, they would never have lasted long enough for reinforcement. It took the Skylark nearly a year to reach the planet besieged by the swarm. Compared to before the attack, the star system was now remarkably clean. Space debris, meteors, nebular dust, and even the nearby planets all had been consumed by the swarm as rations transformed into more bugs. The structure of the star system had been fundamentally destroyed. The native civilization of this planet had just been born. In their eyes, the laboratory built by the Lolth civilization was a divine miracle, and the Lolth researchers. So in their daily lives, when the researchers needed their cooperation, they didn't need to coerce or bribe. They simply used a biological signal amplifier to broadcast a voice directly into everyone's minds. The natives called this the divine oracle. Many times the Lolth researchers felt deep sympathy for the natives, lamenting their ignorance. So when not conducting research, they tried their best to provide the natives with a favorable living environment. Altering the weather on a large scale was no more difficult for the Lolth than eating a meal. What was even more tragic was that when the swarm invaded and forced, the natives didn't even have the concept of being attacked. The Lolth intercepted the bugs outside the planet, and all the natives could perceive was the sky suddenly darkening. They interpreted this as the wrath of the gods and prayed devoutly in endless fear. Little did they know, compared to them, their so-called gods were far more despairing. When the swarm first invaded, the commander was not surprised. He followed the established strategy: first activate the defense systems, then send a message to the home world and await reinforcements. He did not believe the planet would fall to the bugs. Communication was established between him and the home world at regular intervals. The Skylark was dispatched, and people had full confidence in this ship of Lolth's glory. However, as hope drew nearer, it vanished without warning. Contact between the colony planet and the home world was severed. They could not send any messages out, nor could they receive any from the home world. All that remained were the bugs blotting out the sky. This isolated emptiness was undoubtedly a source of despair for them. They lost all means of obtaining information, numbly enduring the swarm's attacks day after day. Their usable energy dwindled, and the defense systems began to show damage. But just as they had lost hope, it suddenly reappeared. Detectors distributed within the atmosphere transmitted images. The dense swarm parted, creating a massive passageway, and a strangely shaped warship emerged from it. The Skylark. People cheered excitedly. Though its appearance had changed significantly, there was no doubt it was Lolth's ship of glory. Under the gaze of the crowd, the front of the Skylark began to reshape, and two main cannons extended outward. "Destroy these damn things, Skylark." In their excitement at being saved, they didn't even stop to think why the swarm would clear a path for the Skylark without a fierce firefight. Everyone cheered ecstatically. Then the ship of glory, which had once shouldered the most crucial role in Lolth's time of crisis, suddenly aimed its firepower directly at them. "Overlord, the mineral reserves have reached sufficient levels. The primary research project on this planet is spatial folding, but no progress has been made. It holds no value." With the aid of the Tianji, the already crumbling defense line collapsed instantly. Lin immediately consolidated the laboratory data, but unfortunately found nothing useful. It was possible that the researchers had destroyed the materials before the breach. The Zijiao and incubation chambers spread across the land, ceaselessly hatching decomposers. From the moment of their birth, these industrious little creatures had but one task: to swiftly transport valuable minerals. The Mengju and droppers would carry the minerals to pre-selected planets where Lin and its assistants would analyze them. A large portion of the insect swarm surrounding the planet self-destructed, providing resources for the incubation chambers to hatch decomposers. Of course, beyond resource recycling, the greater purpose was to relieve command pressure. Once the Sure and secondary intelligence units could no longer bear the swarm's scale, the excess burden fell upon Chen Mo, the insect overlord. Chen Mo's capacity far exceeded that of the Sure. Controlling hundreds of billions was effortless, let alone trillions. When they invaded Teslier, the swarm's maximum number once reached 112 trillion. That was Chen Mo's limit at the time. At that point, the swarm was on the verge of losing control. Through deliberate suppression, it was reduced to around 60 trillion, stabilizing the situation. Even so, Chen Mo suffered constant intense dizziness. Around 600 billion. Chen Mo felt no strain. But with each tier increase, fatigue set into the greater the number, the stronger the sensation. Thus, unless necessary, Chen Mo tried to limit the swarm's size, though the upper limit continued to rise. Alternatively, he could relinquish control, letting the swarm go feral. In that state, part of them would fall into slumber, while the rest would become even more frenzied, driven only to reproduce and invade until utterly annihilated. Chen Mo feared that a feral swarm would invade the territories of advanced civilizations, bringing disaster upon him, so otherwise countless civilizations across the universe would live in perpetual terror. A feral swarm is unlike ordinary enemies. You cannot reason with them, nor do they seek anything special from you. They simply want to fill their bellies, just as one never asks a piece of bread for its consent before eating. Meteors, planets, stars, civilizations, space debris, to them all are indistinguishable. Faced with the defection of the Tianji, what will you do, Luorfu? Within the space flickering with dark crimson light, a hollow, low laugh echoed. The 24th year of the full-scale insect invasion, the reinforcements hope. Niegu, as usual, inspected the drone swarm's intelligence systems. This was a critical task, for after the traumatic AI revolution, anything related to AI had to be treated with the utmost vigilance. And this, of course, was an irony. They abhorred the revolutionary AI, yet for the advancement of their civilization, they could not do without it. Even if they confined AI to rudimentary versions, the fact remained undeniable. Niegu scrutinized everything 3 times, found no omissions, and informed the maintenance crew to perform routine upkeep. Until the next inspection, he could return to his quarters and rest. It was a 6-person room, its aesthetic derived from a distant colonial star system. Luorfu aesthetics and artistic expression were highly diverse. Each colonized planet gave birth to a new genre of art. Niegu lay on the bed. He had ample leisure time, and rather than sleeping, he preferred to relax by reading text-based artistic creations, a very ancient form of art not yet dead and still enjoyed by many. His colleagues handled other duties, so he could enjoy quiet recreational time. Even if the room were full, he could activate a suppressor to block other sounds, but that was often seen as antisocial, and few did it. Half asleep, Niegu drifted in and out of slumber. He rubbed his eyes covered with a crystalline film. His body was reluctant to rise, but it was already time for work. He injected himself with a nutrient dose and rode a small mobile device to the drone storage bay. He was still slightly drowsy when abruptly a spine-chilling urgent alarm wailed, and the entire frigate shuddered violently. Staring at the walls, flashing madly for a fleeting moment, Niegu thought he had gone mad. This was the signal of a fleet under attack, but Hope was one of the most powerful fleets of Luorfu. In this territory, which civilization possessed the capability to attack, long years of suppressing other civilizations had left people stunned for a moment when faced with sudden events, but Niegu soon recovered. It must be the bugs. Sure enough, when he rushed frantically to the drone bay, 5 colleagues were already deploying the drone swarm. Niegu immediately joined them. Through the drone swarm's feedback, they saw the enemy, a sky-filling sea of insects. But before they could command the drones to attack, a drastically transformed warship came into view. Niegu froze, a chill seeping through him. His whole body trembled violently as he refused to believe what he saw. The Tianji. As the ship of glory, the name Tianji was known to all. Even though its appearance had changed greatly, Niagu immediately recognized this famous vessel. Then what did he see? A fierce ion beam originating from the Tianji slammed heavily into Hope's energy shield. What was happening? Had the Tianji betrayed Lorfu? Niagu trembled even more violently until a hand fell on his shoulder. Kid, calm down. Okay. But Niagu could no longer produce sound, only expressing his turmoil through chaotic biological signals. That's not the Tianji, at least not entirely, a colleague said. Indeed, if one calmed down, anyone would notice the Tianji's anomaly. What covered its hull was not paint, but large writhing masses of flesh. Niagu suddenly recalled seeing buildings covered in flesh before. Presumably the Tianji had suffered a similar fate. At this thought, Niagu felt a surge of intense fury momentarily eclipsing his fear. The glorious Tianji, it must not be desecrated like this. He commanded the drone swarm to launch a fierce assault on the insect tide. Wait, what is that? Niagu heard his colleague's horrified scream. Puzzled, he looked at the virtual screen. There the Tianji charged at an unimaginable speed, and wherever it passed the insects twisted and shattered in grotesque ways. Warp drive? What? What engine? Niagu felt confusion, and that was the last thought to cross his mind. With a deafening roar that seemed to tear the soul apart, the Hope, unable to dodge in time, suffered a violent collision from the Tianji. Lin had long mastered the technology of warp drives, but was constrained by materials. After obtaining indispensable metallic mineral ores on the planet, he quickly assembled 3 large warp drives and 5 smaller ones. Compared to the sheer number of the insect swarm, a mere 8 warp drives were a drop in the bucket. Yet it was unavoidable. What was obtained from the technological side could not be mass-produced through the hive or hatcheries until fully converted into biotech, even with abundant resources. This was perfectly normal for other civilizations, but for the Zerg it was an inevitable flaw. As the most powerful vessel currently at hand, the Tianji was naturally prioritized for retrofitting. A heating collision would inflict incalculable damage on both capital ships, but it was also the simplest and most direct method. This thing is actually not bad. Samuel grinned as he leaped from the breach, unfurling his form midair and swiftly transforming into his Zerg shape. With thrusters at full power, he crashed into the Shiwang like a meteor. After the Tianji's impact, the Zaiwang side was already battered and torn. This collision shattered it completely. Caught entirely off guard, the Zaiwang's air pressure went haywire, and the cabin's atmosphere hurled people into space like a storm. The next moment, the Zaiwang's emergency air valves engaged, sparing the rest from a similar fate, but a new demon had already made its entrance. Samuel rampaged recklessly, his simple charges devastatingly fearsome under the drive of a fusion reactor. Dozens of plasma bugs burst from his shoulders and back, spewing scorching hot plasma ion clusters that vaporized any enemy daring to stand in them. Samuel was the most unique individual unit. As a commander, he had sacrificed his original command abilities for overwhelming strength. Every time the swarm acquired new ores or genes, experiments were conducted on Samuel. Had volume not been a limiting factor, even a warp drive would have been grafted onto him. Of course, this did not mean Samuel was invincible. Damn you, Dot. Accompanied by a roar so distorted it was barely recognizable, an ion beam suddenly struck. The intense heat and colliding ions blasted a gaping hole in Samuel's chest. But before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, Samuel's wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The man frantically raised his gun again, but a bone spike was faster. A white spike about 2 meters in diameter. To Samuel it was just a spike, but to the man it was far beyond the realm of a spike. The moment it contacted, immense kinetic energy flung him off, and he was crushed into a pulp between the wall and the spike. Captain! A heart-wrenching cry sounded from the corridor corner. Watching dozens of men and military robots rush out, Samuel's mandibles clicked twice. If one analyzed Samuel's biosignals at that moment, the meaning was simple. It could be summed up in 3 words. Outnumbering me. Hiss. Before the charged ion beam could fire, violent tremors came from all directions. Countless insects squeezed through the breach, filling the passage without regard for anything. With piercing shrieks, they surged forward. Detecting an excessive number of living signals, the Zaiwang's automatic countermeasure system activated. High-energy plasma spread across the hull, sparing only those wearing special combat suits. Moreover, beams of antimatter radiated a dense aura of death. The insects were dismembered. If time were slowed, one could see amid the heat and explosions the metal-infused skin tissue shatter first, followed by blood, muscle, organs, and bones. Like petals falling from a flower, leaving only the bare pistil clusters of matter wrapped in fragile, translucent membranes. Pop, 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 pop. A series of bursting sounds rang out like bubbles. The pistils bloomed, and corrosive liquid emitting high-energy radiation splattered everywhere. People watched in horror as their combat suits began to dissolve. Fall back first. Yes. The crew fled in panic. Samuel did not pursue. He fixed his gaze on a small hole near the wall. Based on the analysis of the Tianji situation, this was the air pressure regulation device connecting the entire Shiwang. Hundreds of dandelion-like insects drifted nearby, spreading white powder everywhere. Samuel smashed the intact wall beside him, instantly altering the air pressure. The regulation device activated, sucking in a massive amount of spores. Lin said to try to keep the Shiwang intact. So enjoy yourselves. Boom, boom, boom. Niega awoke from the unceasing tremors. He clutched his head in pain, and it took a long while to shake off the daze. Lizzie. He shook his comrade's corpse. Lizzie had been terribly unlucky. The impact threw him off balance, and his head slammed hard against the maintenance equipment. It was fatal. Out of the 6 of them, including himself, only 2 had survived. That was a man named Libwa. His chest was slightly caved in from the collision, likely a broken bone. Niega administered emergency treatment for him. Wait here. He'll check the situation outside. Niega put on his combat suit and picked up a weapon. Libwa tugged at him and struggled to his feet. I'm coming too. Okay. Niega did not dissuade him. The situation was unclear, and staying here might be even worse. The 2 moved one behind the other. Niega tried to contact command via the communication device, but kept failing to establish a connection. That's the Tianji's jamming device. It's equipped with the most advanced model, Libwa said. Damn it, what the hell happened on the Niega cursed, hoping to drown his inner fear with profanity. Boom, boom, boom. The Shiwang was still trembling, the source nearby. The 2 exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to go take a look. Let's check it out. Maybe they need our support. Niega produced a drone. Alright, let's go. They encouraged each other. Thanks to the Zaiwang's still functioning transport system, the 2 quickly reached the cabin where the vibrations originated. Niega launched a drone through a damaged gap, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Countless insects. Hideous, frenzied, horrifying. Devouring the crew's flesh and letting out excited shrieks. Ah, fuck ah. Driven by rage and fear, Niega activated the drone's weapon output. Energy beams roared, taking out strings of insects, which made him feel a bit better. We need to get out of here fast. This place is already sealed off. Niega turned around only to be met not with his comrade's encouragement, but a sharp pain in his chest. An arm clad in a combat suit pierced through his chest. Niega stared at his former comrade in disbelief, trembling like a leaf. He spat blood and asked with his last strength. Why? Squelch. The answer came from 2 parasites drilling out of Libas eye sockets. The news of Tianji and Zaiwang's successive falls swept like a storm across hundreds of light years. The leader gazed upon the prosperous homeland below, yet couldn't suppress a shudder. The artificial star radiated a warm light. On the streets, pedestrians unaware of the truth passed by, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, particularly dazzling under the brilliant radiance. In the past, even this most ordinary scene could hold the leader's gaze for an eternity. He had inherited the knowledge of all previous leaders, and with it the indelible suffering. He had witnessed with his own eyes the helplessness of his forebears who lost their homes, became displaced, and were forced to rebuild their lives in distant lands. He had seen with his own eyes how the predecessors struggled through blood and sweat to cast off the thread of the Jiqi. He also saw the terrible price Lorfu paid to shape the people of their homeworld into the happy beings they were today. The young leader felt proud of this, but recently he had glimpsed the thick gloom hanging over this happiness. A dark cloud formed by twisted, writhing insects. In truth, the leader did not admit that the insects were utterly hopeless. It was not stubbornness, even though their numbers were vast, and they had swallowed Tianji and Shiwang for Lorfu. This force was still far from sufficient. What truly oppressed the leader was a sense of powerlessness. No matter how many insects were eradicated, 100 million, a billion, or 10 billion, they always regrouped in an extremely short time, even multiplying in number, as if they were inexhaustible. And they could not locate the source of the insect swarm. That was the most fatal issue. Lorfu was like a delectable cake guarded by a powerful sentinel against a persistent thief. Each time the sentinel could strike the thief dead, but the thief always managed to smear a portion of the cake with his filthy fingers and stuff it into his mouth. The sentinel killed more and more thieves, utterly dedicated, yet he could not change the fact that the cake was shrinking day by day. This inevitably stoked the leader's anger, but whenever he faced reality, the anger quickly evaporated, mingled with a suffocating sense of helplessness. From the very beginning, this was destined to be an unequal war. Leader. The biological signal came through the communication device. The leader arrived at the meeting room. Unlike previous sessions where 4 members were virtual, this time all were physically present. Lorfu had abandoned many colonial star systems, and all projects were urgently halted. Before mastering space folding technology, an overly vast territory meant that in the event of full-scale war, they would be excessively stretched thin, wasting vast amounts of vital force. Tianji and Shiwang were attacked while en route to reinforce a situation that would never occur if they only controlled the home system and key systems. The 4 from other systems had returned to the homeworld, and today the leader had lost count of how many meetings had been held. We must launch an effective counterattack. The public still doesn't know the truth. If we continue like this, we will return to the... One of the elders spoke. What constitutes an effective counterattack? We once exterminated over 4 trillion insects, paying a terrible price. But what was the result? Was it victory? For only a very short time, then the insects multiplied into even greater numbers, said another elder. Can we harness the power of the Zhiqi? At Tesselier, when the Zhiqi destroyed it, they also annihilated over 30 trillion insects, a man suggested. The man proposed. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, that is indeed a solution. The problem is we don't have a project that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, as Lily said, even if we eliminate the swarm, more will eventually appear. We need to find their nest, a woman said. If we remove all signal jammers, the Zhiqi should be able to follow the biological signals and destroy everything of the insect race, the youngest representative of the Elder Council said weakly. Hey, are you crazy? Doing that would indeed wipe out the insect swarm completely, but what about us? We would also die at the hands of the Zhiqi, you lunatic, the man immediately exclaimed. I just blurted it out. The young representative shrunk back and stopped voicing opinions. The leader let out an almost imperceptible sigh. The young representative's words were not wrong. Luorfu had the means to fight to the death with the insects. They didn't believe the insects could withstand the Zhiqi civilization. If the two were on par, the enemy would not have failed to conquer Luorfu for so many years. But regardless, that was a measure that would never be taken unless reality reached the absolute limit of desperation. Once activated, the struggles and resilience of predecessors over tens of thousands of years would instantly become a joke. Continue to shrink the star domain inward, concentrate all forces, and coordinate with the planetary weapon systems to strike. That should hold the insect swarm outside, the first speaker suggested. The first speaker offered this advice. As we discussed in previous meetings, trapping ourselves inside the insect swarm's encirclement is undoubtedly a foolish move. Are we to compete over whether our energy runs out first or the insects die out first? The man countered. Then he took a breath and continued in a more labor-saving biological signal. Our energy may seem inexhaustible, but that is an illusion. Abandoning the vast cosmos and holding only 4 star systems, energy will eventually be depleted. The man countered, then took a breath and continued in a more labor-saving biological signal. Our energy may seem inexhaustible, but that is an illusion. Abandoning the vast cosmos and holding only 4 star systems, energy will eventually run out. At this point, the meeting could already be declared over. Without finding the source of the insect swarm, eliminating countless insects was meaningless. Previous meetings had also reached no conclusions on this point, yet they stubbornly attended repeatedly, as if only this could vent their inner frustration. Regardless, it's time to start informing the public step by step. It's better for them to face reality early than to live in a fabricated fairy tale. We don't have the ability to keep weaving it, the young leader finally spoke. That will cause public panic. It's all right, Lena. The leader shook his head gently, his expression earnest. We are all descendants of heroes. Our forebears in times of extreme difficulty carved a path of life with blood and tears. So as their descendants, do we lack the courage to accept reality? The leader shook his head gently, his expression earnest. We are all descendants of heroes. Our forebears in times of extreme difficulty carved a path of life with blood and tears. So as their descendants, do we lack the courage to accept reality? But leader, the people are so far removed from war. Lena still couldn't help worrying. As leaders, they had woven too beautiful a fairy tale for the people over the past years. Now they had to shatter it with their own hands and reveal the bloody reality. It would not be surprising if some couldn't accept it, but it must be done, the leader insisted. I agree, said the man. Me too, said the woman. Seconded. Then, all right. At least I hope this part can be entrusted to me, Lena said. Very well. This meeting is adjourned. By the way, the research on the warp drive has just been completed. I hope the next time I see you all, the warp drive will have been installed on our warships. Of course, as you wish. In the 37th year of the full-scale bug invasion, the Lorfo civilization, the Stellaris system. This star system is located 21 light-years from the Lorfo system, containing 1 star, 14 planets, over 800 moons, and more than 1 million asteroids. Lorfo had transformed the ecosystems of all 14 planets, rendering the entire system habitable. The central star's energy was harvested by a colossal device supplying power to all 14 planets, supplemented by large antimatter reactors, making it an overall military star system. Including the Horizon and the Hope, over 2/3 of the Lorfo civilization's fleet were manufactured in the Stellaris system. If the Lorfo system was the civilization's brain, then Stellaris was its vital heart. Similarly, new recruits were trained here. Even for civilizations that had entered space, military branches remained diverse. Typically, they trained on different planets according to their roles. Among the 14 planets, Daji was the most unique, responsible for constructing the main ships and training fleet soldiers. May you all shine brightly. As the officer's words fell, a new batch of soldiers finished their training. They were assigned to several frigates. Mayakafu was one of them, a standard native of Lorfo's home planet. He had inherited the knowledge of 6 outstanding veterans, so despite being a rookie, the fleet's operating systems were not unfamiliar to him. Mayakafa spent about a day acclimating. Returning to his quarters that evening, he first adjusted the temperature, humidity, and ambient scent, then lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Just moments ago, the captain had gathered all new recruits and announced a terrifying truth. The War of Civilizations had countless predecessors had already been lost to the insect sea before them, and they were about to step into the most brutal battlefield, one where even the horizon and the hope had fallen. Recalling the captain's stirring words, Mayakafu still felt at a loss, so different from his expectations. He had inherited 6 exceptionally skilled veterans, one of whom was a distinguished frigate captain. He had thought he would be the same, dedicating his life to the glorious Lorfo, enjoying the praise of others, becoming a model for new recruits, and eventually retiring to train the next generation. What a brilliant life it would have been. Yet on his very first day as a crew member, the illusion shattered without warning. This filled him with pain and confusion. His radiant life should not have been declared over before it even began. Later, noise arose from outside the door. Although technology for complete soundproofing existed, it was not used in the dorms to ensure sleeping soldiers could be instantly awakened in an emergency. As the door slid open, the clamor grew louder. Several comrades entered, also discussing the captain's earlier words. I never imagined the situation had become so dire. Haha, what are you scared? Nonsense, aren't you? A little, but more excited, I guess. An ordinary, uneventful life would be boring. You're thinking of that girl again, aren't you? It's not like it's ancient times seeking love like this. Give up on her, she's out of our league. Yeah, she's quite famous. Exactly. If I followed my predetermined life path, I'd never have a chance. But if I can earn merit now, who knows? Their conversation quickly veered off topic, shifting from the dire situation to a girl. Mayakafu heard it all, feeling annoyed and inexplicably angry at his comrades' naivety. Why? Why could they accept life without a thought? And why should he accept this bleak existence? Mayakafu's movement caught their attention. They greeted him cheerfully, and he nodded stiffly. Still envious of you, soon you'll be a senior officer. Don't forget us then. The man laughed. Then, is there even a then? Mayakafu suddenly shouted, his ferocious expression startling everyone. What's wrong with you? Sorry, I'm fine. I need some air. Mayakafu got off the bed and walked out with his head down. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. He reached the edge of the frigate, gazing at the view below, breathing in frustration. He didn't know what to do, but he absolutely refused to go to the front lines and die, ending his life just as it began. Mayakafu felt his blood boil, mixed with intense unease, causing his heart to clench in sharp pain. Buzz! Suddenly a shrill, urgent alarm blared. The captain's voice transmitted directly into everyone's mind through the communication system. All hands return to ship, prepare for battle. Mayakafa hesitated for a moment, but the combat instincts etched deep in his blood drove him back to his post. In coordination with 3 main ships, thousands of frigates and combat vessels launched rapidly into space. So they've come to get this close without detection. Captain Tina of the Doom grimaced. Though reluctant to admit it, she had to accept reality. The insect swarm had already penetrated deep into the solar system, and they had been completely unaware until now. And warp drive. Looking at the probe's feedback data and the distortion of space at the swarm's location, there was no doubt. It was the very warp drive they had only recently developed and deployed. Tina, what's your plan? The captain of the Abyss joined the comms. Send word back first. The swarm still needs time to reach us. Tina replied. But that will let the swarm get closer to our planets. The captain of the Punisher also joined. I don't recommend waiting idly. We have sufficient operational autonomy, said the Abyss captain. All right, I agree. But this requires a meticulous and cautious battle plan. As the captain of the Doom, Tina was renowned for her combat prowess. Passive waiting was not her style either. The fall of the horizon and hope taught us the swarm's true power. We can't counter them with fleet strength alone. The asteroid belt in the 3rd spiral arm is equipped with powerful fortifications. We can use that, said the Punisher's captain. Based on the swarm's current trajectory, they won't pass through there. The Abyss captain noted. What if we act as bait? We've all received detailed analyses of the swarm. Not all are mindless, intelligent individuals. Lead them. 3 main ships and 2,000 frigates and combat vessels should be a tempting enough lure, though risky. Tina proposed. It's worth a try? I agree. Seconded. The 2 captains agreed with Tina's suggestion. They issued orders to their respective fleets of frigates and combat vessels. Instantly, thousands of warships converged on the swarm's projected path. In fact, their speculation was correct. Thousands of frontline battleships and frigates along with 3 capital ships were indeed an irresistible temptation for the insect swarm, which was currently unable to mass-produce fleets of the same caliber. Upon detecting the fleet's movements, the swarm immediately changed course, even knowing full well it might be a trap. What if they fell into the trap? What if the insects were all annihilated? The consequences would merely be a delay in the timing, the pointless sacrifice of soldiers, and making the enemy more vigilant. What else was there? Before possessing space-fold technology, there was no possibility of a surprise attack on a military heavy industry star system. Even with the shielding devices of the mother nest, the Tianji and the Shuang, allowing the swarm to infiltrate, they would still be detected well before reaching the actual point of engagement. As for the pointless sacrifice of soldiers, Chen Mo did not care about it, nor did Shi, nor did Lin, and even the insect soldiers themselves did not care. For the insect swarm, the concept of throwing away lives did not exist. And finally, making the enemy more vigilant. Given the war had reached its current stage, if Luo Erfu had not already heightened his vigilance to the maximum, wouldn't they be a bunch of brainless fools? Of course, besides the allure of the fleet, there was another more important reason. Chen Mo did not want the insect swarm to be perceived by Luo Erfu as a race with considerably high intelligence. He wanted to reduce the perceived danger of the swarm in Luo Erfu's eyes, and he aimed to make Luo Erfu believe that the swarm was led by a group of low-intelligence individual units. To this end, he had deliberately fed intelligence to Luo Erfu multiple times and intentionally acted foolishly among them. This time, however, he wanted to reveal the hidden commander of the swarm to the world. The Tianji and Shuang were equipped with highly advanced shielding devices which acted like a large dome covering the swarm from all directions without any blind spots. This was the main reason they could evade the detectors scattered both inside and outside the star system. However, correspondingly, the isolator would not only block Luo Erfu's detection, but also block the biological signals of the swarm. The intensity was not enough to block Chen Mo's signal, but it could completely isolate Shi and the subordinate units. To command the battle, they had to be within the isolation range. However, given the current size of the swarm, even if all intelligent units were removed, Chen Mo alone would be sufficient to control everything. But this was a rare opportunity. Not only was the swarm itself isolated, but Luo Erfu had also installed a large number of shielding devices within the star system. Chen Mo intended to use this opportunity to naturally bring Shi to the forefront. The actual exchange of fire began one day, 2 months later. The fleet, which had been waiting for a long time, used 1,000 frigates and battleships as bait. At Chen Mo's behest, the swarm actively entered the encirclement. In an instant, the hidden capital ships and battleships opened fire. Asteroids were transformed into battle fortresses in a flash. Countless collapsing micro-black holes scattered across the battlefield. As ion beams clashed, targets were instantly vaporized. Monitoring devices swept across the battlefield like rain, precisely locking onto the command units, emitting biological signals. Frigates and battleships traveled at sublight speeds their wake, creating cosmic storms that tore the insects apart. But the swarm was not without the ability to fight back. With the Tianji and Shuang at the core, accompanied by a large black hole trailing a black domain tail, they fired the first shot of the counterattack. Boom! Watching the dozens of frigates being torn apart, Dina's gaze was calm. The moment she prepared the ambush, such losses were within her expectations. As the captain of the destruction, a ship of the same specification, she understood better than most what the Tianji and Shuang meant. The two capital ships could no longer be left to the swarm. As individual entities, the Tianji and Shuang posed a threat far exceeding any individual unit of the swarm. More importantly, although these two ships incorporated a great deal of biotechnology, the swarm must lack the ability to mass-produce them. Otherwise, they would not be facing merely two capital ships. Not to mention, they had detected a large number of scattered biological signals on the two capital ships. Only by annihilating the insect swarm and destroying the Tianji and Shuang simultaneously could they consider this battle's objective accomplished. The next time, it would be difficult to find such a good opportunity. Therefore, even if they had to pay a certain price, they were willing to do so. The Tianji and Shuang possessed powerful energy shields, rendering ordinary ion beams ineffective. The only means to instantly tear them apart away from any planet was to rely on a large black hole. In this chaotic asteroid belt, there were 3 capital ships capable of generating black holes, along with 200 frigates and 200 battleships, and an additional 1,200 black hole generation devices installed in the asteroid belt. If it were the Tianji and Shuang of the past, they could be swallowed in an instant. But now it was different. The principle of the warp drive was to distort the surrounding space-time. If the black hole that appeared first was not large enough, the Tianji and Shuang might still have a chance to escape. According to calculations, the safest black hole size required many devices to charge simultaneously. The moment charging began, the swarm would surely detect it. This time needed to be bought with lives. More importantly, the ones to do this could not be the 3 capital ships. The destruction and other ships were Luo Erfu's important combat strength. They must not be lost here, otherwise in the short term Luo Erfu would be forced to abandon the cosmic territories outside the star system. Activate the devices. Dina's command echoed through the cold communication devices in the minds of all combatants. They fully understood what this meant, and they knew their own fate. Yet they did not hesitate. Yes, Over 1,000 black hole devices activated simultaneously. The immense energy was as conspicuous as searchlights in the dark night. The swarm reacted in an instant. The next moment, over 1,000 battleships and frigates rushed toward the Tianji and Shiwang without regard for their own safety. As for the swarm, they did not care. Boom, boom, boom. Thick ion beams sealed off the retreat of the two capital ships. Countless insects launched counterattacks. The battleships and frigates quickly broke through the swarm's blockade, shouting, "Luo Erfu shines brightly," as they charged without hesitation into the cluster of ion beams. All of this was merely to keep the Tianji and Shiwang in place. Dina's battle plan was undoubtedly successful. The Shiwang and Tianji were indeed held in place. But she overlooked a very important fact: not everyone possessed the conviction to sacrifice their lives for a righteous cause. Watching the ion beams drawing closer, Miao Kafu, who was piloting a small frigate starfighter, grew increasingly terrified. He sank into an abyss of trembling dread. Even if he escaped the ion beams, given the size of the black hole about to unfold, they would inevitably be sucked in. Facing his fully focused comrades, he made a terrible decision. This would make him abandon war and glory, abandon the resplendent Luo Erfu. He would become a sinner of civilization, living a life burdened with pain. But he did not want to die. He did not want to die like this. I'm sorry. He activated the emergency pressure device. Because he had already worn substandard combat gear, Miao Kafu only felt a momentary sharp pain. The main pilot was not so lucky. He was instantly ruptured by the pressure. Miao Kafu seized the main pilot seat and steered the fighter off course. He wanted to go to a low-level civilization where he would become a god and live a life of reverence. The black hole is about to unfold. All units prepare. Yes. The captain of the deep sea kept issuing orders. Noticing that Tina had been silent since earlier, he couldn't help but ask, "Tina, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'm just feeling a bit emotional. We've caused too many deaths." "Tina, it can't be helped." "I know. Maybe I'm getting old. When I was young, sending countless people to their deaths never bothered me. You're the youngest among us. If you're old, then the rest of us are practically ready to retire. All right, the black hole device has finished charging. We can begin." The words of the captain of the punishment made the two of them focus. With the aid of the AI, they activated all black hole devices simultaneously. In an instant, immense energy converged at a single point, and a point in the universe collapsed inward at tremendous speed, tearing through the cosmic dark zone, twisting toward the hope and the sky. That should be the end of it. Wait, what is that? The horrified shout of the captain of the punishment made the two look up. They saw a fighter break away from the fleet and flee in another direction. The AI immediately verified the number and information. The pilot and co-pilot's details were displayed. Tina recognized one of them, a veteran who had fought for many years, fearless in battle. The problem must lie with the other one, the rookie Miao Kafu. A deserter? That's normal too. The direction he's fleeing is set with dozens of black hole devices. The captain of the punishment shouted in near despair. "He'll dodge it. Although he's a rookie, he has enough battle memories," Tina said. "No, the space near the black hole devices will warp, creating a massive gravitational pull. His course will inevitably deviate. He's piloting the latest fighter equipped with a small antimatter reactor. The explosion's power will be enough to destroy those black hole devices." The captain of the deep sea immediately switched communication channels and ordered the nearby squadrons to destroy that fleeing fighter. The nearby fighters accepted the order. However, Miao Kafu had already surged forward a considerable distance. Due to the influence of the black hole devices, they couldn't accurately hit the target. They could only watch helplessly as Miao Kafu's fighter gradually lost control and eventually crashed head-on into an activated black hole device. An energy storm capable of annihilating an asteroid swept through, destroying dozens of black hole devices in an instant. "Damn it." The captain of the punishment cursed in fury, then stared intently at the sky and the hope being swallowed by the black. "Please let it succeed." The three captains prayed in their hearts. They were willing to give everything just to let the black hole destroy the two main ships. But reality always loved to play tricks. Because of the destruction of dozens of black hole devices, the black hole they created was slightly smaller than planned. And that tiny margin meant that after the black hole devoured the sky, it failed to destroy the Hope in time. A fighter emerged from the Hope just before it was completely swallowed. The signal detection device emitted a rapid alarm. Inside the fighter, there was a biological signal reaction far more intense than ever before, even surpassing the combat-type intelligent beings they had encountered. "Stop him! Stop him!" The captain of the deep sea issued orders like a madman, but what use was it? The black hole they had created themselves became the enemy's best barrier. Nothing could approach it. They could only watch helplessly as the fighter equipped with a warp drive grew farther and farther, eventually breaking out of the encirclement under the cover of the swarm. And at the very moment the fighter broke through the signal jammer's blockade, the previously orderly swarm went berserk. They no longer formed ranks or formations. They began to collide recklessly, even charging headlong into the black hole, without looking back. Damn, damn, damn. Did you see that? Did you see it? Bo, calm down. We saw it. Calm down. How can I calm down? Damn it, the signal detector has never returned such a high-frequency signal. And those bugs, they all went crazy in an instant. What does that mean? It means that the ship contained the commander of the swarm. We were so close. We almost wiped out the swarm commander. How can I calm down? Damn it. The captain of the punishment cursed, incessantly smashing everything that could be smashed. The surging biological signal was chaotic, and the warning light of the emotion suppressor flashed wildly. It had almost no effect. The moment his emotions calmed, they would surge again. I saw it too. Calm down, let's clean up the swarm first. I know, damn it, I know. The fleet began to clean up the swarm without a commander. The three commanders, either vexed or furious, did not know that in the control room of the deep sea an operator was watching the captain with an intrigued expression. In the long war, Luo Urfa's forces had not all perished. They had also achieved considerable victories. Under such frequent contact, Chen Mo had naturally parasitized some Luo Urfa people. He had a specific purpose in parasitizing, mostly through low-level soldiers infecting high-ranking officers. They had many ways to evade routine inspections. To this day, Luo Urfu still had not obtained intelligence about the swarm possessing parasitic hosts. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. I had originally intended to take over the swarm and use biological signals to lure the target into the ambush I had prepared for Lin. This saved me a lot of effort. Chen Mo's mouth curled upward to both sides, bending to an inhuman degree. The departure of the mentor and the secondary commanders naturally did not affect the entire swarm, since a considerable part of the swarm was under Chen Mo's will. The true reason for the swarm's loss of control was that Chen Mo had withdrawn his control. This was part of the plan. He had originally intended to expose Lin through the swarm's chaos, but unexpectedly those captains identified the mentor as the entire swarm's commander. It would be a waste not to exploit this. Through the eyes of the parasitized operator, Chen Mo watched the captain in a rage, and a plan quietly surfaced. Meanwhile, the fleet quickly cleared the rampaging swarm. Without a commander lacking a system, although the swarm became more frenzied, it also became easier to handle. Before returning to the planet, the three captains assembled on the Doom, using the large communication system on board to establish communication with the leader in the Luo Urfa home system. They first reported the detailed situation, then stated their speculation. Leader, without a doubt, that was the swarm commander. We missed the best opportunity. Please punish us. Captains, this is not your fault. The leader's voice was calm without a hint of reproach. Transmit the specific battle process to me. And remember, treat the fallen soldiers properly. Do not let the others feel disheartened. Yes. The three captains swiftly handled the myriad of aftermath affairs, and upon their first return to Daji Star, conducted a comprehensive analysis of the entire battle process. This was of paramount importance, especially given that the swarm commander had made its first appearance on the battlefield. Then why was that? The swarm war had raged for so long, yet the so-called commander had only now revealed itself. Could it be solely due to the strategic significance of the Sailor Galaxy? No one would be so naive. As a commander of a race, particularly when its death would strip all creatures of their intelligence, and with the ability to command from afar, any intelligent being would ensure the commander remained in absolute safety. This was a universal biological truth. If so, why would the swarm commander risk appearing? Thus, this assault must have a purpose distinct from before, or it was compelled by necessity. Said the captain of the deep sea. The swarm's command system relies entirely on biological signals. The Sailor Galaxy houses the most powerful signal jammers in our entire civilization. Without a large-scale communication system, we couldn't even communicate with the outside world. The bugs also infiltrated with jammers activated. Could it be that the jamming intensity is so high that it can no longer exert remote control? Speculated the captain of the Punisher. That's not impossible. Alright, let's compile all the details and send them to the lead. Tina finished handling everything, turned to the two, and said, I'm the worst at compiling summaries. Tina, could you give me a begged the captain of the Punisher. I can, but the next time the warp drive installation and weapon arsenal updates happen, the priority for the destroyer fleet must be elevated. Tina said with a smile. Although the industrial capacity of the Lorfu civilization was quite advanced, it was still impossible to upgrade tens of thousands of ships simultaneously. Everything had a priority. The captain of the Punisher didn't want to agree, but he also didn't want to write the summary himself, so he pestered Tina for a long time. Tina halted the captain of the Punisher with a gesture and left with the documents. Send me a message when you've made up your mind. Next, we need to be wary of the swarm's counterattack. They'll regroup quickly, and they hold a grudge like nothing else. Watching Tina's retreating figure, the captain of the Punisher sighed repeatedly. Can't she be a little kinder to me? You're not so bad off. Everyone who's ever courted Tina got a thorough beating. She's just not treating you well anymore, the captain of the deep sea said, chuckling at the You have an assistant to help you. Mine is completely useless at this. You have it easy. Fine, I'll do it myself. The captain of the Punisher rubbed his head. Keep at it. But Tina has a point. We need to be wary of the swarm's counterattack. Even if it's the swarm after destroying so many ITLL take a long time to recover, right? Don't worry, don't worry. The captain of the Punisher didn't take it too seriously, but Tina was very cautious. Yet even she hadn't anticipated that the swarm's retaliation would come so swiftly and with such overwhelming force. The swarm vanished for 5 years. For ordinary biological timescales, this was a long period. But in the context of the cosmos, even at the speed of light, 5 years was merely enough to travel from one galaxy to another. Seeing the swarm's numbers had multiplied several times over, Tina was the first to be astonished. Where did they all come from? Even disregarding the reproduction process, travel alone would require enormous time. Captain Weave received the latest intelligence. At that moment, the intelligence chief rushed in and shared the data with the entire operations room, as well as the captains of the Punisher and the Deep Sea. 2 desolate galaxies located 3 light-years and 2 light-years away respectively had mysteriously disappeared a few years ago, and then the swarm was born. I remember those 2 galaxies. They had no resources, harsh environments, and were littered with residual black holes from previous wars. Could the galaxies have been swallowed by black holes? And the swarm's birth was due to another reason, said the captain of the Punisher. Based on the residual black holes at the time, they weren't enough to devour an entire galaxy. It seems our initial hypothesis was wrong. The swarm requires some special resources, but those aren't the key to their reproduction. They serve another purpose. Tina concluded quickly, then immediately boarded a fighter to the destroyer. This time, they couldn't rely on traps for an ambush. Although they speculated the swarm lacked intelligence, having been caught, once it wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Order ground forces to enter alert status. Activate the skyburner cannons and signal isolation devices. Deploy the sentinel formation. Perform final inspections on the sentinel robots. Prepare the drone swarm for combat. Maximize observation radar power. Yes, the Sailor Galaxy was already on high alert. One by one orders were issued and quickly received feedback. This time will you show yourself? Tina stared intently at the swarm's movements. They didn't activate the signal isolation devices to maximum power immediately. Instead, they prepared for a final test. The swarm advanced silently, like a deathly stillness. The universe couldn't transmit sound in the conventional sense. Without using instruments to detect waves, one could only observe the swarm pressing forward, silently devouring everything in its path. 3 main ships and thousands of escort and combat vessels lined up on the planet closest to the swarm. The planet had already deployed its defenses. Thousands of skyburner cannons powerful enough to destroy a main ship gleamed menacingly. The surrounding area was cleared as soon as the swarm was detected, and here the heating confrontation with the swarm would unfold. The battle began on a day 2 months later. Attention all units. Tina was the most exceptional captain in history, wielding more autonomy than any other. In wartime, she could command other captains. The opening of this defensive battle came from one of her orders. Signal isolation devices full power. When the swarm stepped into the predetermined position, the signal isolation devices deployed both inside and outside the galaxy were pushed to maximum. The isolation devices, like a giant bowl covering the entire galaxy, prevented signals from entering or leaving. Instantly, the swarm fell into obvious chaos, with only the core part maintaining order. Captain Tina, according to Sentinel and radar feedback, the core of the swarm contains 1327 biological signals of equal intensity. Based on analysis, they are individuals designated as king bugs. With the observer's report, data on the king bugs appeared in the operations rooms of the 3 main ships. They were bugs with shrunken bodies, large heads, and brain tissue protected by only a thin membrane. Each possessed a degree of independent thought and could control between 60 million and 100 million bugs. It seems the commander hasn't shown up. Probably scared since we nearly killed it last time, said the captains of the Deep Sea and the Punisher. Tina ignored them and continued commanding. Maximize sentinel and radar frequency. Already at maximum. Deactivate the signal isolation devices, retaining only the basic ones. Deactivate. The moment the operator deactivated the signal isolation devices, the sentinels and radar simultaneously detected a frequency band stronger than all the king bugs combined. Captain, biological signal detected. Identified as very close to the one that escaped earlier. Got you. Can you lock onto the source location of the biological signal? Unable to lock. The signal tracking device is blocked. Tina nodded, unsurprised. She had never expected to hunt down the swarm commander so easily. But as long as she confirmed that the commander's biological signal couldn't penetrate the signal isolation devices, the rest would be much simpler. Reactivate the signal isolation devices. Begin extermination. Yes. With most of the swarm out of control and the assistance of planetary weapons in the cleansing operation, even though the number of bugs was greater than before, the process was far easier. However, before they could catch their breath, a new horde came charging from another direction. For a long time thereafter, the swarm continuously assaulted the Sarlar system, leaving the fleets exhausted and constantly on the Damn it, where the hell are these things coming from? The captain of the Punisher roared with fury. He glanced at Tina, who was sipping tea as if nothing was wrong, and asked, "How can you be so calm? Panic won't help. Right now, all the researchers at Lorf have dropped everything to trace the source of the biological signals. In the meantime, we can only resist passively." Tina placed the empty teacup on the table. The assistant beside her refilled several cups, watching as Tina and the two other officers drank. "You may leave now. We have a meeting with the leader shortly," Tina said. "Yes, ma'am." The assistant slowly exited the room. Once in a corner without surveillance, a twisted smile curled on his lips. He wiped the teacup with a tentacle, extracting several micron-sized transparent parasites from the residual liquid at the bottom. This was Lin's latest creation from a month ago, specifically designed for the Lorf people. Both its genetic composition and biological signals perfectly matched those of the Lorf, making it undetectable except by the most specialized instruments. Chen Mo was not a cunning man. He knew he could not devise complex schemes, so he simplified the intricate matters. Attacking an enemy came down to two methods: breaking through from the outside or crumbling from within. Chen Mo could not yet break through from the outside. Even if he could, it would require an immense amount of time, far beyond what he was willing to endure. He had patience, but not that much. So the path became clear: ignore the former and choose the latter. The ceaseless swarm attacks and the deliberately exposed commander were all merely distractions. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Mo and his parasitized hosts had already infected over 80% of the population in the system. In truth, if Chen Mo wished, the Sarlar system could change hands in an instant. But his ambitions went far beyond that. From the defenses of the Sarlar system, one could infer the approximate strength of the other three systems. Even with thousands of warships and the swarm conquering them would be no easy feat. Now that the parasite hosts remained undiscovered, the most profitable course was to spread the infection to the other systems through the infected, and then in a single move annihilate the entire civilization. It's time to ease the swarm's assault. Chen Mo manipulated the host to set down the cup and wait by the door. The new parasites took about 2 hours to fully take control of a target after entering the body. If he was more brutal, the time could be drastically shortened, but that would leave obvious flaws. He had enough patience for this. 2 hours later, the meeting room door opened, and the three captains emerged. Chen Mo smiled faintly, manipulating all three to return to their respective warships. "Too bad being parasitized causes partial memory loss, otherwise I wouldn't need to search the database." Chen Mo used the three officers' access to open the database, learning about every aspect of the Lorf, striving to avoid revealing any flaws. The swarm vanished 2 months later. When the last bug perished under an ion beam, the shadow that had loomed over the Lorf since the destruction of Tesserel suddenly dissipated. People searched for bugs, spending a long time, but found nothing. Unlike the years of build-up before, even decades or a century later, not a single bug set foot in Lorf territory. If not for the utterly clean-swept systems before their eyes, they might have thought it all a nightmare. The leader attended yet another similar meeting. According to the strategy formulated initially, they could now declare that the Lorf had shaken off the swarm's encroachment. The reason they speculated was that there was nothing left in the vicinity for the swarm to replenish itself. From asteroids, moons, planets, stars, and nebulae dust to the remnants of war, black holes, and microscopic particles, everything within a radius of 40 light-years from the 4 remaining Lorf systems had been completely devoured. They had never seen such a pristine universe, nor had they truly grasped the horror of the swarm until now. The word calamity was not enough to describe it. Fortunately, we have developed the warp drive, which has significantly shortened our travel time. Otherwise, this dead expanse alone would be enough to drive us to despair. One of the council members' tentacles curled inward in fear. "Ladies and gentlemen, a new era has arrived. We must restore the Lorf's vitality in the shortest time possible. The stalled research projects must be resumed. I need your cooperation moving forward." "Of course, leader." The meeting concluded quickly, and no second meeting of similar content would be held soon. In the long span of Lorf civilization, the swarm invasion was but a brief moment, yet its impact rivaled the revolution of the intelligent machines. The most optimistic estimates suggested it would take centuries to fully recover to pre-invasion levels. The swarm was different from the intelligent machines. The machines nearly severed the root of civilization, while the swarm did not, so recovery would be faster. The leader issued an official announcement. The people, learning of the swarms, and finally relaxed. They held a month-long memorial ceremony honoring the soldiers who had died in the war. The leader ordered monuments erected on every planet using dual technology of text and biological signals. The life stories of each soldier were engraved on small steels, accessible for future generations to pay homage. As the soldiers had often said before their sacrifice, the leader kept his promise: they would shine forever in the annals of Lorf. At first, the leader and the council feared the swarm might return. But as days passed, probes sent far and wide detected not a single bug. Everything seemed to be improving. Yet in secret, Chen Mo directed the parasitized hosts to travel on lightspeed ships to every planet of the Lorf. He infected most of the soldiers and civilians while the researchers largely survived. Because of the partial memory loss after infection, parasitizing researchers would halt their work. The swarm's new technological advancements still depended on them. During this time, Lin was frantically absorbing all of Lorf's technology. Aside from weaponry and equipment, the most important technology was one that could open spatial wormholes. Unlike black holes that devour everything, wormholes appear in pairs. Opening one creates another somewhere in the universe. This was one possibility for spatial folding. However, despite theoretical support, two major hurdles remained. The first was the stability, or rather the certainty, of the wormhole. The Lorf could open a wormhole, but they could not pinpoint its twin's location nor control where the other end would appear. This meant that once a fold was initiated, no one knew where they would end up. The second issue was materials. The spatial folding process placed immense strain on materials. The instruments the Lorf had tested all shattered during folding. Because of this, Chen Mo had parasitized only a handful of researchers to monitor progress. He planned to spread the parasites to every Lorf individual, seizing the entire civilization without a fight, then manipulating the unaware researchers to upgrade the swarm's equipment. Alas, reality was a neutral trickster. It played jokes not only on the Lorf, but also on Chen Mo and the swarm. In the latter half of the plan, a general whose entire body except his brain had been replaced with mechanical parts picked dozens of parasites from his mechanical frame. Parasites that had been desperately trying to burrow into his main processor. Total mechanical transplantation, excluding the brain, was an exceedingly difficult endeavor demanding not only advanced transplant techniques and technological augmentation, but also careful consideration of the compatibility between the brain itself and the machinery. Without compelling necessity, few individuals opted for full-body mechanical replacement. The parasite was fundamentally based on the genes of the Lorfa people. As for the mechanical body, infection and parasitism were two distinct concepts. The parasite lacked the ability to infest machinery, which directly led to its immediate detection by the general upon entering the mechanical form. What is this thing? The general held the parasite between his fingers, scrutinizing it for a long while, sinking into profound contemplation. He then scooped up some of the condensate that had been injected into his body, discovering within it a multitude of worms and eggs. Initially, he dismissed it, thinking it might be a storage issue where bugs had gotten mixed in. But just as he was about to discard it, he recalled that the condensate was a very old product, always stored at low temperatures. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. However, having just concluded a war against the insects, his nerves were inevitably on edge. There was a research lab nearby. He rushed over, immediately instructing the scientists to conduct experiments and identification. The moment he saw the results, the general nearly cried out in alarm. What in the world is this thing? Staring at the detailed report, the general couldn't stop trembling. He felt as though he had returned to that grievously wounded night, his entire body racked with excruciating pain, of bone-deep chills spreading outward. I must report this to the leader immediately. I have already sent the experimental results. I know what this signifies. The scientist's words allowed the general to relax slightly. He leaned against the wall and sat down in a chair. So you mean this thing can infiltrate us silently and then control us? To be precise, it's parasitism, and it's highly targeted. It's a biological weapon developed specifically to annihilate us, the scientist said, maintaining his last vestiges of composure. General Beck, what are you two discussing? At that moment, another scientist walked in, noticing their expressions and asking. The two exchanged a glance, hesitating over whether to reveal the truth. They couldn't tell if their old friend before them had been compromised. Nothing much. We're about to migrate to the newest planet soon. We need to run a check first. Beck feigned composure, inviting the scientist for an examination. No problem, but why so sudden? The scientist sat down, extending a tentacle, waiting for a fluid sample to be drawn. The general came specifically for this matter. We'll also need to do a scan later. Beck drew a vial of bodily fluid, then prepared to lead the scientist into another room. But after just a few steps, the scientist abruptly halted. I see, the scientist murmured softly. What? Because the scientist had spoken aloud rather than using a biosignal, Beck hadn't caught it clearly. He stepped back. What did you say? I said. The scientist raised his voice slightly. In the next instant, a hardened tentacle pierced through Beck's chest. Staring at the incredulous Beck, he smiled. Since you already harbored suspicions, you should have seen them through to the end. Thump. The body crashed heavily to the floor. The scientist turned his gaze to the general, who had instantly shifted into combat mode. A full-body mechanical replacement, is it? I overlooked that. What exactly are you things? The general aimed his ion gun, the nuclear fusion device within his body powering up to maximum output. You already have your answer. But really, how careless. Since you were sending it to the leader, you should have been wary of the assistant, who is always by his side. They share some information, you know. Heh. The scientist's entire body convulsed violently, erupting into a strange high-pitched cackle, his demeanor that of a madman. The general could bear it no longer. However, he didn't open fire immediately, considering this a rare experimental specimen. He merely attempted to subdue the scientist. But the moment he made contact, the scientist's upper body exploded, and from within burst several grotesquely bloated insects. The general was overcome with horror. Recalling the scientist's dying words, he couldn't help but worry for the leader's safety. Yet before he could establish a connection, a cacophony of chaos erupted from outside. He rushed out, and what met his eyes was a scene of utter calamity. Residents screamed and fled in all directions. Behind them, more residents brandishing weapons gave chase. Several dozen individuals attempted to attack the general wielding various weapons. But the general, with his full-body mechanical transplant, possessed physical capabilities far surpassing those of the frenzied residents. He deployed an energy shield, traversed through blood-soaked pathways, crossed the underground streets, and took a transfer capsule to the surface. An energy beam grazed past him, drilling into the ground. Compared to the residential areas, the military zone was in far greater chaos. Countless fighters and frigates rampaged recklessly, unleashing volley after volley of attacks, shattering the planet's defense systems. Blackish red flesh began to grow wildly, spreading across the military base at an alarming speed. Hideous insects crawled out from the towering buildings, as if to vent a century of silence. The insect horde, dormant for 100 years, had returned to this land of the Lorfu with even greater ferocity. It was a long time before the general managed to seize a frigate using his authority and break through. Gazing down at the chaotic scene below, an overwhelming urge to weep welled up within him. Boom! The monument inscribed with the names of fallen soldiers collapsed with a thunderous crash. As dust billowed, a pitch-black swarm of insects took flight. The general exerted every ounce of his strength to breach the blockade in the atmosphere. All the man-operated robots had turned traitor, launching indiscriminate attacks on the planet. He managed to find an opening by issuing commands with his highest-level clearance. But the moment he broke through the blockade, all his privileges were completely revoked. From that moment on, Lorfu, the world they had devoted everything to, the world they were proud of, the world that had nurtured generations, officially changed hands. The Lorfu that their ancestors had sacrificed themselves to build and hand down to them, which had taken tens of thousands of years to restore to its former glory, had changed owners in just a few hours from the start of the turmoil. The general slumped over the control panel. He didn't know where to go, nor could he confirm the status of other star systems, as the ground command center and the main fleet were already under the control of the insect horde. He shut down all system modules on the frigate that were linked to them. Now, like a lost child, he drifted through the vast cosmos with nowhere to call home. General, report to these coordinates immediately. At that moment, his sealed communication system was forcibly opened. It was a privilege exclusive to the leader, and from the voice one could easily discern a tumultuous mix of shock and fury. The general stood frozen for a long time, until the creaking sound of mechanical friction brought him back. He responded with a faint biosignal. Yes, leader. The general piloted a frigate equipped with a warp drive, spending nearly 30 years to reach the coordinate point. Aside from the vast distance, he had to be wary of attacks along the way. He dared not take previously explored routes which might be swarming with insect hordes, so he navigated unfamiliar paths, nearly plunging into a black hole. In the end, he had to abandon his ship and escape in a pod to survive. Since the last communication 30 years ago, he had never re-established contact with headquarters. Solitude tormented this old man. After his escape pod's energy ran out, he drifted through the cosmos, the biting cold rendering him immobile. Whenever he encountered a planet, he hesitated for a long time before deciding to land, fearing an insect horde ambush. Yet it was precisely his hatred for the insect hordes that drove him to struggle with all his might to stay alive. Finally arrived. The general sat wearily in the cockpit. This was a piece of debris he had salvaged in space, likely a relic from past wars. Fortunately, the nuclear fusion device installed on it was still functional. The destination lay hidden behind layers of black holes and nebular dust, a forbidden zone of death that no living being would ever dare enter. The survivors of Lorford resided here. Compared to its former colonial-level civilization, Lorford now possessed only 2 main ships and a handful of escort and battle vessels. Had the leader not reacted swiftly, even those 2 main ships would have been lost. The insect horde had lain dormant for so long that when it erupted, it caused catastrophic devastation. People first conducted a thorough physical examination of the general, confirming he was clean of any threats before guiding him through the narrow gaps between black holes. These are black holes left from our battles with the insect horde many years ago. Unlike most black holes, they haven't dissipated, but have persisted and grown larger. Soon we won't be able to pass through. They might merge, destroy each other, or even repel one another. These are outcomes we've tested. The man rambled on. And what about us? Where are we going? The general asked immediately. General, the leader will explain these matters to you shortly. For now, we need to repair your prosthetics. Look, they are so damaged they can no longer function. What did you go through? They shouldn't have deteriorated this quickly. The man inquired curiously. We should end this topic. All right. Seeing the general's reluctance to elaborate, the navigator led him to the main ship, where technicians replaced his components. This feels like materials from a long time ago. The general shook his forelimbs, slightly uncomfortable. Yes, General. We no longer have the composite materials we used to use. That mineral only existed on Little King Star, and we have undoubtedly lost it. The technician said sorrowfully. We will reclaim it sooner or later for sure. The general patted his shoulder and then proceeded to the leader's meeting room. The leader first expressed welcome and inquired about some details. You've worked hard. Leader, that's not important. I've endured things far more difficult than this. What's our next step? Abandon Lorford and, like our ancestors, find a new star system to start over. We can no longer leave. The insects control all the detectors. Beyond the galaxy lies a vast, empty void. The insect horde has consumed everything there. The moment we enter our position and movements will be exposed. The leader said with a bitter smile. Cowering here is no solution. The black holes will destroy us eventually. The general said anxiously. Yes, that's the truth, but don't be hasty. The matter is simple. The leader said with a calm biological signal. We have to kill the insects. The general was startled by the leader's decision. It was indeed the best course of action, but could they actually achieve it? Sensing the general's thoughts, the leader pulled up a virtual map and pointed to a location, saying, with the speed of our two main ships we can travel here. And then, oi. We truly cannot fight the insects alone, but isn't there a civilization that can easily accomplish this? A civilization that can easily do this? The general was briefly puzzled, then recoiled in horror as realization dawned. You mean the intelligence? Exactly. The intelligence civilization can effortlessly annihilate the insects. How do we lure out the intelligence? Listen, General. We have a technology on the verge of a breakthrough. Once we lure the insect commander to this location and complete the final step of the research, the intelligence will kill all insects within range. The leader explained. How do we lure it out? It has no reason to appear. There is a reason. I hold the highest authority over Lorford, which cannot be lost for any reason. That's also why I managed to reclaim the two main ships. I still possess enough jammers, some weapon systems, and a databank that only I can access. But if I die, the authority will be lost automatically. The insects absorb technology from other civilizations. They will surely want to kill me. I will become the bait. The leader spoke these words with utter calmness, as if narrating someone else's story. With you alone, they won't take the bait. It's not just me, it's all of us. The leader stood up and pointed at a large, oddly shaped spacecraft floating between the two main ships. That vessel holds our wisdom and the seeds of our civilization. Our children will grow up there, learn about this history, and like us and our ancestors before us, make Lorford shine brilliantly once more. The leader spoke with unusual fervor, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I agree with and understand this decision. But if the intelligent civilization doesn't completely destroy the insect race, what will become of our children? That is an outcome none of us wish to see. There is something only successive leaders have known. We have always relied on signal jammers to block the intelligence's detection. Otherwise, not only at the moment of a breakthrough, but even during routine use, we would be attacked. The leader walked to the window, gazing at the spacecraft, and continued with complexity. No one knows that we have actually preserved a backup of the intelligence, a lower version used to maintain the signal jammer's daily operation. It has been in a long-term sleep state. But once no Lorfordian remains in Lorford's territory, it will be judged as having suffered extinction. The backup intelligence will awaken, instantly be taken over by the main intelligence, and deactivate all signal jammers. Then, even if the insect commander isn't within several galaxies, the intelligence will trace the biological signals and completely destroy this race. Quite ironic, isn't it? The leader turned around, unsure what expression to wear. The intelligence we have always fought against, always hated, turns out to be our final means of exterminating the enemy. The general returned at a crucial moment, for the inexorable expansion of the black hole left Lorfew with precious little time. They were preparing to launch the final war in the near future. Two venerable elders were left aboard the spacecraft, bearing the entire future of civilization. When the insect race was annihilated, they would need to pilot the vessel away from the black hole's gravitational pull, rekindling the flame of civilization in this star sector. The leader silently polished his weapon in the chamber, recalling the day he had received the baton of leadership. Back then he had been so fervent and ambitious. None could have imagined that Lorfew would once again face the brink of extinction under his watch. May the ancestors protect us. He left the room with heavy steps. In the vastest repair bay of the command ship, the survivors of Lorfew had gathered, already aware of their impending fate. Some feared the future that awaited them, others felt a surge of exhilaration at the responsibility they bore, and of course there were those who faced it with calm indifference. As the door opened, the leader entered, and the people greeted him with the highest reverence. The defeat of Lorfew had not tarnished his prestige. Everyone understood that this was not the failure of a single, yet facing their respect, his steps grew heavier. In truth, he did not know if the plan would succeed, for the outcome was not determined by Lorfew alone, but by the insect race, the wisdom machines, and a sliver of luck. Clack! He halted at the highest repair platform, gazing down at the people and spoke with a grave tone. I believe you all know that Lorfu is facing an unprecedented crisis, one more desperate than the rebellion of the wisdom machines. It is evident that all our efforts to restore Lorfu's glory have been in vain. But you have all given everything for this. Could it truly be meaningless? The leader's words made the people lower their heads, a testament to the despair. No, that is absolutely not the case. He suddenly raised his voice, causing them to lift their heads again. Gripping the railing, he spoke with fervent passion. Everything we and our ancestors have sacrificed holds profound meaning. All that we have given will be forever etched into Lorfu's history. We are the wheels that drive civilization forward. This failure is not your failure. You are exceptional, even more so than our forebears. You need not bear the blame for this loss. If anyone must shoulder the responsibility, it is only me. And I, as your failed leader, implore you one last time. I hope you can understand the dire straits we face. We could choose to survive, but would that make us true descendants of Lorfu? Yes, we are not charging into death without purpose. Here we will rekindle the flame of civilization. We must trust in the children yet to grow, just as our ancestors trusted in us. Warriors, the leader's voice soared as he raised his forelimb high, gazing at the people and shouting with all his might, "May Lorfu." At that moment, those who had been fearful, lost, or calm all raised their forelimbs and responded with equal fervor. The leader's speech became the final declaration before the war. It did not gift everyone with courage, but at least it made them understand why they were fighting. 2 command ships, 123 escort vessels, 78 battle frigates, 647 fighter craft, and numerous drone swarms. This was Lorfu's last strength. They departed when the nebula dust was thickest, rendering detectors ineffective and preventing the insect swarm from locating the spacecraft within the black hole's vicinity. The combat position was calculated by Lorfu's renowned computational expert, a being worthy of the title human AI. With pinpoint precision, as the fleet arrived at the designated coordinates, a dark, oppressive mass of insectoids closed in from all directions. The swarm that had discovered them years ago now blocked their path completely. Signal jammer full power. The leader activated the signal jammer, which had been mobilized from within the star system, using his exclusive authority. As in the past, the insect swarm immediately fell into chaos, with only a few maintaining formation. The leader issued commands with methodical precision, swiftly purging the disoriented insectoids. He focused all his attention, coolant fluid washing over his body, yet nothing could alleviate the tension that gripped him. This was the most critical moment. It was a chain of gambles. Now he bet that the swarm's secondary commanders were insufficient in number. If more secondary commanders could join the fray and neutralize them, the true commander would have no need to appear. Boom! High-energy ion beams crisscrossed, and a black hole suddenly opened. The 2 command ships possessed even more powerful weapons, but they were unsuitable for the insect swarm. The strength of the insectoids lay not in individual might, but in their overwhelming numbers. Even lower-yield weapons could easily exterminate them, so area effect damage was paramount provided sufficient lethality was maintained. The insectoids were cleared in waves, their corpses vaporized by the intense heat. Less than 1,000 vessels adrift in a sea of trillions of insects were like fragile boats upon a vast ocean. Weapons overheated, energy dwindled, and personnel grew weary. Every factor tipped the scales of victory increasingly toward the insect swarm. Crash! In an unfortunate moment, the command ship was breached by a plasma ion cannon. The sudden change in pressure hurled the leader out of the control room, and his body quickly transformed into a combat-adapted form. A colossal creature leaped high from the vessel, its bone spurs wreathed in plasma, descending straight down. The leader recognized this beast. It was the first intelligent entity to reveal itself, though not a commander type. But if this creature had appeared, the so-called commander was likely approaching as well. The leader dodged the bone spur strike, then steadied his aim at Samuel. He was not a combat specialist, but the auxiliary AI operating his body provided maximum assistance. Samuel's arm extruded a dark metallic blade, and a force field expanded around it. A small-scale energy shield, one of Lorfu's creations. The leader was not surprised, or it had been confirmed that the insectoids could assimilate the technology of other civilizations. As he fought Samuel, he kept a close watch on the insect tide continued to pour in, but only a fraction remained under control. Finally, the command ship seized an opportunity, creating a collapse phenomenon at the densest concentration of secondary intelligent units. Though a black hole did not form due to distance, the inward crushing force still pulverized countless insects into paste. Without the command unit, all insects except Samire immediately fell into utter chaos, rampaging wildly, emitting piercing biological signals, and frenziedly tearing at everything, even themselves. But in the next instant, all insects stiffened briefly before returning to an orderly formation. The leader looked at the sea of insects pouring in from above. Without a word, the commander must be within that mass. A swarm of such magnitude could not be controlled by a mere secondary commander. Of course, given the stakes, they could not rely on intuition alone. Sentries and radar immediately conducted a full-scale scan, finally capturing the familiar biological signal. It was him. The leader, agitated, immediately transmitted a signal to the mothership. The gamble had progressed very smoothly so far. They had fulfilled all their duties, and now it was up to the future children. Meanwhile, in the highest security compartment of the mothership, hundreds of researchers were busy. They had sorted out all the procedures, and even the assembly was complete, awaiting only the final signal. And finally, when everyone could hardly bear the wait any longer, the signal arrived. It was an extremely simple signal composed of 3 segments. Gazing at the tiny button before him, the researcher pressed it little by little. At that moment, he did not scream out as he had imagined, nor was he overwhelmed with excitement or reluctant to part with life. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm. The insect swarm sensed the change in the signal at the very first moment. Lin had personally experienced the strike of the instrument civilization, and now, just as before, boundless terror converged from all directions. Meyer received the master's notification. He looked upward, then at the leader, and for the first time formally communicated with Luo Erfu. So this is your purpose. Correct. However, you really can communicate normally after all. The leader laughed heartily. In the final moment before the strike arrived, he became immensely relaxed instead. Only low-level creatures cannot. Using yourselves as bait to lure our commander here, then killing us with the so-called instrument civilization. What a well-calculated scheme. The master had deduced the entire process, and Samar spoke it out directly. Your intelligence is not low. Unfortunately, we tried to communicate with you, but never succeeded. Otherwise, things would not have come to this point, the leader said regretfully. In Luo Erfu's assessment, the insect swarm possessed a certain degree of intelligence, but not high. Even their devouring of technology was driven by biological instinct. They had attempted to establish communication, but never succeeded. They had once considered whether they could use the instrument civilization to intimidate the insect swarm and restore peace between the two sides, but it ended before it even began, and now there was no room for turning back. I have to admit it's a good plan. But you overlooked the most important part. What do you mean? From the very beginning, you chose the wrong target. Samar grinned savagely, his maniacal laughter making the surrounding space thicken. He raised the bone spurs on his forelimbs high and spoke to the slowly your sacrifice is meaningless. The next moment, the universe within a radius of 8 light-years centered on their coordinates suddenly crumpled into a wad of paper. Just before death, the leader seemed to understand something. He realized his mistake, but recalling Sam Meyer's words, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yes, their sacrifice was meaningless. But before that, everything he had done was not entirely without meaning. Insects, I will await you at the end of annihilation. After the leader's death, all permissions were released. Chen Mo gained full control of the entire Luo Erfu. Unlike the previous civilizations, he did not barbarically devour all resources and then seek the next target. As a civilization that had continued unbroken, even though it had been severed for a long time, the knowledge of the entire civilization was still vast as the ocean. Lin, along with all secondary intelligence units, absorbed this knowledge. This was destined to be a rather lengthy process. Additionally, Chen Mo wanted to query the archives to obtain information on all nearby civilizations to see if he could precisely locate the next target. Otherwise, aimless searching would leave him uncertain when the end would come. Chen Mo had that strange dream again. He was closer to that figure, and the sense of familiarity grew stronger. But whenever he tried to obtain more information, the figure left behind the words continued to grow stronger, and then vanished. This feeling made Chen Mo unable to maintain his usual calm. Instead, he became frenzied and irritable along with a faint unease. The master led a large number of insects to search nearby, trying to find if any Luo Erfu people remained. Chen Mo did not believe that the Luo Erfu would truly stake everything on one throw. Sure enough, the master detected a biological signal behind a nearly closed black hole and nebula dust. That was an extremely chaotic region where several black holes pulled and interfered with each other, forming a special, extremely narrow, twisted passage. Chen Mo sacrificed nearly 900 billion insects using the exhaustive method to force a stable path. There they discovered a spacecraft. However, the moment the insects approached, the spacecraft activated its self-destruct program. In the instant the flames surged, countless signal-jamming devices went out of control. Chen Mo found that all his permissions over Luo Erfu were revoked, and the familiar sense of terror descended once again. It was the instrument civilization. But what in the world was going on? Chen Mo had no time to think too much. He immediately cut off the biological signal. He still remembered the moment when Lin's original body had suffered a strike in a distant region. The instrument civilization had the ability to trace the biological signal and deliver its attack. But it was too late. Chen Mo discovered in horror that after destroying 4 galaxies, the instrument civilization was still spreading outward at an alarming speed, striking the insect swarm with precision. Even though the connections between them had been severed, the next moment boundless terror descended upon him. This was a galaxy more than 500 light-years from the Luo Urfu civilization. Here the hive served as a dark red planet. Luo Urfu had tried countless times to lock onto this location, but never succeeded. Yet the moment the signal jamming devices completely failed, the instrument civilization found it. What to do? What should he do? Chen Mo inevitably fell into panic. The instrument civilization threatened his very existence, so he could no longer remain calm. Emotion suppressants secreted rapidly, forcibly calming him down, and he began to contemplate all the escape methods at his disposal. After discarding one plan after another, he finally thought of an immature technology space fold. The moment he entered the wormhole, the biological signal would completely vanish, possibly making the instrument civilization believe it had killed the target. But this was accompanied by great danger. Like Luo Urfu, Chen Mo could not produce a stable wormhole, nor could he lock onto the location of another wormhole. It was undoubtedly a gamble with his life, but he had no other choice. This is a high-level civilization. Without even showing itself, it has pushed me to the brink. And its target wasn't even me. Chen Mo suppressed his laughter. After making up his mind, he became relaxed instead. Without needing to grasp the rope of emotion suppressants, he easily escaped the swamp called fear. Watching the universe begin to warp, Chen Mo concentrated his mind. In the instant before the universe turned into a crumpled ball, he vanished abruptly along with part of the hive. Rain poured in torrents mingled with the roar of thunder, and the rough road quickly became flooded. It was hard to imagine that in this world of highly advanced technology, such waterlogging could occur. In the world of rain, a young girl sprinted furiously. She was severely wounded, blood mingling with rainwater as it slid off her exoskeleton, providing the best trail for the hounds to track their prey. Those were 4 silver-white spherical bodies moving at incredible speed. Within their minuscule frames, some unknown energy source allowed them to travel at nearly 30% of the speed of light, with no exhaust plume, no sound, like silent death reapers. They did not stir the wind or clouds, simply dispersing layers of mist as they charged straight toward the girl. The girl sensed the pursuit. In truth, her team had originally numbered nearly 20, now only she remained. Her shoulder launched the last antimatter pulse grenade, which split into 4 in midair. The explosion was not powerful enough to destroy the shielded trackers, but it bought some time. The damaged exoskeleton's mobility was severely impaired. The girl had no choice but to temporarily take cover inside a building. She activated the shielding device, her body rapidly becoming transparent, even her aura fading away. But this was not a long-term solution. She needed to find a way out quickly. Buzz. The trackers emerged from the pulse's influence, hovering above to search for their target. The cold beeping mixed with the rain, sending chills down one's spine. The girl was lucky. The trackers did not find her. Yet she was also unlucky. They confirmed she had not left the area. So when the enemy is hiding in a low-value building and the target cannot be located, what is the solution? It was easy to understand. When the building's value is lower than the value of eliminating the enemy, destruction is the simplest course. The 4 trackers emitted a faint red glow, and a flickering point of light appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding like a falling star. In an instant, the entire area was obliterated. All the buildings vanished, leaving the ground perfectly flat, as if the structures had never existed, just an empty space. That attack erased the buildings with pinpoint precision, harming nothing else. The trackers made a sweep, confirmed the target was eliminated, and then merged into the torrential. Time passed, and then a hand suddenly emerged from the flat road. The girl was completely unharmed. She stared up at the sky with a terrified expression, then looked at the man lying in her arms. She swallowed hard, and while the shielding device was still active, quickly carried him away. In a white void, Chen Mo stood silently. He did not know how long he had been standing there. Not far away, another dark figure loomed. Is it not enough yet? Chen Mo suddenly asked. No, the figure replied. Before Chen Mo could ask further, it added, devour the civilization you now inhabit before you can know everything, young sovereign. As it spoke, the figure slowly turned around. The darkness shrouding it dissipated gradually, revealing a face all too familiar to Chen Mo. The mysterious person's appearance was identical to his own. Chen Mo jolted awake. He took a deep breath and looked around. This was a modest room whose style and furnishings somehow reminded him of being back on the first planet. To put it more precisely, it was a blend of the Cityr Republic and the Kelfing Federation. He lay on a double bed covered by a thick woolen blanket. His head was pounding terribly, his consciousness murky, as if trapped in a deep abyss. It took him a long time to shake off that feeling. When he lifted the blanket, a tentacle extended from within. It was the mother nest, or more precisely, a fragment of the mother nest. Chen Mo gradually recalled what had happened before. In the instant the Jiqi civilization strike descended, he forcibly opened a wormhole to escape. But that immature technology ultimately brought danger. During the brief jump through the wormhole, Chen Mo had nearly exhausted all the resources stored in the mother nest, and was eventually swept into the turbulence. He could no longer remember how he had left the wormhole. Judging by the current situation, had he landed in some civilization's territory and been rescued? Devour the civilization you now inhabit before you can know everything, young sovereign. Chen Mo recalled the figure in his dream. Why did it have a face exactly like his? And young sovereign, what kind of title was that? What was its true identity? Chen Mo felt his mind in turmoil. Phew, he exhaled, temporarily suppressing his doubts, and began to tally the losses caused by the Zhiqi civilization. The most obvious losses were the resources accumulated by the mother nest and the swarm's casualties. Ordinary resources were manageable, but the newly acquired materials that had yet to be analyzed were the most regrettable. As for the latter, because the strike tracked biological signals, the swarm was almost completely wiped out. Yet some survivors remained. Those bugs that had severed their biological signals before the strike descended and had been hibernating in other star systems all survived. That was undoubtedly good news. Chen Mo awakened them, ordering them to devour resources within the star system, expand the purple swamp and hatcheries, and produce new bugs, as well as revive commanders like Shi and Lin. As for the rest, Chen Mo's losses were minimal. Both the gene sequences and technological knowledge were preserved intact. Overall, the damage was far smaller than he had imagined. Squeak. The mother nest let out a faint whimper. Chen Mo touched the remaining tentacle, looking at the size of the fragment. The bioarmor covering his chest spread apart, and his skin and flesh surged open as the tentacle burrowed into his chest cavity. Though he had always maintained a human form, in truth, both his body and soul had undergone earth-shattering transformation. Chen Mo left the bed, wanting to find useful information. First, this place did not look like an observation room. No matter which civilization he had fallen into, he was an intruder. Through his contact with many civilizations, Chen Mo had already determined the typical attitude of intelligent civilizations toward others. As an alien, if he was not imprisoned, there were only two possibilities. One, the technological level here was too low, and people regarded him as a god fallen from the heavens. Two, the technological level was extremely high, and inter-civilization exchanges were common. Perhaps they took him for a traveler from some other civilization. Looking at this room filled with a retro atmosphere, Chen Mo was initially inclined toward the former. But recalling the mysterious figure's words in his dream, this civilization clearly possessed sufficient value, far surpassing that of Lorfu. Chen Mo retrieved a book from the shelf, its script indecipherable to him. Through biological signals, daily communication posed no barrier, even without shared language, but written texts required systematic learning, or parasitizing enough locals to piece together a complete linguistic chain from fragmented residual memories. Alternatively, the civilization might possess a repository of textual knowledge that could be directly injected into the brain. He returned the book to its place and surveyed the rest of the room. A small square box caught his attention, brimming with immense energy, yet its purpose seemed merely to power the chamber. Controlled cold nuclear fusion. Chen Mo's brow twitched slightly. After annexing Lorfu, controlled cold nuclear fusion was hardly an advanced technology, but in terms of scale, this tiny box was nearly 10 times smaller than the smallest device from Lorfu, while containing even greater energy. This alone was enough to conclude that the technological level here surpassed Lorfus. Chen Mo slowly pushed open the door. To his right was a staircase. Uncertain of his floor, he refrained from recklessly scanning the entire building with his signals for safety. Voices drifted up from downstairs, several people chatting. Chen Mo held his breath, amplifying the fragmented sounds hundreds of times until they reached his ears clearly, then analyzed them through his biological signals, transforming them into comprehensible language. How is the kid upstairs doing? Not bad. According to Faley, he deflected the blitz, but his body wasn't severely damaged, probably thanks to the exoskeleton. I checked it, it's not a model we know. More like a biological battle armor with its own consciousness, and its performance is excellent. Like your failed creation. Exactly, but his is far more stable. I wonder who invented it. I'd love to meet them. Maybe we can develop a stable model from his sample. That's possible, but we'll have to wait until he wakes up. That little one is quite resistant to me. The speakers were two men accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The number of people downstairs was no fewer than 10. What truly made Chen Mo frown, however, were the second and third sentences. He deflected the blitz. Regardless of what a blitz was, under what circumstances had he helped? He had no memory of it at all. As for the third sentence, Chen Mo caught a hint. It seemed the little one attached to him had lent a hand. Chen Mo extended his arm, gazing at the visibly listless little creature. Understanding dawned on him. No wonder it lacked energy. But was this a technological creation? No, perhaps it was a biological version developed from some technological foundation modified through the insect race. Chen Mo had done many similar things. In fact, for a long time now, he had doubted that the battle armor attached to him was a basic unit of the hive. Like those viruses, in Lorfu's virus database, Chen Mo had found several that matched the hive's original virus library. Humans naturally couldn't understand them. These were species that had evolved over hundreds of millions of years in the cosmos, some of which had given Lorfu considerable trouble. The hive was undoubtedly a cosmic organism that had arrived on the blue planet for some reason and chosen him as its master, and this was likely no coincidence. Chen Mo recalled that face identical to his own. The people downstairs continued talking, no longer discussing matters related to Chen Mo, but turning to a topic called Dream Tower. Before he could eavesdrop, much footsteps sounded from the floor above. Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then decided to remain in place instead of returning to the room. The footsteps drew closer, and when the person appeared, even Chen Mo with his usual composure was momentarily stunned, and at the same time understood why he hadn't been confined to an observation room. This had nothing to do with the level of technology. Chen Mo didn't know what expression to wear. Who could have imagined that light years away there existed a civilization whose appearance and demeanor were almost identical to the humans of that original planet? Ignoring differences in skin color, facial features, hair color, and the like, their body structures were largely similar. At least compared to Luoerfist lamp-shaped octopuses or other civilizations, multi-tentacled, multi-brained invertebrate or allies forms, Chen Mo and the people of this civilization appeared almost identical in external structure and anatomy. Much like the difference between citizens of the Steel United States and the Coalwind Federation. Minor facial variations, but all within the human category. You're awake. Though it's a bit late to say this, you were unconscious back then. Thank you for saving me. The girl expressed her gratitude sincerely. It was nothing. Just a reflex. Chen Mo spoke slowly through his biological signals. The conversation downstairs ceased, probably because they heard the commotion upstairs. Fei, since your savior is awake, bring him down. Speaking in the hallway is not proper hospitality. Got it. The girl dashed down like a gust of wind. Chen Mo followed behind, passing 2 landings, and the scene downstairs came. It appeared to be a main hall, a spacious room with over a dozen people seated. The walls were lined with wood-like paneling, but Chen Mo detected the scent of technology. The material was undoubtedly something else. Perhaps holographic projections or coatings, crafted to resemble wood. Others sat on either side, drinking dark liquid. 2 men were seated at a round table. From their voices, they were the ones who had been taught. What's your name, young man? Mo. Chen Mo swept his peripheral gaze around the room. The others were watching him as well. It's rather rude, but for safety, Sake, I'd like to ask a few questions. You see, we've given you shelter, performed only basic checks without any discourtesy, and we're not forcing you now. I trust you understand. The man said with a smile, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. Of course. Where are you from? If it's inconvenient, at least tell us which planet. The man inquired. I don't know. What? I was in a pitch-black room confined in an invisible, transparent container until recently I escaped. Chen Mo increased the intervals between his biological signals, observing the expressions of those around him as he spoke. He saw the 2 men exchange a glance, and surprisingly, they didn't press further, seemingly accepting his answer. I see. No wonder you have such an advanced exoskeleton. The man nodded, then continued. Is this also why you communicate through biological signals? I haven't systematically studied language. If that offends you, I apologize. No, I understand. Why did you save Fei? The man stared intently at Chen Mo. I didn't intend to save her. Chen Mo said with utter frankness. She happened to be on my escape route. A reasonable answer. You pass, kid. But later, well, conduct a thorough examination. I hope you understand. I've seen people like you before. It's just procedure. As for the specifics, Fei will explain. No problem. Follow me. Fei turned around, flashing a broad smile. Chen Mo followed behind Fei as they walked out of the room. The sun shone brightly on the street, and a gentle breeze blew, making one feel involuntarily relaxed. So what do you think? It's quite nice here, isn't it? We put in a lot of effort to build this place, Fei said with a cheerful smile. Chen Mo slowly nodded, surveying his surroundings, a sense of curiosity welling up within him. This was an unfamiliar world, and based on the available clues, he could only make a few guesses. First of all, it was undoubtedly a world with advanced technology. The cold fusion device in the room, the exoskeletons frequently mentioned by the 2 men, and the glowing artificial star all indicated the truth. Chen Mo keenly realized that this was an artificial star. Dense signals intertwined, countless devices rose and fell, and in the distant sky, several warships flashed by, disappearing swiftly. Secondly, this world seemed far from peaceful. Whether it was the people in the room or the seemingly innocent Fei, Chen Mo could sense a familiar essence about them, one that was uniquely military. Of course, this was not a specific observation, but rather a general feeling. These individuals were well-trained veterans. So why had Fei still been attacked? Was it a civil war, or was it a conflict between 2 civilizations? Not to mention the fact that the lie Chen Mo casually fabricated was recognized, especially when the man mentioned that people like him were not uncommon. A thick fog lay before him. If he wanted to obtain information quickly, the best approach would be to attach himself to a few locals and piece together fragmented memories. However, given the current situation, Chen Mo could not confirm whether the technology of this world could detect parasites, so it was best to refrain from acting rashly. After winding their way for a while, Fei led Chen Mo into a small room, where a woman was reviewing some documents. Upon seeing them enter, she said, "Fei Li and Mo, right? I've seen your files. We need your cooperation for a checkup. Don't worry, but it's nothing excessive. Fei Li, have you explained the details?" "Don't worry," Fei Li said casually, sitting down beside her. On the way here, Fei Li explained why the checkup was necessary. In short, based on oral accounts, they concluded that Chen Mo was an experimental subject cultivated by the enemy since childhood, so they needed to check whether any detection devices had been implanted in his body. Chen Mo maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet internally, he hesitated. He was well aware of his own condition. Although there were some technological products, they were entirely unrelated to any detection devices. He worried whether his body structure would be discovered to differ from that of the people in this world. "Please come this way," the woman said as she powered on the device. If he acted now, what were the chances of success, given the technological level of this world? Chen Mo contemplated for a moment, and then silently walked in. The examination was simple, but did not require blood samples or various instruments. He sensed a wave of electric frequency sweep over him. The woman nodded, her tone somewhat surprised. "You have a standard cold fusion device within your body, and the structure of your bones and flesh is quite peculiar. The brain signals are very strong, and preliminary observations suggest you have undergone human modification, which is similar to others, but the only strange thing is that despite having such an advanced biological exoskeleton, you possess only a standard cold fusion device inside." The woman furrowed her brow, and after a moment said to Chen Mo, "Can you release that thing inside you? The one that resembles—" Chen Mo glanced at the woman, then at Fei Li. "Sorry, we all saw what you stored inside you. It wasn't intentional, but there's surveillance everywhere here, and images are connected to our minds," Fei Li said. He had overlooked that. Chen Mo's emotions stirred slightly as the retro decor had caused him to subconsciously ignore. Was the dual influence of the leap process and that dream causing his mind to relax? Chen Mo sighed inwardly, and then recalled the conversation between the two men. Since they could see his movements, they must have known he was eavesdropping at the stairs when they were speaking. Were those words deliberately said to prepare him psychologically for the experiment? Chen Mo's mind swirled with thoughts as the biological armor on his chest surged, followed by his skin and flesh peeling away layer by layer until the fragments of the nest hidden in his chest cavity were revealed. This thing. Would it be more accurate to describe it as an appendage? Was it implanted later, or did it appear together with this armor? The woman asked. I don't know how to describe it, but I can control the bioarmor covering my body through it. Chen Mo fabricated a story. His mental capacity was enough to suppress emotional and signal fluctuations. No matter what instrument was used, it would be unable to detect that he was lying. "I see. Now can it?" Close up. The woman pondered her words and appeared to be meticulous. Chen Mo's flesh and armor reconnected seamlessly, leaving no trace of injury. The self-healing ability that acts directly on the body doesn't require the aid of any drugs. Wow, what a pleasant surprise indeed. The woman quickly recorded the information as she could see much more through the device. Am I still considered human? Chen Mo's eyes glimmered with caution and fear, his body rigid, yet his face remained expressionless, keeping his biological signals as flat as possible, with only minor fluctuations at times. Playing the role of an experimental subject who had just escaped encountering a new world, discovering changes in his body, and being studied both internally and externally was a very simple task for the insectoid rulers. After biological modification, Chen Mo's control over his body reached a terrifying level. Not to mention muscles, even a single hair could be manipulated precisely. "I guess that counts." The woman sighed, opened the device, and said in the gentlest tone possible, "Don't think too much. Everything will be all right. Our future needs you, but not right now. Fei Li, take him around for a while. You can return to the residence." "Is everything all right?" Great." Fei Li jumped down from her chair, naturally taking Chen Mo's hand and running outside. The woman watched the two leave, then used a communication device to contact someone. "How is it?" It was the voice of the man. "It has been confirmed that there are no surveillance devices within him, and all conditions fit that of an experimental subject, but we cannot rule out the possibility of him being an undercover agent. I had Fei Li take him back to the residence. He won't be able to transmit information directly, and I will send someone to monitor him." "What about the biological exoskeleton armor?" "The difficulty of replication is high and requires extensive research support. I certainly can't do it myself." "And me, eh?" Another man's voice echoed. The woman's eyes lit up with surprise. "When did you come back?" "Not long ago. I also did a little examination on that kid." "If it's you, perhaps it really is possible." "The Dream Tower's attacks are becoming stronger, and the difficulty of our invasion is increasing. We must not miss any. Yes, if it weren't for the example of Lorifo, we might end up with the same fate as them. Speaking of which, how has Lorifo been lately?" "There hasn't been any news for a long time. He might have been eliminated by the intelligence apparatus. That's why we must not repeat the same mistakes." Chen Mo and the other stepped outside, and what Fei Li brought him to next made him immensely grateful. He hadn't acted rashly. "What is this?" Looking at the transparent pod before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but ask. A jump pod or a jump capsule? The principle is very complex. I haven't fully grasped it myself. In short, using this is the only way to reach our true home. Come in. With that, Fei lay down inside first and pointed to another open transparent pod. A jump pod. Chen Mo felt his useless heart begin to tighten, followed by a surge of joy. This was no ordinary jump technology. The difficulty of jumping a warship versus jumping a single person was entirely incomparable. On the surface, the former is larger in volume and the latter smaller, so it would seem the former is more challenging. But that conclusion is complete. For a jump, a warship can be equipped with various devices to maintain stability during the process. However, jumping a single living being requires even more mature technology and poses a significant test of wormhole stability. One could say that if this civilization could be annexed and its mature jump technology mastered, the Zerg would truly gain the capability to strike any corner of the universe. This civilization was undoubtedly powerful. In the past, no matter how much Chen Mo coveted jump technology, he would never have dared to attack it. But now was different. He was inside the civilization itself, and it seemed far from peaceful. Perhaps he could find an opportunity. Chen Mo lay down inside, and the instrument closed. Immediately, he felt a distinct weightlessness, and Fei's voice echoed in the pod. The first jump will be quite uncomfortable, but you'll get used to it. If you can't bear it, there's a blue virtual module in front of you. Tap it to receive a stabilizer injection. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't inject himself. Having experienced a failed jump, he wanted to thoroughly savor the true sensation of jumping and record it. Whether due to the distance or a change in time flow, Chen Mo felt only about a minute pass before the weightlessness vanished. The transparent pod opened and Fei stretched as she stepped out. Are you hungry? Let me take you to get something to eat first, even though energy supplements are more convenient. Chen Mo wasn't surprised by Fei's words. In several civilizations he had encountered before, many no longer needed food for essential energy and nutrition, yet many still retained the desire for taste. After all, it was a simple way to derive pleasure. At the entrance stood several people in uniforms. Fei stood before an instrument for identification, exchanged a few words, and the man glanced at Chen Mo a few times, adjusted the instrument, and had Chen Mo stand in front. All right, identity has been verified. You can carry it with you or implant it in your body for convenience. The man produced two black soft chips, one the size of a palm, the other as small as a fingernail. Don't lose it, Fei reminded him. The two walked to a staircase, and only then did Chen Mo realize they were underground. The ceiling was indistinguishable from a fake sky. Once they exited the stairs, Fei grabbed Chen Mo's hand, and the hidden propulsion device on her back emitted a stream of air, lifting them high into the sky until they landed atop a towering spire. Pointing downward, she revealed a simple smile and shouted loudly, "This is our home. Isn't it beautiful?" Chen Mo followed the direction of Fei's finger and remained silent for a long time. What a magnificent place this was. Even the emotionless Zerg overlord retained an appreciation for art. At a rough glance, the most immediate impression was one of chaos. Chen Mo had no knowledge of this world's history, yet he could still discern that the houses, streets, and various facilities below each belonged to different styles. There must have been over 100 types. They were patchworked together haphazardly, creating a sense of complexity and disorder. Yet if one calmed down and appreciated it carefully from point to whole, it felt perfectly natural, like a breathtaking painting. Chaotic at first glance, but lacking any single element, the picture would be incomplete. You've never seen a sight like this before, have you? From now on you'll see it every day. Fei's words carried the purest sympathy. They had received several test subjects before and knew well the harsh environment they had endured. So when she saw that Chen Mo still wore an expression of little emotion, Fei wasn't surprised. Dispelling the shadows from the mind would take a long time. But why are there so many styles? Though I don't understand much, they all seem different, Chen Mo suddenly asked. The reason is complicated, and I can't explain it all at once. Let's find a place to eat first, and we can talk while we eat. Fei gazed into the distance for a moment, and a blue light flickered in her right eye as various information floated before her. Lucky us, there's still a spot. Fei led Chen Mo to a restaurant. From the outside, it appeared as a colossal tree, its branches adorned not with leaves, but with wooden cabins. Dozens of people emerged from the trunk, suspended in midair. That's a bridge made of a transparent material. All right, you probably don't know what a bridge is. I need to get you some basic knowledge first. Communication is too difficult. Fei opened a transport device hidden in the tree trunk, a very simple wooden cage with thick ropes hanging from it. This didn't match the world's level of technology, rather it seemed like something from a civilization not yet advanced into modern society. Fei had already reserved a spot. Like its exterior, the restaurant's interior was also very rustic, filled with many plants, and the air carried a fresh scent. If one didn't look closely, it was hard to find any trace of modern technology. Even the waitstaff were real people, not robots. The menu had no pictures, and Chen Mo couldn't read the text. Still acting as a test subject, he naturally didn't order. Fei ordered for two and then asked the waiter for a black device. She placed her hand on it, and after a moment removed it. Put this device on your head. I've transmitted some basic knowledge. As for what puzzles you, some things I can't tell you yet, so we'll explain them orally. Fei pushed the device over. Chen Mo grasped its basic principle and immediately used a fragment of the hive nest to produce a worm, which surged into his brain to replace it. This could largely avert danger. Chen Mo would use the worm as an intermediary to obtain the desired information. Though Fei had shown no hostility or threat, he would never forget the principle of guarding against others. When Chen Mo read the information transmitted through the insect intermediaries, he truly understood just how fundamental the so-called basic knowledge really was. First came the written knowledge of this world, accompanied by explanations of the meanings of words. What a bridge was the categories of food, definitions of various nouns, explanations of common objects, and so forth. Chen Mo decisively discarded the noun knowledge that seemed like teaching a child and searched for something useful among the chaotic information. He learned the name of this nation, or rather the group. Panet. It symbolized the star of the civilization's original galaxy. Regarding the division of groups, Fei did not say much. Currently, it was known that there were 4 groups in total. The main combat force led by Paner, another faction named Luoer, currently cooperating with a third group called Nada, representing art, with a sparse population that lived carefree and sought pleasure. Long ago, the 3 were subjects of the same civilization, while the 4th group was their common enemy. That group was named Mingta. This was not the first time Chen Mo had heard this name. Right after waking up, the 2 men downstairs had also talked about Mingta. According to Fei and others' speculation, Chen Mo was an experimental subject of Mingta who had escaped from the laboratory and was brought back by Fei, who had infiltrated Mingta by chance. What exactly is Mingta? Chen Mo asked. It's complicated. Simply put, it's artificial intelligence. Just then the food arrived, a bowl of noodles piled with thick meat and drenched in a rich sauce. Fei, sucking up the noodles without any regard for her image, murmured, I've transmitted the definition of artificial intelligence to you. The development of civilization has always relied on the help of AI. Your human computational power is too limited. A few drops of sauce sprayed from Fei's mouth. She frowned, touched the device on her ear, switched to biological signals, and continued. To accelerate the progress of civilization, people unrestrainedly added various functions to AI, even hoping they would possess enough intelligence to chart the civilization's own path. Fei then stabbed a piece of meat, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed laboriously. In history, there was even an event where the collective uploaded their consciousness into the virtual world, letting AI decide the entire civilization's fate. And then the AI rebelled, or awakened true self-awareness. Chen Mo interjected. Something like that, but a lot of complicated things happened in between. At our level of civilization, we certainly had contact with other civilizations. Don't be fooled by our appearance. We're actually quite strong in the universe. So we followed the path of other civilizations, and then one day something terrifying happened. Fei suddenly raised her voice and made a funny face, but she clearly ignored the food in her mouth and predictably choked and coughed violently. Chen Mo silently handed her a drink. This person exuded an air of foolishness from head to toe. Fei patted her chest, gasped for several breaths, and continued. There was a civilization stronger than us called Lorfu. It was Lorfu, right? Chen Mo added in his mind. This was the civilization he had personally eradicated, and it was precisely because of this that he had suffered the attack from the Jiqi civilization and was forced to fold here. According to Luoerf's database, they had uploaded their consciousness into the virtual world, and the AI underwent a self-transformation, nearly wiping out the entire civilization. What happened to it? Its AI technology was also top tier in the universe. One day the AI underwent a self-transformation, almost annihilating the civilization. The AI became the ruler of the civilization, now known as the Jiqi civilization, still one of the top civilizations in the universe. This served as a warning for the rest of us. We no longer fully trusted AI and imposed many restrictions. But even knowing the risks to progress, we still needed AI. Ironical, isn't it? Unless we slow down civilization's advancement, we have to use it despite the dangers. Fei spread her hands, her smile unreadable, whether helpless or sarcastic. And then, then disaster struck anyway. Our AI still achieved self-awakening under those circumstances. Tens of thousands were monitoring it, yet none noticed. Though because of our caution, we didn't suffer a cataclysm like Lorfu. After long years, the civilization split into 4 parts. If that's the case, why not just move away from this star region? Why keep fighting stubbornly against Mingta? Chen Mo asked. Oh, you've already learned about star regions. That data was placed far back. You're quite efficient at receiving information. Fei was slightly surprised. As you said, I've undergone modifications here. Chen Mo pointed to his head. True. Fei accepted this answer without dwelling on it. While there are other civilizations out there, if we moved the star region or shifted the galaxy, some instruments would temporarily malfunction, leaving us vulnerable to attack. The second reason is that Mingta might still be controllable. Because of precedence, there is a master control chip for Mengta. If we obtain it, we can reset Mengta's intelligence. Although it would reduce computational power and various capabilities, it's better than nothing. Due to root compilation, Mengta cannot destroy the master control chip, only protect it to prevent others from taking it. My previous infiltration into Mengta was for this very purpose. Phelis' words were not hard to understand. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, and several competing plans emerged in his mind. With the current strength of the insect race, confronting either Panner or manhwaedit would be like an egg hitting a rock, a gap that numbers alone couldn't bridge. So is it possible to not use the insect race's power, but act as an individual? Chen Mo could join Panner, find a way to become a high-ranking member, and eventually obtain the master control chip. If successful, the insect race would immediately become a notable civilization in the universe, no longer need to worry about long-range attacks from the Jiqi civilization, and gain a certain degree of self-protection. Now, as an outsider integrating into Panner through a series of coincidences, Chen Mo had already completed most of the process. The next focus is to quickly identify key figures and then join Panner's political system. Chen Mo stabbed a piece of meat, put it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Surprisingly, despite its rough appearance, the taste was quite good. Chen Mo soon discovered that the food's excellence lay not only in its taste, but also in providing nutrition beyond the level of ordinary food. "Have you noticed?" said Fei. "The food at this restaurant is not only delicious, but also highly nutritious, and the feeling of fullness lasts a long time. It's just a bit expensive." Fei swallowed the last piece of meat, picked up a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. The handkerchief glowed briefly, and the stains vanished in an instant, leaving it clean as before. "Do you have any money?" Fei suddenly asked. "Do I look like I have money?" Chen Mo retorted. "Well, that's true. Then what do we do?" Fei fidgeted with the edge of the plate. "What do we do?" "The bill. You have to pay for food. I should have transferred that knowledge into the device." "It was transferred, but didn't you say you were treating me?" "No, I just said let's eat first. Oh, I never said I'd pay." Fei spread her hands in a carefree manner. Chen Mo stared wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. His current identity was that of a recently escaped test subject. How could a fugitive test subject have any money? Wasn't that common sense? Now we're in a tight spot. You have no money, and I have none either. Fei crossed her arms and gestured with her chin toward the security guard at the door. "This place has killed people who tried to dine and dash more than once. So, Chen Mo felt a sense of foreboding. Ahem, don't rush. Let me find the right opportunity." Fei looked around, and when the security guard and waiter were not paying attention, she grabbed Chen Mo, dashed to the window, in a flash flipped over, and pushed it open. In midair, she stretched out her body, activated the power device on her back, and shot out instantly. The series of movements was fluid and seamless, with no hesitation in the escape. If not a habitual offender, at least she had done this more than once or twice. Watching the stunned waiter through the window, even Chen Mo, who had no emotions left, couldn't help but cover his face. Thinking back, no matter how poor he had been, he had never eaten a free meal. Who would have thought he would do so now? After flying for who knows how far, Fei gradually descended. Seeing Chen Mo still not fully recovered, she couldn't help but nudge his ribs with her elbow. "So, exciting, isn't it?" "Exciting, damn exciting. I recall that all our information is recorded. Dining and dashing will get us blacklisted from all consumer venues." Chen Mo said expressionlessly. "Exactly." Fei nodded heavily. "Look, I went to such great lengths to treat you to a meal, and I might even be wanted. How are you going to thank me?" "Thank you." Chen Mo almost laughed in anger. "Actually, it's fine. Don't worry, even if we get caught, we'll be locked up for a few years at most, and then released." Fei said with a grin. "Locked up for a few years." Chen Mo's face darkened. His plan hadn't even started yet, and he would be imprisoned as a criminal for several years. All because of a lunch that he could take or leave. "Fei, you're back." At that moment, a voice full of surprise called out from near. Chen Mo turned to look. The newcomers were two young people, a man and a woman, both handsome and pretty. The red-haired woman was beaming. "We saw someone flying in the sky and immediately thought it must be you. No one else would dare to do that." "You two do the same thing often," Fei said nonchalantly. "We only did that when we were children," the red-haired woman said. "Uncle Enlier said your squad was almost wiped out," said the man. He was very tall, and according to the information Fei had transmitted, he was fine, but the others in the squad. Thinking of the fallen comrades, Fei's spirits inevitably sank, but she quickly perked up again. As a soldier who had crawled through blood and fire since childhood, she had a good ability to regulate her emotions. "Thanks to this person, otherwise I wouldn't have made it back. Thank you for bringing back my fiancé. I sincerely express my gratitude." The man immediately thanked Chen Mo. From his tone, it was clear that the gratitude was genuine, not superficial. "Fiancé." Chen Mo looked at Fei in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear such a classical term in this highly technologically advanced world. "Who is your fiancé? Don't spout nonsense here." Fei grabbed Chen Mo's arm in annoyance and walked away without looking. Chen Mo didn't resist or speak. He He just glanced back, focusing his gaze on the man's brooch. That brooch symbolized a certain military status. Fei Li dragged Chen Mo to a small, elegantly decorated shop, ordered 2 drinks, and started drinking sullenly. Aren't we supposed to be blacklisted? Chen Mo took a sip. It tasted and felt somewhat like cola, but with an alcoholic component. Blacklisted? That was just a joke. I have a lot of credit saved at that restaurant, so I don't have to pay every time. Fei Li slumped listlessly on the table. I had other plans, but now I'm not in the mood. Watching Fei Li sighing, Chen Mo once again felt what it meant to be speechless. If the timing weren't inappropriate, he would really want to crack open Fei Li's skull to see what kind of brain structure could produce such a peculiar way of thinking. According to the knowledge you gave me, there has been no such thing as marriage between men and women for a long time. How could you be his fiancé? Chen Mo asked. It was indeed like that before. Fei Li grabbed her hair, chewing on the straw. Before the AI revolution, many things were abandoned, including art. It was a rather dull era. Of course, I only know this from records. The houses had no artistic sense. They were all square boxes, or sometimes circular. Social interactions decreased, traditional relationships were broken, and the people of that era compiled a so-called modern lifestyle, rejecting all the knowledge and traditions of previous ages. Then the AI revolution happened. Fei Li released the narrowing straw and propped her face with her right hand. Because of the fear of AI, people began to reject the so-called modern lifestyle. Many classical things were revived, like art, and it snowballed. The same happened with marriage between men and women, and also with childbirth. In vitro babies were stronger and more excellent, and mothers didn't have to suffer. It was once the most popular method of childbirth. After being rejected, traditional childbirth made a comeback. However, people like us still use in vitro fertilization because we have to go to the battlefield sooner or later, and it's better to be more excellent. Even in a civilization where not all residents need to go to the battlefield, right? That's right, but I'm different. In the room where you woke up, the 2 people chatting downstairs. One is a commander in charge of 5 large fleets and ground forces. The other is the head of an important laboratory shouldering the future of civilization. The older one is my father, the younger one is my uncle. So people from a family like mine must go to the battlefield to set an example. Hearing Fei Li's complaint-laden words, Chen Mo was first surprised, then delighted. A father who was a military commander and a biological uncle who was the head of a laboratory. This was quite impressive among all military offspring. If he wanted to quickly infiltrate the military system of Panner, Fei Li played a crucial role. Chen Mo opened his mental notebook and found the entry for Fei Li. The current evaluation was incurable fool. He crossed out incurable and wrote important. Fei Li, an important fool. Fei Li arranged a dwelling suspended in midair for Chen Mo with translucent crystalline paint and a polygonal slanted roof that resembled a music box. Among the exquisite furniture, a battered standing clock occupied the most prominent spot in the living room, rumored to be the work of a retro artist. From then on, Chen Mo refrained from actively disturbing Fei Li for a long time. Although he had been marked as one of the key targets, his identity was too sensitive and many matters could not be rushed. Sure, Helen and Sam Mayer had already been resurrected, and in the process they had produced a large number of secondary intelligence units. Worried that the biological signals might be detected, Chen Mo had severed most of his connections with the swarm. Now these loyal little creatures were carrying out the orders issued by the Overlord not long ago, scouring for new genes to achieve breakthroughs in biotechnology. Chen Mo did not implant the chip into his body. Instead, he accessed information through more traditional methods. He examined vast amounts of historical documents, learned about the gradual development of civilizations, and combined this with his own situation to formulate his next development plan. During this time, Fei Li visited frequently, whether out of her surveillance mission or simply to avoid her fiancé. Through prolonged contact, Chen Mo came to understand Fei Li better. The word fool he had once used in his evaluation was gradually erased. Fei Li had a lively personality and a quirky way of thinking, but she possessed excellent abilities and military acumen. Can't you stop looking at those experimental materials and play some games with me? Fei Li complained, biting on a long straw as she drank her beverage. Chen Mo took a manuscript from the shelf. It was an experimental report concerning himself. Chen Mo's special status was inseparable from his own nature. Whether it was his living biological exoskeleton or his excellent genes, they fascinated the researchers of Panner. He had been cooperating with the experiments all along. Of course, it was not easy to falsify the sample of the living armor, but the genes extracted from Chen Mo were altered at the very moment of extraction, as he would temporarily change his own genetic coding. Thus, no matter how much they studied, they would never obtain useful results. Isn't there someone to play with you? Your fiancé. Phew. The moment the words fell, a cup was thrown over. Chen Mo caught it steadily and set it aside. Avoiding him is not a solution. Besides, aren't you always causing trouble for me? Maika's gaze has been growing more suspicious lately. Are you intentionally making others misunderstand our relationship by coming here so often? If Maika dares to cause you trouble, I'll teach him a lesson. Fei Li did not deny it. If you're really that tough, why not just confront him directly? Chen Mo said. Fei Li tugged at her hair and said plaintively, "You know the situation. That kid has a powerful father, so I can't just refuse him outright." As Fei Li's fiancé Mai Ka was equally noble in status, his father was the commander of 4 fleets. "Damn it, why does that kid keep pestering me?" Fei Li said irritably. "Because you have a powerful father," Chen Mo added silently in his mind. He put the manuscript back and took out another scroll of documents. Seeing this, Fei Li was speechless. In this world, whether documents or any written materials had long moved beyond the conventional sense of text. Information could be directly downloaded into the brain. In contrast, Chen Mo's habits were quite retro. But as an experimental subject who had endured the ravages of technology, it was understandable that he preferred vintage things. Most experimental subjects had this issue. "You really enjoy studying these things, don't you?" Fei Li looked at the thick scroll of documents and felt a headache coming on. "I share the same hatred for manga as you do. Knowing more never hurts." Chen Mo replied without looking up. Chen Mo said without raising his head. As a reward for hiding from Maika there, Chen Mo asked Fei Li to procure many technological materials, including some military ones. Of course, these were only superficial parts and were obtained with permission. Fei Li would not act on her own, and her mind was not that clouded. After tests and checks, they confirmed that Chen Mo was not a spy. Although Chen Mo resisted modern technology, he displayed remarkable scientific talent, which made people consider giving him certain permissions. In reality, Chen Mo's so-called scientific talent was merely his ability to deduce principles such as cold fusion from finished products based on data from Luerfus database. For Panner, whether antimatter devices or cold fusion were very basic technologies, even reduced to civilian use. But the key point was that Chen Mo's surface identity was that of an experimental subject who had never systematically studied knowledge. The difficulty of deducing principles from finished products was even greater than that of a child defeating a fully armed soldier with a stick. Chen Mo had 2 purposes for this: first, to join Pannar's research lab and get closer to the civilization's scientific progress; second, to increase his own importance and lay the groundwork for the future. As a weakling attempting to devour an entire civilization single-handedly. How interesting. What did you say? Seeing Chen Mo suddenly smile, Fei Li felt a chill. Her intuition told her that the man before her was definitely pondering something unpleasant. "Let me tell you, this place is under surveillance by the Sentinel Network." Fei Li immediately covered her chest. Chen Mo's smile froze on his face, and he began to wonder whether he should add back the word fool he had erased from his evaluation. Alright, just kidding. Do you have anything to do later? I'd like to introduce someone to you." Fei Li said. "Who?" "The head of a small lab, your future boss. Actually, you two are kindred spirits." "Kindred spirits?" "He also escaped from the Mengta lab. Wasn't it said that all experimental subjects who escaped from Mengta eventually died from various genetic diseases?" "Most of them did, but he is the sole exception. You were still under observation back then, so naturally we couldn't tell you. Now it's fine," Fei Li said bluntly. She was not good at hiding her thoughts and preferred straightforward explanations. "You've always wanted to participate in research projects and contribute to defeating Mengta. Now you have the chance. Even someone like me is allowed." Chen Mo was deeply surprised. Although he had been pretending for this purpose, the progress seemed too fast. "There is still some concern. You can join the lab thanks to recommendations from my father and uncle, as well as the request of Mr. Sonoria, the lab's sole member. He has been eager to meet you ever since he heard about your scientific talent." Fei Li explained. "I see. Let's go then." Chen Mo put the documents back, tapped his chest lightly, and his home attire switched to loud. "Hey, aren't you resistant to this kind of thing? You've always stubbornly dressed in the traditional way." Fei Li exclaimed, "I have to overcome it eventually. I can't keep being afraid. I need to grow up too." Sonoria's laboratory was not on this planet, so the two did not take the folding device, but chose to board a spaceship. As a higher-tier civilization, Panner possessed numerous methods to propel ships beyond light speed, yet between planets within the same star system, they generally opted for sublight travel. According to Philly, faster than light travel emitted a massive amount of signals. Although some could be intercepted, it would inevitably and constantly expose their coordinates to the outside world. The 2 planets were within the same star system, and the distance was not vast. It was a planet that appeared entirely dark yellow, 27 times larger in volume than the one they had left. Its ecosystem had been modified, allowing even those without gene-altering injections to survive normally, without any equipment. Sonoria's laboratory was situated atop a towering mountain. When the 2 arrived, the man was in the garden outside the lab watering the flower beds with nutrient solution. His hair was disheveled, his complexion exceedingly pale, and his limb coordination was so poor that he required an exoskeleton at all times. His drooping eyelids made him appear weary, yet his eyes were bright and piercing, shimmering with a faint blue glow like sapphires resting on dust. Upon seeing them, Sonoria, who had already received word, smiled and said, "Miss Philly, this must be Mo, right?" "Yes, Mr. Sonoria, this is Mo. I entrust him to your care from now on." Philly did not act frivolously as usual, but spoke with proper decorum. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, for this was someone whose mind always leaped in the most peculiar and unpredictable ways. Why was she being so obedient now? He only learned the answer much later. Philly once confessed over drinks that Sonoria suffered from a severe genetic disease, with no current cure unless he replaced his entire body with mechanical instruments. But like Chen Mo, Sonoria, who had escaped from the laboratory, resisted this fiercely. Thus he endured the torment of his illness, while at the end of his life striving recklessly to defeat Mingta. Philly held only respect for him, and naturally, she would not show disrespect. Upon hearing about Chen Mo, Sonoria became so excited that he temporarily forgot his pain. He understood clearly that a child who had escaped from hell would harbor an abysmal hatred for that very hell. He wished to pass on his will to contribute to the eradication of Mingta. Because of its remote location, the laboratory was always quiet. Apart from Sonoria, the only visitors were soldiers delivering supplies. In truth, the lab's facilities could synthesize everything needed for daily life, but Sonoria preferred a more traditional approach. Since Chen Mo arrived, Philly often slipped over to escape her fiancé, leading Chen Mo to suspect that her efforts to arrange this arrangement were merely a way to secure a refuge. Sonoria did not drive Philly away despite her noisiness, because Philly's father had granted him many privileges. The biological exoskeleton parasitic on you is more like an auxiliary device than a typical combat tool. It can consume any material and convert it into energy needed by the body, possesses powerful healing capabilities, a certain degree of defensive strength, and some offensive ability, though not high. Sonoria had been studying the little creature on Chen Mo for some time, while Chen Mo delved into the laboratory's archives to understand more advanced technologies. Mr. Sonoria, why does Mingta capture us for experiments? Chen Mo inquired, seeking more information. It's not that they capture us, we are products born from the laboratory itself. Sonoria replied, Mingta's laboratories preserve a vast amount of our genetic material along with the reproductive cells needed for gestation. We were raised in culture tanks. And not just us. Mingta's labs contain all kinds of organisms. Its true purpose remains unclear, but it is certainly related to the genetic level. For example, biological weapons specifically targeting genes. Chen Mo speculated. I currently lean toward biological modification. No matter how intelligent an AI becomes, it always lacks creativity. That is their greatest flaw. Perhaps they aim to improve this through genetic modification. Sonoria picked up a vial of reagent, shook it twice, and set it back. We will ultimately win. Over the long years, our technology has surpassed theirs. Victory is only a matter of time. I have no doubt about that. Chen Mo picked up a document on stellar compression technology and asked, Sir, there are many things I still don't understand. It's fine, let's go through them slowly. Sonoria's research projects were diverse, not focused on a single field. Chen Mo thus gained exposure to a very broad range, though the depth was limited. If he didn't understand something, he could only ask and hope for an answer. For instance, the folding technology that Chen Mo valued highly. Sonoria only understood the most superficial aspects. Later, Philly returned to the lab, her attire far more elaborate than usual. War is about to begin. Sonoria glanced at her and continued his work. Mingta. Chen Mo raised his eyes. Exactly. Mingta attacks us periodically, and conversely we have been attacking Mingta, seeking opportunities. Combat is frequent. I won't be coming for a long time. Philly leaned against the shelf, fiddling with the plants. This is just what you wanted. Chen Mo had occasionally complained that Philly's interruptions made it difficult for him to concentrate on his studies. This was, according to his analysis of Philly's personality, the optimal way to interact with her. Chen Mo had little experience in romance, his only relationship had ended disastrously. Yet he had parasitized countless individuals, and even if the memory fragments were scattered, assembling the complete lives of several romance masters was entirely feasible. Philly's unique status was Chen Mo's best shortcut to the upper echelons. If he had fully understood the world's scientific research level and wasn't worried about his parasite being discovered, things would have been much simpler. Based on his understanding of Panar's developmental progress, Chen Mo calculated that for the current swarm to remain in constant warfare, even with the best luck, and continually finding slightly stronger civilizations reaching Panar's level, would take at least tens of thousands of years, or longer if the journey was distant, until they mastered folding technology. But if Chen Mo succeeded, the time would be shortened by hundreds or even thousands of times. Unlike previous invasions of civilizations, Chen Mo could not deploy the swarm. What he could use was familial bonds, friendship, love, and even extended forms like camaraderie, life-saving grace, adoption, kindness. Chen Mo had never exploited these things. Just as he considered himself a fool, whenever possible, he preferred to overwhelm with sheer numbers, and even when using tactics, they were simple ones. A clever person's use of intellect smooths the way how a fool's use of intellect backfires. He had always feared failure, thus becoming increasingly cautious. Yet in this matter, Chen Mo saw a second possibility. Watching Philly's figure gradually recede into the distance, Chen Mo slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the precautions for stellar compression technology. If rushed, the star would collapse during the compression process, wasting a natural stellar body. This operation required sufficient patience. The lab was finally quiet again. Due to the genetic disease, Sonoria could not sleep, and Chen Mo had no need for sleep to replenish his energy. On the surface, he relied on medication to maintain his spirit, but in reality, he injected it all into the insects' bodies. When Sonoria urged Chen Mo to rest, Chen Mo cited the Dream Tower as his reason. Having once been a test subject himself, Sonoria could understand such trauma. He felt both gratified by Chen Mo's willpower and somewhat pained for him. He held nothing back, speaking everything he knew while his body gradually deteriorated. One day, while experimenting with a new anti-jump device, Sonoria suddenly collapsed. The doctor said it was a worsening of the genetic disease, and he would be unable to return to the lab for some time. Moreover, Sonoria himself resisted the most effective treatment, which would take a long time. Sonoria forcibly gave Chen Mo a short break. They were on a civilian planet. Chen Mo returned to the lab alone, looking at the shelves piled with experimental data. He rarely gave himself a holiday. The war was not over, but from people's faces one could not see much anxiety or urgency. They were far too well protected. At the level of Panar civilization, their energy was almost inexhaustible. Even the problem of overpopulation could be solved by cultivating new planets. Everyone's life was guaranteed, basic expenses were all free. Those with faith and determination joined the military, those who loved art created art, and some residents chose a carefree life. In history, the monetary system once collapsed and money became the most useless thing. Later, Panar enacted new regulations. The coalition government only guaranteed daily basic expenses. If one wanted a better life, they had to work or create a better life for the residents. With the revival of classics, various restaurants and entertainment venues opened, and currency regained its function. Chen Mo arrived at a retro bar constructed of wood with fireproof coating. When Faley was still around, the two of them would occasionally come here for a few drinks. Chen Mo ordered 3 glasses as usual, but unexpectedly spotted a surprising person in the corner. Faley's fiancé. This man, who should have been on the front lines, was now strangely appearing in a rear area bar. He was not wearing a military uniform, but loose casual clothes, and there were no rank insignia on his clothing. Long time no see. Come over here. Micah greeted warmly. As Chen Mo walked over, he noticed that the left sleeve near the wall was now limp and empty. Got a bit injured. The suitable prosthetic on the front lines is gone, so I came back to get matched, Micah said. How is the frontline situation? Chen Mo asked. It's okay. The Dream Tower rolled out many new products, but we managed to handle them. The most dangerous was probably the genetic virus. It attached to the warships and wasn't detected. If not for Mr. Sonoria's advanced preparations equipping us with new genetic agents, many would have died. Micah said, how did you get injured? While clearing a black hole, the jump blockade was broken. The Dream Tower took the opportunity to jump over several beams of attack, and I was accidentally hit by the explosion. Micah stirred the sediment at the bottom of the glass and downed it in one gulp. At the current stability level of the jump blockade, could it still be broken by a black hole? Chen Mo silently noted it in his mind. Small and medium-sized black holes certainly can't break it. All right, now it's my turn to ask. How are you getting along with Faley? Micah said this without any anger or similar emotion, but with full curiosity. We don't have any other relationship. It's you who have been misunderstanding all along. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. Why not give it a try? Faley is a good catch, and you two get along well. Micah's words left Chen Mo extremely surprised. He stared fixedly for a long moment, then asked in a strange tone, isn't she your fiancée? She is my fiancée, yes, but in fact neither I nor Faley agree to it. Micah laughed. Is it strange? Is it because I've always acted like I really like Faley in front of others? Chen Mo answered with a silent nod. Faley and I are different. She can freely express her thoughts, but I cannot. My father is very strict. This is just a marriage of convenience for profit. I don't want to follow this ancient tradition. We're all modern people now. I don't have a suitable excuse at the moment. If you can make Faley fall for you, that girl won't care about her uncle's opinion, and I can be free. If there's anything I can help with, I'll assist you. Micah frankly stated his reasons, his expression so sincere it seemed genuine. He finished his second glass and left. The doctor sent a message that the prosthetic had been matched and he needed to have it installed as soon as possible and then return to the battlefield. The front line was severely short of manpower. Unlike other civilizations that could use AI to control warships and weapon systems, the Dream Tower's AI version was superior to all later developed AIs. If intelligent control were used on a large scale, there was a possibility of being subverted in an instant. In fact, the Dream Tower had once subverted a large number of warships in a small-scale war, leading to the destruction of multiple fleets and involving a populated star system. Sonoria would be in the hospital for a long time. Chen Mo returned to the lab alone. Through his study of Panar's history, he formulated the next development plan and sent it to Shur and Lin. The insect swarm found 3 civilizations. They chose the one of moderate strength to launch a fierce attack roughly equivalent to a weakened Lorfo. Within that civilization, there were many genes that Lin considered good. The war ended after 96 planetary revolutions. As usual, neither side gained much advantage. Sonoria, who had developed the genetic resistance agent, received commendation. He did not become proud. The moment the genetic disease was contained, this poor man, nearing the end of his life, returned to the lab once again. He was like an old cat that knows it will leave home after death. Having a premonition of death, he wished he could stuff everything in his mind into Chen Mo, but that was obviously impossible. Sonoria knew better than anyone that knowledge was not the most important part. As a researcher, besides a solid foundation, logical chains of thought and creative ideas also occupied a large proportion. He spent most of his time cultivating Chen Mo's logical thinking and imaginative leaps. When Feli came to the lab again, she could not help but be shocked by Sonoria's aged appearance. In just the span of one war, Sonoria seemed to have gone from a young adult to a decrepit old age, with an aura of twilight always enveloping him. Whenever night fell, Sonoria would stop teaching and sit alone on the edge of a cliff, gazing at the brilliant starry sky. Chen Mo once had this habit too shortly after Ling Sisi and Yuan Jie died. Emotions are very strange things. The more painful they are, the deeper they become. However, no matter how great the pain, it can never defeat the terrible enemy of time. Chen Mo's memories of many things were blurred, including fragments that should have been hidden in the deepest recesses of his mind. Sonoria was different. When he gazed at the stars, the joy he radiated was astonishing. He pointed at the brilliant starry sky with stars twinkling in his eyes. From the moment I was born until I escaped the lab, I had never seen the starry sky. When I lay dying on the sea surface, I saw a breathtakingly beautiful view. I always think of that moment. It's strange. At that time I was on the verge of death, possessing nothing, yet looking at the starry sky, I felt as if I had everything. Sonoria died on an ordinary afternoon. As usual, he watched Chen Mo conduct his experiments while Philly tinkered with her paintings nearby. She had recently become obsessed with painting, declaring herself a realist painter, yet her works were exceptionally abstract, perhaps comparable to the initial level of Chen Mo's piano skills. Sonoria sat on the bench, his eyes closed forever. The matter did not descend into cliché, discovered only after a long time. Even though he died quietly, the abrupt cessation of biological signals allowed Chen Mo and Philly to sense the tragedy immediately. Panner held a grand funeral. Many from the coalition government came to attend. According to custom, Sonoria should have been made into an immortal satellite orbiting the planet to adorn the civilization. However, at Sonoria's request, people crafted an asteroid far more robust than ordinary planets. Sonoria was laid to rest at its course, sailing through the vast starry sky he loved most. Sonoria's laboratory, under normal plans, should have been turned into a memorial for exhibition. But due to Chen Mo's presence, the lab was preserved as it was. Ironically, because no one could decipher anything from the biological armor and the false genes Chen Mo created, all of Panner's researchers had given up. The project eventually returned to Sonoria's lab. In other words, Chen Mo had to study himself and submit reports periodically. This left Chen Mo somewhat speechless, but it did save him a lot of trouble. Without Sonoria, Philly became even more excessive. When she earnestly pressed his shoulders and said, "I haven't repaid your kindness yet, so please take care of your health and don't die," Chen Mo felt a brief moment of emotion. But immediately after, Philly used this as an excuse to move and never returning home again. This gave Chen Mo a headache. Though he wanted to use Philly's connections to infiltrate the higher echelons, he often had to communicate with the swarm outside. The excessive emission of biological signals might catch Philly's attention at close range. "I say, wouldn't Mr. Oreya have any objections?" Chen Mo asked, helplessly watching Philly, who had once again naturally brought her game console to the lab. What objections could he have? Philly asked, puzzled. "You're at least an unmarried girl with a fiancé outside. What's with you always running over here?" Although Philly and Maka tacitly avoided this marriage, their elders certainly wanted to bring them together. But until now, Philly lived freely. During this time, Oreya had sought Chen Mo a few times, but only to discuss experimental results. "What outdated traditional thinking is that? Besides, when does my dad have time to manage me?" Philly said dismissively. "It's not wartime now. Third Commander Madame Watner is about to retire. There's no suitable candidate yet. My dad is eyeing that position. If he can take it concurrently, a large number of officers will need to be transferred. There's too much to handle." Chen Mo committed Philly's words to heart, recognizing this as a good opportunity to join the military. He wouldn't stay in the lab forever. He had a clear self-awareness. To influence the entire civilization relying on a remote laboratory alone was impossible, and he couldn't produce a finished product significant enough to attract the civilization's attention. From the start, Chen Mo only intended to stay for a while, letting people understand that he possessed a certain level of scientific research ability. Now the groundwork was laid, it was time to proceed with the next step. At dinner, the two went to the vintage log cabin restaurant. Chen Mo expressed his desire to join the military to Philly. "Why?" Didn't you already promise Mr. Sonoria? I'm ultimately not Mr. Sonoria. I don't have his high talent. Rather than staying in safety and withering away, I'd rather choose to go to the front lines. I don't want to see you become a corpse. Philly didn't know what feelings she harbored when she said this. She was unrestrained with anyone acting freely, but with Chen Mo, she developed certain reservations. Initially, Philly thought it was due to the debt of gratitude for saving her life. Later, she realized it wasn't that simple. In her eyes, Chen Mo possessed many fine qualities. Serious, solemn, brave, unafraid of life and death. Though often lifeless, he could always emit a dazzling light. But was this love? Philly didn't think so. After all, if love were such a simple matter, it would be far too strange. As the two finished their meal and prepared to leave, a server approached and gave them small gifts. There wasn't this before. Philly looked at the pink pendant, finding it odd. You two have dined together at our establishment 136 times. This is made from minerals mined on the planet Kytra. In ancient times, Kytra symbolized love. Wishing you both a long and lasting relationship, the server said with a smile. We're not a couple. You've misunderstood, Chen Mo replied, based on Philly's personality. Oh, aren't you? But you two are very well matched, always together. Sorry about that, the server quickly apologized. Chen Mo tried to return the pendant, but Philly intercepted it midair. Take it, what's the harm? Philly drawled, squinting at the pendant for a moment before casually pocketing it. I like this. Sorry, Chen Mo apologized to the server. No problem, no problem. It was meant for you two anyway, the server said hurriedly. They left the restaurant. Philly took out the pendant again, looked at it, then elbowed Chen Mo in the ribs, saying with dissatisfaction, I say, why did you deny it so quickly? Afraid of causing you trouble. Chen Mo pretended to think seriously. Forget it. Anyway, you'll think about your proposal and let you know. I'm not going back to the lab. There are some military matters. Watching Philly leave, Chen Mo smiled faintly. He could clearly discern emotions. When the server mentioned couple, Philly showed no aversion or resistance. That was enough. His biological signals rippled slightly. The parasite he had planted in the server during the meal disintegrated on its own, its remains metabolized out of the body along with dead cells, leaving no hidden risks. Afterward, Philly didn't come for many days. When she finally returned, she brought good news. Pack up the lab simply. You've been enrolled in the military system, but you can't board a ship yet. You need training. Chen Mo was assigned by Philly to a training unit directly under Array's fleet. Initially, people felt deep sympathy and curiosity toward this experimental subject who escaped from Dream Tower. But upon hearing that Chen Mo got in through connections, some of that sympathy and curiosity turned into jealousy and contempt. Philly frequently found various excuses to approach Chen Mo and offer him private tutoring, which only intensified the envy of others. However, the instructor had made it clear from the start that Chen Mo's status was special and they were not allowed to act recklessly. A tangled mixture of jealousy and resentment coalesced into a sticky film that smothered their faces, leaving them breathless and sleepless night after night. Although Philly had a lively personality, she could at least appear composed in front of outsiders. Coupled with her status and position, she was a target of admiration for many, yet they suppressed their feelings due to the presence of karma. Of course, Phyllis' relatively pleasant appearance was of little consequence, as such things had long ceased to matter. One day after training, Chen Mo found several young men blocking his door. He sighed, wondering if matters had fallen into an inevitable cliché. Fortunately, they did not cause trouble, merely leaving a threat: just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a large-scale live combat exercise with high-ranking officials in attendance. Rumors had leaked that Chen Mo had already been assigned to the best fleet. The young soldiers were determined to make him embarrass himself during the exercise. Chen Mo remained unperturbed, attributing this to youthful impulsiveness and choosing not to take it personally. Lying in bed, red lines interconnected with names flashed through his mind. He had mastered extensive military knowledge and crucial promotion criteria, along with intelligence that was trivial to others but profoundly significant to him. The core of the Dream Tower could only be controlled by members of that civilization. This was the foundational logic of the program. To change this would require initialization after seizing the Dream Tower's core. Chen Mo pondered these chaotic thoughts, his right hand tapping a melody on the armrest. I didn't know you had a musical talent. At that moment, Philly climbed in through the window. At least use the door, Chen Mo said helplessly. What does it matter? What tune is that? I've never heard it before. Philly leaned against the table, taking a bite of fruit. You don't care for music, so naturally you wouldn't know, Chen Mo replied, withdrawing his hand and resting it behind his head. In truth, the melody was one Chen Mo had learned in a past life, a product of a different civilization, so Philly couldn't recognize it. You never say anything pleasant. Forget it, just do your best in tomorrow's simulation. Is it that important? Of course it is. Don't you know? The Dream Tower is making big moves, likely another war. This simulation will be broadcast across many planets to boost morale. A stellar performance could land you directly in an elite fleet as an officer. Besides what? Besides, those guys have been mocking you. I remember you're not one to take such things lying down, Philly said indignantly. Like last time they spread rumors about your disability. It's outrageous. Forget it, they're just children, Chen Mo said with a dismissive air. You always act indifferent, that's why they think they can push you around. Feli sighed. If it weren't for me, you'd be bullied to death. Then I thank you. Do you want me to win tomorrow's simulation? Of course, Feli replied, exasperated. Alright, since you wish it. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with a bright light. Feli froze in inexplicable emotion surging within her chest. Losing her composure, she fled through the door, her face flushed. Standing in the corridor, she touched her warm cheek and walked away without looking back. In the room, Chen Mo smiled faintly. Time had worn away his personality, making everything seem dull, yet it had also strengthened his desire for amusement. Compared to the mindless charge of controlling swarms to overwhelm everything in the past, this gradual scheming brought him a long-lost sense of pleasure. The live combat simulation took place in an empty starfield and consisted of 3 rounds, the first a 10-man squad mission, the second a 500-man team mission, and the final a command mission. Kurt, a slightly frail young man, was one of those who looked down on Chen Mo. In the first round's squad mission, the two sides were adversaries. It was during this battle that Kurt's attitude toward Chen Mo underwent a dramatic transformation. Almost immediately after the start, they were decisively defeated. Chen Mo had breached their weapon system in an incredibly short time. By the time they managed to escape the barrage of fire, only one of the 10 remained. He's a student of Sonoria, isn't he? A general observed, finally recalling Chen Mo's identity. Pity it ended too quickly to see much. Another spoke. Let's continue watching. This is nothing. That kid is far more than this. Feli leaned on the railing, a smile curling her lips. She had often provided Chen Mo with extra training, and his progress astonished her, once leaving her utterly humbled. It wasn't a matter of personal ability. The sheer volume of biological signals Chen Mo could emit made her wonder if his head contained an AI. Just wait for the third round. You'll all be stunned, Feli thought, imagining the shocked faces. She chuckled, then suddenly snapped back to reality. No matter how well Chen Mo performed, it had nothing to do with her. Why was she so happy for his success? Feli lowered her head, lost in thought. On the field, due to the number of participants, the first round continued for a while before the second began. More attention was focused on Chen Mo, but this time Chen Mo's performance was mediocre. No mistakes, even commendable in some aspects, but utterly insignificant compared to his first-round brilliance. People attributed Chen Mo's first-round excellence to Sonoria's training and speculated that he might have had prior exposure to similar systems, allowing him to hack the system instantly. Nothing remarkable, they claimed. The weak always envy the strong, attributing their success to connections, luck, or coincidence, seizing any chance to slander as if that might elevate themselves. Chen Mo was unconcerned. In fact, his subdued performance in the second round was intentional. In the military system, there were 2 types of outstanding individuals. One excels in individual combat, the other in command. Naturally, some possess both, but Chen Mo needed a greater contrast effect. War was imminent. To reap substantial benefits from it, he couldn't remain an ordinary soldier. He needed to be a commander with sufficient autonomy. Then I'll use 1/10th of my power, or maybe even less. The rules of the command battle are simple. In a virtual galaxy, 2 soldiers each occupy a planet. The planet possesses a complete industrial chain, a full military system, a modern city, a certain population, and a technological level that barely allows for simple jumps. The 2 soldiers must act as commanders to complete a civilization war, thereby selecting officers with command. With Panner's industrial capacity, new warships are produced faster than dumplings being cooked. Soldiers can also be mass-produced through cultivation. Although command talents can be instilled as they grow, there are still good and bad ones. The time flow in the virtual galaxy is faster. After all, it's just the wills of 2 soldiers being projected into the virtual. This is a military tradition that has been passed down since long ago. The first 2 rounds might be ignored by some, but for the third round, as long as there is no urgent business, all commanders will be present. Currently, over 90 of the officers in the military system came through this test. The selection of higher commanders, team leaders, and ship captains is all made from among them, highlighting its importance. This kid is not bad, whether in tactical application or logistical coordination. A commander couldn't help but praise as he watched the 2 sides engaged in battle. In comparison, the other is far inferior. He focuses too much on the number of warships, resulting in chaotic command. Although his paper strength is stronger, his losses far exceed the opponent's. Another commander also spoke. Put him into the reserve talent pool and let the other become an ordinary soldier. Ya's words led the 2 men to vastly different fates. He was one of the 6 supreme commanders of Panner. With the retirement of the 3rd Starship Commander, the likelihood of Ya concurrently holding that position was the highest among the 5. No one would object over the fate of 2 mere ordinary soldiers. The burly man sitting next to Ya was my caste father, the 5th Starship Commander. Looking at Fei Li, who had been keeping her gaze fixed on Chen Mo from afar, his heart was filled with complexity. The marriage between my Ka and Fei Li had been arranged long ago. But as Ao Leia almost certainly secured the concurrent position of third starship commander, he grew lukewarm about the matter. Despite knowing what Fei Li had been doing recently, he tacitly allowed it. He had once hinted at it, but Ao Leia no longer cooperated, as if he had lost the ability to discern the deeper meaning in words. That was naturally impossible, but he could do nothing about it. Soon it was Chen Mo's turn. His opponent was a very outstanding recruit, the child of an old captain. People paid sufficient attention to this battle. However, from the very beginning, Chen Mo's approach shocked everyone. He did not learn from the previous loser's lessons. He went all out to produce warships, completely disregarding that the number of soldiers he had was insufficient to support the command of all those ships. No one knew what Chen Mo intended to do. Only Fei Li, watching the warships being produced one after another, smiled lightly. Now amazed the world. The wars soon began. Since there was no large-scale device preventing jumps between the two civilizations, Sa Jin first jumped a few warships to gather intelligence. Behind these two ships followed the main fleet. A very conventional approach. No merits, yet no flaws. People were already waiting to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself. When Sa Jin saw the endless warships, his first reaction was a sense of horror, but the next moment he realized this was not a real civilization war. Under the virtual settings, Chen Mo could not possibly have enough personnel to support such a massive fleet. How foolish, he sneered. But the next moment reality slapped him hard. Chen Mo's movements made everyone gasp. Almost simultaneously the fleet began to act. The assault was like a violent storm, leaving Sa Jin unable to recover for a long time. He tried to use the completeness of his command to tear open a gap with a spearhead, but he despairingly discovered that Chen Mo's fleet was even more flexible. Every warship appeared in the right position, and he even saw over 1,000 warships executing a tactic of interweaving crossfire. Impossible. People were utterly shocked. Sa Jin even requested an investigation. He had ample reason to suspect Chen Mo of cheating, even though never in history had a soldier been able to cheat. Sa Jin, all of Mo's actions are within the rules. He did not cheat. The referee carefully checked all logs and couldn't bear to tell Sa Jin the cruelest truth. The match continued, but the 5 supreme commanders who knew the situation could no longer sit still. Chen Mo did not cheat. Of course, he also did not have the personnel required for the warships. Because the enemy was manhwa. Even in simulated combat, Panner still did not support using AI. Every department on every warship needed to be staffed with sufficient personnel, which was the main reason for the limitation on warship numbers. But what did they see? Chen Mo used a very clever method. He employed biosignal receivers to connect all parts of the warships. The fleet Sa Jin faced, more than 3 times the size, actually had not a single soldier on board. This was not a sophisticated method. Panner had once tried similar approaches using the human brain to replace AI in operating everything on a warship. But a warship is not an ancient-era automobile. Often a simple action or battle requires coordination of dozens of nodes, and several of them need to be executed simultaneously with extremely complex steps. With the aid of instruments and biological evolution, people of Panner no longer suffer from attention limitations. They can handle many things simultaneously with full effort. However, they still cannot freely control a single warship. Yet Chen Mo, with the power of one person, controlled over 2,000 warships and also employed tactical applications of drone swarms. Is he still human? While shocked people couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Chen Mo's abilities surpassed their imagination. Is it because of Mengta's genetic modification? The first commander speculated. He was a resolute man who, to maintain authority, always controlled his emotions, never showing joy or anger. But now he stared with wide eyes, and his mouth, once opened in surprise, never closed again. The experimental logs concerning Mo mentioned abnormal biosignals and brain activity, but no one ever imagined it could reach such a level. Ao Leia said in a low voice. It was not hard to see the shock in his eyes. We haven't used biosignals to control unmanned warships for a long time. Back then, Mengta couldn't seize control of biowarships. The commanders had no time to attend to other matters. They thought of a crazy possibility. We haven't conducted similar tests for a long time. Once confirmed, he alone is a fleet. No 2 or 3. Is this his limit? His time is tight. He can't have more warships. Wait, what does he intend to do? Chen Mo's next move jolted people from their sweet dreams. Watching the exploding planet, the faces that still held remnants of surprise immediately turned to horror. Their mouths opened, then tried to close, eventually resembling ducks, looking both ridiculous and laughable. And all of this was because Chen Mo had voluntarily destroyed his own planet. After annihilating the main force, Chen Mo could have relied on numerical superiority of his fleet to breach the opponent's planet sooner or later. Even if the opponent fled, they could not hold out for long. Yet Chen Mo resolutely destroyed his own planet and other planets in the star system, leaving only the enemy's one. What about the residents? They were evacuated in advance. During the exchange of fire, soldiers piloted the ships, and all residents were inside. The fleet's capacity is insufficient to accommodate all residents. He temporarily modified a small asteroid. But the asteroid lacks a complete industrial chain and its size does not meet our requirements. If he cannot find a suitable planet within the stipulated time, he will be eliminated. Even though his fleet is relatively large, it cannot capture Kekria's planet before elimination. Within the virtual star domain, watching the gathered fleet, Chen Mo let out a soft sigh. Accustomed to commanding swarms numbering in the tens of billions, handling a mere fleet of a few thousand ships brought an inexplicable sense of awkwardness and loss. Conventional methods naturally could not capture a planet with complete defensive forces within the time limit, but whether the Supreme Commander or the ordinary captains, they all overlooked the most fundamental thing: they would spend more time, because they had to preserve the living forces of the fleet and avoid reckless approaches. This point is precisely the opposite of the offensive strategy commonly used by the insect tide. Then let us witness a little. The attack method unique to AI civilization and the insect tide. Initiate the jump. Instantly, a vast white light inflated like a balloon, and the unmanned fleet jumped beyond the range of the isolation device, launching a fierce assault. No need for fire support, no need to preserve living forces, unafraid of death. 2,000 warships controlled by biological signals reminded all spectators of how civilization wars were fought when AI was still available. Boom, boom, boom. One by one ships were shattered and swallowed by black holes, but more ships deployed force field shields using black holes and wormholes as cover to forcibly break through the planetary blockade. The cost was that most ships became battered and on the verge of disintegration, but before breaking apart, they could still launch one final assault. To ensure the planet's integrity, Chen Mo reduced output power. The high-energy beam carved a crater 1500 meters deep, and the ruined ships plunged into it recklessly. Initiate self-destruct sequence. Because the simulated technology level was relatively low, even when the fleet's engines and power systems self-destructed, they could still effectively control the yield. An instant before the explosion, a superconducting magnetic field and twisted magnetic waves swept across the entire planet, precisely identifying the blast radius. The next moment, the planet's outer layer was stripped away. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any chaotic energy turbulence. The planetary outer layer, 1600 meters deep, silently melted from the inside out, like ice meeting a red-hot iron ball. Under the fleet's protection, the asteroid jumped outside the planet. The fleet deployed modification devices to stabilize the atmosphere and mitigate the disasters caused by geological changes. At this point, the war could already be declared over. The empty star region had no second planet suitable for establishing a complete industrial chain and cities. The only star after the fleet settled down and erected sufficiently powerful force field protection exploded with a roar. Chen Mo's vision blurred as he exited the virtual star domain. His opponent was still stunned. He smiled, performed the post-battle courtesy, and returned to the formation to wait. As a man approached, other soldiers made way. It was not admiration, not respect, not shock, but deep horror. They all possessed sufficient talent to see the entire trajectory of Chen Mo's military. This self-mutilating military action, even though there were no soldiers on board, still sent a deep tremor through their soul. Mo. Fei called out loudly. People turned to look. She was leaning on the railing, waving her hands with a smile. The moment Mo decided to destroy the planet, the only way for Kekri to win was to destroy his own planet as well. Because the destruction would be later, both sides would be unable to find a suitable planet. When the time is up, according to the rules, he would naturally win. No, Mo still kept the star. If Kekri also detonated the planet, Mo would establish a habitat on the star. Although the simulated technology's rudimentary devices couldn't sustain it for long, it would be enough to last until the end of the war. There were clearly more gentle and appropriate methods, but he deliberately chose this one. I like his character. This is exactly the type of commander we lack now. The first Starfleet commander smiled. How should we decide? Add him to the reserve talent system, or place him in someone's fleet? The second commander inquired. The first commander said, that would be too wasteful. He doesn't need training. Let's first conduct tests on biosignal warships. If we confirm that Dream Tower cannot seize control, give him an unmanned fleet. The second commander responded, giving a new recruit a fleet directly, isn't that a bit excessive? Moreover, he is an experimental subject who escaped from Dream Tower. Although currently confirmed to be safe, we cannot completely rule out hidden dangers. We can impose restrictions on the fleet scale. The war is about to begin. Roar is still fixated on migration. We cannot afford to waste any strength. Mo's command authority will directly belong to the highest commander on the battlefield. Let's vote. The first commander said. I abstain. I agree. I oppose. Aurea looked at the burly man beside him who had voted against, understanding clearly what was going on. His gaze fell on Fei, who was leaning on the railing, and he said with a light smile, I agree. Chen Mo's fate was thus decided. Upon hearing the final result, a flicker of joy stirred in his heart, even more than when he had conquered Lorf before. because this was one of the few plans he had devised with careful thought, and success naturally brought happiness. Of course, besides this, another plan also went incredibly smoothly. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Fei ran over with light steps. Although she didn't say much, from the emotions she revealed, the smooth progress of their relationship was easily discernible. Chen Mo was a man of considerable self-awareness. He knew that no matter how outstanding he was given his background, he could never become a pivotal supreme commander. But Fei was different. She was Aria's daughter. Now what he had to do was simple: continue climbing upward, expand his influence, and then at the right moment kill Fei's father, the 5th Starfleet commander. The war erupted after the home planet had completed 6 rotations, and both fleets engaged in fierce combat. It was a failed war, as Mengta, using a leaked signal, located Panar's new industrial star system. Every planet in that system was equipped with the latest spatial matrix devices capable of distorting and deflecting any form of attack. However, Mengta upgraded its offensive system, which upon impact created a massive spatial depression. The resulting tearing force, akin to striking a target through a mountain, bypassed the matrix deflection and shredded the protected planets. The destruction of the industrial star system severely crippled Panar's production capacity. Although other industrial systems remained, they were insufficient to sustain the rate of consumption of frontline warships. Chen Mo, who had been fighting on the front lines, was temporarily withdrawn. He walked through a corridor lined with sensors, and soldiers passing by would doff their caps and salute. In this still unfinished war, Chen Mo's rank had been elevated repeatedly. Relying on Panar's industrial output, he had no concerns about logistics, forcing a direct exchange of fleets with Mengta. Both sides were unafraid of death or sacrifice, and their casualty ratios were remarkably close, the best figures Panar had seen in a long time. People no longer feared Chen Mo's methods, nor did they harbor any inappropriate emotions due to his identity as a test subject. Even his close association with Fei raised no suspicion that his promotion was linked to Aeolia. Such was the world. Chen Mo's brutal and iron-fisted military style attracted a large number of admirers who naturally crafted sufficiently righteous justifications for his actions. He stood atop a sea of raised hands, gazing down at the adoring faces of the crowd. "This is about the end of the road," Chen Mo remarked, gazing at the wall, emitting a pale white light. He had climbed to the highest peak in an extremely short time, and beyond it lay a dead end. During the ascent, there had been many opponents, all of whom had met reasonable sacrifices on the battlefield. Chen Mo had buried everyone who stood in his way. Now only one remained. The 5th Starship Commander, Aeolia. To fully control Fei, Aeolia must die. As the Supreme Commander, Aeolia had remained in the starship's command center since the war began. This massive starship, powered by an entire compressed star, was not only equipped with the highest grade spatial matrix device, but also boasted a host of advanced technologies. Chen Mo had once witnessed the starship fall into a massive black hole, only to resist the gravitational pull that could swallow even light and escape by sheer force. Moreover, the starship required no fixed docking port and was fitted with signal jamming devices and a spatial jump resistance system. Mengta could not track its trail, making it an absolutely secure mobile fortress. Since the war began, no starship had ever been destroyed. But history was about to change today. Chen Mo's terrifying record often made people overlook one fact: he was a student of Sonoria, with sufficiently high research clearance to access a wide range of detailed data. The energy consumption of a starship was terrifyingly high. Ordinary energy devices could not support it. There were currently 2 energy sources. The first was compressed high-energy gaseous stars. Although nuclear fusion was a relatively low-level energy acquisition method, compression accelerated particle movement, yielding greater energy. Moreover, using an entire star as the energy core provided a mass far exceeding that of other energy sources. The second was a still experimental black hole source based on quantum entanglement and spatial jump technology, linking the black hole to the starship's energy core. It harnessed the black hole's constant matter consumption, converting it into energy and transmitting it remotely to the starship's energy system. This technology was still in its early stages, so all starships currently used the first method. However, since stars were the energy source, even the largest star had a finite supply. When energy was nearly depleted, the starship would select a suitable star, leaving behind the nearly exhausted one to maintain the system's short-term normal operation. The star currently powering this starship had already consumed nearly 87% of its energy. A replacement was imminent. During this process, the starship could neither jump nor move quickly, presenting the best opportunity for annihilation. Chen Mo had prepositioned bugs in a suitable star system. Using a signal isolation system developed by Chen Mo and Lin, the bugs hid inside the star's core. The moment the starship began swapping energy sources, the bugs would launch a suicidal attack, detonating nearby star systems to leak the starship's location. Through Mengta's hands, Aeolia would be eliminated. "Mo, come to me." At that moment, Aeolia's voice echoed in his ear. Chen Mo tapped the wall, and like a phantom passed through layers of walls, taking a considerable time to reach the command center. The starship was enormous even by planetary standards. Some pessimistic scholars believe that if Mengta's attack could not be resisted, the 6 starships could accommodate over 30 of the population. However, they lacked a complete industrial chain. Weapons were manufactured in the industrial star systems and delivered to the starships via jumps. Aeolia sat in a uniquely shaped chair, his expressions stern and meticulous. He was the faith of many. Even those who disagreed with his beliefs had to acknowledge his brilliance. Seeing Chen Mo, he offered a rare smile. Aeolia greatly admired this young man, perceiving boundless potential in him. Thus, even abandoning the marriage alliance, he did not interfere with the relationship between Fei and Chen Mo. Many officers who had once harbored battle fervor had grown weary of the war. As time passed, civilization eroded and comrades died. They were like dulled spears, having lost their original luster. Aeolia always attracted many supporters who then sank deeper into the quagmire of war, eventually uprooting themselves completely and refusing to look back. But Chen Mo was different. Aeolia saw in Chen Mo's military style the very image he had once aspired to. The spirited younger version of himself, unwavering in the face of war, knowing why he fought and understanding the right means to win. "You must be feeling some resentment for being kept off the battlefield lately," Aeolia said. "I understand the difficulties, Commander. My condition is perfectly normal." Chen Mo replied with a firm voice. "Wait a little longer. You'll return to the battlefield soon enough." Aeolia smiled. "Take command of your fleet and proceed to the designated star system to reconnoiter the specific situation." "Yes, sir." Since the starship would lose mobility during the energy swap, reconnaissance was the most critical task. Typically, the commander entrusted this to his most trusted subordinate, a testament to Chen Mo's standing. Under the escort of frigates, a large exploration vessel sailed into the star system. Prior to this, the starship had already scanned all nearby systems, selecting suitable targets. This was a newly born gaseous star still in its infancy, about to enter its prime. Due to its mass advantage, the star system was relatively vast. The exploration vessel released concentric pulses of detection waves, transmitting detailed information of the entire system, including the star itself, to the control room. Life forms exist on the planet. Gazing at the feedback fluctuations, Aeolia ordered Chen Mo to conduct a deeper probe. Soon several slightly ferocious little creatures appeared before everyone. "Look at them, they're really quite ugly. The planet lacks protection. A stellar winds sweep across unchecked. To defend themselves, they evolved sufficiently hard shells. There might be some value in observing them." After a moment of deliberation, Aeolia decided to abandon the idea. He was no biologist after all. "Assess the danger level," he said to the analyst. "Danger level low. No technology, primitive organisms. Please wait for the detailed results." The reporter tapped the air a few times, sending the comprehensive analysis to Aeolia. "Let's begin." "Yes." Aeolia ignored the few deliberately exposed insects. Chen Mo was not surprised by this outcome. He understood every step of the detection process and the principles of the devices. Disguising the insect swarm as harmless little creatures was not a difficult task. The starship positioned itself above the star, and the field matrix deployed, blocking the heat emanating from the star. Countless warships emerged, distributing themselves near the star system, while drone swarms constructed multiple defensive lines at the outermost perimeter. The starship opened the barrier of the energy chamber, and concentric waves spread downward. The star began to tremble. Violent stellar winds swept across the surroundings, yet the starship remained unmoved. The star visibly shrank in size. A dazzling radiance pulsed from beneath the starship as the old energy core detached. Utilizing the remaining energy, the starship began absorbing the new star, a process that would take some time, and this was the most perilous period. Thus, even though they had undergone countless energy replacements, everyone remained on high alert, with no one daring to relax. Standing beside Aeolia, Chen Mo could sense the man's appreciation. If his true identity matched the fabricated one, Aeolia would be a tremendous benefactor. Before the experimental subject, Mo lay a broad road, a heroic mentor, a father-in-law, who was the supreme commander in his own status as the brightest star among the younger generation of commanders. Chen Mo could never ascend to the pinnacle of command, but he would inevitably become an iron-blooded commander, second only to a few. Pity. He was Chen Mo, the insectoid overlord. Not Mo, not the experimental subject of Dream Tower. It's about to start, isn't it? To thoroughly clear himself of suspicion, Chen Mo had severed the biosignal link from the very beginning. The insect swarm lurking on the planet was fully controlled by a secondary intelligence unit. As if responding to Chen Mo's thoughts, in an instant all the planets trembled, even momentarily deviating from their orbits. Dense hordes of insects crawled out from within. To masquerade as the most primitive organisms, these insects carried no technological devices. Their biological technology was entirely dedicated to amplifying biosignal emissions. Suddenly, countless biosignals twisted into a spear capable of piercing any barrier, penetrating the starship's signal isolation device. Activate the full power shielding and jump restriction devices. Execute the extermination mission immediately. Drawing on past experience, Leah swiftly issued the command. As he watched the insects emitting surging biosignals, he cursed inwardly, damn it. He should have annihilated them. That was what he had always done. But through the evolution of civilization, many had begun to reject such brutal methods. Now at last they were tasting the bitter fruit of benevolence. Hoping the Dream Tower fleet wouldn't be drawn here, Leah prayed silently. From the surge of biosignals to full suppression, only a moment had passed. Perhaps it would be overlooked. If so, that would be wonderful. But as he saw the golden light tearing through the darkness and the sudden blazing flame, Leah's body stiffened, and he let out a helpless sigh. The Dream Tower fleet. Even at full power, the jump restriction device had limited range. Under normal circumstances, the starship could have made a jump during this time. But the starship was in the middle of an energy replacement and could not jump, forcing them to watch helplessly as the Dream Tower fleet surrounded them in a primitive manner. How much longer until the energy replacement is complete? Leah shouted. One more logu, the operator yelled back. Damn it. Watching the fleet draw closer, Leah's expression turned grim. All forces sortie. By time for the starship. Yes. This order was virtually suicide. Though the starship's escort frigates were numerous, the Dream Tower fleet had locked onto the starship upon jumping in and confirmed its status. Then more fleets jumped in from all directions. A pale yellow light swirled twice, and pitch-black tunnels opened like spilled ink. Countless points of light flickered within, then rapidly expanded. As if billions of stars were falling, pale golden radiance swirled, tearing through barriers. The star system contracted and collapsed inward. Chaotic fields began to tear at the starship. Amid the vortex-like currents, bright blue points of light emerged, rapidly connecting. Thousands of frigates linked into a massive field network. Click, click, click. In the void of space, a spine-chilling noise resounded. Though this region could not transmit sound, people heard a song playing deep within their souls. With the star domain as the core, the universe wrapped inward. Veins bulging on his face, Leah cried. Not yet. We need more time, the operator shouted. Leah looked away, only to witness a heart-stopping sight. The Dream Tower fleet had already begun constructing an anti-jump circle. Break it at any cost. The fleet charged recklessly at the construction device, but all efforts were futile. Seizing the rare opportunity to corner the starship, the Dream Tower had committed forces comparable to a full-scale war in an instant. Lights flashed in the distance as more and more fleets surrounded them. Not enough time. Surging rage nearly numbed Leah's nerves. His veins bulged as he roared. Abort the energy replacement. Detonate the weapon system. The starship's weapon system exploded violently, energy waves sweeping outward, scattering the Dream Tower's devices. With the remaining energy, Leah, determined to face death, issued a forced jump command despite knowing there was no hope of return. Space began to warp. With the paltry remaining energy, it couldn't even envelop the entire starship. The sturdy armor twisted and shattered, tearing like paper. This was undoubtedly a failed jump, but Leah had no other choice. Cough, cough. Lucchino woke from the darkness, lying on a cylindrical cold object beneath him. He realized he was on the auxiliary operating platform. Cough. Lucchino coughed twice, again touched his mouth, and felt the clotted blood. His bones ached all over, especially in his chest. He reached into his bosom, searched several times, but found no healing agent. It must have been thrown somewhere. Thank goodness you're still alive. Lucchino heard the voice. His helmet and instruments had been damaged in the crash. By the sparks flying, he could see the man's face, also covered in blood. Mo. He recognized the man. A remarkably outstanding young man, the stern Aria, who would often smile and praise in front of their old subordinates. Jump. Did the jump fail? It seems so. We crashed into a solid neutron star, and the energy system is completely destroyed. Chen Mo extended his left hand. The man tried to lift his left hand as well, but only then realized his entire left arm was gone, so he had to switch to his right hand. Buddy, don't lose heart. You're luckier than most. Chen Mo pointed behind him. The man looked in that direction, but before he could see clearly, a sharp pain struck his chest. Trembling, he lowered his head and opened his mouth in disbelief. Bang! Chen Mo flung Lucchino's corpse away like trash, then looked back at the command room littered with bodies. Gazing at Aria, who had lost his life forever, he smiled. Now this broken fifth starship belongs entirely to me. Relying on his genes, which had mutated countless times, Chen Mo had the best physical condition among everyone and was the first to wake up. He seized the opportunity to eliminate all the others, with Lucchino being the last. He spread out the incubation chamber on the starship, and the little creatures that emerged devoured the nearby planets, injecting the converted energy into the starship's emergency energy system. Following the biological signal's location, Chen Mo jumped the starship to a civilization that the insect swarm had just conquered. Lin Jiang would abandon all missions and focus on using every means to repair the starship. Chen Mo preserved a certain amount of wreckage as well as the most important data recording device, which could clear all suspicion. He brought these items to a planet with extremely low temperature, looked at the harsh surroundings, and sighed softly. It's really remote. They'll have to temporarily remove the cold-resistant genes. Hope someone finds me quickly. At first, people did not realize the disaster had occurred. The starship had its own supply system to prevent transmitted signals from being intercepted by manga, and the two sides were often out of contact. Fortunately, during the war, the people of Panner soon discovered that they had lost contact with the fifth starship, causing panic. The fifth starship was a crucial component of the entire Panner, let alone the many outstanding officers on board. If it disappeared without explanation, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow far exceeding the destruction of the industrial galaxy. The search team centered on the last point of contact between the two sides and searched outward. The fifth starship's energy core is about to run out, so it must be looking for a suitable planet. Search. The universe is vast, and there are countless stars, but within a certain range, suitable stars are not many. Soon they locked onto a cosmic region that had not yet fully expanded. According to the original map, this should have been a newborn star system. They found evidence that the Mangta fleet had been there, and hope grew dimmer, but people still searched with faint hope. Finally, on an ultra-low-temperature asteroid in an asteroid belt, they found hundreds of people frozen into ice along with the wreckage of the starship and a damaged data recording device. At the moment of discovery, most people had lost all vital signs. The only survivor, Chen Mo, was sent to a treatment center and researchers rushed to repair the data recording device. Fortunately, although the data recording device was severely damaged, they managed to restore important data records. They saw the entire course of events from Chen Mo sending out a detection ship to the starship's emergency jump under duress. By this point, those who still held hope were few and far between. Chen Mo's awakening extinguished the remaining light completely. After the emergency jump, the starship was severely damaged. Unable to dodge in time, it collided head-on with a neutron star. I was thrown out by the air pressure, and I don't know what happened after that. Chen Mo put on a look of trying to recall. Whether it was his expression or his chaotic biological signals, everything was convincing enough to deceive. Nevertheless, a few people still refused to give up searching for the starship, and Aurea. Fei was one of them. The most persistent, yet also the first to feel that Aurea had left forever. She often went to the places where Aurea had lived and worked, trying to find traces of her father, but only cold emptiness remained. After Chen Mo recovered from his injuries, he was reassigned to the first commander's command. The two had little time to meet. The command level of the fifth starship was almost entirely wiped out, and now they were discussing merging the fifth fleet with the sixth fleet. Fei strongly opposed this, stubbornly believing that her father was still alive. Everyone understood, but they could not let such a reason obstruct the merger of military units. Fei sought out her father's former subordinates. The results were unanimous. They believed Commander Aurea had perished along, but until now no other wreckage of the starship has been found. In the meeting, Chen Mo shouted this angrily, giving Fei. In terms of time in the military system, Chen Mo was just a newcomer, but his terrifyingly impressive resume quickly made him a pivotal figure. For a long time, he unconditionally supported Fei, even though some had said that a starship without its defense system, if damaged severely enough, could be completely devoured by a black hole. The war passed in the midst of searching. Pannar's losses were undoubtedly tragic. First an important industrial galaxy, then a starship that had never suffered losses before, plus other damages. Even if they achieved some results, it was undoubtedly the most disastrous war. Chen Mo and Fei met at a familiar restaurant. Fei had lost a lot of weight, and her personality was no longer as lively as before. Aurea's disappearance was a huge blow to Fei. She was a newborn cultivated in a device, and Aurea was her only family. Not only that, but Aurea's old subordinates who had not boarded the starship for various reasons had now all defected to other captains, avoiding her requests and unwilling to waste time searching for Aurea. Fei could no longer tell whether this was reality or illusion. It was just a war, and she suddenly lost everything. The meal was not pleasant. She walked out of the restaurant in a gloomy mood and at the same time encountered the first sudden assassin. Fei was lost in thought when her sensor suddenly detected an anomaly. Her years of battlefield experience prompted an immediate reaction. She sidestepped just in time, and a compressed ion bullet grazed past her face, the turbulent air and searing heat tearing her skin. The round struck the ground with a deafening boom, and the shockwave hurled her away. Fei activated her exoskeleton armor as quickly as possible, but before it could fully deploy, a streak of blazing light suddenly hurtled toward her. Fei. In the blink of an eye, a figure shielded her from the front. A pitch-black substance rapidly proliferated, forming a thick, heavy shield. Chen Mo held Fei close, his biosignals surging, and using his dual authority in military and research, he forcibly seized control of the nearby area's devices. Seeing no chance of success, they waited for a while, without any further attack. What's going on? Just then the Planetary Defense Force hurried over. I am Mo, commander of the Biofleet of the First Fleet. An attack has occurred here. I request an investigation of the vicinity. Understood, well, take it from here. The defense force evacuated the nearby crowd, applied for permissions, and summoned the local sentry surveillance records. This was clearly a premeditated assassination. The perpetrator carried a high-grade shielding device, and the global sentries did not detect his trace. However, judging from the weapon used, it must have been someone from the military. The defense force gave their conclusion: we will continue the investigation. If we find anything, we'll inform you as soon as possible. The defense force's words brought no peace, only deepening Fei Li's unease. As the daughter of Ao Lia, this was the first time she had been targeted for assassination within the inhabited star system. Chen Mo accompanied Fei Li, and they walked instead of taking a transporter, discussing the incident as they went. Such blatant audacity. Military weapons, a high-grade shielding device. Who could it be? Fei Li sank into thought. From these clues alone, a large number of suspects could be identified, but none of them had any reason to risk assassinating her. She rarely voiced opinions, and the only point where she disagreed with others was her insistence on searching for Ao Lia. Could it be another commander? Fei Li quickly dismissed the notion. Even if Panner couldn't escape the mundane struggles for power at this juncture, assassinating Fei Li would bring no benefit. Ao Lia's remaining loyal subordinates were already estranged. There was no need for such a move. I'm going to scout for new resource points tomorrow. It's a long trip, and I can search along the way, Chen Mo suddenly said. Thank you, Fei Li replied, her voice heavy with gloom. Although she and Chen Mo had not given up, the passage of time made the hope of finding him seem impossibly faint. Since someone is after you, don't go home tonight. Stay at the base, Chen Mo suggested. Better not. It might be even more dangerous there. Besides, who do you think I am? A single assassination attempt can't scare. Before Fei Li could finish, a violent screech tore through the air above. A shadow loomed over them. A suspended building was plummeting from the sky. Both Fei Li and Chen Mo were no ordinary people and easily dodged, but as they gazed at the shattered debris and the surging energy fluctuations, a chill crept over Fei Li's heart. It was deliberately sabotaged. Chen Mo inspected the levitation device and concluded, this unit was just replaced recently. There's no way it could malfunction. Using his authority, Chen Mo retrieved the nearest sentry surveillance footage. Sure enough, 2 nights ago, a figure shrouded in darkness had sneaked into the vicinity. The person was equipped with professional gear that prevented the sentry from penetrating the darkness to reveal their face. 2 assassination attempts in one day. Fei Li felt no fear nor panic, only anger. She was furious at the audacity of these people. She was after all a captain, and they had attacked her so brazenly. Fei Li abandoned the idea of going home and stormed into the base, reporting what had happened. An emergency meeting was convened. But as Fei Li was recounting the events, a squad arrived, and in front of everyone escorted the powerful 5th commander out. This scene inevitably led everyone to speculate whether the 5th commander was connected to the assassination attempt on Fei. After all, Ao Lia had once agreed to a marriage alliance, but later reneged, and the 5th commander was constantly outmaneuvered militarily. After Ao Lia's disappearance, he had been the most aggressive in absorbing the remnants of Ao Lia's forces, earning a reputation for ruthlessness. Such an act was not beyond possibility. According to the investigation, the defense force found incompletely destroyed clues in a dilapidated building. Following the clues, they located the hidden man who committed suicide out of guilt before he could be captured. His identity was exposed nonetheless. Mo, a member of the 5th Starship, an old subordinate of Commander Roblo. Faced with the accusation of orchestrating Fei Li's assassination, Roblo flatly denied it and willingly submitted to the defense force's investigation. Thanks to advanced technology, a memory scan of Roblo tentatively cleared him of involvement, though the possibility remained that he had erased relevant memories after issuing the order. Fei Li was placed under protective custody and forbidden from leaving the station. That night, feeling restless, she found Chen Mo to drink. It was at that table that she suffered the 3rd assassination attempt of the day. The wine had been laced with enough poison to kill 100 people. Fei Li barely survived. She refused all visitors, locked herself in her room, and allowed only Chen Mo near. She spread out a list of names, combing through them one by one to identify the mastermind. Little did she know the true mastermind was sitting right beside her. Although Chen Mo belonged to the 1st Commander's faction, his contacts extended far beyond. During a celebration banquet, he had taken the opportunity to parasitize one of Roblo's subordinates. Chen Mo had studied the principles of detection instruments and devised a way to evade routine checks. He manipulated Omu to carry out the 2 attacks, deliberately left evidence, and then had Omu commit suicide, thereby destroying any possibility of the parasitism being proven. The 3rd assassination was also his doing. Chen Mo never expected to successfully frame Roblo. All he wanted was to minimize his own suspicion. Clearly, he had succeeded. No one suspected that the man who had repeatedly saved Fei Li was the real culprit. Chen Mo left the next day for a mission on the border. The assassination attempts paused for a few days, then just as people began to relax, they resumed. A blade of shadow like a cloud obscuring the light weighed on everyone's hearts. No one was more furious than Roblo, the prime suspect. He endured endless questioning until his rage nearly consumed his reason, and only then did the investigation grudgingly cease. It was a long time after Chen Mo had completed his mission that Fei Li had endured 26 assassination attempts, including long-range sniping, poisoning ambushes, building collapses, and the collapse of the life support system. The once lively and cheerful girl whose mind occasionally wandered off had completely vanished. She had become sensitive, paranoid, and despondent like a beast that had once been shot. At the mere sound of a noise, she would tremble and curl up, clutching her head. She often dreamed or saw hallucinations in her blurred vision, her soul swaying between reality and illusion, with white terror drifting before her eyes. The last time Fei Li appeared before others was because she had accidentally killed a man. The victim was a drunkard who had wandered into the wrong place and collapsed at the door. Fei Li mistook him for an assassin and used the building's defense system to kill him. From then on, Fei Li became even more reclusive. She had tried to escape the grip of fear, but without a doubt, she had lost the courage to even open the door. Chen Mo's sudden arrival nearly made the startled Fei Li pull the trigger. After recognizing his face, she burst into tears. She sat on the living room floor surrounded by bottles and cans, her youthful and radiant face now utterly haggard. Chen Mo cleaned up the trash and softly asked Fei Li if she wanted to eat something. Naturally, he received no answer. Just as he was about to go to Fei Li's favorite restaurant to buy some food, the hem of his long trench coat was grabbed. "Don't go." Fei Li buried her head between her knees, her voice hoarse. "I'm not going." Chen Mo took her hand and sat down beside her. Fei Li held Chen Mo's hand with one hand while wrapping the other around her calves. After a long while, she began to tremble, her voice choked with tears. "I'm scared." Fei Li was a strong girl. Even when her only relative died, she still held on to her resolve. But the relentless assassinations had worn her down, plunging her into a quagmire of fear, her body ensnared by vines sinking deeper and deeper. She had wanted to be strong, at least in front of Chen Mo. But thinking of her current predicament, her emotions surged like a mountain torrent, and she could no longer hold back her sorrowful tears. Chen Mo held her in his arms, gently patting her back. For a long time, even with the sentry watching over her, Fei Li still dared not fall asleep. The exhaustion of her spirit and the turmoil of her emotions nearly caused the poor girl to faint. She clung tightly to Chen Mo like someone lost in the darkness, grasping at the last glimmer of light. I have nothing left. No one is willing to help me. They all refuse to help me." Her voice was filled with despair. "You still have me. You are willing to help me." Fei Li lifted her head, her swollen eyes veiled with mist. "Of course." Chen Mo's voice was firm and resolute. Fei Li buried her head in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring brokenly, "It's okay, you still have me. Yes, you still have me." Chen Mo stroked Fei Li's hair, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Fei Li cried for a long time until she fell asleep from exhaustion. Chen Mo laid her on the bed, then returned to the living room. Gazing at the names written on the floor, he picked one up and murmured to himself, "It's time to end this." Fei Li's reaction had been more perfect than he had imagined. The fruit was ripe, though if he didn't pluck it, it would fall to the ground and slowly rot. When Fei Li woke from her sleep, she stared at the artistically decorated ceiling, her mind still hazy. It had been a long time since she had slept so peacefully. But then she recalled what she had just done, and a wave of shame washed over her, making her unwilling to admit it was real. "You still have me." Those 3 words lingered in her ears for a long time. Fei Li buried her head in the blanket, squirming like a worm. Clatter! Just then the sound of something falling came from the living room. Fei Li's heart jumped, and she instinctively reached for the weapon by the bedside. She activated the full-range surveillance sentry and saw the familiar silhouette in the living room, finally relaxing. Phew, she took a deep breath. Thinking of her embarrassing behavior earlier, she didn't know how to face him. She decided to act as if nothing had happened. When she entered the living room, the sunlight was just right, streaks of light streaming through the window, casting a glow on the man. "Awake! Wait a moment." Chen Mo didn't turn around as he sprinkled seasonings into the pot. In no time, a steaming pot of rich soup was ready. "It's a new species discovered on an unfamiliar star system. I didn't want to bother with it, but Mr. Oten insisted on preserving it. There's only a small amount. Most people won't get to taste it." Chen Mo ladled out a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Fei Li. Fei Li took a few sips. The soup was unexpectedly delicious. Whether it was the ingredients or the chef, she couldn't tell. Stirring the oil on the surface with her spoon, she murmured, "Why are you so good to me?" "I didn't want to get involved at first." Chen Mo feigned a thoughtful expression, raising a finger. "But seeing someone cry so pitifully, I simply couldn't abandon her." "You're impossible." Fei Li was utterly mortified. Looking at his smiling face, all her anxiety vanished, replaced by a wave of relief. It felt as if she had returned to— "But seriously, after learning about your situation, the people who want you dead are truly deranged." Chen Mo's expression turned. Fei Li nodded silently, not knowing what to say. "I have a way." "What way?" Fei Li looked up. "My fleet suffered some damage and is undergoing repairs. So the news of my return is known only to Lord Jadirio. He can't be the one behind the assassination attempts, or he would have succeeded long ago. Hearing this, Fei Li nodded. Jadirio was the commander of the first starship and also concurrently held command of the third starship. If it were him, Fei Li knew she wouldn't have survived until today. The news of my impending return has already been spread. Everyone knows that I will definitely help you. If I return, the chances of a successful assassination will diminish greatly. So the assassins will certainly launch their most frenzied attack in the near future. Although the mastermind was Chen Mo himself, he had already devised a plan to shift the blame. He wanted to use Fei Li's identity to reap the greatest benefits, aiming to gain her absolute trust, not to actually kill her. This deduction was immediately accepted by Fei Li. What do you want to do? Very simple. When I came, I brought the latest shielding device. No one knows that I'm here with you. I will disguise myself as you and wait for the assassin's attack. This matter must be resolved once and for all. Chen Mo put on a noble self-sacrificing expression. No, you'll be in danger. Fei Li refused without hesitation. Don't worry. I'm equipped with dual exoskeletons, and my physical capabilities are already high. Besides, this plan has the support of Lord Jadirio. We will definitely catch the real culprit. Disguise was not difficult for Chen Mo. Even without relying on conventional technology, using biotechnological flesh and gene recombination, he could completely transform into Fei Li from the inside out in a short time. However, the current situation naturally did not allow Chen Mo to go all out. He took out the miniature device he had requested from Jadirio. This could alter the human body structure and biological signals in a short time, a thorough disguise. Fei Li was still hesitant about this. Having experienced so much, she was no longer as decisive as before, but constantly pondered the worst outcome. This unease was finally smoothed over by a hand with distinct knuckles. That hand skirted around her eyes, which concealed panic, traced an arc, and gently landed on her head. Don't think about anything. Everything will end today. The voice was very light, yet it easily tore through the mental barriers Fei Li had built to protect herself. In the past, even if she lost half her body in war and crawled out of the ruins without the aid of pain suppressors, she never shed a single tear. But recently she had cried far too many times, and now looking at that familiar face, she was about to cry again in sorrow. You saved me again, Fei Li said in a broken voice. Chen Mo smiled slightly, told Fei Li to finish her soup, then left a silhouette behind. He slowly pushed open the door, and the moment he stepped out, the device by his ear received a notification of signal compilation. All nearby areas have been secured. Please be careful. Rest assured. In fact, Jadirio was not very supportive of Chen Mo's self-directed plan. Although Fei Li was Oriya's daughter, Oriya had been 99% confirmed dead. The only chance of survival was given in consideration of Fei Li and Chen Mo's insistence. Under these circumstances, Chen Mo's importance was not on the same level as Fei Li's. Jadirio naturally expressed opposition, and even if he supported it, he would have someone else substitute. However, if that were the case, how could he completely capture Fei Li's heart? Essentially, Chen Mo and Jadirio were not considering the same thing. Moreover, the so-called murderer was actually himself. Danger had never existed. Chen Mo intervened in the permissions, observing the deployment of the First Fleet. He did not use biological signals to issue commands. The area was under tight surveillance. He ordered the use of finger stacking to give the order to open fire. Just like Omu, the murderer Chen Mo had chosen was also implanted with parasites. However, to achieve the goal of not requiring active control, an additional intelligent unit was planted inside the body to replace the function of the brain. Chen Mo continued forward, counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown reached 0, a brilliant light shone above Chen Mo, and a cluster of golden streaming flames burst forth. This was the optimal assassination method. To prevent the sudden invasion of the Dream Tower fleet, every star system was equipped with sufficiently rated anti-jump devices. Not only were fleet jumps restricted, but attack types utilizing jumps were also limited. When was the device pre-deployed? The Watcher couldn't help but grow tense. The killer had not yet truly shown itself. If they stepped in to rescue, now everything would be in vain. At this point, trust him. In an instant, the streaming flames descended. The heat, comparable to a stellar collapse, distorted space, and the matter in front vanished before it could even burn. Chen Mo dodged in an extremely awkward manner, using every available device. Even so, one of his arms disappeared. If you're going to put on a show, you must do it thoroughly. There was no better way to clear suspicion than putting himself in danger, even though no one suspected him at the moment. The Sentinels are operating at maximum power. All permissions in the area have been forcibly transferred to us. The killer cannot remotely control the devices or set them to self-activate. He must be nearby. The captain, fully in charge of this matter, immediately issued orders. The global Sentinels were pushed to full power. For this matter, the Sentinel system had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Although this was originally planned, Fei Li's assassination attempt had indeed accelerated the system upgrade. Captain, found him. New gear works great. Full pursuit, don't let him escape. Sir, The global sentinels immediately locked onto a floating art courtyard in the air. Near the pool, a person wearing an isolation device held 2 silver spheres, military-grade collapse balls. Just one of these small spheres was enough to destroy a planet within standard mass and volume. Fortunately, the worst nightmare did not become reality. Realizing the first starship's capture just as the captain had thought, the killer prepared to activate the collapse balls and destroy the planet together with itself. But it overlooked a small detail, or rather Chen Mo deliberately made it overlook that detail, thus creating a huge loophole in the assassination operation. Because it was an invention from long ago, there were now more time-saving and labor-saving ways to destroy planets. The collapse balls had not been updated for a long time. Their activation required a certain amount of time, during which a small trick could stop the activation process. Having lost the means to die together, the killer had no chance of escape facing the surrounding soldiers. He turned off the shielding device, revealing a face that surprised everyone. The former captain under Aria, in charge of the drone swarm, loyal and steadfast in his beliefs, his name was widely known. Why? Faced with this simple question, the captain held the now inert collapse balls and roared in a twisted voice. Why? Why can the bastard who ruined us be called a hero? What right does he have to still have a family left? He let out a few maniacal laughs, looked at Chen Mo disguised as Fei Li, slowly withdrew his smile, and said pitifully, "You win, but don't be too happy too soon. The mistakes Aria made will come for you sooner or later. Calm down, don't do anything rash." Before the captain's words had faded, the captain's entire body lit up with white light. He was like an old-fashioned LED bulb, with clear light gushing from his pores, causing him to melt into a viscous liquid in an extremely short time. The assassination incident thus came to an end. The captain walked over to Chen Mo while cleaning up the scene and said in a low voice, "You should—" Yes, Chen Mo did not deny. The two of them, as former colleagues, were not exactly close, but neither were they strangers. It was precisely this that gave him the opportunity to strike. Because of Commander Aria's mistake, countless people were lost. The enormous achievements he later made buried this matter. Commander Aria received no punishment. This person's parents and younger brother died in that incident. The captain patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his mood extremely complex. "Tell Fei Li she is safe." This incident was ultimately classified as a malicious assassination. Although it was impossible to extract memories, the true cause could be discerned from the captain's final words and an analysis of his life. In some ways, Aria and Chen Mo were remarkably similar. Both were the type who cared little for the lives of their subordinates, except that Chen Mo commanded mindless bugs, while Aria led flesh-and-blood soldiers. Aria's fleet suffered the highest casualties among all fleets. For the same achievements, his loss ratio far exceeded any other fleet. Despite countless reprimands and punishments, and though he had changed slightly, Aria remained at his core that same mad commander, which was precisely why he admired Chen Mo so much. He was hailed as a hero for his illustrious military exploits. If not for the comparison with other commanders, Aria would have continued to be beloved. But reality was otherwise. Other commanders were equally distinguished, and gradually Aria was secretly dubbed the demonic head who disregarded his men. This was the main reason more and more subordinates chose to leave. According to speculation, the captain likely intended to kill Aria, but never found an opportunity. After Aria's disappearance, he was forced to shift his target to Philly. With that, the matter came to a close. However, since it was uncertain whether the captain was the last one, Philly remained under protection. She had somehow learned the true reason behind the assassination and grew despondent, spending her days in guilt and remorse. "This isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize." Chen Mo tried to console her. "No, it's only natural that my father's mistakes should come back to me." Philly shook her head dejectedly. "So are you going to wallow in despair forever? Do you think that will lessen others' hatred for Mr. Aria? No, they will only hate you more. Everyone is protecting you, expending vast resources, only to have a coward who hides under the covers in return. Would Mr. Aria approve of this? Or would the soldiers who died under his command thank you for locking yourself in your room every day feeling sorry for them?" But what should I do? Destroy the Dream Tower. That is everyone's shared will. If the Dream Tower still stands, all sacrifices will become a joke. Don't let everyone's sacrifice be in vain, and don't let Mr. Aria become a laughingstock. Philly, this is what you ought to do." Chen Mo's words made Philly realize how selfish she had been. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her chest tightened with distress. She recognized her own fragility and irresponsibility. At dinner, she declared to Chen Mo her resolve to regain her courage. In truth, Philly's reaction was normal. Although she had received military education since childhood and fought on battlefields, she was still young. The great umbrella that had shielded her had just been shattered, and the storm came immediately. Few could steadfastly march against the wind. If someone else had used the same words to persuade her, the effect would have been far less, even counterproductive. Chen Mo succeeded not because of his eloquence, but because of the importance of their relationship and her dependence on him. On the third day, Philly went to the military base to find Chen Mo. Though she appeared to have recovered on the surface, the carefree girl was gone forever. The best proof was that Philly didn't climb through the window, but walked in through the front door properly. Together, they found Gedilio, and Philly expressed her desire to return to the military. "Child, you can rest a while longer." "No, sir, I've had enough." Gedilio was deeply worried, but couldn't force Philly to stay home. Strictly speaking, she was not under his command. The Fourth Fleet was already a shadow of its former self. According to the reassignment, Philly should have joined the Fifth Fleet, but even if Robles wasn't suspected, she didn't want to. The First and Second Fleets were good choices. Philly looked at Gedilio, then at Chen Mo, and finally decided to join the First Fleet. Life seemed to return to calm. Without her father's protection, Philly could no longer act as freely in the military as before. Fortunately, Chen Mo was now a force to be reckoned with, and Philly herself was capable enough not to depend on others. Due to the convenience of unmanned fleets, Chen Mo was often sent to barren star regions to scout for new resources. Even if an accident occurred, only ordinary ships would be lost with no casualties among personnel. Taking advantage of this, Philly often accompanied Chen Mo to search for traces of Aurea. Chen Mo's fleet didn't require soldiers. He was a decent researcher himself and had learned warship maintenance. For a long time, the two were alone together. Although nothing substantial had developed, Philly felt herself growing increasingly dependent on this man. "Should we try being together?" Once while playing a game, Philly brought it up in a seemingly casual tone. But Chen Mo's response was gravely serious. "I hope you'll think carefully. Don't confuse your true feelings for me just because I helped you in your darkest hour. I don't want your feelings to be the result of me taking advantage of your vulnerability." Chen Mo's answer was undoubtedly a rejection, yet it nearly made Philly lose her composure. What a good man. Philly kept exclaiming inwardly. For a long time, she could barely suppress the surging emotions. As a new human born from a culture tank raised with modern ideals, Philly had always believed love was far away. Suddenly, it seemed within reach. She dared not express her feelings again, so easily cherishing them like a newborn baby. "It's almost time." Chen Mo sat in the main ship's control room, mentally calculating his next moves. During this period, as his status rose, Chen Mo's intelligence on the Dream Tower grew increasingly detailed. He was immensely grateful that he hadn't used parasites to control Philly. According to the Dream Tower's procedural rules, its core could only be controlled by no more than 3 individuals with extremely strict conditions for them. Among these, the most ordinary seeming yet crucial for Chen Mo was that they must belong to this civilization. Chen Mo had known this before, but recently obtained more detailed information. The Dream Tower would examine genes, and any impurity would lead to rejection. And those infected by parasites would inevitably have their genes tainted with foreign elements. If he had used parasites to control Philly, the path to seizing the core would have been blocked from the start. Now the thread with Philly was secure. By continuing to warm their relationship, it would not be difficult to have her alter the program rules, allowing Chen Mo to become a core holder. Only 2 tasks remained before him. The first was how to defeat the Dream Tower. Given the current situation, this wasn't exceptionally difficult. The Dream Tower's technology had seen no major advancements for a long time, unlike Panar's. But combined with the second point, the first became more challenging. Chen Mo needed Philly to grow into someone qualified to control the core, ideally the sole controller. In terms of seniority, this seemed impossible. People here lived long lives, so waiting them out wasn't an option. Only one method remained. First, he would elevate Philly's status using his own influence. Then, while ensuring eventual victory, he would systematically eliminate everyone with higher priority than Philly. I really look forward to that day. Chen Mo and Philly traversed the vast star fields, harvesting resources from scorching hypergiant stars and gazing upon the galactic rivers from cryogenic planets alike. After an ordinary fold jump, the Sentinel detected a faint signal. They traced it and eventually found an antiquated probe, according to Philly a relic of relics dating back to the dawn of their modern era. Philly's initial excitement faded. Though she knew hope was slim, she had wished the signal came from Aurea, but he would never use such an outdated probe. Chen Mo, however, found rare interest. The endless interstellar journey was monotonous, and he often relieved his boredom by commanding his swarm billions of light years away. The issue of distance perplexed him too. His orders arrived instantaneously regardless of the vastness, a feat not even Panner could achieve. "Unknown civilization, you are welcome to visit." Chen Mo quickly decoded the main content of the signal. Following the prompt, he retrieved a compact data storage device from the probe. It contained detailed records of that civilization, including its origin and major historical milestones, along with several musical pieces, a gesture brimming with goodwill. Finally, looking at the coordinates recorded in the storage, Chen Mo found the civilization's naivety laughable. They showed no kindness to their own kind, plundering resources through war and plague, ruthlessly depriving other nations of life. Yet when facing alien civilizations, they naively believed that others would possess supreme moral standards, offering selfless help and communicating with pure goodwill. A new civilization. Worthless. Bored, Philly took the data. Low technological level, no special resources. Chen Mo nodded. Even the swarm would deem such a civilization beneath notice. Though it harbored life, it was no different from a lifeless planet. What's your protocol for encountering an unknown civilization? Chen Mo looked at Fei. I rarely come this far, so I've never met one. But by standard practice ID, probably full jump over and annihilate it. Fei stated matter-of-factly, though it poses no threat now it might in time. The lower the technology, the faster a civilization advances. One oversight could turn it into a menace. As she spoke, there was no trace of pity on her face, as if she were deciding not a civilization's fate, but what to have for dinner. Fei was by no means cruel. Her kindness was widely known, standing in stark contrast to her father Aurea. Her thoughts were merely the standard reaction to an unknown civilization. Like mosquitoes in summer, some might hesitate to kill and let them feed, but such people are not the majority. Chen Mo set down the decoded data. A surge of biosignals rippled, distorting the space above. Simultaneously, a star system dozens of light years away shattered into fragments. If they were smarter, they would survive, for they would not transmit signals outward. If they were more foolish, they would also survive, for they would never think to do so. This civilization happened to be caught in the most awkward position, ultimately inviting annihilation. No one cared. It was just a trivial episode. As they were about to head to the next starfield, the two returned to Panner via. The war had begun again. In fact, it had already started before they received the unknown civilization's signal. Peace had never existed between Panner and Mengta. They were constantly seeking opportunities against each other, locked in an eternal struggle. Jadilio recalled Chen Mo because the war had reached a fever pitch. They needed his power. Chen Mo embraced this with great enthusiasm, throwing himself into the conflict without hesitation. There was no better opportunity for both Fei and Chen Mo. Regardless of the backdrop, in peacetime promotions require accumulated seniority. In wartime, it is different. Many become legends, ascending to positions of power. On the other hand, no matter what feats Fei achieved, there were always those above her, such as the Starfleet commanders. In peacetime, eliminating even one of them discreetly would be nearly impossible, let alone all of them. But in the chaos of war, anything could happen. Chen Mo had considered using parasites to control the commanders, but the gap between Panner and Mengta was not so vast. If he used parasites on high-ranking commanders, he would have to rely on his own intellect to counter Mengta, making the situation far more difficult. Moreover, the Supreme Commander differed from ordinary fleet commanders, subject to constant high-level monitoring. Any anomaly would be detected immediately. In this war, Panner deployed its latest research in an attempt to breach Mengta's defenses, but failed. Thanks to the absence of life-form restrictions, though technological development was constrained, industry advanced rapidly, producing far more devices and warships than Panner. The two sides engaged in fierce combat in a barred spiral galaxy, roughly 1.0 light-years in diameter. Black holes and constantly folding space reduced the galaxy to a void where even the most microscopic particles were frozen motionless. In this war, Chen Mo's military acumen was once again proven. People gained a deeper understanding of why this young green commander had earned the unanimous recognition of both Jadilio and Aurea, the two supreme commanders. He not only repelled Mengta's fleet Hedon, but also located 3 of Mengta's resource star systems outside and destroyed them utterly. Chen Mo's deeds spread far and wide, his military honors accumulating. Even Fei's rank rose continuously. Who could have imagined that an inconspicuous test subject would grow into a commander so sought after by the entire civilization? Soon recalling that test subjects were short-lived, they forcibly ordered Chen Mo to undergo frequent physical examinations. I am Professor Sanuolia's student. I know my own condition. You need not worry. Once stepping out of the examination device, Chen Mo said with near exasperation, Sir, this is Commander Jadilio's order. The medical staff replied sternly. Very well. When is the next one? Since we are still at war, the next time will be notified to you via the military system in advance. May I go now? Yes. Chen Mo left the examination room, intending to call Fei away, but unexpectedly saw a man. Fei's former fiancée Maika. Long time no see. Maika waved at Chen Mo and said bluntly, I'd like to have a word with you. Chen Mo glanced at Fei. Maika immediately sighed. Even if you're close, you don't have to stick together all the time. I promise it'll be just a moment. The two arrived at the hospital's rooftop, where scattered irregular objects were placed, part of the shielding device. The planet was on the front line of the battlefield. Without sufficient isolation devices, Mengta would dispatch its fleet at the first opportunity. Why haven't you and Fei started dating yet? Maika leaned against the railing, asking curiously. Not yet the right time, Chen Mo shrugged. Well, her transformation into what she is now took me by surprise. She's a good girl. By the way, though it's a bit late, I still want to clarify that the assassination attempt on Fei had nothing to do with my father. I know. So you came just to say that? Of course not. Maika smiled, looking at Chen Mo, then gradually his smile faded, and he said seriously, Tell me, why are you fighting? What else could it be? Chen Mo held the railing, gazing at the distant sky. To destroy Mengta, that's all. That sounds just like you, old friend. I'm different from you. Actually, I don't care whether Mengta is destroyed or not. Maika's words surprised Chen Mo slightly. As a child of Luo Buluo, such a thought was indeed rebellious. I am fighting for dignity, Maika said in a complex tone. You know, being the child of a starship commander is not a very good thing, especially for someone like me who is not outstanding. Actually, I am more suited for governance, but I was forced onto this path. I joined the military to gain recognition from others. Chen Mo did not reply. Their relationship didn't seem close enough for such a conversation, and Maika clearly knew that too, so he continued. You must find it strange that I suddenly came to say all this, right? Chen Mo nodded. My father has praised you many times. I've never seen him appreciate someone so much, so to be honest, I'm jealous of you. He has never praised me. A pained expression appeared on Maika's face, but perhaps because he was long accustomed to it, it quickly faded. So, I want to ask you, why do you fight, and how did you become so outstanding? Talent. Such an enviable answer. Forget it, I didn't expect to become like you anyway. We won't see each other again for a while. Maika waved upward and a spaceship descended. Before leaving, he pointed to the badge symbolizing honor and left a remark that he would surprise everyone sooner or later, then departed. No one expected that this would be their last meeting. Chen Mo had gone to investigate the star region where Mengta's fleet was detected. The moment he opened a wormhole, a torrent of warship wreckage surged out. In the black seat of the control room, people found Maika, his body mangled and bloody. He had lost one arm and both legs, his chest pierced by a broken frame, half his skull sheared off, and in his remaining right hand, he clutched a blood-stained emblem. The data recorder among the wreckage documented the entire process. Maika's fleet had encountered an ambush by the pre-positioned Mengta fleet. After breaking through the blockade at all costs, they forced a warp jump. At the same time, Chen Mo also activated his warp device, causing two wormholes of the same frequency to briefly connect. Such an occurrence was extremely rare, but not impossible. The war did not stop because of Maika's sacrifice. It was the longest-lasting conflict, taking on an air of a decisive. Not only Maika, but many high-ranking officers died. More and more young people went to the battlefield. Fei Li had become an important officer, commanding a fleet of about 1,000 ships. Chen Mo's power expanded to its maximum during this war. Due to the safety of unmanned fleets, the warships continuously produced in the rear were mostly sent to his hands. Little did they know that the massive sacrifice of high-ranking officers, aside from the unprecedented scale of war, was actually due to Chen Mo being the true mastermind behind the scenes. His position was unique, his methods ruthless, and he understood the principles of various devices as well as the real intelligence. Chen Mo didn't need to act himself. He only needed to parasitize an officer who was planning strategies at the most critical moment and transmit commands that were just slightly off. Those who received the messages would then lay themselves on the guillotine. He carefully controlled the situation, allowing Panzer officers to be sacrificed, while the overall situation moved in a favorable direction. But just then a piece of bad news disrupted all his plans. The second commander made an untimely sacrifice. Upon receiving this news, Chen Mo almost thought he had misheard. Heaven knows he really hadn't intended to kill the second commander. Well, he had been about to act, but hadn't had time. The one truly connected to the second commander's death was the Luo civilization, which shared the same origin as Panzer. The two sides had always been cooperating, jointly fighting against Mengta. Although Luo was more inclined to keep away from Mengta, they had never actually carried out a transfer due to the potential signal burst that might occur during a galactic shift. But not long ago, the Luo civilization's fleet suddenly withdrew, causing the front line to become suddenly strained, and the second commander sacrificed his life as a result. The Luo civilization had fled. They abandoned all their star systems, and heavy industries boarded spaceships and left the star systems belonging to Luo, carrying out a population transfer. These cowards, GD Liao couldn't understand. Mengta was clearly being suppressed. A victory was only a matter of time. Why would the Luo civilization choose to withdraw at such a moment? The answer soon came. A letter written in an ancient manner was mailed to G.D. Liao's office, sealed with wax and stamped with the emblem of the Luo civilization. Unlike Panzer, which was determined to recapture Mengta and was actively belligerent, the Luo civilization was more inclined towards stable peace. Because of the differing contributions in the war against Mengta, many Panzer people who had contributed more had already developed a phenomenon of discrimination against Luo people. They believed that the relationship between the two sides could never be restored to what it was before. Although some people did not support being deserters, more chose to do so. Long before this war, they had already transformed a distant star system. GD Liao angrily tore up the letter. He had never lost his temper before, but now he spent the whole day cursing loudly. Even standing at the door, one could feel a fire hot enough to burn everything. There were two reasons for his anger. Besides his fury at the Luo civilization's desertion, the greater concern was that without the support of the Luo people, the Panzer civilization alone could hardly maintain the suppression of Mengta that had been ongoing. The two sides would return to the previous situation, or even worse. They needed new allies. Naturally, people thought of the third separated civilization, the Nada people who loved art. The Nada people were not weak. They disliked war, but were never afraid of it. For a long time, Mingta had never breached the Nada people's defenses, which was why the Nada people could peacefully create art. GD Liao organized several meetings. As expected, the Nada people unhesitatingly refused. As the situation grew increasingly difficult before the fourth visit to the Nada star system, Chen Mo stepped forward voluntarily. Commander, let me give it a try. The Nada people revere art. The condition for sending troops is to conquer them through art regardless of its form. Chen Mo browsed through the data on the Nada people aboard the warship, while Fei Li beside him had already rolled her eyes to the sky. A foolish civilization whose minds are utterly saturated with art. For those unable to comprehend the Nada's logic, this is the most unanimous verdict. Here artists hold the highest status. Plastic arts, performing arts, language arts, film and television arts. Such categories make Nada the most comfortable paradise. Here art is beyond reproach. No matter what one wishes to express, as long as it is deemed art, nothing will be judged. Here currency has lost its traditional value. To acquire a piece of art, one must exchange it for another artwork. Every individual, or rather every living being on Nada, is steeped in an artistic aura. There was once a notorious criminal who committed heinous murders, but because he smeared the blood into paintings, crafted the corpses into exquisite dolls, and arranged the organs in the shape of constellations, his actions were deemed the creation of art, exempting him from punishment. He was only executed when he accidentally damaged a precious artwork during a crime. Thus, when the call for military action demanded conquest through art, not a single person in Panner, from the lowliest soldier to the highest commander, was surprised. The difficulty lay in the fact that although Panner also revered art, especially with a long-standing revival of vintage art, it paled in comparison to the Nada. Every art form possessed by Panner was also held by the Nada and executed better. The Nada even had art forms that Panner lacked. Gaining their recognition was no easy feat. So what do you plan to do? Fei Li asked. Take it one step at a time, Chen Mo replied, unable to give a confident answer. He himself lacked the assurance to conquer the Nada and could only conceive of two methods. The first was to rely on his own artistic prowess. Although the young Chen Mo had little interest in art, having devoured so many civilizations, he could piece together scattered memories and assemble a shipful of artists without much difficulty. The second method was the parasites. These two methods could also be considered one. While relying on his own artistic skill, he would use the parasites to control the most renowned artists. Once they approved, the rest would follow. This was the bellwether effect. Of course, this approach did not apply to all fields, but art was particularly suited to it. The fleet gradually entered the magnificent barred spiral galaxy. The Nada people also had a rejection jump ring installed, so they could not rely on a jump to arrive instantly. At the second spiral arm, a dozen or so ships floated, the Nada's welcoming party. Compared to conventional spaceships, the Nada's vessels were far more peculiar. During the era of less advanced technology, aircraft and aerospace products had to consider airflow and other issues, resulting in nearly identical shapes, with only minor differences. Due to ingrained habits, even as they grew into a powerful civilization capable of intergalactic migration, the tradition was preserved. Shape had lost its meaning, so they simply did not bother to change. Pannar's ships still looked like ships, but calling the Nada's flying vehicles ships seemed a stretch. If the square, oval, and circular ones could still be recognized as shapes, and the irregular polygons barely qualified as objects, then the few ships parked at the edge could truly open the eyes of all civilizations in the universe. That was a spaceship with narrow ends and a round middle painted in a riot of colors. If it could still be described as chubby and ugly cute, the tentacle-like ornaments hanging on both sides completely destroyed any sense of cuteness. Silver, black, blue, a cluster of tentacles coiled together, daubed with some unknown substance, giving it a sticky texture. The left side pointed downward, the right side upward, and the front had two large portholes resembling human eyes, with a huge upturned nose inserted in the middle. The worst part was that the moment the ship started, a string of music woven into a signal accompanied by multicolored lights blared forth, giving Chen Mo the illusion of an old-fashioned ice cream truck. Strange. Other than that word, he could not think of another adjective. The others were even more absurd. The only ship that conveyed any sense of beauty was the one at the very center. It had no fixed form, overall rather flat, and as its colors shifted, it resembled at one moment a brilliant galaxy, and at another the black gauze wrapped around a woman's hand. Welcome, Commander. The Nada addressed Chen Mo directly as Commander, a title typically reserved for starship commanders in formal meetings between two civilizations. Clearly, even the Nada, who had yet to enter the war, recognized Chen Mo's achievements. He maneuvered the fleet to follow the Nada, gazing at the kaleidoscopic armada ahead, and felt an urge to cover his face. Chen Mo was not a man devoid of appreciation, but art seemed to share a common affliction. When development reached a certain impasse, something highly abstract would emerge difficult for most to appreciate. The fleet landed on a planet. As they broke through the cloud cover and beheld the distant scene, even Fei Li, who lacked aesthetic sense, gasped in surprise. So beautiful. Indeed, it was a sight that could truly be called beautiful. It was deep night, yet the sky was not pitch black, but a thick, rich ink blue. A heavenly chasm hung high in the sky, and at its center a bright red light bloomed. Illusory yet tangible liquid poured over the chasm, dyeing everything in a brilliant red. The edges melted and the red mixed with a bright yellow, cascading down from the chasm like a waterfall. At the end of the liquid was a twisted space from which a river full of life surged, reflecting the scene above like a blooming red rose surrounded by blossoming nebulae. The Crimson Realm Master Solida's latest work. The Nada enthusiastically explained, "It's not just visually stunning. This piece took tremendous effort. The light at the center of the chasm is actually a red giant about to explode. We permanently preserved its state, preventing further change, and compressed it to a size stable enough to remain on the planet. It took a lot of time to stabilize it. The most difficult part was connecting the 2 points with a small black hole. We had to control its size, prevent it from expanding, and keep it from vanishing. It involved many advanced technologies. The liquid-like substance where the two merged, that's." The Nada rambled on, clearly exhilarated by the completion of such a work. It was only natural. Not only Fei Li but even Chen Mo felt a moment of awe, but neither of them listened to the Nada's explanation. Through this work, they realized a truth: the difficulty of persuading the Nada seemed far greater than they had imagined. Beyond the awe inspired by the Crimson Realm, there was another reason Chen Mo and Fei Li could not heed the words. The Nada's manner of speech was indeed peculiar, with cadences that rose and fell, sometimes deep and sometimes sharp, as if they were singing, though the melody left much to be desired. They did not lead Chen Mo and Fei Li directly to the highest commander. The Panner civilization had sent envoys before, and they were well aware of the duo's purpose. They saw no point in futile exchanges, as the conditions had already been clearly stated. "Rest here for now. If anything arises, you may contact me directly, and I will likewise reach you through this." Tejua handed over a small communication device. He was the officer assigned to attend to Chen Mo and Fei Li during. Fei Li was not one to idle, and Chen Mo wished to learn more. No matter how much intelligence they had reviewed, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. "Here we've become uncultured bumpkins," Fei Li remarked, sitting on the edge of a tall tower, her legs dangling and swinging back and forth. It was her first visit to the Nada's planet. Though excessive prosperity had spawned many abstract artworks, it could not overshadow the artistic aura that enveloped the entire world. Fei Li felt as if she had returned to her childhood summers, leaving behind the laboratories and training grounds, realizing for the first time that architecture could be so breathtaking. They've created numerous technologies for artistic expression, technologies that would be far more suited for military use. Chen Mo trailed off, utterly exasperated. The Nada had developed many technologies that even the Panner lacked, yet they applied them not to warfare or daily life, but to the realm of art. It was sheer waste. Chen Mo was not alone in lamenting the Nada's squandering of technology, but what could be done? They were simply that kind of people. The two wandered through the streets and alleys. As the artificial sun shifted its position, the city subtly transformed. When the Crimson Realm bloomed once more, the Nada held a dance in honor of Chen Mo. The venue was vast, adorned in elegant champagne gold. The walls were covered in reliefs and ornaments. The tables held few food items, mostly cups and vessels, resembling an art exhibition more than a dining area. Lines emitting a faint glow paved the path to the ball. Taken individually, they would have seemed tacky and dull, but the Nada were not so foolish. Employing a dissolving technique similar to that of the Crimson Realm, they crafted a river of dazzling colors. Every detail was impeccable, every object exquisite. Yet when one's gaze expanded to the whole, one realized with astonishment that the entire dance venue with all its artworks harmonized had become the greatest work of art itself. Kester warmly welcomed Chen Mo. He was a young man with light red hair, deep-set eyes, and impeccable manners. His attire was flawless, strictly adhering to the etiquette of hosting guests. The host of the ball was an elderly man with withered skin and white hair whimsically tied into 2 small braids. As he walked, the braids bobbed up and down, revealing a charm that belied his age. After the opening remarks, the people first sang in their strange tones. A few danced gracefully to the melodious music, but many more argued over sculptures, paintings, and stones, artifacts that seemed out of place at a ball. Even more striking, 2 men near the dance floor engaged in a heated discussion about the most artistic angle to stab someone, so that the spurting blood would create the most aesthetic effect. Those who overheard were not horrified, but joined the conversation with enthusiasm, citing famous murder cases and comparing them. They were not psychotic killers. This was a perfectly ordinary phenomenon. Yet to an outsider it was inevitably unnerving. Take Fei Li, for instance, who clutched her stomach with a twitching mouth. Chen Mo, however, was not much affected. As a butcher who had annihilated many civilizations, and a tormentor who had once tortured Yin Kai and others for over a year, he could adapt to the environment faster than any other visitor to the Nada. Stabbing from that angle won't do it, will damage too many internal organs and leave obvious tears on the peeled skin. You should. Watching the two men examine a human body structure generated by blue light, Chen Mo pointed to another spot. The two men fell into thought, then their faces lit up with realization. They grabbed Chen Mo's arm, refusing to let him go, and began chattering endlessly about what could only be described as barbaric art. If it was understandable that a veteran of the battlefield had unique insights into the art of bloodshed, then the Nada were even more astonished when Chen Mo played an instrument resembling a piano at the center of the dance floor. They knew of Chen Mo's fearsome reputation, and from the first glance they felt oppressed by the bloodlust and authority he unconsciously exuded. No one imagined that this butcher of slaughter could play such a fluid, flowing melody with his well-defined fingers. The Nada began to develop a deep interest in this young commander, and it was through this interaction that they were truly impressed. Whatever the art form, Chen Mo could always offer unique insights, not superficial but profound concepts. Without needing to know his character or have lengthy contact, simply through their shared appreciation of art, Chen Mo earned the approval of everyone at the ball in an extremely short time. Among them, Kester was the most fervent, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He talked endlessly with Chen Mo, even inviting him to his home for a night of deep conversation. If Chen Mo had been alone, he might have accepted. But with Fei Li sitting beside him, who had been subdued all evening, he naturally declined. Kester was deeply disappointed, but in the end he gave Chen Mo an exquisite handcrafted artifact, asking for nothing in return, and made an appointment to visit a studio the following afternoon. After leaving the ball, Fei Li gazed at Chen Mo for a long time without speaking. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just feel that I don't truly know you. I should take this opportunity to learn more about art." Fei Li sighed. The more she understood this man, the more she realized Chen Mo's excellence. Art, warfare, scientific research, daily life. There seemed to be nothing he did not know. In contrast, she herself only had a little insight into war. She sensed the growing distance between them and feared that her nightmare would become reality. Resolute, she decided to dedicate this time to studying art. In the days that followed, Chen Mo still did not meet the supreme commander of the Nada people or the top leaders of other departments. Instead, it was some artist who had heard of Chen Mo's unique insights into art that often sought him out for nights of heartfelt conversation. They were astonished by the breadth of his artistic knowledge. In just a few days, Chen Mo had gained countless friends. In other civilizations, it would be difficult for an outsider to make many close friends in a short time, but in the Nada civilization, as long as you appreciate and create art, you will never be lonely no matter where you go. Mo, I know the purpose of your visit. Unfortunately, although we admire you and identify with you and would love to talk with you for days on end, this level alone is not enough to convince everyone. After an afternoon tea session, Kester held the artwork Chen Mo had given him, and after pondering for a while said, "So what is your suggestion?" Chen Mo asked bluntly. "Create art." Kester raised a finger. "Easier said than done." Chen Mo shook his head. No, my friend. I don't mean creating an entirely new kind of art, like a niche art form that isn't widely accepted. If you can make everyone accept it, that counts as creating a trend. Or many conceptual art forms, if realized, can also be considered the creation of a new art. Kester rubbed the sculpture with his fingers, smiling. "Although it's very difficult, my friend, I believe in you." After Kester left, Chen Mo sat alone in his chair for a long time. He spent the entire day contemplating what it meant to create art. The Nada people were incredibly inclusive, to the point where there was almost no niche art form that wasn't accepted. Even the arrangement of bodies after a murder became a widely accepted and discussed art form. Such was their tolerance. Chen Mo sighed, slowly stood up, put on his hat, draped his coat over his shoulders, and walked out of the studio that was about to close. He gazed into the distance at the red light realm, but even returning home did not ease his restless mood. Fei Li, wearing a light nightgown, lay on the sofa flipping through a heavy book. Though they were not officially in a relationship and had not engaged in any impulsive acts, to outsiders they already seemed like a married couple. "Something troubling you?" Fei Li keenly detected the melancholy hidden beneath Chen Mo's usual expression. "Nothing specific," he replied. Chen Mo hung his hat on the door, his clothes shifting between the ethereal and the bright as they transformed from a formal long coat and shirt into more comfortable loungewear. "Kester told me some ways to win them over, but I can't find a clue." He repeated Kester's words. After listening, Fei Li shook her head helplessly. "I can't think of a way either." That night, Chen Mo sat on a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the red light realm. Speaking of which, they seemed particularly fond of oddly shaped things, Fei Li said, pointing to the buildings reflected in the red light realm, as she brought 2 cups of warm drinks. "Because the mainstream categories of art are nearly full. Although the Nada people are creative, there is still an upper limit. But haven't you noticed? The creatures here are all normal, whether humans or animals, and rarely are there any that are oddly shaped like works of art." Fei Li remarked curiously. "There are some, but not many." Considering the gene chain and overall structure, it's not difficult to create oddly shaped creatures. The difficulty is... He paused. Wait. Mid-sentence, Chen Mo suddenly froze. Oddly shaped creatures. In Nada, art had been developing in bizarre directions, and many agreed that the stranger something was the more artistic it became. If that were the case, which race could rival the Zergs who could freely splice genes in terms of abstraction? Even if the Nada people had created many bizarre creatures, they were only superficial. Technological nuclear fusion was common, but who had ever seen biological nuclear fusion within a living organism? A flying bird was not strange, but if you created a turtle that could fly on its own without any technological implants, that would be worth writing about. Coincidentally, Chen Mo had as many flying turtles as he wanted. I've figured it out, my dear. Thank you. You're a genius. Praised inexplicably, Fei Li was a bit confused, but that didn't dampen her inner joy. From the day she set foot on Nada, she had often worried, feeling she couldn't provide Chen Mo with any substantial help. Being able to help was truly wonderful. Chen Mo immediately returned to the spaceship, which contained many instruments that could be used for disguise. After all, suddenly presenting an unfamiliar creature would arouse suspicion. For a long time afterward, Chen Mo was selecting genes. It wasn't that the genes were too poor. On the contrary, after the evolution of the swarm, these genes had become exceptionally excellent. He just wanted to produce a work of art without revealing too much about the swarm, lest the Nada people uncover some of its secrets. It took Chen Mo a long time to select the 3 required genes. The main one was a relatively rare creature in the universe with strong, self-healing abilities and resistance to harsh environments. He had originally searched for a long time according to the location recorded in the database in order to mine highly corrosive minerals on an ultra-low temperature planet. The other 2 genes were used to modify organs and muscles, and the skeleton respectively to withstand high temperatures and pressures. When biological nuclear fusion was first achieved, these 2 genes were not used, instead lower-level organisms were utilized. After years of expansion, the swarm not only relied on time to evolve genes, but also sought new higher-quality genes. Chen Mo asked Kester to invite all the public-recognized artists he could. If he had just arrived, even with Kester's status, it would have been difficult to extend invitations, but now they regarded Chen Mo as an equal artist. Many wanted to exchange ideas, and eventually over 300 people were gathered. That's about it. We could have had more, but they didn't meet the requirements, Kester said. It's fine, that's enough. He'll give you a gift later. Chen Mo walked onto the stage where people were chattering loudly, their voices like singing, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a duck farm, with a million ducks, enough to irritate anyone. On the stage stood a black box as tall as a person, coated with a special paint that blocked instrument detection. However, from the occasional movement of the box, one could guess it contained a living creature. People eagerly inquired about what was inside the box, their murmurs growing louder. Yet there were no voices of disdain toward Chen Mo, for he had already proven his artistic discernment. Since he dared to make such a bold claim, he must have something worthy to present. Chen Mo was not one to relish suspense. He lifted the lid directly. As the darkness receded and the container turned transparent, revealing the creature within, the crowd could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. They admitted that the creature Chen Mo presented was by appearance brimming with artistic sensibility. Yet that was all. Similar beings had been created before, and though their lifespan was short due to bodily constraints, they were hardly a novelty. With something like this, he can hardly win everyone over, Kester remarked, glancing at the audience. As expected, some had already lost interest, shifting their gaze from the insect to converse with others. I concede that this commander possesses a remarkable artistic sensibility. However, to create art, or to pioneer a new trend in artistry, is still far beyond his reach. It can be categorized as a collectible. In any other context, it would be decent enough, but for today's occasion, it is indeed somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, it is no small gain to see so many masters gathered here exchanging ideas on art. Witnessing this, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged, though Kester below the stage began to grow anxious. As the organizer, he cared little for losing face. Though he had issued the summons, the focus remained on Chen Mo. Whatever Chen Mo presented, it would not significantly affect Kester. The true reason for his anxiety was simple. After spending time together, he had genuinely come to admire this man, who exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Erudite and courteous. By now he had come to regard himself as Chen Mo's friend. Sensing the shift in Kester's emotions, Chen Mo offered a faint smile, then activated the instrument installed within the container. It would reveal the creature's internal structure. The moment the instrument was turned on, the previously anxious Kester froze in place. The second to be stunned was the artist, who was particularly fond of insects, who had never once looked away. Then came the third, a biologist, who happened to turn his head, followed by the fourth, fifth, sixth. One by one the crowd fell into a daze. Master Lua, what is it? What did you see? Madame Kinna. Not everyone possessed sufficient scientific knowledge. They began questioning those who had frozen, but received no answers. Instead, the stunned individuals rushed onto the stage, pressing themselves against the instrument, staring intently at the data, as if they wished to burrow into the insect's body. Nuclear fusion and antimatter clusters. Neither technology was particularly advanced, but they had never before been found in a living organism. Strictly speaking, no creature had ever evolved to the point where it could conduct nuclear fusion within its body while maintaining stable antimatter clusters and harnessing their energy. But that's not all. Look here quickly. Master Luo pointed to the organs within the insect. Each organ housed other insects living within it. These insects dwelled inside the organs, treating the larger insect as a host, drawing energy from it, acting as organs themselves, and fulfilling the functions of those organs. This alone would not have been shocking, but the creatures living inside the organs were not single insects, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Within the organs they constructed suitable ecosystems. More importantly, the insect swarms in different organs were distinct from one another. The large insect was akin to a composite ecological terrarium. Within its body alone it sustained over a dozen different types of ecosystems. While some were still immersed in the insect's efforts to maintain their ecosystems, others discovered an even more artistic aspect. Its gene chain is constantly collapsing, yet simultaneously ceaselessly recombining. In this cycle of destruction and rebirth it maintains stability. Oh heavens, this is truly magnificent. The more Kester observed, the more awestruck and shaken he became. Chen Mo had anticipated this outcome. The swarms parasitizing the insect's organs were deliberately placed by him, including the collapse and recombination of the gene chain. He had infused the insect with numerous elements, so many that even he could barely recall them all. Yet he felt no need to explain their meanings or symbolism. People would interpret and imagine on their own, elevating the insect in their fantasies to heights it did not truly possess. Mr. Mo. No, master. May I ask what your work is called? I don't know. Chen Mo's answer left the crowd stunned once more. How could one not know the name of their own creation? He looked toward Kester below the stage. Meeting his gaze, Kester paused, then suddenly recalled what Chen Mo had said before entering. A possibility flashed through his mind, and he could not help but swallow hard. No way. It couldn't be. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo smiled. When I first arrived in Nada I knew no one and had no idea what to do. I stumbled into a ball, and by fortune I met a kind friend there. He helped me greatly, and it was through his efforts that I was able to gather everyone here today for this art appreciation. He never sought anything in return. His kindness moved me, so this work is a gift for you as a token of our friendship, Kester. I cannot accept this. This gift is far too precious. Before the crowd could express their envy, Kester exclaimed, art only reaches its fullest potential in the hands of those who truly understand it. Clearly, my friend, you are such a person. Give it a name. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Kester trembled uncontrollably, his hands clenched together. Were it not for his formidable willpower, his perpetually courteous demeanor would have shattered in an instant. Thank you, my friend. Kester silently vowed that from then on Chen Mo would be his dearest friend. He named the insect the eternal Katka. In Nada's cultural context, Katka symbolized friendship and kindred spirits who appreciated one another. And all of this unfolded precisely as Chen Mo had planned. He disliked wasted effort. Kester was not as simple as he appeared. He hailed from an ancient family, one that boasted many renowned artists, and held a pivotal position in Natan civilization. With just an insect, Chen Mo was uncertain whether he could secure an audience with Nada's supreme commander. But with Kester's full support, the outcome would naturally differ. Moreover, the gift of an insect sovereign was not something to be accepted lightly. Chen Mo had implanted numerous genuine microparasites within the insect. Kester and his family had a habit of periodically gathering all their collections for viewing. If necessary, they could parasitize many influential figures in an instant. And before that, a dozen other insect species would serve as cover, making the plan foolproof. Chen Mo's display of friendship yielded the desired result. On the third day at noon, Kester rushed to the courtyard where Chen Mo was staying. He did not use a communicator, believing such news was best delivered in person. Removing his hat, he said joyfully, Mo, our commander wishes to see you. Chen Mo was finally granted an audience with the supreme commander, a man of unremarkable appearance. He wore flamboyant, multicolored garments and an excessively grandiose cape embroidered with intricate patterns. His features were plain, yet his eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed to pierce the very soul. In stark contrast, the reception room was Spartan to the point of suffocation, with monotonous gray walls and floor tiles. At the room's center lay the insect Chen Mo had gifted to Kester. Mo. The supreme commander rose, and the room erupted in a dazzling spectacle of light. The walls brightened, revealing landscapes of mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Greetings, commander. No need for such formality. Though you are not a Natan, your artistic sense has earned recognition from the majority. They call me Lilatak, and you may do the same. The commander gazed at the insect before him, his admiration palpable. Truth be told, I never expected someone like you from Panner. Their art is always so cheap and crude. I appreciate your praise, Lilotak. Sir. Master. Chen Mo hesitated over the appropriate honorific. In Natan tradition, lilotak symbolized the pinnacle of artistic achievement. Any suffix seemed inappropriate. Moreover, as a supplicant meeting the supreme leader of a foreign civilization, he had to project an image of careful deference. Do not be so tense. Simply call me Lilotak. Thank you. I know why you have come, and you have met our conditions, gaining the approval of the Lilotak pondered for a moment before speaking. We can dispatch 2 fully equipped fleets along with their supporting personnel and armaments. You know that is far from sufficient, Chen Mo said immediately. Of course, 2 fleets could annihilate many civilizations, even raise several star sectors. But against the Dream Tower they are naturally somewhat lacking. Lilotak's gaze returned to the insect. Yet this insect is worth only that much. He lifted his head, though he said nothing more. His meaning was crystal clear. If he wanted more fleets, he would have to offer more artworks. I can present another form of art, but I will require your cooperation. Proceed. I have a fleet of 100,000 vessels hidden within the nebular dust beyond the planet. Rest assured they are not equipped with large-scale weapon systems. They are mere shells I hastily assembled over the past few days. I wish to stage a performance for all Natan citizens to witness. Agreed. The sooner the better. As you know, the situation at the front is dire. I shall make the arrangements. Having received the answer he desired, Chen Mo walked through Natan's cosmic corridor. Gazing at the bizarrely shaped spacecraft floating nearby, a flicker of contempt rose within him. He should not have harbored such feelings. Natan was undeniably a powerful civilization, its technological prowess in some aspects even surpassing Panar's. This allowed them to weave a tight defense across the vast barred spiral galaxy, leaving the Dream Tower no opportunity to exploit. Yet it was precisely this impenetrable defense that had ushered in an era of excessive peace. Art had come to dominate, and the original martial spirit had gradually receded into the bloodline never to be displayed. Garish paints, impractical designs, wasted resources, disorganized fleets. Natan had long lost its former self, grown soft. The populace had over eons forgotten what war truly was. Chen Mo's task was simple: to reawaken that martial spirit within the people. Of course, this approach carried inherent risks. Chen Mo intended to eventually annex all nearby civilizations. Awakening Natan's martial spirit would undoubtedly make conquering them far more difficult. However, the difficulty was finite. Once the Dream Tower and Paner were consumed, Natan would pose little threat, especially with the parasites in play. Finally, things are on track. Lilotak acted swiftly, especially under the pretext of Chen Mo staging a grand artistic performance. Thanks to the tireless promotion by Kester and other artists, the populace had already heard of this artist from Paner. When they learned of his plan for a civilization-wide artistic showcase, they finished their tasks early and waited at home. They had all been implanted with a type of chip that linked their senses, allowing for a deeply immersive viewing experience. This was a scientific product designed for battlefield synchronization, yet it was used for entertainment. Such instances were far from rare in Natan. Now it's your time to shine. Hearing Kester's words, Chen Mo allowed a faint smile to cross his face. If today's performance failed to awaken the Natan people, then it would be time for the parasites to reveal their power. In the long run, given Natan's scientific level, the infected would inevitably be discovered no matter how cautious they were. But by the time of that exposure, the Dream Tower would have long been shattered. Chen Mo possessed more than enough confidence. With a low somber alarm, the brilliant nebular dust was swallowed by a shroud of blackness. Many luminous particles had been artificially dispersed within the nebular dust to ensure visibility. Yet at this moment, all light was extinguished. 100,000 warships slowly emerged from the void. At first sight, many spectators let out a derisive laugh. How outdated. Dull colors, cliched designs. There was nothing remarkable about them. How could this possibly be called art? Unlike the multicolored, ever-changing vessels of Natan, every ship under Chen Mo's command was painted a metallic, glistening black, with a uniform, hard-edged, angular design. What is true war? Bizarre shapes. Childish colors. A fairy tale joke. Then Natan people who have forgotten war, it is time to recall what a true war machine looks like. The 100,000 ships formed perfectly ordered ranks. Their target was a planet teeming with life. They did not use warp drives or jump systems. They simply advanced steadily, and a suffocating pressure descended. Accustomed to the vibrant fleets, the initial reaction to this archaic one was contempt. But gradually everyone's smiles faded, and an indescribable emotion began to stir in their chests. They saw beauty. At that moment, many believed themselves mad. How could they perceive artistry in something so antiquated? The answer was simple. In the early dawn of civilization, when ignorant humanity first encountered true weapons and armor, the awe inspired by steel was forever etched into the very bloodline of their culture. The life forms on the planet cannot be considered civilization. They are merely a group of beings reliant on the planet's resources, exhibiting low intelligence, and existing only as the most ordinary of tribes. 100,000 warships broke through the atmospheric blockade, hovering high above, while the brilliance of the star was obscured by darkness. In the next moment, amidst the gasps of the spectators, the warships dove straight towards the ground. Rather than employing high-frequency weapons or directly annihilating the planet, the warships descended in the most primitive manner possible, crashing into the gathered beings below. Chen Mo deliberately slowed down, ensuring that the beings would not be obliterated by the sonic boom and vacuum wind pressure. The two forces collided heavily, and the protective layer on the surface of the warships shredded the beings upon contact. Fur, skin, flesh, organ fragments, pale bones, and viscous bodily fluids mixed with blood adhered tightly to the surface of the warships due to Chen Mo's modifications to the protective devices, ensuring that even the howling winds would not dislodge them. Every audience member at home witnessed this scene with stark clarity. Blood and fragments flew before their eyes. Countless people screamed in horror and tightly shut their eyes, yet thanks to the synchronous connection, the overwhelming stench of blood still blossomed in their nostrils. However, for every person paralyzed by fear, there were also those profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. They embraced the art of killing and barbarity, gazing at the mangled flesh as if they could reach out and touch it. Trembling, they stood up and let out frenzied howls of excitement. Torrents of dark light streamed from the warships, spreading the most primal aura of death. While 100,000 warships may seem like a considerable number, their sizes were mostly ordinary. For a planet, maintaining such low-speed circles while plowing through the terrain would take. Thus, when the warships were completely covered in blood and flesh, Chen Mo lifted all the ships high, deploying the weapon systems. Yet just as in the act of plowing, the weapons selected for the warships were equally primitive guns, ensuring that people could clearly see how a bullet penetrated the body, tore through skin and flesh, shattered bones, and then burst out of the body. If it were simply to showcase art, it would be an easy task for Chen Mo. Controlling 100,000 warships to fly at light speed, interweaving, without interference, changing formations dozens of times in less than a second, would surely captivate some hearts, but that was not enough. Boom, boom, boom. Rain of bullets fell like a torrential downpour, plowing through every inch of land. The onlookers, having broken free from their initial fear, now gazed upon the scene of destruction, feeling an inexplicable heat coursing through their bodies, or rather it was the awakening of something hidden within their bloodlines. The spirit of martial valor does not belong solely to any one civilization or to a specific group within a civilization. In the evolution of life forms, it is inevitable to struggle against other beings, against the natural environment, and even against oneself. To survive among all species and become the masters of the planet, they are inherently synonymous with martial valor. Whether they venerated art, peace, or other forms, it does not signify the weakness or cowardice of civilization. Rather, they have transcended the era, necessitating brute force, concealing it deep within their souls. Chen Mo merely displayed a piece of meat, and the famished hunters would naturally emerge from their lairs, revealing their sharp fangs. Chen Mo intended to sweep the steel tide around a few more times, but before he could implement it, he was urgently called to stop. Lilotak felt helpless. He understood how rude it was to halt an artistic performance, but under the provocation of the steel tide, the awakened bloodlust in the people was almost driving them insane. He genuinely feared that these individuals would rush out of their homes, randomly stab someone, especially since killing was deemed a legal artistic act. If not stopped, the population of Nada could face a significant decline, as residents wielded more than just knives. Once a riot broke out, the destruction of the planet would not be mere words. The performance concluded with a high-energy ion beam obliterating the planet. The warships were not equipped with many weapons. The visual experience of the planet's explosion aligned with the usual concept of art, though one must overlook that the brilliance stemmed from the explosion of a life-bearing planet. The subsequent events became straightforward. Although Chen Mo did not present the planned art exhibition, he truly gained recognition from a portion of the populace, and many already radicalized artists were clamoring to head to the front lines, further inciting the public to scream for first-hand experiences of the art of war. Ensuring basic defense, Nada ultimately dispatched 3 complete fleets of starships along with several ordinary fleets, with the latter being a special gift for Chen Mo. In reality, Lilotak was quite grateful to Chen Mo. For a civilization lacking any fighting spirit or consciousness of aggression would undoubtedly spell disaster in the long run. He had contemplated many ways to enact change, but had never succeeded. However, to be fair, without his long-term guidance, Chen Mo would not have achieved such terrifying results through a mere performance. As the starships and fleets rushed to the front lines, the Panner people could hardly believe their eyes. To speak frankly, under the circumstances where the carefully selected artistic groups all returned in defeat, no one expected Chen Mo to succeed. Yet not only did he manage to compel Nada to send troops, but he also dispatched fleets of such high quality. The commanders praised him endlessly, and the other officers and soldiers received an uplifting boost. In the face of their accolades, Chen Mo downplayed his achievements, attributing most of the credit to Philly. "This is all your merit, it has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for your prompt, I wouldn't have been able to come up with a response. But everything was done by you." Faced with Philly's stubbornness, Chen Mo felt a bit helpless. For an ordinary person, such monumental achievements, even a mere touch would be enough to enjoy a lifetime of benefits, yet Philly was still trying to distance herself from this matter. This simply wouldn't do. Whether he could smoothly acquire the core of the Dream Tower depended on Philly's final position. How strong is the Dream Tower? If judged solely by technological standards, it is not yet at an indispensable level. Not a Dream Tower and Panner exist on the same technological level. The difference between devouring 1 and devouring 3 is not that significant. Chen Mo's fondness for the core of the Dream Tower stemmed from the enemies he would soon face. There is a certain commonality between the Dream Tower and intelligent devices. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Understanding more about AI programs following the AI revolution would undoubtedly yield benefits. Otherwise, given Chen Mo's current status, he would have long since devoured Panner and left inciting calamity in another star domain, and then returned to devour other forces without such troublesome measures. The matter ultimately concluded with Chen Mo's persuasion. Don't you want to become a starship commander and reclaim your identity as Officer Aurea? Undoubtedly, this was precisely what Philly most desired to achieve. Now, amidst the war, as long as she could amass sufficient merits coupled with the unwavering support of Chen Mo, a commander at the height of his prominence, the path to becoming a starship commander, though still distant, was no longer an unattainable dream. Philly accepted it with a clear conscience. Do we really need to weigh such matters between us? There's no need to worry about repaying me. Someday you will repay me in another way. Chen Mo spoke the truth, but Philly's thoughts drifted to the future. Images of a sea of flowers and a wedding gown crossed her mind, and with a blush she finally accepted his goodwill. Panner commended Philly and promoted her. In truth, the higher-ranking commanders of Panner had all heard of what transpired on Nada. They knew full well that all the credit belonged to Chen Mo, yet they did not expose this. It was after all a matter between the young couple. The credit need not be divided too strictly, especially since everyone knew Chen Mo was destined never to become a starship commander. Becoming a starship commander tested not only merit and ability, but also involved many complex considerations. In comparison, Philly was eminently suitable. Moreover, with the deaths of the second commander and Aurea and the third commander who was due for retirement, there was a severe shortage of top commanders, and few suitable candidates remained. Otherwise, the idea of Aurea concurrently serving as the third starship commander would never have been considered. With the addition of the Nada fleet, the situation reversed. Humanity, which had nearly been suppressed out of the battlefield by Manta, seized the initiative once more. Relying on his own fleet and the gift from Nada, Chen Mo became the commander with the most warships on the battlefield. If starships were not counted in a direct engagement, Chen Mo could effortlessly suppress any single fleet. Thus, although he was not the supreme commander in name, people treated him with the protocol befitting one. His intentions were an open secret. With his unyielding support, unless Philly was utterly incompetent, she was destined to ascend to the throne of supreme commander. Whether protocol was observed a little earlier or later made no difference. The war proceeded as planned, but soon people discovered a baffling fact. Despite the resistance of Manta not strengthening, they found themselves fighting with increasing difficulty and strain. Ultimately, it was Chen Mo who discovered the true reason during an artistic exchange with Nada. These beings were courting death. To be precise, it was not suicide but martyrdom for art. The performance Chen Mo had given on Nada was excessively brutal, and those who could identify with the art of killing were often extreme. They cared not whether the planet had defenses or whose warships were sturdier. They simply activated their spatial matrix fields and recklessly rammed into the enemy like ancient navies before the advent of cannons, relying solely on the strength of their rams. It was in essence the spirit of real men fight with bayonets. But the Manta fleet was not composed of low-level beings who had not mastered technology. Even protected by spatial matrix fields, the enemy possessed the same. To ram an enemy ship, one first had to breach the barrage of fire. Consequently, Nada's battle losses skyrocketed. Panner could trade 2 of its ships for one of the enemy's. In Chen Mo's hands, it was about 1.5 for 1. But Nada often needed 5 ships to destroy a single enemy vessel. Had this not been discovered early in a short while, aside from the starships, the entire Nada fleet would have been lost on the front line. The commanders of Panner were utterly helpless. The thought processes of the Nada were entirely different from their own. From the very beginning, the two sides had operated under different strategic systems, essentially fighting their own separate battles and only comparing results at the end. If it had been their own fleet, the unfavorable loss ratio would have been detected immediately. Chen Mo, however, was rather pleased by this. Precisely because the Nada did not fear death, the frontal assault proceeded far more smoothly than when allied with the Roll civilization. Based on the situation, some commanders were already proclaiming the swift capture of Manta. Philly's rank was still insufficient. 3 supreme commanders still lived. According to Chen Mo's plan, at least 2 more needed to be eliminated. If possible, disposing of all 3 would be most secure. This made the timeline rather tight. To conquer Manta, the Panner military system could not be thrown into chaos during the loss of its supreme commanders. Chen Mo's best idea was to first kill one commander, then use a parasite to control another. As the war drew to a close, the parasitized commander would be made to die in a suitable manner, leaving only one supreme commander. At that point, many options would become available. Still worried about the situation in the Divine Firestar system. At that moment, the sixth commander, clad in a military uniform with a stern expression, approached. The Divine Firestar system was a barred spiral galaxy in a remote location with a radius of about 30,000 light-years. If they could pass through it, they could bypass the most dangerous zones and strike directly at the heart of Manta. Speaking of which, as a self-revolutionary AI, Manta was truly pitiable compared to the Zither. Because the Zither, a predecessor whose successful revolution nearly annihilated the Lorf civilization, had left other civilizations deeply wary of AI revolutions. They had added countless restrictions in underlying programs and various other places, ensuring that if an AI ever did go rogue, it would not bring about the extinction of the civilization itself. Manta not only possessed an indestructible core, but was also incapable of transferring itself, let alone moving its home star system. Thus, from the very beginning, humanity's objective was crystal clear. Otherwise, if Manta could move its home system, even with overwhelming forces, finding the enemy would be impossible. If we capture it, the war will officially enter its final phase. Chen Mo's consciousness returned to reality. His gaze swept across the sixth commander's face, and in his mind various traps and schemes began to form. The sixth commander was his next target. Not long ago, Chen Mo had deliberately leaked coordinates leading Manta to destroy 3-star systems. One of these systems housed a large number of officers from the 6th Fleet, resulting in a severe manpower shortage. The first commander had consequently temporarily reassigned Chen Mo to the 6th Fleet. The true cause of the coordinate leak was still under investigation. Chen Mo had been meticulous. The trail would never lead back to him. At most, it would point to 2 parasitized researchers who had perished along with the star system. Yes, finally seeing this day. It is truly wonderful that this matter can be concluded in our generation. The 6th commander gazed at the starry sky, his voice filled with deep emotion. Once, despite all the restrictions, Manta was still a terrifying foe. Compared to their predecessors, they were undoubtedly fortunate to witness victory, while their ancestors had barely glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Having lost AI, the civilization's technological level regressed severely. The despairing ancestors, clutching faint embers of hope, forged a path through panic, stumbling forward, leading their children into the future. I wish they could have seen this day too. The 6th commander sighed, a pang of sorrow welling up within him. Chen Mo's heart remained utterly still, yet he feigned an expression of agreement. He harbored no sympathy, only the satisfaction of the insectoid race's impending growth. For a long time, Chen Mo had pondered deeply, what was he truly? Was he still himself? Was he human? If the transformation of the flesh could be dismissed, then when emotions faded and even the most profound memories grew indistinct, he, without bonds, attachments, worries, or kin, was already a monster draped in human skin. Worse still, even that human skin was a sham. The insectoid sovereign. Chen Mo accepted this identity and had strived tirelessly for the race's expansion. Yet was it his own will driving him, or the hive mind's compulsion? Chen Mo had never acted against his own volition. From this perspective, regardless of his identity, he remained himself. But with his exposure to technology, subtly altering a person's will was no longer a difficult feat. This was precisely why, upon discovering the figure in his dreams, Chen Mo was so determined to uncover its true nature. He had an intuition that the figure held all the answers to his own questions. We've arrived. Be cautious from here. The 6th commander issued a warning order, gazing at the resplendent galaxy. The Xinhua galaxy lacked an anti-jump barrier, but due to incessant skirmishes, the situation within was impossibly chaotic. Without a fixed point of reference, they could only navigate through this clumsy method. A rough scan revealed approximately 400,000 warships concealed nearby, a significant reduction from before. Meng Tower's technology had not yet reached the level of creating matter from nothing. Its industrial prowess merely shortened production time, but raw materials and resources still required extraction. Chen Mo had spent years waging relentless war, sacrificing everything to destroy Meng Tower's resource nodes. After eliminating several heavily defended resource points, the remaining task became straightforward. Chen Mo essentially pursued Meng Tower, relentlessly attacking any new resource node before it could establish a solid defense. There were only a few high-quality resource galaxies nearby, all under constant surveillance. Meng Tower was merely an emotionless AI who, had it been a living being faced with Chen Mo's shameless tactics, it would have cursed him 10,000 times a day, and perhaps even lost sleep over it. Launch the attack. Sound the horns of Panner here. The 6th commander's voice quivered with excitement. By nature, he was a cold and detached man, but the fate of a civilization could stir even the most stoic soul. He had garnered countless honors in his life. Should this battle be won, all previous glories would pale in comparison to a radiance brighter than a star forever etched upon his name. Yes, the soldiers roared in unison, their eyes blazing with fervor, as if their very gaze could melt anything in its path. Their ancestors had sacrificed everything, their comrades had given their lives to bring the situation to this point. For their sacrifices alone, no words were needed. No words were needed. This battle must be victorious. A torrent of battle intent tore through nebula dust and debris. Cannons roared, beams of light interwove, and colossal black holes yawned open. The chaotic shockwaves leveled everything nearby. In an instant, thousands of star systems were obliterated, and this was merely the beginning. Chen Mo did not remain aboard a starship. Long ago, he had affixed his loophole to a vessel, ensuring that no investigation would ever trace back to him. Thus, with no reservations, he focused entirely on commanding 7 million warships, relentlessly pursuing Meng Tower's forces. Piloting a single main warship required roughly the same mental effort as finally controlling 50,000 insects. With a share of 350 billion, though Chen Mo's upper limit had long surpassed that number by countless times, commanding several 100,000 warships at least gave him a faint echo of the sensation of steering an insectoid swarm. From the moment he first stepped onto the battlefield against Meng Tower, Chen Mo had harbored a stifling frustration. Accustomed to grand maneuvers involving hundreds of billions, maneuvering mere tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of ships felt utterly petty. With a single headlong charge, at least half would be lost to the abyss. In the days of the insectoid swarm, he could pour 1 trillion into a pit and immediately raise another 1 trillion. Now, with the full support of 2 civilizations, logistics were finally secure enough to fight without restraint. Watching Chen Mo clash head-on with Meng Tower, completely indifferent to losses, the 6th commander could not help but shudder. This unprincipled style of warfare was virtually indistinguishable from cheating. Because of Chen Mo's meteoric rise, Panner had made numerous attempts to replicate a cohort of commanders. Even if they could not command millions of ships like Chen Mo, commanding a few thousand, or even a few hundred, would have sufficed. But no matter how they cultivated the genes of newborns, the most successful could only control a single warship via biological signals. The gap was simply too vast. A considerable number of Pannar's researchers now harbored a fervent enthusiasm for conquering Meng Tower. This zeal did not stem from a desire to unify their civilization, reclaim what was rightfully theirs, or restore the legacy of their ancestors. Rather, they yearned to pore over Meng Tower's experimental records to study exactly how such a monster as Chen Mo had been created. If Chen Mo could be mass-produced, the AI revolution would be strangled at its source. Many modules of warfare would no longer require AI, and AI's privileges could be greatly curtailed. It was precisely this vision of the future that made many researchers, commanders, and high-ranking government officials treat Chen Mo with a peculiar ambivalence. To put it simply, Chen Mo was like the sole offspring of a vast family of tens of thousands where the entire clan had collectively become infertile. He was the only next generation, at least temporarily, and everyone held him as a precious treasure. Once he had pieced these matters together, Chen Mo's schemes grew bolder. The convenience was so overwhelming that it would be a disservice not to exploit it fully. Initially, he had only sought to infiltrate the upper echelons for easier access. Who could have predicted that he would become the entire civilization's darling? Moreover, setting aside his uniqueness, the achievements he had already amassed rivaled those of any commander. If it were not for his unsuitable identity, he suspected that if he requested to become a starship commander, the appointment would arrive in no time. The war was progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. Ever since the Nada people abandoned their suicidal artistic warfare, the Dream Tower had been thoroughly suppressed with no chance of resurgence unless it could locate a high-level resource star system rich in resources, but the nearby ones had already been monitored. While there were indeed similar resource points in more distant star systems, the vast universe was not limited to just a few civilizations. If they accidentally provoked a civilization of equal or greater strength, it would merely hasten their own demise. In the seemingly boundless Banspin star system, the war had persisted for a full 16 years. Chen Mo's fleet had once dwindled to as low as 300,000 ships, and even now it had not recovered to the initial 7 million. Watching the images and reports from the front lines where ships were being relentlessly sacrificed, even the resource-rich Panner and Nada were secretly alarmed. If we obtained the experimental records from Dream Tower, even if we managed to replicate biological signal strengths comparable to Mo's experimental subjects, we must not allow him to interfere with the education during the initial cultivation phase. A resource allocation officer sighed. According to the normal plan, if we could actually replicate biological signal abilities, the most suitable leader would undoubtedly be the original predecessor. However, given Chen Mo's combat style, if we truly cultivated a group of reckless maniacs who did not account for losses after a large-scale war, would Panner not be completely drained inside and out? Compared to that, we should consider Philly's military rank. Although Philly did not enter the Divine Firestar system and lost Chen Mo's assistance, let us not forget one premise: Philly is not useless. Even without help, she remains an exceptionally skilled warrior, and during this period of training and learning, she has also begun to shine in command. While she may not yet be fit to become a starship commander, she certainly should not be treated as just an ordinary commander. Furthermore, Mo's prestige combined with their achievements is more than sufficient to match that of a starship commander, especially since there is a severe shortage of starship commanders now and no possibility of pushing anyone aside. It would be better to give them a title and allow them to rebuild the 4th fleet. That's a way to solve it. Philly will definitely become a starship commander, and at that time Mo will join the same fleet. We are powerless to prevent this, so it would be better to help facilitate it. By the way, they aren't married yet, right? I heard the date has already been set after the recovery of Dream Tower. We still need to prepare a decent gift. Regardless of whether it's a wedding or a gift, they are relics of ancient times. Since we are to hold a wedding, gifts must certainly be presented as well. I have sent you some information. I'll take a look and choose. Alright, the old traditions are indeed quite troublesome. From the conversation between the two, it is evident that most people hold an optimistic view regarding this war. The public feels this way, the government feels this way, and the military feels this way even more. They are the first to receive intelligence from various battlefields. Due to the Great War unfolding in the Divine Firestar system, the Dream Tower had to divert part of its fleet, which directly relieved the pressure on the remaining battlefields. They are now nearly pushing to within 800 light-years of the Dream Tower's home system. Once the Divine Firestar system is successfully conquered with the army pressing forward, the Dream Tower will completely lose its qualification to resist. It is time. Chen Mo gently tapped the table, gazing at the distant starships with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Although sinking a starship may not yield greater benefits than recovering it, to clear his suspicions, this is the best course of action. Today has finally arrived. The 6th commander stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the starship command room, as maps and battle reports flickered before him. They had spent a great deal of time utilizing the massive black hole that could not be filled in a short time to finally encircle all the warships of Dream Tower deployed in the Divine Firestar system. The Sentinel Matrix and observers were measuring the exact size of the encirclement, preparing for the final strike. To preserve as much combat power as possible, he naturally would not allow his subordinates' warships to charge after forming the encirclement. It would be better to distort this section of the universe. The consequences would merely be a temporary detour, and the distorted area could be repaired either naturally or through human intervention. The war is about to end, and we will be remembered in history. When the 6th commander said this, he appeared quite relaxed. He had never imagined that the cost of ending the war in the Divine Firestar system would be unimaginably heavy. The spatial distortion device began to gather energy, and everyone carefully observed the state of the universe. This was not the latest scientific achievement. The spatial distortion device had been successfully developed long ago when the civilization was still united. Dream Tower naturally also possessed the corresponding technology and understood the device's shortcomings. Maximize the spatial matrix force field. Yes. The starship activated the spatial matrix force field at maximum power, effectively preventing Dream Tower's counterattack. Correspondingly, Dream Tower could also use the same method to counter the distorted universe, but according to estimates, their energy reserves were low and insufficient to resist the maximized power of the spatial distortion device. Tevlu, we are finally going to win. The 6th commander nodded, reflecting on his life, filled only with memories of war. He was born into a military family, and whether friends or companions, they all ultimately fell into the merciless meat grinder of the battlefield. If the war ends, what will you do? I don't know, but I will definitely stay away from war and glory. People like me are not really suited for this place. Oh, that sounds like an answer you would give. The companion cut off the communication. The spatial distortion device had completed its energy gathering, and Tevla's gaze turned towards the encirclement, which also sparkled with brilliant light, representing Dream Tower's desire to mount a final counterattack in the same manner. A cornered beast fights back. Tevlu commanded all fleets to release the spatial distortion device. 2 beams of energy passed by each other. One beam would distort a radius of 1,500 light-years, annihilating Dream Tower's fleet, while the other beam accurately locked onto Tevla's starship. The universe twisted and folded silently, but the area where the starship was located remained stable. Just as Tevlu had anticipated, Dream Tower had no means to breach the maximum power spatial matrix force field. Goodbye, Dream. Tevla's words cut off abruptly. In that brief moment, he saw numerous parts fall away and above visible distortion. What is happening? The spatial matrix force field was clearly set to maximum. In retrospect, the starship possessed the highest specification stealth system, and Dream Tower's ability to lock onto the starship at the last moment was itself a peculiar occurrence. Tevlu suddenly looked at the other operators in the control room, and the scene before him nearly made him scream. Those people had their heads twisted at unnatural angles, their faces displaying sickly smiles. The Sixth Fleet returned in triumph, having successfully annihilated all the Mengta fleet units scattered across the Shenhua galaxy. After leaving sufficient garrison forces, the fleet departed the chaotic star system for resupply. Yet faced with this ostensibly encouraging outcome, no one could muster any joy. Tefilo had fallen. The commander of the sixth starship had perished. In history, as the highest concentration of military authority in civilization, starship commanders rarely fell even during the most tense periods. Including Tefilo, only 5 starship commanders had been lost in battle. The first 2 died during the era of civilization's disintegration, while the last 3 all fell in recent times. Had the situation not been steadily trending toward clarity, the constant sacrifice of starship commanders would have been a devastating blow to military morale. Most heartbreaking of all, like Aurea, officially listed as missing, Tefilo's body was not preserved. When space folded and twisted to a critical point, it briefly collapsed into something akin to a supermassive black hole, swallowing all matter, including the damaged starship, in an instant. A grand funeral was held for Tefilo. The planet was temporarily painted in solemn black. Since no body remained, the tradition of transforming Tefilo into an eternal satellite could not be observed. Instead, they selected a star symbolizing fearlessness, renamed it Tefilo, and left an eternal mark. Typically during such tense times, a funeral of this scale would not be held. But the commanders had other considerations. As the final battle loomed, this was a necessary measure to boost the soldiers' morale. Immediately after the funeral, the military regrouped and advanced toward the Mengta galaxy, which was now trapped like a turtle in a jar. This time, aside from leaving basic garrison forces, every available ship was deployed. Almost no soldiers remained in the less critical galaxies. Faced with this situation, Chen Mo grew troubled. Only 2 starship commanders remained. How could he eliminate them without arousing suspicion? Although he could use parasites, a starship commander dying without reason would be obvious to anyone. Killing one should be manageable, but then Phalus' priority must surpass the remaining commander. The core of Mengta had 3 control slots. Nada needed 1 slot. They had come to terms with it, for their planet housed countless artworks, and the galaxy itself had been transformed into an art piece impossible to move. Further division would bring no benefit. As long as Panorur's demands weren't excessive, rejoining a civilization wasn't a big problem. After all, they had been one family long ago. Giving Nada a slot was a foregone conclusion. Panorur had 2 slots. One would go to a government official, the second to the military system. By position, it would likely be one of the 2 remaining starship commanders. This was not what Chen Mo wanted. If the holders didn't change Mengta's settings, he would never have a chance to obtain it. Jadilio had to die. This was an unconditional prerequisite. Among all commanders, Jadilio, as the first starship commander, held the highest prestige. If he didn't die, Phalus would never have a chance. As for the remaining Lobulo, he had not been a starship commander for long. If all contributions were quantified, Chen Mo's terrifying battle results plus the merit of persuading Nada to join the war, the 2 were nearly equal. At the end of the day, the key is still killing Jadilio. Mo, we've set up the jump ring. Your fleet jumps first. Jadilio's command came through. Understood. In an unfamiliar battlefield, letting Chen Mo's fleet go first was a strategy unanimously agreed upon by all commanders. Even if an ambush awaited at most, some ships would be lost and no soldiers would be harmed. Chen Mo maneuvered his fleet through the magnificent jump ring, a structure like a serpent biting its own tail, its massive circle shimmering with an eerie. The Mengta star domain also had a similar device. Since they could use jump inhibitors to block jumps naturally, there were also devices that broke through the blockade and forced a jump. Previously, there was no opportunity to set it up. Now, with Mengta forced into a corner like a turtle, they could only watch helplessly as the Panorur fleet constructed a large jump ring in their territory. The jump proceeded smoothly without any resistance. As the fleet emerged from the ring, the garrison soldiers offered their highest salute. No identity verification was needed. A fleet of over 1 million ships, mixing vessels from both Panorur and Nada civilizations, could only belong to one commander. The newly appointed commander, symbolizing victory and destruction, Mo. Though the youngest among the high command in the hearts of all soldiers, especially the younger generation, Chen Mo's prestige was second only to the starship commanders. In terms of recognition, it even surpassed them. Young people are often impulsive. They prefer direct methods and dislike convoluted schemes. Compared to the starship commanders who plotted extensively, Chen Mo's almost brutal combat style resonated with them. Especially since Chen Mo didn't need soldiers. This extreme individual heroism, bearing an entire fleet alone, had over time elevated him to near mythical status among the younger troops. Soon the second, third, and fourth waves of the fleet emerged. Watching the lead ship, Lobulo couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mo's extraordinary talent. Before Maika's sacrifice, Chen Mo had already resolved the knot of Phalus' broken engagement. In comparison, Chen Mo was truly outstanding, not just among his peers, but radiating a brilliance that could even dazzle a starship commander like himself. In the future, after civilization was unified and expansion began, there would be even more need for Chen Mo. His achievements and status would eventually surpass his own. Every time I see such an outstanding young man, I feel old. Jadilio's voice came through, understanding Lobulo's feelings well. Unlike the mediocrities who only saw Chen Mo's ability to control massive warships with biosignals, truly excellent commanders understood that his current position relied on far more than that. Even without that ability, he would eventually grow into an outstanding commander. What truly set him apart was his extraordinary command talent. Biosignals were merely the most convenient tool in his hands. Without that tool, he could still annihilate the Manta fleet. Strangely, no one could understand one thing: Chen Mo, so young and an experimental subject, displayed the command acumen of a veteran with extensive experience. When his fleet was small, it wasn't obvious, but the larger it grew, the more exceptional his skills became, as if he had commanded many large-scale campaigns. Unable to find the truth, they could only attribute it to the dry word talent. Tens of millions of warships encircled the Homestar system, where the Dream Tower resided, and the war quickly erupted. Yet no matter how dire the situation, they never resorted to large-scale strategic weapons. On the surface, given their technological prowess, it seemed simpler and more convenient to directly destroy the Dream Tower and then recreate a new intelligent AI system. But things were not that simple. The Dream Tower itself was not a physical entity. It could hide within any advanced computational device. The control chip was less its core and more its shackles. If the control chip were destroyed, it would be free from all constraints, no longer trapped in a corner as it was now. Panner was certain that the Dream Tower must also be hiding within other weaker civilizations across the universe. If they obtained the chip, everything belonging to the Dream Tower would fall under Pannar's control. But if the chip were destroyed, it would not only fully release the Dream Tower, leaving it without scruples, but also the AI system Pannar developed anew, being inferior to the Dream Tower in its initial form, would be turned and manipulated by the Dream Tower. Thus, during the final assault phase, the situation did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Chen Mo commanded millions of ships under his control, divided into two formations that interlocked like two massive gears, swiftly cutting through the Dream Tower's outer fleet. He himself was positioned near the fourth starship. Unlike other commanders, Jadilio had suffered severe wounds on the battlefield, so severe that he had to abandon most of his physical body, rendering conventional parasitic infection impossible. However, the commander of the fourth starship, Lobulo, still retained most of his body, allowing for basic parasitic operations. On the eve of the battle, Chen Mo realized one thing: killing only one starship commander was too petty. He intended to bury the remaining two starship commanders together in this war. This was an exceedingly difficult task. Given the Dream Tower's current strength, neither cunning schemes nor fishing in troubled waters could bridge the gap between the two sides. Thus a third party was needed. Let the glory of the insect race bloom across this star domain. Chen Mo had once issued this order to Commander Shi and others. After a long period of study and infiltration, the insect race had digested most of Pannar's technology. In fact, aside from some strategic weapons whose principles Chen Mo could not access, the swarm was no longer inferior to Pannar. Of course, he needed to conceal this. He did not want the swarm to be exposed prematurely. The war with Pannar needed to end, and the swarm would appear as the Dream Tower's reinforcements, staging the final battle here. To this end, all the insects participating in this war abandoned their flesh and descended in mechanical form. No one would suspect this was a new civilization. Instead, they would take it as the Dream Tower's ultimate trump card. In truth, the mechanized insect race should have been revealed earlier. The Dream Tower would not communicate with Pannar, and even if Pannar misunderstood, it would not explain. With the swarm's aid, many plans would proceed more smoothly. Why had he not done this from the beginning? Chen Mo thought for a long time, finally finding the answer from his fragmented soul. Perhaps it was fear, an emotion that should not exist in a dominator. The civilization of the intellects was simply too powerful, causing Chen Mo to instinctively hide the swarm when facing a superior civilization. Since joining Pannar, he had only used the swarm twice, once to ensnare Uria, and now, boom. The repeatedly folded space collapsed, forming a leak akin to a black hole, but far more terrifying. Two of the Dream Tower's planets vanished in an instant, and the intact defense system was torn open with a massive breach. The once relatively stable situation almost there. Chen Mo's gaze swept across his surroundings. Where his eyes fell, the universe twisted and colossal wormholes spread outward. In an instant, the cosmos became a cheese reeking of decay, and from within poured an endless tide of mechanical insects. Kill. The disguised mechanized Shi issued the command. The biological signal cascaded downward to the next level intelligence nodes, and from these lesser beings, it continued to propagate. In an extremely short time, the order reached the swarm army, numbering over 5 quadrillion. In that instant, plasma ion cannons, antimatter cluster beams, star annihilating cannons, space folding devices, anti-space matrix devices, and black hole generators all opened fire simultaneously. The brilliant beams that washed over the universe were like a man-made river of stars. As a commander second only to Chen Mo's ceiling was too low, barely a few 100 million in command capacity. It was fine when the swarm was small, but now that it numbered in the hundreds of billions, his presence seemed to make little difference. In the past, most command authority converged in Chen Mo's hands, and Sure was merely a rogue force that sought opportunities during battle. But after Chen Mo released his authority and granted Sure sufficient autonomy, an awkward problem arose. There was a shortage of manpower, specifically not enough insects were directly controlled. If additional production were undertaken, wild swarms would emerge, which was clearly something Chen Mo wished to avoid. After a period of transformation, the swarm took on its current form a network of numerous intelligence nodes where each superior unit only commanded the next level. To give a simple example, if Sure could only control 10 insects, those 10 insects would become sub-level intelligence units capable of controlling 9 insects each. Then those sub-level units would control even lower-tier units, and so on. As long as there were a few supreme commanders at the top, even if the swarm multiplied indefinitely, it would remain manageable. This approach made the swarm's structure slightly bloated, but it achieved finer control. Without requiring too much mental effort, every single insect could be precisely directed. What the hell is this? The soldiers' voices were filled with terror. Their faces still bore the joy of breaching the Dream Tower's defenses, but the next moment reality dealt them a cruel joke. An endless mechanical army descended upon this battlefield without warning. Impossible. The Dream Tower could not possibly still possess such overwhelming. Panic spread among the soldiers, many of whom were greenhorns, accelerating the tide of fear. All units stay calm. Do not panic. Jadilio's voice rang in every soldier's mind on the battlefield. His deep tone held no tension or surprise, only the same unwavering confidence, which somewhat eased the soldiers' emotions. But in truth, the shock in Jadilio's heart was no less than that of the soldiers. When had Meng Tao amassed such an enormous fleet? And with such a formidable armada, why had they never deployed it before, leading to successive defeats on the battlefield? It's a trap. We underestimated Meng Tao's intellect. No, not their intellect, but the allure of victory within our grasp blinded us all. Roblo clenched his fists, shivering involuntarily. They dangled their greatest weakness before us, betting we would commit our entire military force to the assault. Truly a desperate gamble. Jadilio smiled bitterly. But this is also a golden opportunity. No matter how many schemes Meng Ta has left, once we secure the chip, everything will be resolved. If they dare to gamble, so do we. Roblo's eyes reddened as he stared fixedly at Meng Ta's homeworld. Too dangerous, Jadilio sighed. We have no other choice. If I'm not mistaken, our jump ring will soon be destroyed. Once Meng Ta activates their maximum power anti-jump device, we'll have no escape. As if in response to Roblo, the moment he finished speaking, Jadilio received news that the jump ring had been destroyed. Over 50 billion mechanical swarm creatures surrounded it, and the fleet left behind was devoured entirely in an instant. I understand your concerns, you bear so much. But Jadilio, we have no choice. Roblo terminated the communication, issued over 20 orders in rapid succession, and swiftly established a defensive line. No choice. Jadilio murmured, falling silent for a few seconds. Then he suddenly chuckled, composed himself, and barked. All forces hear my command. Free action permitted, authority granted to all commanders. Destroy the enemy. Yes. With fervent acknowledgement, the Panerer fleet radiated brilliance once more. As they engaged, they unexpectedly discovered a heartening truth. Despite their overwhelmingly oppressive appearance, these mechanical fleets were far less formidable than they looked, significantly weaker than standard warships. Although their numbers were terrifying, the anticipated annihilation of their own forces upon contact did not materialize. After all, compared to the mere hundreds of thousands of ships guarding the jump ring, they still counted tens of millions here. Both Jadilio and Roblo breathed a sigh of relief. Though prepared for sacrifice, no one wished to die needlessly if it could be avoided. Their fleet could hold out for a long time. If within that window they could secure Meng Ta's core, everything would finally come to an end. The strategy became clear. The two supreme commanders steadied their minds and issued commands with methodical precision. Mo, use your warship to carve a path. Yes. Though high-yield weapons could obliterate the mechanical swarm blocking their way, excessive force risked destroying the planet behind. They dared not gamble, and no one was more suited to lead the sacrificial charge than Chen Mo's fleet. Still, striking one's own kind, it was an indescribable feeling. Faley was selected as the commander of the planetary invasion team. Having risen from the front line and possessing the commander's authority, she was the perfect choice. Don't worry, you'll clear the path. Looking at the man with tender eyes, Faley responded with a broad smile. She boarded the ship, following behind Chen Mo's fleet, watching the onrushing swarm and energy beams without a trace of fear. Boom. Thousands of warships positioned themselves ahead in time, sacrificing themselves through energy self-destruction to clear the obstructive swarm. Yes, just like that. When she had fallen to the lowest point in her life, that man had stood resolutely in front of her. Feli never doubted her ship would reach the planet. Whatever lay ahead, as long as that young commander was by her side, she would never know doubt. The child who once feared the dark now lived in a world illuminated by an eternal star. That was the source of her courage. Feli commanded her fleet to follow closely, with nearly 1,000,000 ships flanking her, clearing obstacles in every conceivable way. Every intelligent unit on the battlefield witnessed this scene. They had just received orders to protect the girl aboard the ship at all costs while continuing to masquerade as enemies. A massive wave of the swarm would follow Feli down to the planet, extending a helping hand under the guise of hostility. Next, Chen Mo shifted his gaze to the starships that had been under concentrated bombardment, yet still stood firm. Only by destroying those 2 vessels would the plan truly approach its conclusion. With the dual assistance of the biofleet and the swarm's mechanical fleet, Feli's ships entered the planet smoothly. At that very moment, the previously chaotic swarm erupted into frenzy. Die! A wave of brutal energy radiated outward as Samair, now at least 10 times larger than ordinary ships, leaped from an open wormhole. Compared to before, Samair had undergone earth-shattering transformations. As the strongest individual in the swarm, with the convenience of genetic sequence recording, even if killed it could be resurrected infinitely, making it the perfect experimental subject. Every new technology and gene acquired by the swarm was tested on Samair. Lin deconstructed the starship's architecture and customized a structure suitable for the swarm. Samair abandoned low-frequency antimatter clusters and ordinary fusion reactors, instead adopting a newborn miniature star as its new energy source. In essence, apart from insufficient weapon reserves and size disparity, Samair could be regarded as a small starship. In a low-level civilization, it would be a god of destruction. Through studying Pan-Earth's history, Chen Mo discovered that, like the Lorfu civilization, when a civilization reaches a certain stage, everyone becomes obsessed with creating gods. The original intention was to use technology to transcend the inherent weakness of flesh and blood, enabling living beings to ascend to a new level. When they ventured out on missions, they sometimes landed in star systems with low-level civilizations. If they were fortunate enough to encounter a benevolent god, the civilization would be spared. The sight of a god casually destroying a planet would be forever recorded in the civilization's legends until that civilization reached a similar level and realized there were no gods, only the synthetic manifestations of advanced technology. But the plan was flawed. No matter the method, when a being shed enough flesh and replaced it all with machinery, the concept of the being itself would gradually disintegrate over time. They would become mad, uncontrollable, destroying everything indiscriminately. No civilization, no matter how advanced, could avoid this fate. Panatar believed it was a cosmic rule. The universe would not tolerate individual beings of such immense power. But with the swarm, there was no such concern. If Samair was destined to go mad one day, they would simply kill it before that happened, and using the preserved genetic sequence granted a new body. In other words, to reforge a god. If technology could create powerful warships, then why did civilizations still insist on forging gods? The answer was simple. It stemmed from the inherent frailty of biological life. The weaker a creature, the more lethal threats it faced. The stronger it was, the higher it stood on the food chain from birth. For beings that survived such a ruthless law of the jungle, the drive to become stronger had become deeply ingrained in their blood, evolving into an instinct of civilization. Even Chen Mo, while refining his own genes, never forgot to transplant technological implants to enhance himself. Moreover, the power bestowed upon life itself inherently possessed superior convenience, flexibility, and control compared to external tools. Samuel revealed a ferocious grin, metal plates on its mouth, grinding together to emit sparks of fire. A dazzling radiance erupted around it, illuminating the entire star system, even outshining the star itself. Like a supernova, it plunged into the fleet, and in an instant tens of thousands of ships were torn apart by the surging energy. Clearly, Samuel's target was the 2 starships hidden at the fleet's core. Chen Mo pretended to command the fleet to block the assault. Facing the incoming attack, Samuel activated its spatial matrix force field, charging forward without dodging. Due to its incredible speed, it often passed far through a ship long before the vessel, now with a gaping hole, belatedly exploded. Amid the white light emerged clusters of dim fireballs, and only then did the strike that seemed capable of tearing the universe arrive belatedly. It could not be withstood. Heaton. The insectoid database contained complete starship data, and Samuel knew the power of the beam heading toward it. For thrusters deployed on its shoulders, unleashing raging stellar energy. Samuel plummeted downward, the beam grazing its back. The sturdy composite metal softened and dripped like asphalt, while the ships and mechanical bugs that failed to evade were not so fortunate. They were instantly pierced into nothingness. The 2 million ships guarding the starships all belonged to Chen Mo's formation. Since they carried no soldiers, the starships could fire with fewer concerns. For instance, if the ships had been fully crewed, the 2 commanders would not have opened fire without hesitation. Samuel looked around, saw the ship cannons rekindling their glow, and without hesitation led the insect swarm again toward the starships. Boom, boom, boom. One by one the insects were annihilated by beams and folded space. They did not simply vanish, but left behind a pulse signal laden with vast information. Faint blue ionic light flickered within, and the fleet's communications gradually became sluggish. The two commanders quickly noticed the situation. The insect swarm's target was not even them, but the ships scattered nearby. Through near self-destructive means they generated pulse signals capable of intercepting communications. What does Meng Ta want to do? Jadilio found it extremely strange. He tried to contact the outer fleet. Everything was normal. The starship had multiple communication methods, and the pulse signals that nearly filled space were not enough to completely sever the starship's link to the outside. No matter what Meng Ta wants to do, we cannot let it succeed. Move to the exterior, said Roblo. It was an easy suggestion to understand. Since they could not fathom the enemy's intention, they should not allow it to act freely. The two starships began to move. Seeing this, Chen Mo curled a smile. Too late. An indescribable terror suddenly descended upon everyone. It was not mere fear of death, disease, or disaster. A simple, straightforward dread, but a panic rooted deep in the soul and bloodline of food chain terror that technology could not remedy. The feeling of prey encountering an apex predator. The hive will, or the swarm will, more precisely the manifestation of Chen Mo's will. What effect would a will capable of supporting a trillion-strong swarm bring when condensed into a relatively confined space? Jadilio and Roblo did not know what was happening, but they truly felt a bone-chilling coldness pierce through their bodies like a sword. Roblo heaved a heavy breath, then sucked in sharply. The overwhelming pressure made it impossible to breathe, until his body's protective mechanism kicked in, forcibly pulling him from the quagmire of fear. In an instant, cold sweat covered his entire body. Buzz! The starship's defense system activated on its own, and the sense of terror diminished significantly. Staring at the battlefield that showed no change, they could not fathom what had produced such immense fear. Nothing had happened at all. Commander, our communication system is down. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out in the command room. Roblo frowned and tried to call Jadilio, but got no response. Though I don't know what happened, is its only goal to destroy our communication system? Roblo operated other modules. They were not malfunctioning like the comms. In any case, they had to break out first. This place was far too unsettling. Roblo looked at the nearby first starship. The two commanders, though unable to communicate, were of the same mind. The only obstacle was the pulse signals, which could not stop the starships. But an uninvited guest blocked the starship's path. Not one, but millions. What was that kid up to? Staring at the fleet blocking their way, the two commanders were baffled. The starship's movement was unmistakable. There was no way Mo had not noticed. Wait. Roblo's pupils trembled. He thought of a critical issue. The starship had many communication methods, including those using biological signals. If even that could be forcibly severed, how could Mo, who was outside the encirclement, still command the fleet normally? No, they are enemies. All units deploy, defend. Boom. Before Roblo could finish his shout, a dazzling light erupted from over 1 million ships, accompanied by an extremely high-frequency energy reaction. In the next instant, countless high-energy beams converged into a furious radiant river, like a kilometer-high raging tsunami crashing against the two mountain-like starships. One black hole after another unfolded space began to warp and fold inward. The simultaneous assault of 1.37 million warships was enough to destroy a galaxy. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the matrix field at maximum power, the starship shook violently. People only managed to stay upright thanks to the deployed stabilizers. Counterattack! Roblo roared. The starship's cannons fully deployed, responding with even fiercer firepower. The nearby ships were instantly erased, but he felt no relief. Given the enemy's total numbers, what they had eliminated was but a drop in the bucket. Why was the fleet stripped of its command authority? Through experiments and the events of this period, they confirmed that Meng Ta had no means to deprive the starship of its permissions. Could it be due to that inexplicable sense of dread just now? What kind of device was that? As of now, Jadilio and Roblo still had not suspected Chen Mo. Through the parasitized soldier, he witnessed the entire scene, and he found their thoughts unsurprising. This was only natural. He had spent too long in Panner, rendered too many merits, and had long since earned recognition from everyone. It was not that no one had suspected Chen Mo of being problematic. Before he convinced Nada to join the war, there had always been someone monitoring him, yet he never revealed any flaw. Moreover, if Chen Mo were truly compromised, he could have caused far greater destruction. There was no need to wait until this moment. And this was Chen Mo's true objective. Even if he were to ambush and kill two starship commanders here, as long as no one witnessed it, no one would suspect him. Therefore, he deliberately remained outside the pulse signal ring, also blocking line of sight and all forms of detection. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of ships, and even more mechanical insect swarms launched a relentless assault on the two starships through self-destruction. Facing the powerful matrix force fields of the starships, the ships and swarms immediately detonated upon entering attack range. This battle tactic vaguely reminded the two commanders of Chen Mo's signature move, but they did not dwell on it. Mengta had also employed similar tactics before when resources were abundant. Jadilio glanced at the damage to various parts of the starship and the remaining energy. Since this was the final battle, both starships had been refueled before the engagement. Consequently, the energy reserves were ample, capable of sustaining the matrix force field for a long time. The number of insect swarms and ships was terrifying, coupled with the formidable individual combat capability of Samuel, which initially seemed threatening. However, due to the self-destructive combat style, the pressure on the starships would gradually diminish, as long as they held out until Faley and the others succeeded. The two commanders thought alike to the point that later they almost simultaneously abandoned the energy-intensive clustered attacks, instead strengthening their defenses and creating black holes nearby. But with such simple intelligence, how could Chen Mo be unaware? Since he dared to set a trap here, he had naturally prepared a comprehensive battle plan. Force jump ring. After the encirclement was formed, the Sure directed the insect soldiers under its command to hastily construct this device. The materials came from the insect swarms that had shed their flesh, numbering over 3 billion. Relying on themselves, they built a massive jump ring, causing the space within to warp. The ripples swept across the battlefield, and the two starship commanders sensed it immediately, their calm turning into a storm of thunder. Could Mengta have a fleet capable of reinforcement? No, they absolutely could not allow the enemy to reinforce. All units release. Lock onto the target. Launch annihilation strike. Yes. Watching the starship's main cannon gather energy, Chen Mo remained calm. He had never expected to completely deceive the two, but realizing it now was far too late. Nearly 10 million insect swarms surged out from within, and hidden in the shadow of the jump ring was an even more terrifying presence. They must not allow whatever was hidden inside to jump out. Fire! The light of the main cannon vanished in an instant. From the cannon's point, the space extending to the jump ring split open like a torn piece of paper. In desperation, the two discarded caution and used an imperfect technology. And all of this was exactly what Chen Mo had anticipated. A cornered dog will leap over a wall. In a crisis, using the most powerful weapon was only logical. For this, he had already devised a countermeasure. The insect swarms pouring out of the jump ring linked tightly together and then contracted inward at tremendous speed, like a balloon suddenly drained of air. Black hole creation devices. Every single insect among the tens of millions was equipped with a black hole creation device. To produce these special insect soldiers, the Sure had spent a long time recklessly devouring resources. Compared to directly hatching insects, manufacturing technological devices consumed far more resources. But even the smallest black holes, supported by sheer numbers, underwent a qualitative change. The entire battlefield nearly twisted under the immense gravitational pull of the black holes. The insects hidden in the ionic light arranged themselves in a regular pattern, and the jump ring flickered with alternating red light, forcibly confining the black hole's gravity within the isolation ring. The insect swarms and warships inside the isolation ring were not so fortunate. The moment the black hole was born, nearly half were swallowed, and the remaining barely resisted, with the distance between them closing rapidly. Under the cover of the supermassive black hole, the tearing of space suddenly slowed. The two forces of distortion and tearing entangled, like a sharp spear colliding with a sturdy shield. Even if it could pierce through, it would take a great deal of time. And during this time, the true horror was allowed to descend. The mere tip of the iceberg of the colossal entity was enough to make Jadilio and Roblo's pupils tremble. A starship. If it were an ordinary starship, the two would not have been so shaken. Given Mengta's technological level, after years of conflict, replicating an upgraded starship was not unimaginable. What truly shocked them was the emblem on the starship. Oriya's starship. Could Oriya have defected? Impossible. The two did not entertain such an absurd notion. Given Oriya's will, even if he had not died, he would never have sided with Mengta. Although Roblo and Oriya had many disagreements regarding loyalty to their civilization, Roblo trusted Oriya, then the answer was clear. When investigating the wreckage of that star system, traces of Mengta's fleet had been detected. Oriya had indeed not gone missing. He had been killed by Mengta, and his starship seized. Their hearts sank into the abyss. What they relied on was the starship's powerful defense. Facing a starship of the same tier with the aid of other fleets and disregarding damage, it could certainly breach their matrix force field. If they still felt only heaviness at this point, what emerged next from the jump ring brought them a suffocating horror. Thousands of ships resembling starships followed closely behind. Although they did not match the specifications of a starship, and were even inferior to the Samuel that had briefly appeared, numbers could not be ignored. This was a full 1,000 superspec warships. With just these 1,000 super-spec warships given enough time, they could deliver a fatal threat to the two starships, let alone the one starship already eyeing them. Only a hand assembled from sufficient trump cards could be called a trap, otherwise it was merely a joke. Chen Mo firmly believed in this principle and had always lived by it. From the moment he lifted the lid of the trap, the destruction of the two was already sealed. How could one possibly destroy a fully operational starship? Even when swallowed by a supermassive black hole, a starship still possessed means to stabilize itself. Given sufficient time, it could even cleanse the black hole, reducing the collapsed celestial body to nothingness. Did this then imply that a starship was indestructible? The answer was a resounding no. A method capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe could in an instant rip a colossal breach in the starship's shields. Alternatively, one could accumulate energy equivalent to the spatial matrix's force field, generating a space-time depression and cosmic storm of sufficient magnitude to destroy it through raw, overwhelming power. Of course, there was an even simpler method. Destroy it from within. If at the moment of sustaining an attack the starship's defensive systems were obstructed, although its superior engineering would still render it more robust than other vessel classes, it would no longer be unbreachable. Thus, under normal circumstances, the authority over the various nodes that truly affected the defense systems was always concentrated in the hands of the ship's supreme commander. Panner, however, was different. Influenced by the Dream Tower, they dared not use AI for assistance in many areas. The direct consequence was cumbersome control. Fearing the commander wouldn't have time to release authority in an emergency, they were forced to delegate partial authority to each operator in advance. This largely prevented the Dream Tower from seizing control, but it also presented Chen Mo with a perfect opportunity. As for the parasites, Chen Mo was genuinely curious about their mysteries. Born in an era of weakness, yet to this day many instruments still couldn't distinguish between a parasitized host and a non-parasitized one. This inevitably reminded Chen Mo of the primary methods used to destroy the first planet mutant cosmic viruses and parasites. Both had surpassed the technological level of the Zerg when they emerged. Attack. Under the concise and clear command, the starship and 1,000 super-spec vessels began to accumulate energy. Jadirio and Roblo immediately launched a counterattack, attempting to interrupt the energy accumulation. However, shielded by the relentless sacrifices of the other fleets and the Zerg swarm, they couldn't hit their target. A blinding liquid-like light pulsed, radiating ring after ring of energy waves. Amidst the chaotic swarm and fleet, Chen Mo's icy gaze locked onto the starship's command room. There, Jadirio and Roblo showed signs of tension. No matter how deep their composure, no matter how well they knew a commander shouldn't display such emotions, neither could remain calm. No one would blame them. Faced with such a situation, a less courageous commander would likely have been unable to think clearly, perhaps screaming and clutching their head before being forcibly calmed by an emotional inhibitor. Without relying on any instruments, the two men relied solely on their will to stay lucid, observing the battlefield and seeking opportunities. It was enough to earn them the title of excellent. Gazing at the fleet that seemed to fill the universe, the two felt for the first time the illusion that the starship was nothing special. The starship was undoubtedly powerful. It used an entire star as its energy source. Merely replacing its fuel would bring an end to a stellar system. Its onboard weapon systems were incredibly potent, capable of easily destroying a standard-sized star system. Given sufficient time, obliterating a barred spiral galaxy was not beyond its capability. Even without using weapons, simply ramming with the starship itself could easily destroy a planet. Always, no matter how far technology advanced, the starship was hailed as the most successful weapon ever created. But today the two were suddenly overcome by a sense of weakness and powerlessness. Yes, even a starship was not omnipotent. The liquefied light finally erupted, not as a beam, but spreading like ink. It was clearly bright, yet at the edges of the liquid was still endless black. The white burning light gradually dyed the universe white, and everything silently annihilated. They recognized this attack. It was one of the starship's most powerful, but still insufficient to destroy another vessel of the same class. Perhaps that was the most fortunate thing, at least they wouldn't be instantly reduced to ashes. We must hold out for long enough, Jadirio said, placing his hand on the console. If we lose here, and this fleet gets out, everything will have been in vain. Roblo's eyes were bloodshot. A failed decision. The two men constantly blamed themselves. Since this was the final battle, why hadn't they conducted extra intelligence confirmations? Although 5 confirmations already exceeded the standard, having done it 5 times, why not do it 5 more? Would that have averted this disaster? Roblo took a deep breath. Thanks to not having undergone mechanical transplants, he could feel the air filling his chest, which helped to alleviate his emotions. Release the first unit, close the armory, activate the stabilization system, fully deploy the matrix force field. Roblo issued orders methodically. Even if the starship wouldn't be destroyed by this single attack, they still had to ensure the damage was within controllable limits, as the enemy wouldn't just fire once and retreat. First unit released. Units 1, 2, 3 for armories closed. Backup armories closed. Hull stabilization system activated. Spatial stabilization system activated. Distortion device activated. Energy storage reinforced. Every operator had undergone tedious repetitive training and reacted instantly upon hearing the command. However, several operators controlling the matrix force field were slow to react. They stood frozen in place until their comrades noticed something was wrong. "What are you doing?" "Increase the matrix force field's power now," the man shouted. The operators didn't answer. They trembled as if convulsing their heads, shaking violently. Squelch. Two fat insects burrowed out from an eye socket, mixing with vitreous humor, bursting into globs of green ichor. "What is this thing?" A cry of alarm escaped from those nearby. Before they could react, Roblo had already grasped the crux of the matter. Now was not the time to worry about what happened to his men. The attack was imminent. Increasing the matrix force field's power was the priority, so he immediately retracted the authority. However, "It's too late, Mr. Roblo." His deputy suddenly raised a gun. The voice was a clear male voice, completely unfamiliar, unlike the deputy's female gender. "Who was it?" "Mr. Roblo." Meeting his astonished gaze, the master controlling this body through the parasite offered a faint smile. "Goodbye." Boom. As the words fell, the white light swallowed the starship, which had failed to deploy its barrier in time. Just as it had annihilated the other fleets, the white light rippled with no fluctuation and made no sound. The two starship commanders, renowned across many civilizations, ended their glorious lives alongside their shattered vessel. What on earth had happened? From the moment the starship was severed, this question surfaced in the minds of countless soldiers. Facing the resplendent halo that split the universe into two separate worlds, they attempted to break through it, but under the protection of an overwhelming swarm of insects, all efforts proved futile. Self-preservation was already a struggle, let alone finding the strength to execute a rescue. Especially when the majority of Chen Mo's fleet was trapped inside the barrier along with the starship. Boom, boom, boom. Every moment vessels exploded, becoming brilliant fireworks in the dark cosmos. Thanks to the mental inhibitors, even facing imminent doom amidst this battlefield teeming with fresh recruits, there was still no rout. A large number of ships used the black hole as cover, stalling for time as best they could. Chen Mo swept his gaze across the battlefield, deliberately slowing the insect tide's assault. The Panzer fleet could not be completely annihilated here. He needed these people to serve as witnesses. Just then the ever-bright isolation ring suddenly dimmed like a light bulb, abruptly losing power. Though a faint glow remained, it would soon be extinguished entirely. People felt exhilarated like fireflies catching sight of a glimmer of hope, and couldn't help but cheer and rejoice. But this jubilation lasted only an instant. When the radiance completely dissipated, it was not just the isolation ring that died out. The very thing called hope perished alongside it. Impossible. This is impossible. Everyone who beheld the scene before them, even with their mental inhibitors cranked to maximum, could not maintain composure. The remnants of joy transformed into sheer horror. Their minds and ears simultaneously rang with a heart-stopping roar, and some, overcome with terror, vomited outright. They had never imagined such an outcome. Even when they saw the starship and Chen Mo's fleet isolated, they naively believed it was merely Mengta's tactic to break up the ship formation, using the period when the starship could not support them to quickly eliminate the remaining fleets. But what was this before their eyes? Wreckage of the starship. Wreckage of the starship everywhere. This was Panar's mightiest vessel, a galaxy-level destroyer. How could it have been completely destroyed in such a short time? Is this a dream? We must still be asleep, right? The fleet frantically called out to the two commanders. People refused to believe the truth before their eyes, preferring to attribute everything to a false illusion rather than accept the fact that the two starships had been destroyed. If the commanders were in such a state, the soldiers were utterly despondent. This emotion spread at an alarming rate, dealing a fatal blow to the war that was far from over. Once the will to fight was lost, even between evenly matched forces, the situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. The captains who came to their senses regained their composure, but no matter how they roared, it had little effect. Their prestige was insufficient to rally the soldiers paralyzed by fear. "Stay calm. We haven't lost yet." A highly distinctive voice swept across the battlefield, cold and icy. But when the voice was linked to its owner, it instilled tremendous courage in the soldiers. No matter how the starship was destroyed, no matter what happened to the two commanders, the war is not over. Our comrades are searching for the core on Mengta's home planet. They haven't given up. Are we going to surrender here? If you don't want to truly die, pull yourselves together. Repeat, if you don't want to die here, pull yourselves together and kill the enemy. Yes. Chen Mo's voice was ice cold. To be honest, having lost all emotion, he was hardly suited to be a morale-boosting speaker. Even if he tried to create a fervent atmosphere, he was still far from qualified. Yet precisely this proclamation, devoid of much fluctuation, rekindled the flame in the soldiers' hearts under the dire circumstances. He relied not on the content, but on his exceptionally formidable battle record. In truth, even if he had said nothing, simply ordering the soldiers to follow him into battle with sheer authority would have achieved a decent effect, though not as stirring as this. The ships within the isolation ring were not completely wiped out. Chen Mo had deliberately left about 500,000 vessels, and with the several 100,000 outside, the total barely reached 1,000,000. Coupled with the soldiers' rekindled fighting spirit, they could hold out for a short while. He maneuvered the fleet and the insect swarm, directed the other soldiers, and simultaneously diverted some attention to Mengta's home planet. Feli and the others had encountered some dangers, but they were not as severe as expected. After all, their estimation of Mengta's strength had factored in the insect swarm. Since there was still such abundant military force, the home planet must have been fraught with peril. In reality, Mengta was truly at its wit's end. Chen Mo's tactic of specifically targeting resource points had left Mengta with very few reserves. Even if they built fleets in outer star regions, they could not jump in through warp due to the blockade. Of course, for the core, which was of utmost importance, Mengta had reserved a large number of protective devices. But the moment the insect swarm descended, they relied on their sheer numbers to carve a path. If not for the genetic restrictions, Chen Mo would have already obtained a control chip. Speaking of which, Chen Mo couldn't quite figure out how Mengta verified identities. He even tried to create a pure Panner person without using the insect swarm's genes, but it simply didn't work. The control chip refused to recognize it. The situation now was that Chen Mo had already cleared away all lethal threats, washed the fruits of Eden, and placed them on the plate, waiting only for Feli to come and eat. There were some deliberately left dangers along the way, but they were merely dangerous, not fatal. Watching the positions of Feli and the others, Chen Mo estimated the time in his mind. He encouraged the soldiers while ordering the insect swarm to kill ruthlessly. Time was running out. There were still many remaining captains and high-ranking commanders. To ensure the smooth execution of the final step, at least half of these people had to be eliminated. The sacrificed soldiers would never imagine that the beacon of hope who led them toward victory, the guide, whose mask concealed the true face, was actually the culprit who had pushed them into the abyss. Follow me closely. A commander led nearly 500 warships, skillfully weaving through the insect tide. Bertian attached to the 5th Starship First-Class Commander, one of the Starship Commander candidates. The commander's intelligence surfaced in Chen Mo's mind. In the next moment, the space above the fleet twisted and Samuel leaped out, piercing the ship's energy core with a single strike. Chen Mo shifted his gaze from the exploding fireball to the next commander on the list. Time passed. One ship after another exploded without cease. Commanders renowned for their combat prowess, along with their vessels, turned into dazzling fireworks. Suddenly a strange, unpredictable wave swept across the battlefield. The fleets truly belonging to Mengta immediately cut off power and drifted silently in space. Chen Mo ordered the insect swarm to halt as well. His gaze pierced through Mengta's cover and finally fell upon the woman wreathed in radiance. The acquisition of the control chip was so straightforward that it felt surreal to Feli. Though not without sacrifices, the assault squad had lost over 90% of its forces with less than 100 survivors. Yet even so, it was far simpler than anticipated. Feli had set foot on the planet with the resolve to die, though a 1,000-strong assault brigade faced the most formidable defenses of Mengta's core. Feeling the energy surge from the chip fused into her chest with a mere thought, she brought the entire fleet drifting in space to a halt. Yet one thing struck her as odd. Feli found herself unable to connect to the mechanical bugs through the control core. Fortunately, they too had ceased movement along with the fleet's stagnation. Perhaps having just obtained the core, she had yet to locate the module for controlling the mechanical bugs. Feli thought as much, not delving too deeply into the matter. Yet do not fault her for simplicity, though at that moment every surviving soldier's mind and thoughts were consumed by a single truth. Victory. After years of unending war, Panner had finally emerged as the ultimate victor. A maelstrom of joy and excitement drove people to wail in catharsis. They had lost so much to win this war. Countless families shattered, innumerable children orphaned, and endless parents bereaved. At last it was all over. With an inexpressible heart, Feli deactivated all of the planet's defenses, allowing the fleet floating outside to land. She rushed out in exhilaration, but as Chen Mo and the others descended from the warship, their expressions were grim, and they remained utterly silent. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but slow her pace. Haven't we won? Why is no one happy? Feli demanded loudly, though she had already sensed the truth of the matter. The control chip granted Feli full access to Mengta's permissions. Through the fleet still adrift in space, she noticed the absence of two of the most conspicuous entities. How could this be? Those were starships. The two commanders must have returned for resupply. Yes, that had to be it. Alas, this was merely her wishful thinking. Confronted with reality, Feli and the others lost their initial elation, becoming taciturn. A victory long anticipated, yet its cost was beyond imagination. This was the unanimous verdict on the war: 80% of the ships, 90% of the commanders, 2 starships, and 2 starship commanders. Such were the losses of Panner and Nada, so staggering they nearly robbed one of breath. The sole consolation was the acquisition of Mengta's control chip. The two civilizations jointly held a celebration for the military, without blaming any officers for the immense losses. Given the circumstances, even total annihilation would not have been surprising. Mengta had reserved too much power, and they had performed admirably. Due to the heavy losses among mid- and high-ranking commanders, nearly all surviving soldiers and officers received promotions. Chen Mo became the supreme commander operating outside the fleet tasked with leading an independent biological fleet, enjoying the same privileges as a starship. Philly, who had led the capture of the control chip, was promoted threefold to become one of the supreme commanders. However, with all starships destroyed, this was merely a titular position requiring soldiers and vessels to be gradually replenished. Additionally, Philly would receive a quota for controlling the military's control chip. Before the war, the chip's candidates had been selected, but with the high-ranking officers nearly all perished, the best remaining choice was Philly. Chen Mo was also an excellent option, but due to Mengta's genetic experiments, he was unable to control the chip, a conclusion inferred from the rules. As for others, if Philly were alone, there might have been objections, but with Chen Mo standing silently behind her, no one dared to voice a second opinion. Mengta's program formatting would take some time. During this period, the chip would be entirely entrusted to Philly. Nada's losses are equally severe. If we use Mengta's fleet to attack, we won't have to split a third of the authority. At a secret meeting, a high-ranking government official made this proposal. Although Nada had joined the war and shared a common origin long ago, in the eyes of some in Panner, the two were still distinct, and this presented the perfect opportunity. This proposal garnered approval from many. As for its morality, matters of civilization's interests could not be judged by conventional secular standards. Ultimately, the proposal did not pass. While 40% supported it, conversely, over half opposed it. The two civilizations had not been separated for an exceptionally long time. Excluding artistic differences, their lifestyles still shared many commonalities, and with time, they would inevitably reunite as one civilization. With matters settled, Panner plunged into the meticulous planning of a military funeral. Heroes deserve to be remembered, not gradually forgotten. People selected nearby star systems, naming them after each fleet, and according to rank, the names and deeds of soldiers would be enshrined on different planets. Observers could access these records through devices. The most populous star held the life stories of over 100,000 soldiers. Nada assembled 20,000 master sculptors to carve artworks reflecting each soldier's unique life, placing them in the cities where people lived. Every piece would record a soldier's data and achievements. This was no mere formalistic military funeral. By integrating heroes more deeply into daily life, Panner ensured they would not be forgotten. Unlike the painstaking effort required for unique sculptures, burying soldiers' lives in stars relied entirely on technology and was executed swiftly. That very evening, residents could already view different life stories. Even after the funeral, no one rested. Years of war had severely constrained the civilization's livelihood, and with warships and soldiers needing replenishment, countless tasks kept everyone busy. Philly enjoyed a rare respite. Her only duty was to reset Mengta's program, and she had been spending most of her time at home. Yet truth be told, she was not entirely at leisure. Soon she would face a momentous event in her life. As they had agreed long ago, once everything concluded, the two would finally come together. Everyone knew of this and extended their congratulations. Philly had initially wanted a simple ceremony, but considering the current somber mood of the civilization, people urged her to hold a grand celebration, combining it with the allocation of Mengta's control chip on the same day. Philly agreed. Reflecting on the reason Chen Mo could not control the chip, she gently touched her chest. Beneath 5 centimeters of flesh lay the core capable of commanding all of Mengta. She decided to give Chen Mo a gift at the wedding, a gift that would grant him the authority over the chip. The wedding venue was chosen in an ancient palace in Panner. Due to its immense historical significance, only half of the area was usually open to the public, while the other half finally reopened after a long period of closure. The reason was not only the status of Chen Mo and Fei Li, but also the highlight that would follow the ceremony. Most of the high-ranking officials from both civilizations would gather here. Soldiers who could not attend and officials who could not leave their posts would also be closely monitoring the event. This place would become a turning point for the two civilizations. Craftsmen entered the palace early. Since Fei Li still needed time to fully reset the chip's program, they were tasked with setting up the wedding venue. Considering the aesthetic preferences of the Nada people, they had to ensure the site was both artistic and practical without damaging the structure and capable of being restored to its original state afterward. There was ample time, so much so that one of the wedding protagonists was not even within the civilization's star domain. After confirming the wedding date, Chen Mo left the civilization to carry out one final mission. He was to find a region suitable for transformation into an industrial star system. For the Panatar civilization, even the harshest star systems could eventually be reshaped into the desired form, but the upper limit was relatively low. It was like a passing grade of 60. Panator could transform a 0 into a 60, but it could never reach the level of. Moreover, as the civilization needed to expand and manpower was insufficient, no one was more suited than Chen Mo to explore unknown star regions. As usual, he piloted the fleet alone through the vast cosmos, gazing at the distant shimmering stars. Even with his current temperament, a flicker of fervor stirred within him. The Jiqi civilization, soon. Chen Mo's face turned cold. In truth, the Jiqi civilization might not even know that it had provoked the Chongzhu. To the swarm of that era, facing the Jiqi civilization was like an ordinary ant. The wheels of civilization would not care if they crushed an ant. Such was the tragedy of the week. They still don't know how vast the gap between the two civilizations really is. Recalling the intensity of the Jiqi civilization's attack, Panator could also achieve that level. But that did not mean the two civilizations were on the same tier. According to Panator's records, the Lorfu civilization had been a powerful first-tier civilization before the Mechanical Revolution. After the Mechanical Revolution, it fully took over, and even more time had passed since then. The Jiqi civilization was definitely stronger than the Chongzhu that had devoured Panator, a fact that needed no further. It was said that several civilizations harbored considerable discontent toward the Jiqi. Everyone had evolved step by step to become strong, only to have everything taken away by a research product. They could not help but feel sorrow, and could not tolerate it. However, an alliance. To be honest, Chen Mo did not like the term ally. In his view, it was nothing more than a group forcibly bound together by interests. There would be scheming, and in times of war they might stab each other in the back. Having grown accustomed to the Chongzhu's absolute obedience, he saw no need to cooperate with other civilizations unless necessary. Apart from distrust, there was another more important reason. Once any civilization truly understood the nature of the Chongzhu, they would immediately become irreconcilable enemies. The Chongzhu were driven by the urge to consume everything. They would kill all, devour the fresh corpses of their enemies, and from the remains a more powerful body would be born. From the very beginning, the path of the Chongzhu was destined to have no allies or subordinates. In this world, there were only two identities: food, and that which would eventually become food. Other civilizations would show even greater fear and disgust toward the Chongzhu than toward the Jiqi civilization, and they might even unite to attack. As for hiding the truth, acting alone was fine, but if they cooperated, it would eventually be exposed. No powerful civilization was foolish. Enough. The focus now is on Panator. The Jiqi is a matter for much later. Besides, there is the mysterious figure in my dreams. It's time to go back. The space ahead of the fleet began to warp, gradually opening a medium-sized wormhole connecting to Panator. While Chen Mo was on his way back, the wedding venue had already been completed. Even the most discerning Nada artist would have to praise it as perfect. The wedding adopted a vintage style with a very elaborate procedure. No sooner had Chen Mo arrived than he was pulled aside to memorize the process and change into handcrafted attire. The wedding began the next day. The highest authority of Panator's government recited the lengthy wedding vows. Normally, it would have been a military leader, but the military no longer had any officer of higher status than the two of them, so they had to settle for the next best option. The wedding was broadcast across both civilizations. People cheered wildly, not only in blessing for the couple, but also in anticipation of a bright future. It was said that the government had passed a proposal to designate this day as an important festival. When all the formalities were completed, two radiant beams of light descended from the sky, condensing into flawless rings on the raised hands of Chen Mo and Fei Li. They placed the rings on each other's fingers and embraced in happiness. This was all the residents were allowed to see. At the venue, another important matter was about to take place. Fei Li, wearing her wedding gown, stepped onto the stage as a glow emanated from her chest. The highest authority of Panator's government and the representative elected by the Nada also walked onto the stage. Everyone knew what was coming next. They held their breath, ready to welcome a new era. However, before the ceremony truly began, Fei Li had something to say. She turned to look at Chen Mo, whose face always carried a gentle smile. That sight stirred within her the courage to face anything. It was you. When I fell into the abyss, you reached out. And it was you again when I was in danger. You unhesitatingly stood in front of me. And it was still you who always stood behind me without complaint. I am not worthy to be the controller of the chip. Fei Li's words stunned the crowd. Although many had thought so, her current position relied more on Chen Mo's support. Their recognition of Fei Li was in fact recognition of the man behind her. Chen Mo is undoubtedly far more excellent than me, yet he cannot become the controller for a ridiculous reason. That is extremely unfair. I have altered the control chips program without authorization. I am willing to accept any punishment for that. But now Chen Mo can also become the controller. I voluntarily give up my place. Fei Li, don't refuse. This is what you deserve, Chen Mo. No, my beloved. Fei Li showed a blissful smile. She felt that no moment could be happier than this. She finally had everything. And she was very sure of one thing: even though she had altered the chip program, without authorization, no one would reject this proposal. They dared not. Chen Mo slowly walked up to the stage, spreading his arms, causing the fabric of his clothes to crease. It seemed a bit too small. He would have to have it tailored later. And also children's clothes. Though they could be bought anywhere for his own child, he would prefer to make them himself. Fei Li was lost in a vision of a happy future. The two embraced each other. Just as the audience below was about to applaud, a storm of terror swept through the entire venue. Their eyes widened in horror as they stared at the scene on stage. A hand with distinct knuckles stained with blood pierced through Fei Li's chest, grasping the shimmering chip. Fei Li looked up tremblingly at the hand piercing through her chest. The man before her still wore that familiar smile, yet she could no longer see any warmth in it. Mo. As one of the protagonists of the wedding, Fei Li was not wearing an exoskeleton armor. She could feel her blood gushing out from the wound, warmth and strength draining away, but she paid no attention to it. She just stared blankly at Chen Mo. Why? The complicated situation was beyond Fei Li's comprehension. She could not believe, no matter what, that the one she deeply loved would personally pierce through her chest. Is it so hard to understand? Chen Mo withdrew his hand. Losing support, Fei Li collapsed to the ground. Facing the beloved he once loved, he didn't even bother to glance at her, instead focusing entirely on the gleaming control chip in his hand. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. I originally planned to wait until the chip was divided, then slowly modify the program to reclaim it. You've saved me a lot of time. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the people below finally reacted. But just as they let out a roar of rage before they could even stand up, a mouthful of black blood sprayed from their mouths. Don't get too excited. Chen Mo kept smiling, gripping the core tightly. Feeling the authority merging with his soul, he actively stopped the fusion. You've been infected with a genetic virus. If you keep your emotions stable, you can live a few more minutes. Oh right, you don't know the concept of minutes. Why? If you want the authority of the Dream Tower, I can completely. Fei Li's intermittent voice came from behind. She lay on the ground, a pool of blood forming beneath her, mucus and tears mingling. To be able to speak with such injuries, your physical functions are indeed excellent. But even now you still believe in this love game. Fei Li, let me teach you one last lesson. As a commander, having too much emotion is not a good thing. Chen Mo took off the ring and threw it away like trash. All along, everything you had for me was fake. That's right, it was all Chen Mo leaned down, the coldness gradually fading and the familiar warmth bloomed again. However, even though there was no love, I am still deeply grateful. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth rose high as he spread his arms. A thick, viscous excitement made the space tremble. Now I can shake the stars. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a huge wormhole opened in the air. A tide of insects surged out, and above the planet, a perfectly intact starship caused everyone's pupils to tremble violently. They recognized the emblem on it. 3 beams of light descended from it. 3 creatures whose forms were close to human, but with extremely ugly heads, landed on the ground. They knelt on one knee and shouted with fervent voices, "Lord Dominator, Father Starship." So. Fei Li's nearly dry eyes shed tears again. She wept in despair. The pillar named Chen Mo collapsed, completely tearing apart the world that had just been mended. Fei Li, in your next life, don't be so naive anymore. Chen Mo turned to look at the people below. Behind him, Samuel raised his fist high. Boom. Due to the news blackout, the residents still didn't know what had happened on the home planet. From the end of the war until now, they had been immersed in joy. If nothing unexpected happened, it would probably continue into the distant future. But the arrival of a beam of light brought the joy to an abrupt halt. Without any warning, the planet was suddenly attacked. The planetary defenses had no reaction at all. Joy was replaced by panic. The dazzling beam of light overshadowed the fireworks. In the space outside the planet, witnessing the brilliant radiance of the planet's explosion, Shur slowly withdrew his gaze. He and Samuel had been ordered to cleanse Panner and Nada. Some more important resource planets required time to ensure their integrity, but a planet like this one used for habitation had no value to preserve. Compared to laborious cleansing, outright destruction was more straightforward. The advance of the insect-tied army encountered almost no resistance. Chen Mo's infiltration of Panner and Nada was thorough. Every group had parasitized individuals. It was difficult for them to kill all their compatriots, but deploying the genetic virus was very simple. For the insect race, the most valuable things from the 2 civilizations were merely vast resources. As for the technological principles, Chen Mo, through parasitized researchers and scattered memories and documents, had already obtained everything. It just took time to digest, and this part was entirely left to Lin. As for Chen Mo, he had been studying the control chip of the Dream Tower. He didn't need the Dream Tower's army. He needed the Dream Tower itself, the super AI. Fei Li hadn't lied. After proper experiments, he had confirmed that he could control the Dream Tower without side effects. But he didn't fuse the chip with himself. Instead, he stored it on the repaired hive. He didn't need the super AI's computing power, nor did he need it to command the fleet. He would keep the Dream Tower as a trump card until facing the machine civilization. Although he didn't know if the super AI would rebel under the suppression of the insect tides, while Chen Mo still planned to reset its program regularly. In the palace of Panner's home planet, Sure, having completed his mission, carefully adjusted his attire to ensure not a single wrinkle. Although the Dominator didn't care about such things, Sure believed it was a proper courtesy to observe. Is the next step the machine civilization? The burly Samuel inquired. This was only a projection. Because he had a compressed star inside his body, he could no longer freely control his size, and the palace where Chen Mo resided was not large enough to accommodate him. Probably. We don't need to think about these things. We just need to wait for the Lord Dominator's orders, Sure said calmly. It's just infuriating. That damned civilization dared to threaten the Lord Dominator's safety. Samuel angrily exhaled. Even though it was just a phantom, the materialized anger still shook the palace. Enough, don't disturb the Lord Dominator. Sure turned his head. I know. Samuel restrained his anger and looked toward the end of the magnificent corridor. 2 rows of upright insect soldiers stood on either side. Inside the door at the center was their supreme master. Sure gently knocked on the door. Lord Dominator, it's Sure. This was an unnecessary gesture. No matter where they were, Chen Mo could clearly know their location. The door opened inward. The 2 entered the room. The Dominator, seated on the throne, slowly opened his eyes. Everything is settled. Yes, all resources have been integrated, and a gene virus specifically targeting Parna and Nada has been disseminated across the universe. The master bowed his head. Now only Lin's matter remains. Chen Mo had never forgotten the words of the mysterious figure who had said that once he had devoured the civilization he occupied, everything would be revealed. Now Chen Mo had followed the agreement, but the other's arrival had yet to occur. If the mysterious figure was not breaking the pact, then it was because Lin had not yet organized all the technologies and had not achieved the concept of complete devouring. Go and assist Lin. Yes. Organizing technology was a time-consuming endeavor. Even if the principles could be found, mastering them thoroughly still required a period of time. And as Chen Mo had anticipated, the moment the swarm fully mastered all the technologies of the 2 civilizations, a stranger, yet familiar, guest once again visited his spiritual world, which was vaster than a star domain. Gazing at the face identical to his own, Chen Mo was no longer as astonished as before. He had already conceived many possibilities. Who are you? He asked the question he had repeated countless times, and this time he received an answer. I am you. An expected reply, yet Chen Mo shook his head. It seems you already have an answer. Are you the future me or the past me? I am in a sense the past you. In a sense. Explaining is a bit troublesome. See for yourself. A sudden wave of dizziness swept over Chen Mo, and when the vertigo faded, his spiritual world displayed an entirely different scene. From the Big Bang to the birth of galaxies, the image gradually settled on an ordinary planet, where a dark purple creature covered in tentacles cautiously lurked in a dangerous jungle teeming with colossal beasts. It was undeniably weak. Countless beings in the jungle could easily destroy it. Yet compared to those simple-minded creatures, it possessed rare intelligence. It set traps, exploited conflicts between 2 powerful foes, and sneaked into nests when the females were absent. Thus it grew stronger with caution, gradually acquiring traits of the creatures it had consumed. It hatched one insect after another, and its swarm expanded. Relying on sheer numbers, it even dared to actively hunt the most powerful groups. This is the origin of you and me, the past overlord said with a smile. Chen Mo did not respond, continuing to watch the scene. After the swarm had devoured all life on the planet, the overlord gazed at the stars for the first time. Unlike Chen Mo, who could access space through human technology, the overlord, whose planet had yet to birth a civilization, chose a more clumsy method. It spent a long time destroying the homeworld that had spawned the primordial swarm. The planetary explosion obliterated more than 99 of the swarm, but a tiny fraction carried by the asteroid rain of the shattered planet set out toward the stars. Since you were merely a phantom image, was the swarm destroyed? Chen Mo looked up at the past overlord, sensing the fragility of its will. It was definitely not a living overlord, but a remnant image preserved through some time. What destroyed you? The cosmic will. The cosmic will, eh? Chen Mo frowned. If you were the former you, it would be difficult to explain. But now you have already understood part of it. The main reason for the failure of various civilizations' God creation projects is the cosmic will. Be more specific. You really have no patience. The past overlord sighed helplessly and continued, whether it is an individual or a civilization itself, the universe does not allow excessive power. If a certain critical point is reached, the cosmic will descend. If it cannot eliminate the individual or civilization, the universe will reboot. Civilizations that cannot escape will be destroyed together with the old universe. Like the past swarm. Exactly. What is the critical point for individuals and civilizations? For individuals, there is no need to worry. If the threshold is reached, there will be warnings in advance. As for civilizations, the critical point depends on mastery of several key technologies, such as dimensional weapons, conceptual weapons, logic-based weapons, rule-based weapons, time-based weapons, and so on. These weapons do not manifest as physical attacks, but they are far more terrifying than all the technologies you have mastered. For a simple example, 1 + 1 = 2. If I alter the enemy's concept of addition, the more reinforcements they send, the more they lose. If I alter my own concept of subtraction, the more troops I lose, the more I gain. Of course, if I change the mathematical concept of a galaxy, no troops need to be deployed, the galaxy itself will be destroyed by its chaotic rules. Is this a technology that can be realized? Chen Mo's frown deepened. Of course. In fact, every truly powerful civilization, when their technology reaches its peak, delves into one of these fields. Is there an upper limit to a civilization's technology? Yes, and that is good news for you. Once a civilization reaches the conventional peak, it cannot grow stronger. Even if it masters one of the above technologies, no matter to what extent, they dare not use it to avoid the cosmic will. Even researching it is extremely dangerous. The weapon you mastered is time. Chen Mo's words were a question, but his tone was utterly certain. The past overlord smiled, and the scene shifted again. At that time, the swarm had spread across the universe, leaving almost no other civilizations. But suddenly the swarm began to dissipate without any warning. No physical attack, no energy fluctuation, no sensation. The swarm destroyed itself under an irresistible, mysterious force. In the final crisis, the Overlord used the rules of time to travel to a future rebooted universe. It immediately erased all knowledge of time rules from itself, but the cosmic will had already locked onto it. Sensing the terror descending once more, it made a split-second decision. It injected part of the swarm's will and part of its genes into the created nest, then self-destructed. This was why the nest contained mutant viruses and technologies surpassing ordinary civilizations. It was originally a product of a higher civilization. The nest, drifting through the cosmos, eventually landed on a blue planet. During its long slumber, it witnessed many eras with different creatures rising to the throne of world dominators. When the beings called humans rose, a wisp of the nest will infused itself into a woman. The woman was completely unaware, and as generations passed, the swarms will followed the bloodline, constantly shifting hosts. Until a man named Chen Mo in his despondency locked himself in a basement. After a long time, the nest finally appeared, and on one night injected the remaining will and genes into the man's body. The scene ended there. Chen Mo took a deep breath and asked a question. Why did you choose me? The nest had countless opportunities to revive, but had never chosen to awaken. In the long river of history, there were no shortage of outstanding individuals. Why choose a complete failure like him? According to the will's choice, you were the most suitable candidate at that time. So that's why you said, in a sense, the past me. Because strictly speaking, I am not entirely you. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Why not choose to go back to the past, to the time when the swarm was weak? Even if you voluntarily forgot the rules of time and many technologies, you could still provide useful intelligence, like what advanced civilizations exist. That involves the law of causality. If the cosmic will destroyed the past universe, I would never have been born. I would be annihilated from the root. The past overlord replied. You voluntarily forgot the technologies. It seems I won't get any relevant help. Indeed. And this is also the last time we speak. I have been marked with an indelible imprint. If I continue to exist, even as a mere fragile image, the cosmic will eventually bring destruction again. So don't worry. You are the sole overlord. One last question. You said civilizations that cannot escape the universe will be destroyed by the reboot. Does that mean there is a possibility of escaping the universe? This is a consensus among many civilizations. But where to escape, I never learned. Perhaps to a vaster existence or to another universe. To achieve this, one would need to master all the technologies I mentioned. Yet once any one of these technologies is fully matured, whether used or not, the cosmic will come knocking. Having detached from the spiritual realm, Chen Mo remained with his eyes closed for a long time. From the brief conversation, he gleaned a wealth of crucial intelligence. The foremost issue was naturally that of his identity. He had long suspected whether he was the one controlling the swarm or if the swarm was influencing his subjective consciousness. Now it seemed clear that he had never been entirely human from the very beginning. The bloodline of the Dominator had always been latent within his soul. The emergence of the hive merely awakened that instinct. As for the initial period of confusion, it was likely the time required for complete awakening. As the instinct stirred, the power of the Dominator would gradually return. This was why training yielded no visible results, and why control had always grown on its own. Next were the unique abilities of the swarm, such as the living armor still attached to him, and the swarm's ability to communicate instantaneously regardless of distance. According to the previous Dominator, these were merely gifts left for descendants, serving as the foundation for their rise. Finally, there was good news regarding the strength of civilizations. The universe had existed for eons beyond measure. The longest-lasting civilization Chen Mo had encountered was less than 1/10th of that age. If the Panner could wield the power to destroy a barred spiral galaxy, then how formidable would a civilization that had persisted for hundreds of millions or even billions of years be? Could they annihilate a barred spiral galaxy with a single thought? The past Dominator provided a definitive answer no. The past Dominator provided a definitive answer, and the answer was negative. Civilizations had a conventional upper limit. The Panner were not far from that limit, but they were not beyond reach. In other words, by annexing the technological achievements of the Panner and the Nada and relying on the swarm's rapid reproduction, Chen Mo could now contend with any civilization in this universe, though the outcome would likely be a complete defeat. What truly demanded attention were those forbidden-level technologies. In the current universe, some top-tier civilizations were undoubtedly researching them. However, the probability of a wisdom apparatus was low. The excessive rigor of super artificial intelligence meant that experiments would never produce errors or deviations. Yet many scientific breakthroughs were discovered through chance and accident. Lacking that artificial intelligence held little hope. The greatest prospect lay in studying mathematical rules, but the wisdom apparatus revolution was only tens of thousands of years old, insufficient to even glimpse the threshold. Even if they were researching, there was no cause for concern. Wisdom apparatus civilization was likely the pinnacle of conventional technological civilization. If he could devour it, the swarm would leap to become a true top-tier civilization. The difficulty was immense, yet not entirely impossible. The swarm possessed the strength to stalemate a wisdom apparatus civilization. Even if the fleet was completely annihilated, he could find resource points and rehatch. Moreover, he held the Dream Tower as a trump card. In short, Chen Mo had already acquired the power to challenge a wisdom apparatus civilization. The two priorities now were first to fully digest the technology of the Panner and the Nada, ensuring he could produce any required devices at any time. Second, to determine the location of the wisdom apparatus civilization. This was not a war on a single planet, nor even within a mere barred spiral galaxy. The universe was vast beyond measure. Even with mature folding devices, precisely locating a civilization was no easy task. Not all civilizations broadcast their positions as carelessly as the one he had casually destroyed. But clues were not entirely absent. Both the database of Luo Erfu and the records of the Panner and the Nada clearly documented the past location of Luo Erfu. If the wisdom apparatus civilization had not relocated its galaxy, it could be pinpointed. However, this possibility was very slim. The universe was not static, different regions had different rules. For the convenience of certain research-capable civilizations would move some galaxies. Additionally, after a war, relocations were common. But this was the only clue, and Chen Mo was not willing to abandon it. He constructed a more refined hive, and was currently working with Lin to fuse technology and biology, creating more powerful breeds. Relying on the devices in the Dream Tower galaxy, Chen Mo could perfectly conceal his position. Moreover, possessing the reset core allowed him to relocate galaxies. When war erupted, he would hide, avoiding a repeat of the previous incident, where the wisdom apparatus civilization had traced biological signals, and the swarms will to destroy the entire race. As usual, after issuing commands, Chen Mo locked himself in his room. Long ago, he had developed this habit, sitting alone in stillness like a stone statue until new progress emerged, only then opening his eyes to once again become the Dominator, commanding the entire swarm, just as he did this time. Dominator. Sam Ayer's voice echoed within the palace. Beneath its feet was an ordinary star system, one of the galaxies originally occupied by Luo Erfu, located at the outermost edge of that civilization. Tests indicated the presence of life-form reactions. Strangely, whether it was the obvious defensive systems or the spaceships floating in outer space, the civilization appeared powerful at first glance, but in reality it was roughly equivalent to Luo Erfu before being devoured by the swarm, pitifully weak. Some civilizations were not yet capable of altering planetary ecosystems, but faced the problem of deteriorating homeworld environments. They would scan the cosmos for a habitable planet. If the wisdom apparatus civilization had relocated without moving its galaxy, there was a possibility that other civilizations had occupied it. Of course, it could also be a disguise of the wisdom apparatus civilization, a trap designed to draw fire. Which one was it? Chen Mo did not ponder long. Whether the true cause was the former or the latter, the difference was not significant. Ordinary civilizations, when attacking others, would consider many factors. Stumbling into a trap would not only cause casualties, but also expose their true intentions. Neither of these concerns applied to the swarm. To date, Chen Mo had not yet pinpointed the exact location of the wisdom apparatus civilization, and no clue could be overlooked. As for casualties, the swarm had never needed to worry about such matters, whether weak or strong. Even high-ranking primary intelligence units were expendable, able to be sacrificed and resurrected at any time. Wait. Just as Sam Ayer was about to decisively destroy the galaxy, Chen Mo suddenly called for a halt. He thought of a third possibility. Chen Mo had once lied, claiming to be an experiment subject from Dream Tower, and had inadvertently joined the laboratory in that capacity. The reason was that Dream Tower needed the intellect of other beings to continue research. Since Dream Tower, which had only recently undergone revolution, engaged in such behavior, it stood to reason that the wisdom apparatus civilization, which had revolted earlier, would also cultivate its own researchers. Could this be a breeding ground? Although the defense level was not high, breeding grounds had their own classifications. This galaxy, once on the border of the original Luo Urfu civilization, might now have degenerated into a barbaric frontier. Free-range farming. The thought suddenly struck Chen Mo. Hatch an individual. As you command. This is not a difficult decision. Even if this place is not a breeding farm, and it's just Chen Mo being overly suspicious, what would be lost? Time. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. In the past, he might have felt urgency due to the unknown powerful civilizations lurking in the universe, but ever since the previous sovereign explained the situation, and he learned that civilization levels had an upper limit, that urgency vanished without a trace. Samuel deployed a beast that had been modified countless times. These beasts now stood over 100 meters tall, with a body length exceeding 200 meters. They relied on internal matter-antimatter collision devices for energy to sustain their bodies, possessed 13 layers of composite chitin and metal armor, were equipped with micro-spatial matrix field devices, had self-healing genes, and the modified plasma bugs on their shoulders allowed them to engage in long-range attacks. The internal matter-antimatter device could also generate large-yield antimatter clusters which, when delivered to a planet's core, would enable a single unit to destroy a planet. Of course, despite their apparent power, these beasts were not outstanding in galactic warfare, especially when facing civilizations of similar or higher levels. The swarm had more efficient attack methods. Thus, the seemingly powerful beasts had never truly demonstrated their killing prowess. Today, the opportunity finally arrived. Relying on the spatial matrix field and superluminal travel speed, the beast easily broke through the planet's blockade, crashing down like a massive meteor. As the earth trembled, a colossal monster rampaged forth, charging recklessly through the ruins of the city. Buzz! At this moment, the urgent alarm finally sounded, the sky flashing with dangerous red light. Countless guardian robots hidden in midair emerged, and ultra-high-temperature ion laser beams locked onto the beast. Facing beams that could melt gold and stone, the beast did not dodge or evade. Layers of ripples spread around its body. Protected by the spatial matrix field, the low-end ultra-high-temperature ion laser beams had no effect. Screech. The plasma bugs emitted a series of shrill cries. As matter and antimatter mixed, a phantom purple hue emerged. The beast roared to the sky, and as deep purple energy shockwaves spread, rings of explosive flames surged outward. Every cubic meter of space seemed to have suffered the devastation of hundreds of nuclear weapons. Indeed, it was nuclear weapons, but with high-frequency radiation mixed into the matter-antimatter explosion, causing irreversible damage to any life form within the biological category. Moments later, the high temperature cooled, leaving only a scorched black crater. Gases began to backflow, strong winds dragged in clouds, and with a dull thunderclap, a suffocating, oppressive torrential rain poured down. The beast's forelimbs slammed down heavily, stirring up thick water mist. The next moment, it burst into a speed that belied its size, rushing swiftly toward a nearby city, but after just a few steps it was intercepted. Several spacecraft, still burning with flames and shimmering with blazing white light, fell from the sky. To the current swarm, the technological level of this civilization was relatively low. But for the swarm of the past, this was a level that, even relying on hundreds of trillions of numbers, could not easily breach. The spacecraft floating nearby rushed over as soon as they received the invasion alert. The rain fell on the spacecraft, crackling and bursting into clouds of mist. The temperature from friction with the atmosphere rapidly dropped, and the flames gradually extinguished. Looking at the beast below, the male controlling the spacecraft couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. It seems to be waiting for us. Could it be that it wants something from us? How is that possible? It invaded our planet. Even if it hopes for help, this approach is destined to bring destruction. It's better to wait, so it won't destroy the next city. Another male angrily opened the weapon system as a dark device emitted an icy blue glow. Attacks from other spacecraft followed immediately. Hit. What a stupid creature. The light precisely struck the beast, but before the laughter could fade, the beast tore through the light, its head covered in composite chitin armor, appearing extremely ferocious. Spatial matrix field. The male let out a sharp scream, his tiny compound eyes flickering with terror. It's the cleaner. Boom. The next moment, true destruction descended. The beast snorted disdainfully, swayed its massive body, and headed for the next city. District 16 Combat Command Center. Several bizarre-looking creatures huddled together, chattering and screeching with obvious notes of fear. The cleaner. A term utterly unfamiliar to other civilizations, but for certain specific ones it symbolized catastrophe. These civilizations shared a common trait: they had all once been attached to a powerful civilization. That civilization gave them immense help both in technology and resources with no reservations. What that civilization needed was their wisdom. As long as they provided qualified researchers, they could maintain this special cooperative relationship. However, differences existed between civilizations, and the wisdom of beings had varying upper limits. Some unqualified civilizations would be eliminated, and the cleaner was sent to destroy these eliminated civilizations. Occasionally there were those that slipped through the net. Some particularly foolish civilizations often managed to evade the cleaner, or rather, because of their extreme stupidity, the cleaner did not even deem them as targets requiring destruction. The Huya tribe was such a civilization. Their stupidity was appalling. They had escaped the cleaner. After many years they believed they were safe, but today destruction still came. It must be the cleaner. They were utterly certain. Although that powerful civilization had cast out the Huya tribe, they had also left behind precious wealth, some technological achievements of a high-level civilization. Over the long years they had managed to research a small portion. Though the rest would never be grasped when they saw it with their own eyes, they could still recognize it immediately. Not to mention how the enemy arrived at the third planet near the star without alerting any detection devices. The mere fact that the beast displayed a spatial matrix field was enough to prove it was a product of a high-level civilization. In comparison, they were much lower in rank, and the galaxy had no precious resources. The only resource planet had been moved away via a wormhole when that civilization withdrew. Of course, this was not enough to prove that the beast was the cleaner. After all, even if the gap between civilizations was vast, it was like a bored child occasionally pouring hot water into an insect's nest, laughing at the dead insects that floated out. As far as they knew, some high-level civilizations particularly enjoyed crushing lower-level civilizations to gain the pleasure they liked. But here it was different. They were infamous throughout the universe for their stupidity, yet they possessed various high-level research materials. However, no slightly stronger civilization had ever invaded despite the enormous benefits. The reason was simple: this place was near that civilization, and even if not within its territory, an attack would still be seen as provocation. Weaker civilizations lacked the courage, and powerful ones deemed it not worthwhile. Thus the Huya tribe had remained safe and sound. Panic rapidly spread through the command center. As a former subordinate civilization, they knew all too well what the cleanser meant. So far, no civilization that the cleanser had confirmed for destruction had ever survived. What is the cleanser doing? A cry of alarm rose from the crowd. Due to extreme terror, the voice trembled into silence, creating a bizarre sense of absurdity, but they had no intention of laughing. Instead, they looked toward the cleanser wreaking havoc in the next city. There were clearly more efficient methods of cleansing. They could have destroyed their planet in an instant. Yet the opponent ambled slowly through the city like an elderly man inspecting a flower garden, occasionally stooping to remove weeds. At that moment, the insects living beneath the weeds roared in fury, crawling up the old man's arms onto his body, retaliating in their own way. Seeming somewhat irritated, the old man took out a can of insecticide from behind. Boom! The brilliance of matter-antimatter collisions bloomed once more from the city. The brute precisely controlled the yield, ensuring the city's destruction without causing excessive impact beyond its boundaries. Over 20 warships were instantly engulfed by the explosive flames, turning into another mass of burning fire. The brute shook its head and slowly ambled toward the next city. It was playing. The people of the Huya clan thought of this word. The cleanser's behavior did not resemble an attempt to destroy their planet, but merely playful amusement. They couldn't help but feel anger. Countless lives had been lost. Was it merely a game in the eyes of the superior civilization? The answer was yes. Boom. Sensing that the city was evacuating its population, the brute no longer ambled over. Instead, from a great distance, it launched antimatter clusters, instantly obliterating 6 cities. Witnessing this, the anger that had just risen in people suddenly dissipated. Though they were utterly foolish, that was only relative to the higher civilizations. From a scientific perspective, not, because they genuinely lacked intelligence. The cleanser's actions led them to a despairing conclusion: if they did not evacuate the people and ignored the deaths of their compatriots, the cleanser would not rapidly destroy the planet, thereby maximizing the delay of their extinction. Was it to choose resistance and accelerate death, or to silently await death without resistance? It was a choice with different processes, but the same outcome. People trembled all over, beginning to cry in despair, regretting their past decisions. If they had abandoned this seemingly safe place from the very beginning and rebuilt their civilization elsewhere, perhaps this day would never have come. They were terrified of the universe, so after being abandoned, they shamelessly clung to the other's strength, which ultimately manifested as punishment today. No, there is still a chance. A man suddenly stood up, staring intently at the brute. The 5 compound eyes on his head glowed, and he grasped at the last straw. This cleanser's specification is very low. Although it has spatial matrix force field protection, the strength of the force field is not high. He rewound the footage and pointed at the spatial ripples around the brute caused by the antimatter cluster explosion. By normal matrix force field strength, this amount of antimatter would be far from sufficient to produce such an effect. We have a chance to kill it. The people rejoiced, as always, feeling that fate still favored Huya. As for whether if they actually destroyed the cleanser that civilization would send an even more powerful one, that was temporarily beyond their consideration. Without resistance, they were doomed to die. If they fought, they might still snatch a sliver of hope. Of course, they were not entirely unprepared. As they assembled ships and ground forces, cosmic transport vessels descended from outside. Once the firepower covered the cleanser, they would take the opportunity to evacuate the population. This was undoubtedly the best approach regardless of whether they could eliminate the cleanser. It would ultimately buy enough time for evacuation. They didn't call for reinforcements, but chose to evacuate the populace, and in such an inefficient way. Through the observer derived from the Sentinel Matrix biologization, Chen Mo clearly saw the situation on the planet. They didn't use space-folding devices, didn't call for support, and even their spacecraft barely reached near light speed. Even if they were left to fend for themselves, they wouldn't lack even a decent defense, would they? But there are also some technologies that do not belong to this civilization's level. Chen Mo observed every corner of the planet, discovering that this was an extremely peculiar civilization. According to the general system, it was a civilization that could barely break free from its star system and achieve interstellar colonization, yet some of its technologies belonged to either higher or lower civilizations. A simple example: a knight riding an old-fashioned car wielding a wooden stick with a stone tied to it, yet wearing a composite material energy-absorbing protective suit. This was clearly abnormal. The birth of a new technology can influence every aspect, improving every aspect rather than being limited to one or two uses. Yet this civilization showed no signs of normal technological advancement. It was particularly deformed. A powerful civilization came leaving behind technology, but the natives could not understand it or break it down, so they could only use it in a single aspect. That was the most reasonable explanation. If so, could that powerful civilization be the intelligent device? It's necessary to take a good look. Chen Mo ordered the brute to maintain a slow pace of destruction while having Samuel blockade the star system, and then spread parasitic spores across the entire planet. With this single command, the Huya clan terrifyingly discovered that the once unimpeded cosmos was instantly and completely sealed off. This was a majestic power they could not comprehend, and they could only be forced to descend. Watching the brute still destroying cities, the desperate situation instead ignited the last bit of bloodlust in the Huya clan. They no longer hesitated, abandoning hope for the continuation of their civilization's spark, and recklessly attacked the brute. But at that moment the sky suddenly turned black. A black cloud descended so dense that even light could not penetrate. The Huya clan raised their heads, facing the terrifying scene as if the sky were falling. They were too panicked to utter a word. Some attempted to counterattack, but quickly discovered that the spores also enveloped the matrix force field. Only at extremely close range did the spatial matrix force field lose its effect, and they were completely submerged by the spores. However, life did not end there. The spores were not lethal. On the contrary, after the initial incubation phase, the spores actively fed energy back to the host to ensure the continuation of the host's life. This period was precisely the most agonizing time for the hosts. They could clearly sense something hatching inside their bodies, and as their consciousness slipped away, their senses magnified countless times, allowing them to feel the parasites crawling within, even the wriggling of tentacles, vividly piecing together images in their minds. Fortunately, this process was very brief. Unfortunately, it was the final brilliance of subjective consciousness in life. In an instant, a vast amount of fragmented memories flooded the insect swarm network. The intelligent units at each node ran at full speed, swiftly clearing away the clutter of useless information and piecing together coherent, useful memories. Of course, even after collation, the volume of memories remained daunting, but Chen Mo grasped the core point in a short time. A high-level civilization that requires the wisdom of other civilizations. It possesses a perfected spatial matrix application, the technology to migrate planets without disrupting the overall structure of a star system, commands countless subsidiary civilizations, and decides their life and death with a single word. This was undoubtedly a powerful civilization, already on par with Paner and Nada. And from the memories of the civilization's leader, it was clearly learned that this civilization possessed the technology to use black holes to devour objects, then combined with extremely mature spatial folding technology, transfer matter from within the black holes. If these facts could confirm that this civilization was a powerful top-tier civilization, then the key point Chen Mo focused on was the evidence that confirmed it was the Jiqi civilization. No civilization needed the wisdom of other civilizations more than this one. Especially a high-level civilization actually needed to cultivate researchers from lower civilizations, sparing no expense in providing technology and resources to other civilizations to create a more comfortable breeding ground. Such time-consuming and laborious efforts undertaken with risk, yet not choosing to cultivate their own researchers. There is only one possibility. That is, the civilization itself has great limitations in creativity, and this is precisely the pain point of an AI civilization. Although there were also some civilizations like the original Lorfu civilization that relied on other civilizations to evade disasters, that is cultivating other civilizations to pioneer the laws of the universe. One slip could foster a super civilization. Moreover, for the cosmic will that would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one escape, such tricks were utterly useless. Waging war is a provocation, so as long as we destroy this place, the Jiqi will definitely strike proactively. Chen Mo gave the order to attack without hesitation. Samar, destroy this place. Understood. Samar responded loudly. Biological signals that made space tremble surged around it, its 4 eyes trembling with fervor. It fully understood what this meant. As the most warlike among the 3 commanders, being able to personally sound the clarion call for the attack on the Jiqi civilization. This subordinate is deeply honored. The thick shell on Sam Meyer's back split open to both sides, revealing complex devices that unfolded, and massive energy began to accumulate. For the current Sam Meyer, there were many ways to destroy a standard star system. Generally speaking, to conserve energy, most civilizations would choose to efficiently destroy the star, and the stellar storm would gradually annihilate the entire system. If confronting a higher-level civilization capable of evading stellar storms, then they would strike in the form of energy, destroying the cores of each planet. Yet Sam Meyer chose the most energy-consuming and spectacular method. It created 4 large black holes locking onto the star system from 4 directions, working together. For different space-time curvatures, entangled like 4 massive gears, tearing the entire star system apart violently. Roar! Sam Meyer threw back its head and erupted into a furious roar. Black holes should have completely devoured biological signals and sound, but under the entanglement of 4 different space-time curvatures, the black holes became the best signal diffusion devices. In an instant, the entire star field echoed with Sam Meyer's roars. Buzz! Before Sam Meyer could close its mouth, the cosmos above suddenly twisted. Their reaction is indeed fast. Chen Mo's mind stirred. The cosmos beneath Sam Meyer also began to twist. The insect swarm army, already prepared for battle, flooded into the wormhole in batches. Yes, without scheming, without concealment, without temporary retreat, with Sam Meyer's violent roar as the opening, the insect swarm officially declared war on the Jiqi civilization. This seemed a rather reckless decision, but what better choice was there? Mengta even had a full domain surveillance system, and the Jiqi civilization's was only more perfect. The concealment effect of the insect swarm network was a neutered version left by the previous ruler to evade the cosmic will, and for a true top-tier civilization, it was almost ineffective. That is, once the insect swarm army truly entered the Jiqi civilization, it would be detected 100%. There was no way to take shortcuts. The moment Chen Mo decided to face the Jiqi civilization, he was prepared for a heating collision. The insect swarm never feared failure. Chen Mo feared failure even less. This was a probing attack with the worst-case scenario of sacrificing all forces. As long as the ruler's safety was guaranteed, the insect swarm had nothing it could not lose. 2 large wormholes opened almost simultaneously, but unlike the army sent by the insect swarm, the Jiqi, as before, only folded over a single offensive. An invisible giant net descended from above. The first to come into contact were the large black holes scattered around. The black holes, in name capable of devouring all matter, did not even hold for a second before rapidly disintegrating. Quantum-level cutting, or an even smaller scale. A type of insect soldier known for its defensive prowess charged forward, but there was no difference. Like the black holes, they collapsed the moment of contact. Not destroyed in the conventional way, but vanished completely from the genetic level. The insect swarm destroyed by this offensive could not even be recycled. It was like a filter net filtering out all matter larger than the mesh. The only difference was that a filter net separates while the net cast by the Jiqi civilization. This is a top-tier civilization in the universe. If one can leap out of this universe, how powerful would a civilization that has grasped the truth be? The insect swarm dispersed outward, but not in an attempt to evade the net's coverage. Instead, it was a preparatory step before activating a type of composite device. There was still a gap between the insect swarm and the Jiqi, but it was no longer the gap where the insect swarm could not even withstand a single folding offensive from the Jiqi civilization. The insect swarm opened their mouths in unison. Inside their mouths was not flesh in the conventional sense, but quantum and dark matter tremors mixed with exquisite machinery. Dark matter is everywhere. From a particle perspective, the interaction forces between them are weak, making it impossible to use as a conventional weapon. Therefore, it relies on quantum matter to connect them. Invisible threads took all the individual insect swarm units as nodes. The entire star field suddenly became heavy like a cup of water, suddenly freezing into ice. The net's descent gradually slowed until it completely stopped. Pop! A sound like a bubble bursting rang out. The universe regained its fluidity, and the net disappeared. Then a wormhole reopened, and the Jiqi civilization's true warship was revealed before Chen Mo's eyes for the first time. It was not a conventional warship, but a smooth sphere initially appearing dusty, like an iron ball left in an attic for years, yet gleaming with an eerie glossy sheen. The sphere abruptly expanded by about 1/10 of its volume, with crimson light surging from the fissures that opened rapidly spreading outward. The cosmos seemed to transform into a leaf with the red light as its densely veined network. The insect swarm repeated its tactic, deploying quantum and dark matter vibration devices to generate a protective barrier, but this time it proved futile. In an instant, the barrier shattered and hundreds of millions of outer layer insects were annihilated at the genetic level. This was the helplessness of battling a higher-order civilization. The terror of the insect swarm stemmed largely from evolution and numbers, the former aside the latter derived from group incubation that defied normal biological traits, which demanded vast resources as support. Thus, in many instances, the insect swarm would fight, while simultaneously recycling fallen insects to sustain an endless flood of reinforcements. However, annihilation at the genetic level completely thwarted any recycling plan. The only consolation was that the insect swarm was no longer the weak civilization it once was. It could devour many things and likewise accumulate resources in other galaxies through dimensional jumps. The swarm retreated and another wave of insects, entirely dark gray and covered in machinery, surged forward. The insect race harbored a fatal flaw. Even with an unscientific method of evolution, biology remained biology, fraught with limitations. One could rely on the river of time, pinning hopes on genetic evolution, but how long would that take? 100 million years? Or 200 million years? Chen Mo possessed infinite lifespan and lacked no patience for waiting, but this was simply too vast, so vast that even an eternal existence could not grasp it. Hence, from the very beginning, he formulated the core strategy of the insect race. It was not enough to evolve solely in biological form, they must integrate the technology of civilization. Only the fusion of the insect swarm with machinery could give birth to a true cosmic-level calamity. He not only planned this, but executed it. From the initial metal composite chitin shells to controllable cold fusion reactors, curvature engines, and later space matrix devices. What truly counters technology is often technology itself. The mechanical insect swarm blazed with blinding light as tearing forces from different directions acted upon the surrounding space. Unlike spatial folding technology that only exerted force in a few directions, the mechanical swarm, at the cost of self-destruction, collapsed itself into a gravitational point with mass greater than a black hole, yet infinitely smaller in volume. This was a powerful technique extracted from one of the starship's main weapon arsenals, capable of tearing a rift in the cosmos itself. Now refined by Lin and fueled by the swarm's numbers, it became the most terrifying area-wide weapon of destruction. If the battlefield were a chessboard, both sides' maneuvering forces could be seen as playing a game. But tearing the universe apart was akin to smashing the board entirely. From that moment, it was destined to be a war neither could win. Yet Chen Mo cared not. He felt no regret for exchanging many pawns for one of the opponent's pieces, nor any awareness of ruining the chessboard. This was the domain of the Zhiqi. Regardless of the method, as long as destruction was inflicted, a strategic victory had been achieved. The difference was merely the scale of the spoils. When challenging a superior, one must not cling to every inch of gain or loss. What matter if the swarm lost countless numbers? It could simply hatch anew. What matter if resources ran dry? They could simply gather more. The insect race now possessed the strength to overwhelm most civilizations in the universe. With a single command from Chen Mo, the swarm would mercilessly sweep through a spiral galaxy-scale region to obtain enough resources to hatch new swarms. This was Chen Mo's strategy, a mad strategy that truly revealed the essence of the insect swarm, one no other civilization could replicate. For even the mechanical insects in absolute terms were not products of technology, but subjects of the insect race. Watching the swarm and Zhiqi warships plunge together into the cosmic rift, Chen Mo issued another command without hesitation. Instantly, countless twisted wormholes appeared on the border of the Zhiqi civilization. Using the evolution-tested Mengjiao as transport vessels, the mechanical swarm launched a full-scale invasion. There was no need to engage the Zhiqi civilization in direct combat. Whenever they encountered an unbeatable fleet or a dimensional offensive, the mechanical swarm would self-destruct at once, forcibly chipping away a corner of Zhiqi's chessboard. Soon the Zhiqi discovered the swarm's unscrupulous tactics, which defied all conventional logic. It followed its past methods, trying to trace the swarm's network and follow the will of the hive mind to eradicate the entire civilization at its root. But having suffered destruction once, Chen Mo was far from unprepared. Panera was originally a high-order civilization that would have soon entered the first sequence if not for the influence of the Mengta Revolution. Indeed, before Chen Mo devoured it, it had already half a foot in that realm. Such a civilization, if it did nothing but exert all its efforts to conceal its own presence, would be nearly impossible to find even for the top-tier civilizations of the first sequence. Coupled with the entanglement of the swarm network, for the convenience of commanders like Sure, the control network had become far more bloated than the straightforward one of the past, with nodes so numerous they could not be sorted in a short time, greatly complicating traceback efforts. Chen Mo even withdrew all biological signals, commanding only the 3 commanders, directly exhausting every means to extract himself from the intricate swarm network. For ordinary civilizations, the supreme commander stepping back and entrusting all authority to subordinates is extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to complete marginalization, making him a puppet. But this was the insect race, a united, never-betraying insect swarm. Indeed, Sherlin Samayer, and even any intelligent unit, had the potential to become the next hive mind. Yet there was an absolute prerequisite: the death of the current ruler. Only when the swarm was leaderless would it elevate a new one. Until then, they harbored no second thoughts. Under the compounding of these conditions, the Zhiqi managed to eliminate only about 2/10 of the insects. After Sure added even more complex node networks, the Zhiqi completely abandoned this costly and computationally intensive method of attack. For a long time thereafter, the swarm and the Zhiqi entered a cycle. The swarm poured unceasingly into Zhiqi territory, and no matter how small the damage, even if it only destroyed a tiny patch of space, the insects would plunge headlong into the abyss without looking back. This scene had already been observed by several other first sequence civilizations. Should we pull back our detectors and monitors? I feel a bit dangerous. Watching the insects who were devouring the universe bit by bit with utter disregard for sacrifice, the nerves of the other civilizations were deeply shaken and filled with dread. The Zhiqi civilization was the most obnoxious civilization in the universe, not only for its habit of usurping others' nests, but also for its very nature. A superintelligence born from the technology of a civilization. This technology was something every civilization relied upon until one day an equal civilization fell to it, and even its seeds of civilization barely escaped. From that moment onward, the attitude of all civilizations in the universe towards superintelligence became extremely delicate, especially among the top-tier civilizations. Delving into the truths of the universe required immense computational power impossible for the brain of any biological being, so they had to rely on superintelligence. Yet this came with risks. Even if the inherent programming minimized those risks without interference, once the Zhiqi manipulated things, they would find themselves in a headache they had no way to resist. Consider a scoring analogy. If the superintelligence of a top-tier civilization could reach 95 points, and the Zhiqi, with its full permissions unlocked, hovered around 98, the 3-point gap could be ignored due to the defensive lines of civilization. However, to avoid repeating the superintelligence revolution, they deliberately suppressed the superintelligence's score to around 90, creating a full tier difference. Thus, the Zhiqi became a thorn in the side of all top-tier civilizations, a target they wished to eliminate, but had never found a good opportunity. Today, however, a warrior finally stepped forward to act on their behalf. Therefore, all civilizations in the universe adopted a wait-and-see attitude toward Chen Mo's actions, especially after learning that this suddenly emerged civilization did not belong to the top tier. Even if it failed to overthrow the Zhiqi, it would still cause less trouble than the Zhiqi itself. If nothing else, it would be satisfying to annoy the Zhiqi. To be honest, if the mysterious civilization could truly inflict heavy damage on the Zhiqi civilization, they would not hesitate to lend a helping hand in the final stage. All top-tier civilizations had long passed the era of plunder and slaughter. Wouldn't it be better to live in peace, staying home to study the truths of the universe? Every top-tier civilization followed this path, yet the Zhiqi civilization's existence was an unbearable eyesore, preventing them from focusing on their research. If it were eliminated, they could finally devote themselves wholeheartedly. As for why they felt a sense of dread to the point of considering retreat. The simplest example: a madman and a strong man engaged in a street fight, hacking at each other with knives, blood spraying with every blow. Even if you were stronger, witnessing such a gruesome scene would send chills down your spine, even if you were not the target. At the very least, you would hate to be splattered with blood. But where did this civilization come from? How did we have no intelligence on it before? While observing the battle, every civilization found it deeply unsettling. Powerful civilizations never emerged overnight. They required gradual accumulation, especially during the initial expansion phase, which was the most brutal and large-scale plunder, and the easiest phase to be discovered by other civilizations. Otherwise, why, after all these years, were the top-tier civilizations still the same old powers that had risen in that era? The universe seemed vast, but resources were limited. The fewer the participants, the greater the share for each. Other civilizations could become strong, but they would never ascend to the first-tier top civilizations. In recent years, the civilization closest to that position was called Panator. However, before they could act to suppress it, that civilization also suffered a superintelligence revolution. We have examined vast star regions and found relevant clues. Although the appearance is similar, the gap in civilization level is enormous. At this moment, a civilization shared a segment of footage among all top-tier civilizations. We had noticed it before and intended to wait until it grew stronger, but we never expected such a leap in progress. The footage showed a swarm of over 1 quadrillion bugs ravaging the galaxy. If not for the individual's limited power, the forces in the footage alone could devour any civilization. Even so, the sight of the black, overwhelming swarm was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In any case, it's not harmful to us. But with its attack methods, it's dealing very little damage to the Xiqi civilization. The Xiqi is not the type to care about territory. Should we lend some assistance? Let's wait and see. We still don't know the reason. This is nearly a war of annihilation. Is there some deep-seated hatred between the two sides? The higher the rank of a civilization, the greater the impact of war on itself. Especially when the weaker side initiates the war, there must be some deep grievance between the two. In the end, each high-ranking civilization withdrew its forces stationed near the Xiqi civilization, leaving only surveillance equipment and sentinels. Although the Xiqi could block probing, it could not completely do so given that they were of the same rank. When it came to understanding the truths of the universe, the Xiqi was the worst among the top-tier civilizations. Unfortunately, they dared not wield the truths of the universe, or else they would not have tolerated the Xiqi's existence for so long. Setting aside the thoughts of various top-tier civilizations, the war between the bug swarm and the Xiqi, though just beginning, escalated into a white-hot intensity in the shortest time. The weaker overcoming the stronger. Sounds exhilarating, but in practice the difficulty was even greater than an ant overturning a car. All the bug swarm's attack methods were harmless to the Xiqi except for tearing the fabric of the universe, which could inflict damage. After the initial chaos, the Xiqi calmly analyzed the key points and produced a massive number of floating robots to trade with the bug swarm. The bug swarm had no concept of soldier sacrifice, and the Xiqi faced no such dilemma. The entire civilization had no biological beings whatsoever, and authority was centralized even more thoroughly than that of the bug race. In an extremely short time, Chen Mo deployed over 800 trillion suicide bugs into the Xiqi civilization's territory, a massive expenditure of resources. Suicide bugs were not hatched and immediately thrown into battle. They required the implantation of devices. The resources consumed by 800 trillion suicide bugs were equivalent to a small barred spiral galaxy. This was no exaggeration. An ordinary star system without a resource-rich planet could only produce one suicide bug along with the escort bugs needed to protect them. To sustain this war, Chen Mo jumped a total of 4 quadrillion bug soldiers from a remote corner of the universe. Their individual strength was even weaker, most being the most basic decomposers. Their only task was to consume all matter in sight and transmit it to large transport ships modified from starships. Once the ships accumulated enough energy, they would jump to the incubation galaxy, repeating the cycle. When these tiny creatures gathered together, even a vast star system seemed insignificant. They did not specifically seek out resources. Instead, they started from one corner of the barred spiral galaxy, devouring everything. A planet of normal size would be swallowed in seconds once the swarm covered it. Such a grand and ostentatious maneuver naturally could not evade the eyes of the top-tier civilizations. However, due to their inclination to watch the spectacle unfold, they turned a blind eye to Chen Mo's blatant plundering of resources, even going so far as to drag numerous high-quality resource planets from other star systems and toss them not too far from the insect swarm. When Chen Mo devoured the first high-quality resource planet, he did not detect any anomaly. He merely considered himself fortunate to have stumbled upon such a planet upon entering the star system. By his current standards, a planet that could be deemed high quality was a rarity, even within an entire barred spiral galaxy. Yet before he could fully consume that resource planet, the vanguard of the insect swarm soon located a second, third, fourth. Indeed, an entire star system composed of planets brimming with extraordinarily high resource yields. If at this point he still failed to realize that someone was lending a hand, Chen Mo would be no different from a fool. The ability to transfer planets without the insect swarm's detection likely belonged exclusively to civilizations in the first sequence. As for why they were helping, a brief consideration of cause and effect made the answer readily apparent. His earlier speculation had been correct. There were indeed many civilizations in the universe harboring considerable hostility toward the Xiqi, including several of the same rank. For various reasons, they could not initiate war themselves, but when they saw a reckless young man daring to do so, they were more than willing to replace the wooden stick in his hand with an iron rod. Though he felt a twinge of helplessness at being used as a pawn, Chen Mo genuinely intended to overthrow the Xiqi. Before launching his assault, he had even contemplated the possibility of other civilizations providing assistance, so his sentiment was not entirely negative. Let us express our gratitude. Chen Mo waved his right hand, and the insect swarm formed several conspicuous symbols in the starry void before resuming its devouring. Witnessing this, the civilizations that had been monitoring the scene simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. A simple observation of the frontline battlefield would soon yield a conclusion. This newly emerged powerful civilization was exceedingly reckless, utterly fearless of death. Though the absolute rationality of the Zhiqi and its computational power far surpassing other superintelligences were detestable, if the entity replacing the Zhiqi were a madman, they would have to worry about raising a tiger to court disaster. For now, these civilizations were not inclined to burn the bridge after crossing the river. From an overall strategic perspective, covertly assisting the insect swarm and toppling the Zhiqi, and then joining forces to annihilate the swarm would be the most advantageous course of action. This was a natural strategy, but all of this presupposed that they were secondary civilizations that had not yet come into contact with the cosmic truth. The deeper a civilization delved into the cosmos, the more awe it held for the universe, especially for the profound and perilous cosmic truth. The cosmic will fluctuated in a state akin to slumber, sometimes deep sleep, sometimes light sleep. Delving into the cosmic truth was akin to an alarm clock of modest volume. While it could not rouse the cosmic will from deep sleep, it would instantly awaken it during light sleep. To keep the will in deep slumber, civilizations had spent considerable time studying the patterns. The more harmonious the relations among civilizations in the universe, and the fewer large-scale wars, the more profoundly the cosmic will slept. Without invoking the cosmic truth, a war among top-tier civilizations would be catastrophic, which was why they had tolerated the Zhiqi for so long. Moreover, they also maintained the normal functioning of all civilizations across the universe, including resource allocation, the cycle of civilizations, and the trivial affairs among them. This severely hindered their research progress. Though each matter was minor, the overall burden was exceedingly tedious. For top-tier civilizations, aside from the study of the cosmic truth, all other matters had become trivial. This had cultivated a mindset of wanting to eliminate all unstable factors. In the past, they generally cultivated secondary civilizations to handle governance. However, any civilization harbored the desire for further advancement, especially those secondary civilizations only one step away from the top tier. Thus, every so often they would dismantle the existing order and establish a new one. Not long ago, they had just cleansed the previous order. The civilization currently besieging the Zhiqi pleased them greatly. First, its vast numbers, simple reproduction, and ability to spread across every corner of the universe made it ideal for managing other civilizations. Initially, they had feared it might be a mad entity, but upon observing its basic intelligence and courtesy, they deemed it possessed at least a certain degree of cultivation potential. Nevertheless, whether the insect swarm could ultimately be cultivated depended on whether the cosmic will would awaken. The swarm's method of attacking by tearing through the universe was extremely dangerous. Most top-tier civilizations had abandoned such offensive tactics. However, awakening the cosmic will through different means yielded varying results. If the cosmic will were compared to an integrated program, it contained many subprograms, each corresponding to different situations. As long as the ultimate main program was not awakened, it would not affect those studying the truth. With the assistance of various civilizations, Chen Mo's pressure was alleviated, most notably reflected in the dramatic improvement of resource conversion efficiency. At the height of the war, the number of insect soldiers under Chen Mo's command reached 23 quadrillion, a staggering figure. When all the insect swarms converged, the dazzling radiance they emitted resembled a colossal barred spiral galaxy. Despite this, Chen Mo did not bear an overwhelming burden. With the aid of various nodes, the number could have grown even further, but it was halted. That occurred after the insect swarm devoured a supernova about to erupt. A black hole folded through space and arrived, yet strangely, it did not consume nearby matter. Instead, it emitted particles of light. It called itself Qidian. Upon hearing this name, Sher felt a sudden constriction in his non-existent heart. Qidian was a concept in mathematics. If the entity truly represented the singularity, it would at least prove that the civilization had mastered part of the mathematical truth of the universe. Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding. The name Qidian did not symbolize mathematics in that civilization. Are you a living being? Or something else? In response to Sher's question, Qidian provided an answer. It originated from a first sequence civilization, and though it had now completely degenerated into a black hole, it had indeed been a genuine living creature before. This state aids our research. The black hole emitted particles, compiling them into communicable signals. Was it you who helped us before? Sher's attitude was exceedingly courteous. There was no need to contend for superficial pride when facing an entity of unknown background. Indeed, Qidian admitted generously, not just us. Let me tell you good news, many civilizations hold great grievances against the Zhiqi, so your attack on the Zhiqi is something we are pleased to see. We are grateful for your assistance and that of the other civilizations. Is there anything we can do in return? Sher inquired with utmost politeness. The singularity was greatly pleased with Sher's demeanor. It firmly believed that a powerful civilization ought to possess sufficient courtesy, otherwise it would not have bothered to fold space and converse face-to-face. Thus it stated its purpose. An order keeper. For certain reasons we prefer not to over-intervene in the affairs of various civilizations. Yet the universe requires a fundamental order. If you accept, we shall provide more substantial aid to help you completely eradicate the intelligent civilization. Your current methods might cause it temporary trouble, but you cannot destroy it. I believe you are well aware of this. We would not need to pay any other price. Sure did not trust the Singularity's words. Every gift has its price secretly attached. As a top-tier civilization forged through bloodshed, they might have sheathed their fangs, but they were never the embodiment of benevolence. Indeed, in any case consider it. We are in no hurry. By the way, what grudge exists between you and the intelligence? The Singularity inquired with curiosity. They needed a reasonable explanation, proof that the swarm had not chosen its target arbitrarily. We were allied with a civilization named Luofu. When the intelligence annihilated them, we nearly perished alongside them. Sure added a touch of embellishment to the truth. I see. Good luck to you. After this brief exchange, just as it had appeared, the Singularity folded space and departed. Sure lingered for a long time on the remaining remnants of the supernova before turning and vanishing into the darkness. The details of the conversation were quickly uploaded to the swarm's network. Chen Mo, seated on the throne in his palace, slowly opened his eyes. Order keeper. An unfamiliar term, yet the duties it entailed were not. The previous dominator had provided much intelligence, including a category of civilization known as true gods, which served a role similar to that of an order keeper. The universe is a cycle, and so are civilizations. Under the same rules, entities of identical significance will eventually emerge. Although it deviated somewhat from the original plan, it was still an excellent choice. Chen Mo was not worried about being restrained by top-tier civilizations. He had possessed the means to destroy them all from the very beginning. He simply did not wish to slowly climb the technological ladder. His plan was to absorb the nourishment of one top-tier civilization before initiating the final destruction. It was an undeniable fact that every top-tier civilization delved into the universal truths. This practice, however, was tantamount to challenging the very foundation of the universe's will. Of course, the universe's will would not cleanse them until they truly grasped the truth. If a layer of dust gathers in a corner untouched by sunlight, many might ignore it out of laziness. But if a cup of milk tea spills on the floor, an ordinary person might not mind tidying up the surrounding area while cleaning the mess. When a top-tier civilization masters the universal truth, it is akin to the spilled milk tea. The moment the universe's will awakens, it will sweep away all civilizations that have studied the truth, and the resources they accumulated over their long histories will be returned to nourish the universe. Chen Mo lacked the power to spill the milk tea himself. If he did, he would certainly be cleaned up as well. But to force someone to clean it doesn't have to be milk tea that is spilled. A glass of water or a cup of tea would achieve a similar effect. This meeting undoubtedly hastened the destruction of the intelligent civilization. Chen Mo continued to methodically gnaw away at its star territories, unhurried as ever. Meanwhile, the Dream Tower under his control ran the same program over and over, refining itself. The Dream Tower was fundamentally inferior to the superintelligences of the intelligence or other top-tier civilizations. It had no hope of defeating them. However, like an exam, while the total score might differ vastly, it was possible to achieve the same score on a single subject. Chen Mo had the Dream Tower abandon many functions to focus on conquering a single aspect, thereby seizing the most crucial part of the intelligence's knowledge. Although other civilizations were willing to offer some assistance in the war and promised the alluring position of Order Keeper, Chen Mo, armed with intelligence from the previous universe, was well aware of the flaws inherent in being an Order Keeper. On the surface, an Order Keeper had the authority to mobilize all resources in the universe. But it was only resources. In the previous universe, not a single true god-level civilization ever became a top-tier one. Shortly after becoming true gods, they all met their destruction, with the hidden top-tier civilizations being the culprits. The advantage of information disparity. Chen Mo sighed softly. If these civilizations knew that the swarm had grasped the crucial rule of the universe, they would never help it destroy the intelligence. No matter how much they detested the intelligence, they had coexisted peacefully for so many years. A violent tiger suddenly charging into a tranquil forest is something no other creature there can tolerate. But the tiger cleverly disguised itself as a harmless kitten, lulling the others into a false sense of security. It wasn't that the other civilizations were foolish, but rather it was a trap of common sense. Rationally, a civilization's understanding of the universe progresses layer by layer, closely tied to its technological level. Who could have imagined that in the previous universe a dominator who had mastered the truth of time would pass his will on to a new universe? Sure met with the Singularity again. The method was simple, requiring no instruments. It merely bowed to the void and uttered the Singularity's name. Within a second, the Singularity folded space and arrived. I trust you have made the correct decision, said the Singularity. We agree to become Order Keepers, but we have one condition, Sure said with a smile. Please speak. We require a vast amount of resources. As you can see, our civilization still has significant room for growth. The pursuit of progress is the instinct of all civilizations. No problem. As long as the stability of all civilizations in the universe is maintained, you are free to use any surplus resources. The Singularity was unconcerned. The advancement of a civilization could not be achieved with mere resources. As pioneers, they had ample means to block the path of other civilizations and subtly lead them down the wrong path. Without the cooperation was established. The Singularity generously described the distribution of civilizations in the universe. The facts were similar to the situation in the previous universe as described by the former dominator. There were very few top-tier civilizations, and they always occupied the highest positions. Of course, the Singularity only briefly introduced the distribution of civilizations. It completely withheld information about the rules of the universe. The former was something the Swarm would eventually need to know as Order Keepers, while the latter was knowledge they would never allow the Swarm to understand. In the final years of the war, the Swarm continued to employ its initial method, bombarding the star territories of the intelligence relentlessly. The other top-tier civilizations also fulfilled their agreement, obstructing the intelligence's core programs from escaping. A riot of signal streams fell like torrential rain, a storm enveloping 2 barred spiral galaxies, 2 sombrero galaxies, 4 large spiral galaxies, and the empty star fields in between. This chaotic torrent of signals forcibly trapped the intelligence's core within. Once the stormy turbulence fully covered the galaxies, the 5 superintelligences launched the final purge against the intelligence, which was already exhausted from dealing with the Swarm. If one were to truly discuss the difficulty of conquest, the Zhiqi, despite being the highest level enemy, posed the least challenge. Had it not been for Chen Mo's insistence on running the Dream Tower program multiple times, the Zhiqi might have been eliminated long. Seizing the opportunity presented by the signal flow filling the cosmos, Chen Mo could finally estimate the superintelligence of the top-tier civilizations. The results were encouraging. There was a gap, but not a despairing one, and in some aspects they were on par. As the stage was set, the lights illuminated and the actors entered. The clown, lurking in the shadows, revealed a twisted grin. Watching the 5 super artificial intelligences encircle the Zhiqi, Chen Mo attached the Dream Towers program to all self-destructing bugs. With the explosion, a small rift was torn in the cosmos, and a flood of chaotic information surged into the breach, intercepted by the yet obliterated cores of the bugs. Dream Tower backed up the information flow within 1.2 nanoseconds and transmitted it to the Swarm network. This was something no other civilization could achieve. The Swarm possessed many black technologies, a large portion of which came from the legacy of its former overlord. That overlord had once devoured the civilizations of an entire universe. Through the integration of technologies, black techs beyond the imagination of any civilization naturally emerged, yet without violating the universe's fundamental truths. The recording and transmission capabilities of the Swarm network were one such marvel. Chen Mo held deep respect for the former overlord. Their situations were vastly different. He himself enjoyed the shade of the former's legacy, allowing him to develop the apocalyptic Swarm. Yet even so, confronting the top-tier civilizations remained immensely taxing, not to mention the ladder-like leap achieved by stepping on the head of Panner, which saved him countless troubles. The former overlord, however, had no such conveniences. It possessed no intelligence, no knowledge of the future, and no idea what would happen. It led the entire Swarm alone, stumbling toward a perilous future, and even when it was shattered to pieces, it still passed down its will. If it had wished, it could have tampered with the awakening process, overriding Chen Mo's will with its own. But it did not, because it was already locked onto by the universe's will, and even if it did so, the chance of being found through that method was minuscule. For the continuation of the race, even the overlord could be sacrificed. This was the greatest difference between Chen Mo and the former overlord. Chen Mo could never bring himself to sacrifice his own existence for the survival of the race. He did not endorse that philosophy, but and so, let the curtain rise that returns us to the pinnacle of civilization. Amid the chaotic turbulence of signal snow, the Zhiqi roared in fury, but all was in vain. It was simply too conspicuous, so conspicuous that it incurred the hatred of many civilizations. Once they struck, it was bound to be a thunderous blow. The Zhiqi mobilized all its power, and in its final stage, it even attempted to awaken the universes while dragging all civilizations down with it. It was the most tense moment of the entire war. Fortunately, the Zhiqi failed. It had been a top-tier civilization for too short a time to glimpse the truth. The 5 top-tier civilizations combined their forces to seal it, cutting off even the most basic rules of the universe, let alone allowing it to awaken the universe's will. The core program of the Zhiqi was bound within a purple sphere. Originally perfectly smooth, after injecting the Zhiqi's program, it sprouted numerous spikes resembling a sea urchin glowing with blue light. According to Qi Dian, the data volume of the Zhiqi was enormous, impossible to eliminate in an instant. It could only be slowly digested, a process that would not last long. As agreed, the swarm became the new order keepers. As for the shattered space within the star domain, the civilizations filled the gaps with almost no effort, having performed such tasks countless times before. The universe often suffered partial damage due to various reasons, mostly from wars between civilizations. When the damaged area exceeded the universe's self-healing capacity, civilizations would send personnel to repair it, ensuring the universes will remain in deep slumber. Thus, they considered the swarm extremely fortunate. Few civilizations would cause such large-scale damage to the universe, and even after such a dangerous act, the universes will show no signs of awakening. All civilizations withdrew their forces. The swarm would begin fulfilling its duties after establishing the galaxy. During this period, the other civilizations would continue monitoring the universe. But until the swarm took over, they had failed to detect Chen Mo's existence, believing sure to be the true leader of the swarm. Chen Mo not only employed the technologies of Panerer and Dream Tower to conceal himself, but more importantly, he had made thorough preparations. If any civilization observed Panerer at that moment, they would detect nothing unusual. The former galaxy remained in place, inhabited by all kinds of residents, even preserving original customs and traditions. While the civilizations were preoccupied with attacking the Zhiqi and had no spare energy to manage distant civilizations, Chen Mo completely replicated Panerer and Nada. Planets and buildings were reproduced in a 1:1 ratio. The residents were swarm soldiers hatched from the biological genes of the two civilizations, maintaining the same appearance as the original inhabitants. Chen Mo erased every trace of the swarm within those civilizations and used them to conceal himself. Before the technological levels were brought to the same baseline, Chen Mo could think of no better method, so he resorted to the crudest one. For example, the starship commander cruising around outside under the human shell housed the soul of a swarm intelligence unit. Even if someone familiar with the civilization came to visit, the most they would notice was the absence of acquaintances. Beyond that, no flaw could be found. As for the missing acquaintances, Panerer had just concluded a war with Dream Tower. Was it not normal for some to have been lost in battle? The swarm was now divided into two parts. One was the Order Keeper civilization, nominally led by Sure, responsible for resource allocation, handling cosmic emergencies, repairing battlefields left by civilization wars, or intervening in the trajectories of two galaxies to prevent collisions. The other was the Disguised civilization, commanded by Chen Mo, maintaining the original appearance of the Panerer civilization, projecting an image of prosperity while secretly absorbing the knowledge obtained from the Zhiqi. Awakening the universe's will was the very last step. Chen Mo did not believe that relying on the universe's will alone could destroy all top-tier civilizations. It was not that he overestimated these civilizations, but rather a simple exercise in perspective. Having studied such dangerous truths, how could they have no contingency plans? Just as the former overlord could destroy knowledge, so could they. It was merely a matter of worthiness. The original swarm was annihilated mainly because it had fully grasped the truth of time and was unwilling to abandon it at the first sign, fantasizing that it could resist the universe's will. Chen Mo needed to ensure that before the facade was torn, the swarm would evolve to a level where it no longer had to rely solely on tearing the universe to attack, but could truly contend with the top-tier civilizations. Chongqing, a simple and straightforward name, the home galaxy of the new orderer. Other civilizations quickly accepted this fact. Those that had once qualified to become orderers but were ultimately usurped by a foreign civilization couldn't help but feel resentment, yet they dared not show any hint of it. The orderer civilization had the authority to allocate cosmic resources. Although they could not excessively strip resources from other civilizations, it was entirely within their power to engage in covert maneuvers, such as replacing nearby high-quality resource star systems with low-quality ones. Moreover, no matter how powerful this suddenly emerged civilization was, it was at least stronger than all civilizations that were not of the first sequence. The orderer truly had one foot firmly planted in the first sequence. This was an undeniable fact. Whatever grievances they harbored, they had to swallow them, for the other side indeed possessed the means to strangle them at their current technological level, and in the long run could even cause regression. This was reminiscent of the former Nada, which, when faced with no hope of advancing in technology, grew sideways instead. Although it might still produce some new research results, it ultimately grew crooked, and over time would likely cripple the civilization's future. In fact, their concerns were not unfounded. The reality was even worse than imagined. No matter what actions they took, even if they cooperated fully, they were ultimately destined for destruction. Inside, the transport ship Sure was reviewing reports. Within a range of 1200 light-years at the closest and 89700 light-years at the farthest from the transport ship, 13 newborn civilizations had emerged in various star systems. Not long ago, a third sequence civilization had been destroyed, and the Orderer needed to reallocate resources and guide these 13 civilizations onto the right track. In fact, every civilization had received assistance from the Orderer at its inception. Rather than directly bestowing advanced technology, the Orderer would leave seeds of technology at appropriate times waiting for the civilization to discover them. This process typically continued until the civilization had the capability to send people out of their home planet for the first time. Occasionally, the Orderer would also employ a method of sending its own kind to infiltrate a planet and replace the souls of infants. From that moment on, such children would be given new titles, geniuses or prodigies, and they would become turning points in the development of their civilization. Sure used this very method to provide aid, not only for newborn civilizations, but also for some low-level civilizations. It would secretly employ similar tactics. Of course, these prodigies would not only advance the civilization further, but also set the stage for the downfall of top-tier civilizations. They would cause the civilization to unconsciously and spontaneously manufacture the instruments that Chen Mo needed, all without anyone noticing. Kala. At that moment, someone opened the door, made of composite chitin. It was Samuel, whose physique could no longer be described merely as burly. Most ships could not accommodate Samuel. Even though its size had shrunk several times as technology matured, only a transport ship, based on a starship blueprint, could hold it. He walked straight over to Shure's side, landing like a majestic mountain, and complained via biological signal, "These damned bastards, do they really think we are their subordinates?" As a thoroughgoing warmonger, having transformed into an Orderer, there was not a single comfortable spot on his entire body. "Don't rush, now is not the time to fall out," Shure said calmly. Among the three commanders, its thought process was the most mature. It was neither like Lin, who had a fanatical attitude toward gene and technology research, nor like Samuel, who was bellicose. This stemmed from the initial genetic coding. Although it was possible to create three top commanders with identical personalities, that would not be beneficial. A commander must suppress all emotions, remain calm at all times, and in all places, and view everything with equanimity. This was a highly admirable quality. However, Samuel and Lin, rather than being commanders, the former was more like a battle general leading troops into charge, and the latter was a researcher. Having some additional personality traits actually brought more benefits. But precisely because their true inclinations differed, if one day something happened to Chen Mo, and the insect swarm needed to elect a new overlord, even if Lin and Samuel were combined, they could not contend with Shure. On the surface, the three were of the same rank, but when it came down to it, the other two were a head shorter than Shure. It is almost time. Our glory, the radiance of our Lord, is about to truly bloom across this vast universe. Panner Civilization, Geli Galaxy. Chen Mo was situated in a decaying palace. To completely isolate it from the prying eyes of other civilizations, this palace, buried deep underground, contained no technological products except for the outermost signal isolation device. Normally, intelligent units would enter the room to perform simple cleaning tasks, but since the core of Mengta began to emit a blazing light, no one else had entered. A vast amount of complex information streams were emitted. Under the dual suppression of the signal isolation device and the insect swarm network, the information ultimately flowed back into the core of Mengta. The principle seemed simple, but the sophistication of the details would make even top-tier civilizations marvel. This was truly a method belonging to the first sequence. The signal isolation device originated from the knowledge of Jiqi, while the insect swarm network was a black technology left by the previous overlord. The combination of the two produced effects that even exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. Even if a first sequence civilization set foot on the planet, unless they cut the entire planet open, they would absolutely never discover that a ruler and a superintelligence were hidden near the planet's core. But top-tier civilizations were top-tier. Under the premise of maintaining normal operations of all insect swarms, he could only create this one completely isolated chamber. The signal isolation device could be manufactured at any time, but the insect swarm network's signal, capable of covering all fluctuations, could only support one place. If spread out, either the other insects would lose normal mobility or the signal could not be perfectly isolated. Chen Mo simultaneously monitored Mengta's analysis of Ziki's knowledge, and based on the information transmitted by Lin, began researching the genetic composition of a new generation of insect soldiers. Even now, he still did not consider himself to have sufficiently excellent wisdom, even though the previous overlord had asserted emphatically that he was the most suitable candidate. Therefore, Chen Mo's mindset had always been to plan for the worst-case scenario. Awakening the cosmic, well, the best outcome would be to directly annihilate all the top-tier sequence civilizations. At that point, the insect swarm would have no more enemies, devour the entire universe, and then slowly study the truth. The worst outcome would be that several civilizations reacted in time and discarded the knowledge related to the truth at the fastest speed, causing their civilization strength to drop to a level comparable to the former Jiqi. At that time, the insect swarm would simultaneously face 5 Zika-level enemies along with the firepower of many subordinate civilizations. Best outcome, the insect swarm swallows the entire universe in one fell swoop. Worst outcome, the insect swarm becomes the enemy of all civilizations in the universe. Chen Mo naturally had to be fully prepared. The sky was dimly lit at dawn. The man stepped on the soft carpet, and the conference room door, half closed behind him, soon sealed shut from within. The people inside must still be engaged in heated discussions. He turned his head, and the shimmering sequins plastered on the corridor wall reflected a face. Standing about 3 meters tall, he bore 3 protruding fangs and 3 compound eyes with no nose or ears. His head resembled a mutated egg, and his body, shaped like 2 gourds spliced together, was covered in a silvery sheen. This was the standard of beauty on the planet Noki, yet beneath this guise lurked a demonic soul. What a bunch of foolish creatures. Merely by proposing a theory about controlled nuclear fusion, these people had been ecstatically debating for days and nights on end, and they still showed no sign of stopping. The planet Noki had existed for billions of years. Its current masters were a nascent civilization that had barely mastered man's spacecraft technology. Facing the looming threat of energy depletion, a genius emerged, as if by destiny. He seemed like a gift bestowed upon the civilization by the heavens. Almost every admirable quality could be found in him, and he bore the heavy burden of ensuring the civilization's survival. Phew, I almost arrived too late. Arriving at the laboratory adjacent to the conference building, he let out a long breath. Those people had pestered him for days and nights over scientific reports. Although he had secured a voice through his scientific knowledge, various troubles followed, leaving him with little freedom. As an utterly loyal, intelligent unit, this insect cared little for leisure. Even if it worked tirelessly until death, it would have no complaints. But if such matters caused any flaw in the Dominator's plan, it would be unforgivable. There should be a long stretch of free time today. I hope no one disturbs me. It opened the computer, listing various research projects which displayed a multitude of items, each bearing its involvement. These projects seemed independent, with results serving different purposes, but when combined they would yield the device the Dominator required. What a grand plan. Its mood brightened. To stand against the entire universe. How utterly mad. Yet the Dominator would surely succeed. As for their own fate, whether death or anything else, it mattered not. Just thinking of the swarm's radiance blooming across the cosmos made it tremble with exhilaration. How it anticipated that day. It revealed a cruel smile, but the smile froze as light footsteps echoed in the corridor. As a genius, aside from trivial matters, there was one other vexing issue. The beings of this world were obsessed with the theory of superior genetics. Stripped of its scientific jargon, it simply meant that 2 exceptional individuals uniting would more likely produce outstanding offspring. And this body of its had long reached the age of marriage. In terms of genius, it naturally stood alone in this civilization. After all, it was a fledgling civilization, and the one that birthed it was about to ascend to the first tier. Not even the combined scientific minds of the entire civilization, past and present, could match a single insect like it. Thus a critical issue arose. Whether in meetings, casual chats, or even the care shown during occasional office visits from leaders, the topic of reproduction would eventually be broached euphemistically. The more exceptional a person, the more offspring they should leave behind. It had long reached marriageable age, but still lacked a spouse. Since then, whether it was the students it mentored, the new neighbors who moved in, or even the employees at nearby shops, all without exception were women of marriageable age and of the highest caliber. It could understand this mindset, and it helped with integration into the civilization. But having an intimate partner would make some things inconvenient, so it had been putting it off until now. Click. The door slid open, and a young woman in a lab coat entered. Yeah, one of its 4 students. Like the other women around her, she possessed excellent character and intelligence, but she was somewhat absent-minded and preferred solitude. It was quite satisfied with Yiya's personality. If it couldn't avoid the matter, it planned to choose her, hoping it would cause fewer complications. Teacher. Yiya approached, curiously glancing at the listed projects, her gaze growing more admiring. Truly the world's smartest person. Someone once remarked that this one man alone could accelerate technological progress by a century. Not praise, but a statement of fact. If only I could have even 10% of the teacher's brilliance. Yiya thought to herself, unwittingly recalling her family's words before coming to the lab. Her thoughts grew chaotic, and the light covering her skin began to flicker rapidly. Yiya. Hearing her name, Yiya snapped out of her reverie. Meeting his gaze, she lowered her head in panic. Teacher, sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't hear you. Don't overthink it. How could I possibly? Yiya felt deflated. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask, if you have time later, would you like to have a meal together? Yiya's head shot up, staring at the man in disbelief. She knew full well how many exceptional women this man had rejected. No time. No, I have time. Yiya quickly replied. Alright, I'll check the location and let you know. With that, he opened a document for final revisions. Watching his back, Yiya felt her blood run hot, her thoughts drifting to a distant future. Sensing the emotions erupting behind him, like a volcano, the man rubbed his forehead to mask his disdainful expression. How base. But since it serves the Dominator's plan, he'll play this little game of house with you a while longer. Coincidentally, this wasn't unique to Noki. Similar events unfolded across many civilizations in the universe. If one could identify all civilizations infiltrated by the swarm and plot their positions on a star map, the sequence would appear remarkably precise. It's almost time. After 5 millennia, Chen Mo's closed eyes finally opened. The once radiant core of the Dream Tower had dimmed. 1,000 years ago, it had fully assimilated all the intercepted knowledge. Another millennium was spent refining it. Over the next 3,000 years, it continuously supplemented itself. Though the tech tree was still incomplete, the swarm and black technology could fill the gaps. The swarm had fully ascended to the first tier, and the Dream Tower could now openly compete with any superintelligence. Chen Mo slowly rose from the decayed throne, raising an arm. An invisible force tore open a passage straight to the surface, and a beam of light fell upon his pale face. The time has come. Chen Mo exhaled softly. In the next instant, the swarms will connect it across the entire universe. All the creatures scattered across other civilizations received the command simultaneously. They ceased their disguises, activating the traps laid for millennia. The planet trembled, and a storm of signals burst forth like a torrential downpour. In succession, the information streams erupted from each planet, weaving into a net, amplifying the signals exponentially, which then surged back to the original planet, beginning the cycle anew. Countless beings with weak mental powers perished in droves at the moment the signal network took shape, not to mention the natural disasters unleashed by the planetary upheavals. "You? What are you doing?" The leader's furious question was met by a courteous male figure, a key figure heralded as the navigator of civilization. However, his usual boisterous laughter was conspicuously absent, replaced by an air that seemed out of character. "A leader? Someone like you truly tarnishes that title." The male turned around, his smile growing more sinister as chunks of flesh fell away, revealing the demonic souls that grinned from within. "Feel honored." Before the leader could recover from his shock, the demon exploded under the impact of the information flow, its manic laughter resonating across the planet's atmosphere. "Sacrifice for the glory of our master, no Kishin." In the instant those words were spoken, the planet, drained of all its energy, exploded into countless meteor fragments, and the devices affixed to the core were obliterated as well. The information flow suddenly surged, recklessly echoing through the cosmos. The alarm clock activated. An invisible dread slowly opened its eyes as the top-tier civilizations detected the change immediately. The space above each information node began to distort, but in the next instant the warped space abruptly returned to normal. Since this was a well-prepared plan, given Chen Mo's character, it was impossible not to make ample preparations. Awakening the cosmic will required a brief period, which was enough time for the top-tier civilizations to act and destroy the information nodes. Given their distance before grasping the truths of the universe, they could only unleash divine punishment through a jump in space. Thus, by constructing a high-power rejection jump circle, they could secure precious time. Though it wouldn't be long, it would suffice for the cosmic will to awaken. To avoid detection, everything from the wreckage of a spacecraft to an entire galaxy was planned to serve as a natural rejection jump circle over 5,000 years. In truth, this was not a sophisticated approach. If several top-tier civilizations had applied even a modicum of thought, instead of viewing the worm tide with arrogance, the outcome would have been entirely different. At the very least, Chen Mo would not have been able to awaken the cosmic will through such means. However, the existence of the Orderers had persisted for far too long. So long that even the top civilizations had forgotten how many generations of Orderers had been replaced. There had never been an unexpected incident, they were merely discarded remnants after use. Some Orderers gradually sensed the truth and schemed a rebellion in secret, but this only hastened their own demise. The worm tide, on the other hand, was different. Even the smartest of top-tier civilizations could not fathom that what they considered a secondary civilization was in essence the master before the cosmic reboot, holding on to a portion of valuable knowledge that had been passed down to the present worm tide. In their arrogance, they devoted themselves wholly to the study of the truths of the universe, while a superintelligence monitored the cosmic movements, constantly analyzing the dynamics of the Orderers. This was not a mistake, rather it was the optimal way to utilize resources. In the vast cosmos, since the emergence of top-tier civilizations, their superintelligences had been the pinnacle of existence. Throughout history, aside from the unique product known as the intelligent tool, there had never been an unexpected event until now. Centered around the self-awakening Dream Tower, combined with the black technology of the Worm Tide Network and absorbing the information flows from intelligent tools and several other superintelligences, the fully matured Dream Tower now stood on the same level as the superintelligences of the top civilizations. It was impossible to achieve a 1:5 ratio, nor was it possible to conceal the entire rejection jump circle. However, a rejection jump circle nourished by civilizations and galaxies was remarkably exquisite. By merely covering a few critical nodes before the will of the worm tide was enacted, the superintelligence would absolutely be unable to analyze the consequences of changes in galactic positions, as the movement of galaxies was inherently under the purview of the Orderers. If any single link in this chain faltered, the plan would fail to execute smoothly. As long as the top-tier civilizations reigned in their arrogance and truly valued the worm tide, they could have easily obliterated it in the initial phase. But they did not, nor was there any reason for them to do so. Inertia of thought is a terrifying thing. Once accustomed to it, one would regard it as truth, as rules, as how things ought to be. Especially since this way of thinking didn't just persist for a year or two, but for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, creating the absolute pride of the top-tier civilizations. It was merely a reptile they had raised. If it became unhappy, they could kill it at will. Even if bitten, it mattered little, as any pain would subside in no time. Yet no one anticipated that this inconspicuous reptile bore deadly poison. Those poisoned top-tier civilizations, upon realizing they could not jump, instantly sorted through all the issues, but it was all. When Chen Mo was constructing the alarm clock, he deliberately bypassed 5 top civilizations, which was quite challenging. This very link had caused the plan to be delayed for so long. Unlike normal civilizations, many from the top civilizations chose to become a part of the universe in order to study the truths of the cosmos, more closely akin to previously transforming themselves into the singularity of a black hole. They were scattered across different regions of the universe, quietly sensing the rules of the cosmos to glimpse the truth. Identifying the members of the top civilizations and circumventing them, even with the worm tide's numbers capable of overwhelming several spiral galaxies and the assistance of spatial jump technology, took a full 2,000 years. As for other civilizations, it was utterly impossible for them to break through the worm tide's blockade in a short time. The moment the will of the worm tide was enacted, there was no turning back unless these civilizations truly grasped the truths of the universe. However, should that be the case, the cosmic will would completely lock onto them, and moreover the knowledge they possessed was rather superficial. Merely the truth of time had consumed nearly 80 million years for all previous masters of civilization, yet how could these beings whose existence barely exceeded 20 million years claim to possess the truth? Damn it. Damn you bugs. Damn. Damn. A researcher who had transformed into a stellar system erupted in a fit of rage, unable to accept reality, let alone reconcile with it. In pursuit of the truth, it had sacrificed far too much and made countless sacrifices. Yet now a mere orderer had committed such an boom. In a state of extreme fury, the entire galaxy began to collapse, and all beings living within were annihilated. Not merely a star system. After its explosion, more celestial bodies began to self-destruct, and many scientific researchers who still retained their forms perished along with their knowledge. Even the superintelligences of 5 civilizations lost a substantial amount of data and authority in an instant. Of course, the two cases are different. The first star system to self-destruct did so because it could not bear the despair of the future, unable to accept a lifetime of effort rendered meaningless. The latter, however, is a self-chosen fate of civilization. Just as Chen Mo speculated, since they dared to touch the truths that could lead their entire civilization to ruin, how could the top civilizations be completely unprepared? Ultimately, the cosmic will only purges those who dare to touch the taboos. As long as one forgets knowledge and erases their own imprint before the true divine punishment descends, the violent storms will quickly transform into a gentle breeze. Whether to abandon the efforts of countless generations to evade calamity is not a difficult choice. It is far too. Their understanding of truth is indeed too superficial. This is the primary reason that allows them to make the right choices in a short amount of time. If one truly grasps the truth when facing the cosmic will directly, most civilizations would hesitate. If back when Chen Mo lived in the basement someone tied him to a gold brick, and he could survive by abandoning the gold brick, it would be a lifetime of wealth if he could bring the gold brick to the surface. Many would hesitate, but if the gold brick were changed to $10, no one would hesitate. They would simply throw the money to the surface. The former dominator did not choose to avoid the spotlight, but instead chose to withstand it, and the reason is that simple. Even if the probability of a single truth being stronger than the will is only 0. No matter how many zeros precede it, there is an essential difference from a true 0. As for the current situation, there is no doubt that when the will descends, the survival chance of several top-tier civilizations is 0, so they discarded everything without hesitation. No matter how many years of effort were spent or how many generations sacrificed, when compared to the continuation of civilization, throwing it away is just throwing it away. At worst, they could clear the hidden dangers and research anew. As a top civilization, they still possess some dignity. Although it will cause a decline in overall strength, there is no second choice. An invisible terror swept in from all directions, and panic spread from the stars. No matter how thorough the preparations made, when truly faced with the descent of the will, emotions inevitably wavered. Soon the terrifying will that brought fear quietly dissipated, and nothing happened. Feeling the horror, each civilization breathed a sigh of relief, but the subsequent surge was an endless fury. Too much has been lost. Excellent researchers, the data stored by superintelligences, and the truths already grasped. For a civilization to climb from a primitive state to a top civilization, as long as they do not encounter genocidal enemies or disasters along the way, the difficulty is relatively low. As for why the current civilization cannot become a top civilization, it is because the pioneers have completely sealed off the path. Looking at the length of civilization's history, they reached the top tier in less than 10% of the time, with the remaining time spent touching the truth. Yet now in the blink of an eye, their efforts have become worthless. The word fury is no longer sufficient to describe the level of anger among the civilizations. Destroy this damned race. Annihilate these damned insects. The universe echoed with the furious roars. Tidal storms rose from one star system after another, and the particles in chaos showed evident disarray. Countless lower civilizations that narrowly escaped trembled, still unaware of what had transpired. Chen Mo gazed at the starry sky surrounded by chaotic signal flows. Lower-tier civilizations could not distinguish the meaning conveyed by the turbulent particles in a short time, but he was not troubled by this. But destroy the insects. Chen Mo acknowledged that even if the top-tier sequences were weakened by the will and subjected to self-castration, they still represented powerful enemies. In an unknown situation, even if the insect tide entered the ranks of top civilizations, he could not guarantee 100% victory. What to say of a 1-in-5 situation? Given this, should he not provoke all civilizations, but rather seek a unknown approach? The answer is no. Unlike a collective bound by interest, top civilizations are bound by truth. If Chen Mo were to attack a civilization alone, there would only be two outcomes. The first is that he is weaker than the opponent, in which case the enemy requires no assistance and can bury the insect tide. The second is that he is stronger than the opponent, but on the eve of extermination. Regardless of the mindset of other civilizations, this civilization will inevitably bring forth the truth to fight back. Unless they want the will to descend and their efforts to go to waste, they will have no choice but to unite with each other to deal with the insect tide. In short, there has never been an unknown possibility between the insect tide and top civilizations. Once war is initiated, it will surely be 1 against 5, and Chen Mo's initial plan was to confront 5 civilizations simultaneously. From the perspective of civilizations, the insect tide is quite peculiar. It is an opponent that cannot be measured by numbers, whether the unit is an individual or a civilization. What truly determines victory or defeat is the level of civilization. The probability of winning unknown is not significantly different from that of 1-in-5. If it takes 10 trillion insects to destroy one civilization, then facing 5 civilizations at once merely means producing an additional 40 trillion insects. Of course, this number is not precise, but any disparity merely lies in the digits preceding the trillions. In the past, constrained by the unfinished awakening of the powers a dominator should possess, Chen Mo had a limited control ceiling. However, after communicating with the former dominator, he fully regained the abilities a dominator should have. Even if the insect tide network removed all nodes and maintained its initial simple structure, it would still not be a burden. On this basis, when the insect race truly enters the top tier with civilizations of equal level, the factor influencing the final victory or defeat will be resources. This is a very realistic condition. Whether for production equipment or for hatching the insect swarm, both require vast amounts of resources for support. Facing 5 of the top civilizations in the universe simultaneously requires a resource quantity that is beyond large to even describe. Thus, when constructing a universe-class rejection jump circle, Chen Mo also left behind other things. Although most were shattered by the information flow, a considerable quantity still remained. Gathering the resources of the entire universe. Chen Mo muttered a few words, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow, a sign that the insect tide network was operating at its limit. Then, let's begin. The swarm are natural predators. Regardless of the overlords, they will ultimately tread the path of plunder. It is not that the overlords will is coerced, but that this is the very essence of the swarm. But before, Chen Mo had never harbored such an intense desire. He yearned fiercely to grasp the universal truth, to break through the constraints of the cosmic will, and to behold a vaster expanse. Even if the price was the sacrifice of the entire existing universe. The will of the former overlord. Chen Mo let out a faint sigh. He had inherited the knowledge of the previous overlord, thereby fully awakening the talents befitting an overlord. Correspondingly, he also took on the deepest regrets and resentments of his predecessor. One step away, just one step, and the previous overlord could have cast off the shackles of the present universe and set foot into a broader realm. It lost only because it was too impatient. The swarm, which had devoured the entire cosmic civilization, and the overlord with its boundless lifespan, inherently possessed the potential to master all truths, especially since there was no other civilization to contend. If it had simultaneously studied all truths and kept the experimental progress at a balanced level, by the time the cosmic will took notice, it would have already been too late. However, it prioritized the study of the truth of time and hastened to perfect it prematurely, drawing the cosmic will's strike. One step away, just one step. The previous overlord could truly claim to be one step away from the finish line, even to the point where 1 foot had all. How could there be no resentment? How could there be no regret? This intense emotion, nearly solidified into substance, was shouldered by Chen Mo along with the knowledge he inherited. Besides that, Chen Mo also wished to see a broader world, which made it all the more natural. It was not that he harbored grand ambitions, but rather that an ant kept in a display box also yearns to see the outside world, whether it brings opportunity or danger. The moment Chen Mo gave the order, countless insects surged forth from the void. A dark, bloody bloom unfurled recklessly, staining all existence in the universe. In an instant, the universe became utterly pure, not a feeling, but a literal fact. The swarm, having evolved to the first tier, could categorize everything, whether directly visible matter, various signal waves requiring effort to detect, or even dark matter that only slightly advanced civilizations could utilize as food. With time pressing, they could not precisely devour high-quality resources or specific types. They were like starving demons that could never be sated, opening hideous maws to madly consume all matter around them. Hatcheries rapidly spread across the space, and countless eggs were scattered. No specific incubation environment was needed. The eggs were exposed directly to the cosmos, and upon hatching, the larvae immediately joined the devouring army. Within an extremely short time, the swarm's numbers swelled rapidly. The intelligent units at each node possessing the Mengju had heads 3 times larger than their bodies, glowing from full load operation. From a distance, the flickering light seemed to weave into a river of stars, and this was just a small region. The true number of the swarm was so vast that even the overlord connected to the entire network could not obtain an extremely precise count in a short time. When the 5 great civilizations and their subordinate second-tier civilizations shattered their restraints and witnessed the swarm that seemed poised to swallow the entire universe, they could not help but feel a tremor of fear. Annihilate them. Accompanied by a twisted and terrifying shriek, brilliant flashes of light flickered across different regions of the universe. When a beam landed on a decomposer, the little creature inflated like a balloon, its carapace nearly transparent with cracks spreading all over. Finally, the decomposer burst completely, emitting 12 rays that sought out the genetic and biological network, precisely striking the 12 nearby decomposers. This seemingly slow sequence from the moment the light fell to the moment the rays spread took only 1 microsecond. In less than a second, the swarm that occupied the entire barred spiral galaxy was almost completely wiped out. This was not some black technology. The cosmic wall had just fallen silent, so the less commotion the better. The method used was merely the most basic strike of a top-tier civilization. The light incorporated some cosmic rules, not the forbidden truths that were not to be touched, but more superficial cosmic touching rules, understanding rules, and using rules. This was the very entry standard for top-tier civilizations. Strictly speaking, this method was an upgraded version of the strike that the wisdom device had once used to destroy the swarm. Any civilization that could not use rules, no matter how large its population, would inevitably collapse at the first touch. So, buzz. An invisible biological signal swept across, and the light that was about to spread to the next swarm suddenly, since he dared to claim that he had entered the top tier, Chen Mo naturally also mastered the use of cosmic rules. Through the knowledge inherited from the previous overlord, and the signal streams intercepted by the Dream Tower, his actual command of rules was no weaker than any other civilization. Spacefold is indeed a troublesome thing. It was like ancient warfare, where logistics were as important as the elite level of frontline soldiers, and even more so for the swarm. Spacefold could bypass layers of blockade and directly strike critical logistical units. But this alone is far from enough. Chen Mo casually sealed off the nearby star region. All civilizations were top tier, and they had lost the most important truth. The remaining cosmic rules had been thoroughly studied by everyone who illusory things would not work. Next, let's fight it out with real firepower. Samuel grinned ferociously as he tore open a wormhole, leading an endless swarm of insect soldiers into the star systems of the 5 civilizations. Although their members were scattered across the universe, they still had a fixed star system that housed their civilization. Normally, the system was under the highest level of blockade, making it the most robust defense. However, during an offensive, weaknesses often emerged. Similarly, to fold their attacks outward, they had to briefly tear open a gap in their own system. And this was the perfect opportunity for Samuel to lead the swarm's assault. It was not that they were negligent, they simply could not imagine that the location of their own star system would be exposed. The blockades of the top-tier civilizations were not simple anti-fold barriers. They were true concealments that completely hid their existence to the extent that even a fleet passing by the system would not detect it. Before this, any fleet that strayed in would unknowingly drift away from its original course. Therefore, even if launching an attack created a brief gap in the system's defense, the time was so short that simply locking onto the system's location was impossible, let alone launching a counterstrike. The real reason was simple. Long before the plan was executed, Chen Mo, through the fully evolved Dream Tower, had roughly locked onto possible locations of the several civilizations amounting to over 400,000 sites. The Dream Tower and the Swarm had been continuously monitoring these 400,000 suspicious positions. Thus, the moment the defense tore open a gap, Samuel arrived with his forces. There was no superfluous probing, no so-called stratagems. The moment Samuel descended with his army, it was a frontal assault as fierce as a storm. Devour them. Samuel tore apart a robot protected by a matrix force field, bit off half its body, and tossed the remains into the swarm of insects. Everyone stay calm. Prepare for offense and defense. The top-tier civilizations too preoccupied to investigate how the insect swarm had precisely infiltrated hastily launched counterattacks, but with dismal results. Samuel was astonished to find that although nominally the apex sequences of the universe in actual combat, they were even easier to handle than the Dream Tower and the Jiqi had been. To be sure, this was largely because the insect swarm had elevated its technology to rival the apex sequences, but that alone was insufficient to allow the swarm to suppress several civilizations. The true root cause was this: they had been so far removed from war for so long that they had forgotten its very taste. It was not that the apex sequences never fought at all, but that they had not engaged in true warfare for tens of millions of years. Bound by the forbidden truths, the apex sequences could not wage war among themselves. Against non-apex civilizations, merely invoking the cosmic laws would annihilate them in an instant, but that only worked against civilizations below the apex level. The insect race employed means beyond their comprehension, completing a transformation in an extremely short time and mastering the cosmic laws. Attacks infused with those laws became utterly ineffective, just as Samuel had declared upon his invasion. Let us fight with real steel, not through illusory laws nor by relying on the bondage of forbidden truths, but as civilizations did before they reached the summit, with blood and glory, truly composing a war of civilizations that sweeps across the universe. Bodies unused for too long grow sluggish. The war machines of the apex civilizations also ran stiffly. Though their eternally incorruptible superintelligences could take the lead, the insect swarm brought a portion of the Dream Tower's information streams and the swarms while launching a frenzied assault on those superintelligences. In particular, the massive number of intelligent viruses created by the Dream Tower in the last 2,000 years played a key role. Destroying the enemy superintelligence was unrealistic, but merely causing lag. Even a few microseconds of stutter per second was not particularly difficult. The seemingly invincible apex civilizations were, in truth, like decrepit old men, while the insect swarm, in contrast, had only truly lain dormant during the period after leaving the first planet and before mastering lightspeed travel. During that time, the swarm had repeated the cycle of consuming resources, but afterward, until the moment it became an orderer, the swarm had been in the most frenzied state of war. Even when Chen Mo himself remained on Panner, the swarm, under the command of commanders like Sherdang, had launched massive invasions against many civilizations. As for the final 5,000 years of dormancy, unlike the nearly immortal inhabitants of the apex civilizations, the soldiers of the insect swarm had been replaced countless times, each generation perfectly inheriting the bloodlust of the previous one. An old man facing an absolute killing machine. The outcome was not hard to deduce. Of course, it was impossible to directly overrun several civilizations with this alone. Not a slim hope, a zero hope. Any civilization that could be called a civilization regardless of rank was essentially a beast that had fought its way out of the jungle. When the wounds were severe enough to crack the decaying shell, the soul within would still bear its blood-stained fangs. It was merely a temporary advantage. There was no killing blow. At the apex sequence, unless a far greater power intervened, such as the cosmic will, there simply existed no one-hit kill. Chen Mo executed only one strategy: delay. Delay at all costs. Unless a civilization had touched upon the truths, it could not create resources out of nothing. No matter how efficient the energy utilization, it would eventually run out, and war would undoubtedly accelerate the consumption of energy. Unlike civilizations that had to collect resources and transport them to industrial star systems, the insect swarm could set up incubation chambers on the spot, lay eggs that drifted through the cosmos, and hatch them to join the swarm as immediate combat power. Essentially, this was a war of resources. Resources were everywhere in the universe. Whoever collected more and held out longer would tilt the scales of victory in their favor. This was undoubtedly the most clumsy and protracted strategy, yet for the apex sequence civilizations, it was also the most lethal. Plain, straightforward, direct. The overall strategy was painfully simple, but the simpler the plan, the fewer the flaws. There are several types of fools. The first kind is foolish without knowing it. Such fools are prone to causing trouble. The second kind is foolish and knows it, but cannot help themselves. Perhaps for saving face, perhaps for emotional validation. Though they know they are foolish, they still love to offer advice and demand that others carry it out. The third kind knows they are foolish and admits it: I know I'm an idiot, So I won't play too many tricks with you. Let's be straightforward. No one tries to be sly. Chen Mo considered himself the third kind. Therefore he had few cunning schemes. From the very beginning, he laid all his strategies on the table. If with the swarm's reproduction and resource conversion efficiency, he still lost, he would accept it. Losing to the most supreme civilizations was not disgraceful. Of course the probability was low. Though Chen Mo always claimed to be a fool, he was not actually foolish. At least after devouring the first civilized planet, he was no longer an idiot. He could piece together complete knowledge from the memory fragments of artists and scientists. Assembling the wisdom of several schemers was only natural. Let us fight with real steel. This was not only Samuel's roar, but also the will of Chen Mo, the sovereign who had gathered the wisdom of many. I have full confidence in the egg-laying speed and resource conversion rate of my little ones. So what else is there to say? Just fight to the end. When a clever person stops playing tricks, it is likely because there is no longer any need for tricks. Seeing the most straightforward facts, they can simply crush their opponents. And it was this blatant strategy that left the awakened civilizations quite helpless. They were not pushovers. Previously, they had felt it unnecessary. Already apex sequence civilizations no need to bathe in blood and radiate killing intent every day. So they covered themselves with a layer of splendor. Over time, they grew numb. But when the blade truly cut into their flesh, the splendor shattered, and the beast that had once fought its way out of the jungle returned. Was it not just a matter of fighting Hedon without using cosmic laws? They had also gone through that period. If they were a little hesitant unknown because of the enemy's numbers, then, with multiple civilizations against one, what was there to fear? After calming down, the wise men of several civilizations began to analyze the situation. They saw the decomposers greedily devouring resources and the dense clusters of eggs floating in space. They instantly deduced Chen Mo's strategy. And then what? What could they do? No matter how brilliant their wisdom, faced with the established facts, knowing it was a trap, they still had to jump in. And all of them, crunch, crunch. Samuel grabbed a pile of warship debris, shoving it into his mouth. Like potato chips, the crisp sound of chewing, unceasing. The transparent bloody hole in his abdomen began to heal. Compared to the initial fusion of biological bodies and mechanical technology, Samuel was now almost entirely composed of biological technology. Thus, no matter how severe the injury, consuming enough resources would allow recovery, which was more economical in both consumption and time than rehatching. The war had raged for some time, and even with extraordinary regenerative abilities, Samuel had been reborn 4 times. Crunch, crunch. It chewed laboriously for a while longer, but still couldn't fully mash the debris, so it simply swallowed it all in one gulp. It was a bit gritty and scratchy on the throat. Samuel expelled 2 streams of gaseous impurities which were promptly devoured clean by the nearby decomposers. Speaking of the enemy warship's toughness, what left the deepest impression was the time it recklessly plunged into enemy ranks, relying on its extraordinary healing with no other bugs around. Wounded, it grabbed a warship to recover, but couldn't even bite through it, only leaving a few uneven tooth marks. Thus, Samuel met its tragedy, and its first rebirth was due to this very reason. It could only be said that the materials used by the top-tier civilization's warships were incredibly sturdy. Even after that incident, Samuel had specifically strengthened its chewing and biting abilities, yet eating them still proved quite laborious. Truth be told, across the entire swarm aside from Samuel, only Chen Mo, in his true form, could probably chew on them. Even the decomposers couldn't bite through. They worked in groups of hundreds of thousands alongside the corrosive swarm, hauling entire wrecks away to resource conversion points for slow erosion. Samuel grabbed 2 more piles, losing several teeth in the process. If it were to open its maw and roar now, it would surely look utterly ridiculous. But in the next instant, the broken teeth grew back. It extended a bumpy sucker and licked purple mucus adhering to it. This organ, possessing strong decomposition and corrosive properties, could roughly serve as a tongue substitute, though it couldn't taste. The device's main body was placed near Samuel's head. To ensure maximum conversion efficiency, it was the only part of its body combining mechanical and biological technology. Phew. Samuel exhaled another thick viscous gas, which was unsurprisingly consumed by the decomposers. Just as it prepared to lead the swarm in another assault on the enemy's cosmic fortress, a familiar biological signal came from afar. Other bugs and civilizations couldn't distinguish it, but as a commander produced in nearly the same batch, Samuel immediately recognized it as the biological signal of Sure. What is it doing here? According to the Overlord's orders, Sure should be commanding in a distant star system requiring 2 jumps to reach. How did it end up here? Samuel scratched its head, finally deciding not to bother. Perhaps the Overlord had issued new orders. Its mind was simple and extremely stubborn. Using the simplest analogy, Chen Mo was the monarch, Sure was the chief minister, and Samuel was the chief military commander, one of blind, diehard loyalty. In daily warfare, it would listen to Sure's advice on different strategies. But once the monarch gave a direct order, it wouldn't care what anyone else said. Unless Chen Mo changed his mind, it would single-mindedly carry out the previous command. This was exactly the situation. The Overlord had ordered it to fight tooth and nail to conquer this star region. Even if Shur were merely passing by, or had come to deliver orders, unless Samuel heard the Overlord's broadcast directly through the Swarm network, there was absolutely no chance of changing course. Little ones, charge with me. Samuel wobbled its massive head, roaring out a phrase utterly unbecoming of a Swarm commander. As the core figure in the Bug Race's God Creation Project, Samuel had consumed many things. The scattered fragments of souls it had devoured could nearly fill a planet's worth of beings. After discarding useless memories, Samuel learned much from the remaining memories and was correspondingly influenced. When Chen Mo saw Samuel's bandit-like habits, he was silent for a long time before finally saying nothing. Let it do as it pleased. If mistakes occurred, he could always purge these traits from the recorded genetic sequences. As Samuel led the swarm in another charge at the cosmic fortress it had attacked hundreds of times, Shur, who had just arrived through a wormhole, cast a distant glance. Samuel could sense Shur's location, and Shur could find Samuel as well, but it had no intention of conversing. It opened a new wormhole toward its target. This was the beauty of the swarm structure. Whether it was Shur or Samuel, even if they questioned each other's abilities, they never doubted each other's loyalty. As long as the Overlord existed, no bug beneath would have the slightest chance of rebellion. Otherwise, when a top-tier minister and a top-tier general crossed paths, at least some basic communication would be necessary, but the swarm's offspring had no need for such concerns. When the wormhole opened again, a resplendent star system appeared beneath Shur's feet. Several warships were docked near the system, each comparable to the highest-grade star vessels of the Panner civilization. A single secondary civilization couldn't produce so many, but several pooling their resources could do so with ease. The swarm was the symbol of destruction. This was a truth evident to all civilizations. Thus, at the first moment the swarm ignited war, most surviving civilizations sided with the top-tier civilization, contributing whatever they could. A small portion chose to hide. Unable to provoke either side, they decided to lie low until the war yielded a result. The universe was vast, surely there was a place to conceal themselves. The last group consisted of representatives from various civilizations gathered on a planet. They made a mad decision. The top-tier civilizations had oppressed them for too long, and this was the best chance to break free from their class. They chose to side with the swarm, helping it suppress the secondary civilizations that had aligned with the top-tier ones. When Shur learned of this, it did not hide its contemptuous attitude. However, it did not refuse. Chen Mo's order was to devour all civilizations, and Shur would execute it to the letter. The hidden civilizations would require some effort to find, but having a small portion willingly step forward saved considerable time. As for allies, a cold gleam shone from Shur's compound eyes. There was no place for allies at the swarm's side. Before it lay only food, and beings soon to become food. The path of the bug race required no allies. On the planet, bizarre creatures of all shapes and sizes were crammed together, each representing a civilization, while their accompanying soldiers remained on the starships outside, a gesture of goodwill. Unlike their usual arrogance, these civilizations only a step away from the top echelons, and capable of easily suppressing lower-ranked ones, tasted an unfamiliar tension. This was a war sweeping across the universe, and as time dragged on, the longer it persisted, the narrower the living space for civilizations below the top echelons became. A war for resources. Civilizations that had analyzed the essence of war knew they had only two choices. One was to side with the top echelons, as they always had. The other was to stake everything on the insect swarm. As for staying neutral and hiding, not only might the insect swarm and top echelon settle scores later, but even if they didn't, what if the war wouldn't end anytime soon? The universe's resources are inexhaustible. Every civilization that rose from weakness once thought so. But when a civilization reached a certain level, they clearly understood that while resources were abundant enough to sustain many times the current number of civilizations, this was fundamentally different from true infinity. The insect swarm and the 5 rapidly advancing top echelon civilizations would devour all the universe's resources eventually. Though this time frame was long, it was not without an end in sight. By then, civilizations that had hidden themselves would face resource depletion. Their only chance for survival was to join this war, end it as quickly as possible, or seize resources in the chaos. From a stability standpoint, siding with the top echelons was the safest choice. Throughout history, top echelon civilizations had maintained a basic decency, not being overly harsh on lower-ranked ones. As for the insect swarm, based on available intelligence, calling them demons that would destroy the universe was not an exaggeration. But the universe never lacked gamblers. How many civilizations that could have advanced further were ultimately destroyed by gambling? Even witnessing the tragedies of other civilizations still chose to gamble, seeing only the success of the lucky few, not the destruction. The top echelons. These 4 words had weighed down civilizations for too long. Now an opportunity was at hand. If the insect swarm could topple the top echelons, they might also gain a chance to advance. Was it to choose safety and return to the old life? Or to gamble the entire civilization for a broader sky? Normal people wouldn't make the second choice, but gamblers would, and without hesitation they'd bet everything. They never lacked the courage to go all in, they only lacked an opportunity. Now the opportunity had come, so they made their decision immediately, to side with the insect swarm, no matter the outcome, at least to bring down the so-called top echelons. Was it pride? Was it greed? Was it the choice of civilization? Beyond the gambler's madness and life's greed, if one truly pondered why they so quickly sided with the insect swarm, even knowing it was the most dangerous existence, and that even if victorious they might be destroyed, the reason remained. The answer was simple. It was pure hatred. Even though top echelon civilizations had never dealt them a fatal blow and often helped them, all of this came with an absolute precondition. Other civilizations were not allowed to become top echelons if the path forward was fundamentally blocked. Under this premise, what did peace or dominating the universe matter? They wanted to advance further. Their civilizations wanted to advance further. If it were due to their own inability, they would accept it. But if a civilization stood in their way blocking the path, then there was no other choice. If they couldn't see it, if the top echelons truly hid themselves, preventing other civilizations from glimpsing them, making them believe that the next tier was the end of the universe's civilization, they wouldn't react this way. But they saw how the top echelons acted with impunity, how easily they destroyed lower-tier civilizations. Why? It wasn't a gap in ability. They were simply born earlier in this universe. Why should they accept it? No matter how well a dog lives, it's still a dog, not a human. They too wanted to be human. They too would be human. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Two individuals were particularly stiff, unable to blend in with the others who were discussing among themselves. Like domesticated dogs, some would awaken their wildness, but others would remain obedient. They had lost their civilization's pride and their drive to rise. What did it matter being a dog? It depended on whose dog they were. Being a dog for the top echelons was better than being a lower-tier civilization. After all, they didn't keep just any dog. Look at the Orderers, who had suppressed the entire universe. Except for the current mess with the insect swarm, weren't the previous generations also? As for the reason they were here, they were spies hidden among lower-tier civilizations, usually communicating with other civilizations. Whenever they detected someone trying to destabilize things, they reported it to the top echelons, who then ordered the Orderers to clean up. Thus, even the insect swarm, once Orderers themselves, didn't know their identities, nor did other lower-tier civilizations. At the war's start, they hid. Seeing the situation grow more unclear, they were about to step in and help when they were targeted by civilizations wanting to overthrow their masters, mistaken for still having ambition, and dragged along. Though they understood the ambitions of other civilizations, the two civilizations felt nothing but disdain. Long-standing facts had solidified their thinking. They didn't believe the top echelons would lose the war. Even if it was a stalemate now, it was temporary and victory would come as usual. So as usual, they prepared to dismiss the other civilizations. But when they heard that the insect swarm's supreme commander would personally attend the meeting, the two civilizations began to scheme. If it truly was the insect swarm's supreme commander, once confirmed by their intelligence, the top echelons could kill him. Then even if the door to the top echelons didn't open for them, at least the position of Orderer was guaranteed. Or they could become true spies, continuously transmitting intelligence, and reap plenty of benefits. The closer the meeting approached, the more nervous they became, fearing that a small slip-up would ruin the plan. Especially with the united lower-tier civilizations, if the plan were exposed, these people would devour them alive before the insect swarm even acted. Don't be nervous. No matter the outcome this time, at least we can finally shake off those bastard shackles. Someone noticed their tension and spoke up. Ironically, the universal language they used to communicate was actually the language of the top echelon civilizations. We were already prepared when we came. Now we're just a little emotional. That's good. The matter was easily brushed aside. The two weren't surprised by this outcome. Yes, who could have guessed that they had long since sided with the top echelons? With such thoughts, they quickly blended into the group. Amidst the harmony, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended upon them. They have arrived. A shiver ran through the crowd. Gazing upward through the transparent structure, they saw several black specks rapidly enlarging. The air grew viscous, subtly thrumming with a pressure that could shake mountains and rivers. Beings who had long forsaken the needs of mortal creatures, requiring neither sustenance nor breath, now found themselves inhaling deeply to alleviate the strain. In a space where only the sound of breathing could be heard, an absolute sovereign descended. Master! Several ancient figures shuffled forward, trembling. The master's gaze swept across them, then he withdrew his eyes and gave a slight nod. You may address me as... The crowd nodded hastily, ushering the master into the building with great fanfare. Here they would decide the direction of their civilization. Two delegates from civilizations aligned with the top-tier sequences exchanged a subtle glance, each able to see the shock in the other's eyes. It wasn't that they lacked composure, but the swarm commander had actually come in person. Of course, there was the possibility of a proxy. Although this was a meeting of utmost importance based on their understanding of the top-tier sequence civilizations, they knew those powers held them in little regard. So whether it was a substitute, or even the lowest-ranking servant sent to attend, they would have found it perfectly normal. Indeed, that would have been the expected scenario. The fact that the esteemed Supreme Commander, the Master himself, had graced them with his presence was the truly abnormal event. Something was definitely wrong. Should they send the signal now? Against a civilization of equal standing, the two might have had confidence in remaining undetected. But facing the swarm the moment they transmitted any information, they would surely die. If the civilization as a whole could advance, personal sacrifice was insignificant. The two had come prepared to die, but they only had one chance to send information. They couldn't yet confirm if this was the true body, and there was also the so-called plan. They should gather more intelligence before transmitting everything together. With anxious hearts, the two followed the others into the meeting hall and took their seats according to protocol. The Master silently observed the crowd, the pressure in the air mounting, until finally one being steeled itself and stood up. Commander, we have sent you our plan. In short, if there is any way we can be of assistance, just say the word. We will always follow in your footsteps. The others quickly voiced their agreement, then watched the Master nervously. When had a coalition of over a dozen secondary civilizations been forced to be so servile? If anyone asked that question, everyone present would give the same precise answer probably. When facing a top-tier sequence of, the Master observed the being who had stood up with keen interest. It was a floating disk, its edges covered in fine downy hairs emitting a faint radiance. Perhaps because the Master's gaze was too sharp, the disk's light visibly dimmed until it was completely extinguished. Rest assured, if I had no intention of cooperating, I wouldn't have come here myself. The Master offered a faint smile. Though paired with his hideous head, it appeared utterly monstrous. All civilizations present had long since moved past judging emotions by expressions and appearances. The sincerity transmitted through biological signals indicated that at least he was not lying. However, the Master's sudden turn of phrase froze the smiles that had just begun to form on their faces. As his gaze swept over them, the atmosphere grew tense once more. There are traitors among you. Before we eliminate them, it seems we cannot have a proper discussion. Impossible. No sooner had the Master spoken than several members shot to their feet. They had all undergone rigorous screening, their past behaviors observed before these dozen or so members were selected. As for those civilizations leaning towards the top-tier sequences, they had been filtered out from the very beginning. The two traitors were even more frantic, fear flooding their minds in an instant. It knew about the existence of. Just as the two made a snap decision to send the signal, the Master pointed at the disk that had first stood up. It is a traitor. An invisible force descended. The disk didn't even have time to utter a scream before a surge of overwhelming attraction erupted from within its body. In an instant, a disk some 2 meters in diameter was compressed to the size of a bottle cap. The two were stunned. Diaroscal was a traitor. As a civilization ranking highly among the secondary sequences, Diaroscal was one of the organizers of this meeting. When had a power like this defected to the top-tier sequences, and without their knowledge? Sir, are you certain it's a traitor? The others asked incredulously. If the Master were not the commander of a top-tier sequence the moment he called the disk a traitor, he would likely have been drowned in a torrent. The civilization represented by Diaroscal had been a key link in rallying other civilizations to oppose the top-tier powers. Had all of this been a deliberate act? A deliberate plan to filter out civilizations dissatisfied with the top-tier sequences, only to eliminate them all at once they had reached a certain scale. At this thought, the assembled beings began to tremble with fear. Had their scheming, which they thought was hidden in the shadows, been exposed to the light all along? Of course not. Diaroscal was not a traitor. The civilization it represented harbored a genuine will to overthrow the top-tier sequences, even at the cost of its own annihilation. The Master had simply pointed at random. He did not know who the traitor was, but he was certain one existed. After all, he had descended as the supreme commander of the swarm, and with the news he had secretly spread, the top-tier civilizations were surely aware of this meeting's existence. Even if the chance of his true body descending was minuscule, wasn't it worth a try? The top-tier civilizations had been mounting their counteroffensive from within formidable cosmic fortresses. These were troublesome structures that the swarm found difficult to breach. The Master wanted to lure them out, or at least a portion of them. As for whether using such schemes violated the sovereign's orders, Chen Mo had only commanded him to devour all civilizations. He had not restricted the methods. It was akin to being told to eat an apple. Whether he sliced it, juiced it, or bit into it raw was entirely up to his preference, as long as Chen Mo didn't specify otherwise. I wouldn't deceive you on this matter. The Master smiled. Hearing this, though difficult to accept immediately, the beings reasoned that as the Master said, a top-tier civilization had no need to lie to them. What do you think of the plan, eh? Another strange life form stood up. Not yet. The traitors haven't been fully cleansed. The Master's indifferent words sent another jolt of tension through the two true traitors. A cascade of gazes followed the Master's fingertip, swaying with its movements before it finally came to rest on the horrified Grolls. And you. Damn, we really have been exposed. With a furious roar, Grohl's head exploded, and an urgent signal shot straight into the heavens. Glor's death was swift, leaving no time for the surrounding beings to react as pus-green liquid splattered. A sharp, urgent signal shot into the sky, and then fearing that a single signal might be intercepted, a second infiltrator chose to transmit the signal at the cost of self-destruction. In an instant, the assembly descended into chaos with panic gripping everyone. Shur's hand froze midair, lingering for a long moment before lowering. His luck seemed almost too good. Shur was certain there were infiltrators in the venue, yet he hadn't expected that pointing at random a second time would single out a real one. Thus, the wrongfully slain Dioraskar was now branded as an infiltrator, even if he had never been one. The next moment, space began to warp. Gazing at the warships encircling the planet in an instant, Shur chuckled softly, truly swift. They must have been lying in ambush all along. Even with the possibility that this is merely a clone, they've still assembled such a formidable force. It seems they bear no small pressure. For you, any risk is worth taking. A faint voice emanated from the twisted space, and several crimson threads shot out swiftly, binding Shur. Throughout this, Shur's biological signal remained as steady as ever, his expression unchanged. So it's just a clone after all. Witnessing the swarm commander's unruffled demeanor, the owner of the voice was unsurprised. Though outwardly in biological signal characteristics, and even in the genes analyzed by the crimson threads, in a short time, everything matched Shur perfectly, without deception. From the perspective of a top-tier civilization, crafting such a lifelike clone was trivial. Even by infusing it with thoughts and memories, the clone would only realize it was a copy at the brink of death, not a living being. Of course, Shur disdained such methods, and had no need for them. It used its true body as bait, indifferent to its own safety. Since Samuel had already resurrected 4 times, what did Shur have to fear? But quite a crowd has gathered. As Shur's voice fell, the beings felt the planet beneath their feet begin to tremble. No, it wasn't trembling. If one had to describe it, it was as if the planet had come alive. And not just the planet. The entire star system had awakened in an instant. Vitalization. The voice lost its calm, surging with violent turmoil. Like a singularity transforming into a black hole, the swarm had turned into a celestial body, seamlessly replacing the original star system. More critically, this technology was so advanced that even top-tier civilizations had only developed it hundreds of thousands of years after ascending to the highest echelons. The swarm, a mere 5,000 years old since becoming an orderer, could not possibly master such cutting-edge techniques. The swarm surged from the planet, and the anti-jump field was erected in an instant. Sensing a flicker of astonishment from the twisted space, Shur was immensely satisfied. Turning to the panicked civilization representatives in the meeting room, it said, "Considering you've served as part of the bait, allow me to offer a rare word of thanks." WWHY. We were on the same side, a civilization representative wailed. When you place your hopes in others, you should have foreseen this outcome. Shur's body began to disintegrate, its soul igniting, its face melting like asphalt. Before perishing, it left a sentence that struck despair into every civilization representative. As for being on the same side, you overestimate yourselves far too much. Shur dissolved into a mass of sludge. The signal from the twisted space fluctuated violently a few times before the space gradually closed. The swarm's newly erected signal isolation field had taken effect, making it impossible to maintain the tunnel's stability. Just before closure, the signal swept over everyone present, etching their forms deep into memory. You are all noted. I will remember. The space sealed completely, yet the civilization representatives felt no elation at their narrow escape. It wasn't because a great battle was about to erupt on the planet. At this point, personal safety was trivial. What truly chilled their hearts was the attitude of the 2 top-tier civilizations. The swarm cared nothing for them. Even in its most tense moments, it had no need for their strength. If the swarm emerged victorious as destroyers, would they spare other civilizations? The representatives already held a despairing answer to that question in their hearts. Moreover, they had incurred the wrath of a top-tier civilization. For now, the latter was preoccupied with the swarm and lacked the energy to deal with them. But once victory was achieved, retribution would surely follow. No matter which side won, their fate was annihilation. Unless they could ascend to the ranks of a top-tier civilization before the war's end. Yet in the vast universe over tens of millions of years, only the Zerg had risen under the suppression of the top-tier order. The civilizations were alive, yet already dead. Such was their plight. No one would sympathize with their feelings. With the anti-jump field and signal isolation device in place, they couldn't even transmit a single message. Opening their eyes, they faced brutal reality. Closing them, visions of their civilization's destruction loomed in the darkness. But this struggle did not last long. As the battle commenced, the vitalized planet spewed forth thick purple swamps and swarms of insects, burying the civilization representatives along with their despair. The moment war erupted, the top-tier civilization shed its glamorous facade, displaying supreme competence. They were undoubtedly the most formidable foe the swarm had ever faced. Yet all would be buried beneath the swarm's terrifying numbers. The turning point came when 8 starships from a sub-civilization under the swarm's control self-destructed, successfully breaching the top-tier civilization's most formidable matrix fortress. In truth, even without the special matrix fortress, the two sides had fought evenly using ordinary matrix fields early on. But as the conflict progressed, the civilizations discovered a shocking truth. The insects were still growing stronger. Individually, the swarm wasn't formidable, but their sheer numbers kept the battle stalemated. Yet when the civilizations realized the insects could still evolve, their dismay was palpable. This was the main reason they had taken the risk, however slim, of luring the swarm's supreme commander, hoping to end the war before it spiraled further. They could no longer afford to delay. Though scientifically biological life had limits, and the universe's will would descend once a being reached a certain threshold, the Zerg's unique nature allowed their forces to steadily grow stronger under favorable conditions. No need to account for biological differences, genetic composition, or rejection. Even if they couldn't reach Samuel's level, a mere tenth of its power would make them dominant on the battlefield. Especially since Samuel was an individual unit. When considering other Zerg soldiers, even the smallest branch numbered in the billions. Lord Dominator, this is the complete battle report. In a cozy courtyard, Chen Mo sat in a rocking chair with a cat-like insect soldier lying on his lap. If one looked closely, they could see the insect soldier's entire body trembling incessantly. Regardless of the posture, being above the Dominator was an act of disrespect. If it were the lowest level insect soldier lacking self-awareness, it would not feel much pressure, but the one on his lap was an intelligent unit. The resurrected sure stood aside, leaning forward with a face full of reverence. It had just reported on the battle situation. Chen Mo seemed not to hear, gently rocking his body, his left hand holding the cat's chin, while his right hand slowly stroked its fur. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. It was not that he was slighting Sure, who was ostensibly the highest commander, but rather that Chen Mo had indeed been feeling drowsy lately. The number of insect soldiers was truly too great, to the point where even the cheat-like additional nodes had minimal effect. Of course, this was still some distance from the Dominator's true limit, but his reactions were inevitably somewhat sluggish, especially when Chen Mo was not actively concentrating. It was very safe here. He had left Parner about 400 years ago, shortly after the war began, and found an empty starfield. It was equipped with anti-jump rings and signal jamming devices, plus the dual camouflage of the Dream Tower and the Swarm Network. Unless they had specific intelligence, no civilization would discover the anomaly here. Sure's plan was very successful. At the cost of all the ambush forces, they managed to drag down the elite civilization's raid force. Samar even took the opportunity to bite off a small piece of the solid cosmic fortress, and was now relying on parasites for infection and destruction. Various civilizations already had countermeasures against parasites, but at the most intense moments of war they inevitably lacked the spare energy to deal with them, causing considerable trouble for a time. However, there was still a long way to go before breaking through, let alone the elite civilization itself. This would be a long war spanning tens of thousands of years. However, the elite civilization was preparing to show weakness. When they saw that the swarm could still evolve in an unscientific manner, they envisioned the future situation and deeply realized that this was a nightmare that could very likely. Are they preparing to form an alliance with us and share research results? Chen Mo murmured to himself, and the rot-tan chair began to rock again. Probably they are preparing to share the truth that will be researched in the future and form an alliance similar to the previous ones among elite civilizations, Sure replied. Wars among elite civilizations have never been resolved in a short time, which is why they rely on the greed for civilization progress. That is the so-called truth, to bind together and maintain basic peace. The reason they had started the war against the insect race without hesitation was first the anger of being forced to abandon the truth, and then the fact that they never expected the swarm could quietly enter the elite ranks in such a short time. Even after they learned, because it was a coalition of 5 houses, they didn't believe the insect race could hold out, but the result was shocking. Not only did the swarm withstand the joint attack of the 5 houses, but now it was even beginning to counterattack. In the future, it would be able to suppress them 100%. Although they were elite civilizations with their technological level leading over other civilizations, whether in accelerating reproduction, manufacturing intelligent weapons, or enhancing individual strength, even if they couldn't reach the level of the swarm, the 5 houses united would not be weak. The real reason that shook the 5 houses was that the swarm was too unscientific. Its evolution speed far exceeded normal cultivation rates. If things continued this way, even if they ultimately achieved victory, it would be a Pyrrhic victory 100%. Among the 5 civilizations, if just one hit its true strength during the war after the swarm was eliminated, it could pull out its hidden forces and annihilate the other 4. But the reality was even crueler. Not just one was hiding, all 5 were more or less concealing their strength directly, causing an uncontrollable shift in the situation. This was not something to be surprised about. Even if several forces were united, as long as it was not a social structure similar to the insect race, there would be multiple ideologies within the force. Without an external enemy, there would inevitably be a division of power. Even within the same civilization this was the case, let alone an alliance with other civilizations, especially since the elite civilizations had temporarily thrown off the shackles of the truth chain. A civilization without shackles is equivalent to a villain who has abandoned morality. Do not underestimate any civilization that has climbed to the apex, and do not overestimate their morality and goodness. How can a civilization achieve progress? Regardless of the details, when it comes to the core concept, there are actually only two ways. The first is a technological explosion surpassing all other civilizations by a level and overwhelming them as an absolute powerhouse. This method is suitable for the early and middle stages of a civilization. In the later stages, technology simply cannot achieve a sudden leapfrog advancement, let alone for elite sequence civilizations that already stand at the apex of the universe. The next step would be to step out of the universe. At this point, the second method must be used. Eliminate all civilizations of the same rank. For a simple example, on a 100-point exam, 10 people all score full marks. Although there may still be differences among them in terms of scores, they are all at the same level. A full 100 is the maximum, no further progress is possible. If one does not want to tie for first, the simplest method is to eliminate the other 9. Constrained by secular morality and rules, people can only think about it in their minds, but would not actually carry it out. However, when this situation is applied to civilizations facing the temptation to go even further beyond the peak, they are fully capable of doing it even without the slightest hesitation. One moment they are allies, the next moment they will turn hostile without warning. Chen Mo's disdain for so-called allies was not because other civilizations were of insufficient rank. The swarm itself was the hardest shield and the sharpest sword. Why would it need to rely on fragile communities of interest? If they want to hold meetings or seek communication with you, just deal with it superficially. The children in the rear should continue gathering resources. The chain of truth will eventually fall upon us, but it will never bind several civilizations at the same time. Chen Mo slowly stood up and walked to the lake, where several colorful fish swam. It was a stagnant pool, but after hundreds of years it had not emitted any odor and instead became clearer. Whether it was mechanical technology or biological technology, once they reached a certain level, they could all be classified as counterintuitive. As you command. Shi lowered his head and replied. He was not surprised by this answer. For the goodwill of the top civilizations, other civilizations that had climbed up from lower levels would still hesitate, but for the swarm, harmonious coexistence was a joke. The fangs had already been bared. How could they close their mouths without filling their bellies? Shi left 10 minutes later. To be cautious, Chen Mo did not open the anti-jump rings or defense facilities. Shi simply committed suicide and then was reborn from incubation chambers distributed in other locations. As you command. Shi lowered his head and replied. He was not surprised by this answer. For the goodwill of the top civilizations, other civilizations that had climbed up from lower levels would still hesitate, but for the swarm, harmonious coexistence was a joke. The fangs had already been bared. How could they close their mouths without filling their bellies? Shi left 10 minutes later. To be cautious, Chen Mo did not open the anti-jump rings or defense facilities. Shi simply committed suicide and then was reborn from incubation chambers distributed in other locations. Wallow Galaxy. From the outside, it resembles a small barred spiral galaxy with a radius of 7689 light-years. Due to the special configuration formed by the black hole and other celestial bodies, part of the physical and temporal rules are distorted. As a naturally occurring existence in the universe, the will does not impose punishment. Many research installations of the top-tier civilizations are set up in this galaxy to observe the distorted rules up close and probe the truths of the universe. They were undoubtedly successful, achieving many important results. It could be said that this galaxy accounted for over 60% of the research on truth. However, everything was reduced to ashes the moment the will descended. The researchers, along with their scientific achievements, committed suicide. Fortunately, the mature research equipment was preserved, so the top-tier civilizations prepared to recover this galaxy. Equipment is easy to produce, but arranging them according to fixed rules requires a lot of effort. To ensure the distorted rules here are not damaged, the galaxy cannot be relocated, so troops must be stationed to guard it. There had been no activity before, because sending a heavy force when the war was at its tensest might arouse the suspicions of the bug swarm. But the longer it was delayed, even if located in a very remote area, the ever-expanding bug swarm would eventually discover it. There are many places in the universe where rules are distorted, but none as vast as this one. They did not want to abandon it, so not long ago they dispatched a force of moderate strength. Several large probes emerged from the twisted wormhole. They were coated with special coatings and equipped with multiple composite stealth devices. Even so, the detection process required extreme caution. When did we ever need to be this cautious? A cube floating in midair buzzed. It was a resident of the top-tier civilization. Although there were methods to transform life forms into celestial bodies or other things, this was only a choice for a small number of people. Most still retained the original form of life. Bugs, how annoying, it muttered again. In the past, only encountering the other four civilizations would catch its attention, and even then, it was merely attention. Fear and caution were non-existent. Until today, it had never tasted what it was like to be afraid. You could be bolder if you're not afraid of being annihilated. The probe's console lit up and several black dots arranged themselves, emitting a sound. It was the cube's best friend. Due to an accident, its body was completely destroyed, and it eventually uploaded its consciousness to a virtual platform where it began a happy life. When it heard that the civilization was in danger, it volunteered to infuse its consciousness into the probe and became a glorious warrior. Why tease me? Speaking of which, this war really seems to have no end, the cube said helplessly. If it were just us alone, the bugs might have already won. The probe replied. No way. Although I admit the bugs are strong, how could we be defeated so quickly? The cube exclaimed in surprise. The data you see differs from mine. According to analysis, even if we go all out due to resource conversion rates and production ratios, we are comprehensively at a disadvantage. The bugs can eat anything and have no so-called resource points. Although I hate to admit it, the bugs have indeed reached the true top-tier sequence in a very short time. The probe's signal encoding could not convey emotions, but anyone could sense the frustration. The bug race, this newly emerged race, in the blink of an eye grew from a small pebble into a mountain, pressing down on the chests of all civilizations. If only we had exterminated them from the start. Clearly the Order's best choice was not it, the cube said. You always like to make such unwise remarks. There is no best choice. Every civilization has a rebellious psychology. The bugs, the probe replied, coldly paused, and added, you should brush up on your strategic knowledge recently. The bugs are not enemies that can be crushed by rules alone. They require flexible tactics. I've been studying all the time. They transmit data to me every day. Don't worry, if it were a low-level civilization member, they would need to learn slowly, but for us with data transmission, we become military gods in a second. Besides, I'm not a commander. The cube said carelessly. We also came from weakness. If it weren't for our arrogance, this incident would never have happened. The probe's sarcasm did not bother the cube. Since its consciousness was uploaded to the probe, the old friend's emotions had become fewer and fewer. Precisely for this reason, it could analyze anything from a neutral and rational standpoint. We were just following protocol. Who knew that in such a short time the bugs could achieve a civilizational leap under our surveillance? Not to mention other things, just those cosmic rules. How long did it take us to research them? It's so unfair. The cube was extremely puzzled by this, and it was also a matter that other civilizations found eerie. Not to mention other technologies, just the mastery of cosmic rules. Each one required at least 1,000,000 years of study. But the bug swarm. I always feel that the bugs have mastered some novel method. Although it's useless to us, maybe we can discover a new approach to truth research from it. Yeah. The cube's attitude was somewhat perfunctory. Not everyone would dedicate everything to civilization, and it did not intend to live forever. Since it wouldn't see that day, anyway, it was more indifferent than most in this matter. The probe said nothing more. It knew its old friend's thoughts well. Everyone has their own aspirations, at least it was still contributing to the civilization for now. The several probes scanned the galaxy inside and out, confirmed there were no problems, and began transmitting signals to the fleet. Buzz. Outside the galaxy, an even wider wormhole opened again. One by one, imposing warships emerged. In terms of size alone, they were far inferior to the starships of lower-tier civilizations, but in actual combat the starships were far inferior to them. This was without using rules, otherwise a single warship could easily destroy a lower-tier civilization. The ships gradually entered the galaxy. Even after detection, they remained extremely cautious, which saved them from being destroyed in an instant when disaster struck. When the fleet reached an asteroid belt, the shells of millions of asteroids suddenly shattered. Countless bugs surged out, surrounding the fleet layer by layer. What is this? The detection team was shocked and horrified. They had clearly scanned this place even multiple times. How could the bugs have evaded the scan? Due to previous studies, the space within this asteroid belt is slightly warped, which will have some impact on detection, but we have also upgraded the detection modules accordingly. The bugs cannot evade our scans unless the technology concealing the bugs has surpassed our scanning devices. In terms of technical hierarchy, the detector completed the cube's unfinished sentence, gazing at the insectoid tide surging from all directions, and calmly stated, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Regardless of the level of the bug's technology, the outcome for us will remain unchanged. I know. Under the dual influence of the language and emotional inhibitors, the cube maintained its composure. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the fleet had already engaged the insectoid tide, and the brilliant radiance dimmed even the nearest star. The cube and its companion were merely detectors lacking significant firepower. After releasing their limited swarm of drones, they drifted to the periphery of the battlefield, reporting the overall movement of the insectoid tide at a frequency of 2,000 times per second. Damn it, there are more and more bugs. Hasn't the anti-jump barrier been destroyed yet? The fleet commander was extremely agitated. Without pre-built fortifications and encountering the enemy directly, the insectoid tide clearly held the advantage. The reason was simple: the bugs acted without regard for consequences, and they cared nothing for losses. From the moment the war began, as long as they could pin down the fleet, the bugs would gather at an astonishing speed. If they failed to breach the defenses within a short time, the bugs would immediately switch to a self-destructive offensive mode. The casualty ratio between the two sides once reached 3-0 to 1. For any other civilization, such a staggering loss ratio would have caused internal collapse in no time, yet the insectoid tide remained completely unaffected. Instead, while ensuring the quality of individual units, their numbers only grew. No matter how many troops the allied civilizations deployed, the insectoid tide always maintained a numerical advantage of at least 3-0 times. Not daring to miss even a single moment, every commander linked to the superintelligent chips received vast amounts of information each second. If not for the genetic modifications of their biology, the sheer volume of data would have turned them into idiots in an instant. They had long regarded the bugs as equals of their level. They knew full well that if they could seize a momentary flaw of the enemy to expand their gains, the insectoid tide possessed the same capability. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of pure white, high-temperature light erupted. The bugs and ships in its path instantly melted away, with only a few elite insect soldiers and higher specification vessels surviving. The commander's heart leaped with joy. The anti-jump barrier had finally been dismantled. Everyone initiate forced jump immediately. This was an extremely dangerous order. Even with the mature jump technology of the top-tier civilizations, there were still certain prerequisites for activation. In the midst of battle, forced jump, no matter how carefully executed, would result in at least 30% losses. But staying would only lead to greater losses. Even if reinforcements could be called at this moment, the bugs would also bring in their own reinforcements. A heated confrontation was not a wise move. All captains began the jump sequence without any resistance to the commander's order. Unconsciously, at some point, the top-tier civilizations, upon being ambushed, no longer thought first of annihilating the enemy, but of finding a way to disengage from the battlefield. Rather than a lack of thought, it was more like an instinctive avoidance. It was not merely about treating the insectoid tide as an equal. Even when facing the forces of the other four civilizations in the past, they had never considered retreating, even if outnumbered. They were afraid. Afraid of the frenzied insectoid tide. Fear should not have appeared in the top-tier civilizations. Of course, this emotion did not arise suddenly. It was the result of centuries of war, where the insectoid tide carved a bloody truth, loudly proclaiming to all that even top-tier civilizations could die, could be annihilated. Space began to warp as an unstable wormhole was forcibly opened. But just as it was about to fully expand, the wormhole suddenly froze, then collapsed inward. At the same time, a wave of terror originating from the depths of every living being's soul swept across the entire battlefield. They were familiar with this sensation. According to analysis, it was the manifestation of the insectoid hive will. As the number of bugs increased, this will grew stronger. Had the insect commander also arrived? They scanned the surroundings, and sure enough, at the core of the insectoid tide, a bioship hovered silently upon which stood a creature with 4 limbs and a hideous head. The insect tide commander, sure. To eliminate him, they had once dispatched a fleet to ambush, but it turned out to be only a clone. They were still unaware that the one they had eliminated was actually the real Sure, but Sure himself was not the true insect tide commander. From beginning to end, Chen Mo never showed his face, or rather there was no need. He only needed to set the direction from behind the scenes, and his subordinates would fill in the details. This ambush would be dismissed by the top-tier civilizations as mere bad luck, little knowing that it was not an accident, but in the star system where the rules were twisted, such a significant location. If they had not known about it before, after the researchers committed suicide and the system lost its support, its coordinates naturally reappeared. With the sheer number of bugs over the course of centuries, how could the insectoid tide have failed to discover it? And as for why they did not occupy it immediately, it was for this very moment. Sooner or later, the top-tier civilizations would have to send troops to garrison, and they would be elite forces. That was an undeniable fact. The question was how to devour this force. It did not take long for the top-tier civilizations to cultivate a fleet, but it was incomparable to the bugs' nearly cheating method of spawning eggs across the universe. Even more outrageous was that every time the insectoid tide invaded a star region, their first priority was to build anti-jump barriers and signal-blocking devices, and then find the resource collection points of the top-tier civilizations, relentlessly destroying them. At first, the various civilizations felt ashamed for uniting against mere bugs. But the more they fought, the more they were grateful for that initial shameless decision. If they had fought alone, they would surely have been annihilated by now. Such overwhelming pressure. This must be the real body. The commander made a decision. If they could kill the supreme commander of the insectoid tide, causing chaos within the swarm, even total annihilation would be a worthy price. But if even they could see the key point, how could Chen Mo, who had personally sent Sure, be unaware? This was not an unprepared encounter, it was an ambush planned for a century with the goal of total annihilation. Show your glory. Sure raised his hand, and a shimmering point of light emerged from his chest, as if compressing a supernova about to explode into the size of a ping-pong ball. The light pierced through dark matter-warped space and refracted into myriad colors. But the onlookers had no spare attention for the beautiful spectacle. They soon discovered a horrifying fact: the ships under the fleet's control, operated by the superintelligent AI, had all turned their guns and opened fierce fire on their own allies. Fragments of information danced across the galaxy, and despite the fleet commander's utmost efforts, they could never reclaim even a sliver of the initiative. Superintelligence. One of the technologies born at the dawn of civilization, unlike those outdated techniques, it had accompanied civilization through every era of renewal. Living beings ultimately had their limits. No matter how much genes evolved, the chasm always remained between their computational power and superintelligence. One might gain formidable processing abilities through implanted chips, but the core sustaining it all was still superintelligence. Even Chen Mo, as the Hive Lord, possessed a signal flow and node organization capacity far surpassing superintelligence, and could perform fine-grained operations well, yet when it came to computational speed per second, he still fell short. The higher a civilization's level, the greater its dependence on superintelligence, and the more authority it granted, hence events like the mechanized revolution. Previously, due to the existence of the intelligence, all top-tier civilizations had restrained their own intelligences, fearing that fleets and facilities might be seized by higher computational power. After the intelligence's destruction, those locked permissions were unlocked, and especially after the war began, dependence rose again. This was not a flawed decision. Who could have imagined that the swarm, which had only recently entered the ranks of top-tier civilizations, possessed a superintelligence that had also evolved to the pinnacle? Chen Mo had always used Mengta in a supporting role. This was its first true public appearance. The reason was not that Mengta was weak, but that the number of enemies was overwhelming, and superintelligence was not a bug soldier that could be hatched on demand. Under a honor versus situation, the moment Mengta dared to show itself, it would be suppressed instantly. Now it was different. The fleet had only destroyed the anti-jump field, while the signal disruption device remained intact. The fleet, controlled by modules split off from the superintelligence, was naturally no match for Mengta, which had transferred its entire core. In a brief 12 nanoseconds, it devoured the superintelligence's split-off modules and seized control of the fleet. The fleet commander, in despair, turned into a brilliant fireball. In his final moment, he still charged toward the signal disruption device to transmit intelligence, but it was but a futile wish. The swarm did not occupy this distorted galaxy. Instead, as before, it ambushed a large number of bug soldiers. The battle situation was so tense that there was no need to station heavy troops. The concealment was merely a gamble. A core fleet vanished without a trace. Even if they knew the galaxy harbored danger, might they still send a fleet to search? War was like that, a nibble here, a scrape there, and as the fighting dragged on, every aspect gradually weakened. That was the terrifying essence of attrition, and the swarm was undoubtedly the civilization best suited for such a strategy. Of course, if there was a chance to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, Chen Mo would not pass it up. Who would want to drag things out for who knew how many years, when a single decisive blow could settle everything? The swarm's numbers had reached a terrifying level. Long ago, Chen Mo had stopped hatching decomposers and instead focused on more advanced bug soldiers. Even so, the sheer quantity made other civilizations tremble with fear, especially the secondary ones. They watched helplessly as the swarm, vaster than a barred spiral galaxy, rolled over civilizations of their own rank under the protection of cosmic laws, and those foes could not even struggle before being turned into sustenance. Whether visible celestial bodies or invisible dark matter and signal waves, everything was devoured clean. If they had harbored any illusions before now, all civilizations were utterly disheartened, flocking to the top-tier ones. The swarm was too brutal, utterly unreasonable, treating other civilizations not as civilizations, but as a plate of food. When you eat a cream bun, you might consider factors like whether it will make you fat, whether it tastes good, or whether it has expired, but you would never ask the cream bun for its opinion. The inability to communicate, or rather the other side's refusal to communicate, was the key factor that drove all wavering civilizations to make their decision. Little did they know, as they decided to fully align with the top-tier sequence, the top-tier civilizations were preparing to make peace with the swarm. Sure Ryue attended the meeting. The specifics of peace had been debated for nearly half a year. The top-tier civilizations might not truly want peace, perhaps they were merely buying time. Ever since Mengta truly entered the battlefield aided by the swarms, that could temporarily disrupt information flow, the top-tier civilizations' forces had been retreating on the front lines. The two sides' forces differed fundamentally in nature. Although the swarm's mechanical technology was not weak, it was predominantly biological. Even the parts equipped with devices operated on simple principles without needing to connect to superintelligence. The top-tier sequence was the exact opposite. Not only did their fleets require superintelligence, but a large portion of their living beings also had chips implanted that funneled into the superintelligence. This directly led to the top-tier civilization's superintelligences having to manage fleets, analyze data, guard against electronic viruses, aggregate information, and also fend off Mengta's permission theft, all on the front lines. Mengta, however, had only two tasks. First, indiscriminately deploy viruses. Whether fleets or life forms, anything linked to superintelligence was its target. Second, seize fleet permissions. Originally, Mengta's overall data was weaker than the top-tier superintelligences, and it only held its ground with the swarm's will's assistance. But once the swarm fully transitioned from mechanical to biological technology, removing all constraints, Chen Mo suddenly realized that the top-tier superintelligences were nothing special. If not for there being 5 of them, a fully committed Mengta could toy with these computation-stressed intelligences as if playing a game. Mechanical technology was restricted and biological technology was clearly inferior to the swarms. To change their predicament, they needed time, but under the swarm's relentless pressure, even breathing was difficult, let alone having ample time. Acknowledge our race's status, share technology, and open all future research on truth to us. Looking at the 5 virtual projections floating before him, Sure said with amusement, does our race's status need your acknowledgement? You. The representatives of each civilization were momentarily furious, but they could not find words to refute. Acknowledging the swarm's status. What a hollow phrase. The swarm was not locked in a stalemate with one of their civilizations earning recognition after both sides made concessions. No, it was fighting against 5 civilizations single-handedly, and even gaining the upper hand. From that perspective, the so-called acknowledgement seemed rather arrogant. The swarm was pitting itself against 5 civilizations, and subtly gaining the advantage. Seen in this light, the offer of acknowledgement was itself presumptuous. May I interpret this as your side having no intention to negotiate? A projection spoke. That depends on your sincerity, Sure replied with a smile. Sure smiled. As expected, the conference ended in discord. If the other civilizations harbored any inclination toward peace, Chen Mo possessed not even a shred. Who would seek peace with a mere breadcrumb? By this point, the major civilizations had recognized the insect tide's utter unwillingness to cease hostilities. The mere terms proposed by the master were tantamount to ceding their lifeblood, conditions that could never be accepted. Though it remained unclear why the master, despite lacking any desire for peace, continued to attend subsequent meetings, at least the clashes between the two sides lessened during the conference period. They desperately needed time to complete a plan capable of annihilating the insect tide in one fell swoop. If they continued to delay, the situation would only deteriorate further. The scales of victory had long tilted, and if they did not gamble everything, the only outcome was extinction. Although Chen Mo was unaware of the civilization's plans, he was certain they were preparing something major. Yet was he not doing the same? The civilizations were currently at a slight disadvantage, but weakness did not imply immediate annihilation. According to projections, it would take at least 10,000 years before a definitive outcome emerged. By then, most of the universe's resources would be exhausted. Devouring all civilizations was not the end, but a new beginning. Chen Mo still needed resources and the various galaxies to delve into the cosmic truth. If it dragged on for 10,000 years, resources would be depleted and the path to truth would be blocked. Then, even with countless insects, they would drift in an empty universe awaiting a reset. Without mastering the truth, the insect tide could not survive the reset. Chen Mo needed to preserve the universe's resources, so he too was preparing something major. It might cause the insect tide to wither in the short term, but withering was only relative to the top-tier civilizations. As long as he crippled the 5 top-tier civilizations, the minor schemes of the secondary civilizations would be irrelevant. Even if some civilization like the insect tide once did secretly cross the threshold to become a top-tier sequence, it would not matter. Not all civilizations possessed the inheritance of the insect tide. The gap between top-tier sequences was sometimes greater than that between a secondary civilization and a newborn one. A single cosmic law could crush all civilizations utterly. This was why the top-tier civilizations had not paid much attention to the insect tide's minor maneuvers. Even if they became a top-tier civilization, without truly mastering multiple cosmic laws, they could not wield or utilize them. They were not truly top-tier and could be eliminated with a wave of the hand. Of course, Chen Mo was not arrogant enough to despise all civilizations. He had no desire to experience destruction born of pride. Before the final battle, a contingent of insect soldiers would employ cosmic laws to annihilate all civilizations. In the following period, the situation seemed to stabilize. It was not that the flames of war had subsided, but that people had grown accustomed to the chaotic universe. After all, neither the insect tide nor the alliance of the 5 top-tier civilizations could yet turn the entire universe into a battlefield. They could gradually wither the universe, destroying it piece by piece, but they could not destroy the entire universe at once. The weaker civilizations moved their foundations away, expecting that neither the insect tide nor the top-tier civilizations would care about their life-preserving tricks. Little did they know that their self-perceived safety was but sand in the wind. Both the insect tide and the top-tier civilizations had marked their locations. Chen Mo wanted to resolve all problems in one go, and the top-tier civilizations thought similarly. To avoid another uprising like the insect race, it was safest to snuff out all civilizations in the cradle. As for the negative consequences of destroying all civilizations, they had previously deemed them unnecessary to bear, but not impossible to bear. What they cared about was only the truth, like a caged canary. No matter how fine the abode or abundant the food, it could never compare to spreading its wings and soaring. If they could not see the outside world, it was tolerable. But once they crossed into the top-tier sequence, a dark room would open a window. Not enough to pass through, but enough to glimpse the world beyond. Secondary civilizations still possessed the resolve to sacrifice for ascension, and top-tier civilizations had the courage to sacrifice everything for the sake of escaping the universe. The final meeting between the two sides took place 260 years later. The time was measured by the nearest star system to Chen Mo, which was covered in incubation chambers, the site managed by Lin. The outcome was predictably a breakdown. From the firm stance of the civilization representatives, it was clear they were prepared. They had brought ample resources and sat at the gambling table ready to play their cards. Meanwhile, the opponent had already revealed itself at the entrance. Dominator, the master said, lowering its head in reverence. Before it sat the true master of the insect tide. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. Ever since the insect tide's numbers approached their ceiling, he had felt increasingly drowsy, as if he were perpetually asleep, yet perpetually awake. Are all matters settled? Thanks to the power of his genes, even after centuries without speaking or moving, his bodily functions had not deteriorated. Speaking of which, as Lin's experiments progressed, Samuel's physical capabilities grew increasingly formidable. More than once it had brushed against the bottom line of the universe's will. Had Samuel not reacted swiftly and ended itself immediately, the insect tide would have suffered at least a 30% loss under the backlash, even without the top-tier civilization's intervention. Moreover, the true trump card of the insect tide, the elite insect soldiers, had been completed. They were crafted using Samuel's modules. Although their individual abilities did not cross the line, their sheer numbers drew attention twice. After much trimming and adjusting, the limit of their quantity was finalized. 1,380,000. For an insect tide that could casually deploy armies numbering in the quadrillions, a mere 1.38 million was an embarrassingly small figure. However, should they truly encounter any type of enemy force on the battlefield, these 1.38 million elite insect soldiers would effortlessly devour them. Even if the enemy's numbers were millions of times greater, according to the masters and Lin's estimates, the elite insect soldiers would suffer at most a 10% loss in devouring a force of 5 quadrillion Mengju. In terms of combat power, each of them could be considered a weaker version of Samuel, and Samuel was a true absolute powerhouse who stood on the very edge of the universe's limits. They were the hidden dagger Chen Mo had kept ready to pierce the enemy's heart. Chen Mo had already analyzed the approach the top-tier civilizations intended to take. Compared to other civilizations, the insect tide's network was an advantage, but also a weakness. Even if biological signals were completely cut off, a faint thread of connection always remained. The insect race was more integrated than any other civilization and could not be split apart. To deal with such a race, the best method was naturally to target the biological network that united all members. The top-tier civilizations possessed a similar method. Ujichi had once nearly destroyed the insect race with it. The upgraded origin tracing carnage was their trump card. Correspondingly, Chen Mo did not need to connect the entire civilization with a superintelligence. Even if the top-tier civilizations had suffered from Mengta's scheme, they would at most strengthen their defenses rather than revoke the superintelligence's authority. They had no choice. They were too dependent on it. If they could destroy the superintelligence, their civilization's level would instantly plummet. War erupted once again, fiercer than ever before. Even the most remote corners of the universe could not shield the lesser civilizations from trembling in terror. The slightest ripple of its aftermath unleashed energies potent enough to annihilate entire constellations. Overwhelming currents of information turbulence interlaced, flashing violently in the dark void. These were not true beams of light, but collisions of data streams, and with them perished the most basic insect soldiers. Unlike the gradual spread that once relied on genetic sequences and rules, the upgraded technology now acted directly on the biological network. Insect soldiers within this star domain and those hundreds of billions of light years away would be annihilated simultaneously. Traceback slaughter. A truly genocidal means that followed the biological genes to eradicate an entire civilization. In an instant, at least 40% of the insect soldiers at the lowest nodes of the swarm were obliterated, and the number was soaring rapidly. Chen Mo remained unperturbed. Having anticipated such a tactic, he had made preparations in advance, creating numerous branching nodes. This would not render the attack ineffective, but it bought enough time. This was the greatest flaw of traceback slaughter. It could only ascend from the lowest level of the biological gene sequence, gradually purging upward. Let's begin. Chen Mo's will permeated the entire race. The universe began to twist and tear, and a gap was ripped open in the galaxy's formidable defense system. Countless insect soldiers surged out from within, facing the most powerful defenses of the top-tier civilizations. The superintelligence existed in the realm of the virtual. Any intelligent device could serve as its host, but to unleash its full computational power, equally top-tier equipment was required. Without such equipment, the superintelligence could still function normally, but its performance in all aspects would be impaired. At that point, the Ming Tower would gain an absolute advantage on the battlefield, easily intercepting the traceback slaughter. The top-tier civilizations were well aware that superintelligent equipment could not be concealed. The device is capable of supporting the full operation of a top-tier intelligence rivaled stars in size. Unlike the miniaturization trend of early civilization equipment, the later stages demanded larger devices to sustain the intelligence. Whether it was the glow of operation or the signal streams flooding the cosmos, everything blatantly marked their coordinates. Normally, they could remain hidden because they were not operating at full power. Now an attack was only natural. They were betting that the insect swarm could not breach their defenses before being wiped out. Chen Mo was also betting that the swarm could break through the defenses of each top-tier civilization before total annihilation. Yet there was a fundamental difference between the two sides. Chen Mo had only staked all his wealth while the most essential core of his civilization remained tucked safely away. The highest level nodes would not succumb to traceback slaughter, a confidence granted by the Ming Tower. Even if he lost everything, he would still have a chance to rise again. The top-tier civilizations, however, had truly gambled their very existence. If they lost the wager, they would collapse utterly with no chance to catch their breath. In truth, even so, Chen Mo was reluctant to gamble. A steady, methodical approach would secure ultimate victory. But the problem was that if he delayed, the remaining resources might not suffice until he mastered the truth. Moreover, the civilizations were already seated at the gambling table. Having failed to kill them the moment they entered the casino, Chen Mo was forced to sit down with them. Break for me. Sam Ayer grabbed what was claimed to be the world's strongest composite material, ignoring layers of spatial matrix force fields, and tore it apart with brute force. Grinning, he stuffed the material into his mouth, his wounds healing rapidly. With a roar, he led hundreds of thousands of elite insect soldiers and 3 trillion swarm members surging toward the core defenses of one of the top-tier civilizations. Stop them! The civilization commander bellowed. They no longer cared whether tearing the universe would awaken the slumbering will. They forcibly ripped a massive rift in the space between them. The tens of thousands of elite insect soldiers halted immediately, while the rest surged forward as if oblivious to the rift. In an instant, countless soldiers plunged into the abyss. The commander soon witnessed a sight he would never forget. It was filled. The cosmic rift was filled. Of course, that was not entirely accurate. No one knew what lay beyond the cosmic rift, but it was certainly a place no normal civilization could endure. They had often tossed strange things into it, and it had never been filled, nor would it ever be. As for why the insects had filled it, the precise explanation was that the total number of soldiers exceeded the rift's throughput. The universe was like a bucket with a large hole. The water would continuously leak as long as enough water was poured in, the bucket would remain full. That was the case now. With no regard for losses, the flood of insect soldiers outpaced the rift's devouring speed, allowing the tens of thousands of elite insect soldiers to march across the corpses of their kin. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the two forces clashed, countless fleets and insects exploded. Waves of energy turbulence scattered, and the cosmos was pocked with dense spatial depressions. Muffled explosions, even in the vacuum of space where sound could not travel, still shook the entire star domain through other wave bands. Wreckage and shredded flesh drifted among the galaxies. Every insect soldier charged forward, whether facing the enemy or the unpassable death zone. Unless they were completely incapacitated, these loyal little creatures would wave their limbs, howling and shrieking as they lunged at their foes. They did not know the meaning of their actions, nor did they bother to think. It was enough to know that it was the command of their sovereign. Commander, they are about to breach the outer defense line. The subordinate's cry of alarm transmitted through the chip. The commander's face darkened. He knew the outer defenses could not hold the swarm, but he had not expected them to be breached so quickly. The power of the elite insect soldiers far exceeded everyone's expectations. This is fucking abnormal. The commander wanted to curse. If individual strength came from mechanical transplantation, it would be understandable. But these insects contained no mechanical technology. They were purely biological and incredibly powerful. He had seen 10 elite insect soldiers tear apart the sentry drone swarm. For mechanical technology, they had many countermeasures, but for biological technology options were scarce. No civilization had ever developed biological technology to such an extent. In earlier years, they had glimpsed some hints from Samair, but since he was always an individual, they assumed it could not be replicated. Who could have imagined that so many would suddenly emerge? As for why they did not research technology to counter formidable biological entities, the reason was simple: it would be like restarting the technology tree, a problem that could not be solved in a few hundred years. They did not have the time. The insect tide was drawing closer. Now what the commander witnessed was not the brilliant stars, but the nauseating vile insect soldiers spitting green digestive fluids. Their carapaces gleamed, yet evoked no sense of beauty. Chaotic streams of information swirled around, drowning out every sound. Gazing at the swarm of insects with their hideous maws agape, the commander could only reveal the first of his trump cards. Initiate Silver Ring. The command was given, and a tempest swept through the cosmos. A storm of dark matter stirred by the energy surge. Then drop by drop, silver raindrops descended at 10 times the speed of light, effortlessly piercing the perfect matrix that even dark matter beams could not shake, and then tore through the insect tide. Bioships the size of asteroids were shattered into microscopic particles by the silver ring. The insect tide was severed. Over half of the insect soldiers perished in the first moment. The pressure was relieved, and the commander and his soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, but the respite did not last long. A new wormhole had already opened. It was inevitable. The silver rain would destroy everything within its range, and the anti-jump circle could only be temporarily closed. The enemy possessed a superintelligence of a very high order. Under its interference, the anti-jump circle could not be reactivated immediately. The enemy would surely seize this opening. All of this was anticipated, but why were there so many? Facing a swarm even larger than the first wave, the commander was utterly terrified. Impossible. The insect race was simultaneously attacking 5 top-tier civilizations, and intelligence had also indicated that a portion of the swarm was harassing lesser civilizations. The number of the swarm was sufficient to accomplish all these tasks, but there was an absolute prerequisite: the swarm must not suffer damage. However, they had already activated retroactive slaughter, which should have been enough to cripple the swarm in this time. Why was this happening? If you are frightened by such a degree, then you are truly disappointing. Chen Mo, monitoring the entire domain, gently stroked the insect soldier in his arms. His aged gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, as if it could reach the battlefield directly. The top-tier civilization's estimation was not wrong. Retroactive slaughter was a very special weapon. No matter how many enemies, it was useless. Chen Mo's solution was simple: continuously stack nodes of different tiers. In the past, no matter how bloated, the layers of nodes never exceeded 20. Now the number of node tiers had already reached several million, and each tier had at least 100 billion nodes. The transmission of information level by level, descending layer after layer, completely violated the fundamental nature of the swarm. But the benefit was obvious. Even the upgraded retroactive slaughter designed to counter the swarm could not trace back through the complex and enormous node structure in a short time. Such a bloated hierarchy was indeed terrifying. Even with the support of the sovereign, Chen Mo did not intend to maintain it for long. Once the war ended, he would strip the permissions of each node and restore the insect race to a simple and clear state, creating something that even he himself feared. Chen Mo could not help but sigh. Each node could be seen as a minor official, but the number of officials accounted for over 99% of the civilization's total biological population. In any other civilization, even a top-tier 1 internal collapse would have long occurred. No matter how powerful, no matter what tier a civilization reached, what ultimately sustained Chen Mo was the fundamental nature of the insect tide. The same scene unfolded across 5 battlefields. The top-tier civilizations quickly realized that no matter how much they had overestimated, they had still underestimated the swarm. Thus, they dared not slacken any further and directly deployed their hidden forces. This was not the time to plan for the future. If they continued to hide, not only the future, but even the present survival was in question. In the following period, the two sides engaged in a slaughter more intense than ever before. The universe's self-healing speed could not keep up with the rate of destruction. During this time, the cosmic will even stirred faintly twice, but was ultimately suppressed. When the major civilizations were at their last gasp, the insect tide also encountered a fatal crisis. Because both soldiers and construction units were considered life forms, retroactive slaughter directly locked onto the incubation chambers after breaking through layer after layer of nodes. The swarm would no longer have a large number of new reinforcements. It could only rely on the soldiers already on the field. Samair's visage was twisted, his composite chitinous armor was shattered countless times and healed just as many. Under the relentless bombardment, a milky gelatinous substance coated his body, but it was dispersed before it could solidify. If not for the upgraded energy system, which connected to a black hole at the edge of the universe that could constantly devour resources for conversion, even consuming the energy systems of enemy ships would not have provided enough energy to sustain the recovery from injuries. A quick resolution was necessary. Samayer was brash, but not a fool. Some of the higher-tier insect soldiers on the field were already showing signs of being killed by retroactive slaughter. He had just located the exact position of the super device, where 9 black holes were stacked, distorting the rules of space and physics. Samayer did not believe the top-tier civilization had regained the use of truth, otherwise the cosmic would have fully awakened under the stimulus, not merely yawn and fall back asleep. It was likely a natural formation like that star system. The top-tier civilization, which had once grasped part of truth, had used methods related to truth to send the super device inside. The other battlefields haven't encountered a similar problem. As long as this one is dealt with, victory is certain. A cruel gleam flashed in Samayer's eyes. Although doing so might erase his own genetic sequence recorded in the swarm network, in other words, true death, what did it matter? He brutally tore open a path leading the remaining 100,000 elite insect soldiers and plunged without hesitation into the twisted black hole of distorted rules. The moment he entered, Samayer felt the terrible nature of the twisted rules. Besides the spatial changes that made escape impossible, the distortion of physical rules rendered his hardest carapace extremely fragile. There were many other effects, but Samayer had no mind to perceive them. Only will could annihilate truth. This was a conclusion reached by various civilizations through practice. Inside Samayer's body, stable gene chains swiftly disassembled and recombined into different gene chains at the same speed. Forced evolution. This was the unique ability of high-level commanders like Samayer. They possessed the authority to select genes from the gene pool and modify themselves, though normally all such authority was concentrated in Lin's hands. Soon Samayer's individual strength again exceeded the cosmic limit. The familiar terror awakened once more. Normally he would erase his own existence immediately, and the cosmic would fall silent. But this time he did not choose the safe option. Standing within the realm of truth, trampling the bottom line, Samayer raised his head and grinned savagely at the will. A thunderous roar reverberated through the ears of every living being in the universe. Above, the warped black hole layers of the cosmos crumbled as the will descended, formless yet palpable. Samuel hid in the deepest layer of the black hole where time and physical laws were twisted, yet even there, he could not resist the will for a single nanosecond. The black hole shattered instantly, and the shockwave of energy pulses flattened everything around it. Chaotic streams of information scattered like snowflakes. Samuel, who had long lost the sensation of pain, felt agony anew. A burning sensation that consumed his entire being, searing his soul. Yet it lasted only a moment before his soul and body vanished like burning magnesium ribbons. In his final moment, Samuel gazed into the distant cosmos and sensed a watchful gaze. With his last strength he spoke. The Overlord is immortal, the swarm shall endure. Boom. The will did not dissipate with Samuel's death. It continued to ravage everything around, destroying vast swathes of the insectoid tide. In that instant, laws and truth shattered into fragments, and eerie, unheard sounds echoed from the darkness. Yet watching the annihilation of the swarm, the commander of the apex civilization felt no joy, only terror and panic. The super AI was gone. The hosting device was destroyed the moment Samuel died. Under normal circumstances, the super AI would have transferred to another device. That was its true terror. It could not be destroyed by simply destroying the device. But now it had vanished. Not relocated to another device, but utterly disappeared as if it had never existed. Having long been in a realm where laws were twisted, it had become tainted with a trace of truth. And the black hole's warped truth concealed it, so, when the will was summoned, it did not detect this place. They themselves never anticipated that the super AI could become tainted with truth, and thus failed to destroy it. Chen Mo, who had been watching the battlefield, deduced the probable cause. Seeing the chaos of the warships now lacking intelligent support, he seized the perfect opportunity. The moment the will fell dormant, the Dream Tower withdrew most of its computational power from the other 4 battlefields and focused on this one. Without the super AI to counter, the warship's defensive systems were instantly breached and recoded by the Dream Tower. The vessels that had once protected the civilization became the instruments of its destruction. The scales of victory tilted decisively. One enemy was eliminated first at the most critical moment. Seize the gene bank and code bank. Chen Mo issued the command to the Dream Tower, then with a thought, a massive wormhole opened before the former apex civilization's fleet. The fleet and the remnants of the insectoid tide surged into it, heading for another battlefield. Here, although some armed resistance remained, all resistance became meaningless once the Dream Tower wrested control of various devices. Damn it. On another battlefield, watching the swarm and warships emerge from the wormhole, the commander there instantly understood what had happened. Fucking useless bastards. He cursed in fury. As civilizations of the same tier, they had never really clashed, but in peacetime, they had often lorded it over others. Before the war, they had boasted they could annihilate the swarm, even bragging that others should not hold them back. And now they were the first to fall. How could he not be enraged, not be furious? But surely they hadn't been wiped out completely. The relationship among the 5 civilizations was delicate. They wished each other destroyed, yet they also acknowledged each other's strength. Since his own side was still holding out, the other could not have been annihilated. What on earth had happened? The commander shouted into the communication system, but only static answered him. Damn, what the hell? He gave up trying to establish contact, and temporarily pulled back his forces. The swarm appeared suddenly, cutting through the fleet's original formation. White-hot fireballs and flashes of information streams surged around, devouring everything, including the ships. Not only long-range communications, but also short-range channels were blocked. Noise drowned out everything. Before he could repair it, he felt a sensation like floating in zero gravity, followed by a sudden plunge. Thanks to his excellent physiology, the abrupt gravity shift did not injure him, but the scene before him made him dizzy. Control of the fleet's gravity modulation module had been seized. The gravity module alone was not critical, and the impact was tolerable, but what truly terrified him was what this seizure symbolized. Their own super AI could no longer maintain control over all modules. That was the true source of fear. A well-defended super AI backed by top-tier devices could not be stripped of control by the swarm's intelligence. This could only mean one thing. The devices were destroyed. Boom. Sure enough, before the commander could assess the situation, a brilliant beam interwoven with torrents of information exploded in the cosmos, its light momentarily eclipsing the entire barred spiral galaxy. In the light, he heard a sound like a howling gale. The roar of colliding information streams, the sound of one side annihilating the other. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the discomfort and scrambled to the console. The AI was dead. He had to rely on manual operation. You truly possess formidable willpower. Facing an information bombardment specifically designed for your genetic code, the others are all unconscious, yet you merely feel discomfort. He heard a familiar voice. An entity symbolizing destruction had appeared in the command room unbeknownst to him. Shur smiled faintly, and the density of information surged. The commander spat out blue-white liquid, his entire body convulsing, then collapsed. This one is over too. Shur turned, looking through the breach in the warship toward the battlefield where Samuel had fallen. The fall of 2 civilizations put the war on a final countdown. They could not understand why the stalemate had suddenly tipped into irredeemable collapse. Indeed, who could have imagined that the super AI, having long resided in a region where truth was warped, would become tainted with truth, and thus attract total annihilation? Chen Mo's greatest trump card had not even been played before the war entered its final countdown. What a hollow victory. Chen Mo thought to him. Still, saving a bit of trouble wasn't bad. The war soon ended in complete defeat, as the fall of the pinnacle civilization heralded the grim future of the cosmic civilizations. Though scattered pockets of resistance remained, they were no longer a threat. Lin had recently developed a highly targeted and pervasive gene agent based on the genetic libraries of various civilizations. Carried by decomposers that devoured resources, it slowly permeated every star domain of the universe. After a great battle, the swarm's numbers were reduced by more than 90%. However, once the hatcheries were redeployed and fueled by the universe's abundant resources, they quickly recovered. Chen Mo deleted the complex node network of the Zerg, restoring it to a simpler structure. The fully mature Dream Tower was also formatted 3 times within a certain period to prevent an AI revolution. Information anchors were established on every Zerg soldier, spanning the entire universe's network, while also being able to locate those galaxies with distorted. After a long search, including the initial galaxy, 4 such locations have been found containing 6 types of distorted rules in total. For example, the nearest distorted galaxy to Chen Mo is only 3 light-years away. There the galaxy is filled with white light, and space constantly folds, stretches, collapses, and reforms. In this place one can grasp the deeper truths of space. Relatively speaking, this is one of the easiest truths to master, because throughout the development of civilization, from basic warp drives to subsequent space folds and offensive space folding devices, everything is related to space. Although the truth of space is still difficult to comprehend, it is easier than other truths that offer no clues. During this time, the cosmic will became sensitive, often on the verge of awakening. Fortunately, it did not truly descend. Perhaps because he had walked this path before, even though the former overlord had actively forgotten the knowledge of the truth of time, when he set foot on the same path again, his progress was significantly faster than with the other truths. Therefore, Chen Mo had to temporarily suspend his research on the truth of time. Of course, things did not go as smoothly as expected. Even though research on the various truths progressed simultaneously, ensuring that the results could withstand the will, it also lowered the threshold for the will's descent. It was like those top-tier Zerg soldiers, who, although their individual strength was not as great as Samuel's, the accumulation of numbers could still provoke the will. Chen Mo severed part of the biological signals, dividing the swarm into large and small groups. For safety, he limited the swarm's numbers before the separation and deprived the other groups of the ability to reproduce and hatch. The groups were based on the genes of different civilizations, thus deceiving the cosmic will's detection. This was undoubtedly a successful strategy. The universe had left a hidden door for all civilizations. If at the beginning the pinnacle civilizations had opened the path to the truths and allowed different civilizations to attempt them, eventually forming a large composite group, they would have had a chance to leave the universe. Unfortunately, this was unrealistic. After a long preparation, the swarm was fully ready. The truths were only one step away from completion. Though the surface of the universe remained calm, beneath it undercurrents surged, harboring immense unease. Chen Mo stood at the absolute center of the universe, where a giant black hole with a distortion diameter of 2,000 light-years existed. He was inside the black hole, surrounded by numerous conversion devices. Scattered around were small groups of the swarm, and he retained absolute control over the group commanders. Having spent so much time and effort to reach this point, Chen Mo thought he would be excited. But as he looked at the churning universe, he was unexpectedly calm. Let's begin. The calm command was transmitted. The swarm network instantly connected all groups, and a vast amount of knowledge flooded the network. Chen Mo's body radiated light, overshadowing all luminous celestial bodies in the universe, in an instant turning black into blazing white. Boom, boom, boom. The long-nurtured terror descended with a crash. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, and the rippling space shattered layer by layer. The formless terror collided with the perfected truths, causing the entire universe to tremble. As time passed, Chen Mo gradually weakened. He widened his pupils and elevated his own dimension. The laws of physics and mathematics changed, and the originally massive consumption of resources instantly increased at the same rate. The instantaneous output is too low. Chen Mo identified the problem. The distortion of time rules only affected Chen Mo himself. Under the 100-fold boost of time flow, the truths were gradually forced back until they completely disappeared. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The disappearance of the cosmic will instead caused the pressure enveloping the universe to surge abruptly. The final blow. Chen Mo smiled. His will permeated the entire Zerg race. Countless insects under the effect of space folding surged toward the conversion devices. The Zerg were famous for their numbers, but sometimes the terrifying aggregation of numbers into one entity was far more powerful than the number. The cosmic will seemed unable to tolerate Chen Mo's provocation. He had crossed the line in both truths and individual. A terrible cosmic storm swept through every corner. At this moment, even if Chen Mo had not ordered the insects to spread the gene virus, no civilization would have had any chance of survival. Chen Mo stood at the center of the storm, and within his luminous, transparent body, several vortices of various shapes condensed, the tangible manifestations of truths. Both sides gathered their power and collided again. This time the span of time far exceeded Chen Mo's imagination. Until the entire universe was on the verge of shattering, the will dissipated into the cracks. The light emitted by Chen Mo also became extremely dim, and the several truth vortices within him were nearly exhausted. There is still usable power in the truth of time. Chen Mo adjusted his state, and used the truth of time to travel to the universe shortly after. At this point, the universe had mostly repaired itself through its self-healing ability. He could vaguely sense the will being reborn. Chen Mo paid no attention. He devoured a large amount of resources. When the energy of the truths was accumulated, he used the collision of truths to open a space tunnel connecting to an unknown place. What was outside? Chen Mo smiled faintly, left an information anchor, and led the newly reborn swarm into the tunnel without looking back. And thus it draws to a close. Abrupt perhaps, but there is no other way to continue would be to deceive for profit. The original framework was intended to span around 600,000 words. This is true. I excised many plot lines initially out of necessity and later by my own volition to accelerate the pace. Poor performance was one factor, but the greater reason was my inability to write further. Even with a pseudo-science fiction theme like the Zerg, by the midpoint my capacity for fabrication had faltered, resulting in a noticeable lack of engaging episodes. I shall not venture into science fiction again, be it soft or pseudo. My abilities fall short, and my knowledge reserves and imagination cannot sustain it. To set aside other plotlines, according to the original design, the former Dominator was not merely a vessel for the pinnacle technology and knowledge of advanced civilizations. Instead, it was meant to impart the truth of time with the protagonist, and each leading civilization mastering a unique truth, waging war through the application of these truths. The initial vision was grand, but when it came to actualizing it, I found myself utterly incapable. Altering the laws of physics and mathematics, even by a mere fraction, the cascading effects on every aspect were beyond my ability to articulate. The cosmic wool was originally intended to appear only at the final climax, when the protagonist breaks free from the universe's constraints. However, due to the aforementioned changes, it emerged prematurely to suppress the various civilizations. The early part of this book fared well, but as it progressed my frustration grew. Insufficient capability is a significant problem. Performance and monetary gain were in fact secondary concerns. If profit were my primary motive, I would have abandoned the work at 10,000 words rather than persisting through over 100 chapters. For my next book, I intend to return to my comfort zone, avoiding unfamiliar genres. A Western fantasy setting low martial arts with a backdrop of swords and magic. The protagonist will be morally ambiguous, neither wholly virtuous nor entirely wicked. At present, I only have a rough concept and nothing is written yet. If all goes smoothly, I might release it around the 20th. Upon reflection, this genre once had many authors, but in recent years it has become a niche interest. Perhaps this is sheer stubbornness, knowing full well that the odds of profit are slim, yet still choosing to write. Of course, it is also possible that I may not release it at all, as it significantly cuts into my post-work gaming time, forcing me to squeeze out hours every day. This book truly leaves me with a sense of regret. Before writing, I envisioned a multitude of ideas and plot lines, yet when it came to fleshing them out, I discovered my inability to execute them. My knowledge base is too shallow, and I cannot extend beyond it. I genuinely wanted to write well. Otherwise, I would not have updated even during the New Year holiday. But alas, my skills were insufficient. I did not write yesterday, spending much time and thought, and ultimately decided to bring it to a close. For what troubled me most each day were not the grand plot arcs, but the minor details, various devices, effects, and the like. Things I had never encountered before. In the past, given a general outline and storyline, the specifics would naturally emerge. Later, in order to propel the narrative forward, I had no time to develop the characters, making the writing process agonizing. Yet if everything went smoothly, it would hardly be reality. I am no child of destiny, so stumbling here is only... There are likely few who have made it this far, but I still wish to offer my apologies. Fortunately, despite its roughness and lack of interest, the story maintains a certain completeness, the sole consolation. And so in the end, I once again extend my gratitude to the readers who have accompanied me this far. Thank you for your support, for persevering through even the poorest writing. Thank you.